Hurry up and get dressed. Then get out of my house. In the bedroom of the villa, Su Yunru urged Lu Tian, who was lying on the bed. She glared at this man in his early 20s, who was over a decade younger than herself, with a face full of shame and anger. Last night, Su Yunru had a bad mood and got drunk at the bar, where she was teased by two hooligans. At that time, this tall and strong man stepped forward, directly scaring away the two skinny hooligans just by his imposing demeanor. Afterwards, this man sent her back home. When they got home, she, drunk and dazed, involuntarily became intimate with this man. Now that she had finally come to her senses, she regretted her reckless actions greatly. Lu Tian opened his eyes and looked at the voluptuous woman before him with a graceful aura. Don't look. Su Yunru only then realized she wasn't wearing any clothes. She hastily picked up her scattered clothes from the bed and quickly put them on. You were so unrestrained last night. Why are you being so shy now? Lu Tian joked as he couldn't help but recall the wild scenes from last night. The feeling was really satisfying. Su Yunru's face turned an even deeper shade of red. After Lu Tian had just finished getting dressed, he was shoved out of the villa by her. Wait, sis, can you tell me your name since we've met? Get out right now. I never want to see you again. Lu Tian sighed and turned to leave. At this point, his phone rang, and he answered it immediately. Mom, what's your order? Lu Tian, have you arrived in Jiangzhou? I got here last night, ready to seek shelter under Aunt Su today. By the way, is it true that you said Aunt Su is a great beauty? Of course it's true. Why are you asking? You're not thinking about pursuing her, are you? No, just a random question, haha. Aunt Su may be divorced, but for her daughter to have a complete family, she still lives with her ex-husband. When you go to her place, behave yourself and don't interfere with their normal life. I understand. She has moved a few times, I don't know where she lives now. Just go find her at her company. Alright, I'm heading there. Well, settle down there first. It's been years since I've seen this good friend of mine. I'll visit there after a while. After finishing the call, Lu Tian's expression grew serious. His mother thought he came to Jiangzhou just to rely on Aunt Su, asking her to arrange a job for him. But it wasn't like that. He found out that his father's disappearance was related to the Bai Shengmin underground forces in Jiangzhou. As for whether there was a mastermind behind Bai Shengmin, he hadn't figured it out yet. Lu Tian came to Jiangzhou this time to investigate information related to his father's disappearance and deal with his enemy. 3 years ago, he accidentally attained supreme mastery of the Sun Yang technique. His medical knowledge, martial arts, and mystic arts had all reached their peak, and he believed that with his current strength, it would be enough to destroy those enemies. Lu Tian called a taxi from the side of the road and headed towards Aunt Su's company. Speaking of Su Yunru, in the bathroom of the villa, she carefully cleaned her body. This jerk, not only did he toss and turn me around, but he also covered me in saliva. Su Yunru angrily complained as she looked at the marks of kisses all over her body. After washing up, she put on a sharp OL business suit, showcasing a mature and dignified air. Just as she was about to head to the company, a teenager, her daughter Xuanhuan, arrived at the villa. Xuanhuan was already 19 years old, but as her mother, Su Yunru was only 36. The reason for this was because at the age of 16, Su Yunru had been deceived and seduced by her much older ex-husband Zhao Jinxiang, resulting in their relationship and leading to the birth of Zhao Yuxuan a year later. With a somewhat reproachful tone, Zhao Yuxuan said, Mom, why didn't you come home last night? Are you thinking of separating from Dad again? Su Yunru sighed. What do you mean again? I've already divorced your dad, and although I live with him for your sake, we're already broken up, living separately. Zhao Yuxuan sniffed. You haven't answered my question yet. Why didn't you come home last night? How could Su Yunru bring herself to say the truth? She evaded the question. I discussed business with a client late into the night. Worried about disturbing your rest, I stayed overnight in this villa. To prevent further questioning, Su Yunru hurriedly changed the subject. Yuxuan, I mentioned before that my friend's son will be coming to depend on me. He's arriving today and will meet me at the company. Let's go together, and I'll introduce you both. Zhao Yuxuan pouted. He probably didn't do well outside and is coming to freeload on our family. Brat, don't talk nonsense. I'm telling you, when you meet him, you must be polite. Su Yunru set off for the company with Zhao Yuxuan. Lu Tian was already sitting in the reception room of a company. Aunt Su hadn't arrived yet, but she had already called ahead to have the office staff receive him. After about 20 minutes of waiting, the door opened, and it was none other than Su Yunru and Zhao Yuxuan. Su Yunru immediately recognized Lu Tian and was utterly stunned. Could it be? Is he really Lu's son Lu Tian? This feels so awkward. Su Yunru nearly collapsed. Sleeping with her best friend's son, how would she ever face Ms. Lu again? Things also took an unexpected turn for Lu Tian. This was getting awkward. Are you Aunt Su? Yes, it's me. Nice to meet you. They certainly wouldn't bring up last night's incident in front of Zhao Yuxuan, both trying hard to hide their embarrassment. Su Yunru turned to Zhao Yuxuan. This is Lu Tian I mentioned to you before. He's 4 years older than you, so call him Brother Lu. Zhao Yuxuan had already sized up Lu Tian, thinking inwardly. He's quite tall and handsome, but his clothes are cheap. He's clearly not from a wealthy family or a successful businessman. Mom better not try to set us up together. In fact, Zhao Yuxuan completely misunderstood. Since Su Yunru had already had an intimate relationship with Lu Tian, there was no way she'd play matchmaker for them. And Lu Tian would absolutely never accept such a suggestion. Lu Tian politely said to Zhao Yuxuan, Nice to meet you. I'll be staying at your place for a while. Please excuse me for any inconvenience. With a scoff, Zhao Yuxuan retorted, If you feel embarrassed, just don't stay at my house. Su Yunru frowned. Xuanhuan, how dare you speak like that? Lu Tian doesn't have a place to stay temporarily, so he must stay at our house. Even though it felt awkward knowing she had spent the night with Lu Tian out of a misunderstanding, Aunt Su still had to treat him well because of respect for his mother. But indeed, in the future, whenever she faced Lu Tian, it would be far from comfortable. Chapter 2. How to get along with him. Why don't you let him stay in your villa? Zhao Yuxuan suggested. No, that villa is closer to the company. Sometimes when I'm too busy, I'll spend the night there. It's inconvenient to have Lu Tian stay there. When the other party mentioned the villa, Su Yunru remembered last night when she and Lu Tian spent the night there. If Lu Tian were to live there, she would feel awkward going there for an overnight stay in the future. Do you think it's convenient for him to live at our place then? I think it's convenient. That's settled. If you're not satisfied, go talk to Dad and see if he can stop my decision. Zhao Yuxuan stomped her feet in anger. Her father had always wanted to reconcile with her mother and would definitely side with her mother's wishes. Even if he was dissatisfied inside, he wouldn't show it on the surface. It seemed that Lu Tian living in their house was a done deal. You call yourself Lu Tian, right? You should know your place. You're just a commoner seeking refuge here. Even if you stay at my place, you can never blend into our elite circle. With a tone full of superiority and arrogance, Zhao Yuxuan finished her speech and stormed out of the door in a huff. In the reception room, only Lu Tian and Su Yunru remained, and the atmosphere became awkward. Yuxuan is impulsive because of her youth. She doesn't think before speaking, but she's not bad at heart. Don't take it to heart. I'm not taking it to heart. I didn't expect you to be the Su auntie I'm supposed to rely on. Last night's matter. Don't say anything more. We're not allowed to mention this again. Su auntie, you don't need to avoid it. I already know you've been divorced for years. Regarding last night, I'm willing to take responsibility for you. You shut up. I said we're not bringing this up again. I don't need you to take responsibility. Once we get home, you absolutely mustn't mention this either. Otherwise, I'll kick you out. All right, as you wish. In the future, you'll work in my company. I'll temporarily arrange for you to be my assistant. As for your salary, I need to consider the situation of the other employees before deciding, but I won't shortchange you. Su Yunru arranged for him to be her assistant as she wanted to cultivate him specially, which was a favor towards him. Good. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Tian nodded. Su Yunru contacted the Human Resources Department, processed Lu Tian's entry formalities, and even arranged a separate office for him. After settling him in, Su Yunru returned to her own office. Just as she sat down, she leaned back in her chair and sighed deeply. How embarrassing. How am I supposed to interact with him from now on? Su Yunru's emotions were complicated, and memories of last night's intimacy came flooding back. Seriously, I told Lu Tian not to bring this up, yet why can't I stop thinking about it myself? For the sake of giving my daughter a complete family, although I've been divorced from Zhao Jinxiong for 5 years, I've still been maintaining the appearance of this 3-person household. I know Zhao Jinxiong has had several mistresses outside over these 5 years. He's never lacked for women. But me? I endured 5 years of loneliness in both body and mind. Perhaps I felt this was unfair and was so oppressed by it that I lost control last night. Well, what's done is done. Regretting it now is useless. Anyway, I've already divorced Zhao Jinxiong, and he's so promiscuous outside anyway. Me doing this doesn't make me any less faithful to him. Today, out of consideration for Lu Tian, Su Yunru did not assign him any work since it was his first day. Feeling bored while waiting, he received a call. Hey Lord Lu, there's been a little progress in the matter you asked me to investigate. Oh, go on. A long time ago, before Baixing Sect pursued your father, one expert challenged him. They fought to a stalemate. Otherwise, with your father's strength, Baixing Sect couldn't have defeated him. Who was that expert? It's rumored that the person was masked at the time. I haven't found out who he is yet, but I've heard he's the backing force behind the Baixing Sect. I understand. Thank you for the intelligence. There's no need to thank me, Lord Lu. This time you've come to Jiangzhou. Are you interested in developing your own business? Our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will do everything possible to help. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce could develop into the most financially powerful commercial organization in the locality, thanks to the support of a mysterious person. Few people knew that this mysterious figure backing them was none other than Lu Tian. The President Zhang of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was also making every effort to flatter him. I plan to open a pharmaceutical company. Please make arrangements for me. No problem. I'll invest 2 billion yuan first and guarantee that I'll have the company established within a week from Master Lu. Then I owe you a debt of gratitude, President Zhang. It's my honor to be of assistance to Master Lu. Today, Lu Tian had nothing much to do, so he spent a whole idle day in his office. After work, Su Yunru called for Lu Tian and went home together with him. She lived with her ex-husband and daughter in a villa community called Jinxiu Manor. In the living room of the villa, a middle-aged man in his early 40s sat with a slightly paunchy figure. He was Su Yunru's ex-husband Zhao Jinxiu. Is Xuanhuan not at home? Su Yunru asked. She just left. She went out for dinner with a few friends, Zhao Jinxiu replied. Going out for dinner again? Why does she always go out to eat? Let her go. All of her friends are wealthy and elite. As the miss of the Zhao family, letting her interact more with these young heirs and misses from rich families is also a kind of experience for her. Su Yunru did not continue this topic, but instead introduced Lu Tian. This is the one I mentioned to you before, Lu's sister's son, Lu Tian. Zhao Jinxiong didn't get up from the sofa. He only inspected Lu Tian carefully with a scrutinizing look. Uncle Zhao, hello? I apologize for coming here and causing trouble. Lu Tian greeted him politely with a smile on his face. Zhao Jinxiong coldly nodded without further acknowledgement. This villa had 3 floors. Zhao Yuxuan's room was on the 3rd floor. Zhao Jinxiong and Su Yunru stayed on the 2nd floor, though naturally, as divorced individuals, they didn't live in the same room anymore. On the 1st floor, Su Yunru arranged a bedroom for Lu Tian. Lu Tian brought his luggage into the bedroom and began organizing it when he heard Zhao Jinxiong loudly speaking to Su Yunru from the living room. Yunru, I have to remind you that while it's okay to give Lu Tian a little care, you need to make sure he stays far away from Xuanhuan. I certainly don't want someone like him setting eyes on our Zhao family princess. I just took a good look at him, and he seems too simple and common to amount to anything great in life. Probably all he sees when he looks at us is money and influence, which is why he came here to ingratiate himself and try to fit into high society, a pipe dream. Hearing these words, Su Yunru grew a bit angry. Will you lower your voice? But Zhao Jinxiong deliberately spoke even louder. On the surface, it seemed like he was talking to Su Yunru, but in reality, he was making sure Lu Tian could hear. Chapter 3, Arrogant Face. Lu Tian heard Zhao Jinxiong's words. He had already confirmed that Zhao Jinxiong looked down on him greatly. Before this, Zhao Yuxuan also showed strong resentment towards him. If there were no special circumstances, he really didn't want to stay here and endure their attitudes. Lu Tian's special situation was that the martial art technique he cultivated, the Blue Sun technique, had a certain side effect which often caused him to suffer from the backlash of the Blue Sun force. After spending the night with Su Yunru last night, he realized that she was 1 in 10,000 with the mystic Yin constitution, which could exactly help him balance the Blue Sun force in his body. If he could be with her like last night, it would probably not take long before he could completely cure the side effects of the Blue Sun force. Even if he did nothing with Su Yunru, just being around her could alleviate the outbreak of the Blue Sun force. So even though he had the financial means to move out and live elsewhere, he did not wish to leave here. Besides, he indeed wanted to take responsibility for what happened last night regarding Su Yunru. Lu Tian tidied up the bedroom and returned to the living room. Su Yunru looked at Zhao Jinxiong. Lu Tian has just come over to visit us. Let's take him out to dinner tonight. Let's eat at home. Zhao Jinxiong said. Not long ago, my father called to say that he and my elder brother will come over later to visit, and there are important matters to discuss with us. You go prepare dinner and make more good dishes so we can properly entertain them. All right. Su Yunru nodded and went to the kitchen to cook. Not long after dinner was ready, 2 guests arrived. They were Zhao Jinxiong's father Zhao Zhenming and elder brother Zhao Jinhao. Uncle, elder brother. Su Yunru greeted the 2 of them. Since she had divorced Zhao Jinxiong, she addressed his father as uncle. Zhao Zhenming glanced at Lu Feng, then looked at Su Yunru. I heard from Jinxiong that a young man named Lu Tian has come to rely on you. Is this him? Yes. Su Yunru said. My mother and his mother are very good close friends. Though that's true, I still have to remind you not to let him get too close to Xuanhuan. I definitely don't want him to have designs on her. I know he won't do that. That's good. After all, our Zhao family's miss will in the future find a husband who must be an outstanding youth from a wealthy household, not someone from the common folk like him. Having said this, Zhao Zhenming cast a warning glance at Lu Tian. Ho ho, if he knows his place, he certainly won't do such a thing. Otherwise he would be inviting his own humiliation. Moreover, if he dared to do such a thing, our Zhao family wouldn't let him off either. Zhao Jinhao took over the conversation laughing, without sparing much of a glance at Lu Tian. Lu Tian internally sneered coldly. Previously, Zhao Jinxiong had said similar things, although not directly to his face, but deliberately let him hear. One does not enter a family unless related. Zhao Jinxiong, along with his father, elder brother, and daughter, all had a sense of pride in being part of a wealthy household, and they were extremely arrogant. It seemed like associating with people outside of the wealthy circle made them feel belittled. Let's talk about company affairs. Don't let an unknown nobody affect our major issues. Zhao Jinhao said. Zhao Zhenming nodded, and said to Zhao Jinxiong. The president of the Celestial Traveling Business Association, xuanhuan, plans to invest 200 million yuan to establish a pharmaceutical company. Not long ago, President Zhang held a banquet. Any boss with cooperative intentions can attend to show support. All the local pharmaceutical bosses, in order to please the Celestial Traveling Business Association, went to attend and support. Jinhao and I also attended the banquet, and on behalf of the pharmaceutical subsidiary under your management, reached a cooperation agreement with the Celestial Traveling Business Association. Hearing this, Zhao Jinxiong immediately became exhilarated. That's wonderful. If we smoothly cooperate with the Celestial Traveling Business Association, our Zhao family will have the opportunity to become one of the top-tier families in Jiangzhou. Zhao Zhenming said. Although that's true, in order for us to successfully cooperate with the Celestial Traveling Business Association, we first need to solve a problem. Our cooperation with the Celestial Traveling Business Association revolves around the pharmaceutical business, but our Zhao family's pharmaceutical industry scale is small. I want to expand the size of the family's pharmaceutical business, but the original industries under the Zhao family are inconvenient to change. Saying this, he looked at Su Yunru. My plan is to directly transform your cosmetics company into a pharmaceutical company, then join it into our Zhao Group Corporation. This way, it will represent our Zhao family and the newly established pharmaceutical company under the Celestial Traveling Business Association in engaging in pharmaceutical business. Su Yunru was immediately stunned. Your meaning is, to acquire my company? Exactly, Zhao Zhenming casually remarked. Zhao Jinxiong followed up. This idea is great. Then he turned to Su Yunru and said, Yunru, although we've divorced, we're still interacting as a family. If we incorporate your company into our Zhao family, managing it yourself won't make much difference compared to operating independently. Moreover, your company will also receive the care of the Zhao family. Su Yunru immediately became enraged. I will absolutely not agree to such an absurd request of yours. Firstly, our company has just developed a pure Chinese medicine-based skincare body cream and is preparing for production. We won't easily change the business of the company. Secondly, don't mention family ties to me. Our marital relationship ended long ago. I've only kept up this home for the sake of our daughter having a complete family. Thirdly, my cosmetics company is my own effort, and I will not let your Zhao family control it. This, Zhao Jinxiong could find no valid rebuttal. Zhao Jinming chuckled and said, Yunru, I advise you to reconsider. You should be aware that as one of Jiangzhou's secondary wealthy families, the wealth and power we possess far surpasses your small cosmetics company. As long as we want, it would be easy for us to swallow up your company. We're willing to have a proper discussion with you purely on Jinxiu's behalf. Though Zhao Jinming mentioned a proper discussion, his words were filled with a threatening tone. The unspoken implication was clear. If you do not hand over the company willingly, we will use the power of our family to suppress your business until you surrender the company to us. Dad, stop beating around the bush. Zhao Jinhao interrupted. His face was gloomy as he coldly said, Su Yunru, don't think yourself too important. While we haven't torn our faces off completely yet, you'd better act according to our requirements. Su Yunru felt indignant inside and also secretly nervous. If the Zhao family commercially oppressed her, she would definitely have no way to resist. At this moment, Lu Tian spoke up. Aunt Su, don't worry. With me here, they can't harm you. Then he seriously looked at Zhao Jinhao. You'd better not provoke Aunt Su, otherwise I won't be nice to you. How dare you? Zhao Jinhao roared angrily. Who exactly do you think you are to make wild threats in front of us? Zhao Jinming directly said, Jinxiong, kick him out. Chapter 4, A Rash Moment. Zhao Jinxiong became angry too. Lu Tian, you eat and drink at our Zhao family's expense, yet you talk to us disrespectfully. You're not welcome here, get out. Lu Tian chuckled coldly. Who's been eating and drinking at your house? I've only come to rely on Aunt Su. Then he looked at Su Yunru. Aunt Su, you're not part of the Zhao family, and they don't treat you as one of their own. Leave with me. No, Su Yunru said. I can't leave Xuanhuan behind. You don't have to leave either. This villa is under my name, and he has no right to force you out. You, Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth in anger. Enough. Zhao Jinming slapped the armrest of the sofa and stood up. I and Jinhao came here to discuss the company plans, not to watch your bickering. Since we can't reach an agreement, we'll go back. After saying this, he looked at Su Yunru. If your company can't survive, feel free to come talk about merging it with ours. Lu Tian interrupted. Based on what you just said, you're preparing to suppress her company? Zhao Jinming didn't even glance at Lu Tian, ignoring him completely while heading for the door. Zhao Jinhua patted Zhao Jinxiong's shoulder and said, Your ex-wife doesn't know how to take a hint. Don't indulge her. Before leaving the villa, Lu Tian picked up his phone and called xuanhuan, the president of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. President Zhang, there's something I need to tell you. I want your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to immediately cancel the cooperation plan with Zhao Group. After hanging up, Lu Tian looked at Zhao Jinxiong. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is prepared to follow my request and cancel its cooperation with your family. There's no longer any need for you to try and seize Aunt Su's company. Zhao Jinxiong couldn't believe that Lu Tian could actually contact President Zhang, assuming the other was merely pretending to make a call to intimidate him. At this point, you're still putting on airs. I'm embarrassed for you. After ridiculing him thoroughly, Zhao Jinxiong turned to Su Yunru. Yunru, although this villa belongs to you, I absolutely cannot allow this scoundrel to move in. If you don't kick him out, then I'll leave, and you figure it out yourself. Su Yunru responded coldly. Then leave. You, Zhao Jinxiong was stunned. He had thought that after speaking so firmly, Su Yunru would compromise with him and drive Lu Tian away. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect her to unhesitatingly side with Lu Tian. Who would have thought you'd tear our relationship apart for someone else? Fine, leave if you wish. I'll oblige you. Even if I leave, I'll still have places to go. In a huff, Zhao Jinxiong left the villa. With his numerous mistresses, he certainly wasn't lacking a place to stay, and decided to spend the night with a secretary he had just successfully seduced not long ago. Now the entire villa was left with only Lu Tian and Su Yunru. Under normal circumstances, Su Yunru would definitely feel awkward being alone with him. However, currently, her company faced the danger of being swallowed up, leaving her no mood to consider the awkwardness between them. Although I know you can't help much, thank you for standing by my side. I can help you. Su Yunru gave a slight bitter smile without responding, thinking to herself that since he had come to depend on her, what could he possibly use to help her? With her poor mood, she hadn't eaten much, and after uttering rest early, she went upstairs. Lu Tian entered his room and took out some paper and a pen. Skilled in the pharmacological principles of traditional Chinese medicine, he planned to write down a recipe for pure herbal cosmetic products to gift to Su Yunru. Later, he would let xuanhuan provide distribution channels through the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to promote her cosmetics. This cosmetic product would surely cause a sensation in the market. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Su Yunru was already drowning her sorrows with liquor in the living room upstairs due to her extremely poor mood. By the time he arrived upstairs with the completed recipe, Su Yunru was already tipsy. You're here. Come, drink with me. Drunk Su Yunru was emotionally charged and had forgotten the awkwardness between her and Lu Tian, picking up the bottle to pour him a drink. Lu Tian stopped her. "Aunt Su, I've written a cosmetic recipe for you. Later. Let's think about that later." Su Yunru placed the handed-over recipe aside while talking. "I don't believe you could come up with any recipe. If you really want to console me, drink with me." Su Yunru poured him another glass. Lu Tian didn't stop her this time and drank several more cups, which would mean she could drink less. Su Yunru, drunk and dizzy, used the opportunity to vent her frustrations to him while drunk. "Even though I divorced Zhao Jinxiong for the sake of maintaining our three-person household, in my heart, I've always considered him as family. Initially, he divorced me using the excuse of marital discord simply because it was convenient for him to fool around with other women. Indeed, he has been with many mistresses. I even know that he recently started an affair with his young female secretary. This time, he stormed out of the house and must have spent the night at his secretary's place. For all these years, he has been constantly chasing pleasures outside while I tried to keep up appearances for our family. Before meeting you, I've never been with another man. I've already made too many compromises for him. But in my wildest dreams, I didn't expect him to team up with the Zhao family to scheme against me. I feel utterly exhausted." No wonder Su Yunru was one of the strongest women in business. Despite feeling deeply wronged, she held back her tears. Lu Tian sat beside her, hesitated for a moment, then hugged her. Su Yunru lifted her arms to embrace his back, looking into each other's eyes. Under the influence of alcohol and weighed down by her frustrations, her feelings toward the man she had shared an intimate night with turned impulsive. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly subtle. In no time, the two found themselves uncontrollably kissing passionately. After an unknown span of time, Lu Tian excitedly asked, "Which room is your bedroom?" Su Yunru raised her hand to point at one of the rooms, her voice trembling as she responded, "That one." Lu Tian carried her into the bedroom and laid her on the bed, closing the curtains before returning to her side. Su Yunru tightly embraced him, welcoming his passion wholeheartedly. As Su Yunru expected, Zhao Jinxiong indeed went over to his secretary's house for the night. "Boss, I missed you so much in the last 2 days you didn't come." The secretary cooed in a sugary tone, then walked up to him, swaying her hips enticingly in front of him. "Humph, it's only been 2 days, and you're already unable to resist? Let's see how I make you beg for mercy this time." With that, Zhao Jinxiong lunged forward immediately. 2 minutes later, Zhao Jinxiong finished his business, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the bed. "President Zhao, you were incredible today, performing better than ever." The secretary lied unconvincingly, feigning satisfaction on her face. Zhao Jinxiong was quite pleased with her flattery, completely unaware that deep down, she had called him useless several times already. At this moment, his phone rang. Who could be calling? Not your ex-wife, is it? So what if it's her? I'm divorced from her, and who I spend the night with is none of her business. Zhao Jinxiong said carelessly and picked up his phone, glancing at the number. His expression immediately became serious. The external liaison counselor of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. What does he want at this hour? Although the cooperation with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was initiated by his father and elder brother, the true collaborating entity was the pharmaceutical subsidiary under his management. Zhao Zhiming had exchanged phone numbers between him and Wang Counselor. If the Chamber of Commerce needed anything, Wang would contact Zhao Jinxiong directly. Cautiously, Zhao Jinxiong answered the call with a respectful tone. "Hello, Director Wang. How may I assist you?" "What? Your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce wants to withdraw its cooperation with my company?" "Director Wang, what exactly happened?" "Hello?" The caller had already hung up. Zhao Jinxiong stood there dumbfounded. Why did the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, which had just agreed to cooperate with their Zhao family, suddenly cancel the partnership? Wait. A light bulb went off in Zhao Jinxiong's mind when he recalled something. Before leaving the villa, Lu Tian made a call right in front of him. The other party claimed they requested President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to terminate cooperation with the Zhao Group. Back then, Zhao Jinxiong dismissed the possibility that Lu Tian could actually speak with President Zhang, assuming the latter was merely pretending. But now, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had really cancelled its cooperation with them. To get more information, Zhao Jinxiong dialed Su Yunru's number. "Hey, is Lu Tian with you? Give him the phone. I need to talk to him." "No, he isn't around me." "Not around you? Why did you hum and pause earlier? And why are you breathing so heavily?" Chapter 5 Twisted Feelings. "I'm working out, and I'm a bit tired. What do you want with Lu Tian?" "Just hand the phone to Lu Tian. I'll talk to him directly." "Do you want to threaten him or scare him? Do you think I'd give you this chance?" Su Yunru said coldly, then hung up the phone. Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth in anger. Then, he looked up his father Zhao Zhenming's mobile number and called him, explaining the situation. "What are you saying? Lu Tian called and had Tianqing Chamber of Commerce withdraw its cooperation with us? Do you really think he has such influence?" But not long after his call, Tianqing Chamber of Commerce really did cancel our cooperation. How could an ordinary person like him have such great authority? This matter cannot possibly be related to him. Then why was our cooperation cancelled? Tianqing Chamber of Commerce must have thought that cooperating with us wouldn't bring much benefit, so they cancelled it. That's quite possible, since Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is recruiting partners in the pharmaceutical sector this time, and the Zhao family doesn't have many businesses in that area. So we need to acquire Su Yunru's company even more, transform it into a pharmaceutical company, and only then will we truly be qualified to cooperate with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Isn't this too extreme? What? Are you feeling sorry for her now? I tell you, starting tomorrow, our Zhao family will begin suppressing her business until she agrees to merge her company into the Zhao family. I'll leave this matter to your elder brother Jinhao. You don't need to worry about it. Inside Su Yunru's villa, Lu Tian and Su Yunru spent an hour before finally finishing their activities. Once calm, Su Yunru regretted once again. Lu Tian, go back to your room quickly. After saying this, Su Yunru sat up and prepared to get dressed. Lu Tian hugged her from behind. You always enjoy yourself, so why do you shy away afterward every time? Su Yunru's face turned increasingly red with shame, as what the other party said was true and left her unable to refute it. She had been single for 5 years after their divorce. And previously, because her ex-husband wasn't particularly skilled, he hadn't brought her much joy in this regard. Lu Tian's prowess allowed her to truly experience such happiness. But this also made her feel even more embarrassed and awkward when she calmed down afterward. Since Zhao Jinxiang called looking for you, why didn't you let me answer? Lu Tian asked. Su Yunru glared at him resentfully. Are you kidding me? You were playing around with me then. What if he heard something strange? Lu Tian replied. You're divorced already. He has no right to meddle in these things. Su Yunru sighed softly. I know, but I'd still feel very awkward. Suddenly, she paused in shock and exclaimed anxiously. At this time, Xuanhuan, who went out for dinner, should be almost back. She can't find out about what happened between us. Go back to your room quickly. Lu Tian sighed. Even if she finds out, what can she do? Su Yunru was somewhat embarrassed and angry. It will make me feel awkward. Get out quickly. Lu Tian nodded. I'm willing to take responsibility for you. It all depends on whether you're willing. Think about it carefully. After saying that, he got dressed and left the room. Not long after, Zhao Yuxuan returned after having dinner with friends. Zhao Yuxuan directly entered Su Yunru's room. I smelled alcohol, and I noticed 2 glasses on the coffee table. Were you having some private time with my dad? No, your dad went out. I chatted with Lu Tian for a while and drank a few cups along the way. Lu Tian, talking about this scoundrel makes me furious. By the way, did you assign him to the downstairs room? Yes, it's more convenient this way. You should tell him not to come upstairs either. I don't want him to interfere with our family life. I'll let him know, and you shouldn't always target him like this. I just can't stand this good-for-nothing guy who comes here to sponge off others. Yuxuan, what nonsense are you spouting? The man works normally at my company. Where does he sponge off anyone? If you keep saying nonsense, just see how I'll teach you a lesson. Without further reply, Zhao Yuxuan left the room in anger. As she passed through the living room on her way to the 3rd-floor bedroom, she noticed a piece of paper lying on the sofa. It was the cosmetic formula that Lu Tian had written for Su Yunru. Lu Tian assumed Su Yunru had already put the formula away, but Su Yunru was drunk at the time and had forgotten about the formula. Zhao Yuxuan thought it might be a work note scribbled by her mother and chose to ignore it. Lying in bed staring blankly, Su Yunru felt her mood become complicated again. Spending the night with Lu Tian last night had already made her regret it deeply. Who would have thought that the same thing happened again tonight? This made her regret even more, adding to her confusion. He said he was willing to take responsibility for me, and it depends on whether I am willing. What should I do? Suddenly, she stopped her train of thought. I already said I wouldn't let him be responsible for this, so why am I even considering this? I need to stay calm. Stay calm. She reminded herself to calm down, but her mind became increasingly conflicted. The next morning, Lu Tian accompanied Su Yunru to work at the company. Su Yunru had been drunk last night and no longer remembered Lu Tian giving her the formula. That morning, Su Yunru received over a dozen calls. The callers were either suppliers or clients of her company. The content of their conversations was largely the same. They wanted to cancel cooperation with her company. Su Yunru realized that the Zhao family had started commercial oppression against her. These suppliers and clients couldn't compete with the Zhao family. Under the Zhao family's threats, they'd rather pay breach of contract fees than maintain material supply agreements and orders. Su Yunru sighed in her heart. If this continued, her company wouldn't be far from bankruptcy. When Su Yunru was at a loss about what to do, a knock came at the door, and Lu Tian walked in. Su Aunt, seeing your worried face, it must be because the Zhao family has started pressuring your business, right? Yeah, most of my suppliers and customers have canceled their cooperation with my company, and there's nothing I can do. Su Yunru smiled bitterly and sighed helplessly. Lu Tian said, don't worry. I've already called some people and helped you contact several suppliers and customers. These companies are very influential, and the Zhao family won't dare to stop them from cooperating with you. Su Yunru immediately thought he was exaggerating and sighed again. I know you're trying to comfort me, but such boastful words only make me feel annoyed. Just then, the door was pushed open again. A well-dressed, imposing young man sauntered into the office. Auntie, busy? The young man was named Zhao Yusong, Zhao Jinhao's son, and Zhao Yuxuan's cousin. I divorced your uncle long ago, so you don't have to call me auntie anymore, Su Yunru replied. Sorry, habit. Zhao Yusong chuckled. He gave Lu Tian a sideways glance and continued. I heard from Yuxuan that a good-for-nothing guy who's just a bragger named Lu Tian has come to rely on you. Is that him? Lu Tian responded indifferently. Yuxuan misunderstood me. In fact, I do have some skills, and I never boast. Ho ho. Yuxuan also said you think too highly of yourself. Looks like that's accurate indeed. Zhao Yusong mocked once more, smirked disdainfully, and then ignored him. Zhao Yusong, did you come here just to say these sarcastic things? Su Yunru asked coldly. Of course not. I heard that many of your suppliers and customers have withdrawn their cooperation with your company. Is that true? Zhao Yusong asked in a teasing tone. They're being meddled with by someone in your Zhao family, so you should know. Su Yunru answered. Zhao Yusong nodded. No need for pleasantries. As long as you're willing to merge your company with our Zhao family, I guarantee those suppliers and customers will cooperate with you again. After saying this, he placed a contract on the table. The transfer contract for the company has already been prepared. You'd better sign it soon. The longer you delay, the greater your losses will be. Su Yunru stood up, slapped the desk in anger, tore the contract into shreds immediately, and threw it into the trash bin. What? Not willing to compromise? What hope do you still cling to? As he spoke, Zhao Yusong randomly pointed at Lu Tian. You're not expecting this useless person to help you, are you? Zhao Yusong. Su Yunru pointed toward the door and fiercely ordered. Get out of here. Ho ho, you've got nothing left to count on. So why don't you just hand over the company? Zhao Yusong grinned arrogantly, then turned around and walked toward the door. Wait, Lu Tian said coldly. Did you just call me waste? Chapter 6. You've enraged me. Zhao Yusong gave a contemptuous laugh, looking at Lu Tian with disdain. In my eyes, you're just a waste of space. Is there any problem with that? The problem is that you've angered me, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. Lu Tian, forget it. Su Yunru suddenly shouted. Zhao Yusong turned to Su Yunru. You must be afraid I'll injure him. After all, you know I'm one of the 3 greatest warriors in Jiangzhou, Zhui Ye's disciple. Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. You're no match for him. Don't bother with him. Then she said to Zhao Yusong. And don't take it personally either. That can't be. It was he who said he'd teach me a lesson. Now I really want to exchange a few moves with him. Zhao Yusong looked provocatively at Lu Tian. You've also enraged me. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Lu Tian smiled. I can see that you are skilled, but I can also tell that your abilities aren't much. And yet you dare to boast? Well then, I'll show you my power. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Yusong smirked and threw a sudden punch at Lu Tian. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Tian deflected the punch, sending Zhao Yusong staggering back. A look of shock spread across Zhao Yusong's face. After merely one move, he realized that he was no match for the other man. I'm telling you, if you dare to hit me, whack. Zhao Yusong tried to intimidate Lu Tian with threats, but before he could finish speaking, he was slapped hard across the face. If I dare to hit you, what would you do? Lu Tian asked coldly, laughing. You? Zhao Yusong tumbled over from the slap and dared not continue threatening. Su Yunru was somewhat startled. Lu Tian, so it turns out you know Kung Fu. Lu Tian nodded. A little bit, yeah. At this moment, the internal company telephone on the desk rang. Su Yunru answered the call. Hello? What? Manager Wang from Tianqing Chamber has arrived? All right, quickly grant access and bring him to my office. Zhao Yusong, who had been preparing to run away, froze when he heard her statement. Last night, the Tianqing Chamber had terminated their cooperation with the Zhao family. Why would Manager Wang from Tianqing Chamber suddenly visit Su Yunru's company? Curious, Zhao Yusong did not leave hastily. Not long after, Manager Wang arrived at the office. When Zhao Yusong saw the 3 bosses accompanying Manager Wang, he was utterly stunned. These 3 bosses were all super tycoons in the local business community. Su Yuanshan, the magnate of the local herbal medicine field. Chen Dakin, the supermarket king of the northern Jiang area. Song Kai, the #1 cosmetics distributor in Jiangzhou. Su Yunru also recognized them and was extremely surprised by their visit. Su Yuanshan said, President Su, all the cosmetics from your company are pure Chinese medicinal formulations. By coincidence, our company deals with medicinal herbs, and if President Su doesn't mind, I am willing to supply raw materials to your company at discounted prices. Chen Dakin said, I have recently opened 3 large chain supermarkets, planning to allocate several prime stalls and stores to rent at reduced rates to your Yunru Cosmetics company. You can sell cosmetics at those spots. Song Kai said, I'm involved in the cosmetics business and intend to cooperate long-term with President Su's company. This time, I brought a purchase order worth 50 million for your review, Miss Su. As he finished speaking, Song Kai pulled out an order and a draft contract from his briefcase and handed them to Su Yunru. Su Yuanshan and Chen Dakin also simultaneously presented their prepared contracts to her. Su Yunru couldn't believe it even in her dreams. These 3 famous giants of the business world would proactively come seeking her out for cooperation. She was furrowing her brow because the previous suppliers and clients had withdrawn their collaborations with her. Yet now, a turn for the better happened unexpectedly. If she could cooperate with these 3 bigwigs, both raw material supply and product sales would be far more secure than before. That is to say, all difficulties her company faced had already been completely resolved. Zhao Yusong stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was witnessing. To monopolize Su Yunru's company, the Zhao family forced those suppliers and clients to cancel their cooperations with Su Yunru. But these 3 businessmen were all more wealthy and influential than the Zhao family. They simply didn't have the capability or the audacity to obstruct such collaboration. Especially these 3 gentlemen, all important members of the Tianqing Chamber, people they dared not offend. It was Manager Wang from the Tianqing Chamber who had led these entrepreneurs to discuss cooperation. This collaboration was evidently brokered by the Tianqing Chamber and essentially meant that Su Yunru had reached an agreement with the Tianqing Chamber. Just minutes ago, Zhao Yusong had strutted around arrogantly here, issuing threats and trying to force Su Yunru to relinquish the company. Now, however, he could only stand helplessly and watch as others struck agreements with the Tianqing Chamber. This was an embarrassing slap in the face for the Zhao family, who had just had their cooperation terminated by Tianqing Chamber. Zhao Yusong felt like a foolish clown entertaining the crowd. Too ashamed to stay, He left the premises quietly. The moment he stepped out of the office building, he called his father, Xuanhuan, informing him of the situation here. What? You mean Counselor Wang brought those 3 bosses over to negotiate a collaboration with Su Yunru? A startled voice came from the other end as Zhao Jinhao asked. Yes, this is essentially a collaboration between Tianqing Chamber and Su Yunru. I just can't figure out why Tianqing Chamber would give her such deference. Humph, her little company doesn't deserve so much attention from Tianqing Chamber. I heard her company has developed a new skin cream, which must have shown potential in the market, prompting Tianqing Chamber to take the initiative to collaborate with her. Who would have thought that after Tianqing Chamber dissolved our cooperation, they proactively approached her instead? Chuckle. Since Tianqing Chamber values the market potential of her new product, if we were to take control of this new product, then it will be us, the Zhao family, collaborating with Tianqing Chamber. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yusong's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. Zhao Jinhao said. Let's not dwell on this now. I am currently discussing matters with grandfather and Uncle Jin Xiong in the boardroom of Zhao Corporation. After hanging up, Zhao Jinhao detailed the circumstances to his father, Zhao Zhenming, and his younger brother, Zhao Jinxiong. Zhao Zhenming, sitting at the desk, angrily slammed his hand on the table. With a grim expression, he said, to avoid offending Tianqing Chamber, we must immediately stop suppressing Su Yunru's company. He then instructed Zhao Jinhao, call them up quickly and inform all suppliers and customers to resume business relations with Su Yunru's company. Zhao Jinhao nodded and immediately exited the room to make the calls. Zhao Zhenming then turned to Zhao Jinxiong and said, Jinhao was correct earlier. If we manage to acquire the formula of Su Yunru's new product, the Zhao family could secure a collaboration with Tianqing Chamber. He then looked at Zhao Jinxiong. Although you are divorced from Su Yunru, she still holds no grudges against you. This task falls to you. Find a way to obtain the formula. Without hesitation, Zhao Jinxiong nodded. Even though he harbored intentions to reconcile with Su Yunru, prioritizing family interests meant he did not hesitate to scheme against her. That same morning, Su Yunru signed cooperative agreements with the 3 entrepreneurs. She also believed that Tianqing Chamber noticed the potential of her company's new product and sent these businessmen to initiate discussions for cooperation. Once the contracts were signed, they exchanged a few more polite words before Chairman Wang led the 3 men away. Su Yunru received several more phone calls thereafter. These calls came from the former suppliers and clients who wanted to re-establish collaborations with her company. Of course, she could guess that Zhao Yusong had informed the Zhao family, who feared offending Tianqing Chamber and therefore decided to reinstate collaborations with her company. Previously, they had been coerced by the Zhao family into canceling their partnerships. Su Yunru didn't hold any grudge and agreed to continue working together with them. Will the Zhao family now leave me alone? Su Yunru sighed with relief, muttering to herself. Miss Su, I told you that I'd arrange for some partners to contact you. Now do you believe I wasn't boasting? Lu Tian said. Don't tease me anymore. It's obvious that it's Tianqing Chamber that saw the market potential of our new product and initiated the discussion with those people. What does this have to do with you? However, Su Yunru smiled again, saying, I know you were trying to encourage me, claiming that you contacted potential partners. That made me really touched. Lu Tian felt speechless. He didn't bother to explain further because otherwise, she'd definitely think he was lying. Time passed until the afternoon when it was time to head home from work. Su Yunru suggested treating Lu Tian to a meal at a restaurant. She had planned to do this last night, but because Zhao Jinxiong's father and elder brother visited her house as guests, she couldn't go out. Later, there were some conflicts during dinner, leading to an unpleasant evening. Now, she proposed eating out to make up for yesterday's lack of proper hospitality. Coincidentally, as they entered the dining hall of a restaurant, they ran into Zhao Yuxian and a few of her friends. Aunt Su, a young man beside Zhao Yuxian, greeted politely. This young man, named Duan Xiaoquan, was one of Zhao Yuxian's admirers and also her senior, having just graduated from university. Smiling, Su Yunru nodded. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. Are you planning to dine here? Yes, a girl chimed in. It was Lin Mengting, a classmate and best friend of Zhao Yuxian. Lin Mengting then asked curiously, Aunt Su, who is this person with you? Before Su Yunru could respond, Zhao Yuxuan irritably said, he's the one I mentioned to you guys earlier, Lu Tian. Prior to this, Zhao Yuxuan had already recounted Lu Tian's visit to her home to her friends in a complaining tone. Upon learning Lu Tian's identity, Zhao Yuxuan's friends began to look at him with disdain. Chapter 7. Not interested in getting to know him. Ah, it's him, Lin Mengting said. Su auntie, what I'm about to say may upset you, but for Yuxuan's sake, I must speak out. This Lu Tian might look decent on the outside, but he doesn't deserve Yuxuan at all. You absolutely shouldn't match them up. Su Yunru was stunned for a moment. I've never intended to bring them together. Then she gave Zhao Yuxuan an unpleasant glare. You're definitely making unfounded assumptions. Zhao Yuxuan replied. Now that I know you didn't plan this, I feel more relieved. But who knows if he'll try his luck on me? Then she turned her gaze toward Lu Tian. Let me tell you, I have so many admirers I can't even count them all, and each of them owns assets exceeding 10 million, with looks that aren't inferior to yours. Among my top 10 eligible admirers, they are young men with immense wealth and powerful capabilities, far above your level. You don't even come close to being worthy of their league. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nearly burst into laughter. Pre-selected admirers? Aren't they just a bunch of lickspittles? Zhao Yuxuan continued. If you have any self-awareness, stop having any ideas about me, or you'll only humiliate yourself. Yuxuan. Su Yunru looked at her angrily. That was too much. Apologize to Lu Tian immediately. Su auntie, Don't be mad, xuanhuan interjected with a chuckle. Xuanhuan is just reminding him to recognize his place and not waste time on things he isn't qualified for. Xuanhuan was one of the Tan Dog group on Zhao Yuxuan's pre-selected list. Seeing Zhao Yuxuan worry about Lu Tian possibly liking her, he viewed Lu Tian as a potential rival. Lu Tian sighed. It seems you've misunderstood me. Let me clarify, my interest in Zhao Yuxuan will always be zero. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan suddenly glared at him. What did you say? No feelings for me. Is this because you find my beauty inadequate, making you uninterested? She seemed to have forgotten that it was her who had threatened Lu Tian, forbidding him from having feelings for her. Now, when Lu Tian said he wasn't interested, she felt disrespected. Lu Tian almost laughed again from frustration. If it weren't for Su Yunru, he would have cursed her as double-standard bitch. At this moment, Lin Mingting suddenly spoke up. Sister Yi is here. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward the door. A fashionable woman, beautiful yet distant in demeanor, quickly walked over to them. Sorry, there were quite a lot of matters at the company. I arrived late for your gathering in celebration of my joining Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. I really apologize. Yi Qianxue approached them and apologized sincerely. Sister Yi, please don't be so polite. We just got here too, Zhao Yuxuan said while looking at her with admiration. During university, Yi Qianxue had already been a standout figure in school. With both beauty and talent, her looks and abilities put her in a league of her own. Her family, the Yi clan, was one of the wealthiest and most influential families in the area. After graduating, she started her own business using merely several million yuan provided by her family. Within 2 years, she amassed assets worth billions of yuan. Her capabilities earned her recognition by Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, inviting her to become one of its highest-tier diamond members. At just 25 years old, she was also the youngest diamond member of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Junior classmates like Zhao Yuxuan admired her as an idol, aspiring to achieve such success one day. As for junior male students like xuanhuan, they adored her as a goddess in their hearts but dared not entertain any hopes of being with her. Who is this sister? Yi Qianxue asked Su Yunru. Senior sister, don't call her sister. She's my mother, just call her Aunt Su. Zhao Yuxuan said. Sorry, Yi Qianxue said. Aunt Su looks so young that I never imagined you could be Yuxuan's mother. That's fine. If you think I look young, I couldn't be happier. Su Yunru responded graciously. Yi Qianxue smiled, then turned her attention to Lu Tian. And who might this gentleman be? I'm Lu Tian, Aunt Su's assistant. Lu Tian replied politely. He's just a temporary nobody seeking shelter at our house. Senior sister. No need to remember him. Zhao Yuxuan interrupted. Yi Qianxue glanced at Lu Tian, seeing no air of nobility or professional elite around him. She lost any interest in knowing him further. Though coming from high society circles, despite not being snobbish, Yi Qianxue still found no value in interacting with someone outside her circle, as it would waste her time and energy. Out of courtesy, Yi Qianxue gave Lu Tian a slight nod and didn't interact further. Sister Yi, we've reserved a private room. Let's go inside and chat properly, Zhao Yuxuan suggested. All right, Yi Qianxue nodded and looked at Su Yunru. Auntie, you're here for dinner too, right? Join us. Su Yunru gave an awkward smile. Would that be proper? You're all young people. Auntie, you're still very young. Come on. In fact, I've heard of your name as a powerful businesswoman and wanted to meet you. Yi Qianxue said. That. Okay, Su Yunru nodded. She didn't actually want to dine with these young people. But since Yi Qianxue had expressed her wish to get acquainted, considering the latter's status as a member of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, she couldn't refuse. When Su Yunru received the invitation, Lu Tian, who came along with her, naturally also entered the private room. Everyone sat around the table and started chatting. Yi Qianxue's juniors, including Zhao Yuxuan, though young, were talking about various topics extensively. Master Sun, I heard your Sun group has opened 2 more branches. That's impressive. Master Han, your family's hotels have been rated 4 stars. We can have our next gathering there. I heard that Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is planning to establish a pharmaceutical company. Perhaps the Zhao group could collaborate with Tianqing Chamber since it has a pharmaceutical business. Sister Yi, as a diamond member of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, you should represent the chamber and take care of Zhao group. Yes, Yuxuan, perhaps your Zhao family could use this opportunity to join the ranks of the top noble families. Listening to her friend's compliments, Zhao Yuxuan maintained an outwardly calm face, but secretly felt proud inside. She occasionally glanced at Lu Tian's direction, thinking to herself, this hick should now see the gap between me and him. His knowledge and vision are nothing compared to ours. He doesn't even deserve to chat with us. At that moment, there was a knock on the door followed by someone entering. A formally dressed man walked into the private room. Excuse me, everyone, I'm the hall manager. A customer wants to dine in this private room. This customer has significant influence, and we really cannot afford to offend them. Could you please vacate the room? Nonsense. If the customer is so important, do you think we're insignificant? xuanhuan roared angrily. Then he slammed his hand on the table and marched up furiously to the hall manager, slapping him across the face. At the same time, Lu Tian quickly stepped forward and grabbed xuanhuan's wrist. Lu Tian, Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed angrily. Someone wants to take over our private room. Master Duan is punishing them. Why did you stop him? Are you scared they'll retaliate against you, and thus trying to curry favor? You coward. Lu Tian replied coldly. There's a customer trying to forcibly take over the room. The hall manager is reluctant to anger them, and thus comes to persuade us. What's wrong with him? Why attack him? Stop making excuses for your own weakness. xuanhuan continued. We've already booked this room. He shouldn't ask us to leave. Let go of me, or I'll hit you too. The hall manager added. Of course, I don't want to upset you either, but I advise you to give up the room, so you won't get into trouble with the other party. Chapter 8. Meeting an enemy. Xuanhuan smirked disdainfully. Do you think we would be afraid? You just bring that customer over here to talk to me, and let me show him what he deserves. The manager of the hall sighed, then stepped out of the private room. Xuanhuan shot a glare at Lu Tian, and then returned to his seat. Zhao Yuxuan looked down her nose at Lu Tian with utter contempt. Cowardly and weak. You're such a disgrace. Lin Mingting said. Yuxuan, stop making fun of him. After all, he has neither money nor power, nor much talent. It's normal for him to be afraid. Xuanhuan chuckled smugly. Mingting is right. You can't expect a weak person to have the same bold and fearless style as I do. Zhao Yuxuan nodded, showing some approval as she glanced at Xuanhuan. She thought Xuanhuan's behavior earlier had been very imposing, giving her a great sense of pride, and she subconsciously elevated this back up in her mind. Not long after, someone else pushed the door open. This time, it was a middle-aged man who entered, his face dark and menacing, exuding an aura of hostility. It was him, Shui Yao, one of the 4 hall masters of Beishanmen. Lu Tian had already investigated the situation of Beishanmen thoroughly and immediately recognized Shui Yao. Years ago, his father had been hunted by Beishanmen, and all 4 hall masters were involved, including this Shui Yao. Lu Tian's eyes grew unusually sharp and fierce. However, no one around paid attention to him, and no one noticed the change in his gaze. Is it you who wanted to take over our private room? Xuanhuan did not recognize Shui Yao. Eager to seize the opportunity to demonstrate his authority once again, he jumped up, striding confidently over to Shui Yao. Zhao Yuxuan and the others also watched with interest, waiting for him to teach this ignorant person a lesson. Xuanhuan looked down on Shui Yao disdainfully without waiting for him to respond, then raised his hand and slapped him. Stop. He is. Yi Qianxue carefully examined him and also recognized Shui Yao. She knew Xuanhuan could absolutely not compete with Shui Yao. But by the time she tried to intervene, it was too late. Shui Yao casually blocked Xuanhuan's arm with a flick of his wrist and struck back with another harsh slap across Duan's face. Slap. Xuanhuan was spun around dizzily, his face swollen and red. He's the hall master of Beishanmen, Shui Yao. When Yi Qianxue's words rang out, Zhao Yuxuan and the others were instantly terrified. They heard that Shui Yao's methods were extremely brutal. If anyone angered him, they wouldn't just be in trouble themselves, their companions would suffer as well. Xuanhuan immediately froze in shock and quickly begged for mercy. It's Grandpa Shui? It was all a misunderstanding. Please Grandpa Shui don't. Slap. Before he could finish, another slap hit him hard, causing his other cheek to turn crimson. Shui Yao grabbed his collar fiercely. So it was you who wanted to teach me a lesson. Xuanhuan trembled from head to toe. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. If I had known it was Master Shui looking to use our room, I would have definitely given it up, and even helped you pay the bill. Just moments before, Xuanhuan claimed to be fearless, yet soon afterward, his face was slapped, and he ended up groveling, losing all his dignity. Shui Yao laughed mockingly. That's still not enough. Kneel down and apologize to me. And all of you. Shui Yao glanced around at everyone else. You should know, if anyone dares offend me, I'll deal with their friends as well. As his companions, you must all kneel and apologize to me. Mr. Shui, Yi Qianxue suddenly interjected. Surely you know I am acquainted with your young master Xiaojun. Can you cut us some slack out of respect for Xiaojun? Ms. Yi is here too. Shui Yao exclaimed, surprised. Ms. Yi is Zhao's girlfriend. Of course, I'll give Ms. Yi this consideration. Ms. Yi frowned slightly. Mr. Shui, there seems to be some confusion. Xiao and I are friends, but we are not romantically involved. I see. Shui Yao nodded understandingly, thinking inwardly. Has Lord Xiao not succeeded in winning her affection yet? All that before was merely a misunderstanding. Ms. Yi, you may continue your meal, and I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, Shui Yao walked towards the door, preparing to leave. Hold it. Just as Shui Yao reached the doorway, a stern shout resounded behind him. Everyone seated at the table suddenly jolted in shock, their eyes filled with surprise as they stared at Lu Tian, the one who had spoken up. Shui Yao turned his head back to look. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Lu Tian, Shui Yao fixed his gaze upon him. Were you speaking to me just now? Yes. Lu Tian stood up and walked toward Shui Yao. Lu Tian, what are you doing? Do you want to drag us into this mess? Get back here quickly. Zhao Yuxuan was both shocked and enraged, rising to her feet and scolding angrily. Xuanhuan hurriedly rushed over and stood beside Lu Tian. Mr. Shui has finally decided to let us go. Don't provoke him further. Yi Qianxue coldly remarked. If you stir up trouble, Lu Tian, I won't come to your rescue. Shui Yao sneered arrogantly as he looked at Lu Tian. Do you have anything to say to me? Without responding, Lu Tian directly threw a punch and struck Shui Yao in the face. Shui Yao let out a miserable scream and fell flat on his back. All 4 limbs sprawled upward. Zhao Yuxuan and the others were terrified. How dare you hit Mr. Shui? You're dead. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. He then glanced nervously at Shui Yao. Mr. Shui, he's the one who hit you. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Tian, you bastard. Without any skills, you only know how to cause trouble. We'll be ruined because of you. Zhao Yuxuan stormed over to Lu Tian in anger and raised her hand to strike his face. Get away. Lu Tian glared coldly at her. Zhao Yuxuan was startled by his glare and shivered involuntarily, retracting her raised hand and taking 2 nervous steps backward. Help! Someone! At Shui Yao's cry for help, several subordinates rushed into the private room. He dared to hit me, kill him. Shui Yao pointed at Lu Tian and began giving frantic orders to his subordinates. Hold on. Yi Qianxue suddenly interjected. Mr. Shui, it was him who offended you. You can discipline him however you wish. But as for my juniors here and Aunt Su, I will take them out. Do not touch them. After saying that, Yi Qianxue walked straight toward the door. Xuanhuan, Lin Mingting, and the other juniors quickly followed. Miss Yi, please plead for mercy for Lu Tian. Ask Mr. Shui to let him off. Su Yunru pleaded urgently. Yi Qianxue didn't respond, didn't look back, and did not slow her pace at all. Zhao Yuxuan pulled Su Yunru outside. Mom, don't care about this scoundrel. It's his own fault. Yes, auntie, let's go quickly. Lin Mingting helped Zhao Yuxuan drag Su Yunru out of the door while speaking. Zhao Yuxuan also called on other friends to assist, together pulling Su Yunru out to the front of the restaurant. Miss Yi, I beg you please help him. Maybe just one word from you would be enough for Shui Yao to let him go. Su Yunru pleaded earnestly. Chapter 9. Your subordinates are as weak as you. He hit Shui Yao. Even if I go to mediate, Shui Yao won't let him off. Yi Qianxue said. But, you're a friend of Xiao Jun, the young master of Baixing sect. If we ask Xiao for help. No, I've been dodging Xiao Jun's pursuit, and I don't want to owe him anything. Director Yi, I know it's difficult for you, but now I have to beg you for help. You can ask me for any conditions, and I will do my best to meet them. Su Yunru continued to plead, so anxious that tears came out. If something happened to Lu Tian, she wouldn't be able to face his mother. All right, Yi Qianxue sighed. Auntie Su, I'll help you this time. But remember, you owe me a huge favor. Su Yunru nodded gratefully. Thank you, Director Yi. Yi Qianxue made a phone call. Hello, Xiao. I would like to ask for your help. Back in the private room, Shui Yao's subordinates were already sprawled all over the floor. Lu Tian was sitting on a chair, stepping on Shui Yao's face with his foot. Your subordinates are too weak. Their strength is just like yours. Why did you attack me? Did I offend you? 10 years ago, your Baixing sect hunted down a man named Lu Heng. You were one of the participants. Lu Heng? Could you possibly be the son of Lu Heng? After scrutinizing closely, Shui Yao noticed some resemblance between the two. Yes, I not only seek revenge from you, but also from the entire Baixing sect. You talk big. Our Baixing sect isn't someone you can mess with. I suggest you'd better let me go otherwise. Before he could finish, Lu Tian suddenly increased the pressure on his foot, causing Shui Yao to scream in agony. I don't want to waste words on you. Now, I have something to ask you. You answer truthfully, or I will crush your head. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tian applied more force again. Shui Yao felt his head about to explode, realizing that he would die if the pressure increased further, and immediately became terrified. I understand. I will answer your questions honestly. Please don't kill me. Why did your Baixing sect hunt down my father back then? I don't know either. I just followed the master's orders. I heard before your sect hunted down my father, there was a powerful fighter who fought with him until both were seriously injured. Who was that fighter? That person is our sect's backing, one of Jiangzhou's 3 greatest fighters, Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan? Where is he now? He went abroad on vacation. He might return after a while. This time I'm sparing you so that you can go back and tell your master that very soon, I will come to kill him. He'd better get Tan Yuan back quickly to help him, or else he'll die even faster. After saying that, Lu Tian kicked Shui Yao aside and walked out of the private room. Shui Yao rolled to the wall after being kicked. Suddenly, his phone rang, and struggling to take it out from his pocket, he answered the call. Hello, Xiao. Wasn't there someone named Lu Tian who attacked you? Yes. Director Yi called and persuaded me to let him go. But since he dared to fight our people from Baixing sect, I will not let him go unpunished. First, you cripple him for me. Then I'll claim that I didn't manage to stop you in time. Upon hearing this, Shui Yao broke down in despair. Xiao, I want to disable him too, but I just don't have the capability. Shui Yao explained the earlier situation in detail to Xiao Jun. How dare someone seek vengeance against Baixing sect? It's suicide. On the other end of the line, Xiao Jun had a grim look on his face. He can easily beat you and so many of your subordinates, which shows he has some skill. However, dealing with him doesn't warrant Mr. Tan's involvement. Tomorrow, I'll personally meet him. Outside the restaurant, Su Yunru anxiously waited, hoping the young master of the Baixing sect, Xiao Jun, would agree with Yi Qianxue's advice and let Shui Yao leave Lu Tian alone. Zhao Yuxuan grew somewhat impatient. In my opinion, that Shui Yao should give Lu Tian a lesson. Let's see if he still dares to act all high and mighty. Xuanhuan added. He must have seen us criticize him for being weak and wanted to regain his face by confronting Shui Tao himself. Lin Mingting said. He doesn't even know who he's facing. Even Xuanhuan doesn't dare provoke Master Shui, yet he directly started a fight, thinking it makes him superior to Duan. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. He's only inviting his own suffering. A real man should know how to be both yielding and assertive, just like me. At this moment, Lu Tian walked out of the restaurant. Su Yunru excitedly ran up to him. Lu Tian, are you alright? I'm fine. Great. Actually, it was Director Yi who appealed to the young master of Baixing sect, Xiao Jun. That's why Xiao let Shui Yao spare you. Su Yunru pulled him over to Yi Qianxue and said, quickly thank Miss Yi. Zhao Yuxuan glanced at him and sneered. TSK. You caused trouble and had to rely on others to resolve it for you. If you dare do this again, I'll leave you to fend for yourself. Lu Tian paused for a moment, then smiled and said, you've misunderstood. I didn't come out because they let me go. If I wanted to leave, no one could stop me. Zhao Yuxuan immediately glared at him. At a time like this, you're still boasting? It was difficult for Senior Yi to ask Xiao for help to have Shui Yao release you. And here you are bragging without shame. Do you even have any sense of decency? Xuanhuan chimed in. I think he just lacks strength, but loves to put on airs. Xuanhuan turned to Yunru. Since he doesn't appreciate the favor, you shouldn't have bothered asking Senior Yi to help save him. She then addressed Yi Qinxue. Senior Yi, why don't you call again and ask Xiao Jun to order Shui Ya to teach him a good lesson? Let's see if that cures his arrogance. Yunru gestured for them to stop before turning back to Lu Tian. If they didn't let you go, how did you manage to walk out safely? Lu Tian answered truthfully. It's simple. Shui Yao and his men aren't my match. They've all been knocked down by me. Their abilities are nowhere near enough to hold me back. As soon as he spoke, a wave of mockery followed. Xuanhuan became very angry, yet couldn't resist laughing derisively a few times. She then shouted furiously. Do you really feel like you're going to die unless you keep boasting? Saying things like Shui Yao and his people are no match for you. Who do you think you are? A martial arts master? Lin Mengting smirked with disdain. It's clear that Senior Yi asked Xiao for help, and that's why they released you. And here you are trying to claim credit where none is due. Yunru also believed Lu Tian was exaggerating and looked at him somewhat disappointedly. Lu Tian, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll get angry too. You should be grateful to Ms. Yi for helping you escape safely. Go on, thank her. Chapter 10, Another Impulse. I don't need his thanks. Yexusno shook her head expressionlessly. If I had known he would act this way, I wouldn't have saved him. But, she glanced at Yunru. Even if he isn't worth my rescue, you still owe me a favor. When Yexusno's gaze passed over Lu Tian, she muttered the word ridiculous, and then turned around to leave. Senior Yeshua, there is no need for you to let him affect your mood. Let's continue our gathering somewhere else. Xuanhuan and others quickly followed her. Mom, if you don't drive this idiot away, heaven knows what trouble he will cause us. Xuanhuan said angrily, and then also left with Yi Qinxue and the rest, preparing to change locations to continue their meal. Lu Tian, I won't argue with you about these things. I just hope in the future, you won't stir up trouble anymore, or I will really drive you away. Yunru said sternly, and then left. She was wearing a set of OL business suit. The slightly twisting movements while walking combined with her forceful steps made her look both spirited and sexy. Lu Tian stood there for a moment, gazing for several seconds before following. They had dinner at a restaurant inside the residential area, and then returned to the villa. You're back. In the living room of the villa, Zhao Jinxiong was sitting on the sofa, speaking to Yunru. Yunru hesitated, not expecting him to return. Zhao Jinxiong continued. Yunru, I know I am wrong. I shouldn't have helped them suppress your company. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Yunru took a deep breath. For Yushuan's sake, I don't want to completely break off relations with you. This matter is closed. Though she forgave him, she didn't want to talk much with him and went directly upstairs. Seeing Zhao Jinxiong back, Lu Tian felt somewhat irritated. Although he knew Yunru and Zhao Jinxiong were separated, he still felt jealous. Yunru came to her room on the second floor. She took off her clothes, getting ready to shower in the bathroom. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yunru was greatly startled and quickly flipped herself onto the bed, pulling the blanket over herself. Why didn't you knock? Yunru glared angrily at Zhao Jinxiong, who had just walked in. Were you preparing to take a shower? Zhao Jinxiong looked at her clothes that had just been changed and asked. Yes, get out immediately. Yunru, after being married for so many years, do you really need to be this reserved when facing me? We are divorced now. Things cannot be like before. Zhao Jinxiong grinned and did not leave the room, but walked to Yunru instead. Yunru revealed a startled expression. You dare not behave indecently. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Zhao Jinxiong said, Yunru, reconcile with me. I truly want to become husband and wife again. While talking, he reached out to lift the blanket off her. Don't. Yunru tightly held onto the blanket. Release it immediately, or I'll scream. If Lu Tian hears my call for help, he will certainly fight you. You're no match for him. After hearing this, Zhao Jinxiong became even more enraged. Even if I'm no match for him, would he dare to hit me? With that, he increased his strength and kept trying to pull her blanket. You, release it. Yunru shouted loudly. Lu Tian, come save me. You, actually dare to shout? Zhao Jinxiong released the blanket, preparing to first deal with Lu Tian, who would soon arrive. In no time, Lu Tian rushed into the room. Aunt Su, what happened? Was he bullying you? He wanted to. Yunru didn't feel comfortable saying it outright, but Lu Tian already understood the situation. Yunru directly glared at Zhao Jinxiong. Are you not leaving yet? Zhao Jinxiong glared straight at Lu Tian. This is between me and her. It doesn't involve you. Lu Tian coldly said. If you bully Aunt Su, I have to interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tian directly rushed over, kicking Zhao Jinxiong to a tumble. Lu Tian, stop fighting. Yunru worried that Lu Tian would be retaliated against by Zhao Jinxiong, so she hurried to mediate. Lu Tian feared she would expose herself, so he quickly ran over to block her. Yunru glared at Zhao Jinxiong. Haven't you run far enough yet? Zhao Jinxiong was scared after being beaten and dared not stay any longer, hurrying to escape the room. He couldn't do anything to Yunru and hadn't even managed to see her body, but the earlier scene still sparked his anger. He called his female secretary, telling her that he would spend the night at her place, and then left the villa, seeking release from the female secretary. Lu Tian saw him leave the villa from the second-floor window. Yunru was hugging the quilt, knees drawn up on the bed. She didn't expect Zhao Jinxiong to treat her this way, and she was feeling fearful as well as somber. Lu Tian sat beside her, raising his hand to embrace her. Yunru didn't refuse but instead instinctively leaned her head on Lu Tian's shoulder. The Lu Tian from just a moment ago had brought her an overwhelming sense of security, making her rely on him at this very moment. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. Su Yunru was startled and said to Lu Tian, "It must be Xuanhuan coming back. Quickly hide." She anticipated that xuanhuan would definitely come to talk with her about Lu Tian causing trouble for Shui Yao. Now, she was naked under the quilt, and her clothes were all outside. She certainly didn't want xuanhuan to discover her being in the same room with Lu Tian in this state. The footsteps were getting closer, but there was no time for her to get dressed or tidy up the bed. In her panic, she could only let Lu Tian hide first. "Where should I hide?" Lu Tian asked. Su Yunru clenched her teeth and lifted the quilt. "Hide inside the quilt. Hurry." Lu Tian didn't have time to think much more and immediately followed the instruction. Su Yunru supported the bed and leaned sideways, raising the quilt a bit higher to ensure someone from outside couldn't tell there was an extra person underneath. Lu Tian had the same thought. He curled up his body under the quilt, facing her chest, closely embracing her from the front. Feeling the wonderful sensation of her body, he involuntarily tightened his hold on her even more. Su Yunru wasn't wearing any clothes and was embraced in such an intimate position, making her extremely embarrassed while simultaneously stimulating her heart to heat up. Knocks sounded as xuanhuan walked into the room. "Xuanhuan, is there anything you need?" "To tell you something, during our dinner gathering, Senior Yeshua received Xiaojun's call. She said that Xiaojun proposed that Lu Tian go and apologize to Shui Yao so the matter could be settled." "You mean to ask me to tell Lu Tian about this and persuade him to apologize, right? I will notify him. I don't care about his affairs at all. I told you this because I hope you drive Lu Tian away, so we won't be dragged down by him." "Not possible. He came especially to seek my help. If I drove him away, how would I face his mother? Why do you worry about so much? A nobody like him probably doesn't have much wealth or power, nor can he bring us any benefits, only drag us down. We might as well sever all ties with them completely. Brat, if you continue talking nonsense, I will send you out first. That's it. I am going to rest now." Daring not to directly counter-argue, xuanhuan stormed out, slamming the door heavily outside. "Lu Tian, you can come out now," Su Yunru whispered softly. Lu Tian emerged from the quilt, yet his hands still clung around her hesitantly. "Did you hear what Xuanhuan said earlier? She said Xiaojun wants you to apologize to Shui Yao." "I heard it, Aunt Su. Don't worry about this. I can handle it." "How are you going to handle it?" "Fine. Then I will contact Yi Qinxue and request her to bring you to meet Xiaojun. Given her influence, Xiaojun shouldn't make things difficult for you." Lu Tian definitely wouldn't apologize to his enemy, but he didn't say that, merely wanting to prevent Aunt Su from worrying. "Lu Tian, you should return to your own room. Are you serious about letting me go back?" If you really want me to leave, then I will." While speaking, Lu Tian released his embrace around her. Having temporarily relied on him, and after the stimulation earlier, Su Yunru was already struggling to suppress an instinctive impulse. When he loosened his embrace, Su Yunru immediately felt an indescribable sense of emptiness. "I'm going back then. If you want to go back, then go ahead." "Haha, I knew you didn't actually want me to leave." I didn't say it." As she mumbled softly, Lu Tian had already hugged her again, starting his conquest anew. Chapter 11. In order to deal with him. About an hour later, Su Yunru, utterly exhausted but beaming with delight, lay in bed. "Lu Tian, you can go back to your room now. This is too cruel. You let me take care of you, and then you just turn around and act as if nothing happened. When did I ever act as if nothing happened? No, I'm just worried that if you stay here, Yuxian will find out when you leave in the morning." Under Su Yunru's persistent urging, Lu Tian got dressed and left the room, heading down to his bedroom. The next morning, Lu Tian went to work with Su Yunru. Xuanhuan, enjoying her summer vacation, woke up very late. When she came into the living room on the second floor, she noticed a piece of paper lying on the sofa again. She took a closer look and realized it wasn't a work memo. Then she picked up the paper and examined the content written on it. "What is this? It looks like a cosmetic formula. Oh right, Mom's cosmetics company just developed a pure Chinese medicine-based body cream. This must be the formula for that cream. How careless of Mom to leave such an important thing lying around like this. What if it gets lost?" She casually put the formula in her pocket, planning to hand it over to Su Yunru later. Not long after Su Yunru arrived at her office, she received a phone call. "Hello? Mr. Yi. Alright, I understand. I'll send him to see you right away. Thank you, Mr. Yi." After hanging up, Su Yunru went to Lu Tian's office. "Lu Tian, just now Yi Qinxue called. She said she plans to take you to meet Xiaojun. With my limited abilities, I can't help you much with this. All we can do is count on Yi Qinxue to plead on your behalf. Yi Qinxue is outside the company. Go find her. She's doing this to help you. When you get there, make sure to follow her instructions." That being said, Lu Tian was definitely not one to apologize to an enemy, but to keep Su Yunru from worrying, he wouldn't reveal his own plan. "I'll go find Yi Qinxue right now. Xiaojun wants to meet him, and he knows the other party will definitely try to cause trouble." However, this was also an opportunity for him to deal with Xiaojun, the young master of Baisheng Min. Outside Yunru Cosmetics Company, a Porsche was parked nearby. Lu Tian walked to the entrance of the company, and through the open car window, he saw Yi Qinxue sitting behind the wheel. Yi Qinxue wore a white blouse on top and a fitted skirt underneath. With her exquisite figure and cool demeanor complemented by her outfit, she exuded both cold beauty and allure. "Big sister Yi, you're here." Lu Tian sat in the passenger seat and greeted her politely. "Did Aunt Su tell you what we're going to do?" Yi Qinxue's tone was icy, and her face expressionless. "She did. I didn't want to help you. It's because Aunt Sue asked me to plead with young Master Xiao for you, which means she owes me a favor. Fine, let's settle her debt for her. If you need any help, you can come to me. What do you think about that? You? Do you really think you can help me with anything? There are plenty of things I can do for you, like protecting your safety, providing business support, or solving your problems if you encounter any difficulties. Yi Qianxue smirked inwardly, thinking Zhao Yuxuan was right yesterday. This guy talks big, but has no real skills. Ignoring Lu Tian, she drove him to the entrance of a nightclub. This nightclub was one of Baisheng Min's enterprises, typically operating only during the night. The young master of Baisheng Min, Xiao Jun, and the headmaster Shui Yao are waiting inside. Be polite once you see them. Offend them even slightly, and I won't be able to protect you. After issuing a few warnings, Yi Qianxue led him toward the nightclub. Sister Yi, wait a moment. What is it? Are you scared and unwilling to go? Not at all. I just have one question. Is Xiao Jun the one who requested you bring me here? Yes, so what? If he wanted to see me, sending someone under his command would have been enough. Why does he need you to bring me? I think he's plotting something against you. You're overthinking this. Even if he has intentions toward me, he wouldn't dare risk offending the Yi family. It's possible, but don't worry. If he harms you, I'll step in and save you. It'll be like returning the favor to Aunt Sue. Ho ho, looks like your habit of boasting is deeply ingrained in you. I've had enough of your grandiose words. Come with me now. In the hall of the nightclub, a young man sat across from them on the couch, precisely Xiao Jun, the young master of Baisheng Min. 4 fierce-looking men stood on either side of Xiao Jun, including Shui Yao, the 4 major leaders of Baisheng Min. Surrounding them were more than 20 subordinates, all of whom were carefully selected experts by Xiao Jun from Baisheng Min. Lu Tian had investigated Baisheng Min before and was able to recognize Xiao Jun and the 4 hall masters. Such a large setup obviously aimed at dealing with him. Xiao Jun glanced at Yi Qianxue. Is he Lu Tian? Exactly, Yi Qianxue said. I sincerely request that Master Xiao gives me face, and once he apologizes, please be merciful on him. That can be arranged. Xiao Jun stood up and walked to Yi Qianxue. Director Yi, I happen to want to discuss a business deal with you. Don't worry, it's a legitimate deal. Let's go inside the private room to talk. Then, he looked at Shui Yao. You stay here and accept Lu Tian's apology, and after he apologizes, make sure not to make things difficult for him. Yes. Shui Yao nodded. I see Brother Lu has great courage, and I wish to befriend him. Lu Tian had already informed Shui Yao about his plan to avenge himself on Baisheng Min. Baisheng Min definitely saw him as an eyesore now. He could tell that Xiao Jun was planning to send Yi Qianxue away, and then let the 4 hall masters and these subordinates handle him. As for whether Xiao Jun might also have intentions toward Yi Qianxue, he couldn't quite tell yet. Unaware of the situation, Yi Qianxue didn't want to completely break ties with Xiao Jun. Although she didn't want to conduct business with him, she still agreed. Director Yi, please follow me. Xiao Jun said to Yi Qianxue, and then headed towards a nearby private room. Lu Tian, be polite to them. If you offend them again, I won't be able to protect you. Yi Qianxue said in a scolding tone, then followed Xiao Jun into the private room. Inside the private room, Xiao Jun poured Yi Qianxue a cup of tea, did the same for himself, and then picked up the teacup to toast her. Out of politeness, Yi Qianxue took a sip of tea. Xiao Jun deliberately coughed twice, not drinking the tea himself. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto his lips as he thought. Yi Qianxue, since you keep refusing me, this time I'll surely have my way with you. The drug I put in your tea will soon take effect, and then you'll beg me to sleep with you. You always maintain a cold and unapproachable attitude, looking down on my advances. This time, I want to see how you'll stay cold when the drug takes hold. Chapter 12. One move, one down. Back to the hall outside the private room. Shui Yao and his group were all glaring menacingly at Lu Tian. Haha, you've got guts, actually daring to come for this appointment. Shui Yao said with a smirk. Immediately after, Shui Yao and the members of Baisheng Min pulled out the weapons they had hidden behind the counter. All of them wielded identical heavy machetes. They already knew that Lu Tian was quite skilled in combat. However, now they had sharp blades in their hands, and they outnumbered him. They no longer considered Lu Tian a threat. Daring to seek revenge on us, Baisheng Min, even daring to lay a hand on me. Today, we'll take your life. Shui Yao shouted harshly. Including himself, the 4 division leaders and their subordinates all surged forward, raising their machetes and charging at Lu Tian. No more talk. Good. I can quickly get rid of you guys, and then deal with Xiao Jun. Lu Tian said coldly with a laugh. Then he blurred into motion, swiftly darting to Shui Yao's front. Shui Yao didn't have time to draw his blade when Lu Tian's punch sent him flying. Shui Yao crashed into several of his underlings, landing over 10 meters away. Following that, many of Baisheng Min's people were thrown aside by Lu Tian. 1 move per person, using either punches or kicks. Yi Qianxue, sitting on the sofa inside the private room, heard the sounds of battle from outside. How did it turn into a fight? Yi Qianxue exclaimed in surprise. This private room had windows, but they were on the opposite side. Unless the door was opened, she couldn't see what was happening in the hall. It must be because Lu Tian didn't apologize. My men are teaching him a lesson. Xiao Jun said casually. Lu Tian will certainly apologize for his own protection. It must be your men who won't let him go. Shui Xiao, make them stop at once. Yi Qianxue ran towards the door, intending to open it. But Xiao Jun stepped in front of the door, blocking her way. Haha, whether or not he apologizes, I am determined to take his life. What? You promised me that if he apologized, you would let him go. I also don't plan to let you go. However, I won't kill you. I just want to make you completely mine. As he spoke, Xiao Jun greedily stared at Yi Qianxue. Yi Qianxue's face paled with shock. Before coming here, Lu Tian had warned her that Xiao Jun might have intentions toward her. She hadn't given it a second thought back then, but never imagined Lu Tian's words would come true. Anxious, Yi Qianxue took a step back. Xiao Jun, if you dare do anything to me, the Yi family won't let you off easily. The Yi family? Xiao Jun smiled. Indeed, the Yi family's strength can instill some fear in our Baisheng men. But as far as I know, the status of your branch within the Yi family has declined considerably compared to before. Even though your father is still the head of the Yi family, the real power lies in the hands of your second grandfather and your cousin uncle. That faction of yours has decent relations with our Baisheng men, and they wouldn't ruin things with us just for your sake. Yi Qianxue was both shocked and angry, but mostly anxious. She suddenly remembered something Lu Tian had told her. If Xiao Jun ever bullied her, he would save her. Lu Tian, come and save me. Cornered with no other options, she had to treat Lu Tian as her last straw. Yet, immediately after shouting, she found herself laughing bitterly at her own actions. In her opinion, Lu Tian had come along relying on her to solve his problems. How could he possibly be capable of saving her? Moreover, the sound of fighting outside had ceased, which probably meant Lu Tian had already been dealt with by the 4 division leaders. Yi Qianxue, there's no escape for you this time. Just behave yourself and attend to me. I'll be very gentle with you. Xiao Jun smirked smugly and turned around to lock the door. Clang. At the very moment he turned, the door was kicked open violently from the outside. Xiao Jun's face was slammed by the door panel. Instantly blood streamed from his nose, and he fell flat on his back. Lying there on the ground, Xiao Jun looked incredulously at Lu Tian standing at the doorway. The turn of events went way beyond Yi Qianxue's expectations too. The earlier fight had been intense. For Lu Tian to be unscathed and standing here meant Xiao Jun's followers had all been beaten. Go wait for me outside. Lu Tian instructed Yi Qianxue. Oh okay. Though Yi Qianxue was astonished, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. If she wanted to leave safely, she had to fully depend on Lu Tian. Following his instructions, she left the room. Just stepping into the hall, she was stunned speechless by the sight before her eyes. All the 4 division leaders and their underlings of Baisheng men lay motionless on the floor. Without inspecting closely, she assumed these individuals had all been knocked unconscious. Could it be? I've misjudged Lu Tian. Last night, he didn't break free from Shui Yao's ambush because of my help. It was truly due to his skills? Yi Qianxue speculated internally. Inside the private room, Lu Tian walked up close to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was still lying on the ground and didn't have time to get up before Lu Tian stepped on his face. It's my fault for underestimating your strength. This time, it's my loss. What are your conditions? How can you let me go? I bet Shui Yao has told you why I came to seek revenge on your Baisheng men. Do you really think I'd let you go? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun became incredibly nervous. It was obvious that Lu Tian wouldn't just let him go like that. Terrified, cold sweat dripped down Xiao Jun's face. As he was about to beg for mercy, Lu Tian suddenly raised his foot and kicked towards Xiao Jun's face. Yi Qianxue, standing outside the door, heard Xiao Jun's agonizing scream. Then, Lu Tian walked out of the private room and looked at Yi Qianxue. Let's go. After saying this, he headed straight for the entrance of the hall. Yi Qianxue quickly followed after him. When they arrived outside the nightclub, Yi Qianxue suddenly stopped in her tracks. She suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through her body, accompanied by an overwhelming primitive urge. How could this be? She suddenly remembered the moment when Xiao Jun had offered her tea. At that time, she drank a sip of the tea. But Xiao Jun coughed twice and put down the teacup, probably not drinking any tea himself. He must have drugged me. That's why he didn't dare drink the tea himself. Realizing that she had been drugged with something that induces such urges, Yi Qianxue began to panic. The drug was already taking effect. She could distinctly feel herself losing control over these urges, craving for a man. And the only man beside her right now is Lu Tian. If I can't control myself, will I succumb to him? Thinking about this, Yi Qianxue blushed deeply. The effects of the drug were spreading faster and more intensely than she expected. Lu Tian turned back and looked at her. Your complexion seems unusual. Yi Qianxue didn't respond. The urges had already taken complete control of her body. Before long, she lost all rationality and threw herself directly at Lu Tian. She had little memory of what happened next. Speaking of Xiao Jun inside the private room, he struggled to stand up. Lu Tian's kick earlier left him dazed, but he stumbled his way into the hall. A bunch of wretches, all of you. Get up. Xiao Jun kicked and whipped those lying helplessly on the floor, but none of them responded. Xiao Jun realized that something wasn't right, so he hurriedly examined their conditions more closely. His expression changed drastically as soon as he understood the situation. The 4 division leaders, along with the rest of the subordinates, were all dead. In his wildest dreams, Xiao Jun never thought Lu Tian would use a killing move. What was even scarier was that Lu Tian managed to wipe out all of his armed, relatively strong followers by himself. Xiao Jun also guessed that Lu Tian hadn't killed him to send a message to his father. Once his father knew how formidable Lu Tian was, he would undoubtedly invite their benefactor Tan Yuan back to take charge. Lu Tian planned to lure Tan Yuan out and then deal with them, as well as Tan Yuan. Xiao Jun picked up his phone and made a call. Dad, it's time we bring Mr. Tan back. When Yi Qianxue regained consciousness, she found herself leaning against the back seat of a car. Her car was currently parked in a quiet narrow alley. You're awake, Lu Tian said. Only then did Yi Qianxue notice that Lu Tian was sitting next to her. Why, what did you do to me? From the looks of it earlier, you were drugged with a substance that induces urges. I know that. I'm asking what did you do to me? At first, you rushed towards me, begging to get close and intimate. Did you take advantage of me? Older sister, did you even consider whether you tried to take advantage of me? How did you handle it? I pressed a pressure point to make you sleep, then drove you here where it's quiet and conducive for treatment. You can actually use acupressure points? And practice medicine? Yes, I had just parked the car when you woke up and started behaving erratically. What did I do exactly? Chapter 13, Master? I can take on 100 alone. Xuanhuan's face turned red with embarrassment, yet she couldn't help but continue to ask questions. She really wanted to know what crazy action she had taken. At that time, you lunged at me, taking off your own clothes as well as mine, while muttering something under your breath. Lutian said, under my breath? What did I say? You'd better not ask. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you would be too embarrassed to face me. This. Xuanhui was already feeling extremely embarrassed and didn't dare to ask further. You. Continue telling the story from after. Afterwards, I pressed your sleeping acupoint again and treated you with acupuncture. The treatment was completed before you woke up. You really only gave me treatment, nothing else? Of course. You wouldn't know how hard it was for me to hold back. Especially when I took off your clothes and inserted the needles. It was almost torturous for me. You took off my clothes. Of course, without taking off your clothes, how could I insert needles on you? Xuanhui was extremely embarrassed. After carefully sensing, she assured herself that her body hadn't been violated, which made her feel slightly more comfortable. She took a deep breath and said, you saved me from Xuanhuan, so consider this as repaying Aunt Sue's debt to me. And just now when you treated me, I'll pay you for the consultation fee. Tell me, how much do you want? Money is irrelevant. I want the bracelet on your hand. Lutian could see that the other person's bracelet was crafted from a millennium-old cold jade. This type of cold jade could not only help him suppress the side effects of its Xuanhuan power, but also aid in improving his cultivation. This bracelet of yours seems quite valuable, but it shouldn't be particularly precious to you. Just consider it as payment for the medical treatment. No way. In our Yi family, we spent a high price to hire master craftsmen to create 2 such bracelets. They are a pair. They're reserved as tokens of love and cannot be given away easily. I see. Here's my suggestion. Give me both bracelets, then you won't have to use them as tokens of love. This sounds like a good idea, right? Xuanhui almost lost consciousness. This scoundrel was shameless enough to eye both her bracelets. However, she somehow felt that what Lutian said made perfect sense. After hesitating briefly, she removed the bracelet and handed it over to Lutian. I agree with your proposal. I'll give you this one first. The other is at my house. I'll bring it to you when I have free time later. My goodness, that works? Lutian didn't expect his earlier joke to actually gain approval from the other party. He noticed the thoughtful look in the other's eyes, as though there were special plans in mind. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, since the other party had promised to give him both bracelets, it seemed unlikely that she intended to offer them as tokens of affection. Besides, given her proud demeanor and status as an heiress of a top-tier wealthy family, it was also improbable that she would develop any favorable feelings towards him simply because he showcased some martial arts and medical skills. Thank you, Sister Yi. Lutian didn't refuse either, reaching out to take the bracelet and putting it on his own wrist. Next, Lutian drove her car to send her back to the company. After parting ways with her, he left by taxi. As soon as Xuanhui returned to her office, she received a phone call. Hey, second grandfather. Xuanhui, I just heard that one of your friends punched young Master Xiao. Is this true? Yes. Xiao Jun wanted to take advantage of me, even slipping drugs into my tea. My friend saved me and taught him a lesson. Xiao indeed went too far, but you're partly to blame too. If you hadn't avoided his advances, he wouldn't have resorted to these extreme measures. What kind of talk is that? Refusing him is my right. What did I do wrong? I don't want to hear your nonsense. In short, you must represent the Yi family in an alliance with the Xiao family. You will not find any way to evade this. As for your friend who dared to hit young Master Xiao, Bai Shengmin won't let him go unpunished, and neither will I. The other side berated her for a while and then hung up the phone. Xuanhui was furious, pounding the desk with a punch. Her gaze suddenly became exceedingly cold. Then she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hey, Master Zhua, do you still remember the matter we talked about before? I've thought it through, and I'm willing to hire you to deal with Bai Shengmin for me. Good. Fixed price, 80 million yuan. 80 million? Last time, you said 50 million. This time, the price has increased. Your second grandfather's branch has close ties with Bai Shengmin. If I bring down Bai Shengmin, it can weaken your second grandfather's faction, which is beneficial to your family. Spending 80 million yuan is very cost-effective for you. Fine. 80 million yuan it shall be. On the other end of the line, Master Zhua named Zhuyi was also known as one of the 3 great experts in Jiangzhou. He ran a martial arts school and had many skilled subordinates under his command. He was highly confident in his abilities. He also had some old grudges against Bai Shengmin and was looking forward to making a substantial profit by taking them down. Lutian returned to the Yunru Cosmetics Company and made his way to Su Yunru's office. Lutian, how did it go? Did Bai Shengmin give you any trouble? Su Yunru stood up, walking toward him with an urgent expression on her face. Aunt Su, don't worry, everything went smoothly. To prevent her from worrying, Lutian didn't mention that he had confronted Xiao Jun and others. Upon hearing that everything went well, Su Yunru assumed Xiao Jun and his group let Lutian off due to Yi Qianxue's persuasion, and she sighed in relief. That's good. Su Yunru nodded. Suddenly, her expression paused. Where did you get that bracelet? She had noticed yesterday that Yi Qianxue was wearing a bracelet identical to the one Lutian wore. Oh, this is a gift from Yi Qianxue. This bracelet looks quite valuable. Why would she give you something so expensive? Are you jealous, Aunt Sue? How could I possibly be jealous about such a thing? It's not about that. It has nothing to do with jealousy. I was just asking casually. Haha, I was joking. This is a cheap knockoff I bought from a street vendor. It just happens to look similar to hers. They do indeed look alike. Lu Tian then returned to his own office. He hadn't been sitting for long when he received a call from xuanhuan, the president of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Hey, Sir Lu, I've gotten news regarding Tan Yuan, Bai Shengmin's backer. He's expected to return to Jiangzhou tomorrow evening, and the head of Bai Shengmin, Xiao Li, will host a banquet for him at their headquarters. That's perfect. Once he arrives at Bai Shengmin's headquarters, I'll settle accounts with both him and Bai Shengmin. There's another matter. I discovered that Tan Yuan claimed he was going abroad for vacation, but he actually secluded himself somewhere to cultivate. His strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. Grandmaster? Haha, I can take on 100 alone. As noon approached, Lu Tian received a call from Yi Qianxue. Yi Qianxue said she wanted to meet with him and discuss something important. At lunchtime, after work hours, Lu Tian came to a private room in a restaurant. This was where Yi Qianxue had arranged for them to meet. However, besides Yi Qianxue, there was also a middle-aged man with a commanding presence inside the private room. From the man's demeanor, Lu Tian could tell that he was a skilled martial artist. This is Master Zhui Yi, the owner of Tianwei Martial Arts School. I intend to hire Master Zhui to deal with Bai Shengmin. Since you've angered Bai Shengmin, they won't let you off easily. You can team up with Master Zhui to confront them. Yi Qianxue explained. Then she turned to Zhui Yi. Master Zhui, this is Lu Tian whom I mentioned to you before. He recently saved me. His skills are impressive. Bai Shengmin's 4 hall leaders, including Shui Yao, along with over 20 subordinates, were all defeated by him. What Yi Qianxue didn't know was that those 4 hall leaders and their subordinates had already been eliminated by Lu Tian. Bai Shengmin, in order to maintain their intimidating reputation, kept this information under wraps. Zhui Yi chuckled. As far as I know, the strength of Bai Shengmin's 4 hall leaders isn't much to boast about. If I were to act, I'd only need half my strength to annihilate them. Yi Qianxue praised him. Master Zhui's skills are only a step away from achieving grandmaster status. Handling them will naturally be effortless for him. Zhui Yi glanced at Lu Tian and spoke to Yi Qianxue. In the eyes of someone who's a half step away from becoming a grandmaster like myself, even if Lu Tian can defeat them, it doesn't mean much. Chapter 14. The Arrogant Half-Step Master. Zhui Yi was a half-step master, and although he couldn't match the real master, his strength was still considerable. However, in Lu Tian's eyes, the strength of a half-step master wasn't anything impressive. Hearing the other side's utterly arrogant mockery, Lu Tian only found it overwhelmingly laughable. Yi Qianxue knew that Lu Tian could fight very well, but she had no idea just how strong he was. She thought he was just an ordinary expert who couldn't compare to someone like Master Zhui, a half-step master. She had suggested that Lu Tian work with Zhui Yi against Bai Shengmin, actually intending for him to simply be Zhui Yi's assistant, hoping he could provide some minor help. Zhui Yi was even more ruthless in saying, President Yi plans for you to be my helper, going together with me to deal with Bai Shengmin. Yi Qianxue said, Lu Tian, my arrangement is also aimed at increasing your chances of success, and with Master Zhui around, he can offer you some support. Zhui Yi turned toward Yi Qianxue. I've already discovered that Tan Yuan, the backing force behind Bai Shengmin, will return this afternoon. That evening, the members of Bai Shengmin will host a banquet at their headquarters to welcome him. I plan on seizing that moment and leading the experts under me to confront them. Previously, my abilities were comparable to Tan Yuan's. However, during the last period, while he went abroad for vacation, I have been hard at work improving myself. Now, my strength has reached the realm of a half-step master. He won't be a match for me anymore, and I have numerous skilled experts beneath me. Before them, the people of Bai Shengmin are nothing but an unruly mob. This time, I must be able to completely wipe out Bai Shengmin. Yi Qianxue nodded. Then I wish Master Zhui victory. Zhui Yi turned again towards Lu Tian. Based on President Ye's description of your skills, I estimate that your strength is roughly equivalent to some of my better disciples. Thanks to President Ye's recommendation, I'll allow you to join us when we deal with Bai Shengmin. But I suspect your level of ability might not provide much assistance. All I ask is that you don't hold us back. Lu Tian burst out laughing. Haha. What's so funny? Zhui Yi glared at him furiously. How dare you boast before me when you're just a half-step master? Isn't that hilarious? Lu Tian replied with a grin. Zhui Yi jumped to his feet, slamming the table. Do you think it's easy for a martial artist to become a half-step master? Do you know how hard I worked to reach this level? Lu Tian coldly sneered. That only shows your martial arts talent isn't good enough. Zhui Yi's expression darkened instantly. You, just a third-rate expert, actually dare look down on a half-step master. People, stop arguing. Yi Qianxue stepped between them, trying to mediate. She looked at Lu Tian. Be more respectful to Master Zhui. Lu Tian blinked in surprise. It's him who insulted me first. I thought you would make him treat me nicely. Yi Qianxue didn't know how to respond. Wasn't she aware that it was Zhui Yi who started the trouble? But right now, she was still counting on Zhui Yi to help her handle Bai Shengmin, and she didn't dare offend him. She didn't believe Lu Tian had such capability, and thus could only let him be a follower, slightly improving their chances of victory. Therefore, when the two clashed, she had no choice but to show bias, speaking in favor of Zhui Yi. Yi Qianxue courteously addressed Zhui Yi. Master Zhui, we are all from the same camp, and should unite to face the external threats. Don't take him seriously. A third-rate expert like him isn't even worth my attention. Zhui Yi gave Lu Tian a sideways glance. then sat back down on the chair. Lu Tian said, to deal with Bai Shengmin, I alone am sufficient. I don't even want to cooperate with him. After finishing, Lu Tian turned and walked towards the door, preparing to leave. What did you say? Zhuo Yi roared angrily. Even I, as a prestigious half-step master, wouldn't dare claim I could destroy Bai Shengmin alone. As a mere third-rate expert, where do you get the audacity to speak so grandiosely? He then said to Yi Qinxue, President Yi, please don't hold me back. I'm going to teach him a harsh lesson and show him why he shouldn't disregard me. Yi Qinxue waved at Zhuo Yi. Let me handle it. She walked up to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, I know you have certain skills, but you can't compare to true experts. This time, in dealing with Bai Shengmin, you can only assist Master Zhuo. Lu Tian asked, on what grounds should I listen to you? On these grounds. As she spoke, Yi Qinxue lifted her hand. Around her wrist was another bracelet crafted from 1,000-year-old cold jade. You want both of my bracelets, don't you? I've already given you one. If you want this one too, follow my orders and go against Bai Shengmin under Master Zhuo, in the role of a helper. Lu Tian desperately needed the 1,000-year-old cold jade to moderate the side effects of the yang energy. If he obtained this cold jade bracelet, its moderating effect would be much more pronounced. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. All right, I'll follow your orders. Yi Qinxue let out a sigh of relief and thought to herself, had I known he would be so uncooperative, I wouldn't have brought him along. He actually thinks he can handle Bai Shengmin all by himself? How overconfident. Relieved, Yi Qinxue turned toward Zhuo Yi. Master Zhuo, that was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it personally. Annoyed, Zhuo Yi waved his hand dismissively. I am a renowned half-step master, too dignified to argue with a third-rate expert like him. He took immense pride in being a half-step master and frequently reminded everyone of his title. Turning back to Lu Tian, Yi Qinxue said, Master Zhuo will be heading to Bai Shengmin with his people tonight. I'll call you beforehand, and then you can meet up with them at Tianwei Martial Arts Hall. She returned to the table and continued, Lu Tian, come sit down and eat with us. Using Master Zhuo's words, do I even deserve to share a table with such a prestigious half-step master? After saying this, Lu Tian left directly. Zhuo Yi smirked and chuckled condescendingly. Good thing he knows his place. I, as a prestigious half-step master, would never deign to eat together with someone like him, a mere third-rate expert. Lu Tian went back to the company. After having lunch in the staff canteen, he returned to the office building. On the corridor, he saw xuanhuan coming out of Su Yunru's office. As they passed each other, xuanhuan suddenly stopped and called him back. Wait, the bracelet you're wearing, why does it look so similar to Sister Ye's bracelet? Where did you get it from? I bought it from a street stall. It's just a coincidence that it resembles Sister Ye's bracelet. No surprise there. With your meager means, the only place you can afford is a street stall. You must have intentionally picked this style, hoping others might speculate about any romantic relationship between you and Sister Yi, right? No, it holds no significance to me whatsoever. You better realize it. Given how you behave, nobody would think you could ever develop anything meaningful with Sister Yi, nor do you have the qualifications. Why don't you remove that bracelet early? Wearing such a similar design disrespects Sister Yi. Chapter 15 King of War Gods. Lu Tian really did not expect that he would be ridiculed by xuanhuan because of a bracelet. xuanhuan, in order to highlight her nobility as the daughter of the Zhao family and her place in high society, found various excuses to belittle him. At this time, Su Yunru, who had returned after eating lunch, was walking towards them. What are you talking about? Su Yunru asked. Nothing. I'm too lazy to talk with him. Xuanhuan glanced at Lu Tian somewhat disdainfully. She handed over a key to Su Yunru. This is the key to your office. I'm going home. Su Yunru was a bit startled. Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a while in my office? I don't need to. I'll go home and rest. Xuanhuan waved her hand and turned to leave. After leaving the office building, Xuanhuan unzipped the expensive shoulder bag and took a look at a stack of files inside before zipping it up again. A cunning look flashed through her eyes. Then she made a call. Dad, everything is going smoothly. The safe's key in Mom's office is right there in her desk drawer. I remembered the safe password long ago when she let me take something from the safe for her. Just now, I've already taken the recipe of the new product from the safe. Su Yunru didn't know that her safe had been opened, and the recipe had been taken away. She never thought that her daughter would come to her office to steal such an important item. Here's how the matter unfolded. Initially, Zhao Jinxiong, following Zhao Jinming's orders, sought to steal this recipe. But yesterday, when Zhao Jinxiong tried to take advantage of Su Yunru, he was driven away by Lu Tian, realizing that he no longer had the chance to steal the recipe. So he asked Xuanhuan for help. Out of consideration for the family's interests, Xuanhuan agreed to help. It also reminded her of the recipe she picked up from the sofa not long ago. When she handed the recipe over to Zhao Jinxiong, he felt that this was not the recipe they were looking for. Because as far as he knew, Su Yunru usually kept important documents in the safe in her office and wouldn't casually throw them on the sofa. Still, he retained the recipe, thinking of getting professionals to verify it later. Speaking of which, soon after Lu Tian returned to his own office, he made a phone call. Hey, Qinglong, can you do me a favor? Teacher, whatever instruction you give, I will follow. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Qinglong, the head of the 4 war gods. He reached his current status purely through his strength, and all his power came from Lu Tian's guidance. Therefore, even though he was older than Lu Tian, he addressed Lu Tian as master. I plan to destroy Bai Shengmin today, so arrange people to handle the aftermath. That's easy. I can ask Jiangbei Wang for help. He is the most authoritative person in Jiangbei, of course, compared to you. Teacher, he still isn't as authoritative. That works. Explain the situation to him right now. No problem. Master, there's one thing that I think is necessary to remind you. This is confidential, but as our backing in the 4 combat divisions, you deserve to know. The 4 combat divisions are named after Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanhuan. Qinglong War God is the commander-in-chief of the Qinglong department. The war gods of the other 3 combat departments also wish to become Lu Tian's disciples and respectfully refer to him as the king of war gods. What is it? The War Dragon Department, which has some connection with us, dispatched a female soldier king to Jiangbei to secretly investigate the mysterious criminal organization, Shadow Door. Shadow Door? I have heard of it. The group moves mysteriously, almost no one outside knows their headquarters or the location of their subdivisions. Yes, but recently, War Dragon discovered that one of Shadow Door's subdivisions might be located around Jiangbei. If that's true, the Bai Shengmin you're planning to deal with may be colluding with them. You must be more careful. Thank you for reminding me. By the way, who is this female soldier king you mentioned? If I destroy Bai Shengmin and provoke the hostility of Shadow Door, perhaps I will have the opportunity to cooperate with her. She is called Ding Baishuang, 27 years old, unmarried. It's said she is quite beautiful, but very stern. That's all I know specifically. Lu Tian is the backbone of the 4 combat departments. However, his position in this company is just Su Yunru's assistant. To justify paying him more wages, Su Yunru also assigned him as her driver. On the afternoon of that day, Lu Tian and Su Yunru walked out of the office building together after work. He planned to send Su Yunru home, and then meet with Zhui Yi to jointly confront Bai Shengmin. Don't return to the residence first. Drive me to Zhao family. Zhao family. Isn't that Zhao family of your ex-husband, Zhao Jinxiong? Yes, the Zhao family is hosting a family banquet tonight, and has invited me to attend. Wait, Aunt Su, you're already divorced from Zhao Jinxiong. Why are you attending their family banquet? What's it got to do with you? Nothing. I'm just curious. He had developed some feelings for Su Yunru, and learning that she was going to her ex-husband's family gathering made him feel jealous. The Zhao family used to suppress my business, but now with the backing of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, the Zhao family, out of fear, specially arranged this banquet to invite me, as an apology to me. Is that really the case? Yes. Why do you forgive them so easily when they once tried to take over your company? If I completely split with the Zhao family, Yu Xian would be caught in a difficult position. Though I've long been divorced from Zhao Jinxiong, I want to preserve our family for Yu Xian's sake. So, I don't want to sever ties entirely with the Zhao family. Why don't you think more about yourself? Do you plan to keep tolerating forever? What have I been tolerating? I can see your suppressed mood and loneliness. I'm not as upset as you think. Aunt Su, stop hiding your true feelings. When we spent the night together, I could sense your emotions clearly. You shut up. If you mention that again, I'll kick you out of both the company and the house. Lu Tian helplessly sighed. It seemed that as long as she didn't fully lose faith in the Zhao family, she wouldn't break all ties with them. Lu Tian sent Su Yunru to the Zhao mansion. Lu Tian, stay for dinner. No, I'll eat outside. After you finish your meal, I'll come back to pick you up. Aren't you feeling jealous? Yes, I am. Lu Tian, listen to me. You're so young. You shouldn't waste your time on me. I don't think it's a waste of time. Lu Tian gave a bitter smile and then turned to leave. Su Yunru's expression grew complicated as if ripples were forming in her heart after a long period of calmness. Lu Tian arrived at Tianwei Martial Arts School. Before this, he also received a call from Yi Qianxue, asking him to meet there. Zhui Yi chose 25 disciples who were relatively skilled in martial arts from his school and set off with Lu Tian. Su Yunru was somewhat worried. Master Zhua, Bai Shengmin has many people. Will you be able to handle it with only these few? Zhui Yi laughed. Don't worry. Each of my disciples is definitely stronger than those third-rate experts, and dealing with such unruly crowds will be more than enough. When mentioning third-rate expert, Zhui Yi glanced towards Lu Tian. One disciple said, Master, Zhao Yusong just called, saying he wants to go with us too. Him, Zhui Yi sneered. With his current skills, he'd only be a burden to us. Tell him to cool off somewhere. At this moment, Zhui Yi answered a phone call. Hello? All right, noted. After hanging up, Zhui Yi looked at Yi Qianxue. Just now, my man sent back a report saying Tan Yuan has gone to Bai Shengmin's headquarters. Their leader, Xiao Li, and his son Xiao Jun are also present. I'm heading there to deal with them. Yi Qianxue nodded. Be cautious. Chapter 16. Can't forgive me? You don't have the strength. Lu Tian followed Zhui Yi and other experts from the Tianwei Martial Arts Pavilion, heading towards the Bai Sheng Gate headquarters. The leader of Bai Sheng Gate, Xiao Li, was hosting a banquet to entertain their backer Tan Yuan. Xiao Jun and other core members of Bai Sheng Gate were also present. Mr. Tan, we found out that Zhui Yi is preparing to make a move against us. Yi Qianxue hired him. In the banquet hall, the leader of Bai Sheng Gate, Xiao Li, said to Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan chuckled disdainfully. It seems Zhui Yi's intelligence is a bit outdated. He probably doesn't know yet that my power has reached the level of a grandmaster. Otherwise, he would never dare oppose me. That's actually good. I've had issues with him for a while now. If he hadn't come looking for me, I'd already be planning to deal with him. This time, since he came here to die, it saves me some trouble. Sitting beside them, Xiao Jun added, Grandpa Tan, once we've eliminated Zhui Yi, you must help me kill Lu Tian. He not only beat me up, but he also wiped out our 4 hall masters and so many followers. There's no way we can let this go. Tan Yuan replied dismissively. I'm familiar with almost all the names of the true masters in the martial arts world, but I've never heard of Lu Tian. I estimate that he's at most a third-class expert. Your 4 hall masters were just too weak. That's why they were defeated by him. I didn't even consider him worthy of my attention. After Zhuo Yi is dealt with, I'll get rid of him easily. At this moment, a subordinate came to report that Zhuo Yi had arrived with his disciples. Tan Yuan ordered Xiao Li directly to give the command, open the gates, and let them into the courtyard. Soon enough, Zhuo Yi, along with his disciples, arrived at the main courtyard of Baisheng Gate headquarters. Lu Tian was also among the group of Tianwei martial arts pavilion disciples. Xiao Li, Xiao Jun, and their benefactor Tan Yuan had already brought their entourage and waited ahead of time. Zhuo Yi grinned. Tan Yuan, you're finally back. Tan Yuan also smiled and said, is this your attempt to deal with me? Zhuo Yi nodded. I'm not just here to deal with you. I plan to crush your entire Baisheng Gate and take over your assets. At this point, Xiao Jun noticed Lu Tian standing among the disciples of the martial arts school. Lu Tian, didn't expect to see you here too. Xiao Jun spoke coldly. Are you worried about our retaliation, so you've decided to join Zhuo Yi? Heh, relying on him will only get you killed faster. Zhuo Yi said. Young Master Xiao, even at this moment, you still dare to talk big? Although I personally think Lu Tian isn't much in terms of strength, he is my follower now, and with me around, your defeat is certain. Honestly speaking, my power has already reached the half-step master realm. I'll give you an opportunity to beg for mercy. If you dissolve Baisheng Gate and hand over your assets to me, I will spare you. But, looking at Tan Yuan, Zhuo Yi continued, this is what I want them to do. As for you, I can't let the tiger return to the mountains. I have to at least cripple you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yi's body suddenly trembled. A burst of force erupted from his being, lifting the wind around him. He was deliberately showcasing his half-step master strength, trying to intimidate the people of Baisheng Gate with his presence. He originally thought that just displaying his strength would make Baisheng Gate beg for forgiveness. But his words and actions only led to a chorus of laughter from the opposing side. Zhuo Yi's expression darkened. Why are you laughing? Do you think my claim of half-step master strength is false? No, Xiao Li laughed. We find it laughable that a mere half-step master like you dares to show off in front of Mr. Tan. You impudent wretch. Zhuo Yi spat out angrily. If you dared say that, it shows you don't understand how terrifying the power of a half-step master is. Let me tell you, even your backer Tan Yuan is no match for me now. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Tan Yuan's laughter grew louder. Zhuo Yi was enraged. His face's muscles twitched violently. Tan Yuan, as a warrior, you should understand how vast the gap in our powers is now. Of course I know. Your mere half-step master level is utterly useless against me. You'll be nothing but a punching bag for me. What did you say? You actually dare look down on the power of my grand title as a half-step master? Watch me knock you down within 20 seconds. Furious, Zhuo Yi rushed straight toward Tan Yuan and swung his fist. With a disdainful smile, Tan Yuan responded with a punch directed straight at the incoming fist. A powerful wave of energy surged from both their fists and rippled outward. Zhuo Yi immediately turned pale with fear, flying more than 10 meters away, landing roughly and skidding until he stopped at his disciple's feet. Lu Tian took 2 steps forward and looked at him cheerfully. Master Zhuo, you said you'd knock him down within 20 seconds. The time hasn't expired yet. Keep going. You. Zhuo Yi was so angry, he almost spat blood. Then he really spat out a mouthful of blood, and this wasn't from anger, but because Tan Yuan had struck him. Several disciples helped Zhuo Yi up from the ground. Zhuo Yi looked at Tan Yuan in shock. How can your strength be this strong? Could it be you've already reached the grandmaster level? Tan Yuan smirked smugly. You don't actually think I went abroad just for a vacation, do you? Zhuo Yi's complexion suddenly changed. I see. You secretly closed yourself off to train. Tan Yuan chuckled and nodded. Do you have any last words? Zhuo Yi shivered. Are you planning to kill me? Of course. If I didn't want to kill you, why would I ask for your last words? Not only you, but all your disciples will die here today. At these words, Zhuo Yi and his disciples were all terrified. Mr. Tan, if you let us leave, I am willing to hand over all my businesses to your Baisheng Gate. Ha ha ha. Even if I kill you all, I can still seize your businesses. Mr. Tan, let's settle things peacefully. Please show mercy. Then Zhuo Yi turned back to look at his disciples. Why are you standing there doing nothing? Aren't you going to beg for our lives with me? The disciples came to their senses and hurriedly started begging. Mr. Tan, spare our lives. Zhuo Yi noticed Lu Tian was not joining in the plea for mercy and became furious, worried that Lu Tian would implicate them all. Lu Tian, you must beg too. Why should I when I'm not afraid of him? You're just a third-rate expert. What gives you the guts to talk like that? Hurry up and beg, or I won't forgive you. Forgive me? You don't have the strength. How dare you? I am the great semi-step grandmaster. You, the great semi-step grandmaster, came here just to beg? What a disgrace to the title of semi-step grandmaster. You dare to mock me? Watch me punish you. Ashamed and angry, Zhuo Yi immediately clenched his fists, ready to fight Lu Tian. Chapter 17. A master falls helplessly before me. Zhuo Yi had barely raised his fist before he could throw a punch. Lu Tian's palm already struck with precision and power, landing heavily on his face. The resounding slap echoed loudly, throwing Zhuo Yi off balance. This slap was no light one. One side of Zhuo Yi's face turned red and swelled up immediately, feeling hot and intensely painful. Previously, he assumed that Lu Tian was just a third-class martial artist. But how could a third-class expert strike faster than him? Clearly, Lu Tian's skill far exceeded his imagination, exceeded it by leaps and bounds. But this still didn't make him feel like Lu Tian was the stronger. After all, he'd been wounded earlier by Tan Yuan, significantly reducing his own strength. Before, he thought Lu Tian was only a third-class expert. Now, at most, he regarded Lu Tian as a second-class expert. You've got a few tricks, but these are far from enough to deal with me. Tan Yuan laughed. Lu Tian smiled faintly too, walking directly towards Tan Yuan's direction. You'll soon find out if it's enough. Startled, Zhui Yi shouted. Lu Tian, daring to fight against Master Tan is asking for death. If you don't want your life, then stop dragging us into it. If you know what's good for you, beg for mercy now. He then hastily called out to Tan Yuan. Master Tan, we've already shown our submissiveness toward you. It's Lu Tian's fault that he continues to be your enemy, not ours. Please don't punish us for this. Even though Tan Yuan had stated that they would all be killed, he still hoped pleading might give them a chance for survival. Ignoring Zhui Yi, Tan Yuan looked at Lu Tian with sheer disdain on his face. Xiao Li grinned smugly. Lu Tian, have you realized we won't let you live? Do you just want to die with dignity? Xiao Jun added. He killed our 4 hall masters and injured me. He must know that even if he begs for mercy, we wouldn't let him live anyway. Tan Yuan sneered as he stared at Lu Tian. I hear you're Lu Heng's son, here for revenge. Lu Tian nodded. Back then, why did you hunt down my father? Tan Yuan replied. That matter, you need to ask Headmaster Xiao about. I don't manage much of Baixing men. I only collect their money and help solve their problems. Anyway, you will soon die under my hands, so there will be no point in finding out about that. Having finished speaking, Tan Yuan smirked malevolently and lunged forward swiftly, followed by swinging his fist toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian countered with a punch. Their movements mirrored those from earlier when Tan Yuan fought Zhui Yi, a direct clash of fists testing each other's strength. Boom. A more formidable burst of energy erupted from the collision between their fists compared to when Tan Yuan and Zhui Yi had faced off previously. Both remained standing firm in their positions without moving. So, you can match me evenly? Are you also a master in the martial path? Tan Yuan asked in surprise. However, even before the question ended, he sensed something was wrong. An overwhelming force emanated from the other man's fist, instantly enveloping his entire body. Trapped within this indomitable force, Tan Yuan felt completely immobilized, unable even to fall back or react. Before a true master, you are utterly helpless. As soon as Lu Tian spoke, a sudden explosion of power surged forth from his hand. Powerful xuanhuan energy fused into this mighty burst of force. Realizing he stood no chance against Lu Tian, Tan Yuan hastily pleaded for mercy. The instant he uttered the words, "Spare my life," Tan Yuan was annihilated, obliterated into ash by the xuanhuan-infused force. With one punch, just one, Lu Tian reduced a grandmaster level fighter into ashes. Witnessing this scene, the people around could not believe their eyes nor their ears. How is this possible? Could anyone achieve this solely through martial arts? Zhui Yi's mind shuddered in shock as he trembled audibly while muttering to himself. He initially judged Lu Tian as a mere third-class expert after seeing his speed, which changed to second class following the slap. Now, however, the display of prowess shattered any classification of skill he knew to describe Lu Tian's depth and mystique. No words came to his lips to aptly define the unfathomable power Lu Tian wielded. Recalling how he had previously belittled Lu Tian, Zhui Yi felt heat rush to his face, as if invisible slaps stung it continuously. Several members of Baixing men were paralyzed with terror. Xiao Jun directly knelt down, shouting, "Spare me! Spare me!" While Xiao Li was trying hard to keep calm, he was secretly terrified inside. Lu Tian stepped before Xiao Li, asking sternly, "Why did your Baixing men chase after and kill my father?" Trembling, Xiao Li answered, It was people from the Dark Shadow sect who instructed me to do this. It's rumored that in the beginning, the Dark Shadow sect sent many high-level fighters to encircle and attack your father, severely injuring him. Afterward, when your father fled to Jiangzhou, representatives from the Dark Shadow sect found me, paying me handsomely to be responsible for hunting down and eliminating him. Even though your father was injured, his strength was still formidable, so I asked Tan Yuan to deal with him. After Tan Yuan drained most of his fighting strength, I led the Baixing men members to hunt him down. But he managed to escape again, and we lost track of where he went. Lu Tian asked, "Who was the representative from the Dark Shadow sect that you communicated with?" Xiao Jun shook his head repeatedly. "That person was wearing a mask, I don't know who he was. I could only tell he was a man of medium build. The Dark Shadow sect is mysterious. I know nothing about them. Lord Lu, these are all I know about your father's case. I've told you everything, spare." Before the word "my life" was fully spoken, Lu Tian's fist had already slammed into him. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Li also turned to ashes. At the same moment, Xiao Jun, who had been kneeling behind Lu Tian just moments ago, suddenly drew a knife from behind and rushed at Lu Tian. Lu Tian had already judged Xiao Jun's movements by his aura, turning around quickly and delivering a punch that arrived before Xiao Jun's attack. Xiao Jun was also reduced to dust by the force of qi and the xuanhuan energy. Seeing this, the Baixing men members were all frightened out of their wits. Some had wet their pants, and all fell to their knees begging for mercy. Zhui Yi and his disciples were equally stunned beyond measure. Just then, a group of warriors charged into the courtyard of the Baixing men headquarters. At their lead was a middle-aged man with a dignified air and commanding presence. Upon seeing this man, Zhui Yi first froze in shock, and then his expression became one of immense astonishment. He was Xin Su, the king of northern Jiang. "Mr. Lu, I'll take care of the rest. I will ensure those responsible among Baixing men are dealt with accordingly," Xin Su said respectfully. "All right, thanks for your effort." Lu Tian patted Xin Su on the shoulder then walked out of the gate. Zhui Yi and his disciples hurriedly followed out. From the brief exchange between Lu Tian and Sun Su just now, they understood that Lu Tian not only possessed unfathomable martial prowess, but his status and position were also incredibly high. Chapter 18, Upside Down. Lord Lu, I failed to recognize your greatness before and have offended you greatly. Please be the bigger man and don't hold it against me. Zhui Yi apologized carefully, his voice trembling with nervousness. You are merely a half-step master, not worth my time to quarrel with. While Lu Tian said this, he didn't even pause in his steps. Zhui Yi was momentarily stunned, finding this statement somewhat familiar. He quickly recalled that he had once mocked Lu Tian with similar words when he thought Lu Tian was just a third-rate expert. Thinking about this, Zhui Yi felt overwhelmed with shame. Mr. Lu probably doesn't want too many people to know his true strength, hence his low profile. Since Mr. Lu is concealing his abilities, we must not disclose his impressive performance from earlier. Otherwise, Mr. Lu might get angry. If we anger him, none of us will be spared. Zhui Yi warned his disciples, who hurriedly nodded in agreement. Zhui Yi wished to cultivate a relationship with the highly influential figure, Mr. Lu. However, due to his prior arrogance, Lu Tian already disliked him. Recalling his previous disrespect towards Lu Tian, Zhui Yi longed to slap himself. He began contemplating how to please Lu Tian and seek his forgiveness. Before long, an idea struck him, thinking, according to Yi Qinxue, Lu Tian lives at Su Yunru's house. Even though Su Yunru has divorced Zhao Jinxiang, she still maintains close ties with the Zhao family. Coincidentally, the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Yusong, is my disciple. I'll start by courting the Zhao family, then through them, gradually gain favor with Lu Tian. Having decided on this course, Zhui Yi sat in the back seat of the car and instructed the disciple driving to the Zhao residence. He'd heard the Zhao family would host a banquet tonight, so he planned to attend as a show of support. Speaking of which, after leaving the Beishanmen headquarters, Lu Tian made a call to xuanhuan, president of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Lord Lu. What can I do for you? How well do you know Beishanmen's businesses? Our chamber closely monitors the local business scene and understands Beishanmen's commercial operations. They used to do many wrongs, but in recent years they've become more legitimate, with most of their enterprises being proper businesses. I've already wiped out Beishanmen. Are you interested in taking over their legitimate businesses at this opportunity? Of course I am. Still, it's amazing that you dealt with them so quickly, Lord Lu. Truly impressive. That's nothing. Their power was far too weak. With Lord Lu's profound strength, it makes sense they were easy to handle. By rough estimate, the value of their legitimate businesses is around 3 billion yuan. Once I acquire these businesses, everything will belong to Lord Lu. I don't need the businesses. Just give me money directly. Worth 3 billion, right? In the future, the businesses will be yours, but you pay me 2 billion yuan. No problem. Thank you, Lord Lu. Our chamber has over 100 billion idle funds. Transferring 2 billion yuan to you will be no issue. Zhang Wanhai was very efficient, transferring 2 billion yuan into Lu Tian's bank account shortly after hanging up. This time, after eliminating Beishanmen, Lu Tian learned some intelligence. The person behind the scenes orchestrating the assassination attempt on his father was Dark Shadow Sect. In the afternoon, Qinglong War God had called him, mentioning the Dark Shadow Sect. Apparently, one of the sect's branch locations might be in Jiangbei. Female soldier Wang Dingbei Shuang from the Dragon Army arrived in Jiangbei to investigate the movements of this branch location of the Dark Shadow Sect. It seemed there really was an opportunity to cooperate with this female soldier. After all, as a member of the Dragon Army, she must have a professional intelligence team. If they could collaborate, Lu Tian would be able to learn more intelligence regarding the Dark Shadow Sect. Lu Tian headed to the Zhao family. Su Yunru had attended a banquet at the Zhao household. Around this time, the banquet should almost be over. Lu Tian had told Su Yunru earlier that he would meet her after the banquet to take her back home. He hadn't expected the Zhao family to cause trouble for Su Yunru during this event. When Su Yunru first arrived at the banquet venue, members of the Zhao family treated her with great courtesy, warmly inviting her to take her seat. Not long after, Zhao Zhenming, the head of the Zhao family, accompanied by Zhao Jinhao and Zhao Jinxiang, entered the banquet area. Zhao Yusong and Zhao Yuxuan, the younger generation, were also following closely behind them. Facing Zhao Zhenming as an elder, Su Yunru politely rose to greet them. Do you know why I arranged this banquet? Zhao Zhenming asked. It was rumored to be an apology to Ms. Su. One of the Zhao family members responded. No. Zhao Zhenming cast a glance at Su Yunru, firmly negating the claim. Su Yunru was suddenly shocked, secretly puzzled and nervous. In fact, the real purpose of this banquet is to celebrate the imminent success of our Zhao family in establishing its own cosmetics industry. At this point, Zhao Zhenming looked at Su Yunru. I can guess that the Tianxing Chamber agreed to cooperate with your company because they found your new product formula promising. However, now we from the Zhao family also have a skincare cream formula that's certainly no worse than yours. Jinxiang, show her our formula. Zhao Jinxiang took 2 steps forward, pulled out several copies of the formula from his pocket, and handed them over to Su Yunru. Su Yunru glanced at the content of the formula. Boom. It was like a thunderclap on a clear day, exploding in her mind. This was the formula for her company's new product. Her team spent over a year developing this skincare cream formula, expending countless amounts of effort. But she never expected the formula would be stolen before production even began. This is clearly the formula for my company's new product. How did you get it? Su Yunru's face flushed with anger as she questioned fiercely. Don't make wild accusations. This formula is one we developed ourselves. It cannot possibly be your company's. Zhao Zhiming put on a look of righteous indignation and flatly denied. Su Yunru, you claim that this is your company's formula, but I could also say that you stole ours. Zhao Jinxiang too wore an expression of seriousness, presenting himself as indignant while speaking. Su Yunru suddenly thought of something and sharply turned to look at Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, did you take the formula from the safe in my office? No. Besides, this formula belongs to our Zhao family. How could it be yours? Zhao Yuxuan immediately twisted the truth but seemed somewhat guilty, avoiding eye contact with Su Yunru as she spoke. You don't need to keep hiding it. You were the only one who entered my office when I was out. You were the only one who knew where the key to my safe was kept, and you were the only one who knew the safe's password. Su Yunru confirmed that Zhao Yuxuan had taken the formula. She had never imagined that her own daughter would betray and harm her, which left her deeply disillusioned. Chapter 19. Who says I can't afford to tangle with them? Zhao Jinxiang said. Yunru, you have no evidence. Don't make random accusations. Su Yunru clenched her fists tightly. You are their accomplice. You have no right to criticize me. Her eyes filled with anger as she looked around at Zhao Zhiming and the others. Don't be too smug. I can prove that this formula belongs to my company. If you try to take it for yourselves, I will definitely sue you. Huh? Zhao Jinxia scoffed with a laugh. Then why don't you prove it to us right now? Su Yunru picked up her phone and made over a dozen calls. She planned to summon all the members of her R&D team to testify on her behalf. After waiting for half an hour, the people from the company's R&D team arrived. These individuals did not arrive one by one. They came all at once. Su Yunru didn't think much about it, believing that after receiving her call, they gathered together first before coming over. Su Yunru had them confirm that this formula was developed under her leadership. The formula you mentioned, indeed, was researched and developed by us. However, the actual employer who hired us to develop this formula was actually Zhao Corporation. That's correct. Ms. Su merely acted on behalf of the Zhao family, overseeing the matter. Although we are employees of Ms. Su, regarding this specific issue, our true employer is the Zhao family. Yes, therefore, this formula should belong to the Zhao family. This is something we can all attest to. Ms. Su, your attempt to have us give false testimony will not meet with our approval. That's right. We all have professional ethics, and there is no way we would assist you in falsifying evidence. These R&D personnel spoke up one after another, all indicating that the formula belonged to the Zhao family. Su Yunru was shocked to her core. It was apparent that her own R&D team had been bought off by the Zhao family, and were now helping them twist the truth. These people arriving simultaneously clearly meant they had prearranged how to act against her. Now, she found herself surrounded by enemies on all sides. The betrayal of the R&D team deprived her of the chance to clear her name and also robbed her of any chance to fight back. Moreover, the slander of these traitors framed her, the real victim, into being accused as the thief of the formula. Zhao Zhiming said, Su Yunru, things have reached this point. There's no use in arguing your case anymore. Without our Zhao family's support for this formula, your company will never retain Tianxing Chamber of Commerce's favor, and termination of cooperation is inevitable. Zhao Jinxia continued the conversation. It's likely that the suppliers and clients who recently resumed cooperation with you will revoke their partnerships again. Under normal circumstances, those suppliers and customers wouldn't withdraw their cooperation. Zhao Jinxia's statement obviously suggested they intended to continue suppressing Su Yunru's company. Zhao Zhiming then said, let's just get down to it. Follow our previous suggestion. Merge your company into the Zhao family. In doing so, we will let bygones be bygones concerning your alleged intent to seize our formula. We might even consider you for the position of vice president out of respect for Jinxiang and Yuxuan. Zhao Yuxuan turned to Su Yunru. Mom, just agree with them. Moreover, Dad has always wanted to reconcile with you. Merging your company with ours would be beneficial for cultivating affection anew between the two of you. That's right. Zhao Jinxiang joined in. Yunru, I admit that I haven't exactly kept myself clean these past few years. But those were just fleeting indulgences. The truth is, I still can't let go of you. Huh? Su Yunru coldly chuckled. Can't let go of me? It seems you can't let go of your family interests. If you really couldn't let go of me, you wouldn't conspire with them to scheme against me. Your Zhao family is truly extraordinary, taking full advantage of your wealth and power to harm me and suppress me relentlessly. I may not be able to compete with you, but staying away from you is certainly possible, isn't it? Starting from now, I cut all ties with your family. As for your plans to seize my company, I'll say this to you. Even if I go bankrupt, I won't compromise with you. With deep indignation, Su Yunru passionately declared this, and then turned to flee from the banquet hall. This was the first time she felt so angry, and the first time she appeared so disheveled. Though she maintained a tough exterior, as soon as she turned around, tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. Zhao Yuxuan rushed out quickly. Mom, please reconsider seriously. If you're willing to reconcile with Dad and merge the company into the Zhao family, the company will essentially still be yours, and we will still be a family. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yunru turned around and slapped her across the face. You? Why did you hit me? I'm thinking about the benefit of our family. What's wrong with that? You're only thinking about your family's benefits. My home isn't your home anymore. No, you value your status as a Miss Zhao more than anything else, but I have already severed ties with the Zhao family. Since you helped them scheme against me, you've never regarded me as part of the family. Without waiting for her response, Su Yunru turned and left. I am originally the daughter of the Zhao family. What's wrong with me doing things for my family? Why do you blame me? Would you sever our mother-daughter relationship just because of this? How ruthless you are. Zhao Yuxuan was still bu fun, unconvinced and dissatisfied. As soon as Su Yunru walked out of the villa compound, she encountered Lu Tian, who had come to pick her up. Miss Su, why are you crying? Lu Tian quickly stepped forward, worriedly asking. Whoa. Su Yunru felt immensely wronged and finally couldn't hold back her sobs. Did the people from the Zhao family bully you? Tell me what happened, and I'll stand up for you. I'm fine. Let's go back. Su Yunru wiped her tears, but still couldn't stop sobbing. If you won't tell me, then I will ask the Zhao family myself. Come with me. Lu Tian grabbed her hand and headed straight for the Zhao family mansion. Lu Tian, let go of me quickly. Let's go back immediately. Even I dare not provoke them. You even less so. Su Yunru suddenly became alarmed and urgently shouted. Who says I can't afford to tangle with them? They dared to bully my woman. I'll make them pay. Lu Tian didn't let go or slow down. Upon hearing that, Su Yunru's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, but was also warmed by deep gratitude. Lu Tian, let go of me first. I will explain the detailed situation to you first. When they were about to reach the entrance of the Zhao family compound, Su Yunru anxiously said. She was embarrassed to be seen by the Zhao family holding hands with Lu Tian. Lu Tian stopped in his tracks. Su Yunru told him what had happened, taking advantage of the moment while he was intently listening to slip her hand away from his. Lu Tian, this issue isn't easy to resolve. Let's go back and discuss it thoroughly. No need. I can retrieve the formula for you right now. If you're afraid, you can wait here for me. With that, Lu Tian walked into the courtyard gate of the Zhao family mansion. You can't help me. Su Yunru followed him hurriedly, worried that he might be bullied by the Zhao family. Chapter 20. How can he be this good at fighting? Seeing Su Yunru following by Lu Tian, the crowd from the Zhao family were all surprised. They could guess that Lu Tian wanted to stand up for Su Yunru. However, in their opinion, Lu Tian had no real talent and therefore couldn't do anything to them. Seriously? Is mom letting this waste of a man help her? Xuanhuan asked. Lu Tian brought Su Yunru into the banquet hall. Yunru, what are you bringing him here for? He is not welcome here. Tell him to leave. Zhao Jinxiong shouted loudly. I already know what happened. I don't want to bother with nonsense. But if you return the formula of Su's company to her, I will forget everything about your past actions. Lu Tian glanced coldly at Zhao Jinming and the other core members of the Zhao family. How dare you? Who do you think you are? And how dare you cause trouble in our Zhao residence? Zhao Jinhao glared angrily and turned his head towards Zhao Yusong. Yusong, throw him out. Zhao Yuxuan interrupted. Lu Tian, you asked for it. My cousin is a disciple of Tianwei Martial Arts School. I estimate you can't even last 3 rounds against him. Then she turned her gaze to Zhao Yusong. Cousin, I've had my eyes on him for a while now. Teach him a lesson. On the contrary, Zhao Yusong was extremely nervous. This morning, he had fought with Lu Tian, only to get thrown off by a slap from Lu Tian. He wanted to take revenge on Lu Tian more than anyone, but his strength doesn't permit that. And just then, Zhao Yusong's phone rang. He looked at the number. It was a call from his master Zhu Yi. I need to take this first. Due to the fear of Lu Tian fighting back, he went outside to answer the call. Lu Tian looked at Su Yunru. Who are the people who betrayed you in the product research team? Them. Su Yunru pointed to more than 10 people sitting around one of the dining tables. These people have already joined the Zhao family and were invited by Zhao Jinming to attend this banquet. Who has the final say among them? That person. His name is Huang Ruofa. He's the head of this R&D group. Lu Tian nodded and walked directly to the table, looking coldly at Huang Ruofa. Whose formula does this new product belong to? Listen carefully. I'll ask this question only once. If your answer does not satisfy me, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Who do you think you're intimidating? I've already pledged allegiance to the Zhao family and stopped seeing Su Yunru as relevant. And who are you to act so pompously in front of the Zhao clan? Your answer doesn't meet my requirements. Lu Tian's gaze grew serious, then suddenly grabbed Huang Ruofa's hair and threw him down along with his chair. You dare hit? Huang Ruofa was planning to intimidate Lu Tian when Lu Tian stepped on his leg hard enough to break it, causing Huang Ruofa to scream in excruciating pain. The Zhao family crowd turned pale at the shock. None of them expected Lu Tian to directly use force here. You impudent dog, daring to make trouble in my Zhao residence. Slap. Zhang Jinxiao roared furiously, but before he could finish, Lu Tian slapped him across the face, throwing him to the ground. There was an uproar in the room. Lu Tian dared to assault a core member of the Zhao family right in their home. Su Yunru watched in anxiety and tension. She knew Lu Tian was sticking up for her, but she never expected him to be so impulsive as to strike Zhao Jinhao directly in the face. Zhao Jinhao, second only to the head of the Zhao household, Zhao Jinming. The Zhao family would surely not let this slide. Su Yunru wasn't afraid of being implicated because of Lu Tian, but she didn't want Lu Tian to cause trouble for himself just to help her. Several guards stationed outside heard the commotion and rushed inside the banquet hall. Waste him for me. Zhao Jinxiong commanded the guards and pointed at Lu Tian simultaneously. The guards charged in unison and fell one after another under Lu Tian's fists and kicks. Zhao Jinming and others were shocked speechless. Even Zhao Yuxuan was completely stunned. How could this wastrel be so skilled in combat? However, soon, a trace of disdain flashed through her mind. This is nothing extraordinary. From his behavior, although he knows martial arts, he is likely only a third-class expert. If he really had a deep martial arts foundation, he wouldn't end up being my mother's assistant. At that moment, Zhao Yusong, who just finished taking a phone call outside, ran back in. Lu Tian, are you trying to stir up trouble at my house? Looking for death? So what? Aren't you the loser from earlier? Do you want to keep getting beaten by me? After hearing Lu Tian's taunts, Zhao Yuxuan and the others paused. Lu Tian referring to Zhao Yusong as a loser. Did that mean they fought before, and Zhao Yusong lost? Lu Tian, don't be too smug. Just now my master called me. He's coming over as a guest very soon. My master Zhuyi is a semi-step master level expert. You are absolutely no match for him. With the news that Zhuyi was going to visit the Zhao residence, Zhao Yusong felt much more confident. Su Yunru gently nudged Lu Tian's arm. Let's go quickly. No, Lu Tian said. I've already said it. I will help you get back the formula of the new product. Lu Tian looked at Huang Ruofa, who was still lying on the ground. I'll ask again, who does this skincare body cream formula belong to? I'm asking only once more. Think carefully before answering. As he spoke, Lu Tian stepped on the other leg that hadn't been broken yet. I beg you not to step on it. I'll confess the truth. Huang Ruofa trembled and said, the formula belongs to Yunru Cosmetics Company. The Zhao family gave each of us 100 million, making us twist facts. Lu Tian asked, can you provide evidence to prove this matter? Huang Ruofa respectfully replied, our signed formula documents can prove it, but those documents have been stolen by the Zhao family. Lu Tian turned his gaze to Zhao Jinming. Return the stolen formula documents. I am also saying this only once. If you don't comply, your end will be the same as his. Zhao Jinming immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His old arms and legs couldn't withstand such rough treatment. Lu Tian, do you want to continue making trouble? Zhao Yusong glared at Lu Tian. My master Zhuyi is coming soon. He's a semi-step master. Although you have some skills, your strength is absolutely insignificant in front of a semi-step master. If you continue to cause trouble, your fate will only be worse. If you want us to deal with you lightly, kneel now, apologize, and beg for mercy. Zhao Yusong coldly threatened and sneered while looking at Lu Tian. Lu Tian didn't respond, instead delivering a slap straight away. A slap sound echoed. Zhao Yusong fell to the ground, half of his face bright red from being struck. I was talking to your grandfather. What are you meddling for? Get lost. Lu Tian spoke coldly and kicked Zhao Yusong all the way to the wall corner. Zhao Yusong was seething with rage. Yet due to his fear of Lu Tian's abilities, at least until his master Zhuyi arrived, he wouldn't dare utter any threats. Zhao Yuxuan had wanted to join in with threats earlier, but seeing this scene, she was scared out of her wits and quickly moved aside. Lu Tian looked at Zhao Jinming. Do you want to return the formula now, or wait until I force you? His tone was calm, but the sharpness in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Zhao Jinming inwardly harbored resentment, but mostly fear. He sighed reluctantly, then looked at Zhao Jinhao. Give them the formula. The corners of Zhao Jinhao's mouth twitched as he took out the formula from his briefcase and handed it over to Lu Tian. Lu Tian passed the formula to Su Yunru. Check if these are the files. Su Yunru examined them carefully, nodded, and said, yes. Let's go back quickly. Lu Tian looked at several Zhao family members blocking their path. Move aside. These Zhao family members hurriedly made way for him and Su Yunru. As Lu Tian and Su Yunru were walking out of the banquet hall towards the courtyard gate, someone just happened to enter the courtyard. It was Zhao Yusong's master Zhuyi, leading a group of disciples. Chapter 21. I'm not that easy to talk to. Zhao Yusong, upon seeing the situation, excitedly rushed forward to greet. Master, earlier, there was someone who didn't know their place. Relying on their own martial skills, they caused a ruckus at our banquet. I couldn't stand up to them. Please, Master, help me punish them. Zhao Jinming led a group of family members and also came out to welcome. Master Zhua, your name has been revered for a long time. Zhao Jinming respectfully said. Master Zhua, it's an honor to have a semi-master like you attend our banquet. Our Zhao family will certainly give Master Zhua a warm welcome. However, earlier there was someone causing trouble here. We hope Master Zhua can stand up for us. Zhao Yusong looked at Lu Tian. Now that my master is here, just wait for your comeuppance. Zhao Jinxiong said. Lu Tian, now with Master Zhua supporting us, why don't you hand over the formula immediately? Zhao Jinho added. He dared to fight me. Even if he hands over the formula, I'll never forgive him. Zhao Yuxuan taunted. Lu Tian, you were so imposing just now. Show off again if you have any guts. The surrounding Zhao clan members joined in the mockery, ridiculing Lu Tian coldly. They were too busy mocking Lu Tian to notice that Master Zhua, whom they considered their rock, was sweating nervously on his forehead. Zhuyi was nearly losing it. He had come to support Zhao's banquet in order to flatter Lu Tian. Instead, the Zhao family asked him to help deal with Lu Tian. This was practically asking for his life. Zhao Yusong turned to Zhuyi. Master, all you need to do is cripple him. We will handle the rest afterward. Fool, want to cripple Mr. Lu? Do you believe I wouldn't cripple you first? Zhuyi shouted furiously and struck Zhao Yusong across the face. Zhao Yusong was knocked down, bewildered, unable to comprehend what happened. The sudden turn of events shocked Zhao Jinming and the others as well. Su Yunru also felt incredulous, never expecting Zhuyi would take her and Lu Tian's side. She had no prior interactions with Zhuyi, so Zhuyi must be showing favor for Lu Tian's sake. Mr. Lu, allow me to discipline these people for you. Zhuyi politely said. Su Yunru cut in. Mr. Zhua, please let them off. After all, my daughter is also part of the Zhao family. All right, Zhuyi nodded. Lu Tian, of course, guessed Zhuyi initially intended to show support for the Zhao family mainly to curry favor with him. But Zhuyi's arrogant attitude, relying on slight prowess only to bow down humbly to those stronger, made Lu Tian deeply repulsed. He found disdain in being pulled into such flattery and ignored Zhuyi completely. Zhuyi was left awkwardly unnoticed, but dared not interfere further. Well, if there's nothing else, I should take my leave. Zhui Yi waved to his disciples. Let's go. Zhao Yusong struggled to get up from the ground, carefully facing Zhui Yi. Master, why did you hit me? I am hitting exactly someone like you. Right after Zhui Yi spoke, another slap sent Zhao Yusong tumbling once more. Zhao Yusong, starting now, you are no longer my disciple. You're disowned from the school. Zhui Yi yelled angrily, and then led his disciples away from the Zhao family estate. Zhao Zhenming and others were stunned. Why did Zhui Yi help Lu Tian? Could it be that because Lu Tian's kung fu was good enough, he earned Master's appreciation? Other than that, they could think of no other reason. Su Yunru thought the same. Lu Tian looked at Su Yunru. Aunt Su, we should go too. Su Yunru nodded, gave a disappointed glance at Zhao Yuxuan, and followed Lu Tian, leaving the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhenming and others stood frozen. Only when a mobile phone rang did they snap back to reality. It was Zhao Jinho's phone ringing. He checked the number and eagerly answered. What? Is it true or false? Fantastic. Zhao Jinho lit up at the news and said thanks before hanging up. Don't look so dejected anymore. Good news, Zhao Jinho announced. He looked at Zhao Zhenming. Dad, do you remember the handwritten cosmetic formula that Xuanhuan gave us? Zhao Zhenming paused. That one she claimed to find on the living room sofa upstairs? Yes, I remember. Zhao Yuxuan interjected. Strange. That formula definitely belonged to my mom, who misplaced it on the sofa. But why hasn't she mentioned losing it? Zhao Jinxiong guessed. Maybe the formula isn't very important to her. Perhaps, Zhao Jinho smiled. If that's true, I can only say she underestimated this formula way too much. I showed the formula to a friend knowledgeable in pharmacology. He called me just now to tell me his assessment. He said it looks like a recipe for shower gel, but this shower gel is extremely valuable as it has the effect of cleansing the marrow and purifying the body. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenming and the others became extraordinarily excited. If this shower gel really can cleanse the marrow, it will absolutely bring us benefits that are hard to imagine, Zhao Jinxiong said. Then he looked at Zhao Yuxuan. You mustn't tell your mom about how we got this formula. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I understand. I will definitely prioritize the family's interests. Zhao Zhenming smiled. Perhaps our Zhao family can also take this opportunity to cooperate with Yin Family Group, the largest pharmaceutical group in Jiangzhou. Exactly, Zhao Jinho said. The Yin family is one of the 2 top elite families in Jiangzhou. If we can get their support, even the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce would have to show us respect. Lu Tian returned to his residence with Su Yunru. Since Su Yunru had already cut ties with the Zhao family, Zhao Yuxuan, who was unwilling to give up her identity as a daughter of the Zhao family, would not follow her. Thus, her ex-husband Zhao Jinxiong and her daughter Zhao Yuxuan would definitely not return to this home anymore. This incident where Zhao Yuxuan helped the Zhao family steal her formula left her feeling deeply disappointed. Even though she managed to reclaim the formula with Lu Tian's help, it did nothing to alleviate her sense of unease. Thinking about how, after her divorce, she had stubbornly stayed in this home for Zhao Yuxuan only to be betrayed like this, made her feel immensely heartbroken. Miss Su, don't overthink it. They betrayed you, and you're not worth being sad for them. Lu Tian knew that his consoling words wouldn't improve her mood, but aside from consoling her, he couldn't think of any other way to comfort her. Do I look sad? Su Yunru pretended to be relaxed, but Lu Tian could see that she was forcing a smile. Miss Su, since they have treated you this way, let me handle them on your behalf. No, you've done enough for me. I don't want anything more to do with them. But I'm not that easy to talk to. After finishing, Lu Tian took out his phone and called xuanhuan. President Zhang immediately used the chamber's power to block all supply chains and sales channels of the Zhao family's company. Lu Tian decided to repay them with their own tactics by using the method previously employed by the Zhao family against Su Yunru to now turn against the Zhao family. After hanging up, Lu Tian turned to Su Yunru. They dared to bully you. I'll make them pay for it. Su Yunru gave a faint smile. You're still so good at cheering people up. She didn't believe that Lu Tian could actually reach out to President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. She thought Lu Tian was merely trying to console her again, as before. Lu Tian, do you remember what you said this morning when Wang, the counselor from the Tianqing Chamber, brought 3 bosses to negotiate a deal with me? Yes, I asked if you wanted to celebrate with drinks. Right? Now that you've helped me retrieve the company's formula once again, it deserves celebrating too. Come, let's drink and celebrate. Okay, let's celebrate. I'll cook a few dishes while we drink. Lu Tian realized that Su Yunru wanted to forget her inner pain temporarily through drinking. If he opposed her now, given her current situation, she might collapse entirely. So he simply complied with her wish and consoled her during her time of painful revelry. He couldn't help but recall the previous 2 nights when, after getting drunk together, they had spent the night side by side. Would tonight replicate the scenes of the last 2 nights? Chapter 22. Pull the curtains. Lu Tian, hurry up. Why are you so slow? While Lu Tian was busy in the kitchen, Su Yunru was seated at the dining table shouting out. There's only 1 dish left, said Lu Tian. Prior to this, Lu Tian had already prepared 2 dishes and placed them on the dining table. Looking at these 2 dishes with their enticing color and aroma, Su Yunru, who was already a little hungry, couldn't resist tasting them with her chopsticks. So fragrant. She never thought he could cook. Moreover, the food he cooked was so delicious that he must have done quite a lot of cooking on a regular basis. This was the first time Su Yunru had tasted someone else's cooking in this house. In the past when she lived with Zhao Jinxiong had never stepped into the kitchen. This caused her to instinctively compare these 2 men. Zhao Jinxiong usually held himself in high regard and always put himself at the center, using his focus on his career as an excuse to seldom care about her. As for Lu Tian, he not only showed meticulous care, but also was willing to stand up for her. That heroic spirit was something Zhao Jinxiang couldn't match. What am I thinking? How did I end up thinking of these things? Su Yunru blushed instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Lu Tian walked to the dining table with another freshly cooked dish and placed it on the table. Exactly 3 dishes. We're just short of a bowl of soup. Let me go prepare it. Don't bother. Don't pretend I don't know. You want me to drink more soup and less alcohol? Humph, I want to drink wine now, don't stop me. All right, as you wish. By the end of the meal, Su Yunru had once again become drunk. Lu Tian, come, let's have another drink. Miss Su, you're drunk. Do you mean you don't want me to get drunk? The drunker I am, the more chances for you. After getting drunk, Su Yunru always found it difficult to control her emotions, becoming very uninhibited. Compared with her usual dignified demeanor, she seemed like a completely different person. Miss Su, stop fooling around. Who says I'm fooling around? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to spend the night with me, don't you? I admit that I do hope so, but if you disagree, I certainly won't do it. You've already spent 2 nights with me. Tonight, you're planning it again? Careful not to exhaust yourself. Haha, you don't need to worry about me. I'm confident in myself. All that matters is whether or not you can keep up. Lu Tian's words weren't bragging at all. His unfathomable cultivation made him surpass ordinary people in this aspect. Then drink with me. If you manage to properly accompany me, maybe I'll agree. Lu Tian was directly stunned. Although he had already experienced how excited Su Yunru would become after getting drunk, this was still the first time he'd seen such a coquettish demeanor from her. Could Aunt Su be trying to relieve pressure through indulgence? At this point, Lu Tian's phone rang. Looking at the number, it was Yi Qinxue calling. Miss Su, please wait a moment, I'll step outside to answer a call. Probably, Yi Qinxue had already heard the news about Bai Xingmin's annihilation and wanted to ask him about the details of the confrontation against Bai Xingmin. Lu Tian didn't want Su Yunru to worry, so he didn't intend to discuss this matter in front of her. Coming to the yard, Lu Tian answered the call. Hello, Sister Yi. I hear Bai Xingmin has been annihilated. Yeah, it was by me. Don't joke. I heard that it was Zhang Beiwang leading a group of warriors who wiped out Bai Xingmin. Zhang Beiwang merely acted according to my instructions, taking care of follow-up matters. The one who actually destroyed Bai Xingmin was me. Lu Tian, stop blowing your own horn. I've already called Zhui Yi, and he said even he wasn't a match for Tan Yuan. It was some sort of master who defeated him. Lu Tian was speechless. Apparently, Zhui Yi thought he didn't want to reveal his true strength and didn't dare say he was that expert. Yi Qinxue continued. That master must have been arranged by Zhang Beiwang. Don't embellish things for your own benefit. Lu Tian sighed. Believe whatever you want. I'm too lazy to explain. Why did you call me? Yi Qinxue said. At 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, I will host a business cocktail party at Longxian Club under my company. You helped me deal with Bai Xingmin, and therefore you're my ally. I sincerely invite you to attend the cocktail party. At that time, I'll just give you the other bracelet. Hearing that the other 1,000-year-old cold jade bracelet would be given to him, Lu Tian agreed quickly. I will definitely be there on time. After finishing the call, Lu Tian returned to the villa. Just as he reached the dining table, he noticed that Su Yunru had already finished drinking both her glass of wine and his. Su Yunru picked up the wine bottle, wanting to pour herself another drink, but he snatched the bottle away from her. Aunt Su, you're already drunk, you shouldn't drink anymore. In order to stop her from drinking more, Lu Tian directly poured out all the remaining wine. You bastard. Su Yunru rushed over and began pounding his shoulders with her small fists. I'll help you rest. Lu Tian tried to support her towards the bedroom, but she wouldn't cooperate. In a rush, he picked her up around the waist and carried her to the bedroom. As soon as he placed Su Yunru on the bed and was about to stand up, she grabbed his collar with one hand while continuing to punch his shoulder with the other. Aunt Su, stop messing around. But I won't. How dare you pour out my wine? Do you know how expensive it is? I'll never forgive you. With Lu Tian's strength, it would be very easy for him to break free. However, she kept at it, continuing to tangle with him until both her hands and legs were wrapped around him. This caused Lu Tian's body to lean forward, pressing onto hers. Su Aunt, are you going to use your head now? Do you have iron head skills? Don't you see that I'm angry? You make me laugh at this time. It embarrasses me. Both of them smiled, looking at each other. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Yunru's laughter appeared even more seductive. Lu Tian was completely captivated. Tonight, can I spend the night here? Hearing this, Su Yunru lightly bit her lips, her face turning red as she turned away. Pull the curtains first. After saying this, she was surprised by her own decision. If there had to be a reason, perhaps it was because she was utterly heartbroken, and under the stimulation of intoxication, she wanted the comfort of this man who truly cared about her in a direct manner. Lu Tian couldn't suppress his excitement. Hurriedly, he pulled the curtains shut, then hurried back to her side. What's the rush? Look at you being so immature. You're too beautiful. I don't want to waste a single moment. Waste what? I only asked you to pull the curtains. I didn't say you could stay here. Su Yunru started teasing him. Unaware of her tease, Lu Tian suddenly looked extremely disheartened. Amused, Su Yunru grinned. All right, I was joking. You can sleep here tonight. As for me, she paused briefly before continuing with a playful smirk. Of course I will also be spending the night here. Relief washed over Lu Tian. Su Yunru had almost made him collapse with anticipation. Fortunately, in the end, she still gave him the reply he hoped for. Chapter 23. This is too coincidental. Still, Su Yunru's teasing a while ago had somewhat upset Lu Tian. He did not respond but instead closed his eyes, feigning indifference as he laid down on the bed. Su Yunru hesitated for a moment. Are you sleeping already? You told me to sleep here, and now I'm in bed. So isn't it quite reasonable? Do you really understand what I said that way? Su Yunru realized that the other party was annoyed because of her teasing before and was sulking at her. Could I have misunderstood? When you asked me to sleep here, did you mean something else? This? Alright, stop messing around. I shouldn't have teased you. I apologize. Is that okay? Alright, I forgive you. Sleep already. Are you deliberately faking ignorance? Didn't you want me to sleep? Then tell me, what do you want me to do? Su Yunru didn't know how to respond for a moment. She felt embarrassed saying it outright. I've got it. Lu Tian thought she had answered his question earlier, so he got up, hugged her tightly, and began his passionate assault. Su Yunru blushed deeply, but she also accepted this response implicitly, which saved further arguing back and forth with him. Speaking of Zhao Jinxiong, he came over to his female secretary's house again to spend the night. Director Zhao, why are you so worried? Something troubling you? When she was sitting on his lap while he sat by the edge of the bed, she softly questioned him. Just focus on taking care of me properly. Stop asking so many questions. Zhao Jinxiong said irritably, and then pushed the female secretary down onto the bed. Back then, he conveniently used their alleged discord and feelings as an excuse to divorce Su Yunru for his own pleasures outside. But later, he realized that none of his mistresses could compare with Su Yunru in charm or allure. So, after much consideration, he wanted to reconcile with Su Yunru. Of course, the reconciliation he envisioned didn't involve remarriage. It just required her willingness to be intimate with him. Now, with Su Yunru having cut ties with the Zhao family, he fully understood that there would be no possibility of reuniting with her. This made him quite enraged, releasing his anger onto the female secretary and finishing venting approximately 1 minute later. The female secretary cursed under her breath, but she said aloud, Director Zhao is still as vigorous as ever. About half an hour later, Zhao Jinxiong's phone rang. It was his father, Zhao Zhiming, calling. He picked up the call immediately. Hey, isn't this another time you've gone over to your secretary's place? Yes. What is it? Just now, several important suppliers and customers of our company called me in succession, wanting to withdraw from cooperation with our company. How could this happen? Did we offend them? Do I even need to ask? It must be Su Yunru seeking revenge on us by asking the Tianxin Guild to suppress our business. They see potential in her new product and agree to help her. It makes sense. Su Yunru? Humph. That wretched woman dared to hold a grudge and turn against our Zhao family. Zhao Jinxiong always centered himself and never reflected on how the Zhao family had previously schemed against and bullied Su Yunru. I am discussing countermeasures with your older brother right now. The preliminary plan is to side with the Yin family. The Yin family doesn't get along with the Tianxin Guild, and we can also rely on their strength to retaliate against the Tianxin Guild and Su Yunru. Good. I approve of doing this. Easier said than done. Do you think it's easy to side with the Yin family? Get back here immediately and discuss countermeasures with us. After putting on his clothes in a fit of anger, Zhao Jinxiong called Su Yunru before leaving. It took her several seconds before answering. Hey, Su Yunru, was it you who instructed the Tianxin Guild to suppress our Zhao family's business? No, I have nothing more to do with you all. Don't contact me anymore. Don't give me any excuses. It must be you trying to take revenge on us. Wait, your tone sounds. Zhao Jinxiong's expression changed drastically as he sternly demanded, Are you with a man? Su Yunru initially wanted to deny it, but the accusation infuriated her. Thus, she replied, We're divorced already. Even if I were with a man, you wouldn't have any say in it. Before Zhao Jinxiong could retort, she hung up the phone. Even before the call was disconnected, Zhao Jinxiong faintly heard a snort from the other end of the line, which enraged him enough to throw the phone to the ground. Technically, since they were divorced, he had no business controlling Su Yunru's personal life. They weren't married anymore, so her actions wouldn't technically constitute making him wear a green hat, being cheated on. However, driven by lustful intentions, he still wanted her back, and the news that she might be with another man irritated him greatly. He quickly guessed who the man was and thought to himself, Lu Tian. It must be Lu Tian. No wonder Su Yunru insisted on keeping him at home, claiming she accepted his refuge. In reality, she treats him like her kept man. Zhao Jinxiong decided to find an opportunity to deal with Lu Tian. What? Does your ex-wife have another man? The female secretary asked. No, it's a misunderstanding. Don't ask too many questions. Zhao Jinxiong replied irritably. While Zhao Jinxiong couldn't obtain Su Yunru's affection, Lu Tian was able to be with her. This made Zhao Jinxiong feel humiliated, and he was embarrassed to tell anyone about it. The next morning, Su Yunru regretted what happened last night again. However, this time, she didn't drive Lu Tian out of the room. She also didn't bring up what happened last night. Lu Tian refrained from mentioning it either to avoid making her uncomfortable. After getting dressed, both walked out of the bedroom as if nothing had happened the previous night. At work, Su Yunru had Lu Tian help organize the company files. Even though they were interacting as boss and assistant, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. In the afternoon, Lu Tian received a call from the security guard at the company entrance. A woman had come looking for him and claimed to be his senior in martial arts, or Shiji, elder sister. Senior sister? He had only met his senior once, and that was when he was a child, so his memory of her wasn't very clear. When he was 10 years old, his father left to evade pursuers, not wanting to involve him and his mother. 3 years later, his father came to visit them with a female apprentice. This apprentice, 4 years older than him, became someone he addressed as a Shiji. Not long after that visit, his father took the senior sister away. Later, his mother mentioned that the senior sister had joined the military. After his father went missing, They lost track of the senior sister's situation. He didn't even know her name. Back then, he was too young to think about asking her name. Upon learning that his Shiji had come looking for him, Lu Tian was quite excited. He went outside the company. Not far away, a beautiful woman with an elegant figure and a cold demeanor approached him. Lu Tian recognized her immediately. It was his Shiji. The elder sister had shoulder-length hair and wore a slightly tight-fitting suit, which made her appear both efficient and spirited. The elder sister carefully examined him and said, Lu Tian, you've grown up. Relatively speaking, Lu Tian found it easier to recognize his Shiji. Because 10 years ago, when he first met his Shiji, she was already 17 years old. Now at 27, she hadn't changed much from 10 years ago, but her appearance and demeanor were more mature. Shiji, it's been a long time. I heard you joined the military. By the way, I still don't know your name, Lu Tian said. My name is Ding Baishuang, and I'm currently the deputy commander of the Xuanhuan department, the senior sister replied. Hearing this, Lu Tian was utterly shocked. It was such a coincidence. Not long ago, the Green Dragon War God had called him, saying that a female soldier captain from the Xuanhuan department named Ding Baishuang had come to the Jiangbei area to investigate the movements of the Shadow Sect. When Lu Tian learned that his father's disappearance was related to the Shadow Sect, he had considered seeking cooperation with this female soldier captain. But how coincidental. This female captain turned out to be his Shiji. Chapter 24, Senior Sister's Warning. I heard that your War Dragon department is filled with experts of the highest Soldier King level. It's really amazing that you've become one of them. Lu Tian praised. I owe my achievements today to our master's teachings. I thought, as the son of our master, you would be equally accomplished, but unfortunately, Ding Baishuang sighed. If the master knew how unmotivated you've become, he would surely be deeply disappointed. Lu Tian was stunned by what she said. What situation is this? Even if senior sister doesn't know what abilities I have, why does she think I'm not motivated? Senior sister, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Misunderstanding? I know you came to Jiangzhou to rely on a rich woman, even becoming her gigolo. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? This is absolutely a misunderstanding. The rich woman you mentioned must be Aunt Sue. We are not in the kind of relationship you think. What kind of relationship is it then? Can you say that there's no romantic relationship between you two? I saw you take her home 3 nights ago and left early in the morning the next day. 3 nights ago? You've already investigated me long ago. I am investigating information about Master's disappearance, coincidentally looking into your whereabouts at the same time, only to find out how unmotivated you are. Senior sister, you really misunderstood Aunt Sue and me. I'm not her gigolo. Not her gigolo? Are you her boyfriend then? Do you think I will believe you? Why don't you call her over and let us confront each other face to face? If she says you're her boyfriend, I'll apologize to you. Lu Tian didn't know how to respond. Xuanhuan still doesn't know how to deal with her relationship with him. Given her current mentality, she would definitely not consider him her boyfriend. What? Afraid to confront each other? This story is complicated. Anyway, I am definitely not her gigolo. I don't want to hear your excuses. Whether or not you're motivated is none of my business. I came to remind you about something. What is it? When you spend time with Xuanhuan, you're bound to encounter people from the upper circles. If you happen to run into someone from the martial arts family Cold family, keep your distance. Why? I don't know if you've heard of Shadowgate before, but it's a mysterious and evil force. Recently, I found out that the martial arts Cold family has ties with Shadowgate. Therefore, don't get entangled with anyone from the Cold family and avoid causing trouble for yourself. With that, Ding Baishuang turned around and walked away. Oh, there's one more thing I should tell you. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Lu Tian. Years ago, Master mentioned that he wanted us to marry in the future, and at the time, I didn't think much about it and agreed. I don't know if Master told you about this. If he did, just treat it as a joke. With the way you are now, you don't meet my standards for choosing a partner, so there won't be any development between us. If you feel annoyed by my words, then try to improve yourself instead of falling deeper into decadence. But even if you change my impression of you, I won't be together with you. After all, our status has become vastly different. Even if you try your best, you won't catch up with me anymore. My words might sound harsh, but I'm helping you recognize reality, making you more grounded. Without waiting for Lu Tian's response, Ding Baishuang turned and left again. Recognizing reality. In my view, you're just showing off your achievements in front of me. Lu Tian was secretly irritated and complained under his breath. He had originally thought he could reconnect with his senior sister, perhaps discussing plans to counteract Shadowgate together. But now, it seems she doesn't want to have any interaction with him. He certainly wouldn't bother approaching her warmth when faced with her coldness, whatever. Ding Baishuang walked towards a car parked by the roadside and sat in the back seat. An attendant drove away. At this moment, Ding Baishuang received a phone call from one of the War Dragon team members. Sister Ding, I just learned that tonight, the mastermind of a secondary line of the Cold family, Ling Haokong, will attend a banquet organized by Yi Qianxue. Should we go investigate? No need. The Cold family's secret cooperation with Shadowgate means Haokong might not fully understand the situation since he belongs to a secondary branch. Even if we investigate, we won't uncover significant clues and may risk alerting them. Lu Tian had obtained an important clue from his senior sister about the collaboration between martial arts Cold family and Shadowgate. He made a call to President xuanhuan of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the Cold family's general background. xuanhuan indicated that the martial arts Cold family was one of the 2 top-tier aristocratic families in Jiangzhou, and their power far surpassed the other top family, the Yin family. As time moved into the afternoon rush hour, Lu Tian sent Xuanhuan back to the villa and then proceeded to Longxian Club, under Yi family's control. Yi Qinxue had called him last night, saying she invited him to attend a business banquet held by the Yi family, and promised to give him another Xuanhuan bracelet. As soon as Lu Tian entered the hall of the meeting house, he saw a few familiar faces. It was Zhao Yuxuan and a few of her friends. Among them were Dun Xiaoquan, one of Zhao Yuxuan's suitors, and her best friend Lin Mingting. They were all Yi Qinshue's juniors in school and had come specially to support her. Zhao Yuxuan and her group also noticed Lu Tian. Lu Tian, why are you here? Yesterday, Lu Tian caused a big scene at the Zhao residence, helping Su Yunru reclaim the formula. Because of this, Zhao Yuxuan now harbored strong animosity toward him and spoke to him in a scolding tone. Yi Qinsue invited me, Lu Tian replied. Huh, do you even know who you are? What makes you think you're qualified to be invited by Sister Yi? Dun Xiaoquan sneered with contempt. Lin Mingting said, could it be that he knew we would be here, so he came just to try and get some attention? Oof, does he even have the nerve to come? Zhao Yuxuan glared at Lu Tian with hostility. Do you even know why Sister Yi is hosting this banquet? I bet you don't. Let me tell you. She's trying to rally various influential rich families in the area to strengthen her branch of the Yi family. Though Sister Yi didn't set any standards for the guests, those attending this business banquet are all either wealthy or from noble families. After all, bosses who feel they don't have enough money or power won't dare show up here. You have no money or influence. What gave you the guts to attend this banquet? Your entire month's salary can't even buy one bottle of wine here. Are you fantasizing about networking with elites and joining the upper-class circle here? You're just humiliating yourself. Just as Zhao Yuxuan continued her mocking insults, Yi Qinsue arrived. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, Yi Qinsue gracefully walked up to them. Chapter 25. Too incredible. Zhao Yuxuan and others greeted Yi Qinsue politely. Senior Sister Yi, you've come. Thank you for gracing me with your presence. Sister Yi is too polite. Duan Xiaoquan smiled and said, it's an honor for us to be able to support Senior Sister Yi and the Yi family. Yi Qinsue smiled, then looked at Lu Tian. Did Mr. Lu come with them? No, Zhao Yuxuan interjected. We wouldn't even think of bringing him along. Sister Yi, during our last gathering, he almost caused problems. He's naive. Coming to such an important occasion might create trouble or embarrassments. Throw him out. Yes, Duan Xiaoquan said. And this unknown person doesn't deserve to attend such a high-end gala. He only spoils the scene. Also, Zhao Yuxuan pointed at Lu Tian's wrist. Sister Yi, look. He's wearing a bracelet in the same style as yours. But his was bought from a street stall. I think he did it on purpose to gain psychological advantage over you. This is an insult to you. Not only should he be thrown out, but also be taught a lesson. Yi Qinsue frowned and said, you've misunderstood. This bracelet that Mr. Lu is wearing was a gift from me. Shocked beyond words, Zhao Yuxuan et al. Stood there speechless. What's going on? The bracelet Lu Tian has, was it really given by Sister Yi? How could that be possible? That bracelet is made from 1,000-year-old jade. How could Sister Yi give such a precious item to him? It's simply unbelievable. They also heard about something else. Apparently, the Yi family crafted 2 such bracelets originally intended as tokens of love for Yi Qinsue. Now, Yi Qinsue actually gave her token of love to Lu Tian. Doesn't that mean that Lu Tian is her boyfriend? Yi Qinsue is the daughter of the prestigious first-tier Yi family. With her noble identity, why would she pick someone like Lu Tian, who has no money or influence and is unaccomplished, as her boyfriend? However, regardless of the reasons, Lu Tian, based on his current status and position, is already above them. As Zhao Yuxuan and others recalled how they once ridiculed Lu Tian, they felt slapped in the face. Yi Qinsue said to Lu Tian, find a place to sit and rest. I still need to greet other guests. Lu Tian found a seat in the banquet hall and sat down. Zhao Yuxuan and others stood a bit further away, looking at him with resentment. What's so great about him? An angry Zhao Yuxuan said, even if he has become Sister Yi's boyfriend, it doesn't prove he has any talent. Why act so proud? Duan Xiaoquan said, I know what's happening. Sister Yi is an only child, in preparation to take over the family business. Any man she chooses will likely be taken into the family as son-in-law. From what I see, Sister Yi probably chose him because he lacks talent, so he won't affect her status within the family. To put it bluntly, Sister Yi just sees this useless man as easy to control, so she let him become her boyfriend. After hearing Duan Xiaoquan's analysis, Zhao Yuxuan and others thought it made perfect sense, thus they despised Lu Tian even more in their hearts. A young man who had just arrived passed by them, heard their conversation, suddenly furrowed his brows and stopped. Yan Xiao. Zhao Yuxuan and others immediately greeted him politely. This Yan Xiao was not an ordinary person. He is the legitimate heir of one of the 2 top families in Jiangzhou, the Yan family. Yan Shufei glanced at them. What did you just say? Yi Qinsue has a boyfriend. Yes. Duan Xiaoquan pointed to Lu Tian sitting slightly farther away. That's him. His name is Lu Tian, has no money, no power, and no ability. Sister Yi is so accomplished yet is together with someone of this caliber. We all feel sorry for her. Upon hearing this, Yan Shufei's expression darkened instantly. He waved his hand, led the 2 bodyguards beside him, and walked directly toward Lu Tian. You must know that Sister Yi has 2 suitors. One is Xiao Jun, and the other is Yan Shufei. Last night, Baishan Gate was wiped out by Wang Jiangbei leading a team, and Xiao Jun was eliminated. Now that Yan Shufei has no equal rival, unexpectedly a worthless person got ahead of him first. He must be very unhappy. He will never let Lu Tian off. Now we have a good show to watch. Duan Xiaoquan wore an expression of glee and told his friends. Wait a minute, I have a guess. Lin Mingting said. To my knowledge, whether it's Xiao Jun or Yin Shufei, neither has gained Sister Ye's favor. In fact, Sister Yi has been consistently avoiding their pursuit. Perhaps senior sister Yi just let Mr. Lu pretend to be her boyfriend in order to make Yin Shufei give up his pursuit of her. That makes sense, Zhao Yuxuan added. Even if senior sister Yi really wants to bring a man into the family, there's no way she would choose someone like Lu Tian who's so unsophisticated. At this moment, Yin Shufei and his 2 bodyguards had already approached Lu Tian. After exchanging a few sentences with curiosity, Zhao Yuxuan and the others also came over to observe the situation. Yin Shufei sat across from Lu Tian. Let me introduce myself. I am young Master Yin from the Yin family, Yin Shufei. Hello, my name is Lu Tian. I've heard that Mr. Lu is senior sister Yi Qianxue's boyfriend. Let me tell you frankly, I'm pursuing Yi Qianxue, which makes me your rival. Mr. Yin, you've misunderstood. I'm not Yi Qianxue's boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan and the others around couldn't help but burst into laughter at once. Are you afraid that Mr. Yin will deal with you, so you're too scared to admit it? Zhao Yuxuan coldly sneered. Lin Mingting said with a laugh. It's normal for him to feel scared. A nobody like him facing someone as distinguished as young master Yin must be under tremendous pressure. Duan Xiaoquan chuckled. That's true. However, he wears the engagement token given to him by senior sister Yi. So even if he refuses to admit it, it doesn't matter. Lu Tian looked serious as he said. Let me say this again. I am not Yi Qianxue's boyfriend. Yin Shufei smirked lightly. I can guess what's going on here. Yi Qianxue decided to fake a boyfriend relationship in order to reject the arranged marriage her family has planned for her. It's her choice, and out of respect for her decision, I won't interfere. Nevertheless, let me warn you, don't fantasize about having any future with her, because you don't have the capability or qualifications. Duan Xiaoquan took over. Young Master Yin, we'll keep an eye on him for you. If he dares to overestimate himself and make advances on senior sister Yi, we'll teach him a lesson. Lin Mingting chimed in. As long as he knows his place, he should understand that he isn't worthy of senior sister Yi. Zhao Yuxuan continued. Who knows, maybe he's already scheming against senior sister Yi despite being unworthy. Lu Tian furrowed his brows, then shot them a cold glance. I haven't provoked any of you, yet you all stand here mocking me relentlessly. Isn't that very impolite? Starting now, whoever continues to mock me better not expect me to remain patient. Chapter 26. The Deterrence of a Martial Arts Family. Being unfriendly to us? Humph, you're just relying on Sister Yi's strength and pretending to be tough in front of us. Zhao Yuxuan sneered disdainfully. Sister Yi only asked you to pretend as her boyfriend. Don't get too carried away with your role. Lin Mingting pulled Zhao Yuxuan. There's no need for us to argue with him. Continuing this dispute will disrupt the order of the wine party and embarrass Sister Yi. Mingting is right, Duan Xiaoquan said. Besides, Sister Yi merely let him pretend to be her boyfriend. Even if we give her some face, there's also no need to quarrel much with him. Yin Shufei glanced disdainfully at Lu Tian with some contempt and did not bother paying him any more attention. Duan Xiaoquan looked up ingratiatingly at Yin Shufei. Lord Yin, Xiao Jun was pursuing Sister Yi before. Now that Xiao Jun has been dealt with, there's no one who can compete with you in terms of capability. The latter part of his words was deliberately said so Lu Tian could hear it, the implication being that he doesn't have the ability to compete with Lord Yin. Lu Tian was not Yi Qianxue's boyfriend, nor had he ever intended to pursue Yi Qianxue. So Duan Xiaoquan's speech had absolutely no killing power against him and was dismissed by him as nonsense. However, these words made Yin Shufei feel extremely satisfied, and a trace of pride appeared at the corners of his mouth. After a while, Yi Qianxue came over here after greeting other guests. Lord Yin is here as well. Thank you for gracing the occasion. The wine party you hosted, I naturally must attend. However, there are fewer guests than I imagined. There's nothing that can be done. Many people don't want to offend my granduncle's side, thus they dare not attend. It seems that even though Bai Xingmin, which associated closely with them, has been annihilated, it hasn't affected their line significantly. Yi Qianxue sighed and continued. I had planned to gain more allies through this business gathering, creating an equal standing against my granduncle's branch, but evidently, my thoughts were too simplistic. Yin Shufei said, Qianxue, you should know about my feelings for you. If our two families marry together, our Yin family will definitely have the strength to help your father stabilize the position as the head of the Yi family and crush your granduncle's lineage. Yi Qianxue laughed awkwardly. Lord Yin, stop joking around. My future plan is to find a man who can live in my house after marriage. As a top young master from a rich family, you couldn't possibly agree to become a groom moving into the bride's house. She didn't like Yin Shufei much, but due to fear of offending the young master of a top-level powerful family, she rejected quite subtly. Yin Shufei said, I know, you have such plans to ensure your family's control over the Yi clan, but the business of the Yi family will soon fall into your granduncle's hands. If you find a man without much ability to move into your house, you won't be able to preserve the family fortune, let alone take control of it. When saying, a man without much ability, Yin Shufei deliberately raised his voice. It was evident that his speech was meant for Lu Tian to hear as well. However, Lu Tian never considered having any progress with Yi Qianxue, hence such talk held no provoking force against him. At this time, one of Yi Qianxue's subordinates ran up to her. Mistress, your uncle has arrived. Yi Qianxue's expression changed abruptly. He must have been sent specifically by my granduncle to sabotage this wine party and prevent me from uniting allies. A middle-aged man and a young male entered the hall. They were Yi Qianshue's uncle Yi Xiao and her younger cousin Yi Baicheng. The two, escorted by many subordinates, swaggered confidently to the scene of the wine party. Yin Shufei said, "Qianshue, don't worry, I'll drive them away for you. Hopefully, you will think carefully about my proposal of union marriage." Before Yi Qianshue could respond, Yin Shufei stood up and shouted towards Yi Xiao and others. "Mr. Yi, come and chat with me." Yi Xiao smirked coldly and walked in front of him. "I didn't expect Lord Yin would come to congratulate my niece too. Since you know I am congratulating Qianshue, then don't create obstacles here, or I won't forgive you." "Is Lord Yin trying to scare me? So what if I am? If you're scared, scram quickly. Anyway, you aren't welcome here." As Yin Shufei reprimanded Yi Xiao furiously, Zhao Yuxuan and the others were whispering. "Lord Yin alone can suppress Yi Xiao and others in terms of aura. How cool is that?" Zhao Yuxuan praised excitedly. She secretly admired Yin Shufei, but since she placed high importance on identity and status, she deemed herself unworthy of Yin Shufei. Very realistic as she always was, she didn't hope for any progress with him and merely harbored admiration deep inside. "Lord Yin indeed has such audacious justification," said Duan Xiaoquan. "That's obvious. After all, the Yin family behind Lord Yin is one of the two top aristocratic families in Jiangzhou." Lin Mingting added. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. "Lord Yin has both capital and capability. This is genuine valorous dominance. Unlike some people who have neither money, power, nor competence, but keep bragging and acting arrogantly beyond their capacity." As she spoke, she glanced disdainfully in Lu Tian's direction. "Is young Master Yin so sure of himself that he's leaving no room for retreat?" Yi Xiao asked solemnly. "Humph." Yin Shufei laughed disdainfully. "With you lot, I don't even need to consider having a fallback. What if I'm added into the mix?" A voice came from the doorway. A burly young man strode directly towards them from the entrance. At the sight of this newcomer, Yin Shufei shivered instantly. Duan Xiaoquan, Zhao Yuxuan, and others were also startled. "That's Cold Haokong, a junior master of the side branch of the martial arts family Cold." Duan Xiaoquan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mingting said, "Though family Cold is on par with family Yin as one of the two top-tier powerful families in Jiangzhou, Cold family, as a martial arts family, has much greater strength than the Yin family." "Exactly," Duan Xiaoquan nodded. "If Cold Haokong sides with Yi Xiao, even young Master Yin would have to defer to their power. It won't happen. Cold Haokong is merely a junior from the side branch of the Cold family. He definitely wouldn't dare provoke young Master Yin easily. And young Master Yin surely wouldn't fear him." Out of admiration for Yin Shufei, Zhao Yuxuan defended him while secretly worrying for him. Yi Qianshue was inwardly alarmed. She had originally thought that after the annihilation of Bai Xingmin, her lineage could counterbalance the influence of Second Grandpa's faction. Who knew that Second Grandpa's faction had found new backers, and the strength of martial arts family Cold far surpassed that of Bai Xingmin. Lu Tian didn't have much of a relationship with Yi Qianshue and wasn't interested in the struggles between the Yi family members. He had come here only to take the token of gratitude Yi Qianshue had promised him, the Millennium Cold Jade Bracelet. However, now with the presence of the Cold family's master, he could no longer remain uninvolved. Because according to the intelligence his senior sister provided, martial arts family Cold had ties with the Shadow Sect. His father's disappearance was related to the Shadow Sect, thus Cold family would be an important clue for him in investigating the Shadow Sect, making them potential enemies. He had already devised a plan. By dealing with the Cold family, he would lure out the forces of the Shadow Sect. Chapter 27. You give me money, and I will drive them away for you. Lung Haokong walked over slowly and stood by the side of Yi Xiao and Yi Baicheng, father and son, looking at Yin Shufei with a provoking face. "Yin Shufei, are you planning to go against me?" "Lung Xiao, it's a misunderstanding. You're helping the Yi family, and so am I. We should be allies." Hee hee. Yin Shufei, nervous and sweating on his forehead, gave a fawning smile. Before Lung Haokong arrived, Yin Shufei had been projecting an air of dominance, making threats to Yi Xiao and others. But after Lung Haokong came, he immediately caved. This made him feel like a mere clown, his face burning with shame. Yin Shufei's performance also disappointed Zhao Yuxuan greatly. So soon he backed down? Is this still the Yin Xiao I know? Not long ago, Zhao Yuxuan had praised Yin Shufei as magnificent and imposing. Was that all just for show? Yi Qianshue stared coldly at Yi Xiao and Yi Baicheng, father and son. "What do you want? Our purpose here is the same as yours, to win allies." Yi Baicheng cheerfully picked up the conversation and then looked around at the guests present. "Everyone, as you all know, our Yi family has split into two factions. If you choose to stand by our side, we will not fail to treat you well. But if you support Yi Qianshue's branch, then they become enemies of our line. Naturally, you can also choose to not support either side, and we won't make it hard for you. I'm giving you three choices. Either stand with us in support, leave and remain neutral, or support her and be our enemy. You decide yourselves." Just as Yi Baicheng finished speaking, some guests rushed off to leave. Out of respect for the Yi family's intimidation, almost no guest dared to take Yi Qianshue's side. Most guests left the banquet scene. There were only a few guests, swayed by interest, who chose to side with Yi Xiao. Zhao Yuxuan was flabbergasted. They were Yi Qianshue's friends, but out of fear of the Lung family, they did not dare to support her. Still, leaving now would seem too unrighteous. Yin Shufei was even more troubled. He was courting Yi Qianshue and had declared himself her supporter only a short while ago. However, after Master Lung from the Lung household arrived, Yin Shufei became utterly intimidated. If he supported Yi Qianshue, he knew he'd be severely reprimanded by the young master of the Lung family and lose all dignity. But if he fled the scene in defeat, he'd not only lose his dignity, but also ruin his reputation forever. Facing the aggressive demeanor of her uncle's faction and Master Lung's provocations, Yi Qianxue felt enraged. Yet she couldn't match their strength and could only helplessly watch as they gloated before her eyes. Big Sister Yi, if you give me 1 million, I'll drive these troublemakers away for you. The statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily startled as they turned to look at Lu Tian, who had spoken. Lu Tian intended to expose the hidden sect known as Shadow Sect that had connections with the Lung family by targeting them. By acting under the pretense of accepting payment from Yi Qianxue, Lu Tian could both conceal his true intentions and gain some benefits. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Xiao and the others burst into mocking laughter. Zhao Yuxuan silently thought, what a fool, always causing trouble beyond his abilities. Because Zhao Yuxuan still resented Lu Tian for the chaos he created at her home yesterday, she secretly hoped Lu Tian provoked Lung Xiao so that Lung Xiao could teach him a lesson. People like Yin Shufei and Duan Xiaoquan disliked Lu Tian as well and entertained the same thoughts. Who the hell are you to talk big in front of Master Lung? Asked Yi Baicheng, sneering. Lung Haokong was clearly caught off guard, never expecting someone to dare suggest driving him away, which stunned him for a second. Then, wearing a malevolent grin, he directed his gaze towards Lu Tian. You're asking for death. Ignoring him, Lu Tian spoke directly to Yi Qianxue. Big Sister Yi, if you don't hire me with your money, I'm about to leave. 1 million, right? I agree, but you have to chase them away first, and then I will pay you. Infuriated, Yi Qianxue was eager to counterattack these foes. She knew Lu Tian was quite skilled in combat, but she wasn't sure if he could defeat Lung Haokong. If he could, it would clear her grudge. If not, letting Lu Tian act would still signify her determination to confront her enemies. Since it was Lu Tian who initiated this paid assistance, she didn't consider herself dragging him into trouble. That's settled then. This is too easy for me. Hurry up and prepare the money, said Lu Tian. Lung Haokong instantly grew furious with rage. Those words made him feel extremely humiliated. After muttering, you're asking for death, again, Lung Haokong swung his fist directly at Lu Tian. Although Zhao Yuxuan and others were there to support Yi Qianxue, because of their resentment towards Lu Tian, they were somewhat delighted to see his misfortune, anxiously awaiting his inevitable failure. Bang! Lu Tian countered with a direct punch to Lung Haokong's incoming fist. The next scene startled everyone around, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless. Lung Haokong was sent flying from a single blow, colliding into Yi Baicheng who was standing behind him. After they both hit the ground, they rolled several times. Lung Haokong's wrist, elbow, and shoulder had all been dislocated. Yi Zhao's expression changed drastically. Zhao Yuxuan and the others were utterly shocked, and their hearts raced nervously. Although Lung Haokong belonged to the collateral line of the Lung family, his strength was far inferior to that of the main line members of the Lung family. He was still someone from the martial arts house of the Lungs, and his abilities shouldn't be underestimated. Yet, Lu Tian could defeat him in one punch. Yi Qianxue was also greatly surprised. Even though she already knew Lu Tian was a good fighter, the power he just displayed far exceeded her expectations. Yi Xiao snarled angrily. Don't be so cocky. Since you've beaten Lung Xiao this time, the Lung family will surely not let you off. Lu Tian said coldly. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you don't want me to take action against you, then scram quickly. Yi Xiao coldly replied. Humph, don't think we're afraid of you just because you can fight. We have the backing of the Lung family. Smack. Lu Tian slapped his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Didn't you hear what I said? If you don't want me to act, scram. Yi Xiao dared not act arrogantly anymore. Lung Haokong wanted to rely on the prestige of the martial arts Lung family to utter some harsh words. However, after witnessing Yi Xiao getting slapped, the threats he intended to voice got stuck in his throat. Worried about Lu Tian attacking again, Yi Xiao hastily led his underlings to lift up Lung Haokong and Yi Baicheng from the ground and fled the banquet scene unceremoniously. Qianxue, I have some company matters to attend to. I'll go first. Yin Jinfei felt embarrassed about being scared earlier and didn't want to stay any longer, so he also hurriedly left. The guests realized there was no point in staying further, so they each left as well. Lu Tian, now you're in big trouble. Zhao Yuxuan remarked. You beat Lung Xiao, and the Lung family will definitely spare no effort to deal with you. Sister Yi will get dragged into your mess. She turned towards Yi Qianxue and said, Sister Yi, you shouldn't have listened to this scoundrel and invited him to deal with Lung Xiao. He's ruining you. Duan Xiaoquan glared at Lu Tian. You shouldn't think you've become something special just because you defeated Lung Haokong. Lung Haokong is only a member of the Lung family's collateral line. His strength is insignificant within the Lung family. If a core member of the Lung family were to take action, you would stand no chance. This time, you claimed you were helping Sister Yi chase away enemies, but in reality, you've brought her bigger trouble. Lin Mingting and others also joined in criticizing Lu Tian. Get out, Yi Qianxue suddenly said in a cold voice. Chapter 28, More money needed. Zhao Yuxuan glared at Lu Tian. Sister Yi told you to get out. Why are you still here? Get out. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as it landed on Zhao Yuxuan's face. Zhao Yuxuan stared blankly at Yi Qianxue, who had just struck her. Duan Xiaoquan and the others were startled, each of them inhaling sharply in shock. Sister Yi, why did you hit me? Zhao Yuxuan asked cautiously. Lu Tian is my esteemed guest. Be more respectful to him. Yi Qianxue said sternly. Besides, I wasn't telling him to leave. I was telling you all to leave. This. Zhao Yuxuan and the others were utterly stunned, standing frozen without knowing what to do. Get out. Yi Qinxue raised her voice. Zhao Yuxuan and the group shivered, their faces showing discomfort as they slumped out of the hall. After sighing, Yi Qinxue sat down on the nearby chair. She said to her subordinates, "Leave us for a moment. I need to have a private conversation with Mr. Liu." The subordinates nodded and left the hall. Yi Qinxue looked at Liu Tian. "Thank you for helping me vent." Liu Tian smiled. "I should thank you. After all, I just showed off a little, and I earned $1 million from you." "You?" Yi Qinxue sounded somewhat reproachful. "Are you reminding me to pay you?" Liu Tian nodded seriously. "And the other bracelet should be mine now too." Then he gave his bank account number to her. Yi Qinxue transferred $1 million to him and handed over the bracelet. "Thank you." After receiving the money and bracelet, Liu Tian prepared to leave. "Wait." Yi Qinxue stopped him. "Is there something else?" Yi Qinxue hesitated for a moment and then said, "I want to ask you for a favor. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend?" In order to ease the awkwardness, Yi Qinxue quickly explained her reasons. Whether it was her parents or her second grandfather, they wanted her to enter into a marriage alliance with another powerful family. Both sides intended to strengthen their own positions within the Yi family, arranging her to represent the Yi family in a marriage alliance closely tied to their respective interests. Because the two sides were adversarial, the marriage candidates they hoped for were different. Regardless, both viewed Yi Qinxue as a chip to protect their own benefits. Yi Qinxue didn't want to be used this way, and she had her own opinions. As an only child in her family, she hoped to take charge of the Yi family in the future. Her plan was to find a man with some ability who would become part of the family by marriage and assist her in managing the business. However, before that, she planned to first find a man to fake being her boyfriend, which would eliminate any notion her parents and second grandfather might have about using her for political marriages. After explaining the reason, Yi Qinxue continued, "I chose you to pretend to be my boyfriend because you know some martial arts and medical skills, indicating you have some capabilities. That will make it easier for my family to accept you." Liu Tian replied without hesitation, "Sorry, I refuse." Yi Qinxue felt surprised. "With my conditions, pretending to be my boyfriend would be a great honor for you. Why do you refuse?" "Honor? I don't care. I only care if this benefits me." Do you want to talk about money again? Don't you think we should talk about something besides money? Even if you agree, I'm not necessarily willing to talk about feelings with you." "What a jerk." Yi Qinxue inwardly complained. "Given my conditions, if I announce I want someone to pretend to be my boyfriend, many talented young men would flock to me. This guy only cares whether there's benefit for him, and even says he might not be willing to discuss feelings with me. He really doesn't know how lucky he is. Good thing he just said, might not, and isn't completely certain. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing for me. Hold on. Why am I even thinking about whether he wants a relationship with me? I have no intention of starting a relationship with him, so why am I worried whether he's willing? All this is because that jerk made me angry. How about this? If you pretend to be my boyfriend, I'll give you 1 million yuan. Sound good? Can't you find anyone better suited than me for this role?" "No, I can't." "Why do you ask?" "I'm reminding you that I have the leverage to negotiate with you. If you want me to agree, you'll have to offer more money." How much do you want?" "A cool 5 million per month, and I won't entertain your negotiation attempts." "You want to negotiate, but refuse to let me negotiate back? Don't you think that's unfair?" "But it works in my favor. If you find it unfair, don't ask me. It's not like I absolutely need this money." "Fine, you win. 5 million a month, deal. One more thing. If I'm going to pretend to be your boyfriend, it's mainly to deal with your family, right? My condition is that I will only pretend when in front of your family." "All right, that's fine. So we have an agreement. Pay me the first month's fee in advance." Are you only interested in money?" "Of course not. I'm not that vulgar. Actually, besides money, I'm also into gold and jewelry." Yi Qinxue was at a loss for words, thinking that he was even more vulgar than someone who only cared about money. She simply couldn't find anyone more suitable than Liu Tian. Otherwise, she would have already kicked this money-obsessed person far away. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the door. A beautiful middle-aged woman appeared at the wine party. "My mom's here," Yi Qinxue exclaimed in surprise. She hurriedly said to Liu Tian, "You start pretending to be my boyfriend in front of her right now. Don't let her see that you're pretending." Liu Tian nodded. "I've taken your money. I'll work seriously for you, definitely making sure it's worth every penny you've spent." Xuanhuan, Yi Qinshue's mother, came up to them. "I heard that your second uncle brought young Master Cold here to cause trouble, so I rushed over to check out." Looking at the deserted scene, Xuanhuan continued, "It seems they have successfully disrupted this party." Then she looked at Liu Tian curiously. "Who is he?" "He is my boyfriend." Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment before looking at Liu Tian. "Since you've been chosen by my daughter, you must be pretty qualified. Which family do you come from?" Liu Tian replied, "I am from the Liu family in Yunhai City." Liu family in Yunhai City. Yunhai City wasn't too far from Jiangzhou, but it wasn't extremely close either. Xuanhuan roughly knew about the high-profile families in Yunhai City. After careful consideration, she found there was no Liu family among the distinguished households in Yunhai City. "What kind of business does your Liu family run?" "We don't actually run any business. My mom is a doctor at a hospital, and I am an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company." You dare to say you come from some Liu family while not being from a prominent household?" "I am surnamed Liu. Isn't it reasonable to say I'm from the Liu family?" "Very reasonable. Absolutely too reasonable. But since you're not a young master of a powerful family, you don't have the qualifications to be the son-in-law of our Yi family." Chapter 29, Special Evidence. Xuanhuan looked at Yi Qinxue. "I can guess what's going on. You're having him pretend to be your boyfriend, right?" Yi Qinxue was suddenly startled, not expecting her mom to have guessed so easily. But she insisted, "It's not pretending. He really is my boyfriend. I've already told you and Dad before. I plan to choose a man to become an in-law. A young master from a wealthy family would never become an in-law, so I could only choose a man with no background. He has no background, but he knows martial arts, medical techniques, and has great skills, so I chose him. Xuanhuan laughed coldly. Both your father and I didn't agree with your idea of finding a man to become an in-law. Then, she looked at Lu Tian. I don't know if you two are really dating. Anyway, I won't allow you to be together. If you leave Qinxue, I'll give you 200,000 yuan. No, our feelings cannot be measured by money. For her, I will not bow down to wealth. Lu Tian said this in such an impassioned tone. Yi Qinxue privately mocked him. What a performance. Isn't it just because you think 200,000 yuan is too little? If I were willing to pay you 5 million yuan per month, of course you wouldn't lower yourself for 200,000. Actually, although Lu Tian liked money, he did things with principles. He had already promised to help Yi Qinxue stage this act, and he would see it through. Even if Xuanhuan offered him more money to leave, he wouldn't agree. So, name your price. How much will it take for you to leave her? Xuanhuan asked. Yi Qinxue panicked a little, fearing that Lu Tian might actually put a price. If this happened, regardless of whether her mom was willing to pay the amount, there would be no way she could continue having Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend. In desperation, she took a deep breath and said, This isn't about the money. Actually, we've already. Xuanhuan's face darkened. Already what? Yi Qinxue took a deep breath. We've already done the deed. What? Xuanhuan's expression paused momentarily, but quickly realized that the other person was lying. It's impossible. You're so conservative. Even if he is your real boyfriend, there's no way you'd progress to that level so quickly. I'm telling the truth. We've really already. Don't pretend. Seeing how hesitant you are, I can tell you're lying. Yi Qinxue started to panic. It seemed it would be hard to bluff her way through. At this moment, Lu Tian spoke up. Qinxue isn't lying. It's just that with something like this, it makes her feel embarrassed to talk directly. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Since I can see she's lying, defending her won't help. Lu Tian said, I can provide evidence to prove that she's not lying. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Evidence? Lu Tian nodded. On Qinxue's thigh, near the top, there's an inconspicuous birthmark. If nothing had happened between us, it would be impossible for me to see something like that. Xuanhuan was startled all over again. As Yi Qinxue's mother, she knew everything about her daughter. The feature of Yi Qinxue's body mentioned by Lu Tian earlier was completely accurate. Yi Qinxue was already blushing bright red out of shame. She remembered when she was drugged by Xiao Jun earlier, Lu Tian treating her. At the time, she had fainted and didn't know about the treatment process. However, Lu Tian had told her that to treat her with acupuncture, he had taken off her clothes. Lu Tian must have noticed these features on her body at that time. It seemed this guy not only saw everything, but observed them quite carefully. Xuanhuan glared angrily at Yi Qinxue. I never thought you would so easily give yourself to a man. You've greatly disappointed me. I've actually been dating him for a long time. Well then, I'm very traditional. Since you've progressed to this point, I won't interfere anymore. But if your father opposes your relationship, I won't speak up for you. Xuanhuan was still somewhat angry, scolding with this statement before leaving the venue. I've helped you bluff your way through. Lu Tian smiled at Yi Qinxue as he spoke. Yi Qinxue glared at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Thinking back to the time her body was exposed to him and now being used as evidence by him, she couldn't contain her rage. But upon reflection, it was exactly because of this that he was able to help her bluff her way through. She wasn't in the mood to get angry at Lu Tian. After transferring 5 million yuan as payment for his 1-month gig pretending to be her boyfriend, she arranged for her driver to send Lu Tian back. When Lu Tian returned home, he found Su Yunru wasn't there. He called Su Yunru and learned that she went shopping. A while later, he received a call from xuanhuan, the president of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. The latter told him two things. First, regarding the pharmaceutical company he was setting up, it was almost complete. However, they might face some trouble next. Because the Yin family, who also dealt in pharmaceuticals, had been investigating the movements of this new company. The Yin family probably feared their own pharmaceutical business would be affected and intended to suppress them. Secondly, tomorrow night, the Li family from the provincial capital would host an antiques auction in Jiangzhou. The auction would take place at the Fenghua Club opened by the Li family here. Xuanhuan knew that Lu Tian was very skilled at appraising treasures and also enjoyed finding bargains. So he informed Lu Tian of this news. If interested, Lu Tian could pay attention to this auction. Lu Tian was indeed interested and planned to visit the auction site tomorrow. As for the Yan's possible disruption of his new company, he didn't take it too seriously. With his capabilities, he didn't even consider them a threat. If the Yin family dared to cause trouble, he would deal with them directly. A few minutes later, suddenly, more than 10 burly men armed with sticks jumped over the wall and rushed into the villa compound. Lu Tian stepped into the yard and coldly looked at them. At first, he guessed that it might have been retaliation because he beat up a junior member of the Lung family, and someone was sent to avenge him. But after looking more closely, he judged from the demeanor of these people that they weren't martial artists and were unlikely to have been sent by the Lung family, which specialized in martial arts. These thugs didn't say anything. They immediately charged at him and started attacking. Lu Tian slapped one thug down and seized the stick from him. Then, as a flurry of stick shadows passed, all the thugs were knocked to the ground, writhing in pain. Who sent you? Lu Tian asked sternly. It was Ouyang Jinxiu hired us to deal with you. Terrified by the beating, the thugs quickly divulged the mastermind behind it all. Where is he now? He said to come to room 6 of the Lan Yi bar to collect our reward after we incapacitated you. He must already be there. Get out. Lu Tian opened the gate and kicked each one of them outside. The thugs scrambled away in panic. Ouyang Jinxiu had once conspired against Su Yunru with people from the Zhao family. Now, he sent people to deal with him. This greatly angered Lu Tian, and he decided to settle accounts with him right now. Location, room 6 of the Lanyi bar. Su Yunru, who had just arrived here, sat on the sofa, coldly staring at Zhao Jinxiu sitting opposite her. When she finished shopping and was about to return to the villa, she received Zhao Jinxiu's call. Zhao Jinxiu said that since they're split from the Zhao family, he wanted to discuss this matter thoroughly with her. Su Yunru also wished to resolve this issue, so she came for the meeting. Isn't Yuexian what you are most unwilling to give up after severing ties with our Zhao family? Zhao Jinxiu asked. Su Yunru nodded. Yuexian values fame and fortune highly and will remain in your Zhao family as the daughter of the house. If she still wants to recognize me as her mother, I am willing to care for and cherish her. I only hope our feelings between her and me won't get entangled with any dealings with your Zhao family. Zhao Jinxiu sighed. Can't you let go of our daughter? Can't you let go of the 20 years of our relationship? Su Yunru's lips curled with a faint sneer. It's you who abandoned it first. From now on, we'll live separately. Yunru. Zhao Jinxiu suddenly became excited and grabbed her hand. Su Yunru was startled. Let me go. She tried to shake off his hand, but couldn't due to his strength. Is it because you have another man, so you don't want to reconcile with me anymore? Zhao Jinxiu's mood shifted from excitement to anger. Even if I don't have another man, I wouldn't reconcile with you. Last night, when Su Yunru received Zhao Jinxiu's call, she was having passionate moments with Lu Tian. She could guess that Zhao Jinxiu had heard the sounds from the other side of the phone, realizing she was with a man. Chapter 30 The Mysterious Woman. Was the man you were with just now Lu Tian? No. Su Yunru didn't want others to know that the man was Lu Tian, or it would embarrass her greatly. Even if you deny it, you can't fool me. Zhao Jinxiu gritted his teeth and said, I've always wanted to get back together with you, but you showed complete disdain for me. As a result, you started flirting with young people. Is it because he's young and strong that makes it more enjoyable for you? In fact, I'm as capable as before, and right now I'll show you. Su Yunru felt both embarrassed and angry and scared, but she couldn't help but silently criticize him. You weren't even capable back then. Seeing Zhao Jinxiu getting closer step by step, Su Yunru retreated nervously. You? What do you want to do? I told you, I'll show you how capable I am. Before the words had even finished, Zhao Jinxiu, out of shame and anger, directly pushed her onto the sofa. You bastard. Let go of me. Su Yunru struggled fiercely, but in the face of Zhao Jinxiu who was far stronger than her, she could not break free. Just as Zhao Jinxiu was tearing at her clothes, someone suddenly pushed the door open. Zhao Jinxiu was shocked and stared in disbelief at Lu Tian who had just rushed into the room. Bang! Lu Tian wasted no time, hitting Zhao Jinxiu squarely on the face with one punch. Zhao Jinxiu screamed in agony, falling backward, blood immediately gushing from his nose, and his face split and bruised. Sister Su, are you alright? Lu Tian helped Su Yunru up. I'm fine. Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise. Su Yunru was still trembling with fear, fixing her clothes while speaking with a trembling voice. Zhao Jinxiu realized that the thugs he hired failed to beat Lu Tian and ended up confessing everything. In a panic, he struggled to his feet and fled from the private room. Shit, don't run. Lu Tian, enraged, quickly chased after him, grabbing Zhao Jinxiu by the hair and pulling him back, slapping him again. Zhao Jinxiu was knocked down, shouting for help while crawling away desperately. Lu Tian kicked him hard again, causing him to roll around while he continued punching and kicking. It was evening, the bar was operating and there were quite a number of customers present. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding customers and several security guards. Help! Help! Zhao Jinxiu shouted loudly. Stop! Several security guards hurried over. Do you know whose bar this is? How dare you make trouble here? Sorry, I will discipline him outside. Lu Tian acted based on principles. To avoid affecting the business of the bar, he intended to take Zhao Jinxiu outside to continue the lesson. Not allowed to leave. Our rules are, anyone who dares to hit someone here must pay the price. We just saw you attack him, so he can leave, you cannot. During the conversation between Lu Tian and these security personnel, Zhao Jinxiu took advantage of this opportunity to flee in a panic. Su Yunru quickly explained, Everyone, listen to me. It was the person who just ran away who tried to take advantage of me, and my friend stepped in to teach that person a lesson. But we didn't see him taking advantage of you. We only saw your friend beating him. The security guard responded, You're too unreasonable. Perhaps we're not reasonable, but we definitely follow the rules. Your friend started a fight here. According to our rules, he must pay the price. The one answering just now was a woman around 30 years old, dressed in a red dress. This woman slowly descended the stairs and walked towards them calmly. She had wavy shoulder-length hair, wore a form-fitting one-piece dress, and with each step her fiery figure swayed, showcasing her sensuality. At the same time, her body exuded an air of authority akin to a big sister, making her appear both alluring and imposing. Sister Lan. The security personnel politely greeted this woman. Su Yunru was startled, thinking, if her subordinates call her Sister Lan, could she be Nye Lan, known as the Ruthless Rose? Her guess was correct. The person was indeed Nye Lan, the Ruthless Rose. This woman had a mysterious background. 3 years ago, Nye Lan came to Jiangzhou and within a year became a big boss in local catering and entertainment industries. During this period, many competitors tried various methods to deal with her. The result was that these opponents not only lost to her, but their businesses were swallowed by her. Because of her beauty and cruel tactics, she earned the nickname Ruthless Rose. It was rumored that even the two top families, the Lung family and Yin family, dared not easily offend her. Su Yunru had heard of Nielan's reputation, but didn't expect her to own this bar. Nielan walked in front of her subordinates and looked emotionlessly at Lu Tian. For at least 2 years, no one has dared to fight in my bar. According to our rules, anyone who hits someone here must have one hand cut off before leaving. Do you choose to cut off your left hand or your right hand? I choose to break your rules. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole crowd was shocked. Was he stupid or crazy? How dare he say he would break her rules right in front of Ruthless Rose? Nielan still showed no expression on her face, but the sharpness in her eyes had become incredibly cold. The underlings around her were already ready for action, waiting only for Nielan's command. Destroy both of his hands, Nielan said indifferently. Her underlings rushed forward. Just as they were about to reach Lu Tian, a shout came from the door. Stop! The one shouting was a woman with imposing presence and elegant demeanor. She was Lu Tian's elder sister in martial arts, Ding Baishuang. Step back. Upon hearing Ding Baishuang's command, Nielan ordered her underlings. They immediately retreated. The arrival of his senior martial sister was unexpected by Lu Tian. It seemed like his senior martial sister knew this woman. Ding Baishuang looked at Lu Tian. It seems I arrived just in time, otherwise. Lu Tian cut her off. Otherwise, I would have beaten them all to the ground. You actually helped them out. You, Ding Baishuang angrily replied. You're really overestimating yourself. She then said to Nielan. Boss Nia, my junior likes to boast. Please don't take it personally. Before Nielan could reply, Lu Tian blurted out to Nielan. I see you're a friend of my senior martial sister. For her sake, I'll let you off easy. This almost made everyone nearby faint. Just now, everyone saw that Nielan was willing to let him go out of respect for the recently arrived lady. But this guy actually boasted shamelessly, taking advantage of having his martial senior backing him up in front of Nielan, which was completely ridiculous. Even if he had his martial senior supporting him, given Nielan's temper and methods, he probably wouldn't escape unscathed. Chapter 31, Permission to Stay Overnight. The subsequent developments took everyone by surprise. Nielan, who was usually stoic and didn't reveal her emotions on her face, although she showed obvious anger this time, quickly reined it in after Ding Baishuang gave her a warning look. None of the onlookers knew Ding Baishuang, but they could guess that she was not an ordinary person. I'll give you face and won't pursue him any longer, Nielan said coldly. Haven't you already quickly thanked Nia boss for showing mercy? Ding Baishuang asked as she turned to Lu Tian. But then she realized Lu Tian had already led Su Yunru out of the bar. This idiot. I have to teach him what politeness is sometime, Ding Baishuang said angrily. She then looked at Nielan. I've got something important to discuss with you. Nielan nodded and invited her to her office upstairs. What do you want to talk about? There's now a chance to provoke the Cold family and their backing Dark Shadow sect into action, but I need your help. Ding Baishuang, don't you really consider me as your informer? So what if I do? You have no choice. If some powerful enemies find you, you will need our xuanhuan protection. Before that happens, you'd better follow my instructions. You're ruthless. So speak. How do you want me to help you? Tomorrow night, there will be an antique auction hosted by the Li family in the provincial city, held at the Fenghua Association. There's an item called the Qilin plate, and I need you to buy it at all costs. Why? How is this related to your investigation of the Cold family and the Dark Shadow sect? The Dark Shadow sect has always wanted to obtain this treasure. They will definitely instruct the Cold family to find a way to get the Qilin plate. This is the opportunity one mentioned to provoke them into action. Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety. Lu Tian and Su Yunru returned to their residence. Who exactly is your senior sister? Why does even the notorious Rosa give her so much respect? Su Yunru curiously asked. She learned kung fu from my father. She is 4 years older than me, so I call her senior sister. As for her current situation, I don't know much either. Senior sister came secretly to investigate the Dark Shadow sect. To help her maintain secrecy, Lu Tian would not divulge her circumstances to anyone. Of course, he himself wasn't particularly familiar with her either. Even the fact that senior sister was investigating the Dark Shadow sect was only known because Qinglong War God told him. But, you were too rash back then. Fortunately Nielan didn't cause trouble for you due to your sister's face. It was Nielan who started the fuss. I just responded appropriately. Anyway, I'm not afraid of her. You are always impulsive. You must act within your limits. I am acting within my limits. Fine, I can't argue with you anymore, but I hope you remember my warnings. By the way, this time I almost got taken advantage of by Zhao Jinxiong, thanks to your timely rescue. How did you find me? Zhao Jinxiong hired goons to deal with me here. After knocking them down, I learned Zhao Jinxiong's whereabouts from them. I intended to teach him a lesson, coincidentally rescuing you in the process. That jerk, he went too far. Su Yunru recounted why she met with Zhao Jinxiong. Her split with the Zhao family meant the one thing she was concerned about was her daughter Zhao Yuxuan. Upon hearing Zhao Yuxuan's name, Lu Tian felt immense aversion. That obnoxious woman was simply stupid and wicked. He didn't feel comfortable criticizing Zhao Yuxuan in front of Su Yunru. Thus he only offered a few words of comfort. After finishing washing up, Su Yunru went to rest in her room. Lu Tian did the same. He lay in bed wearing only a pair of four-cornered shorts. Su Yunru blushed, taking a glance at his majestic, strong body, and pulled the blanket over him a little more. Su Yunru switched off the bedside lamp, and also lay down on the bed. Suddenly, her expression froze, startled inside. No, how did he end up in my room? And I actually allowed him to stay the night in my room. Even more absurd was that she didn't find it strange at all, even tenderly covering him with a blanket. It was clear that after sleeping together 3 consecutive nights, she had grown accustomed to it. At this moment, Lu Tian turned over and hugged her. Su Yunru was filled with shame, but also felt a warming sensation in her heart. The experiences of the recent days left her physically and mentally exhausted, but Lu Tian was always by her side, supporting her through everything. Although she still thought Lu Tian lacked ability, his concern and constant presence made her involuntarily consider him her support and source of security. This brought her not only safety, but also a strange emotion she couldn't quite describe. That night, Lu Tian only held her while they slept, nothing more. Because if he wanted to take responsibility for her, he couldn't allow her to feel that he was merely coveting her body. Just then, Su Yunru's phone rang. She picked up her phone, and immediately her face turned pale. "It's your mom calling me on video. You'd better get out quickly. I don't want her to see us both in the same bed. No need for me to leave. I'll just make sure not to come into the camera frame and stay quiet. All right, but you have to keep your word." Su Yunru sat up against the nightstand and answered the call. Since it was a video call, to ensure the other party could see her properly, she also put it on speakerphone while facing the mobile device. "Hello, Aunt Lu. Little Ro, are you already resting? Sorry to bother your rest. Please, Aunt Lu, don't mention it. I've just come to bed, haven't started resting yet. I'm not really asking about anything important, just wanted to know how my son is doing over there." "Oh, he's fine. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him." Hearing that, Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the care was quite thorough. It even extended to sharing a bed. Noticing the change in his expression, Su Yunru instantly realized he had deliberately misinterpreted her statement, making her feel both flustered and angry. She couldn't resist glaring at him. "Yunru, what are you looking at? Is there someone else beside you?" No, no one. I was just checking if the window is closed. You're already in bed, so surely you've pulled the curtain. How can you still see the window?" That left Su Yunru momentarily speechless, unable to think of a response. "Yunru, your face is red. There must be someone beside you. Are you dating someone?" "I know. Aunt Lu, stop teasing me." "I'm not teasing. Yunru, don't be shy. It's been so long since your divorce. It's time you found a boyfriend." I really don't have a boyfriend. And there's no one by me." "Then can you prove it? Turn your phone camera toward the other side of the bed, and let me see if anyone's there." Chapter 32. Too embarrassing. Now, Su Yunru really had no idea how to explain herself. She definitely couldn't point the phone's camera towards Lu Tian without feeling embarrassed. Even though her relationship with Lu Tian was something she could openly declare, she still felt shy about letting others know, especially the other party's mom. But if she didn't turn the lens, it would be as if she admitted that there was a man next to her. "Yes, I did find a boyfriend." Su Yunru couldn't think of another explanation and could only answer this way. "It's too embarrassing." Then she noticed that Lu Tian was laughing even more smugly, looking utterly pleased with himself. "Xiao Ro, with your good qualities, the man you chose must be quite outstanding." "Him? Not at all. He not only looks ugly, but also doesn't have much ambition." I almost fainted. Lu Tian nearly lost his cool. "You don't know my strength, so calling me unambitious is forgivable. But I'm so handsome. How can you call me ugly?" Then he noticed Su Yunru giving him a challenging look. He realized that her previous statement was deliberately said to provoke him. "With your great conditions, how could you pick an average guy like that? You're being too modest. He is just average." "I won't believe that. By the way, in some time, I plan to go to your city, Jiangzhou, and settle there for the long term." "Long-term settlement? Did you find work there?" "Not really. I intend to directly open a medical clinic there. Since I'm new in town, I might still need your help." "That's easy. When do you plan to come?" "About half a month from now. At that time, we'll have a good chat, and I'll take the chance to see what your boyfriend looks like." "Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Rest up." After hanging up the phone, Su Yunru immediately glared at Lu Tian with embarrassment and anger. "Aunt Su, were you talking about me when you mentioned that ugly man?" Yes, I was talking about you. And I think you're really ugly." "So what?" A mischievous smile played on Su Yunru's lips as she taunted him. "That's great. Huh? If I'm ugly, why are you so proud?" "Because when you described your boyfriend earlier, you meant me, indicating that you view me as your boyfriend." "You? Jerk." Su Yunru was both embarrassed and angry, yet she couldn't think of a rebuttal. After calming down while lying on the bed, Su Yunru became increasingly conflicted in her feelings. She realized that she seemed to have accepted her romantic relationship with Lu Tian by default. Otherwise, last night, there's no way she would have allowed him to sleep in the same bed as her. But this tacit acknowledgement left her confused. He's Sister Lu's son. Just because of that fact alone, it made her feel uncomfortable about developing anything further with him. But if she didn't want their relationship to develop further, then what does her implicit acceptance mean right now? Lu Tian came to rely on her and worked as her assistant. Moreover, he's significantly younger than her. If he isn't regarded as her boyfriend, would people assume she sees him merely as some young lover? At this thought, Su Yunru shuddered inwardly, and she forcefully denied it in her mind. "No, I certainly haven't seen him as some young lover. I'm not the type of woman who would regard anyone as such lightly." Her mood became increasingly complicated. The more she pondered, the more she was uncertain about how to handle her relationship with Lu Tian. The next morning, Lu Tian took leave from Su Yunru and went out of the company. He headed to the headquarters of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, the Tianqing Tower. Yesterday, xuanhuan called him, saying the process of setting up a pharmaceutical company for him was about to be completed. The main focus of the company will be the production and operation of traditional Chinese medicine. This time Lu Tian came to the Chamber of Commerce to provide the recipes for several kinds of traditional Chinese medicine for his new company. With his expertise in medicine, the efficacy of the medications based on these formulas would far surpass existing ones in the market. Xuanhuan convened a meeting here with members of the chamber. It was to assign them tasks for the official operations of the new company. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan had recruited some new employees to assist in the establishment of the new company. Many local aristocratic families, hoping to gain favor from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, were willing to send their younger generations to work here. These young elites from wealthy families considered working at Tianqing Chamber of Commerce an honor. Not only was it an opportunity for them to gain experience, but it also improved their status and the status of their families among the elite circles. Yeshua Qian, a diamond-level member of the chamber, also attended the meeting. As soon as she arrived, several staff members responsible for reception greeted her. One employee called out, "Sister Yi." Yi Qian was momentarily surprised and looked at Duan Xiaoquan, who had just spoken. "Duan Xiaoquan, are you working here now?" "Yes. I passed their new employee recruitment, and today is my first day on the job. I heard that most of the applicants failed the assessment. It's quite an achievement for you to be hired. Congratulations." "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi. In that case, I'll go to the meeting first. We can chat when we have time." Yi Qianxue headed to the meeting room. Duan Xiaoquan and a few other newly employed wealthy young masters continued to welcome arriving members here. After receiving several more members, a familiar figure caught Duan Xiaoquan's attention. "Lu Tian, why is he here?" Duan Xiaoquan disliked Lu Tian very much and looked down on him with disdain. "Lu Tian, what are you doing here? This is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Many bosses who want to come here don't even have the qualifications. Do you really think it's okay for a nobody like you to come here seeking recognition?" "So it's young Master Duan. Didn't know you were working here?" "Exactly. Perhaps you don't realize how many noble offspring don't have the qualifications to work here. In that case, you're pretty amazing. Congratulations to you." After saying that, Lu Tian was about to walk past him and head toward Zhang Wanhai's office. "Stop right there. Many bosses don't have the qualifications to come here, let alone you. By the way, are you not here to see Senior Sister Yi?" "Humph. Senior Sister Yi must have only allowed you to pretend to be her boyfriend because she thought you were useless. And you really think yourself as someone important. Senior Sister Yi is a diamond member here, prestigious in status. She has the right to be here, but you don't have this qualification at all." Then Duan Xiaoquan said to the other wealthy young men around him, "You should still remember that waste of time person I mentioned before, the one who sought refuge under Mother Yuxian and boasts despite having no talent?" Then, pointing his finger at Lu Tian, "That waste I referred to earlier is him." The other young masters roared with laughter upon hearing this. Duan Xiaoquan looked at Lu Tian with utter disdain. "What are you still standing here for? Trying to get attention? I still need to receive members. Don't obstruct me here. Get out now." Chapter 33, The Humiliation Scene. "You dare to humiliate me. I'll give you two choices. First, apologize to me." Before Lu Tian could finish, Duan Xiaoquan interrupted with a sneer. "Ha! As the great young master of the Zhao family, and now also a member of the Tianqing Chamber, what makes you think I would apologize to you? Your identity as the young master of the Zhao family means nothing to me. Whether or not you can stay in the Tianqing Chamber is up to me. I will now expel you from the chamber." "Did I hear that right? You said you're going to kick me out of the chamber?" Duan Xiaoquan feigned astonishment, provoking laughter from a few rich young men nearby. "Lu Tian, all your boasts are self-delusional nonsense. Aren't you embarrassed by them? Are you just finding your sense of existence through empty bragging because you lack actual ability? Enough talk. Do you refuse to apologize then? To have me apologize? You don't have the right to ask for it. You offered me two choices, didn't you? Why don't you say the second choice already? I'm curious to know what other self-delusional request you can come up with." "I wasn't finished with the first choice yet. If you apologize, I'll still expel you from the Tianqing Chamber and impose some commercial punishments on your Zhao family. Then things will be settled. As for the second choice..." At this point, Lu Tian's gaze turned serious. "The second choice is similar to the first, except I'll add one more item. Making you apologize after I beat you up." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tian slapped Duan Xiaoquan hard across the face. Smack! Duan Xiaoquan was directly knocked to the ground. His wealthy friends were taken aback. Who dares to hit a member of the Tianqing Chamber at its headquarters? This isn't about bravado. It's practically asking for punishment. You dare to hit me?" Infuriated and ashamed, Duan Xiaoquan roared. "Security! Over here!" As the security guards rushed over, Duan Xiaoquan stood up. "I know you're good at fighting, but the guards here are all skilled. And I've heard that the mysterious leader backing our Tianqing Chamber is coming today. When he arrives, your fate will be even worse." During his rant, the surrounding rich young men also echoed their agreement. At this point, the security guards arrived. Duan Xiaoquan pointed at Lu Tian. "He attacked me. This is a challenge to our chamber. He cannot go unpunished." "What's the matter?" A voice came from the entrance. It was the chamber president Zhang Wanhai, arriving with a few subordinates. "President Zhang, you've arrived just in time." Earlier Before Duan Xiaoquan could finish speaking, Zhang Wanhai approached Lu Tian with great respect. "Mr. Lu, please forgive me for being late. I left my house late and encountered traffic, making you wait here. Please accept my apologies." Buzz! Duan Xiaoquan and the surrounding rich young men were instantly stunned by the buzzing noise in their heads. What was happening? Why was President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber showing such deference to Lu Tian, someone they had previously regarded as an unknown nobody? "You haven't arrived too late. Your employee Duan Xiaoquan has been causing trouble for me here. You should deal with him." "What?" Zhang Wanhai's expression suddenly changed, glaring sharply at Duan Xiaoquan. "Mr. Lu is the very backbone of our Tianqing Chamber. You fool, how dare you offend him? This will ruin our entire chamber. Curse you. Clang. Terrified, xuanhuan lost all strength in his legs and fell to the floor. The rich young men who had mocked Lu Tian earlier were all shaking with fear. They had all heard about the high-powered mystery figure behind the Tianqing chamber. Xuanhuan had mentioned earlier that this mystery person was supposed to show up today. Only now did they realize that the person had been standing right before them all along. The much underestimated Lu Tian. The security personnel also felt a cold chill running down their spines. Prior to this moment, they hadn't recognized Lu Tian. Fortunately, xuanhuan had arrived in time. Otherwise, they might have clashed with Lu Tian. The potential consequences were unimaginable. Mr. Lu, I acknowledge my mistake. Please let me off this time. After regaining his senses, xuanhuan knelt down hastily, pleading with a tearful voice, beads of cold sweat rolling down his face. The same rich young men who had mocked Lu Tian earlier followed suit, falling to their knees in apology. Mr. Lu, I would like to first inquire into the events earlier, so that I can make a well-reasoned decision when dealing with them. All right, you can ask them. Even before xuanhuan could question them, the rich young men accompanying xuanhuan, eager for forgiveness, hurriedly began recounting the events in full detail. Is this how it happened? xuanhuan asked with icy severity. Yes, sorry. Unable to hide anything, xuanhuan answered carefully, trembling. xuanhuan glanced around at the group of rich young men. You dared to mock Mr. Lu. I'll have you expelled from the chamber. Right now, slap yourselves 100 times. Once you're done, you can leave. Then he turned to the security guards. Watch them. If anyone slaps too lightly, you step in and slap for them. The sound of slaps resounded throughout the room. xuanhuan then fixed his gaze on xuanhuan. I will issue an order that any company collaborating with the Tianqing chamber must sever all ties with your Zhao family's companies. xuanhuan was completely dumbfounded. After such an order, even companies not affiliated with the Tianqing chamber would likely avoid association with the Zhao family, just to stay in their good graces. With this move, the Zhao family was surely heading toward bankruptcy. President Zhang, I beg you. Smack. His plea was cut short by a slap from xuanhuan. You need to slap yourself 100 times as well. And the same rule applies. If you dare to hold back, I'll order the guards to hit harder for you. Having no hope of mercy and fearing retaliation, xuanhuan had no choice but to imitate the rich young men and began delivering harsh slaps to his own face. xuanhuan instructed the security personnel to supervise this spectacle while he escorted Lu Tian to his office. These are the formulas I've written for some traditional Chinese medicines. Give these to the medical development team to create the drugs based on these prescriptions, and when they're done, I'll personally inspect them. Good. I've already recruited a well-known pharmaceutical R&D team. As soon as they arrive, I'll hand over the formulas. xuanhuan took the prescription sheets from Lu Tian and added, There's an important matter I haven't reported to you yet. What is it? Lu Tian asked. This morning, I received a call from Yin Shufei, the young master of the Yin family. He said he wants to inject 50 million into our newly founded pharmaceutical company, and he'll come to discuss the share acquisition this morning. xuanhuan's expression grew solemn as he continued. He also said that if we don't agree to his terms, he has ways to ensure our new company won't be able to function properly. Lu Tian replied with a cold laugh. He's obviously trying to bully our new company. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for now. When he arrives, let me deal with him. Chapter 34. The Overbearing Troublemaker. Yin family is one of the two top-tier wealthy families in Jiangzhou. They're immensely rich and powerful with a profound background. Mr. Lu, you might not be able to defeat them. xuanhuan regarded Lu Tian as the backing force of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, but only knew that Lu Tian's martial arts were unfathomably high, without much knowledge about his overall strength. In xuanhuan's eyes, Lu Tian relied on overwhelming physical power to help them maintain the situation. The wealth and depth of the Yin family far surpassed that of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Yin family had sufficient ability to arrange more highly skilled experts to deal with Lu Tian. Therefore, xuanhuan thought that Lu Tian was unlikely to be a match for the Yin family. Don't worry, I've got it figured out. You go ahead and hold the meeting for the members. Once the people from the Yin family arrive, just let the security personnel let them in, and they can find me here. Seeing how calm Lu Tian appeared, xuanhuan felt somewhat reassured, yet he still harbored some concerns. However, at this moment, he could only choose to believe in Lu Tian's abilities. To continue, xuanhuan and others, after each having slapped themselves 100 times, left the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce dejectedly. Once outside, all the rich young men glared angrily at xuanhuan. The hell, if it weren't for your mockery of Mr. Lu, we wouldn't have been dragged down by you. It's not completely my fault. You all also joined in laughing at him. We were misled by you. Everyone, teach him a good lesson. You dare? Our Duan family's wealth surpasses any of your families. If you don't want to bring trouble to your families, it's best to treat me nicely. To hell with that. Have you forgotten? President Zhang is going to use the chamber's power to impose commercial sanctions on your Zhao family. Your Zhao family is almost bankrupted, and you still have the nerve to use their name to intimidate us. Friends, let's talk this through calmly. Don't hit me. I'm begging you. The rich young men rushed forward, beating xuanhuan with fists and kicks, making him scream in pain. xuanhuan was bruised all over, battered and bleeding, struggling on the ground. The rich young men vented some anger, but when they thought about being expelled from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, everyone looked gloomy. Our respective families all had the chance to cooperate with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, but it's all because of this idiot that we are ruined. An enraged rich young man cursed and, in anger, kicked xuanhuan again. We were just humiliated, but since we weren't pursued further for responsibility, we should already count ourselves lucky. Yes, we offended that big shot who backs up the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Just thinking about it gives me chills. When talking about that big shot, none of us expected him to be so young. Never heard of Mr. Liu before. Is he deliberately hiding his strength? That's a possibility. So no matter what, we must not tell anyone that Mr. Liu is the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce's backing force. Otherwise, we may all get ourselves killed. Agreed. Everyone must keep this secret. And you, a rich young man glared at xuanhuan. If you dare expose this incident and drag us into trouble, I will personally kill you. I won't say anything, I promise I won't. Xuanhuan said feebly. After a while, Master Yin Sufei of the Yin family arrived at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce with 2 bodyguards. Security at the entrance stopped them and said they needed to report the situation to the president first. But Yin Sufei didn't wait for their report and immediately ordered the 2 bodyguards to take action. Both bodyguards were top-notch fighters. The security guards were no match for them and were quickly beaten to the ground. Yin Sufei had already discovered that the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce were gathered here for a meeting today. He led the 2 bodyguards directly to the conference room and kicked open the door. Xuanhuan, who was hosting the meeting, was startled. The chamber members seated around the conference table also showed expressions of alarm. The few security officers who had been knocked down called Xuanhuan to report the situation. Yin Sufei, you are too arrogant. Xuanhuan angrily said. Yin Sufei smirked arrogantly. I just wanted to give you a taste of my power. Let's cut to the chase. I'm investing 50 million, taking shares in your newly founded pharmaceutical company. There's no room for negotiation. If you don't agree, our Yin family will definitely consider your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce an enemy. For enemies, we're always ruthless. The share agreement has already been prepared. If you know what's good for you, sign it right now. Yin Sufei threw the contract on the conference table and glanced coldly around at the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce seated there. If he refuses to sign, you'd better leave the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce early to avoid being dragged down by him. Yin Sufei also noticed Yi Qianxue present in the room. Yesterday, before Yi Qianxue asked Lu Tian to pretend to be her boyfriend, he had already assumed they were pretending to be a couple. This realization made him understand that Yi Qianxue would never accept his advances. He no longer entertained any illusions about her and even harbored some resentment towards her. So when it came time to issue threats, he didn't bother to hide his disdain for Yi Qianxue. Yin Sufei glared darkly at xuanhuan. Do you want to sign this agreement or not? Give me a straight answer right now. I'm not the owner of this pharmaceutical company. You should have heard that this company was founded by the person who backs our Chamber of Commerce. He's currently in my office and said that if you come, he would discuss this matter with you directly. Xuanhuan knew he lacked the strength to resist, so he followed Lu Tian's instructions and suggested Yin Sufei talk to Lu Tian about this. I've heard that the mysterious figure backing you is very powerful. You just said he's in your office, right? I'll go see him immediately. I'd like to see what he has to counter our Yin family with. Yin Sufei grabbed the stock agreement and stormed out of the meeting room, leading 2 bodyguards in tow. Xuanhuan felt anxious inside. In order to keep everyone calm, he put on a composed demeanor and continued with the meeting. Yin Sufei and his 2 bodyguards confidently strode into the president's office. What are you doing here? Yin Sufei stared in disbelief at Lu Tian sitting leisurely on the sofa. The day before, at the wine party hosted by Yi Qianxue, xuanhuan and others had told him that this Lu Tian was nothing but a useless man. But if he was useless, how could he possibly be the true backer of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? Yin Sufei realized he had underestimated him. He still remembered yesterday when Lu Tian defeated Lung Haokong while he watched the fight firsthand. However, Lung Haokong belonged to the collateral branch of the Lung family and didn't have access to the core martial arts passed down through their lineage. His skills weren't especially high. So to Yin Sufei, Lu Tian defeating Lung Haokong wasn't anything remarkable. Since Yin Sufei's 2 bodyguards were both top-tier experts, he still didn't take Lu Tian seriously. I've heard that the pharmaceutical company recently established by the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce belongs to you. Our Yin family plans to invest 50 million for shares in your company. You'd better agree. And if I refuse? Then your fate will be miserable. If you know what's good for you, sign this agreement right now. Yin Sufei threw the contract toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian caught the agreement, crumpled it up into a ball, and flung it right at Yin Sufei's face. Chapter 35. A Clash of Wealth and Connections. Yin Sufei erupted in fury. Beat him until he begs for mercy. With his command, 2 bodyguards immediately rushed towards Lu Tian with wild gestures. Lu Tian kicked twice in succession. The 2 bodyguards were instantly sent sprawling on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Yin Sufei suddenly startled, retreating nervously 2 steps. But he quickly calmed down. You are more skilled than I imagined. However, no matter how good you are at fighting, how can one man possibly take on several? Our Yin family can always arrange even more capable experts to deal with you. We'll see about that. After finishing, Yin Sufei directly turned and left. Did I say you could go? Lu Tian said coldly. Yin Sufei smirked. If I can't leave, do you actually dare to attack me? When I disciplined Lung Haokong yesterday, you were there. I dared to strike him. Do you think I would hesitate to hit you? Yin Sufei trembled, suddenly remembering the incident involving Lu Tian and Lung Haokong. He became immediately tense. No matter how much Yin despised Lu Tian, given Lu Tian's superior combat ability, he simply couldn't afford to provoke him in this situation. If you dare to harm me, our Yin family will retaliate without holding back. He tried to intimidate Lu Tian by throwing the Yin family's reputation into the mix. Our Yin family is not as powerful as the Lung family. I don't fear the Lungs. Why would I fear your family? You truly underestimate what's out there. Do you believe that just because you're strong in martial arts, it means you have the power to compete against us? That's utterly delusional. Yin Shufei sneered furiously, then added, martial prowess is merely a part of comprehensive strength. Your wealth and connections cannot be compared to those of the Yin family. If you rely only on brute force, you won't stand a chance against us. Wealth and connections. Lu Tian pondered. Yin Shufei assumed that Lu Tian had been intimidated by his words and gained confidence. Ho ho, you tore up the agreement I prepared and slapped my face with it, even hitting my bodyguards. I need to settle scores with you properly. If you want me to let you off, you must agree to allow our Yin family to invest in your new company, kneel, and apologize to me. If you refuse, I'll utilize the wealth and connections of the Yin family to crush both you and Tiangang Guild. At that point, the Tiangang Guild will definitely be wiped out, and as for you, you may even lose your life. A devilish smile played on Yin Shufei's lips as he threatened Lu Tian coldly. Lu Tian laughed. Do you really think I'm afraid? Yin Shufei chuckled again. Are you not afraid? If you understood the situation clearly, you'd know you can't compete against me. Lu Tian laughed coldly and slapped Yin Shufei across the face. Staggering from the slap, Yin Shufei was both shocked and furious. You, how dare you hit me again? Lu Tian replied. So you want to talk about wealth and connections, right? Fine, we'll compare them. As he spoke, Lu Tian took a black card from his pocket and slammed it onto the armrest of the sofa. This. Yin Shufei looked at the card, his face changing drastically in an instant. It was the Emperor card of the World Merchant Alliance. This card was issued by the world's top commercial organization, the World Merchant Alliance, as a gesture to attract even greater powers into their fold. In other words, whoever held this Emperor card wielded even more strength than the entire World Merchant Alliance combined. Worldwide, the number of people possessing such a card likely didn't exceed 100. Yin Shufei broke out in cold sweat and fell to his knees without hesitation. Though he knew little about Lu Tian, based solely on the black card, he could firmly confirm that this person had the authority to annihilate their Yin family with just a word. The wealth and connections of your Yin family are nothing before me. Mr. Lu, please show the grace to forgive small transgressions and spare our Yin family. If I forgive you, what benefit would there be for me? I know Mr. Lu surely doesn't lack money, but everyone prefers having more wealth. We're willing to pay handsomely to seek Mr. Lu's forgiveness. Your Yin family plan to invest in my company, right? Just change this investment to an unconditional financial support, and I'll let you go. No problem. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I roughly reviewed the shareholding agreement you prepared earlier, correct? It mentioned 5 billion yuan in intended investment, right? So, your Yin family shall provide 5 billion yuan in unconditional funds to support my company. Upon hearing this, Yin Shufei almost collapsed from shock and despair, nearly spitting blood. The contract he had prepared did specify an investment amount, but it was 50 million yuan, not 5 billion. He didn't believe Lu Tian had misunderstood. Still, due to the gravity of the situation, he didn't dare object. Even though the Yin family was immensely wealthy and powerful, 5 billion yuan was by no means a small amount for them. He called his father to inform him of the situation. His father, Yin Kai, was the head of the Yin family and known for remaining calm in crises. But even this crisis-resilient head of the Yin family trembled when he learned that Lu Tian possessed the Emperor card of the World Merchant Alliance. His hand shook violently, nearly dropping the phone. 5 billion, right? There should be enough funds available on your side. Transfer it to him immediately. Hurry. Yin Kai didn't dare delay and urged Yin Shufei to make the transfer at once. If they angered Lu Tian, their losses would only grow greater. Mr. Lu, please provide me with your bank account number, and I'll send the money right away. You can directly transfer this sum to Tiangang Guild. They will use it to operate my new company. Good. All right. Then I'll go to the meeting room now to find President Zhang and have him accept the money on behalf of the guild. Money alone isn't enough. You must also kneel down and apologize to them. Yes, I will follow Mr. Lu's orders completely. At this moment, Yin Shufei's 2 bodyguards had struggled to get up from the floor. Yin Shufei led the 2 men to the meeting room to find xuanhuan. There was nothing left for Lu Tian to do here, so he left the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. A knock on the door resounded in the meeting room. As soon as xuanhuan opened the door, he saw Yin Shufei kneeling on the ground. President Zhang and all members of the chamber, I'm sorry. The entire room was stunned. What was going on? Just moments ago, Yin Shufei had been arrogantly domineering. How could he now kneel and beg for mercy? For a while, nobody could process what had happened, not even xuanhuan himself, who found it hard to believe. President Zhang, our Yin family will no longer seek shares in your new company. In fact, we're willing to donate 5 billion yuan as unconditional support for your new company. This announcement shocked xuanhuan and others to the point of being speechless. Many members thought they had misheard. Not long ago, Yin Shufei had smirked disdainfully, declaring that he would confront the mysterious backer of Tiangang Guild. And yet, in just a few minutes, Yin Shufei was now on his knees, begging for forgiveness and offering financial support. It was clear that their mysterious backer had stepped in and utterly intimidated Yin Shufei. This also showed that Yin Shufei's Yin family was far inferior to their mysterious supporter. Chapter 36. How lonely invincibility can be. Xuanhuan was also extremely amazed. Lord Lu was simply their Tianqing Chamber of Commerce's guardian deity. On behalf of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, Xuanhuan accepted Yin Shufei's 5 billion yuan transfer. Yin Shufei then respectfully said many flattering words before leaving. Earlier, Xuanhuan had already concluded a meeting with the members. As the members walked out of the chamber building, they were all excitedly discussing what had just happened. These members, including Yi Qianxue, were increasingly curious about who the mysterious benefactor of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce really was. After leaving the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce building, Yi Qianxue went to where she had parked her car. When she just opened the car door, she saw Lu Tian coming to the passenger side. Lu Tian, what are you doing here? I was going to wait for the bus just now, but I found your car here. Are you going to your company? You can drop me off on the way since it passes our company. I mean, why are you here? I came to the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce on some business and incidentally taught Yin Shufei a lesson for causing trouble earlier. When Yin Shufei went into the meeting room to apologize on his knees, you should have been there too. That was my order for him. Can't you stop with this habit of boasting? But it's the truth. Of course, Yi Qianxue didn't believe him and thought. Everyone was discussing what happened earlier when we left. Lu Tian must have overheard their conversation, understood the situation, and used it to boast to himself. But why would he come here? Could it be that he heard I was having a meeting here and specially came looking for me? Wouldn't he be showing affection for me, wanting to use the opportunity of pretending to be my boyfriend to go on a date with me? Yi Qianxue glared at him, intentionally skipping over the previous topic. Thinking he was being boastful, naturally, she had no intention of talking about it further. I'll let you ride with me in my car if you agree to one thing. What is it? My mom has already thought we're in a relationship. She told my dad about this. He wants me to find time to introduce you to him. You don't want me to meet your father right now, do you? That's exactly what I want. My dad is at Yi Group right now, so I'll take you to meet him first, and then I'll drop you off at your company. Sounds good. Sure. Anyway, I'm only pretending to be your boyfriend to deal with your family. I will meet him sooner or later. There's another thing. My dad opposes us more than my mom does. Getting past him will be tougher. Remember, no matter what tricks he uses to force you away from me, you shouldn't agree. Noted. But let me warn you, we're just pretending to be lovers. Don't take it too seriously. Of course. And remember, my dad will probably talk to you about career stuff. You can say some big things to make yourself seem more successful, which may earn his approval. But I'm not good at exaggerating. Haha, you're not good at exaggerating? Isn't it that you underestimate how much exaggeration is needed? Yi Qianxue gave him a few more instructions, then drove him towards Yi Group. About half an hour later, they arrived at Yi Group. Lu Tian followed Yi Qianxue to the chairman's office. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man. It was Yi Qianxue's father, Yi Wei. Dad, I've brought Lu Tian, this is him. Yi Qianxue introduced. Yi Wei nodded, sizing up Lu Tian with an examining look. With a smile, Lu Tian greeted politely. Father-in-law, hello. Yi Wei immediately frowned. You're already calling me father-in-law after just dating Qianxue? Too informal, isn't it? Lu Tian. Yi Qianxue was also irritated. She gave him a glare and added, don't call him father-in-law yet. Uncle will do for now. Sorry. Lu Tian laughed and said, I've never been anyone's boyfriend before. Please bear with me. Looking at his carefree and somewhat jocular attitude, Yi Wei's impression of him diminished significantly. Sit down. Yi Wei gestured toward the sofa somewhat impatiently. Lu Tian sat on the sofa, with Yi Qianxue sitting beside him. The next events unfolded as Yi Qianxue had anticipated. True enough, Yi Wei began chatting with Lu Tian about careers. With someone like Qianxue interested in you, it means you must have a remarkable career. Yet as far as I know, you're just an assistant at a company. In fact, I have other ventures, such as my plan to start a pharmaceutical company. Yi Qianxue, sitting nearby, upon hearing this response, thought to herself. Sometimes, telling a big lie actually works. It was quite a good answer. I hope his performance in the following conversation can satisfy my father. Planning to start a pharmaceutical company? When will your company be established? Within a week. Uncle might have heard that Tianxing Chamber of Commerce is preparing to set up a pharmaceutical company. Actually, I am the boss of that company. Yi Group also has some business in the pharmaceutical field, right? We can cooperate in the future. Boom. Yi Qianxue was so shocked that her mind seemed to explode. You bastard. Even if boasting is your specialty, you shouldn't go this far, should you? That pharmaceutical company is specially established for our mysterious benefactor of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Many people in the circles of rich families have known about this matter, and my father knew it long ago. By putting this matter on yourself, aren't you just making an absurd show of yourself? Yi Wei naturally thought he was boasting, and directly regarded him as a clown. But Yi Wei did not expose him directly. Instead, he wanted to keep talking on this topic, allowing him to make more mistakes so that there would be better reasons to ask him to stay away from Yi Qianxue. I've heard about that company. It said that 2 billion yuan has been invested. Did you contribute this money? The Tianxing Chamber of Commerce contributed the money for me, but since I support them, I've also helped them earn much more money than this. Yi Qianxue could hardly stand listening anymore. This bastard, how come he's getting more outrageous as he talks? Do you support the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce? You probably don't even have the qualifications to walk through their front door. I heard from Qianxue that you know medicine and martial arts. Can you tell us what your accomplishments are in these two fields? To be honest, I don't know how to measure them because my medical skills and martial arts have reached a height that is beyond estimation. If I must describe it in one sentence, then I can only say, invincibility makes loneliness unbearable. Bang! Yi Qianxue slapped the armrest of the sofa and stood up in anger. You just keep boasting here. She scolded Lu Tian and stormed out of the office angrily. Chapter 37. To woo Lu Tian. Yi Wei, of course, also thought that Lu Tian was talking big. However, his mood was exceptionally pleasant. He was confident that with his daughter Yi Qianxue's conditions, it was impossible for her to associate with someone who had no talent and only knew how to boast. So, he had already guessed that Lu Tian and Yi Qianxue were just pretending to be a couple. Thus, there wasn't anything much he needed to worry about anymore. You can go back now, Yi Wei said. You're the one with issues, replied Lu Tian. Yi Wei became enraged suddenly. How dare you curse me? Lu Tian replied. I am merely stating facts. Just now, I observed your complexion and could tell that you indeed have some ailments. You obviously suffer from significant kidney deficiency. Yi Wei was startled instantly. Could this really be seen by him? Lu Tian continued. Your case is rather special. It won't be easy to treat. But, I can cure you. Really? Yi Wei's eyes lit up, excitedly asking. His condition was indeed quite unique, and multiple attempts at treatment failed to help. Lu Tian accurately identified his symptoms and claimed that he could treat him, which made Yi Wei skeptical but hopeful as well. Lu Tian took out his needle pouch. I can give you acupuncture treatment, and it will heal you on the spot. With an urgent need for treatment, Yi Wei agreed to let Lu Tian try acupuncture on him, based on the idea of just giving it a shot. While administering the needles, Yi Wei had already clearly felt himself becoming increasingly energetic. After finishing the acupuncture, he felt even more invigorated, full of energy. Lu Tian put away the silver needles. Uncle, how do you feel? Huh? Yi Wei excitedly said. It feels like I've returned to my younger days. He patted Lu Tian's shoulder. Great son-in-law. You truly are remarkable. Lu Tian was startled. You call me son-in-law? Of course. Yi Wei laughed. You're Qianxue's boyfriend, so naturally, you're my son-in-law. Feeling extremely elated, Yi Wei silently pondered. With such high medical skills from his son-in-law, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Many tycoons surrounded by beautiful women easily become overworked and suffer from kidney deficiencies. Lu Tian is a master at treating kidney problems, surely making it easy for him to gain their favor. In this way, my position within the Yi family would also stabilize. It seems Qianxue's plan to take him in as a son-in-law isn't such a bad choice. Thinking about this, Yi Wei felt increasingly excited. Lu Tian didn't know what Yi Wei was thinking, just assuming that his good mood stemmed from being cured of his kidney problems. Yi Wei continued. Even though son-in-law, you did tell a lot of tall tales earlier, your medical skills aren't exaggerated, truly extraordinary. Lu Tian modestly replied. Uncle, you flatter me too much. Yi Wei feigned dissatisfaction. Who are you calling uncle? Call me father-in-law. Lu Tian. Just then, Yi Qianxue, who had stormed out not long ago due to worry that Lu Tian's continued boasting would anger her father, came back to check the situation. Upon opening the door, she saw the two laughing and patting each other on the shoulders, dumbfounded. Yi Qianxue was completely stunned. What was going on? Why was her father being so friendly towards him? Didn't he see through Lu Tian's lies? Son-in-law, our Yi group is celebrating surpassing a net worth of 20 billion, and will host a banquet the day after tomorrow. You must come to attend. This is probably your Yi family's internal affair. Since I'm not from the Yi family, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. What's inappropriate about it? As Qianxue's boyfriend, you're essentially part of our family, fully qualified to attend. Whoever says you're not eligible, I'll quarrel with them. In that case, I'll come along to support you. I have some company affairs to handle, so I'll leave first. Good. Do come often. Yi Wei looked at Yi Qianxue standing at the door. Are you driving him back to the company yourself, or shall I arrange a driver to send him home? Yi Qianxue finally snapped out of it. Arrange a driver to send him back. She silently thought. It seems Dad didn't realize he was lying and thought he was as amazing as he described. Dad really fell for it. Location, Yin family mansion. Yin Kai, head of the Yin family, and also the father of Yin Shufei, urgently convened a family meeting. He first explained the embarrassing incident where Yin Shufei caused trouble at the Tian's chamber, but ended up humiliated. Then, he made a major decision. To form an alliance through marriage with the Zhao family. Have Yin Shufei represent the Yin family and marry Zhao Yuxuan, the Zhao family's heiress. Hearing this, all the family members present showed shocked expressions. The Zhao family is merely a second-tier influential family locally. Letting the heir of our top-tier family marry a daughter from a second-tier family sounds undignified. Most of the family members, including Yin Shufei, voiced their discontent. What do you understand? This decision is entirely for the sake of the family's future. Even though we don't yet know exactly where Lu Tian came from, he holds the Emperor card of the World Trade Alliance, which indicates that his wealth and status are far beyond what we can reach. Lu Tian lives in Su Yunru's house and also works as her assistant. At first glance, it seems like he is depending on Su Yunru, but in reality, he might be Su Yunru's backer, or even possibly have a romantic relationship with her. Ouyang Zhao family's daughter, Zhao Yuxuan, is Su Yunru's daughter. If Su Fei could date Zhao Yuxuan, then Lu Tian would probably look after our Yin family for Su Yunru's sake. So, I made this arrangement in order to pull Lu Tian over to our side. If we were able to gain Lu Tian's support, our Yin family's wealth and status will be elevated to an unimaginable height. After hearing Yin Kai's rationale, the family members who were initially skeptical immediately became extraordinarily invigorated. They all began persuading Yin Shufei to prioritize the future of the family and represent the Yin family in marrying into the Zhao family. Fine. Yin Shufei agreed readily. Not only would this raise the Yin family's status in the circles of elite families, but it would also solidify his own position within the Yin family. There's one thing we need to pay attention to. Lu Tian has immense influence, but chooses to merely work as Su Yunru's assistant, clearly concealing his true strength. So under no circumstances should we mention Lu Tian's capabilities to anyone, nor disclose this to the Zhao family. If anyone asks why our family wants to form an alliance with the Zhao family, we'll just say that Xu Fei is interested in Zhao Yuxuan. After Yan Kai reminded everyone, Yan Xufei and others nodded in agreement. Then, Yan Kai personally went to Zhao Corporation to visit the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhiming, proposing a marriage alliance between their families. Always prioritizing fame and fortune, Zhao Zhiming didn't hesitate to agree upon hearing the proposal from Yan Kai. Upon returning to his family, Zhao Zhiming immediately held a family meeting. After he explained the details of the Yan family's marriage proposal, the Zhao family members appeared even more thrilled than the Yan family had been. Zhao Yuxuan also valued status and wealth, and she had already developed a fondness for Yan Xufei. She very enthusiastically accepted the arranged engagement. Chapter 38. Auction. Zhao Yuxuan temporarily left the meeting hall. She came to the courtyard and excitedly called her best friend Lin Mengting with this news. Really? Your Zhao family and the Yan family have established a marriage contract for you and Yan Xufei. Of course it's true. I've never lied to you. By marrying into the Yan family, your Zhao family will surely rise to prominence. That's a given. You'd better treat me well from now on. Yes. You always admired Yan Xufei before. Now your wish has come true. Your suitors will be so disheartened. I don't even care about them anymore. Before, their constant flattery almost drove me crazy. Heh, you said you were annoyed now, but when they flattered you in the past, you felt quite accomplished. You even listed 10 of your suitors as potential candidates. I was just testing them. Actually, I am very devoted. From now on, I will focus on interacting with young Master Yan. As for those backups, they can go cool off somewhere. What about Duan Xiaoquan? He's always been close to us. Are you willing to cut off contact with him? He seems to have lost patience in flattering me. Not long ago, I called him wanting to ask him to join me tonight at the auction held by the Li family in the provincial city, but he refused and told me not to contact him anymore. Auction? Where is it being held? I want to check it out too. At Fenghua Club. I'm planning to invite young Master Yan to join me. It'll be our first date. You should come too, get familiar with young Master Yan, and integrate into his more upper-class circle. Alright, see you then. After finishing her call with Lin Mengting, Zhao Yuxuan called her mother, Su Yunru. Mom, there's a piece of news that will definitely shock you. What is it? Don't scare me. Don't worry, it's good news. The Yan family has initiated an alliance with the Zhao family, and Yan Xufei has already reached a betrothal agreement with me. What? This is hard to believe. As one of the top families in Jiangzhou, why would the Yan family proactively seek an alliance with the Zhao family? Because Yan Xufei likes me. That's what they said. I still feel uneasy. Mom, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Besides, our massive Zhao family might not match the Yan family's wealth and power, but we're certainly not going to let them walk all over us. Maybe I overthink things. Congratulations to you too. Mom, I have a suggestion. How about reconciling with Dad? Absolutely not. Stop trying to persuade me. There's no way I'm associating with him again. Then what do you plan to do next? Find another man. I don't know, maybe. But if you find another man, it'll be impossible for our family to ever be the same again. I haven't planned on restoring anything. I've already said, there's no way I'm having any association with your father anymore. Don't try to persuade me further. Zhao Yuxuan sighed, knowing she couldn't sway her mother, but she didn't intend to give up. She decided to look for a suitable opportunity later to persuade her. I also have another suggestion. Could you kick Lu Tian out of the house? No, you don't live at home anyway. Even if you dislike him, you don't often see him. Why must you insist on me expelling him? Because Yan Xufei and I are now involved, and he will surely also pay attention to my family situation. If he finds out that someone like Lu Tian, someone who is neither wealthy nor influential nor capable, has always been around you, it will undoubtedly lower his impression of our family. It won't happen. Lu Tian is merely my assistant. His presence doesn't impact anything. Mom, just listen to my advice once. Even if the Yan family doesn't mind, I am in a relationship with the Yan family's young master. Having this bumpkin around our house will make me feel embarrassed. Yuxuan, since when have you become so snobbish? Don't you think this demand is excessive? Where am I excessive? That bumpkin, Lu Tian, simply has no place in our home. If you hate him that much, then stay away from here. Anyway, you're closer to the Zhao family than me. Zhao Yuxuan wanted to argue further, but the other party had already hung up, infuriating her enough to nearly throw her phone. At this moment, her cousin Zhao Yupeng came to the yard and said grandfather was calling her. Zhao Yuxuan returned to the meeting hall. Grandfather Zhao Zhiming gave her a task. Yuxuan, starting today, move back to your mother's villa. When you get there, figure out who wrote the recipe for the pure Chinese medicine formulation bath lotion that you found earlier on the sofa. We've already determined that this formula is extremely valuable, and we want to invite the person who provided it to work for the Zhao family group. The Yan family, which is about to ally with the Zhao family, is in the medicinal business. If we can get that person to provide more valuable traditional Chinese medicine formulas, we can leverage the Yan family's business channels to expand the Zhao family's pharmaceutical trade. You have always prioritized the family's interests, so you should accept this mission, right? Zhao Yuxuan immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. She then thought to herself, I'll use this opportunity to kick Lu Tian, that jerk, out of the house. By the afternoon when work ended, Lu Tian drove Su Yunru back to the villa and then left. He was heading to the Fenghua Club for the auction. Xuanhuan had called him yesterday mentioning there would be an antique auction held at the Fenghua Club. Lu Tian was skilled at appraising treasures and planned to go check it out, hoping to find a good bargain. Meanwhile, Nialan, known as the Spicy Rose, went to the Fenghua Club as well to assist Ding Baishuang's plan, the female soldier Wang. Ding Baishuang's plan was for her to buy one item on auction, the Kirin plaque, to lure the Cold family into action. Zhao Yuxuan had already arranged to meet her best friend Lin Mengting at the auction. After meeting up, they headed to the Fenghua Club together. Zhao Yuxuan also called Yin Shufei, who agreed to come and meet directly at the auction site. Location, the grand estate of the martial arts Cold family. A middle-aged man faced a group of martial artists. This middle-aged man, named Cold Tai, was the head of the Cold family. Cold Tai was assigning tasks to the martial artists in front of him. The Kirin plaque is such a valuable treasure, it will attract many bidders, and the price will definitely soar. I am determined to obtain the Kirin plaque, but I don't want to spend money on it. Next, I will send someone to investigate the situation at the auction and see who buys the Kirin plaque. At that time, I will arrange for people to ambush outside and seize the Kirin plaque. Anyone who dares to prevent me from obtaining the Kirin plaque will be killed without mercy. Then, Cold Tai outlined a more detailed plan before personally leading the martial artists out. Location, Fenghua Club. In the hall where the auction was about to take place, many guests had already gathered, mostly prominent figures in the business community. They were all here to participate in the auction. However, none of them knew that this auction might ignite a bloodbath. Chapter 39, First Come, First Served. When Lu Tian arrived at the Fenghua Manor, the auction was about to start. A woman wearing tight leather clothes with an imposing presence approached him. This was Nialan, known as the Spicy Rose, who almost had a conflict with him yesterday. I didn't expect to meet you here, Nialan said with a playful smile. Is Ms. Nia also attending the auction? Asked Lu Tian. Of course. Let me remind you, I plan to buy an auction item called the Kirin plaque. You'd better not bid against me, otherwise, Nialan said in a threatening tone. Although she didn't explicitly state it, the implication was clear. If you dare to compete with me, I won't forgive you. She looked at Lu Tian with disdain and then led 3 subordinates to the front row. The seats here were not reserved. Those who came earlier could choose any seat. The closer to the front, the clearer one could see the item's quality, so most early arrivals chose to sit near the front. Nialan arrived rather late, and only the back row had seats left. However, many guests seated in the front row stood up out of flattery to make room for her. In this way, Nialan and her 3 subordinates sat in the first row. Lu Tian sat in the last row. At this moment, Zhao Yuxuan and her friend Lin Mengting also entered the auction hall. We're late. There are only seats in the last row, Lin Mengting said. Don't worry. My boyfriend Yin Shufei is coming soon. When he gets here, the guests sitting in the front will definitely scramble to give us their seats. As she spoke, Zhao Yuxuan gave a contemptuous glance toward the guests sitting in the front. They temporarily went to the last row and noticed Lu Tian sitting nearby. Lu Tian, why are you here too? Lin Mengting asked, puzzled. Zhao Yuxuan rolled her eyes directly. Do I even need to ask? All the guests here are either rich or powerful, and since he wants so badly to fit into high society, he must be here to get noticed. Lin Mengting suddenly understood. I thought he was here to participate in the bidding. He's here to bid? Don't flatter him too much. Zhao Yuxuan smirked. Even the cheapest items here have a base price of several 100,000 yuan. Do you think he can afford anything? Lu Tian felt a little annoyed. How come every time he's at some lively occasion, he runs into Zhao Yuxuan and her group? The worst part is, Zhao Yuxuan always acts arrogant and condescending towards him. Lu Tian, move somewhere else, away from us. Zhao Yuxuan said. Yes, you should move quickly, Lin Mengting added. Yuxuan's boyfriend is on his way. If he sees you, just a nobody, standing by Yuxuan, he'll lose face too. It's best if you stay away now. Lu Tian chuckled coldly and replied. Do you know what first come, first served means? I got here before you. Even if we were to give up seats, it should be you who leaves. You? Zhao Yuxuan glared at him. Don't think that because my mother favors you, I will give you any respect. Show me some respect if you know what's good for you. Lu Tian laughed outright. You've never been respectful to me, so how dare you ask me to show you respect? At that moment, a voice came from the side. Yuxuan. Zhao Yuxuan turned excitedly. Mr. Yin, you're here. Yin Shufei had just arrived, with 2 bodyguards accompanying him. Those same 2 whom Lu Tian had easily beaten yesterday. Zhao Yuxuan greeted him enthusiastically and warmly clasped Yin Shufei's arm. Lin Mengting also approached and politely greeted him. Mr. Yin. Zhao Yuxuan introduced. Mr. Yin, this is my good friend, Lin Ruoting. We met at the wine party hosted by Senior Yi last time. Yin Shufei nodded. Were you chatting with friends earlier? He saw Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mengting talking to a man before. Because he wasn't facing that man, he didn't recognize who it was. He's no friend of ours, Lin Mengting responded, glaring disdainfully at Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxuan added. Mr. Yin probably met him yesterday at the wine party hosted by Senior Yi. He's Lu Tian, the one who was putting on airs in front of us by leaning on Senior Yi's favor. Yin Shufei suddenly gasped when he looked over at Lu Tian. It was indeed him. Yin Shufei immediately became terrified. That was the super tycoon with the Emperor card of the Global Commerce Alliance. He had just knelt before him this morning to beg for mercy, and yet his girlfriend had insulted Lu Tian right in front of him. Yin Shufei wished he could slap Zhao Yuxuan a couple of times. Lu Tian was somewhat taken aback. Judging from Zhao Yuxuan's behavior, it was clear that the boyfriend she mentioned was Yin Shufei. This was truly unexpected for him. Surprised, aren't you? Yin Shufei is my boyfriend, Zhao Yuxuan said with a proud look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect it. Congratulations to you both. At this moment, one of the guests sitting closer to the front noticed Yin Shufei. The guest hurriedly stood up and courteously said, "Mr. Yin, please come sit here. I'll give up my seat for you." Upon hearing his words, several other guests turned around and quickly started offering their seats as well. "Mr. Yin, my seat is even closer to the front. Please take it. And the two ladies beside you should come over too. We're happy to let you have our seats." Seeing how respectfully the guests were fawning over Yin Shufei, xuanhuan felt quite honored herself. She smirked arrogantly and cast a challenging glance at Lu Tian. "See how much respect Mr. Yin gets? You're just a bumpkin. Even if you manage to infiltrate high society, all you'll ever be is Mr. Yan's backdrop." Lin Mingting chimed in sarcastically. Being his backdrop is already an honor for him. I think he isn't even qualified to carry Mr. Yan's shoes. Yin Shufei was furious. What were xuanhuan and Lin Mingting doing? They weren't mocking Lu Tian. They were undermining him. Yin Shufei. However, their actions also confirmed something for Yin Shufei. Lu Tian was deliberately concealing his true abilities. Otherwise, how could xuanhuan, daughter of Su Yunru, still look down on Lu Tian like this? Yin Shufei glared at xuanhuan and Lin Mingting. "Speak more respectfully to Mr. Lu." The two women were shocked. Xuanhuan looked confused. "Mr. Yin, why are you defending him?" Lin Mingting was also bewildered and couldn't understand why Yin Shufei would speak up for Lu Tian. "You two, apologize to Mr. Lu immediately," Yin Shufei said coldly. Chapter 40, Bidding. Xuanhuan and Lin Mingting thought they had heard wrong. Young Master Yin actually wanted them to apologize to Lu Tian, the person they looked down upon. Xuanhuan said, "We are all daughters of wealthy families. Why should we apologize to him? He's just a nobody without money or influence." Lin Mingting chimed in. "Young Master Yin, are you being too polite to him because you think he's something special? In reality, apart from knowing some martial arts, he is utterly worthless. And anyway, even if he can fight, he's no match for the two bodyguards by your side. To put it bluntly, he's just a good for nothing. You shouldn't even consider him." Yin Shufei instantly became so angry that his teeth were clenched. "How dare you insult Mr. Lu?" Before the words faded, he slapped Lin Mingting right across the face. Being slapped in front of so many people made Lin Mingting burst into tears immediately. Xuanhuan was already scared stiff. In her view, her relationship with Yin Shufei was her reaching higher ground, and she often judged herself based on his attitude. She didn't know why Yin Shufei was being so courteous to Lu Tian. However, she feared that Yin Shufei might strike her. Her vain nature made her more afraid that he would break up with her in anger. The action of Yin Shufei also surprised the guests present greatly. Even Nielan felt out of the ordinary and observed this situation with interest. "Apologize." Yin Shufei roared loudly. Xuanhuan hastily looked at Lu Tian. "I'm sorry." Lin Mingting also hurriedly apologized to Lu Tian. "I'm sorry." Yin Shufei carefully approached Lu Tian and respectfully said, "Mr. Lu, I have already reprimanded them. Please don't take their behavior into account." Lu Tian chuckled coldly. "They're nothing but clowns, not worth my attention." Being called clowns sounded particularly harsh to Xuanhuan and Lin Mingting. As Yin Shufei's girlfriend, Xuanhuan expected that Yin Shufei would argue with Lu Tian due to this statement. But unexpectedly, Yin Shufei chuckled and said, "What Mr. Lu said is absolutely correct." Then, he gave a fierce look towards Xuanhuan and Lin Mingting. "Haven't you quickly thanked Mr. Lu for forgiving you yet?" Xuanhuan and Lin Mingting were close to breaking down. They did not dare defy Yin Shufei's request and hastened to humbly say, "Thank you for forgiving us, Mr. Lu." Yin Shufei politely said, "Mr. Lu, there are many people giving up their seats for me at the front. Won't you move up as well?" "I don't need to." Lu Tian shook his head. "Sitting here is fine." Xuanhuan cautiously suggested. "Shufei, let's sit at the front, shall we?" "No way." Yin Shufei fiercely criticized her. "Since Mr. Lu refuses, how could I possibly have the audacity?" After saying that, he waved to the guests who gave up their seats. "Please go back to your seats." Then, he also sat in the last row. Xuanhuan and Lin Mingting looked blankly at each other and followed him to sit here as well. After a while, a young man wearing an elegant suit, with a commanding presence leading several subordinates, walked to the front of the guests. "Master Li." The guests greeted politely. This Master Li was the organizer of the auction, Master Zhengfeng Li from the provincial capital family. "Welcome everyone for gracing this event with your presence." Master Li Zhenfeng smiled. He quickly put away the smile. "Let me cut the pleasantries short. I will declare one thing only. Each person in this room has the right to bid on the items about to be auctioned. If anyone dares use threats to force others out of the bidding, then do not blame me for being rude." Master Li Zhengfeng's declaration carried a threatening undertone. Still, his requirements truly guaranteed fairness during the auction. Some bosses who intended to dominate others felt uncomfortable inside. Facing Master Li whose wealth far exceeded theirs, they could do nothing but bear the resentment silently. The auction formally began. An auctioneer stepped forward on stage to preside over the auction. "The first item for auction is this metallic disc. Our expert appraisers have determined that this disc is used for divination and has a history of approximately 100 years. The reserve price for this disc is 200,000. Everyone may now place bids." After the auctioneer introduced the item, he waited for the bids to come in. This auction presented items according to their ascending reserve prices. That is to say, this metallic disc is one of the lowest priced items available. Many bosses brought professional treasure appraisal experts along with them. These appraisal experts mostly believed that this disc held little value, possibly not even worth 100,000. Naturally, the bosses lost interest in this item, leaving no one to bid after quite some time. The auctioneer grew somewhat awkward. If there are no bids within a minute, I will proceed to the next item. Wait. Lu Tian raised his hand. He had been carefully observing the disc for a while and realized that this metal disc was not a divination tool. Instead, it was a spirit-gathering disc. This was a magical artifact that could gather spiritual energy. Only martial artists who had reached at least the peak of the grandmaster level could sense spiritual energy. However, even those at this level could only sense it but not collect it. Some grandmasters would use tools such as these spirit-gathering discs to aid in their cultivation. Such treasures were rare finds. Even if one had the money, they were hard to come by. With Lu Tian's abilities, he was already capable of collecting spiritual energy. But if he obtained this spirit-gathering disc, he could accumulate more spiritual energy and advance his cultivation faster. Once Lu Tian confirmed it was a spirit-gathering disc, he immediately bid. I offer 20,000. This drew a lot of laughter from the guests. Their thoughts were similar. A metal disc worth less than 10,000 was being purchased for 20,000? Truly a case of someone being foolish with too much money. I'll offer 25,000. Nielan, sitting in the first row, suddenly placed her bid. Hearing Nielan's bid, the guests quickly ceased their mocking. They dared to laugh at the person they thought was foolish with money, but they didn't dare mock Nielan. 25,100, Lu Tian said. These words triggered another round of derision from many guests. The auctioneer said, Sir, according to our rules, during the bidding, the minimum increment must be $10,000. Lu Tian sighed. Then, 26,000. Nielan smiled. 40,000. 41,000. 60,000. 61,000. 80,000. At this moment, one of Nielan's subordinates, actually a member of the War Dragon team in disguise, whispered a reminder to her. Ms. Nye, your mission is to buy the Kylan emblem. To avoid unnecessary complications, you shouldn't be bidding on other items. Nielan chuckled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then she silently thought. That bastard fought in my bar yesterday, acting all high and mighty because of his sister's backing and ignoring me completely. This time, I'll show him some color. Looks like he is determined to get this metal disc. Then I'll bid the price up so he has to spend a large sum of money. That will be his lesson. Chapter 41. Don't mess with me. Lu Tian and Nielan continued to bid. The price had been raised to 2 million, a number called out by Nielan. As their bids climbed higher and higher, each new offer drew loud gasps from the surrounding guests. In their view, an item worth no more than 10,000 yuan was being bid up to 2 million by the two of them. 5 million. Suddenly another voice was heard. This time it wasn't Lu Tian, but Yin Shufei. Yin Shufei looked at Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, let me bid against her. I'll buy this metal plate and directly give it to you. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the room. Xuanhuan and Lin Mengru were even shocked speechless. Why would Master Yin of the prestigious Yin family ingratiate himself with someone they both looked down upon? Nielan frowned slightly and then declared, 6 million. Yin Shufei didn't hesitate for a second as he responded, 10 million. The members of the Zhanlong team beside Nielan whispered a reminder again. Boss Nye, don't continue the bidding war or things will really get complicated. With a serious expression, Nielan nodded and stopped raising the bid. Her intention with this bidding war was solely to target Lu Tian. She didn't expect Yin Shufei to interfere, causing her plan to trip Lu Tian up to fail. After buying the jeweling disc, Yin Shufei presented it to Lu Tian right after settling the account. Xuanhuan and Lin Mengting, sitting nearby, became increasingly astonished. Just yesterday, at Yi Shuejia's hosted wine gala, Yin Shufei treated Lu Tian with such disdain. Yet today, Yin Shufei was going all out to flatter Lu Tian, to the extent that young master Yin just spent 10 million yuan to purchase the auctioned item and gift it to him. This made Xuanhuan and Lin Mengting realize that Lu Tian was definitely not the nobody they had previously assumed him to be. The auction continued. More than 20 items had already been sold off. Lu Tian showed little interest in these relatively common antiques and did not participate in the bidding. He originally planned to buy a jade pendant as a gift for Xuanru, but no jade pendants were being auctioned here. When the final auction item, the Kylan token, was displayed, it caught Lu Tian's attention. It didn't just catch his attention, it invigorated him. Even though he was seated in the back row, he could already sense through his divine awareness the vast amount of true qi contained within the Kylan token. That true qi was enough to help him elevate his cultivation to a new level. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the qi refinement stage, but he was stuck there. If he wanted to break through the peak of qi refinement and reach the foundation establishment stage, he would need to expend a large amount of true qi to break through the barrier. However, most of his own true qi was being used to suppress the side effects of the yang energy within him. This left him without sufficient true qi to break through this bottleneck. If he could harness the power inside this Kylan token, then he would have the confidence to break through the peak of qi refinement and elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. The auction organizers set the reserve price of this Kylan token quite high. The reserve price was 30 million, making it the highest reserve-priced item in the entire auction. Several bosses in attendance were very interested in the Kylan token. Of course, they couldn't see the true qi contained within. They only viewed it as an antique, thinking it to be of great value. The Li family, acting as the auction organizers, likely also didn't understand the true value of this Kylan token. Otherwise, they would either have set the reserve price even higher or wouldn't be willing to sell it. I offer 30 million. Nielan bid first. 30 million and 1. Lu Tian said. The auctioneer stated, Sir, for auction items above 10 million, the minimum increment must be 1 million. Lu Tian nodded. All right then, 31 million. 32 million. A boss chimed in. Other bosses began competing as well. 33 million, 34 million, 35 million. The price quickly skyrocketed to 40 million. 500 million, Nielon suddenly announced. She intentionally called out such a high price so that those bosses would see she was willing to pay an exorbitant amount for the Kylan token, thereby deterring them. Sure enough, it worked. Those bosses who had just spoken all ceased further bidding. 501 million, Lu Tian said. Nielan's brows furrowed, thinking, if I keep bidding with him, young master Yin may still help him place a bid. By that point, even if I manage to buy the Kylan token, I'll end up spending too much money. That's far too unprofitable for me. Rather than continuing, I'll drop out of the bidding war and wait until after he buys the Kylan token to go find him and purchase it from him. He is Ding Baishuang's junior disciple, but Ding Baishuang isn't by his side now. Given my reputation as Spicy Hand Rose, I should be frightening enough to scare him. I don't believe he'd dare refuse me. With this in mind, Nielon turned around and looked at Lu Tian. I withdraw from the bidding. This Kylan token is yours. Then she quietly told the 3 members of the Xuanhuan team, who were pretending to be her subordinates, about her plan. These Xuanhuan members were assisting Ding Baishuang with a mission and had no time to deal with other matters. All they cared about was whether Nielon could obtain the Kylan token or not. The bosses were puzzled by Nielan's sudden withdrawal from the bidding, but didn't dwell on it too much since it wasn't their business. Mr. Lu, I can pay this money for you, Yin Shufei said politely. All right. Lu Tian agreed without hesitation. He could afford the money, but he would rather save it. Yin Shufei paid on his behalf, and the Kylan token landed in his hands. With that, the auction came to an end, and the guests gradually dispersed. Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family in the provincial capital, went to the private lounge of the auction house. Yin Shufei politely bid farewell to Lu Tian and also left the venue. Lin Mingting returned home on her own. Xuanhuan followed Yin Shufei as they left together. She was eager to find out why Yin Shufei showed such respect toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian didn't rush to leave. He remained seated in the back row chair, holding the newly obtained Kylan token in his hand. It seemed like he was just resting here, but in fact, he was already using his cultivation to absorb the true qi inside the Kylan token. He planned to leave only after completely absorbing the true qi from the Kylan token and storing it in his dantian. At this moment, Nielon led the 3 Xuanhuan members pretending to be her subordinates over to Lu Tian. I didn't expect Yin Shufei to bid for you, but upon reflection, it's not really surprising. You are Su Yunru's assistant, and his girlfriend Zhao Yuxuan is Yin Shufei's fiancée, so it's natural that Yin Shufei would help you out of respect for both the Zhao family and Su Yunru. But let me remind you, although the Yin family is one of the 2 top wealthy families in Jiangzhou and wealthier than me, if we're talking about overall strength, the Yin family falls short compared to mine. If it weren't for young Master Li's stipulation against intimidating others during the auction, Yin Shufei wouldn't have dared to bid against me. I'm telling you all this because I want you to know, you cannot mess with me. Now, I want to buy the Kylan token from you, and you'd better not refuse. If you're willing to pay 1 billion yuan, I'll sell you the Kylan token. 1 billion yuan? You bought the Kylan token for 501 million, and now you're asking me to pay 1 billion. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. Do you realize you're offending me by doing this? I'm merely negotiating this deal with you, and I strongly advise you not to mess with me, or you will surely regret it. Don't put on airs in front of me. I've already heard everything about you from my senior disciple. You aren't very capable, and it will be as easy as pie for me to deal with you. Chapter 42. Each has their own plan. My senior sister doesn't understand me. Her evaluation of me has no reference value. If you really think I'm an easy target, then you are dead wrong. Lu Tian earnestly warned Nielon. However, Nielon sneered at his words, believing that he was boasting idly. No matter how much you boast, it won't scare me. Instead, it will make me find you laughable. Nielon looked at him with a tinge of disdain and continued. Let's get back to talking about the Kylan token. Even though you purchased the Kylan token for 510 million yuan, that money came from Yin Shufei. So, no matter how much I offer for it from you, it will be pure profit for you. How much do you plan to offer? Lu Tian asked. I'll pay what I bid during the auction, 500 million. In other words, you're offering less than what I paid to obtain the Kylan token. I already said that the money came from Yin Shufei on your behalf. Regardless of how much I give you, you're still guaranteed to make a profit. But I want to make more. 1 billion yuan, no haggling allowed. And if you threaten me again, I'll raise the price. You have no idea how arrogant you are. Nielon wanted to continue threatening him, but suddenly her phone rang. She answered the call. How's the situation there? Did you manage to buy the Kylan token? No, your junior disciple managed to buy it. What? The starting price for the Kylan token is already high, and in an auction, the price would only go higher. Where does he have so much money to purchase it? Someone paid on his behalf. To make a long story short, I'm attempting to buy the Kylan token from your junior disciple, but he's asking for 1 billion yuan. This idiot is interfering with my plans at such a crucial moment. I'm negotiating with him for your sake. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him by now. All right, time is pressing. We can't delay our actions because of this. Pay him 1 billion first. Understood. After hanging up, Nielon looked at Lu Tian with eyes full of anger. 1 billion yuan, is it? I'm willing to pay this amount, and you'll regret it later. Lu Tian immediately provided his bank account details. After receiving the transfer from the other party, he handed over the Kylan token, which had no residual qi, to them. Nielon didn't know about the secret fact that the Kylan token originally contained true qi, which wasn't particularly relevant to her anyway. She needed the Kylan token just to assist Ding Baishuang's action plan. After acquiring the token, Nialan and 3 members of the War Dragons group quickly left the venue. Lu Tian had nothing else to do here, so he also walked out of the venue. Speaking of Master Li's young master, Li Zhengfeng, he was resting with his eyes closed in a lounge within the hall. At this moment, his phone rang. "Father, what's the matter? Is the auction over?" "It's over. Everything went smoothly. All the items were sold for good prices." "Did we sell that metal tray we set at the lowest base price?" "Yes. And someone bought it for 10 million yuan. Alas, what's wrong? It's my fault for not inviting the master of the Feifeng sect early enough to authenticate things for us. Could it be that this metal tray has some special significance?" The Feifeng sect master saw our auction item flyer and determined just from the photo that it was not a divination tool, but a treasure for collecting spiritual energy. It must be very valuable, right? Duh. Such a rare and hard-to-find treasure is beyond any monetary value estimation. Even selling it for hundreds of millions is possible. I know who bought this treasure, and I will try to buy it back as soon as possible. That person was willing to spend 10 million on it, indicating they understood its secrets. I doubt you'll be able to buy it back easily. Don't worry. With the prestige of our Li family in the provincial capital, would he dare refuse my request? If he refuses to return that treasure to me, I won't be kind to him. This time, Lu Tian left driving Su Yunru's car. After leaving the meeting hall, he drove back. Li Zhengfeng reviewed the surveillance footage from the parking lot of the meeting hall and saw Lu Tian sitting in a car and then driving away. He immediately took his convoy and pursued after Lu Tian in the direction he left. Nialan, who had departed from the Fenghua Hall earlier, was already driving through a secluded section of road in her sedan. This was not her necessary route back, but she was passing through here to assist Ding Baishuang's operation. Ding Baishuang's specific plan was, first, to provoke people from the Lung family into attempting to seize the Kailan token. She was confident she could defeat the martial artists from the Lung family. Seeing the Lung family fail to secure the Kailan token, the Shadow Sect would surely intervene personally. At that time, she would lead more War Dragons experts to deal with the people of the Shadow Sect and use this as a clue to further investigate the situation of the Shadow Sect. Coincidentally, Lu Tian, who had set off slightly later than them, also chose to pass through this section of the road. Lu Tian had already noticed that a convoy was following him. With his strength, he was completely unafraid of the other party and prepared to directly take care of those trackers on this section of the road. Now let's talk about Nialan's side. The War Dragons member responsible for driving parked the car by the roadside. Not far ahead, 4 cars were parked side by side in the middle of the road, blocking their way. At the same time, the 4 cars following behind them also stopped, arranged side by side, preventing them from returning the same way. In total, over 20 martial artists came out from the 8 cars at both ends and surrounded them. Nialan and the 3 War Dragons experts got out of the car simultaneously. The leading martial artist blocking their way up front was none other than Lung Tai, the head of the Lung family. As for the one leading the group blocking the road behind, it was Lung Baiyu, the legitimate heir of the Lung family and son of Lung Tai. Both Lung Tai and Lung Baiyu were well known in Jiangzhou, and Nialan could recognize them. Of course, Nialan's reputation as a spicy hand rose was not without reason. The father and son of the Lung family also knew her. "Nialan, hand over the Kailan token, and I'll give you a quick death," Lung Tai said with a smile. Nialan suddenly became startled. "You want to kill me?" "Exactly," Lung Tai nodded. "I'm not just here to seize the Kailan token. I've also received 5 million yuan from your enemy, asking me to take your life," Nialan exclaimed. "So my enemies have found out where I am?" Lung Tai nodded again. Still that old saying, hand over the Kailan token to me, and I'll give you a quick end. You won't get the Kailan token, and you can't kill her either. Upon hearing the woman's voice coming from behind, Lung Tai and the others suddenly turned around. They saw 4 figures approaching them face to face. Leading the group was a woman dressed in sportswear, looking vigorous and graceful. She was Ding Baishuang, the deputy commander of the War Dragons. Chapter 43. There are more experts. Lung Tai and others did not recognize Ding Baishuang and her group, nor did they know that they were from the War Dragon. They guessed that they might be either Nialan's subordinates or her business partners. Attack! Without further ado, Ding Baishuang immediately gave the order to engage the enemy. She led the 3 subordinates around her into battle against Lung Tai and his group. The 3 War Dragon members accompanying Nialan engaged the pursuers led by Lung Baiyu. As both sides' subordinates clashed, Ding Baishuang began a one-on-one confrontation with Lung Tai. Lung Tai was a martial arts grandmaster, and along with Tan Yuan and Zhui Yi, he was one of the 3 great experts of Jiangzhou. Even though Tan Yuan had also reached the level of grandmaster before being killed by Lu Tian, his strength was only at the beginning stage of grandmastership. Years ago, Lung Tai had already attained the level of grandmaster and hadn't ceased practicing these years. His power far surpassed Tan Yuan's. Ding Baishuang, capable enough to become the vice commander of War Dragon, had also reached the level of grandmaster, and she was even at the peak of this level. After a few exchanges of blows, Ding Baishuang clearly held the upper hand. Bang! In a bout of exchanging punches, she sent Lung Tai retreating several steps with just one punch. It was clear Lung Tai was no match for her, yet he grinned smugly. "Ha!" Ding Baishuang furrowed her brow. "Why are you laughing? Sister, watch out for your 5 o'clock position." One of Ding Baishuang's subordinates suddenly shouted loudly at her. This startled Ding Baishuang, and she quickly turned to the direction her subordinate had warned about. A young man had rushed forward in rapid strides and delivered a punch aimed at her chest. It was none other than Lung Baiyu, the young master of the Lung family. His move was too fast, completely catching her off guard, and she didn't have time to dodge or block. Bang! Ding Baishuang took the hit directly in the chest. Even though she had used her internal force for defense, she still suffered significant injury and was flung over 10 meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Though it was an ambush, judging by the force and speed of Lung Baiyu's attack, Ding Baishuang could deduce that his true strength absolutely surpassed Lung Tai's and was even comparable to hers. Earlier, he deliberately concealed his abilities, feigning an evenly matched fight with her subordinates, all to find the opportunity to ambush her. Now injured from the surprise attack, she was no longer a match for Lung Baiyu and might not even stand up to Lung Tai. Why aren't you the strongest expert of the Lung family? Why is your son stronger? Ding Baishuang asked in shock. My son is our family's hidden ace. We do not easily reveal his true strength, Lung Tai said with a smile. Do you know how the title of the 3 great experts of Jiangzhou came about? It was simply due to the rumors spread by our Lung family. Among the 3 experts, there is only me from the Lung family, so naturally people assumed I am the strongest expert of the Lung family. This way, my son's strength remained concealed. Ding Baishuang inwardly cursed herself for underestimating things. Thinking Lung Tai was the top expert of the Lung family, she believed she had sufficient ability to handle him, which is why she only brought these few subordinates and arranged this operation. You deal with this woman, I will go after Nielan. Lung Tai said to Lung Baiyu. Nielan, we'll hold the enemies back. You escape quickly. Ding Baishuang pointed towards the direction they had come from and shouted loudly. We have much more powerful experts following behind us as reinforcements. Escape in that direction. Then she continued battling with the rest of her men against the many warriors of the Lung family. Nielan didn't hesitate and hurriedly fled according to their instruction. Lung Tai looked at Lung Baiyu. Go after Nielan. If they truly have stronger experts as reinforcement, you can take care of them. We'll manage here. Lung Baiyu nodded and chased after Nielan right away. Although a few members of War Dragon attempted to intercept him, they were all defeated, though this bought Nielan some extra time to escape. Actually, Nielan could guess that they didn't really have any stronger experts reinforcing them. It was just something Ding Baishuang said to urge her to flee and also to intimidate their enemies. This road was extremely secluded, and what she hoped for most was encountering a passing car and then fleeing by vehicle. Fortunately, her luck wasn't too bad as she indeed encountered a passing car. Stop. There are assassins ahead. If you don't stop, they'll kill you. Nislan waved her arms while shouting loudly. The car stopped. Lu Tian, sitting inside the car, rolled down the window. It's you, Nielan exclaimed in surprise. Ms. Nia, you just said there are assassins ahead. Lu Tian asked. Yes. Nielan hurriedly tried to open the backseat door, but found it locked. She stomped her foot anxiously. Unlock the door quickly. I need to get in. The road ahead is blocked by assassins. We must turn back. Lu Tian didn't let her get in the car and stepped out himself. The road ahead is also blocked. What? Nielan was startled and turned to look behind them. Sure enough, several vehicles approached from a distance and parked side by side. Actually, those chasing from behind were the convoy of Master Li from the Li family, Li Zhengfeng. Li Zhengfeng intended to buy back the spirit-gathering disc from Lu Tian. If Lu Tian refused, he would confront him. However, Nielan had no idea about this situation and assumed it was once again the martial artists from the Lung family laying siege. Lu Tian knew that the ones at the back were from the Lung family, but he had no idea who the assassins were that Nielan mentioned were up front. With his abilities, though, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Nielan, on the other hand, thought she had reached a dead end and sighed. I'm doomed. Lu Tian teased with a laugh. You're done for? Do you lay eggs? Nielan snapped. I don't have time for your jokes. Do you know that your current situation is just as dangerous as mine? At this moment, Lung Baiyu had already arrived in a car, stopping not far up ahead. He got out. Nielan, you won't escape my grasp, Lung Baiyu said coldly. Cold Baiyu. If I hand over the Kailan token, will you spare my life? Asked Nielan. No, you are going to die this time, Lung Baiyu replied offhandedly. Li Zhengfeng and his men had gotten out of their cars, intending to join, but they halted upon seeing Lung Baiyu. The master of the Lung family has shown up too? Let's observe the situation over there first. In terms of overall strength, the Li family of the provincial city was stronger than the Lung family. But the Li family wasn't a martial arts clan, and Li Zhengfeng wasn't a martial arts expert either. If Lung Baiyu refused to give him any face, there was nothing he could do in this setting, and he might even suffer losses. Lu Tian already knew that the Lung family was collaborating with the Shadow Gate and had conducted investigations into the Lung family. He recognized Lung Baiyu. The Lung family was also one of his enemies. That's why he previously took action against Lung Haokong, a collateral member of the Lung family, under the guise of supporting Yi Qianxue while collecting 1,000,000 yuan from her. This time, he decided to follow the same tactic as last time, but raise the price. Nielan, you've been antagonizing me all along, making me very unhappy. But if you're willing to give me 50 million yuan, I'll do it for the money, fight him, and save your life on the side. Chapter 44, One Punch to Subdue the Enemy. What did you say? You're going to deal with him? Huh. Nielan's anger turned into a derisive laugh, and she continued. Stop pretending. He is a top-notch expert. You can't scare him. Lung Baiyu looked at Lu Tian and said, even if you don't confront me, I will still kill you to silence you. But I didn't expect that you would dare to say that you can deal with me so arrogantly. Lu Tian coldly laughed and said, you want to kill me? That's suicidal. Lu Tian, stop pretending. Nielan said, it's my fault that dragged you into this. I apologize. He definitely won't let me go, but you still have a chance to beg for mercy. I advise you to quickly ask for his forgiveness. Lu Tian replied, what kind of joke is this? How can a strong person beg a weak one? You, Nialan was somewhat flabbergasted by his words. Lung Baiyu's expression darkened. Do you dare call me weak? If you knew that I possessed the power of a master at the peak, you certainly wouldn't dare say such things. Lu Tian responded. In my eyes, there's no difference between a master at the peak and a third-rate expert. If either fights me, I will defeat them in one move. You this moron, can you stop bragging? Nialan couldn't take it anymore. This idiot actually dared to make such exaggerated boasts in front of a peak master, which amounted to flaunting arrogance at the cost of his life. Lung Baiyu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. I, a grand peak master. How dare you compare me with a third-rate fighter? I'll kill you. With that, Lung Baiyu was radiating an aura of killing intent as he walked toward Lu Tian and Nialan. Nialan tensely stepped backward. To her surprise, Lu Tian also retreated with her. Earlier you said you'd handle him. Why are you retreating now? Are you backing out already? Lu Tian smiled and said, I just want to keep chatting with you. Since he's about to attack, don't you think it's time for you to offer me 100 million to protect you? I agree, Nialan said hurriedly. As long as you can protect me, I'll give you 100 million. To be honest, Nialan still thought Lu Tian was boasting. But at this critical moment, she didn't want to miss any possible chance to stay alive, choosing rather to believe it. Excellent. After I deal with him, I'll collect my money. After speaking, Lu Tian strode towards Lung Baiyu. However, Nialan turned around and ran. Although she believed that Lu Tian confronting Lung Baiyu was tantamount to suicide, it would buy her time to escape. She had noticed earlier that the ones blocking her path on the other side were not Cold family warriors. Because she recognized the leader among them as Li Zhengfeng, the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital. She had no time to contemplate why the people of the Li family were tracking Lu Tian. Having no better option to retreat, she could only flee towards the camp of the Li family. The murderous intent in Lung Baiyu's eyes became increasingly intense, and he suddenly sped up his steps. He had gathered all his strength into his fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Tian. Despite remaining composed, Lu Tian had clenched his own fists. Boom. Both unleashed their moves. Without elaborate techniques, simply put, Lung Baiyu threw a punch, and Lu Tian threw one too. Lu Tian struck slightly later, yet his punch was much faster than Lung Baiyu's. Lung Baiyu had barely started to exert force when Lu Tian's punch had already hit his chest. Puh! Lung Baiyu spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. The immense force sent him crashing onto his car parked by the roadside, shattering the front window glass and denting a large section of the body of the car. Clang! Nialan, who was running towards the Li family's camp, heard the noise behind her. She assumed Lu Tian had been struck and dared not look back. Only after reaching the Li family's group did she stop and cautiously look behind her. Then, what she saw shocked her heart profoundly. Not possible. Lung Baiyu, the strongest hidden force of the Cold family, lost to Lu Tian? Didn't Ding Baishuang say that her younger brother was useless? Why was he so strong? Nialan recalled what Lu Tian had mentioned before. His elder sister didn't really know him well. It appeared evident now. Just a while ago, during the confrontation between Lu Tian and Lung Baiyu, compared to the exchange between Ding Baishuang and Lung Baiyu shortly before that, there were differences. Ding Baishuang was defeated due to being ambushed. Still, even under those circumstances, Nialan could obviously discern that Lu Tian's strength must exceed that of Ding Baishuang. Lung Baiyu could vividly empathize with this feeling. Lu Tian's powerful punch left him utterly defenseless. He was the Cold family's concealed ace-killer move, one they would not unleash unless in dire situations. Previously, he hadn't truly acted against anyone. He never expected that his first move would result in him being overpowered by his opponent. This made him, who usually took pride in himself, feel ashamed and furious. Watching Lu Tian win the fight, Nialan, who had fled earlier, felt somewhat awkward. Nialan returned to Lu Tian's side with a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat ashamed. Li Zhengfeng and his companions, who had witnessed the fight, were shaken to their cores. Master Li, you saw it too, right? He struck young Master Lung of the Cold family with one move. Even if we team up, we wouldn't be a match for him. Yes, Master Li. While he isn't paying attention to us, let's run away quickly. Master Li, a wise man doesn't seek unnecessary trouble. Let's retreat and think of another plan. His subordinates all urged him unanimously to withdraw. The task is not finished yet. What do you mean by retreating? Li Zhengfeng said angrily. What? His subordinates were shocked. One of them asked, Master Li, are you actually still planning to ask him to return that metal disc which he purchased? Who said so? Li Zhengfeng replied solemnly. I feel that selling the metal disc for 10 million yuan was far too expensive. To express my apologies, I'm going to return the money to Mr. Liu. The subordinates relaxed. Master Li is truly insightful. Though the Li family from the provincial capital does not have top-tier financial influence, their overall strength ranks high throughout the northern Jiang region. This is mainly due to their extensive network of connections, especially among martial arts experts. To strengthen these connections, the Li family pays great attention to matters within the martial world and excels in monitoring various martial factions' activities. Few know that Lung Baiyu is a hidden expert of the Cold family. However, this information has long been uncovered by the Li family. Upon seeing Lu Tian defeating Lung Baiyu with just one punch, Li Zhengfeng was utterly astounded. At that very moment, Li Zhengfeng decided to approach Lu Tian. After all, even if he could recover the dueling disc, he would likely give it as a gift to a martial artist he wishes to connect with. Hence, Li Zhengfeng decided to refund the money Lu Tian paid for the dueling disc and present the dueling disc as a gift to Lu Tian instead. Chapter 45. I am the king of war gods. Do you believe it? Speaking of Lung Baiyu, He had already been hit by a punch and embedded into the car body, with no strength left to get down. He struggled to take out his phone from his pocket and called his father, Lung Tai. Hey, they really have an expert backing them up. I'm no match for them. Just as he was saying this, his body tilted, and he passed out, the phone falling to the ground. Lu Tian stepped on the other person's phone with his foot, and then returned to Nielon. Mr. Nye, we agreed on 1 billion yuan. Can we settle the payment now? Nielon nodded repeatedly. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money right away. Recalling how he previously belittled and threatened Lu Tian, Nielon felt uneasy when facing him and carefully transferred the money to him. Oh, Nielon suddenly exclaimed. I forgot to tell you something. Your senior sister, Ding Baishuang, was injured. She fought hard to cover my escape, and now she is still fighting fiercely with her subordinates. Lu Tian was startled. Where is she? Take me there quickly. Follow this road straight ahead. Turn left at the first bend, and you'll be there. Nielon said. Lu Tian drove Nielon to the designated location. Masterly, should we follow them? One subordinate asked Li Zhengfeng. Li Zhengfeng shook his head. No need. Mr. Lu must have noticed that we were following him, but he didn't care, probably because he has more important matters to attend to. We will deal with him next time. Another subordinate said. Then let's investigate where Mr. Lu lives. That's unnecessary too. Li Zhengfeng replied. The woman who accompanied Mr. Lu is none other than Nielon, known as the Spicy Rose. Next time we visit her and ask her about Mr. Lu. Li Zhengfeng and his subordinates got back in their car and returned the same way. Ding Baishuang and her subordinates were sitting on the ground, completely exhausted. Their battle with the enemy had just ended in failure. However, after Lung Tai received a phone call, he hastily led the martial artists of the Lung family away. The specific situation was that Lung Tai learned from a call made by Lung Baiyu that there was an even stronger expert among the opposition. Worried that this expert would come to confront them, Lung Tai immediately fled with his subordinates. Still, Ding Baishuang and others were unaware of the circumstances. What's going on? They had the upper hand. Why did they suddenly retreat? Lung Tai received a call earlier and took his subordinates away. Perhaps they encountered some unexpected trouble. When he answered the phone, he asked if the matter had been resolved. It must have been his son, Lung Baiyu, calling. If Lung Baiyu had resolved the issue, Lung Tai wouldn't have retreated, right? It's very likely that Lung Baiyu encountered a problem he couldn't solve, called and told his father about it, and his father, being worried about not being able to handle it, quickly retreated. As the subordinates discussed the matter, Ding Baishuang seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she asked, have any of you heard of the King of War Gods? The King of War Gods? Yes, somewhat familiar. He seems to be the master of Qinglong War God, one subordinate said. Another added, it's rumored that Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanhuan, these 3 war gods, also wanted to become his disciples. Ding Baishuang nodded. I've heard our commander mention that the King of War Gods came to Jiangzhou not long ago. Yet another subordinate said, did he come to help us? Ding Baishuang replied, I don't know, neither does our commander. But it's not impossible. So I speculate that it's quite possible that the King of War Gods secretly helped us. The subordinates also acknowledged her speculation and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Tian arrived driving a car. He stopped the car, got out with Nielon, and checked the situation. Lu Tian quickly approached Ding Baishuang. Senior sister, are you alright? I'm fine. Ding Baishuang paused slightly in surprise. What are you doing here? Lu Tian said. Mr. Nye said you were embattled. I was worried about you. So I came. Ding Baishuang didn't thank Lu Tian. Instead, she started complaining. What use are you here for? Do you have the strength to help me? If the enemies hadn't retreated, you would have just become a burden for us. Lu Tian was very annoyed. He guessed that it was Lung Baiyu who made a call before dying, telling his comrades in arms here about the situation. Realizing what happened, they got scared and fled. Technically speaking, he had saved his senior sister. Yet his senior sister berated and mocked him without distinguishing right from wrong. Do you know why they retreated? They were scared off by me, Lu Tian said. You? Ding Baishuang laughed scornfully and said, you're truly good at boasting. It's clearly the strong figure hiding behind the scenes and defeating Lung Baiyu that frightened off the other enemies. Lu Tian sighed. The reason there was no expert guarding your back is because I just happened to pass by and saw Lung Baiyu chasing Mr. Nye with the intention to kill him, then silence me as a witness. It was me who took action and killed Lung Baiyu, saving Mr. Nye in the process. This much, Mr. Nye can testify. Upon hearing this, Ding Baishuang glanced at him somewhat incredulously before turning to Nielon and asking, did you really see him kill Lung Baiyu? I think I did, Nielon replied. Seeing is seeing, not seeing is not seeing. What do you mean think you saw it? To tell you the truth, before he faced off with Lung Baiyu, I thought there was only one way out for him, death. So I was scared stiff and ran away. By the time I dared to look back, Lung Baiyu was almost dead already. So you didn't see their fight? Yes. Which means you cannot confirm that it was his hands that defeated Lung Baiyu. I believe it was him who beat Lung Baiyu, because it's impossible for anyone else to have accomplished such a feat within such a short period of time without my noticing them come or go. There is someone who could have done it. The King of War Gods could have done it. I received an update from our superior that the King of War Gods has arrived in Jiangzhou. He must be the one secretly helping us, defeating Lung Baiyu with a single move. After finishing her explanation, she turned toward Lu Tian. So now, do you still have the audacity to pretend to be a master in front of me? Lu Tian retorted. I say I am the King of War Gods. Do you believe me? You? Ding Baishuang became so enraged she wanted to punch him. You're utterly incomprehensible. Now I understand what's happening. You harbor feelings for me. attempting to win my favor by pretending to be a great master. Oomph. I've already told you once. Master said that we would marry eventually. Consider that statement nothing but a joke. Last time, I warned you you're too weak. You don't meet my standards for a husband. Our achievements have already diverged so vastly. Even if you tried harder, you'd never catch up with me. This might sound harsh again, but it's because you keep on posturing that I feel compelled to suggest you stop trying futilely. Lu Tian almost laughed at how annoyed he felt. I have no romantic intentions toward you. It's you who's being delusional. Sure, go ahead and dramatize yourself further, but I'm tired of watching you act arrogantly right in front of me. Lu Tian, how dare you speak like this to me? Are you looking for a beating? Ding Baishuang made moves as if to strike Lu Tian, but several subordinates quickly restrained her. Nialan also stepped in between them. Stop arguing. We aren't sure if this place is safe yet, so let's leave here first before anything else. Humph. Ding Baishuang glared at Lu Tian angrily. If you weren't my junior disciple, I'd knock your teeth out across the floor. Then, under her arrangement, she, Lu Tian, and 2 subordinates boarded Lu Tian's car, while 4 other subordinates accompanied Nialan in another car, leaving the area. Ding Baishuang believed Lu Tian lacked real skill, but out of concern for his safety, though highly disliking him, she had him sent to the Jinxiu Mansion residential area. Returning home, Lu Tian placed the Juling pan in his bedroom. After taking a shower, he went upstairs to Xuanhuan's room and knocked on the door. Su Auntie, it's me. You bastard, coming over to see me late at night again. The door opened, revealing Xuanhu standing there, casting him a slightly reproachful glance. Xuanhu wore a lightweight silk robe that couldn't fully conceal her exquisite figure, radiating grace and sensuality effortlessly. Merely catching sight of her, Lu Tian's heart flared with passion as he impulsively hugged her tightly. Chapter 46. I'll leave the door for you. Xuanhu's face turned red immediately. Don't. Lu Tian said. We have reached this point already. Why won't you face it? He sat on the edge of the bed and hugged her, placing her on his lap. Xuanhu blushed and didn't dare to look at him. What happened before was a misunderstanding. We shouldn't act like this from now on. Even if it was a misunderstanding at first, what about later? You didn't reject me those times. Sometimes you even welcomed me. You stopped talking. It was just momentary impulsiveness, and after that, I always regretted it. You're avoiding the truth. It's because my mom is a close friend of yours, which makes you feel awkward. Is it not? So what if it is? If she finds out about our relationship, how would I ever have the face to face her again? You don't need to worry about that. My mom isn't someone old-fashioned or stubborn. As long as we both agree, she wouldn't stop us from being together. It's still impossible. I can't get over this psychological hurdle. Lu Tian laid her down on the bed, surprising her so much that she let out a gasp, making her even more embarrassed. Lu Tian, calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down. Think carefully about our conversation earlier. You've already indirectly admitted your feelings for me, but are too shy to face them. I haven't. Look how weakly you're denying it. There's no way to hide it. After speaking, Lu Tian leaned down and kissed her deeply. Xuanhu didn't want to admit from her heart that she had feelings for him yet. But facing his enthusiastic pursuit, Xuanhu unconsciously accepted it and wrapped her arms around his back, responding in kind. Wait. Xuanhu suddenly grabbed the hand that was trying to untie the belt of her silk robe. What's wrong? Lu Tian asked with confusion. There's something I forgot to tell you. Yuxian has moved back here. She went to an antique auction with her friends, and they should be returning soon. Xuanhuan moved back in order to investigate who wrote the formula of the shower gel she found on the sofa, according to the instructions of her grandfather Zhao Jinming. The Zhao family wanted to attract that person to provide more formulas for their company. Xuanhu did not know the details. Though she had split ways with the Zhao family, she couldn't abandon her daughter Xuanhuan. Hearing that Xuanhuan would return to live here, Xuanhu warmly welcomed it deep in her heart. Her coming back won't interfere with us. Lu Tian said. Shut up, Xuanhu said. If my own daughter discovers that I am with a man who is not that much older than her, could you imagine how embarrassing that would be for me? But if we're meant to be together, this is something you'll eventually have to confront. I never said I want to be with you. You didn't say it, but you implicitly agreed. Otherwise, why did you respond to me earlier? It was only a momentary impulse. Fine, you'd better hurry and leave. Before Yuxian returns, leave my room. I won't go. Since you lack the courage to face reality, then I will help you face it. Lu Tian's words made Xuanhu feel somewhat touched. But soon, Xuanhu felt waves of shame rising within her. If I haven't decided to face it myself, I certainly don't need you helping me. With me beside you, you'll find the courage. This isn't about courage. I've told you, I simply don't want to face it, at least, not right now. Temporary? The fact that you're giving yourself an option shows that you might start accepting me. I didn't say that. Enough. Yuxian may be back soon. Leave my room first. Then I'll come find you again after she goes to her room. No, don't come. I must. If I retreat, you'll lose all your courage to face this. You bastard. All right, I'm afraid of you. Let's do it this way. You wait in the room. When Yuxian goes upstairs to rest, I'll come downstairs to find you. Hearing this, Lu Tian nodded repeatedly in agreement and gave her a peck on the cheek, then laughed heartily as he walked out of the room. Not long after, Xuanhuan returned. As soon as she entered the living room on the first floor, she started shouting loudly. Lu Tian, get out here. Lu Tian, who had already returned to the room on the first floor, heard her shout and came out of the room. Xuanhu upstairs also heard the call and came downstairs to check the situation. What's going on? Lu Tian asked. Don't act stupid in front of me, Xuanhuan angrily replied. I've already asked Yin Xiao about why he's so afraid of you. After asking him half a dozen times, he finally admitted that it's because you have some Emperor card from the World Business Alliance. How could someone useless and unaccomplished like you possibly be embraced by the World Business Alliance? You must have gotten a fake card and deceived Yin Xiao. I've already exposed you in front of Yin Xiao, and he's realized he was fooled by you. Just wait for him to come and settle accounts with you. Lu Tian said, I didn't deceive him. The Emperor card of the World Business Alliance that I hold is real. It was given to me by the leader of the World Business Alliance to flatter me. Go to hell. Zhao Yuxuan cursed directly. What are you good for? Just a waste. And you dare to boast so much. Lu Tian's face darkened immediately. Zhao Yuxuan, you should be glad that you're Aunt Su's daughter, or I would definitely slap you until you cry. Zhao Yuxuan continued yelling. So what? Scaring me? Try and lay a hand on me. You damn. Slap. Su Yunru slapped Zhao Yuxuan across the face, cutting off her abusive language. Rubbing her red cheek, Zhao Yuxuan protested indignantly. Mom, why did you hit me? Su Yunru replied coldly. If you curse him again, I'll continue to slap you. You think he's deceiving Yin Xiao, but either produce evidence to expose him or consider if there might be some misunderstanding. As for you, how dare you scold and humiliate him at the first sight? Do you have any manners left? Since you're staying here, don't cause trouble without reason. If you keep acting out, I will kick you out. Su Yunru still carried a lot of authority in front of Zhao Yuxuan. Even though Zhao Yuxuan dared not refute her mother after being scolded, she still wasn't convinced inside. She resembled her father Zhao Jinxiong in a way, always self-centered and never reflecting on herself when something went wrong. After being reprimanded, she still didn't feel she had overstepped. Rather, she felt somewhat wronged. Glaring furiously at Lu Tian, she said, Don't be smug. I and Yin Xiao will surely settle accounts with you. After speaking, Zhao Yuxuan turned sharply toward the staircase and ascended to the third floor where her room was located. Sighing, Su Yunru turned to Lu Tian. I just heard your conversation and understand roughly what happened. Did you really deceive Yin Xiao? No, Lu Tian took out the Emperor card from his clothing pocket. This card was given to me by the World Business Alliance. I know you may not believe it, but this is the truth. Su Yunru got a bit annoyed. I can't tell whether this card is real or fake, but I know the World Business Alliance would never give you this card. The World Business Alliance is the top commercial alliance in the world. You're not a business tycoon. How could you possibly know anyone from the World Business Alliance? What Yuxuan said earlier about you was indeed too extreme, but you should also reflect on yourself. I know you want to rise quickly, but success needs to be earned through effort. If you pretend like this, even if you gain some temporary glory, you will eventually pay a price. You're Ms. Lu's son, so I'm hesitant to scold you harshly. You should know all the principles well. Take my words into careful consideration. After saying this, Su Yunru also prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly, she stopped and said, You go back to your room first. I'll head to the second floor. Once Yuxuan rests on the third floor, I'll come find you in your room. Lu Tian became instantly thrilled and elated. Then I'll leave the door open for you. Just now, Su Yunru's anger had made Lu Tian think she wouldn't come see him tonight. Now hearing her confirm she'd visit his room, it filled him with immense joy. Chapter 47. Fulfilling the Promise. Su Yunru temporarily went to the second floor room. Lu Tian returned to his own room, waiting for the other party to come to him. While waiting, he utilized his cultivation skills, sensing the true essence he had obtained from the Kylan emblem. Then he circulated this essence energy, preparing himself for the barrier breakthrough into the foundation establishment phase. If everything goes smoothly, he could break through the barrier of the highest Qi refinement level tomorrow and reach the foundation establishment realm. Location: the Lung family mansion. Lung Baiyu's corpse was carried into the hall. The head of the family, Lung Tai, and others stood in a circle, all with furious and grieving expressions. The hidden expert of the Lung family had been eliminated upon his first action, which left them heartbroken and frustrated. They didn't know who killed Lung Baiyu, but it was clear that the person's strength far surpassed their own. With such strength, they knew their family couldn't possibly match up against such a powerful figure. But behind them was the Dark Shadow sect backing them up. At this moment, a man about 30-something years old, dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room. Despite appearing gentle and refined on the surface, he was notorious for being extremely ruthless and cruel. He was Chao Yuanfeng, a notorious martial figure from the provincial capital, also serving as the contact representative for the Jiangbei branch of the Dark Shadow sect. Beside Chao Yuanfeng, there was a youth with an enigmatic and somewhat eerie demeanor. Mr. Chao. Even though Lung Tai was brimming with anger, he still addressed Chao Yuanfeng very respectfully. I heard from my men that your family's hidden expert was killed. It seems your so-called expert is nothing more than that. This remark stung Lung Tai, yet he dared not get angry. Baiyu was already quite strong. Primarily, his opponent's strength far exceeded his. Who was his opponent? We don't know. None of us were present at the time. By the time we found his body, no one was around anymore. Wasn't he chasing Nialan at that time? Yes, it must have been a high-level expert near Nialan who killed my son. Your son has been killed by someone, and I imagine you're upset, but it doesn't change the fact that your operation failed. The head of the sect is extremely disappointed in you. Please convey to the head of the sect, give us one more chance. Even if our strongest fighting force is gone, we have money. We can hire other experts at a high price and surely secure the Kylan emblem. The Kylan emblem is useless to the Dark Shadow sect now. What? The head of the sect wanted the Kylan emblem to extract its true essence. With top-tier experts protecting Nialan, those experts would certainly be able to sense the essence within the Kylan emblem and likely took control of it long ago. This I apologize, we've let down the head of the sect's expectations. The head suspects that this was an operation deliberately arranged to counteract the Dark Shadows sect. Otherwise, based on the strength of the Lung family alone, it wouldn't have failed so miserably. I agree with this analysis too. Nialan might not have been capable enough to pull off something like this by herself. There must be someone manipulating her and coordinating this plan. Whoever is pulling the strings, it poses a great hazard to the Dark Shadow sect. My task given by the head is to eliminate this threat. Having said this, Xuanhuan ordered coldly towards Lung Tai. From here on out, the next action will be under my command. You must fully cooperate with me. On what basis do you order us around? Xuanhuan chuckled lightly. Then he looked at the young man with the eerie demeanor standing beside him. Let him see why I have the right to command them. The young man nodded, then took out a palm-sized circular disc from inside his clothes. Suddenly, the disc emitted a blue light. It's an array disc. He's a mystical arts expert. Lung Tai exclaimed in shock. An array disc was a magical tool used by mystic art practitioners to set up formations and was also an important weapon for these experts. Next, according to the patterns on the disc, a seal formation created by the mystical arts expert was released onto Lung Haokang's head. Lung Haokang immediately felt an enormous pressure weighing down on him, forcing him to kneel instantly, followed by flattening him completely on the ground. The pressure showed no signs of letting up. Lung Haokang screamed in pain. If the pressure persisted, it might crush him flat. Seeing this, Lung Tai and others turned pale and hastily begged Mr. Chow to make the young man stop. Are you going to quickly apologize to Mr. Chow? Lung Tai barked sternly. Mr. Chow, I'm sorry. I won't question you anymore. Please spare my life. Lung Haokang trembled as he begged for mercy. The mystical arts expert smiled faintly, withdrawing his mystical power, and the array seal disappeared along with it. Lung Haokang sighed in relief, climbing back to his feet, and retreated to the side. Let me introduce you. This is xuanhuan, the senior disciple of Master Feifeng from the Xian sect, but he has already left the Xian sect and now serves under me. Xuanhuan said. Master Gao, nice to meet you. Lung Tai greeted politely. He then turned toward Xuanhuan again with politeness. Our family, the Lungs, are willing to take orders from Mr. Chow. Location, Su Yunru's villa. Lu Tian was in the middle of cultivation when a knock on the door interrupted him. It's me, Su Yunru called softly from outside. Lu Tian retracted his aura, went to the door, and opened it. Su Yunru had come to keep her promise, which excited him immensely. Aunt Su, you came. Su Yunru gave him a resentful glance. I came because I feared you might not be able to resist coming to find me. Lu Tian invited her inside. Su Yunru sat at the edge of the bed. Lu Tian sat next to her and naturally embraced her shoulder. Su Yunru blushed and shot him a glare. I've thought it over carefully, and I understand your dilemma. Lu Tian was utterly confused. My dilemma? What dilemma do I have? What are you trying to say? Su Yunru took a deep breath and her expression softened. Since you came to work for me, you've been exposed to many people and things in high society. But many in that circle look down on you. The more they do, the more you want to prove yourself. But you lack money and power and don't have any special skills, so you can only bluff your way through to show off. I scolded you earlier, which probably hurt your pride, so I apologize, but I hope you won't continue behaving like that. This time you directly impersonated someone who was supposedly recruited by the World Trade Alliance. Your behavior was too excessive. If the people from the World Trade Alliance find out, it'll be difficult to recover from the situation. Su Yunru was still misunderstanding him, but her heartfelt advice touched him deeply. He knew even if he explained, she wouldn't believe him. To avoid making her worry, he simply agreed with her words. I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Aunt Su. You're welcome. From now on, be down to earth. You're my assistant, and as long as you work hard, I will also help you with your career. Yes, I will definitely work hard alongside you. You. Why did you emphasize the last word? Bastard. I'm having a serious conversation with you, and you dare to tease me. Innocent. I just wanted to express my determination. I didn't mean anything else. It's you who misunderstood me. All right, consider it my mistake for misunderstanding you. In the future, make sure to work hard with me. On our work. I understand. Not only will I work well with you, but I will also take good care of you in daily life. As he spoke, Lu Tian kept one hand on her shoulder while the other wrapped around her slender waist, gently laying her down on the bed. Chapter 48, an easier to accept reason. Su Yunru's face flushed again, and she glared at Lu Tian with resentment in her eyes. You damn bastard. You're most energetic at times like this. Lu Tian didn't reply. Instead, he leaned down directly to experience her graceful body even more closely. When I went to your room not long ago, you didn't smell this fragrant. You must have just taken a shower. Was it because you deliberately took a bath for tonight when we would be together? You don't make stuff up. I bathe often. It was just coincidental that I came to find you right after finishing. But the last time I went to your room, you had already put on your robe ready to sleep, which didn't seem like someone about to take a bath. I wanted to take another bath. Damn you, stop teasing me. Once again, Lu Tian showcased his prowess, tossing and turning with Su Yunru for about an hour. After everything was done, Su Yunru collapsed on the bed exhausted, not wanting to move at all. Lu Tian lay beside her, hugging her close as she leaned on his shoulder. Recalling their repeated rolling around on the bed earlier, Su Yunru regretted it yet again. Why do I fail to reject him in advance, knowing fully well I'll regret later? Could it be that I've actually developed feelings for him but am too embarrassed to acknowledge this emotion? Impossible. It must be my overthinking. I've only known him for a short while, and I've always resisted anything serious between us. There's no way I'd fall in love with him so easily. Maybe it's really because I'm lonely and bored. Hold on. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean I'm some frivolous woman? No way. Absolutely impossible. I'm conservative, so there's no way such things could happen. Then what is it? I understand now. It's because of the immense pressure I've been under recently, and he happens to encourage me greatly during this period. Even if he hasn't helped much, he gives me courage and a sense of security. It's clear that he's taking advantage of my vulnerable state. It must be the case. Finding this reason easier to accept, Xuanhuan accepted it as fact. Location, Yin family mansion. Yin Kai, the patriarch of the Yin family, once again temporarily convened a family meeting. The main content of our last meeting was the plan to recruit Lu Tian. Now cancel this plan. Upon hearing Yin Kai's statement, everyone in the Yin family exchanged confused glances and looked at him full of doubts. Yin Kai gestured towards Yin Shufei. You explain to everyone. Yin Shufei's expression turned grim. That bastard tricked me. Yesterday, he placed the Emperor card of the World Commerce Alliance before me, scaring me into momentarily forgetting that it might be fake. Tonight, before I returned, after listening to Zhao Yuxuan's account, I realized that Lu Tian was merely bluffing with a fake Emperor card. Zhao Yuxuan said that Lu Tian comes from no great wealth or influence and has no particular background. He came to Jiangzhou purely to depend on Su Yunru. How could such a nobody possibly be recruited by the World Commerce Alliance? I doubt he even qualifies to mingle with its members. Therefore, his so-called Emperor card of the World Commerce Alliance must be a forgery. As for why he's gotten so close to Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, it's likely xuanhuan saw his decent martial arts skills and hired him as a bodyguard. Our Yin family doesn't need to even give him a second thought. But I fell for his tricks and spared no effort in trying to win him over, and now it infuriates me just thinking about it. As Yin Shufei continued, getting angrier, he ended up slapping himself twice out of frustration. Listening to his explanation, the faces of the Yin family members changed repeatedly, growing increasingly furious. This damn bastard dares to pretend to be a big shot in front of us. We can't let him off. Why don't we simply continue with the original plan? Seize Tianxing Chamber of Commerce's pharmaceutical business and get rid of Lu Tian at the same time. And another thing. We previously planned to join with the Zhao family to recruit Lu Tian, but now that we know he isn't worth recruiting, there's no point in aligning with the Zhao family either. Let's quickly dissolve the engagement contract. Not bad. Given our Yin family's status, even if we break the engagement, the Zhao family wouldn't dare voice any complaints. Yin Kai waved his hand to signal for silence. First, listen to what I have to say. The plans you mentioned should be temporarily set aside. Right now, there's something more important we need to deal with. He once again directed his gaze toward Yin Shufei. Let you explain to everyone. Yin Shufei nodded. Zhao Yuxuan shows great interest in interacting with me. She even divulged some commercial secrets of the Zhao family to me. She says that the Zhao family has obtained a recipe for a shower gel, one which has marrow washing effects. Just limited by the small scale of the Zhao family's pharmaceutical industry, they find it difficult to start mass production soon. Our Yin family's pharmaceutical industry has hit a bottleneck. If we can get this recipe and put it into production and operation, it will definitely help us break through the bottleneck and reach new heights. So my plan is to not break off our engagement with the Zhao family for now, and once we secure their recipe through the marriage alliance, we can dump Zhao Yuxuan later without any regret. After hearing his plan, everyone in the Yin family showed support and began discussing how to take advantage of the marriage alliance to scheme against the Zhao family. The next morning, when Su Yunru woke up, she found that it was already 7:30. So late. All this is that bastard's fault. He exhausted me so much that I slept for such a long time. Thinking about this, Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian, who was sleeping beside her with a face full of grievances. Last night, she had intended to return to her own room, but being worn out, her legs were too weak to move, and she felt lazy to get out of bed, so she thought she would rest for a while before going back. As a result, she fell asleep and didn't wake up until now. Su Yunru sat up and quickly put on her clothes. She needed to rush back to her room as soon as possible, making sure that her daughter Zhao Yuxuan didn't discover that she had spent the night in Lu Tian's room. Upon hearing the sound from her side, Lu Tian opened his eyes. Su auntie, you're awake. It's the weekend today, we don't have to work. Why are you getting up in such a hurry? Nonsense. If my daughter finds out that we slept together, where would I put my face? You worry too much. Even if she knew, so what? I actually hope she knows so she can call me stepfather. You damn pervert, stop fooling around. Su Yunru dressed herself, got off the bed, and rushed out of the door. However, just as she walked out of the bedroom, she encountered Zhao Yuxuan, who had just come down the stairs. Zhao Yuxuan froze in surprise for a moment. Mom, did you just come out of Lu Tian's room? Su Yunru struggled to keep her expression calm. It's the weekend today, I don't need to go to the company. I had some company matters that I wanted Lu Tian to handle for me, so I went to his room to discuss them. Were those really just company matters? Chapter 49, Strengthening Power. Su Yunru was inwardly shocked. Could it be that the other party had discovered something? If the other person guessed that she had slept in Lu Tian's room, it would be too embarrassing. However, even if Zhao Yuxuan guessed correctly, Su Yunru wouldn't admit it easily. Other than company affairs, what else could there be? Don't you think your question is quite trivial? Su Yunru continued to pretend to be calm and said with a slightly authoritative tone, "Oh, I thought you went to scold him about fooling around with Yin Shaokai." Hearing her words, Su Yunru sighed in relief. It turned out she had misunderstood the other party's guess. Yesterday, I already reprimanded Lu Tian. You should go ahead and apologize to Yin Shaokai, so he doesn't hold it against Lu Tian. How can that be? I actually hope Yin Shaokai gives him a good lesson right now. Can you do me a favor and say some nice words for him? You stop always protecting him. This guy is useless, but keeps causing trouble. He deserves a big loss, so he realizes how laughable and ignorant he truly is. Xuanhuan, you're biased against him. Not true. I just understand his arrogant face much better than you. You? I don't even know what to say to you. When you arranged tasks for Lu Tian, wearing only a bathrobe when meeting him, didn't you feel awkward? How could I possibly wear only a bathrobe? There's another layer of clothing underneath. What? Inside, there's only one piece of clothing. Oh, anyway, I'm covered quite tightly. I won't expose anything in front of him. You don't need to worry about me. Although you're this old, it's unlikely he'd have any thoughts towards you. But you should still pay attention. Su Yunru was speechless and thought to herself. I'm just over 30 years old. What do you mean this old? And you dare say he has no feelings for me? He definitely feels a lot for me. Before Su Yunru could respond, Zhao Yuxuan directly walked towards the door. Where are you going? Asked Su Yunru. I made an appointment with Yin Shaokai to go eat breakfast outside. Zhao Yuxuan waved her hand, and then left the villa. Su Yunru went upstairs. As for what Zhao Yuxuan mentioned, Yin Shaokai potentially seeking revenge on Lu Tian, she wasn't particularly worried. After all, Yin Shaokai is in a relationship with Zhao Yuxuan and considered her future son-in-law. If Su Yunru intervenes, Yin Shaokai should give her some face and not take it out on Lu Tian. Not long after Lu Tian woke up, he received a phone call. It was from Yi Wei, the head of the Yi family and father of Yi Qianxue. 2 days ago, Lu Tian pretended to be Yi Qianxue's boyfriend and met Yi Wei. At the time, he noticed Yi Wei suffered from kidney deficiency, which he cured for him, thus earning Yi Wei's appreciation. That day, Yi Wei extended an invitation, saying the Yi family's net assets had reached 20 billion yuan, and they were hosting a banquet to celebrate. He invited Lu Tian to attend. This time, Yi Wei called him as a reminder to participate in the banquet at the Yi residence at noon today. Lu Tian planned to leave for the Yi residence at 11 a.m. In the meantime, he mostly stayed in his room cultivating, combining yesterday's newly acquired qi from the Kylan pendant to break through the final barrier of the qi refinement stage. 2 hours later, he finally broke through the last barrier of the qi refinement stage and entered the foundation establishment stage. This not only exhausted all the qi obtained from the Kylan pendant, but also almost drained his own qi entirely. He needed at least 3 days to fully recover. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he felt reborn. The most noticeable sensation was that his energy seemed like a part of his body, becoming more naturally controlled. He also clearly felt a significant improvement in his cultivation. After careful introspection, he realized that his solar energy had improved considerably. However, this came with its pros and cons. The advantage was that the solar energy helped him quickly enhance his cultivation. The downside was that the stronger the solar energy, the greater its side effects. Recently, due to increased physical contact with Su Yunru, who possessed the mystical in-body constitution, he had successfully suppressed his solar energy. If this situation continued, it might even cure him. But now that his solar energy had significantly increased, the possibility of an episode also rose again. Even though his cultivation level had also advanced, he used too much of his true qi earlier while attempting to break through the barrier. If the solar energy flared up now, he feared that relying solely on the little true qi left in his current body wouldn't be enough to suppress it. Still, based on his own experience, under the present circumstances, even if the solar energy did flare up, it wouldn't likely happen until several hours later. By then, he should have already finished the banquet at the Yi residence and returned here. With Su Yunru, who possessed the mystical in-body constitution, by his side, he wasn't afraid of a flare-up of his solar energy. Lu Tian had originally planned to leave at 11 a.m., but before it even hit 11, Yi Wei had sent a driver to pick him up. He bid farewell to Su Yunru and left the villa, boarding the Yi family's car to attend the banquet. The main participants in this banquet were many members of the Yi family and shareholders of the Yi group. The host of this gathering was Yi Wei, the head of the Yi family. Yi Qianxue and her mother, Xiet Saran, were also present. Unexpectedly, as the dinner was about to start, the shareholders still hadn't arrived. In reality, these shareholders had all come to another branch of the Yi family, the residence of Yi Qianxue's second grandfather, Yi Hongnan. In the meeting hall, an old man over 60 years old sat at the head of the conference table. He was Yi Qianxue's second grandfather, Yi Hongnan. Through years of scheming and planning, Yi Hongnan had stripped Yi Wei of his power within the family. Although Yi Wei was nominally the head of the Yi family, his authority was much less than that of Yi Hongnan. Even Yi Hongnan's son, Yi Xiao, and grandson, Yi Baiqing, had more influence than Yi Wei. There are many old shareholders of the Yi group here, as well as some new shareholders I've welcomed recently. Let's get to know each other first, said Yi Hongnan just as the knock on the door resounded. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered the room courteously. It turned out to be Zhao Jinxiang, one of the core members of the Zhao group. Sorry for being late, Zhao Jinxiang said politely. Sit down. Yi Hongnan invited him to take his seat. Then Yi Hongnan addressed everyone. I'm sure you all recognize Mr. Zhao. He is also one of our new shareholders. In order to suppress Yi Wei's branch, he had lured many bosses of Zhao Jinxiang's caliber into his faction. These individuals, like Zhao Jinxiang, happily accepted his enticements in hopes of getting his support. Subsequently, Yi Hongnan held a meeting with everyone, explaining his upcoming plans. After the meeting, Yi Hongnan glanced at the time and said, the banquet is about to begin. Let's all go together. When the time comes, follow my plan. This time, no matter what, I must push Yi Wei off the position of family head. Yi Xiao remarked, I'm a little worried. I heard that Yi Wei invited Lu Tian to attend this banquet. Lu Tian. Yi Hongnan responded. Is he the one you mentioned before? The guy who beat the collateral branch of the Lung family, Master Lung Hao Kong, and also fought you. Yi Xiao nodded. It's rumored that Yi Qianxue is dating him now, or she may have just asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. He knows martial arts and might help Yi Wei against us. No need to worry about him. Zhao Jinxiang interrupted with disdain. I'm quite familiar with this Lu Tian. He does know some martial arts, but likely only from some unorthodox training methods. I heard from my daughter, Zhao Yuxuan, that before the 100 Prosperity Gate was destroyed, Lu Tian had offended their hall master. Only after Yi Qianxue pleaded for him did the matter end. If he were truly powerful, there wouldn't have been any need for Yi Qianxue to intervene on his behalf. Therefore, in my opinion, he is at most a third-rate expert. As long as you bring more skilled people along with you, he will definitely not stand a chance. As for other aspects, he doesn't have much to show off. His family has neither wealth nor influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working as Su Yunru's assistant in my ex-wife's company. He himself lacks talent, but often talks big. Even I don't consider him anything significant. So Yi family members certainly shouldn't either. Mentioning Lu Tian made Zhao Jinxiang visibly annoyed. Zhao Jinxiang had guessed correctly that Lu Tian and Su Yunru had a romantic relationship, which was difficult for him to accept. This time, he intended to use Yi Hongnan and his allies to target Lu Tian. After hearing his account, Yi Hongnan and others merely regarded Lu Tian as a minor character, dismissing him without much concern. Yi Hongnan looked around at the group. Let's go to the banquet. If you all follow my plan this time, we will successfully take control of the Yi family. At that time, I assure you won't regret supporting me. Chapter 50. In my opinion, they are easy to handle. Yi Hongnan led the shareholders out of the conference hall, preparing to head to the Yi family banquet site. Before leaving, he asked Yi Xiao, what's going on with the Lung family? It was previously agreed that they would send a few warriors to help us keep things in check. So why haven't the warriors arrived? Yi Xiao replied, I'm not sure either. I've already sent Yi Baicheng to investigate. Just then, Yi Hongnan's grandson, Yi Baicheng, returned and came before them. I found out. It's because the direct line scion of the Lung family, Lung Baiyu, died last night. The Lung family is currently too preoccupied to deal with other matters, so they haven't sent any warriors to assist us. Upon hearing this from Yi Baicheng, Yi Hongnan and the others were visibly startled. How did he die? Yi Hongnan asked in shock. I heard that while cultivating his inner strength, due to overeagerness, he was struck by a force that damaged his heart meridian, causing him to suddenly die. The Lung family would definitely keep the events of the previous night, the Zhang Qilinpei Chengdor incident, and assassination attempts, confidential. They also feared that news of Lung Baiyu's death would affect the Lung family's deterrent power. Therefore, they didn't dare to reveal the true cause of Lung Baiyu's death, instead falsely claiming it was due to improper cultivation, which led to his sudden death. Yi Hongnan sighed and said again, I had you try to win over the young master of the Li family in the provincial city. How are you progressing with that task? Yi Baicheng showed signs of difficulty. Not long ago, I brought lavish gifts to visit Li Zhengfeng at the Fenghua Club where he's staying, but he refused to see me. He only sent one of his subordinates to chat briefly with me and sent me away. Yi Hongnan grimaced and chuckled. This isn't surprising. As the Li family scion, he wouldn't bother accepting our efforts to win him over. Yi Xiao added. Moreover, the Li family is enthusiastic about befriending martial arts experts. We're not a martial arts family, and our wealth and influence pale compared to the Li family, so he certainly wouldn't take our attempts to win him over seriously. Yi Hongnan said, let's set these aside for now and go to the banquet site. Once we've taken control of the Yi family, we can deal with the rest later. Speaking of which, the driver Yi Wei dispatched had already picked up Lu Tian and brought him to the Yi residence. Yi Qianxue was already waiting at the courtyard entrance. She merely wanted Lu Tian to pretend as her boyfriend and hadn't intended for him to attend this banquet. It was Yi Wei who insisted on inviting Lu Tian and made her wait for him at the gate. When Lu Tian approached Yi Qianxue, he greeted her. Sister Yi. In a rather indifferent tone, Yi Qianxue responded, since you're supposed to pretend to be my boyfriend in front of my family, don't call me Sister Yi anymore. Just call me Qianxue. All right, Qianxue. Follow me. Yi Qianxue took him to the banquet hall. There were dozens of tables in the hall, but only more than 10 people were present. At this moment, Yi Wei walked up happily to greet them. Son-in-law, please take your seat. Uncle, you should sit first. Why do you call me uncle again? Call me father-in-law. Yes, father-in-law. Yi Qianxue's mother, Xuanhuan, also approached. Xuanhuan said politely, son-in-law, feel free to treat this place like home. Don't be too formal. Lu Tian remembered that Xuanhuan hadn't been very friendly toward him before. However, her current politeness towards him didn't surprise him much. He had cured Yi Wei's kidney deficiency, helping him regain his vitality. After Yi Wei regained his masculine confidence, Xuanhuan was naturally quite satisfied. Thus, she would surely be deeply grateful to Lu Tian for curing Yi Wei. Yi Qianxue didn't understand exactly what had happened. After all, her parents weren't going to embarrass themselves by telling her the details. Still, her parents' newfound courtesy towards Lu Tian and treating him as her fiancé puzzled her. Her most likely guess was that Lu Tian must be a skillful braggart who convinced her father into believing he was capable, thus being someone who could protect their family. Her father then must have relayed this judgment to her mother, and she followed suit. Of course, she thought this guess might be far-fetched. After all, her father wasn't likely to be swayed so easily. Yet apart from this, she couldn't think of any other plausible reason. At this moment, an underling rushed in hurriedly. Family master, we've investigated clearly. All those shareholders have been called over by your second uncle, Yi Hongnan. Moreover, Yi Hongnan has welcomed many new shareholders. Now, the entire Yi Hongnan family is leading those shareholders straight towards our direction. Hearing the subordinate's report, Yi Wei immediately grew tense. This time, Yi Hongnan will definitely cause trouble for our family. He has recruited many new shareholders without my consent before, but there was nothing I could do about it. According to the regulations established by our company, if more than half of the shareholders agree to accept new shareholders, it will take effect. A large portion of the shareholders within the company stand on his side and will support his decisions. In fact, those new shareholders are all working for him. His power and the shares he controls will continue to grow. Once the shares he controls surpass mine, he will surely seize my position as head of the family. That's his ultimate goal. This time he suddenly summoned the shareholders. He must want to use this banquet to implement his plan to seize power. Xuanhuan looked at Yi Qianxue. You're a member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Can you ask them to support us? Yi Qianxue replied. It's possible, but it wouldn't make a difference now. Even if the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce arranges more bosses to support us, the only way we can ask for their help is by making them shareholders who back us. However, most of the company's original shareholders side with my second grandfather, and they would definitely not allow these bosses to invest in the Yi family. According to our company regulations, as long as they disapprove, these bosses cannot become our new shareholders, thus unable to help us. Yi Wei let out a long sigh. It seems I won't be able to keep my position as head of the family. Xuanhuan said. Not only that, once Yi Hongnan becomes the new head of the family, he will certainly drive our family out of the clan. The Yi Wei family, along with the few shareholders who stood on their side, grew tense. Lu Tian, however, remained relaxed. You don't need to worry. In my opinion, they're easy to handle. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll take care of them. You. Yi Qianxue shot him a direct glare. At a time like this, how can you still boast here? This has nothing to do with you, so don't talk nonsense. In reality, neither Yi Wei nor Xuanhuan thought Lu Tian could provide any assistance. They appreciated Lu Tian largely because they viewed him as someone with potential. As far as they were concerned, Lu Tian was currently powerless. At this moment, the courtyard gate of the Yi family residence became lively. Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Yi Baicheng led the supportive shareholders such as Zhao Jinxiang, storming into the entrance with great arrogance. Chapter 51, Suppression at the Banquet. Yi Hongnan led everyone to the banquet hall and directly said to Yi Wei, Look at all these people around me. Don't you find it strange? In fact, they are all shareholders of our company. You know some of the old shareholders, and the others are the new shareholders I recruited recently. My recruitment process, although I didn't notify you, was entirely conducted according to the provisions of our company's Articles of Association. So, you should have no objections, right? Yi Wei seethed inwardly. Of course, he had objections. But even if he did have objections, he had no grounds to rebut the other party. He knew Yi Hongnan had recruited many new shareholders, but he didn't expect so many. Previously in Yi Group, his shares were the most. But now, with so many new shareholders, these new shareholders all follow Yi Hongnan's instructions. If these shareholders transfer all their shares to Yi Hongnan, then the shares controlled by Yi Hongnan will exceed his. In that case, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as head of the family. Everyone, please take your seats. This was a banquet specially held for the shareholders. Faced with these shareholders, Yi Wei could only show a welcoming attitude. However, the shareholders did not sit down immediately, but instead all looked at Yi Hongnan. Please take your seats. After Yi Hongnan said this, the shareholders found their seats. This was something he had prearranged with the shareholders to give Yi Wei a warning while demonstrating his own influence. As the head of the Yi family, Yi Wei, though lacking much influence, still had to host the banquet in his capacity as family head. Welcome all shareholders to attend and celebrate together that our company's net assets have exceeded 200 billion yuan. As soon as Yi Wei finished speaking, many shareholders started talking. But they did not follow Yi Wei's words. Instead, they began to flatter Yi Hongnan's lineage. I would say that Yi Group has developed so well mainly because of Yi Senior's competent leadership. Absolutely. And other members of Yi Senior's lineage also contributed significantly. One can say that it is precisely because Yi Group is supported by the people of Yi Senior's lineage that we have today's brilliance. The shareholders who aligned themselves with Yi Hongnan, dozens of them, were making such statements. Yi Wei's entire family was completely ignored, not even given a second glance. This made Yi Wei's face turn very awkward. He was the head of the Yi family, yet he was treated like a mere decoration. I propose that we all toast Yi Senior, one of the new shareholders, Zhao Jinxiang said. All right, other shareholders followed suit, picking up their glasses to toast Yi Hongnan. After finishing this glass of wine, Zhao Jinxiang added, How about we toast Mr. Yi another round? Once again, the shareholders followed, raising their glasses once more. Upon hearing the mention of toasting Mr. Yi, Yi Wei assumed it referred to him and quickly picked up his cup to respond. Then he froze. Zhao Jinxiang and others simply didn't look at him. Instead, they toasted his cousin Yi Xiao. Yi Wei was left standing there dumbfounded, extremely embarrassed. After finishing this toast, Zhao Jinxiang proposed that they toast the young master of the Yi family. Then they drank another round with Yi Baicheng. Lu Tian watched the whole process carefully. Although Lu Tian was just pretending to be Yi Qianxue's boyfriend, since he received payment from her, he wasn't going to sit idly by. Still, he didn't rush into action. Instead, he wanted to see how much further these troublemakers would go. After 3 consecutive toasts, Zhao Jinxiang and others continued to ingratiate themselves with the Yi Hongnan family. Yi Hongnan smiled and waved his hand. You're overpraising us, everyone. Please don't be so formal. Let's start eating. Taking over the conversation, Zhao Jinxiang said, Senior Yi, how can you sit here? Isn't that seat over there where you belong? As he spoke, he pointed towards the main seat in front of the largest table in the venue. That was the exclusive seat for the head of the Yi family. At this remark, more shareholders chimed in, agreeing that Senior Yi should sit in that position. Don't joke around, everyone. Yi Hongnan laughed. That's the seat for the head of the Yi family. How am I qualified to sit there? A shareholder feigned surprise. Isn't Senior Yi the head of the Yi family? Is that possible? Another shareholder interjected. I've always thought Senior Yi was the head of the Yi family. Could there be someone else as the head? Zhao Jinxiang said. Looking across the entire Yi family, who else is more qualified than Senior Yi to be the head? I think this position belongs solely to you. The Yi family was one of the top-tier wealthy families in Jiangzhou, holding an exalted status among the circles of affluent families. How could these big bosses not know who the head of the Yi family was? Although Yi Wei's influence in external circles was overshadowed by Yi Hongnan after being sidelined in the Yi family, his status as the head of the Yi family was widely recognized. Clearly, Zhao Jinxiang and others were helping Yi Hongnan suppress and ostracize Yi Wei, the true head of the Yi family. What nonsense are you talking about? A man in his 30s or so slammed his hand on the table and stood up furiously. He was Yi Wei's brother-in-law, named Xie Desheng, and also one of Yi Wei's staunch supporters. Xie Desheng continued, I don't care if you truly don't know who the head of the Yi family is. I solemnly tell you all that my brother-in-law Yi Wei is the head of the Yi family. Yi Wei? Zhao Jinxiang feigned surprise. So he is the head? But in my view, Yi Senior is the real backbone of the Yi family. I agree with that too. Many shareholders chimed in. Zhao Jinxiang continued. A position as important as the head should be occupied by the most capable person. I think Yi Senior should be the head. Only when he takes charge of Yi Group can we shareholders feel more reassured. This remark sparked a wave of agreement from the crowd. I also support Yi Senior being the head of the Yi family. Only letting Yi Senior be the head will win people's respect. This also concerns our interests as shareholders. If Yi Senior manages the Yi family and Yi Group, it will give us peace of mind. While nominating Yi Hongnan, these shareholders completely ignored Yi Wei's family. With Yi Hongnan's backing, they didn't even put Yi Wei, the nominal head, in their eyes. Yi Hongnan silently gloated. The shareholders had already brought up this topic according to his plan, and now it was time for him to step forward. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me for a moment. Once the shareholders calmed down, Yi Hongnan continued. I thank everyone for your support. I really hope to create more benefits for each shareholder, but some things cannot be forced. The chairman of Yi Group is assumed by the person who holds the most shares. The position of head naturally must be held by the chairman. I hold fewer shares, and thus am not qualified to become the head. As he finished speaking, his son Yi Shao made a subtle gesture to those shareholders. The most opportunistic Zhao Jinxiang immediately picked up the cue. Shareholders, if we sell all our shares to Yi Senior, I believe Yi Senior's shareholding could certainly surpass Yi Wei's. In that case, Yi Senior would then qualify to be the new head of the Yi family. After Yi Senior becomes the head, we can use the money earned from selling shares to reinvest in Yi Group. What do you think of this idea? As soon as Zhao Jinxiang finished speaking, he immediately received support from the other shareholders. They quickly raised their hands to show approval. I'm willing to sell my shares to Yi Senior and support him becoming the head. Chapter 52. You don't have the qualifications to sit here. Yi Hongnan watched as events unfolded exactly as he had hoped, making him increasingly smug inside. However, he deliberately feigned a look of great difficulty on his face. If all of you sell your shares to me, it is true that my shares will exceed those of my nephew Yi Wei. But if I were to take his position as head of the family, wouldn't that place me in a morally untenable position? We understand Mr. Ye's feelings, but you must also consider the future of the Yi Group. Mr. Yi, everyone supports you. You should accept our request. At this point, Yi Shao spoke up. Dad, with everyone supporting you so much, you can't let them down. I think you should become the head of the family. Yes, Grandpa, said Yi Baicheng. For the sake of the family and the shareholders' interests, you must become the head of the family. This. Yi Hongnan put on an unwilling expression. Then, he sighed with an air of difficulty and said, for the sake of the Yi family's future and the interests of all supporters, I am willing to take charge of the Yi family. However, I am advanced in age, and to make me the head of the family might be beyond my capabilities. Let me propose this. Yi Hongnan looked at Yi Shao. You should become the head of the family, and I will help stabilize the situation in the role of a family elder. Good idea, Yi Baicheng said. Zhao Jinxiang and others also expressed their support. Yi Hongnan's original plan was to push his son Yi Shao into the position of family head. Yi Shao was in the prime of life, and with his father's backing, it would be easier to maintain control over their branch of the Yi family. Yi Shao first pretended to hesitate, then said, since everyone supports me so much, refusing would show ingratitude. All right, I will reluctantly take the position of the head of the family. Only then did everyone notice Yi Wei, who had been ignored before. Yi Baicheng grinned and said, Uncle, while all the shareholders are here, why don't you announce your resignation from the position of head of the family? This banquet was actually proposed by Yi Hongnan. His goal was to seize this opportunity to force Yi Wei out of the position of head of the family. As the company chairman, Yi Wei knew how much stock the new shareholders controlled. He also knew that after Yi Hongnan acquired these shares, his own proportion of stock would fall short, thereby losing his position as chairman of the company and subsequently the position of head of the family. Infuriated by the aggressive tactics of the other party, Yi Wei was powerless to fight back. The vast Yi family enterprise had been established by his father, and he was reluctant to give up the position of head of the family willingly. Moreover, Uncle Yi Hongnan had used despicable means to weaken his authority and seize his family business, which made him even more resentful. Xuanhuan and Yi Qinxue were equally unwilling to surrender, but they too were powerless. Yi Xiao gave Yi Wei a contemptuous glance, not waiting for his response, as he walked toward the designated seat of the family head. Both Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing no longer hid their smug expressions, both waiting for Yi Xiao to sit in the position and receive applause. Zhao Jinxiong and other shareholders were already prepared to clap. Yi Xiao arrived at the seat, gave Yi Wei another provocative glance, and was about to sit down when, suddenly, a figure flashed beside him, kicking him over just before he could sit. The entire hall was shocked. Yi Hongnan and his followers were both shocked and angry, glaring furiously at Lu Tian, who had just kicked out. "You don't have the qualifications to sit here," Lu Tian coldly said. Then he looked at Yi Hongnan and the others. "If you want to take control of the Yi family, you'll have to go through me first." "Lu Tian, you think way too highly of yourself," Zhao Jinxiong shouted loudly. "So what if you know some martial arts? Don't all bosses here have a few skilled bodyguards working under them? Even if you're good at fighting, how many people can you handle alone? Besides, Mr. Yi has brought many bodyguards tonight. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, apologize, and wait for your punishment." Lu Tian laughed coldly. "Zhao Jinxiong, you still dare to provoke me? Is this because you've aligned with Yi Hongnan and now feel confident? You, stop pretending in front of me." Zhao Jinxiong gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for my ex-wife Su Yunru's sake, I would have taken care of you long ago." Lu Tian's eyes darkened. "And you have the audacity to bring up Aunt Su? Fortunately, I showed up in time. Otherwise, she would have been taken advantage of by you. The last time I beat you until your nose and face were swollen, didn't you learn your lesson? Are you asking for another beating?" Zhao Jinxiong felt his face heat up as his embarrassing past was exposed publicly. "Oof, that time I stumbled. But now you're dealing with Mr. Yi and his team. They aren't someone you can mess with." After speaking, Zhao Jinxiong looked at Yi Hongnan. "Yi Senior, stop listening to his nonsense. Have your bodyguards teach him a good lesson." Lu Tian said, "Yi Hongnan, you can't mess with me. If you don't want to regret waiting for me to deal with you later, then take Zhao Jinxiong and his people out of here." "What did you say?" Zhao Jinxiong angrily rebuked. "You're about to get ruined, and yet you still dare to talk back to Senior Yi?" Yi Baicheng glanced at Yi Hongnan. "Grandpa, let the bodyguards handle him." Yi Hongnan nodded gravely and ordered the few bodyguards. "Take care of him first, no matter what." "Hold on," Yi Wei quickly advised. "I'm willing to give up my position as head of the family in exchange for sparing Lu Tian." "Impossible," replied Yi Xiao, who had just been kicked over. Yi Xiao climbed to his feet with clenched teeth, saying, "He slapped me last time, and this time he kicked me. I have to get it all back at least 100-fold. Zhao Jinxiong smirked at Lu Tian. "I've long wanted to settle scores with you. After Senior Ye's group has finished with you, I'll definitely not let you go either." Yi Qinxue turned her gaze to Lu Tian. "You'd better leave immediately. Maybe with your skills, you could escape. If you stay, even we cannot protect you anymore." Lu Tian smiled with an air of ease. "I've already said that they are easy to handle. If they are so simple, why should I run away? You, don't be so full of yourself. Leave now." Yi Qinxue didn't want to drag him down and urged him anxiously. "He can't escape." Yi Xiao growled ferociously. "Before coming to the banquet hall, I arranged for several of my men outside, precisely intending to get even with him. This time he beat me again, I will settle old grudges along with the new." Just at that moment, one of the guards stationed outside rushed into the hall and reported, "A guest has arrived. It's the young master of the Li family from the provincial city, Li Zhengfeng." "What?" Yi Hongnan was momentarily surprised before showing delight on his face. He looked at Yi Xiao. "Young Master Li must have decided to side with us, thus coming here to show support." Yi Xiao nodded. "Fantastic. Let's go welcome young Master Li first." Yi Baicheng glanced at Lu Tian. "We'll deal with you after we've attended to young Master Li." Chapter 53, treating him as a joke. Yi Hongnan, his son, grandson, and the family members and shareholders who supported them immediately went out to welcome Li Zhengfeng. The Yi Wei family was even more nervous. Never would I have thought that the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital really came here just to support them. Yi Wei sighed. Now our family has no way out. Xuanhuan's face was filled with anger, but she felt powerless. Yi Qinxue said, "Even the young master of the Li family has been persuaded by them. They must have gone through great efforts to seize control of the family." Lu Tian chimed in. "Li Zhengfeng should not be here to give them support." Yi Qinxue looked at him. "Our family doesn't interact much with the Li family in the provincial capital. If Li Zhengfeng is not here for Yi Hongnan's side, could he possibly be here for you?" Lu Tian nodded. "He is probably here for me." Yi Qinxue glared at him. "Didn't you hear what I just said? I was refuting you. How can you still claim credit for yourself? Jinsno, you'd better stop talking so much." Yi Wei scolded. Then he turned to Lu Tian. "They're not planning on letting you go. Take advantage of their reception for the young master of the Li family and leave quickly." Lu Tian said. "If I leave, who will help you deal with them?" Xuanhuan loudly spoke up. "Stop pretending. Just go." Yi Qinxue glanced toward the door and sighed. "It's too late now." Young Master Li Zhengfeng, surrounded by Yi Hongnan and others, arrived at the banquet hall. Facing the young master of the Li family, Yi Hongnan and others showed utmost respect. "Since young Master Li has come, why haven't all of you greeted him yet?" Yi Hongnan reprimanded the Yi Wei family. Yi Xiao directly glared angrily at Lu Tian. I'll deal with you later so as not to spoil young Master Li's mood. Li Zhengfeng inwardly panicked. He had heard that Lu Tian was attending this banquet, so out of flattery, he specially came to visit Lu Tian. Unbelievably, someone from the Yi family dared to be disrespectful to Mr. Lu. After giving Lu Tian a dirty look, Yi Xiao then smiled obsequiously at Li Zhengfeng. Young Master Li, let me explain it like this. Under everyone's support, I am about to replace Yi Wei as the head of the household. But this Lu Tian opposes it foolishly. In order not to spoil young Master Li's mood, I'll handle him later. After saying that, Yi Xiao signaled the bodyguards, take him down first, lock him in the storeroom at the back. How presumptuous. Li Zhengfeng suddenly got extremely angry and yelled. Yi Xiao was startled. Before he could react, Li Zhengfeng's hand had already slapped across his face. Both Yi Hongnan and Yi Baicheng were utterly stunned. The shareholders who supported them were all dumbfounded. What happened? Wasn't Li Zhengfeng visiting because he had been successfully lobbied by Yi Hongnan's faction? Why did he suddenly attack Yi Xiao? What kind of person are you to dare insult Mr. Lu? Li Zhengfeng angrily said. Do you know, I am here specifically to pay a visit to Mr. Lu? How dare you provoke Mr. Lu right in front of my eyes? Aren't you slapping my face? As Li Zhengfeng grew angrier, he fiercely struck another slap across Yi Xiao's face. His words completely shook Yi Hongnan and others. What's going on? Young Master Li actually came here to visit Lu Tian? This was far beyond the expectations of Yi Wei and his family. Shocked, they couldn't comprehend the situation right away. Li Zhengfeng courteously looked at Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, it's laughable how these people dare to cause trouble for you. It's unworthy of your hands to personally deal with these clowns. Leave it to me. All right. Lu Tian nodded. That saves me the trouble. Then he said to Yi Wei's family, we'll just sit down and watch the show. Yi Wei's family exchanged puzzled glances, finding it hard to believe what they saw. According to what Li Zhengfeng had said, dealing with Yi Wei and others wasn't worth Lu Tian doing personally. He willingly offered assistance. What does this imply? It implies that in Li Zhengfeng's eyes, Lu Tian had greater power than him, treating himself as Lu Tian's subordinate. What qualities or abilities did Lu Tian possess to deserve such respectful treatment from the young master of the Li family? Yi Wei and others couldn't figure it out. They followed Lu Tian's suggestion, found seats to sit, and watched the unfolding drama. With the young master of the Li family present to maintain the scene, Yi Hongnan and others certainly wouldn't dare act rashly. After the trouble was resolved, they could ask Lu Tian for detailed explanations. Li Zhengfeng scanned the crowd including Yi Hongnan and asked, who wants to be the first to tell me exactly what happened? I will. I understand everything. Zhao Jinxiang, always quick to cling to authority, raised his hand and started speaking. He didn't know why Li Zhengfeng stood up for Lu Tian. However, having offended Lu Tian, he knew Lu Tian would not easily let him off. Given the current situation, if he wanted a lighter punishment, he had to quickly sever ties with the Yi Hongnan family. So, in great detail, he revealed Yi Hongnan's and others' entire plan for seizing control. After he finished speaking, Li Zhengfeng looked at Yi Hongnan. Is that true? Sweat broke out on Yi Hongnan's forehead as he carefully replied. Why, yes. Damn it. Li Zhengfeng roared with anger. How dare you use these despicable means to scheme against Yi Wei? It's utterly shameless. The Yi family business was founded by Yi Wei's father. You've been reaping profits from his hard work, yet you still covet his property. Had it not been for Mr. Lu supporting them, your schemes would probably have succeeded by now. And all of you. Li Zhengfeng glared furiously at Zhao Jinxiang and other shareholders. Zhao Jinxiang and the rest were both nervous and embarrassed, instinctively lowering their heads. Li Zhengfeng continued, for the sake of profit, you allied yourselves with Yi Hongnan and bullied others under his influence, showing the same disgraceful behavior as him. What's laughable is that you won't gain any benefit from this. Instead, you'll be dragged into trouble because of him. He then specifically focused on Zhao Jinxiang. You're something even worse. I've heard that your ex-wife Xuanhuan has a good relationship with Mr. Lu. If only you showed some respect to Mr. Lu, he might have taken into account that you were the father-in-law of Zhao's daughter through Xuanhuan, and given your Zhao family some favors. But look at what you did. You helped others scheme against Mr. Lu, having such a winning hand, but you've played it so miserably. What were you thinking? You shameless, foolish fool make me so angry. After berating Zhao Jinxiang thoroughly, Li Zhengfeng struck him hard across the face. Zhao Jinxiang always viewed Lu Tian as an enemy. Getting slapped in front of that enemy left him utterly humiliated. Li Zhengfeng's words also made him realize that Lu Tian's identity and status might far exceed his previous understanding. He was also certain that every time he had displayed arrogance and scorned Lu Tian must have regarded him as nothing more than a joke. Chapter 54. What are you doing in my room? Li Zhengfeng looked at Zhao Jinxiang and others. Next, do you know what to do? Zhao Jinxiang and other shareholders who previously supported Yi Hongnan, whether new or old shareholders, all nodded vigorously. Understood. We'll withdraw our shares right away. Yi Hongnan's plan was to let them invest first, then buy back their shares to make himself the largest shareholder of Yi Group. The withdrawal of these shareholders at this moment meant that his attempt to seize control had completely failed. Li Zhengfeng then looked at Yi Hongnan. If you dare to scheme for the position of Yi family patriarch again, I will be the first one not to spare you. Yes. Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Yi Baicheng hurriedly responded respectfully. Next, both new and old shareholders like Zhao Jinxiang signed agreements with Yi Hongnan to withdraw as shareholders. There is nothing more for you here, leave. After signing the agreement, Li Zhengfeng scolded them. Although Yi Hongnan and others hated it, They didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and left the banquet site silently. Thank you, young Master Li, for helping us uphold justice. The Yi family courteously expressed their gratitude. You should thank Mr. Liu. Li Jingfeng said. I helped you because I wanted to be friends with Mr. Liu. But even if I hadn't come, with Mr. Liu's abilities, he could easily have dealt with them. The Yi family exchanged glances. Is that true? Can Lu Tian handle them so easily? Does Lu Tian have such capabilities? As they were puzzled, Li Jingfeng handed a 6 million yuan check to Lu Tian. Mr. Liu, last time you bought 2 items from our auction for a total of 6 million yuan. I am refunding you 6 million as a sign of my sincerity in making friends with you. Making friends by spending money? Aren't you measuring the value of friendship by how much money you spend? No, absolutely not. I rashly decided to connect with Mr. Liu and couldn't think of a better way to express my sincerity. I felt money would be more straightforward. If Mr. Liu doesn't want it, I'll take it back. Take it back? Do you mean you think our friendship is worth nothing? Oh, of course not. Haha, just joking. Since you're being so sincere, if I don't accept the money, it would appear I'm not giving you face. Lu Tian took the check offered to him. Li Jingfeng sighed in relief. The acceptance of the money signified the willingness to be friends with him. Do you think why young Master Li wants to be friends with Lu Tian? Xuanhuan asked Yue quietly. After thinking for a while, Yue said, I guess young Master Li has the same problem as me, kidney deficiency, which Lu Tian has cured. I heard that young Master Li is quite promiscuous, never short of women around him. Perhaps in the future, he might get exhausted and need Lu Tian's treatment again. So he surely would like to be friends with someone like Lu Tian. Xuanhuan nodded, but suddenly she froze and stared blankly at Yue. Be honest, did you secretly flirt with many women before and got yourself exhausted? No. As for your past behaviors, I won't dwell on them. Now since Lu Tian has treated your condition, please don't indulge in promiscuity anymore. Alright, I won't. From now on, I'll only fool around with you. So you're admitting you've been unfaithful in the past. But you said you wouldn't hold my past against me. You must keep your word. Listening to her parents' conversation, Yi Qianxue felt utterly speechless. Now Yi Qianxue finally understood why they admired Lu Tian so much. It turned out that her parents were actually considering their own happiness. But this also made her realize that Lu Tian's medical skills were far higher than she imagined, especially proficient in treating kidney deficiencies. Li Jingfeng didn't stay for dinner. After some polite conversation, he left. After all, this was an internal banquet of the Yi group, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here. Many shareholders who originally supported Yi Hongnan followed him as he fled. There were only Yi Wei's family left at the scene, along with Lu Tian and a few shareholders who had always supported Yi Wei. So the whole banquet seemed somewhat quiet, but extremely relaxed. Yi Wei was in high spirits, putting his arm around Lu Tian's shoulders, calling him son-in-law repeatedly, and toasting him constantly. Although Lu Tian had quite a good tolerance for alcohol, he just couldn't stop drinking. By the end of the banquet, he was already very drunk. In the large Yi estate, there were 3 villas. Yi Wei warmly invited him to one of the villas and arranged a room for him to rest. Son-in-law, rest up. If there's anything, just ask the servants. Yi Wei politely said, then left the room. When Lu Tian lay down on the bed, he immediately smelled a fresh fragrance coming from the sheets. He looked around the room and felt that it was too exquisite and tidy. It didn't look like a spare room at all. He also noticed a pair of women's slippers placed by the door. Impossible. Could this be Yi Qianxue's room? At that moment, the door opened, and Yi Qianxue walked in. Lu Tian, what are you doing in my room? Get out. Yi Qianxue approached him angrily, dragging him off the bed to drive him out. Wait, your father brought me here and told me to rest here. So what? I won't allow you to stay in my room. You'd better not do this. My being here means your parents already think we've gone beyond casual dating. If I leave now, they'll suspect our fake relationship. This. Yi Qianxue shot Lu Tian a glance filled with resentment, then sighed. She really couldn't kick him out. And to avoid raising suspicion from her parents, she couldn't leave the room herself either. I'm really drunk. If you don't mind, I'll rest now. Lu Tian lay back on the bed. Suddenly, he felt like he had forgotten something important, but couldn't immediately recall what it was. Not long after, he drifted off into a deep sleep. Yi Qianxue gave him an irritated glance before lying down on the other side of the bed. After 3 hours, Lu Tian woke up abruptly due to a searing heat sensation coursing through his body. He suddenly sat up in alarm. What's wrong? Yi Qianxue, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, jumped at his sudden movement. Lu Tian finally remembered what he had forgotten. In the morning, he had predicted that his xuanhuan force would likely flare up around this time. Later, as he kept thinking that he forgot something, he didn't realize how serious it actually was. The burning sensation in his body was caused by the sudden eruption of xuanhuan force. With the current amount of true qi in his body, it wasn't enough to suppress the backlash from the xuanhuan force. The only way to solve the problem was through a woman, preferably one with the Xianyin constitution, though even a regular woman could alleviate the situation somewhat. Yi Qianxue, quickly send a driver to take me back to Jinxiu residential area. Lu Tian urgently urged her, knowing he needed Su Yunru's help as soon as possible. Before he could finish speaking, another wave of scorching heat surged upward, causing him to cough up blood. What's wrong with you? I'll have someone take you to the hospital. Yi Qianxue exclaimed anxiously. My situation is very special. I need Aunt Su's help. Please, take me to her. You need a hospital right now. This isn't something a hospital can fix. This can only be resolved with a woman's help. Yi Qianxue knew Lu Tian wouldn't joke about such a thing at this moment. She could understand exactly what he meant when he said, a woman's help. His mention of Su Yunru also revealed their intimate relationship. There was no time to dwell on why or how Su Yunru and Lu Tian were involved. She quickly grabbed her phone to call for a driver to take Lu Tian to Su Yunru's place. Again, Lu Tian coughed up blood, collapsing weakly onto the floor. Lu Tian, you're so seriously injured. Will you even make it to Su Yunru in time? I don't know. Hopefully, it's still in time. You might not last that long. Yi Qinshue's face turned red, and after taking a deep breath, she declared, I can help you. Chapter 55, Pretend Turning Real. Are you really willing to help me? The side effects of the Cyan Sun Force in Lu Tian's body had already progressed to a life-threatening stage. By his own estimate, there wouldn't be enough time to return to his place and seek Su Yunru's help before he perished. So naturally, he hoped Yi Qinshu would assist him. If I don't help you and you die here, I'll feel extremely guilty. Yi Qinshue's face grew increasingly red as she placed her hand on the buttons of her blouse, preparing to undress. She glanced shyly at Lu Tian. You. Turn around first, and take off your clothes as well. Lu Tian nodded, turned away, and began removing his clothes. Not long after finishing, he heard Yi Qinshu say behind him, I'm ready. Her voice trembled with nervousness and embarrassment, her breathing becoming rapid. Lu Tian turned around, finding her lying beneath the covers. Next to the quilt lay the clothes she'd taken off. When Lu Tian turned back, Yi Qinshu caught sight of his bare body, turning bright red with embarrassment. Lu Tian climbed into the quilt and embraced her. Even before beginning properly, the incredible sensation of their bodies touching made Lu Tian's heart race wildly. Yi Qinshu became more anxious and bashful, causing her body to quiver slightly. Feeling her unease only excited Lu Tian further. He nodded again. Have you truly considered doing this with me? Before he could finish his question, Lu Tian abruptly stopped, suppressing the Cyan Sun Force that once again surged through him. Seeing his painful expression, Yi Qinshu quickly said, I've made up my mind. This is my first time. Please be gentle. Lu Tian replied, I will. Yi Qinshu nodded, took a deep breath, then lifted her hand to embrace his back. After a warm, tender prelude filled with unspoken innuendo, Lu Tian finally breached her defenses. It was Yi Qinshue's first experience like this with a man, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she tightly embraced Lu Tian, trying to adapt herself to the situation. As she grew more accustomed, stimulated by natural instinct, she involuntarily began to reciprocate his actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinxiong, who had failed to align himself successfully with Xuanhuan or use him against Lu Tian, also suffered a blow to his pride when humiliated by Lu Tian. He returned home, only to encounter even more infuriating news. The Yin family had broken off their engagement to the Zhao family. Zhao Zhenming urgently called a meeting with the core members of the Zhao clan to discuss this grave issue. Present were Zhao Jinhua, Zhao Yusong, and Zhao Yuxuan. How could this happen? The Yin family proposed marriage to our family just a short while ago, so why are they suddenly breaking off the engagement? They're clearly mocking us. A seething Zhao Jinxiong spat out his frustration upon learning the situation. It's not just the cancellation of the engagement. Zhao Jinhua continued, equally infuriated. They also took the formula for our shower gel product. This revelation shocked Zhao Jinxiong, whose face instantly paled. That formula is one of our commercial secrets. How did the Yin family get it? It was Yuxuan who revealed the formula to Yin Shufei. Zhao Zhenming interjected furiously. Sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted Yin Shufei so easily. Off to the side, Zhao Yuxuan cried her eyes out. With sobs, she explained further. Initially, I merely wanted to demonstrate the prospects of our company in front of Mr. Yin, so I mentioned the new formula. He claimed that his family, being in the pharmaceutical business, has many experts in the field who could help improve the formula. But to do that, they needed to review its contents first. Out of trust for him, I showed him the formula. Little did I know, he promptly discarded me, and soon afterward, the Yin family broke off their engagement with ours. Enraged, Zhao Jinxiong clenched both fists. The Yin family dares to cross the line. However, all he could do was unleash impotent fury. The Yin family was one of the top local tycoons. Their Zhao family was merely a second-tier wealthy family, no match for the Yin clan. You've utterly failed in everything. You bring nothing but trouble. Zhao Jinxiong glared harshly at Zhao Yuxuan. I am wronged as well, Zhao Yuxuan protested tearfully. But it cannot be entirely my fault. Clearly, the Yin family plotted this from the start. They probably investigated the formula beforehand and proposed marriage solely to obtain it. Even if I hadn't handed over the formula to Yin Shufei, given the Yin family's capabilities and our trust in them, they surely would have acquired it through other means. Zhao Jinhua angrily snapped. There's no point talking about it now. The formula was discovered by Yuxuan, and we can't prove ownership anymore. And if we attempt to reclaim the formula, we certainly wouldn't prevail against the Yin family. All we can do is swallow this humiliation. Zhao Jinxiong nodded. It seems that we have no choice but to accept this loss. Hold on. Zhao Zhenming thought of something and suddenly looked at Zhao Jinxiong. Didn't you acquire shares in Yi Corporation? Why not ask Yi Hongnan for help in speaking with the Yin family? They might give him some face and stop seizing our formula. Zhao Jinxiong sighed directly. Yi Hongnan has already lost his say in the Yi family, and I've withdrawn my shares. Then, he recounted in detail what had happened at the Yi family banquet, naturally also mentioning the incident where the young master of the Li family from the provincial capital helped Lu Tian's group against them. Zhao Jinxiong continued. It seems we don't know enough about Lu Tian. Perhaps he really has a strong background. You're overestimating him, Zhao Jinhua said. Before he sought refuge under Su Yunru, you hadn't even moved out of her place yet. Didn't Su Yunru mention anything about him? Zhao Jinxiong replied. She did mention it. According to Su Yunru, Lu Tian doesn't have any deep family connections. He just came here to get her help in finding a job. That's it then, Zhao Jinhua said. As for the reason why the Li family's young master fawned over him, it must be the same as when the Yin family's young master was flattered by him. He tricked them all with that fake World Merchant Alliance Emperor card. But could the Li young master really be so easily deceived? Zhao Jinxiong found it hard to believe. Zhao Zhiming said, perhaps his card looked too real. Even the Yin family's young master was tricked. It's no wonder that the Li family's young master fell for it too. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I knew all along that Lu Tian has no true talent. So there's no way he could really gain favor from the Li family's young master based on merit. He must have been deceiving him. After pondering deeply, Zhao Jinxiong said, it seems I'm too caught up in the situation. After hearing your advice, I realize that I've been tricked too. Zhao Zhiming said, let's set him aside for now. I suddenly remembered something. Here, Zhao Zhiming turned his gaze toward Zhao Yuxuan. After you picked up the formula from the living room in the villa, did your mother inquire about it? Zhao Yuxuan shook her head. No, she didn't seem to care at all about losing the formula. Zhao Zhiming then looked at everyone else. Don't you find this strange? Zhao Jinxiong responded. I didn't think much of it before, but now that you mention it, the situation does seem unusual. Zhao Jinhua nodded. It is indeed strange. Such a valuable formula goes missing. How could she not care? Even if she had backups, she should still worry about it falling into others' hands. Zhao Yusong added. That's right. It's too strange. Could it be possible that the formula isn't hers? Zhao Yuxuan asked. If the formula isn't mine mom's, then is it Lu Tian's? That sounds impossible. Someone as useless and full of hot air as Lu Tian couldn't possibly possess such a valuable formula. Zhao Zhiming said, let me share my speculation. I believe Su Yunru has another formula, one of the same type, but more advanced and valuable. If she has a better version, this old formula would have been outdated to her, so losing it wouldn't bother her. After hearing his analysis, Zhao Jinxiong and the others realized things made sense and all expressed agreement with this assumption. Zhao Jinming smirked cunningly. As long as we can obtain a more advanced formula from Su Yunru, we won't care about the previous one being seized by the Yin family. Chapter 56, Nielan's Manipulation. After hearing Zhao Jinming's statements, Zhao Jinxiong and the others immediately became more spirited. This family always prioritizes their clan's interests, even resorting to underhanded means for it. Although Su Yunru has already severed ties with their Zhao family, because Zhao Yuxuan is Su Yunru's daughter, in a certain sense, Su Yunru is still considered one of them. When it comes to scheming against their own people, they have quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Before long, they had agreed on a plan to scheme against Su Yunru. Inside Yi Qinshua's villa at the Yi family mansion. After roughly an hour of turmoil, Lu Tian successfully suppressed the backlash of the Xuanhuan force. Drenched in sweat, Yi Qinshuo laid down on the bed. Out of shyness, she turned her body away from Lu Tian. Lu Tian glanced at the red mark on the sheet and said, thank you. I didn't expect our fake relationship to turn real. Yi Qinshuo chuckled bitterly. It's not like I really wanted things to happen this way with you. I just couldn't bear to watch you die in front of me. Lu Tian asked, if I say that I'm willing to take responsibility for you, would you believe me? Yi Qinshuo chuckled again bitterly. What about Su Yunru? From when you asked her for help, I knew you two had a romantic relationship. Can you be responsible for both of us? Lu Tian hesitated. He wanted to tell her that as a cultivator, if he succeeded in cultivation, he could transcend worldly affairs and handle responsibilities for countless women without issue. However, he realized that revealing his identity as a cultivator was beyond her understanding. If he told her, she might think he was crazy. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether he would succeed in cultivation. In the end, he didn't know how to respond to Yi Qinshuo's words. Yi Qinshuo took a deep breath and added, we're just pretending to be lovers. This incident today was unexpected, and I don't intend to pursue a relationship with you. You don't need to take responsibility for me. Lu Tian replied, I don't feel confident making any promises now, but if you want me to take responsibility, you can reach out to me anytime. Yi Qinshuo stopped discussing the matter further, saying, it's getting dark. I'll arrange for a driver to take you back. The driver arranged by Yi Qinshuo dropped Lu Tian off at Su Yunru's residence. Upon his return, Su Yunru was alone at home. He didn't tell her what happened between him and Yi Qinshuo. His suppression of the Xuanhuan force backlash sounded mystical and hard to believe. Su Yunru likely wouldn't trust such an explanation. Revealing this now would only deepen Su Yunru's misunderstanding of him. Not long after, an unexpected visitor arrived, Nielan. Su Yunru felt tense. She isn't coming to cause trouble over your previous conflict with her at the bar, is she? Not at all, Lu Tian laughed. Don't worry. Afterward, we met, and she no longer harbors ill feelings towards me. Wearing a leather outfit, paired with her boss-like demeanor, Nielan looked quite imposing. However, once she entered the living room and faced Lu Tian, she was very courteous. Mr. Lu, I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, but I do have something important to discuss with you. What is it? It's related to the thing you're investigating. How about we grab a meal outside and talk while eating? Lu Tian nodded and looked at Su Yunru. I'll come back after dinner and buy you some dinner along the way, alright? Su Yunru said. There's no need. I'll cook myself. Lu Tian followed Nielan out of the villa. Su Yunru looked solemn and reflected on their earlier conversation. Nielan mentioned what Lu Tian was investigating. What exactly was Lu Tian investigating? Could it be? Her expression froze momentarily as she whispered to herself. Is he investigating the disappearance of his father? This is too dangerous. When Lu's sister spoke to me before, she warned me not to bring this up with Lu Tian, fearing that he might investigate. When he gets back, I must persuade him properly not to risk himself. Lu Tian and Nielan found a restaurant within the community. To facilitate discussion, they booked a private room. As soon as they entered, Lu Tian came straight to the point. You mentioned what I am investigating. Do you know what that is? Of course I do, Nielan said. You are investigating the Dark Shadow sect. Because your father's disappearance is linked to the Dark Shadow sect. Who told you? No one told me, but I know your senior sister is investigating this. Since you're so capable, I assumed you were involved too. So why don't you tell me what makes me capable? You can kill the hidden experts of the Cold family with a single punch. Doesn't that count as being capable? If that's true, then why did you refuse to testify on my behalf when I mentioned this to my senior sister? At the time, I didn't actually see it with my own eyes. Later, I inquired with young Master Li. He said he personally saw you kill Lung Baiyu. Did you go out of your way to ask him about this? Not really. It was he who approached me first. He wanted to recruit you, so he asked me for information about you, and I took the opportunity to ask about this incident. Since I didn't know much about you, I didn't give him any details about you. He visited me once. It seems he figured out where I went that time on his own. Are you here to offer me intelligence because you want to recruit me too? Yes. Someone has been trying to get rid of me, and I want you to be my backing force. The condition is that I provide you with intelligence related to the Dark Shadow sect. My senior sister is cooperating with you. Isn't the intelligence you possess provided by her, in order to get your cooperation? Yes. My collaboration with her involves me assisting her operations, and she acts as my backing force. But now, I feel that you would make a better protector than her. Alright, I agree. Tell me what intelligence you're offering me this time. Next, Nielan told Lu Tian the information she obtained from Ding Baishuan. In brief, through the operation coordinated using the Qilin insignia, they lured out xuanhuan, a major underworld figure in the provincial city. Xuanhuan came to the Cold family estate, and the Cold family members followed his orders, speculating that he might be the external contact for the Dark Shadow sect. Before leaving the provincial city, Xuanhuan paid a visit to the White family, one of the top families there. This suggested the possibility of the White family having ties with the Dark Shadow sect. The White family bore an illustrious title as one of the 3 most powerful families in northern Jiang, far surpassing even the 2 supreme families of Jiangzhou, Cold and Yin, in terms of history and strength. Nielan also shared a general introduction to Bai Yun, the head of the White family. Bai Yun, female, 36 years old, commonly known as Madame Bai, had remained single since her husband's death. Her husband, Chang Meng, was the former president of the Wu Alliance of Northern Jiang. Under his leadership, the White family grew into a dominant powerhouse in the region. After Chang Meng's passing, Bai Yun took over the management of the Wu Alliance. With the capabilities of a master-level martial artist, she maintained considerable influence within the organization. However, over the years, numerous young talents emerged, causing resentment towards her authority, and her control over the Wu Alliance has weakened significantly. Based on this point alone, it appears unlikely that the White family colluded with the Dark Shadow sect. On the contrary, if there were indeed links, it's more likely they are adversaries. Not long ago, Bai Yun herself arrived in Jiangzhou. The headquarters of the Wu Alliance of Northern Jiang is located in Jiangzhou, and Bai Yun's visit could imply intentions to consolidate the regional martial forces. These revelations from Nielan held considerable value for Lu Tian. If Bai Yun and the Dark Shadow sect are enemies, he could consider collaborating with Bai Yun. Chapter 57. Something strange. When Lu Tian returned to his place, Xuanhuan had already finished dinner. Not long after, xuanhuan also came back. She ignored Lu Tian, greeted Xuanhuan, and went upstairs. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Tian. Come to your room. I have something to tell you. Seeing her serious expression, Lu Tian guessed that what she was about to say must be important. Lu Tian took her to the room. What is it? Xuanhuan sat on the edge of the bed and said, when Nielan came to look for you, she mentioned something you're investigating. What are you investigating? Lu Tian hesitated a bit before saying, I won't hide it from you anymore. I'm looking into clues about my father's disappearance. I knew it. Xuanhuan said in a commanding tone. This matter is too dangerous. You need to stop your investigation immediately. Lu Tian was stunned. Do you know anything about this matter? Xuanhuan replied. Your mom also investigated this case. At the time, she worked with another person, Bai Jia's head, Bai Yun. Bai Yun and her husband Chang Meng were good friends with your father. Later, Chang Meng was killed by someone, and your father wanted to avenge him. In his investigation, he discovered that it was related to a mysterious force called the Shadow Door. The Shadow Door realized that your father was looking into them, so they began targeting your father, which led to his disappearance. Bai Yun wanted revenge for her husband, and your mother wanted to find out what happened to your father. They had a common enemy, the Shadow Door. So, they teamed up to investigate the Shadow Door. They didn't uncover any valuable leads, but found out that the Shadow Door was far too powerful for them to oppose. They worried that if they continued their investigation, it would endanger their families, so they had no choice but to stop. I helped them a little back then, so I know the general situation. Before you came to seek refuge with me, your mother called me and asked me not to tell you anything about your father's disappearance. She didn't want you to take the risk. Who would have thought that you'd go ahead and start investigating this yourself? How am I supposed to explain to your mom if something happens to you? I order you right now to stop investigating immediately. Lu Tian definitely wouldn't abandon the investigation. To keep Xuanhuan from worrying, he came up with an evasive reason. Yunru auntie, you've misunderstood me. I'm not investigating this. It's actually Nielan who's helping the authorities investigate the Shadow Door. Since she heard that my dad investigated the shadow door, she came to me to understand more about the situation. To be honest, I really don't know much and couldn't provide her with any useful leads. Hearing this, Xuanhuan became skeptical. Is what you're saying true? Of course it is. In that case, I'll temporarily believe you. But I will be keeping an eye on you. If I find out that you're still investigating, just wait and see how I'll punish you. Xuanhuan said in a warning tone, then got up and walked toward the door. Yunru auntie, why don't you stay in my room tonight? What kind of ideas are you having now, young man? No, it's just for you to stay here without doing anything else. If we aren't going to do anything else, why should I even stay? You mean you only stay when you want to do something with me? I was just making a casual comment. Anyway, since Xuanhuan is home, we'd better keep our distance as much as possible, lest she discovers something between us. So what if she finds out? You may think it doesn't matter, but I'll feel awkward. Zhao Jinxiong probably already guessed what's going on between us. Maybe he already told Xuanhuan. That's impossible. He would feel embarrassed about such things and wouldn't talk about them to others. Then do you even want to be together? For now, I haven't given it much thought. For now, when do you plan to think about it? I don't know. There you go again, avoiding the topic. Although you've never clearly answered me, you've also never rejected me, which shows that you have intentions to be with me. You're just too shy to face it. Stop it, I don't want to talk about this now. I don't want to wait any longer. Can you give me a clear answer or not? Just tell me whether you intend to accept me or not. I've said it, I haven't considered it yet. After that, Xuanhuan opened the door and left the room. You've surely thought about it already. If you continue avoiding me, I'll come to your room to find you. You idiot. Could you lower your voice? Xuanhuan is upstairs. What if she hears us? Xuanhuan rushed back into the room, blushing furiously as she glared at Lu Tian. I don't want to wait anymore. I also don't want you to keep overthinking like this. Let's confront it sooner rather than later, for both of our sakes. You've definitely thought about it. If you keep running away, I will come to your room and find you. You idiot. Could you speak more quietly? Xuanhuan is upstairs. What if she overhears us? Give me a little more time. I'll think it over carefully and give you an answer in 3 days. 3 days later. During these 3 days, Xuanhuan didn't visit Lu Tian's room, nor did she let Lu Tian go to her room to look for her. On this day, during the work hours, Lu Tian couldn't help but ask her whether she had made up her mind yet as soon as he could. Xuanhuan said that she was almost ready and would be able to give him an answer after work. Before getting the answer, Lu Tian felt both excited and anxious. In the afternoon, when the working hours ended, Lu Tian came to Xuanhuan's office. Aunt Su, have you made your decision? Xuanhuan nodded just as she was about to speak when her phone rang. Looking at the number, Xuanhuan was calling. She picked up the phone. Hello? However, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. We have your daughter. If you don't want anything bad to happen to her, do exactly what I tell you. Xuanhuan was instantly shocked and asked nervously, what do you want me to do? The man replied, hand over the formula for the latest version of your shower gel, and I will let her go. Xuanhuan was immediately stunned. Formula for the latest shower gel? Our company indeed produces shower gel, but the formula is very old school. The kidnapper said, don't play dumb with me. I'll give you 1 hour. Have your assistant Lu Tian deliver the formula to Xuanhuan Plaza on Xuanhuan Street. Tell me Lu Tian's phone number, and once he gets there, I'll contact him. Not daring to delay, Xuanhuan explained the situation to Lu Tian and gave his phone number. The kidnapper hung up the phone. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Tian. It concerns Xuanhuan's safety. You must help me rescue her. Lu Tian nodded. I'm going to save her. But the man said he needs the formula for the new shower gel. I don't have the formula for any new shower gel here. He meant the formula you gave me not long ago. The formula you gave me? When did you give me a formula before? It was that time when the Zhao family tried to swallow up your company, and you drowned your sorrows in alcohol. I remember now. Did you really give me a shower gel formula? Yes, you set the formula aside and asked me to drink with you. Later, I couldn't find the formula on the sofa, so I assumed you had already put it away. Sorry, I never thought that formula was valuable. I thought you only said that to console me. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have completely forgotten about it. This is a bit strange. How does the kidnapper know about this formula, and why specifically asks me to bring it? Forget about that for now. It's important to save Xuanhuan. You need to be careful too. Alright, I'll rewrite the formula and then head out to save her. Chapter 58, Figuring Out What Happened. Lu Tian left the company with a rewritten shower gel formula. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Xuanhuan Square. Not long after, he received a call from the kidnappers. The kidnappers gave him a new address and instructed him to go there. After he reached the new location, the kidnappers changed the address again and told him to come once more. Lu Tian knew this was a common tactic used by kidnappers to avoid being followed, often seen in TV dramas and movies. They switched addresses several times, and finally, the kidnappers ordered him to bring the formula to an abandoned warehouse located in the suburbs. Upon arriving at the abandoned warehouse, more than 10 bandits surrounded Lu Tian. A short distance away, Xuanhuan was tied to a chair. Did you bring the formula? One of the kidnappers asked. I did, Lu Tian replied. Lu Tian, hand over the formula quickly or they will kill me. Xuanhuan shouted anxiously. Lu Tian handed over the formula to the kidnapper. Can you let her go now? The kidnapper took the formula. Wait a moment. He then picked up his phone, took a photo of the formula content, sent the picture to someone, and made another call. Hey, I've sent you the formula. Make sure it's the one you want first. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and she shouted at the kidnapper. How could you? She quickly closed her mouth, but the look of shock on her face remained. Lu Tian had already guessed what was going on. If he was right, these kidnappers were in league with Xuanhuan. The formula he wrote before must have been picked up by xuanhuan, who then handed it over to the Zhao family. The Zhao family likely sought professional advice about the formula and determined that it was valuable. Su Yunru had no knowledge of the formula, so even if it disappeared, she wouldn't have reacted unusually. But to the Zhao family, it seemed that Su Yunru must possess a more advanced version of the same type of formula, hence showing no concern for the loss of the current one. The Zhao family staged this kidnapping to obtain the so-called more advanced formula. As for why Lu Tian was chosen to deliver the formula, he could guess too. It was definitely due to the Zhao family's grudge against him, wanting the kidnappers to deal with him. According to the Zhao family's plan, next should be the kidnappers taking the formula, using violence against him, and releasing Zhao Yuxuan. Then the kidnappers would hand over the obtained formula to Zhao Yuxuan or other members of the Zhao family. However, things didn't go as planned. When that kidnapper got the formula, he sent a photo to someone else. This development caught Zhao Yuxuan off guard, which is why she called out in surprise. Because she feared blowing their cover, she hastily shut her mouth. Just as Lu Tian suspected, these bandits were hired by the Zhao family to put on this performance for the sake of getting the formula. Things indeed didn't go according to the Zhao family's expectations, causing Zhao Yuxuan to secretly grow anxious. At that moment, the warehouse door opened, and two men entered. One of them was Yin Su-fei, the young master of the Yin family. The other man was around 30 years old, strong and robust, walking steadily with the air of a martial artist. With disbelief written all over her face, Zhao Yuxuan looked at the young man. Yin Su-fei? How did he get here? Yin Su-fei and the martial artist approached those bandits and glared at Lu Tian with hostility. The leader of the bandits said, "Young Master Yin, how did you come here personally?" Yin Su-fei pointed at Lu Tian with his finger. "I was tricked before by his fake emperor card of the World Business Alliance and lost him. This time, I want to settle the score with my own hands." Zhao Yuxuan suddenly shouted at the bandits. "You took money from our Zhao family. Why aren't you keeping your word and working for someone else instead?" Yin Su-fei smiled and glanced at her. "Because I offered more money." Their dialogue essentially revealed the general situation. Initially, these bandits were hired by the Zhao family, but later they were bribed by Yin Su-fei. Yin Su-fei looked at the leader of the bandits. "I've seen the photo of the formula you sent me. It's the same as the one I previously obtained from the Zhao family, not the latest formula." Lu Tian remarked. "So you're also after the formula?" Yin Su-fei coldly laughed. "I not only aim to get the formula, but I also intend to settle the score for what you caused earlier. Call Su Yunru right now and tell her to bring the latest formula here. Perhaps I might deal with you leniently." Zhao Yuxuan yelled loudly. "Lu Tian, call my mom immediately and tell her to bring the new formula to save me. If anything happens to me, the Zhao family will never let you off, and my mom will hate you forever." Lu Tian replied. "There's no such new formula as you think. The old formula was written by me. Of course, I can write a more advanced one, but I won't do it for you." Zhao Yuxuan angrily said. "Lu Tian, how can you still boast at a time like this?" Lu Tian looked at her coldly. "I've come to save you, so you'd better be a little polite with me." Zhao Yuxuan couldn't think of any counterarguments. Suddenly, Zhao Yuxuan came up with an idea and shouted at Yin Su-fei. "Young Master Yin, you want to deal with Lu Tian and use him as a hostage to force my mother to hand over the formula. Just keep him here and let me go." Yin Su-fei nodded. "Since you've helped me expose Lu Tian's pretense before and also get the previous formula, I'll give you a break this time." Then he gestured toward the bandits. "Let her leave." The bandits untied Zhao Yuxuan's ropes, and without sparing a single glance at Lu Tian, she quickly fled out of the warehouse. Outside, Zhao Yuxuan called Su Yunru. "Mom, they let me go." "Great. Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. What about Lu Tian? Did he manage to leave safely?" "He's being held by those bandits. They say they'll only release him if you hand over the new formula. From what I saw, those bandits will just beat him up a bit. They won't do anything serious. So don't hand over the formula." "I don't even have any new formula. You're saying that because you don't want to rescue him, right?" "Neither do I. That bastard isn't worth you giving up such a valuable formula to save him." "Yuxuan, what nonsense are you talking? He's in danger. How can I ignore it? I really don't have a new formula. You know where those kidnappers are, right? Tell me, I'll go talk to them." "No, even if you went there, it would be useless. The mastermind behind all this is Yin Su-fei. It's Yin family who wants that formula. You wouldn't stand a chance against them, and it might even drag the Zhao family into trouble." "The Yin family? They're too arrogant and bullying. Quickly tell me where they are." "I know why you're asking for the address. It's because you want to bring the formula to save him. Even to protect the formula, I won't tell you the location." Before Su Yunru could reply, Zhao Yuxuan hung up and turned off her phone to stop her from calling back. Chapter 59, Bankrupt them within a day. Back to the warehouse. Yin Su-fei looked smugly at Lu Tian. "This time, you're finally in my hands." Lu Tian was about to reply when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Yunru. "Who's calling?" asked Yin Su-fei. "You want me to call Su Yunru, right?" "Well, what a coincidence, she called me." Lu Tian said. "In that case, tell her now to bring the formula, or I'll kill you," Yin Su-fei said threateningly. Lu Tian answered the call. "Hello, Aunt Su." Su Yunru anxiously asked. "Lu Tian, how's your situation?" After Zhao Yuxuan had hung up the phone, Su Yunru had tried to call back, but received an out-of-service message. Concerned, she couldn't help but call Lu Tian. Lu Tian replied, "There's nothing wrong here. Don't worry about me. I'll talk to you after I deal with these enemies." Then he hung up. Upon hearing this, Yin Su-fei became furious. "I told you to have her bring the recipe to save you. Yet you say you will handle us? You are truly reckless." "It's you who is reckless. Earlier, I let you off easy, but you still dared to bother me. Don't blame me for being ruthless now. What? Planning on scaring me again with your fake emperor card? You'll soon find out if the card is real or not. I don't have time to waste on you. Let's disable you first. After finishing his words, Yin Shufei waved at those hired thugs. Disable him. The gangsters armed with daggers rushed forward in unison. Lu Tian quickly darted in front of one bandit and instantly seized the dagger. As the flash of the knife passed, a mist of blood splashed. The bound men clutched their injured arms, writhing and screaming in pain while their daggers fell onto the ground. The entire process took place within 5 seconds. The henchmen were terrified by his power and begged for mercy simultaneously. Spare our lives. We are just common hoodlums. First, we took money from the Zhao family to do their dirty work. Then, we took money from Mr. Yin to assist him against you. We realize our mistakes now. Please spare us. Yin Shufei's face changed dramatically as Lu Tian walked towards him. Hastily, Yin Shufei hid behind the martial artist next to him. Master Qi, teach him a harsh lesson. Master Qi, whose name is xuanhuan, is a martial arts master recruited by the Yin family recently. Mr. Yin, there's no need to be nervous. Watch how I force him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Xuanhuan chuckled, then glanced disdainfully at Lu Tian. Lu Tian smirked coldly, discarded the dagger, and beckoned at Xuanhuan with a finger. Xuanhuan immediately clenched his fists and charged over, delivering a punch without holding back. Bang! Both men threw punches, their fists colliding together. The strength from the fists generated a powerful wave of air that spread outward. Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward as he crashed into shelves, landing heavily on the ground. Yin Shufei turned pale, scared stiff, and lost balance, sitting on the ground. He knew Lu Tian could fight well, but not this good. Xuanhuan was their specially hired martial arts master at an extremely high price, and yet he was defeated so easily by Lu Tian. Seeing Lu Tian approach him again, Yin Shufei shouted desperately at Xuanhuan. Master Qi, come and save me. Xuanhuan struggled to stand up, but before he stabilized, spewed more blood and fell down again. Master Yan, I have no more strength to help you. You? Yin Shufei was utterly frightened, sweating profusely, sitting on the ground and moving backwards. Lu Tian approached him, stepping heavily on his face. Yin Shufei screamed in pain as he was stepped flat. He nervously pleaded, You, let me go. I won't dare trouble you anymore. If you insist on pressing charges, our Yin family. Before he could finish, Lu Tian increased pressure with his foot. Yin Shufei felt a headache like splitting and let out a heart-rending scream. Do you think the name of your Yin family can intimidate me? Do you know that the deterrent force of your Yin family will soon be gone? What do you mean? You'll know soon enough. Lu Tian picked up his phone. There were several missed calls from Su Yunru. He called Su Yunru back, telling her not to worry about him, and explained everything. After hanging up, he dialed another number which was answered promptly. Hello, Mr. Lu, what orders do you have? The son of the top noble Yin family in Jiangzhou keeps provoking me. This time I plan not to let him off, intending to hit them in the commercial field. This is too easy for us, the World Business Alliance. Mr. Lu, how hard do you want us to hit them? Full force. Make them go bankrupt within a day. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up, Lu Tian left the warehouse. Yin Shufei now realized that Lu Tian's martial prowess was not to be underestimated. However, Yin Shufei didn't take much notice of what Lu Tian had said on the phone earlier, thinking it was just bluffing. Make the Yin family go bankrupt in a day? Who would believe that? Yin Shufei certainly didn't. More than half an hour later, Yin Shufei returned to the Yin family mansion. His father, Yin Kai, rushed straight to him and slapped him across the face. You damn fool. Who have you offended? Yin Kai roared furiously. I just followed our plan, trying to intercept Zhao family and grab that formula, dealing with Lu Tian along the way, without provoking anyone else. Yin Shufei replied, stunned. No one else. Then why is our business suddenly facing an unprecedented impact? Unprecedented impact? What exactly is going on? Yin Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger, exclaimed, What's going on? The kind of situation that will make us go bankrupt. Our raw material suppliers have all suddenly canceled their cooperation with us. Our customers are also canceling their cooperation while withdrawing all orders at the same time. Our company deposits have been frozen for various reasons. Our costly new projects have encountered similar problems, about to be wiped out entirely. Right now, our group headquarters and all branch companies have phones ringing nonstop. Either calls about canceling cooperation, canceling orders, or collection calls. And these situations are getting worse continuously. At this rate, we'll go bankrupt within a day. Yin Shufei's expression kept changing, and when he heard that last sentence, his mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt. He remembered what Lu Tian had said on the phone in front of him. Make them go bankrupt within a day. Chapter 60, No Chance for Mercy. I know who is sabotaging our business. It must be Lu Tian. He's the one who ordered the World Business Alliance to do this. Yin Shufei said shakily. What kind of joke are you playing? Yin Kai was completely unconvinced. We already know that the Emperor card of the World Business Alliance in Lu Tian's possession is fake. What qualifications does he have to command the World Business Alliance to act on his behalf? Yin Shufei replied. You don't understand. We've underestimated him all along. Then Yin Shufei recounted what happened in the warehouse to his father. As he listened to the story, Yin Kai learned that their operation to seize the formula had failed. He was even more startled upon hearing that xuanhuan, the highly paid martial arts grandmaster they hired at great expense, also lost to Lu Tian. Yin Shufei continued. After Lu Tian defeated xuanhuan, he made a phone call, saying he would make our family bankrupt within a day. At that time, I didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an empty threat meant to scare me. But the result, you've seen it. In such a short time, our business has been severely hit. I don't believe this is a coincidence. It must be Lu Tian who instructed the World Business Alliance to do this. In the commercial domain, there is no one else besides the World Business Alliance who could so quickly and thoroughly disrupt our business like this. Yan Kai was deeply astonished. From this perspective, the Emperor card of the World Business Alliance in Lu Tian's possession might indeed be real. That means even the World Business Alliance follows his orders. If we had continued to court him back then, our family's future would have been boundless. But, here Yan Kai glared furiously at Yin Shufei. It's all your fault. All because you blindly believed Zhao Yuxuan's words, thinking Lu Tian was trying to fool us, which led us to abandon courting him and instead attack him. Now look where we've ended up. The more Yan Kai spoke, the angrier he became. In his rage, he struck Yin Shufei across the face again. Yin Shufei also bitterly regretted his actions. It's my mistake. All because I rashly trusted Zhao Yuxuan's one-sided words. But speaking about it now is futile. The most important thing now is to beg Lu Tian to let us go. Yan Kai shouted sternly. Call Lu Tian right now and plead with him. Put the call on speakerphone so I can hear what he says. When Yin Shufei initially tried to curry favor with Lu Tian during the auction, they exchanged phone numbers. He immediately picked up his phone, found Lu Tian's number, called him, and activated the speakerphone. Lu Tian answered the call very quickly. Hello, Yin young master. What brings you to me? Mr. Lu, I know I'm wrong. I also know our Yin family is nothing compared to you. I beg you to stop impacting our business. I gave you chances, but you disregarded me. At first, you tried to seize my pharmaceutical company, then aimed for the bath gel formula from my boss Xuanhuan, and also planned against me personally. I will not give you another chance to beg. Mr. Lu, we were wrong before, blind enough to underestimate you. If you spare us, we will follow your orders without question. Follow my orders? Do you think you deserve to be my subordinates? Well, we're willing to pay 10 billion yuan. How about that? What's 10 billion? Once I destroy your business and seize your assets, my earnings could exceed 100 billion. This. You begging is useless. I've already said it. I won't give you the chance to plead for mercy. Without waiting for a response, Lu Tian hung up the phone. Yan Kai erupted into a roar of frustration and fury. He turned his glare back to Yin Shufei again. It's all because of you, this incompetent waste who achieves nothing. Our vast fortune will be destroyed entirely. Misfortune never comes alone. Just as they were out of ideas, someone else came to settle accounts with them. A woman in her 30s arrived. This woman, dressed in a slightly loose white suit, could not hide her curvaceous and proud figure. Her hair was neatly coiled high up, her beautiful eyes exuding maturity and calmness, making her appear both dignified and commanding. She was Bai Yun, known as Mrs. Bai, the head of the Bai family, one of the three major families in North Jiang. Upon learning that the head of the Bai family had arrived, Yan Kai and Yin Shufei rushed outside to greet her respectfully. Mrs. Bai. Bai Yun coldly looked at them. I received news that xuanhuan is here. Hand him over immediately. Yan Kai and Yin Shufei did not dare delay, promptly dispatching their subordinates to summon xuanhuan. Xuanhuan appeared, showing great respect toward Bai Yun. Mrs. Bai. Bai Yun said coldly. I assigned you to manage the martial arts guild in Jiangzhou, to integrate local martial forces. But what about you? Not only do you turn a blind eye to the martial arts guild's affairs, but you also take private jobs for money, acting as a hired enforcer for wealthy families. I received news that before coming to the Yin family, you had taken more than 10 such private jobs in other cities, and each time, you harmed innocents. President Chang valued you so much before he passed away. This is how you repay his spirit. Xuanhuan's face kept changing colors. Those private jobs were all done secretly, yet Bai Yun had found out about them. Mrs. Bai, I won't dare to do this again. Please spare my life. Considering President Chang once regarded you as his prized disciple, I will spare your life. However, I will destroy your internal energy as a warning to others. With that, Bai Yun swiftly approached xuanhuan, her right hand forming a sword finger, pointing it toward xuanhuan's dantian. Aya! Xuanhuan let out a painful scream and collapsed on the ground. At the same time, he felt a powerful force strike his dantian, causing all of his internal energy to dissipate, never to be regained. Bai Yun coldly turned her gaze to Yan Kai and Yin Shufei. You may not be martial artists, but you should still know that xuanhuan belongs to the Jiangbei Martial Arts Guild. You can use him as your protector, but hiring him as a hitman is an insult to our martial arts guild. If I don't punish you, I won't be able to explain myself to the disciples of the martial arts guild. How much did you pay xuanhuan per month? If you compensate us 10 times the amount, I'll let you go. Yan Kai didn't dare hesitate and immediately agreed to pay the compensation. He paid xuanhuan 5 million yuan per month, so at 10 times the amount, he would have to pay 50 million as compensation. This was verifiable, and Yan Kai didn't dare falsify the report. Though their company's bank accounts were frozen, they still had some funds not deposited in the bank, enough to cover this payment. However, after paying this sum, their remaining available funds would be nearly depleted. Chapter 61. Time to give an answer. Bai Yun accepted the Yin family's apology of 50 million yuan, and then left the Yin family mansion. Bai Yun didn't come alone. By her side was a man in his 60s, who served as her key advisor. The elder's name was Yang Qiu, and he was an important mentor to Bai Yun. Especially in martial arts, he had provided Bai Yun with much guidance. He also possessed grandmaster level strength, but he wasn't as strong as Bai Yun. The reason he could guide Bai Yun was because his theoretical knowledge of martial arts was more comprehensive. Bai Lady, from the move you just used to disable xuanhuan's internal energy, even a peak grandmaster might not have been able to execute it so cleanly. Have you already reached the great grandmaster level? Yang Qiu asked. Indeed, Bai Yun said. Yang Master truly is a living dictionary in the martial world if you can discern this. Yang Qiu showed signs of concern. Did you force yourself through the final barrier of the grandmaster level using that method I gave you, which isn't fully matured and may result in side effects, to reach the great grandmaster level? Bai Yun nodded. The leaders of the 4 major martial arts sects under the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance have all attained the grandmaster level. I must elevate my own strength above theirs for them to submit to me, so as to more smoothly consolidate the alliance. So I took the shortcut according to your method, and so far, there haven't been any detected side effects. Yang Qiu sighed. This is still too risky. If side effects appear, it might harm your body. Bai Yun said. If side effects do occur, do you have a solution? Yang Qiu carefully considered it, and then said, I've developed a quick way to break through based on the cold ice palm that you practice. The cold ice palm is a supremely yin and cold form of martial art. By leveraging this method to enhance your skills, it could cause your body to become extremely yin and cold. This is very likely to cause you to develop a cold constitution syndrome, where your skills would weaken, possibly even falling below their previous level. Bai Yun replied, There isn't time to think about these things right now. We'll deal with it if and when side effects arise. By the way, have you come up with a solution yet? Yang Qiu said. Yes, there is one. It would involve combining with a man who has a completely young and fierce constitution. But such men are exceedingly rare, virtually 1 in 10,000. Bai Yun paused slightly. Despite normally maintaining a calm demeanor, her face blushed slightly after hearing those words. If you see someone with a yang-filled qi, would you be able to identify him? Bai Yun asked. Yes, Yang Qiu nodded. All right, keep an eye out for such a person then. If you find one, try pulling them over to our side, Bai Yun said lightly, sighing afterwards, continuing. For the greater good, I cannot let my strength decrease. If side effects truly emerge, I will solve the problem this way. I will keep watch, Yang Qiu promised. There's one more matter, the formula for Ningjing pills. Have you acquired it yet? Your nephew Bai Jiqian is currently negotiating this with the miraculous medicine hall people. He says he will definitely handle this properly. Good. Ningjing pills promote cultivator's improvement, which concerns enhancing martial artists' powers. Acquiring this pill's recipe would also facilitate my reconsolidation of the Wu Alliance. Location, Zhao family manor. Su Yunru came here fuming with anger. Zhao Jinming and other core members of the Zhao family gathered in the courtyard to confront her. Su Yunru, didn't you say you've severed ties with our Zhao family? So why are you still coming here? Zhao Jinming said. Su Yunru angrily responded. You guys deceived me with vile means. I've come to demand an explanation. After Lu Tian defeated Qi Wanshan in the warehouse, he had called Su Yunru, telling her everything in detail. Because of that, Su Yunru already knew the whole story, that the Zhao family orchestrated this kidnapping to take what they believed was the latest formula from her hands. In fact, the Zhao family side also already knew everything had unraveled once Zhao Yuxuan was released by Yin Shufei, who informed them. Zhao Jinxiong feigned ignorance, saying, When did we deceive you? Perhaps Lu Tian is spreading rumors about us behind your back, causing your misunderstanding. Su Yunru said, Don't play dumb in front of me. I found out already. It was you who staged this kidnapping plot to obtain the latest formula you thought I had. You intended to use my worry for Yuxuan to extort the formula from me, and she was acting along with you. You sent Lu Tian to deliver the formula in order to scheme against him. I've already distanced myself from you, yet you are still scheming every possible way to deceive me, unwilling even to let Lu Tian be. I'm telling you right now, I don't have what you believe to be the latest formula in my possession. As for the recipe you obtained earlier, it was actually given to me by Lu Tian. That recipe belongs to me, and you are not allowed to use it. After saying this, she glared angrily at Zhao Jinxiong and the others before turning and leaving. As she was about to step out of the courtyard gate, she happened to meet Zhao Yuxuan who had just returned. Zhao Yuxuan said, Mom, I overheard you say that the recipe was given to you by Lu Tian. Are you deliberately embellishing him? You don't need to quarrel with Dad and the others for that jerk. Su Yunru didn't respond, and instead slapped her across the face. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed in shock. I haven't provoked you, so why did you hit me? Still without responding, Su Yunru struck another slap across her face. You must have hit me because I advised you not to exchange the recipe to save Lu Tian. You would hit your own daughter for his sake. You're too heartless. Wah. Zhao Yuxuan, who always centered herself, never introspected and now felt deeply wronged, burst into tears. Su Yunru looked at her with a disappointed glance before departing from the Zhao family residence. Feeling guilty for their wrongdoing, Zhao Jinxiong and the others didn't blame Su Yunru for striking Zhao Yuxuan. When Su Yunru returned to her place, Lu Tian had also come back. Never would I have thought that Yuxuan would collude with them to scheme against me. Su Yunru sat on the sofa in the first-floor living room, furiously pounding on the armrest, her face filled with gloom and disappointment. Lu Tian sat beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Lu Tian was always there to accompany her during her moments of helplessness and desolation, prompting her to instinctively lean against his shoulder. Even though she didn't see Lu Tian as her mainstay, the mere psychological comfort he provided already warmed her heart. Lu Tian, how did you obtain the recipe you gave me that time? I wrote it myself. Judging by the Zhao family's reactions, that recipe seems valuable, but I don't believe you could have written such a valuable one. Then who do you think wrote it? It must be your mom. That recipe is a pure Chinese herbal preparation, and your mom has expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. It must have been her who wrote the recipe and told you to give it to me. It seems no matter how much I explain, you won't believe me. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about what you've considered lately. What have I considered? What are you talking about? You're evading the question again, aren't you? 3 days ago, I asked if you'd be willing to be with me. You said you needed some time to consider and would give me an answer after 3 days. Now 3 days have passed, and it's time for you to give me an answer. Chapter 62. No refusal. Xuanhuan sighed. Actually, I have seriously considered it and am ready to give you my reply. Lu Tian quickly said. Then your reply is? Xuanhuan only said 4 words. Go with the flow. Hearing this response, Lu Tian felt a bit deflated. I knew it. You'll keep evading me. I'm giving you a serious response. Where am I evading you? You. Although you didn't clearly indicate how to deal with our relationship, in fact, we've been going with the flow all along. So you think my response is equivalent to not responding at all? Isn't there any difference? There is a difference. At least Xuanhuan paused for a moment, blushing as she said, at least I haven't rejected you. Lu Tian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brightened. I understand. This means there's a possibility that you might be open to being with me. I never said that. Xuanhuan responded. I haven't rejected you, but I didn't say I would accept you either. Not rejecting and not accepting. So what do you want? I don't know. That's why I said go with the flow. Xuanhuan let out a faint bitter smile and continued. Our development up to this point has already made me very awkward. Although I have unconsciously accepted this result, if you want our relationship to develop into romantic love, I fear I cannot achieve that. You must be thinking, it's because I lack the courage to face this, and you're right, I truly lack this courage. This topic, we've discussed more than once, so I won't say more about it. When I say go with the flow, it's just a way of telling you I've accepted the current situation. Lu Tian nodded. Since you can accept the status quo, why don't we just maintain it first? After finishing, Lu Tian held her even tighter. Xuanhuan was wearing a white shirt on top and a black tight-fitting western skirt below. A pair of beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings extended from under the skirt. Lu Tian's other hand rested on her thigh. Xuanhuan gave him an annoyed look. We haven't had dinner yet. Let's eat first, wash up afterward, and then what? Lu Tian teased with a sly smile. You're asking knowingly. Xuanhuan, somewhat angry, humphed and pinched his arm. The news of the Yin family suffering a business blow quickly spread through the wealthy circle. Who did the Yin family offend for their businesses to be hit so badly? It said the head of the Bai family in the provincial capital, Baiyun, visited the Yin family and punished the high-priced master xuanhuan they hired. It could likely be that the Yin family offended Baiyun, who retaliated by striking commercially against them. The Bai family in the provincial capital indeed possesses far greater strength than the Yin family. But even so, could they have brought such devastation to the Yin family's business so quickly? What's strange about that? With the Bai family's connections, they surely could invite more wealthy families to assist, which would explain this quite reasonably. Conversations like these took place across different sections within the local wealthy circles. The second-tier wealthy Zhao family also heard of this matter, and Zhao Zhiming et al. Also believed that it was the Bai family attacking the Yin family's business. With the current momentum, it seemed that within less than a day, the Yin family would go bankrupt. Zhao Zhiming called another meeting for the core members of the family. In attendance were Zhao Zhiming, Zhao Jinhao, Zhao Jinxiong, Zhao Yusu, and Zhao Yuxuan. Zhao Zhiming said, It's fortunate that the Yin family called off the engagement with our Zhao family. Otherwise, having their business suffer such a heavy blow, we might have been dragged down too. So this turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Zhao Yuxuan looked somewhat smug. The Yin family came to form alliances before, probably aiming to get the formula for that shower gel. If I hadn't revealed the formula to Yin Shufei, the Yin family might not have broken off the engagement so quickly. In that sense, I've helped our Zhao family resolve this crisis. Zhao Yusong added with a tone of schadenfreude. Before, the Yin family didn't take us Zhao family seriously, calling off the marriage alliance and taking over our formula. Their ending up like this now can be considered karma. That reminds me, Zhao Jinhao interjected. With the Yin family nearing bankruptcy, they no longer have the ability to seize our formula. That formula now belongs solely to us. Zhao Zhiming remarked. I gathered you all here for this reason. Our staged kidnapping today has already let Xuanhuan know that others have passed the formula we obtained onto us. Just moments ago when she left here, she still claimed that the formula belonged to her, and forbade us from using it. However, she shouldn't be able to prove that the formula belongs to her. So according to this trend, whoever has the power will control this formula. Of course, Xuanhuan cannot match our Zhao family. Therefore, no matter how harsh her words are, she can't prevent us from using the formula. Having said this, Zhao Zhiming looked at Zhao Jinxiong. You give her a call, let her sooner abandon the idea of competing with us for the formula. Zhao Jinxiong picked up his phone, preparing to make the call, when suddenly he remembered something and stepped out of the room. He already knew that Lu Tian and Xuanhuan had a romantic relationship, but in order to save face, he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. At this time, he figured the two were probably in the same room together. If he made the call in front of everyone, and they heard any sound from the other side, it would make him feel embarrassed. So after a short consideration, he chose to avoid everyone else and go outside to make the call. Things turned out as Zhao Jinxiong had expected. Indeed, Xuanhuan was with Lu Tian in the same room. After dinner, and after washing up, Lu Tian took Xuanhuan to his room on the first floor. They had already gotten into bed. The last piece of clothing on Su Yunru's body had just been placed by Lu Tian outside the covers. Just as Lu Tian hugged her, the cell phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from Zhao Jinxiong. "I'll take this call first," Su Yunru said. Lu Tian noticed the caller's name on the phone screen, Zhao Jinxiong. On the other end of the line, Zhao Jinxiong directly told Su Yunru to hand over the shower gel formula to the Zhao family. Su Yunru immediately got angry. "First, someone gave this formula to me, so now it belongs to me. Second, you used underhanded means to scheme against me for the formula, and now you have the nerve to ask me to give it to you?" In a cold voice, Zhao Jinxiong said, "Su Yunru, I don't want to argue with you. I'm just telling you, you're no match for the Zhao family, so don't pick a fight with us. Let me talk to him." Lu Tian took the phone from Su Yunru. Zhao Jinxiong heard his voice. "Lu Tian, you're with Su Yunru in the same room." Lu Tian replied, "Not only are we in the same room, but we're also in the same bed." Chapter 63, An Awkward Situation. Zhao Jinxiong nearly fainted. He had already guessed that Su Yunru would be with Lu Tian, but even after confirming this, he still felt angry. "Don't be so smug. I'll never let you off." Zhao Jinxiong's face turned green with rage as he angrily said into his phone, "Will not let me go? Do you really think you're capable of that? Let me remind you, if you dare to provoke me, I guarantee you will regret it more than anything. In that case, we'll see. Hand the phone over to Su Yunru first. I have something to say to her." "What else is there to say? You just want to threaten her and make her hand over the recipe to you, right?" "I'm not coercing her, but making her realize the gap in strength between herself and the Zhao family. I'm advising her not to cross us. Give her the phone. I want to have a good chat with her. If you want to chat, call back an hour later." "1 hour later?" "That's correct. We have some things to do next. It'll take about an hour." Zhao Jinxiong was furious. Of course, he understood what the other party was referring to. The fact that the other party was with Su Yunru had already made him extremely angry. Hearing these words caused him an impulse to vomit blood. But for the sake of his own face, he didn't want to show how enraged he was because then Lu Tian would get a laugh out of him. "Humph. As you said, I've divorced her already. Whatever you do with her has nothing to do with me." Zhao Jinxiong tried to sound relaxed and continued. "Also, what are you talking about finishing in an hour? Who believes that?" At this point, Su Yunru picked up and said, "I believe it because I've experienced it long ago." Zhao Jinxiong immediately flared up. "Su Yunru, you wretch." Su Yunru responded, "What? Feeling embarrassed? Haha, I can understand. After all, you can barely last 3 minutes. As she said this, Su Yunru blushed furiously. Previously, she had always strived to maintain superficial harmony with Zhao Jinxiong. But now that Zhao Jinxiong was scheming against her for so-called family interests along with his relatives, she felt both angry and disappointed. Moreover, this time Zhao Jinxiong's attempt to persuade her to give up the formula through threats made her incredibly furious. Thus, under extreme anger, she revealed Zhao Jinxiong's unspeakable weakness. Zhao Jinxiong became outrageously angry. In a fit of fury, he directly threw the phone to the ground. After finishing the call from Zhao Jinxiong, Lu Tian smiled towards Su Yunru, whose face was red with embarrassment. "Sister Su, you're still feeling shy about what you said earlier?" "Of course. I have a very thin skin. This is the first time I've spoken such embarrassing words so directly. Actually, even if you hadn't said it, I could have figured out his issues by observing his complexion. Do you think I said it for your benefit?" "No, I am utterly disappointed in his actions, so I deliberately insulted him." "Oh, I thought you were trying to contrast my prowess by comparison. All right, let's stop discussing this. It's quite awkward. Then let's stop. I will demonstrate my might to you directly." "Haha, hold on. There's something I need your help with." "What is it?" "I'm asking you. Do you have any evidence proving that the bath lotion recipe was given to me by you? I know you're looking for evidence to prevent the Zhao family from taking the formula. Don't worry. Everything is under my control. They won't get the formula, I'll make them pay, and help you earn a huge profit from them." "You're boasting again. Seems like there's no point in discussing this with you." Lu Tian indeed already had a strategy, but he knew that even if he told her his plan, she'd probably think he was just bragging. So he decided not to mention it yet, confident that he could soon prove it to her. He turned over and launched an enthusiastic advance towards Su Yunru. Su Yunru had already tacitly accepted their relationship. After a little reservation, she raised her hand and hugged him, welcoming his advance. Speaking of the Zhao family side, Zhao Jinxiong's angry shout startled Zhao Zhenming and others who were in the conference room. Zhao Zhenming and others went out to check the situation. "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so mad?" asked Zhao Zhenming. Zhao Jinxiong was embarrassed to reveal the reason, so he lied. "Su Yunru refuses to heed my advice and insisted on not handing over the recipe to us, which makes me feel uncomfortable." Zhao Jinxiao said. "You didn't have to throw your phone away either. Your temper is too big." Zhao Jinxiong chuckled awkwardly. "It's mainly because I've encountered too many annoying things recently, and I couldn't control my emotions well." "All right," Zhao Zhenming said. "We've already obtained the formula anyway. She merely insists on verbally refusing us to use it. I imagine she won't be able to prove that the formula belongs to her. Judging from this, even if she refuses to hand over the formula, there's nothing she can do against us," Zhao Jinhao said. "However, Su Yunru might still use this formula to produce bath lotion. What's there to worry about?" Zhao Zhenming laughed. "Even though she runs a cosmetics company, which looks like having an inherent advantage in producing bath lotion, our Zhao family, as a second-tier wealthy clan, will definitely find it easier to seize opportunities ahead of her." Nevertheless, Zhao Zhenming then changed his tone. "One should not be overly confident. We need to keep track of her situation so we can respond promptly when necessary." Having said that, he looked at Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you continue staying in her villa and help us monitor her activities. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I'll go back right away. Still, Zhao Yuxuan highly values her status as a Miss Zhao. Although she believes herself to respect Su Yunru for so-called family interests, she doesn't mind scheming against Su Yunru for the Zhao family. After leaving the Zhao residence, Zhao Yuxuan headed towards Su Yunru's place. She had the key to the villa. Just as she arrived at the villa and opened the door, heading upstairs from the first-floor living room, she suddenly paused. She heard a woman's voice coming from a bedroom on the first floor. It was Lu Tian's bedroom. Furrowing her eyebrows, Zhao Yuxuan's face turned exceptionally angry with embarrassment. Though she hadn't experienced such matters herself, she had learned about them through other channels. The sound could easily be identified. Clenching her fists, she quickly approached the bedroom door and began pounding on it heavily. When she started walking towards the door, both Lu Tian and Su Yunru had already heard her footsteps. Today, Zhao Yuxuan conspired with the Zhao family to scheme against them, but they had uncovered the plan. They both thought Zhao Yuxuan wouldn't return tonight out of embarrassment, yet she was back at this time. Su Yunru felt a surge of tension coursing through her. She was fully aware that Zhao Yuxuan must have heard the sounds from their side. With that, Zhao Yuxuan would surely be able to guess what was going on between her and Lu Tian. Su Yunru's face flushed red with embarrassment, unsure how to handle this excruciatingly awkward situation. Chapter 64, Prepared in Advance. Su Yunru was at a loss. Lu Tian, however, remained calm and composed. He actually hoped that Zhao Yuxuan would find out about his relationship with Su Yunru. Still, he had to take Su Yunru's feelings into consideration and do his best to help her get through the situation. If Zhao Yuxuan still found out, then there was nothing they could do. Lu Tian, I heard a woman's voice coming from your room. Zhao Yuxuan was knocking on the door and shouting outside. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru became even more nervous and flustered. Lu Tian, however, remained quite calm. What do you want? Annoyed, Zhao Yuxuan replied. What do you think I want? Watching that kind of stuff is fine, but turning up the volume so loud for others to hear is just too uncouth. I can hear it from outside. Su Yunru secretly sighed in relief. It seemed Yuxuan thought Lu Tian was watching that kind of video. But when she thought about Yuxuan hearing their sounds, she couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed since those sounds came from her. Sorry, I'll turn down the volume. Lu Tian said. Don't let me hear that again, or I'll tell my mom, and she will definitely come after you. Zhao Yuxuan said. After hearing this, Lu Tian looked at Su Yunru lying beside him with an interesting expression. Su Yunru's face turned red with embarrassment, glaring at him reproachfully before quickly averting her gaze. I'll be careful in the future, Lu Tian said. With that, Zhao Yuxuan huffed angrily and turned to leave. Yuxuan, Su Annie asked me to pass on a message to you. What is it? Tonight, Su Annie will be working overtime at the company until very late, sleeping in the rest area of the office and not coming back home overnight. To keep you from worrying about her absence, she asked me to inform you. I know. As Zhao Yuxuan left the first-floor living room and went upstairs towards her third-floor residence, Lu Tian and Su Yunru listened as her footsteps gradually faded away, concluding that Zhao Yuxuan had left the first floor. That was close. Su Yunru exhaled. We should continue what we left unfinished. Lu Tian chuckled and hugged her again. You still have the mood to continue? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I've never been afraid. I was just helping you hide it. Earlier, I told her that you were working overtime at the company tonight. If she doesn't see you in the villa, she won't suspect that you're in my room. You really thought everything through. Please be gentle. Once again, intimate sounds echoed in the room, conjuring all sorts of fantasies. Fortunately, with such good soundproofing here, Zhao Yuxuan, already on the third floor, couldn't hear them. The next morning, Lu Tian received a call from Yelan. She said she had important intelligence to report to him and invited him to meet at Lawn Night Bar. Lu Tian arrived at Yelan's office located in the second-floor business area of Lawn Night Bar. I learned some relatively old information from your senior sister, but for you, it counts as new news. As soon as Lu Tian entered the office, Yelan bluntly told him. What news? Lu Tian asked. 3 years ago, an agent was sent to investigate the shadow sect around Jiangbei. The name of that agent was Liang Tong, who was 30 years old when he was murdered 3 years ago. The person who killed him was a master from the shadow sect. At the time, in order to disguise his identity as an agent, Liang Tong worked as a clerk in a subsidiary of the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei. War Dragon has also been investigating the circumstances surrounding his death, and recently confirmed during this investigation that there is indeed a sub-bureau of the shadow sect hidden somewhere around Jiangbei. Your senior sister asked me to investigate the experiences of that agent during his lifetime in Jiangbei. She asked me to focus my investigation on Liang Tong's social circle. It's possible that Liang Tong may have discovered some crucial intelligence regarding the shadow sect and entrusted it to someone he trusted before his death. But according to my investigations, he didn't seem to have many friends. There's a rumor that he once had a girlfriend because he bought flowers on Valentine's Day. However, no one knows who he gave the flowers to, so no one can confirm whether he really had a girlfriend. If he really did have a girlfriend, perhaps he entrusted the important intelligence he discovered to her. At this point, Yelan handed over a file to Lu Tian. In the file were photos and a brief introduction of Liang Tong. Lu Tian took a look at the file and then tucked it away. I will also investigate this matter. Speaking of which, under the commercial impact of the World Trade Alliance, the Yin family did indeed go bankrupt within a day. Many business tycoons wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to acquire the Yin family's industries. They could all foresee that the only entity capable of crushing the Yin family so swiftly through commercial means was the World Trade Alliance. Without the approval of the World Trade Alliance, they didn't dare touch those industries. Not long after, President xuanhuan of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce received a message conveyed by the World Trade Alliance. The World Trade Alliance indicated that they would allow their Tianjin Chamber of Commerce to acquire those Yin family businesses. At the same time xuanhuan received this news, he also learned that the actions taken by the World Trade Alliance were following Liu Tian's instructions. Even the World Trade Alliance was taking orders from Liu Tian, which left xuanhuan in utter disbelief and caused him to revere Liu Tian even more. During this period, Tianjin Chamber of Commerce carried out low-price acquisitions of the Yin family's enterprises and distributed some of these enterprises to the chamber's members. As a diamond member with good relations with Liu Tian, Yi Qianxue benefited from xuanhuan's efforts to ingratiate himself with Liu Tian. He allocated the most profitable subsidiary acquired from the Yin family to the Yi Group. Meanwhile, the pharmaceutical company established by Liu Tian under xuanhuan's help had officially begun operations. Liu Tian named this company Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. Everyone knew that Tian in the name probably came from the Tian in his own name. But no one knew that the Yun was actually taken from Su Yunru's name. 5 days had passed since the Yin family went bankrupt. According to Liu Tian's instructions, xuanhuan, the president of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, had been investigating Zhao family's business moves, mainly focusing on keeping abreast of their use of the shower gel formula. One day, Liu Tian received a call from xuanhuan who informed him that the Zhao family had already put this shower gel into production. Mr. Liu, with your strength, it would be easy to reclaim the formula from them. But such a trivial matter doesn't warrant your direct involvement. Let me handle it. xuanhuan said respectfully on the other end of the line. No need. I have other plans for this matter. They schemed against Aunt Su using underhanded methods. It'd be too lenient if we only made them return the formula. Liu Tian coldly replied, a cunning smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Actually, when Liu Tian was writing this shower gel formula, he had already thought of what to do if the formula fell into someone else's hands. This shower gel was a pure traditional Chinese medicine preparation, and one of its main ingredients was Qingmai Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine pill. And this Qingmai Dan was manufactured by him, currently authorized exclusively to Miao Yao Hall for operation. In other words, as long as the Zhao family produced this shower gel, they would have to purchase Qingmai Dan from Miao Yao Hall as raw material. If he instructed Miao Yao Hall to stop supplying Qingmai Dan to the Zhao family, he could prevent them from continuing to produce this shower gel. However, the Zhao family's actions had already infuriated Liu Tian, and he didn't want to let it go like this. He had also told Su Yunru that he would make the Zhao family pay and seize the opportunity to earn a substantial profit from them. He had already planned everything, and now it was time to put it into action. Chapter 65. He lacks the ability to pass my test. Next, Liu Tian was about to begin the first step of his plan. To accomplish this part of the plan, he needed to make some arrangements through his newly established Tian's pharmaceutical company. For a period of time, xuanhuan had been helping him manage this company. Recently, xuanhuan recommended a staff member from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce to serve as the general manager of Liu Tian's pharmaceutical company, taking over the management of the company. Not long after Liu Tian arrived at his office, there was a knock on the door. Please come in, said Liu Tian. The door opened, and a woman around her early 30s walked in. She was quite attractive. She wore an OL business suit, a slightly tight-fitting white shirt on top, and a black wrap skirt at the bottom. Her long legs were covered by black stockings. With such an appearance and dressed in such attire, coupled with her sharp and efficient demeanor, she looked exceptionally cold and beautiful. Mr. Liu, hello. I am the general manager introduced by President Zhang, Xiang Bing. Here is my resume. Xiang Bing handed over the resume while silently thinking to herself. This Mr. Liu is too young, looking much younger than me. President Zhang said that he is the backing force behind the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Despite his youth, he has reached such a high position, so he must not have started from scratch. He probably comes from some prestigious family, relying on the prestige of his family to achieve his current status. This company must have been specially founded for him by his family to train him. President Zhang also said that he is very capable. Apparently, those were polite words. It's all thanks to the support of his family that he has attained this status. What skill is that? Liu Tian glanced at the resume and understood Xiang Bing's general situation. Xiang Bing, 32 years old, unmarried, proficient in finance and enterprise management. According to the resume, her previous job was as the executive vice president of one of the subsidiary companies under Chu family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei. This content caught Liu Tian's attention. Back then, Liang Teng worked at one of Chu family's subsidiaries to conceal his identity as a special agent. It was precisely the subsidiary mentioned in Xiang Bing's resume. It's possible that Xiang Bing might know Liang Teng. Of course, the possibility was actually quite low. After all, Xiang Bing was the vice president of the company, while Liang Teng was just a salesperson, making it unlikely they would cross paths. Nevertheless, for Liu Tian, this still represented a chance for investigation. Even though it wasn't highly probable for Xiang Bing and Liang Teng to intersect, it wasn't entirely impossible either. What if they knew each other? What if Liang Teng's ex-girlfriend was Xiang Bing? If that were the case, Xiang Bing might be aware of intelligence obtained by Liang Teng. In such a scenario, Liu Tian could not directly inquire about Liang Teng from her, as it might cause misunderstanding. Therefore, Liu Tian could only proceed gradually, finding the right opportunity to probe. I rarely have time to be here. The main responsibility of running the company will fall on you. President Zhang said you can handle the work, and I choose to trust you. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Liu. I will do my best. Xiang Bing answered earnestly and once again thought inwardly. Your own company, and you don't operate it well, but instead act like a passive owner. Too unmotivated. At this moment, Xiang Bing's phone rang. Excuse me, let me take this call first. It's the boss of Miao Hall who called me. I've requested cooperation from him, and he might be replying now. I'll answer it right here. After saying that, she picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Chun. You don't want to cooperate with us? Mr. Chun, please reconsider. Our pharmaceutical products absolutely ensure quality. If your Miao Hall becomes our client. Hello? Mr. Chun. The other party had already hung up. Xiang Bing sighed and said to Lu Tian. Our few pharmaceutical products have received good reviews in the medical community, yet Mr. Chun still doesn't feel confident and has rejected my offer of cooperation. Lu Tian said, what a coincidence. I just happen to have another matter to discuss with Mr. Chun. The other matter he referred to was related to his plan against the Zhao family. Continuing, Lu Tian added, let's go find Mr. Chun together. With my reputation, he will definitely agree to cooperate with our company. He led Xiang Bing to the headquarters of Miao Hall. Miao Hall is the largest pharmacy in the Jiangbei region, with several branches in every city of Jiangbei. Miao Hall specializes in various rare miraculous drugs and elixirs. Many of these miraculous drugs are produced by Lu Tian and authorized for them to operate and produce. Lu Tian helped Miao Hall gain fame and increase profits, enabling him to receive more than 10 million yuan in profit sharing each year. Miao Hall's main branch is located in Jiangzhou, and its owner, Chen Qingye, usually stays here. Chen Qingye was extremely courteous as he invited Lu Tian and Xiang Bing into the reception room. I never would have guessed that the boss of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical would be you, Mr. Lu. If I had known this earlier, not only would I not have refused Ms. Xiang's offer for cooperation, but I would have proactively sought out a collaboration with you. Seeing how respectfully Chen Qingye treated Lu Tian, Xiang Bing silently speculated. If the owner of Miao Hall treats him so courteously, then Mr. Lu must come from a family at least on par with the top-tier wealthy families in Jiangbei. But there is no family surnamed Lu among the first-tier wealthy clans in Jiangbei. Could it be? He comes from the Lu family in Jiangnan? That's quite possible. Although the Lu family from Jiangnan suffered an ambush a few years ago, which diminished their wealth and influence, they still hold considerable sway in the two provinces of Jiangnan and Jiangbei due to their deep reserves of resources. At that moment, an underling hurriedly entered the reception room to report to Chen Qingye. Mr. Chun, Bai Ziqian has returned. Chen Qingye's face turned pale with alarm. This is troubling. Lu Tian looked at him. What's wrong? Chen Qingye explained. Bai Ziqian is from the Bai family in the provincial capital, and he is the nephew of the Bai family patriarch, Bai Yun. The Bai family in the provincial capital intends to buy the recipe for Ningjing Dan from us. Ningjing Dan was formulated by you, Mr. Lu, and authorized to us for production and operation. I don't have the authority to sell this recipe, nor do I want to sell it. A few days ago, Bai Ziqian came here and discussed purchasing the recipe with me, but I turned him down. At that time, he said I should think about it for a while, and when he returns to discuss this again, I shouldn't refuse. Otherwise, he warned he wouldn't be polite. This time, his return certainly doesn't bode well. After hearing Chen Qingye's explanation, Xiang Bing's impression of Lu Tian improved significantly. Though she had never heard of Ningjing Dan before, if the Bai family wanted the recipe, it must surely be very valuable. Just now, Chen Qingye mentioned that Ningjing Dan was created by Lu Tian and authorized to them for production and distribution. She had previously thought that Lu Tian was merely a spoiled young man from a rich family. But now, it seemed that even if Lu Tian were a spoiled heir, he was still highly capable. So, this time Bai Ziqian is coming to force you to hand over the recipe for Ningjing Dan, Lu Tian remarked. Chen Qingye nodded. That must be it. Lu Tian chuckled coldly. Call him in. Let me meet him. If he wants to get his hands on this recipe, he'll have to pass my test. But he lacks the ability to pass my test. Chapter 66. Martial Force Showdown. Mr. Lu, I didn't bring this up earlier because I didn't want to drag you into it. Bai Ziqian isn't that easy to deal with. I think you should step back. Chen Qingye said. Do you think I can't match him? Lu Tian asked. I know Mr. Lu's martial arts are good, but the Bai family has a connection to the martial alliance, and Bai Ziqian himself is a martial arts expert who is always accompanied by skilled fighters. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Don't waste my time. Call him here immediately. Mr. Lu, if you're not willing to call him, then I'll go see him myself. This. With those words from Lu Tian, Chen Qingye had no choice but to comply and send someone to bring Bai Ziqian over. Xiang Bing was also somewhat nervous. She assumed that Lu Tian might be from the Lu family in Jiangnan. The comprehensive strength of the Lu family in Jiangnan should be comparable to that of the Bai family in Jiangbei. If these two major families were to clash, neither would fear the other. But if there were a conflict in this setting and things escalated physically, the Bai family, with its martial background, would likely have all the advantages. In no time, the subordinate led Bai Ziqian into the meeting room. Beside Bai Ziqian were two other subordinates, both martial artists as well. Is this how you receive guests? Bai Ziqian glanced at Lu Tian and Xiang Bing, then asked Chen Qingye. Chen Qingye nodded. I sincerely hope Mr. Bai won't make things difficult for my guest. Bai Ziqian smiled. I'm here for the recipe. Just hand over the formula for the condensation pill, and we can talk about anything else. Then he turned to Lu Tian and Xiang Bing. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Chun. You two should leave first. Lu Tian responded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tian. The condensation pill was created by me. If you want the formula, you need my authorization. What? Bai Ziqian paused, furrowing his brow and looking at Chen Qingye. Is this true? This. Chen Qingye didn't want to involve Lu Tian. Lu Tian said, Mr. Chun, just tell the truth. Sighing, Chen Qingye nodded. Yes, the formula was indeed developed by Mr. Lu and authorized to our Myriad Remedies Hall. So that's how it is. Bai Ziqian turned to Lu Tian. I'll give you 10 million yuan to purchase all rights to the condensation pill. Lu Tian replied. Just from this one pill, my annual earnings exceed 30 million. Spending only 10 million on it would be very unfair for me. Bai Ziqian coldly chuckled. This will at least keep you safe. Otherwise, you may face many troubles. Lu Tian's gaze suddenly turned icy. Are you threatening me? Bai Ziqian showed obvious disdain. And so what if I am? Don't think I'm just talking nonsense. If I say you'll face trouble, you'll face trouble. Lu Tian stood up from the couch. It seems there's nothing more to discuss between us. You want me to face trouble, do you? Did you realize that when you said that, you've already put yourself in trouble? Bai Ziqian hesitated. What kind of trouble could I possibly have? Are you planning to attack me? Smirking again, he turned toward Chen Qingye. Did you not tell him that I come from the Bai family in the provincial capital? How could he dare oppose me? Lu Tian interjected. He has already told me about your identity. And precisely because I know you're from the Bai family in the provincial capital, I'm sure you're not my match, and I'm confident in dealing with you. What did you say? Bai Ziqian became extremely angry. Apparently, I need to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you don't know the gap in our capabilities. With that, Bai Ziqian gestured to the two goons. Beat him until he can't stand up. The two henchmen rushed at Lu Tian immediately. The first one didn't even get a chance to move before Lu Tian kicked him flying. Bai Ziqian startled momentarily, and as he was reacting, he was knocked over by his fallen lackey. Bang! Despite being a capable martial artist, Bai Ziqian didn't have enough time to dodge such a sudden collision and ended up falling flat. This made Bai Ziqian realize that Lu Tian wasn't someone to underestimate. Nevertheless, as the son of the Bai family with martial alliance backing, this undignified fall angered him immensely. Let me take care of him. Bai Ziqian roared fiercely, then gracefully flipped onto his feet with a somersault. However, before he could fully stabilize, his other lackey was also kicked by Lu Tian and collided with him. There was another loud bang. Bai Ziqian fell to the ground once again. Furious beyond control, Bai Ziqian executed another somersault to get up. This time, there was no one to collide with him, but Lu Tian had already darted to his front and slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The clear sound of a slap echoed as Bai Ziqian was directly struck and thrown to the ground. Aya! Bai Ziqian stumbled backward, scrambling to his feet, then charged at Lu Tian in a fit of madness. He attempted to kick Lu Tian, but before he could even lift his leg, Lu Tian's foot struck him first. Bang! Bai Ziqian was kicked square in the face, landing flat on his back. This time, Bai Ziqian finally realized that he was no match for Lu Tian. At the beginning, he had boasted about showing Lu Tian the vast gap in their abilities, implying that his own strength far surpassed Lu Tian's. Now, he understood the truth. It was completely opposite to what he had assumed. Lu Tian's power was far greater than his own. Thinking of his earlier arrogant demeanor compared to his now swollen face, Bai Ziqian felt a searing embarrassment. Both Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing, who had witnessed the confrontation, were utterly stunned. Chen Qingye knew that Lu Tian had good martial arts skills, but he never imagined that Lu Tian would overpower Bai Ziqian and the other two fighters so decisively. Xiang Bing, who didn't know much about Lu Tian, found this all the more incredible. This experience left her greatly impressed, and she became increasingly curious to learn more about her new boss. You may be gloating now, but by hitting me, you've offended not just our Bai family, but also the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. I guarantee your end will be terrible. Though no match for Lu Tian, Bai Ziqian refused to yield, invoking the names of the Bai family and the Jiangbei Martial Alliance to bolster his intimidation. As far as I know, both the Bai family and the Jiangbei Martial Alliance are under the control of your Aunt Bai Yun. I've also heard she's recently arrived in Jiangzhou. Where is she right now? I'd like to have a personal chat with her, Lu Tian said. Are you trying to flatter her and beg her to spare you? Humph. It concerns the Bai family's dignity, so she will definitely not let you off. I'm asking where she is. If you continue to evade my question, I'll teach you another lesson. You humph. I actually hope you go see her, so I can take the opportunity to deal with you myself. She's currently at the Jiangbei Martial Alliance headquarters. Go ahead and find her if you dare. Worried that Lu Tian might attack him again, Bai Ziqian blustered out these harsh words and quickly fled with his two accomplices. I still have many things to handle, and this issue needs to be resolved as soon as possible. I'm going to meet with Bai Yun right away. But Lu Tian turned to Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing. Before I set off, I need each of you to do something for me. He intended to deal with the Zhao family regarding the issue of stealing the shower gel formula. The tasks he assigned to Chen Qingye and Xiang Bing were related to this matter. After explaining his plan to them, both began making their respective preparations. Lu Tian left Myriad Remedies Hall and headed straight to the Martial Alliance headquarters to look for Bai Yun. Chapter 67, Madame Bai's Special Plan. Lu Tian arrived at the Northern River Martial Arts Alliance. Prior to this, Bai Zhan had already reported his humiliating defeat to Bai Yun. Upon hearing that Lu Tian had come to visit, Bai Yun immediately ordered her subordinates to bring Lu Tian to her office. Lu Tian entered the office and looked at Bai Yun sitting in front of the desk. Bai Yun wore a loose white suit she often liked to wear. Her plump figure appeared both proud and commanding under the clothes. Her elegant and mature demeanor, combined with her assertive expression, made her seem both alluring and cold. Could you be the head of the Bai family from the provincial capital, Madame Bai? Lu Tian asked. Bai Yun nodded. I am Bai Yun. Are you called Lu Tian? Yes. Lu Tian nodded. Bai Yun did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Lu Tian closely. How is he similar to Brother Lu? He looks just over 20 years old, which would roughly match the age of Brother Lu's son. He has the same surname Lu and resembles Brother Lu. Could he be his son? Is your father named Lu Heng? Bai Yun asked. Lu Tian was startled. Yes. How do you know that? Indeed, he must be Brother Lu's son. Bai Yun was slightly surprised, yet her face remained calm. It's because I see a resemblance between you and your father. Back then, my husband Chang Meng and your father, Lu Heng, were close friends. In fact, it was your father who helped us get together. I see. Lu Tian wasn't surprised since Xuanhuan had already told him the general story a while ago. Unfortunately, later on, Chang Meng was murdered, your father went missing, and things have changed drastically. I feel melancholy about it too, Madam Bai. Since my father was friends with you, I will call you Aunt Bai. Alright, but don't use this as an excuse to curry favor with me. You hit my nephew Baijan, and I won't let it go easily. It was Baijan who started trouble first and attacked me. That's why I disciplined him. So what? My nephew doesn't need discipline from someone like you. Bai Yun stood up abruptly, slamming her hand on the table. If he initiated the conflict and struck first, I apologize on his behalf. But now, it's my turn to settle the account for your hitting him. Subsequently, she calmly walked around the desk, leaning against it slightly, looking at Lu Tian coldly. Bai Yun had already heard from Baijan that Lu Tian could fight well, but she didn't think much of his skills. Baijan's abilities were far from reaching the level of a master, so even if Lu Tian defeated him, it didn't leave her impressed. Her own abilities had reached the grandmaster level, and she certainly didn't consider Lu Tian a challenge. What do you intend to do? Lu Tian asked. Bai Yun did not answer directly. Instead, she picked up her phone and made a call. Jean, come to my office. After hanging up, she turned to Lu Tian. You'll let him retaliate against you exactly how you beat Jean earlier and apologize to him. This punishment is lenient already, given that I'm considering your father's connection. Lu Tian said. Since you're determined to oppose me, I won't hold back. Let's see how it goes. With that, Lu Tian walked straight toward the door. How dare you? Bai Yun shouted fiercely. This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for today's events, you're not leaving here. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the door being pushed open. The person entering wasn't Baijan, but an elder. It was Bai Yun's second-in-command, Yang Qiu. Master Yang, you've arrived just in time. Subdue this presumptuous fool for me. Upon hearing Bai Yun's command, Yang Qiu prepared to move. However, before he acted, he hesitated momentarily, then carefully observed Lu Tian. Seeing that Yang Qiu hadn't moved, Bai Yun was somewhat taken aback. Master Yang, what's wrong? Do you plan to let him go? Madam Bai, before taking any action, I need to report something very important to you in private, said Yang Qiu. Bai Yun nodded and looked at Lu Tian. Wait outside for now, but don't leave the martial arts alliance. That depends on whether your subordinates are capable enough to stop me. Lu Tian responded with a cold smile, then walked out of the office. What message do you wish to report? Bai Yun asked Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu replied. I carefully examined him just now. The young man who left has an extraordinarily strong and fiery constitution. Bai Yun suddenly exclaimed. Are you sure? Yang Qiu emphatically nodded. Absolutely certain. His kind of constitution is 1 in 10,000, and it's the most robust one I've ever seen. If your cultivation inadvertently leads to side effects due to your current cold constitution, you will need to unite with a man of this fiery constitution to balance it out. Therefore, unless you have deep-rooted grudges, I advise you not to confront him, but instead win him over. Perhaps one day, you'll find him quite useful. A flush crossed Bai Yun's face as she sighed. I understand, and thank you for the timely reminder. Even though composed, Bai Yun couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed regarding the matter. After all, the man in question was Brother Lu's son. Still, compared to Xuanhuan, Bai Yun was much more pragmatic and handled the situation calmly, without adding undue pressure on herself. Speaking of which, Lu Tian was walking towards the courtyard exit after leaving the office, when Bai Ziqian blocked his way. Earlier, Bai Ziqian had received Bai Yun's call asking him to come to her office. Prior to that, he had heard that Lu Tian had arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance. So he guessed that Bai Yun wanted him to punish Lu Tian. Must be that my aunt prepared to discipline you but scared you into running out of the office, hoping to escape here. Do you think you can really escape? Bai Ziqian said coldly. At that moment, Bai Yun came out from the office and quickly walked over. Aunt, this bastard tried to flee just now. Bai Ziqian exclaimed. Then looking at Lu Tian with smugness, he added. My aunt is a grandmaster. No matter how capable you are, you're no match for her. He also turned to Bai Yun and urged. Aunt, please help me thoroughly teach this bastard a lesson. Bai Yun stated. The issue stems from your initial wrongdoing. Even though he fought with you, he already showed mercy. Hearing this, Bai Ziqian was dumbfounded. He assumed that Bai Yun called him to her office so he could deal with Lu Tian. Never did he expect her to defend Lu Tian. He certainly didn't realize that Bai Yun initially planned to assist him against Lu Tian, but suddenly changed her mind after hearing Yang Qiu's suggestion. Chapter 68, Sky-High Breach Penalty. To address the potential side effects of her cultivation in the future, Bai Yun chose to ally with Lu Tian. She had already prepared her explanation for her earlier intentions against Lu Tian. Lu Tian, for the sake of your parents, I could never go against you. My harsh words earlier were merely a test of your courage. You truly have the audacity that your father possesses. Oh, Lu Tian nodded. Sorry, I misunderstood you. No problem, Bai Yun said. Then she turned to Bai Ziqian and said, Ziqian, you don't know, but his parents are actually very good friends of mine. You and Lu Tian might as well consider this meeting a case of mistaken hostility. Let's shake hands and make peace. Bai Ziqian was secretly enraged, yet he still followed Bai Yun's request and shook hands with Lu Tian. Lu Tian, let's go chat in the office, Bai Yun suggested. Lu Tian nodded and followed her back to the office. After exchanging some pleasantries, Bai Yun began chatting casually with Lu Tian. Despite appearing calm and relaxed on the surface, Bai Yun was slightly awkward inside. After all, there was a possibility they might develop some relationship in the future. Meanwhile, the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, Xiang Bing, arrived at the Zhao family group according to Lu Tian's instructions. The Zhao family had always assumed that the backing force behind Tianyuan Pharmaceutical was the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. The Zhao family had previously intended to merge Su Yunru's cosmetics company and reconfigure it into a pharmaceutical company, all to cooperate with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, thereby establishing ties with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. However, due to Lu Tian's intervention, their plan did not succeed. This time, the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical personally visited them. Chairman Zhao Jinming of the Zhao family group immediately felt honored and courteously invited Xiang Bing to the reception room. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Our company, Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, plans to order the latest batch of your bath gels. As she spoke, Xiang Bing handed over the purchase order. Zhao Jinming looked at the order and couldn't help but feel delighted internally. The total amount indicated on the order was 50 million yuan. We're honored to collaborate with your Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. The contract is already prepared. Please take a look, Zhao Director. If you have no objections, we can sign it. Zhao Jinming carefully examined the contract, noticing two terms which irritated him. One clause stipulated that their company must deliver the products in full within 2 days. Though their production capacity could manage it, they would need to urgently prepare the raw materials. The other clause mentioned that if any part of the contract terms was breached by their company, a penalty 10 times the value of the order would be required. Although these terms troubled Zhao Jinming, in order to establish a connection with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, he was eager to take this opportunity to collaborate with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. Thus, without much thought, he signed the contract. After finalizing the contract, Xiang Bing didn't linger long. As she walked out of the building, she made a phone call. Hello, Director Chun, my end is done. Now it's up to you. Thinking about finally having established contact with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Jinming felt extremely satisfied. He immediately called Zhao Jinxiong and asked him to come over. The production and management of this pure Chinese herbal medicine bath gel were under Zhao Jinxiong's pharmaceutical division. He summoned Zhao Jinxiong to give him the contract and also to urge him to fulfill it promptly. Take a look at this contract. The moment Zhao Jinxiong entered the office, Zhao Jinming excitedly handed the contract over to him. Have we formed a partnership with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical? Zhao Jinxiong took a glance at the contract and his eyes immediately brightened, filled with excitement. Zhao Jinming nodded. We've finally achieved our goal. Our collaboration with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical connects us with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, so we must treasure this opportunity. You must thoroughly review the clauses of the contract. They require us to deliver in full within 2 days. I'm entrusting you with this matter. There should be absolutely no negligence, otherwise, we will have to pay a 10-fold breach penalty. Zhao Jinxiong confidently replied. Leave it to me. As long as we quickly prepare sufficient production materials, we can surely deliver on time. I'll arrange for raw material purchases right away. Zhao Jinxiong immediately called the head of the company's procurement department, instructing them to expedite the arrangement of raw material purchases. Not long after, the procurement department returned the call. What? Miao Yao Tang refuses to sell Qing Mai Dan to our company. Shocked, Zhao Jinxiong exclaimed, and Zhao Jinming was startled upon hearing this too. How could this happen? Why won't they sell Qing Mai Dan to us? This? I'm not quite sure either. The other party just stated they refused to release Qing Mai Dan to us. Although Qing Mai Dan comes from Miao Yao Tang, some companies do purchase Qing Mai Dan from them. Try contacting those companies to see if you can place an order for Qing Mai Dan with them. I've already contacted several companies. They said, Miao Yao Tang has already told them not to sell Qing Mai Dan to our Zhao family. How could this happen? Qing Mai Dan is one of the main ingredients in their bath gel recipe, and it's irreplaceable. If they can't buy enough Qing Mai Dan, they won't be able to continue producing this bath gel and meet the delivery deadline. According to the contract, if they breach the agreement, they must pay 10 times the value of the order as a penalty. The amount of this order is 50 million yuan, so they would need to pay 500 million yuan as a penalty. The Zhao family's total assets are substantial, reaching several billion. However, their liquid cash reserves are less than 1 billion. If they suddenly had to pay a 500 million yuan penalty, the company would experience tight funds and might even face a risk of financial collapse. Give me the phone number of the leader of Miao Yao Tang's sales department. I'll find out personally. After obtaining the phone number of the head of Miao Yao Tang's sales department, Zhao Jinxiong made the call directly. Hello, may I speak to manager Sun of Miao Yao Tang's sales department? That's me. May I ask who you are? I am Zhao Jinxiong, the head of the pharmaceutical division of Zhao Group. You tell me honestly, why have you stopped supplying Qing Mai Dan to our company? Are you deliberately ignoring us, Zhao family? Are you accusing me? So what if I am accusing you? Even though your Miao Yao Tang is impressive, you're just an employee. Do you think I care about someone like you? Well, I don't mind that. But no matter what you say, our company won't supply goods to you. This isn't my decision. It's our boss's decision. Our boss. Give me his phone number. I want to talk to him. No need. Our boss said that if you contact him, he wanted me to relay his original words to you. Here's what he said. If Zhao Jinxiong, that bastard, asks for my phone number, then he should go roll as far away as possible. You. How dare you insult me? It's not me insulting you. It's our boss asking me to repeat his exact words. His exact words really were, if Zhao Jinxiong that bastard. Zhao Jinxiong was so enraged that his eyes nearly bulged out, and in a fit of anger, he threw his phone to the ground. Chapter 69, Talk After the Fight. What happened? Why did they cut off supplies to us? Although Zhao Jinming didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone had said, he could judge what happened from Zhao Jinxiong's words. He didn't say why. I didn't have time to ask yet. So why did you throw your phone? Keep calling and ask what's going on. Zhao Jinxiong nodded, picked up the phone, only to find it broken. He then borrowed Zhao Jinming's phone to make the call. Hey, manager's son, can you tell me why your boss stopped supplying us with goods? I don't know the reason because my boss didn't tell me what's wrong. He just said, if Zhao Jinxiong that son of a... Once again, Zhao Jinxiong lost control of his emotions and threw the phone on the ground. Why are you throwing my phone? Jinming exploded in anger, slapping him across the face. Then he picked up the phone, discovering his own phone was also broken. Jinxiong gradually calmed down, and together with Jinming, began to ponder whether they had offended Miao Hall, which led to their raw material supply being cut off. After careful consideration, they both determined they absolutely hadn't offended Miao Hall. They then made phone calls to inquire with Zhao Jinhao, Zhao Yusong, and Zhao Yuxuan, asking whether they had offended Miao Hall. But there's a question here. Weren't all their phones broken? How were they able to make calls? It was simple. There was a fixed telephone in the office. Even if there weren't any phones in the office, they could borrow employees' mobile phones. Upon receiving the call and understanding the situation, Zhao Jinhao and the others all stated that they had no interaction with Miao Hall and even less chance of offending them. They also came to Zhao Jinming's office to help brainstorm ways to resolve the matter. Since none of us have offended Miao Hall, why is Miao Hall cutting our supplies? Asked Zhao Jinming angrily. I have a guess. Zhao Yuxuan interjected. You all know that Lu Tian has no talent, but often stirs up trouble. I suspect it's probably because he offended Miao Hall, which has dragged us down too. This statement immediately resonated with Zhao Jinming and the others. It must be him. Zhao Jinxiong growled through gritted teeth. After relying on Su Yunru, not only did he ruin my relationship with Yunru completely, but he has also caused endless trouble for our Zhao family. We cannot let this slide, said Zhao Jinhao. Jinming nodded. However, before we deal with him, we must first let him apologize to Miao Hall, gain their forgiveness, and have Miao Hall resume supplies to us. Jinhao said. He should be hanging around Su Yunru's company right now. There's no time to waste. Let's go over there to settle accounts with him. Wait, said Jinxiong. Lu Tian knows martial arts, and if a conflict erupts in a physical fighting, we will certainly be at a disadvantage. He looked at Zhao Yusong. Yusong, you must have some martial connections. Can you get more experts to help us? Zhao Yusong smiled. I have some good news, which I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Not long ago, I applied to join the Northern Jiangsu Martial Alliance, and they have approved my application. Now I am a member of the alliance. Our Zhao family is a second-tier wealthy family, and I have thus received support from many alliance disciples. I can easily summon at least 10 members of the alliance to assist us. After saying that, Zhao Jinxiong started making phone calls, and soon after, more than 10 martial union members arrived at Zhao Corporation. Then Zhao Jinming, along with other key members of the Zhao family, set out leading these union members. When Zhao Jinming and the others arrived at Yunru Cosmetics Company, they stormed directly and furiously into Su Yunru's office. More than 10 martial union members summoned by Zhao Yusong followed closely behind. Su Yunru appeared somewhat confused. What's the matter? Have I offended you? You haven't offended us, but Lu Tian has offended us, roared Zhao Jinxiong. Su Yunru became even more perplexed. What's really going on? Jinming said. Lu Tian provoked Miao Tang, implicating us, resulting in them severing supply of materials to the Zhao Corporation. Yuxuan added. That idiot Lu Tian, always causing trouble. Mom, this time, you better not stop us from punishing him. Jinhao turned to Su Yunru. Where's Lu Tian? Su Yunru replied. Lu Tian asked for leave and left. Jinhao sneered angrily. Surely, you anticipated we would come for him and let him hide. Who said he's hiding? Came a voice from the door. The door was pushed open, and Lu Tian walked into the office. Lu Tian, run fast. They're coming for you. Su Yunru urgently shouted. He's not going anywhere, coldly said Zhao Yusong, while leading those martial union members to block the door. Su Yunru said nervously. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. She turned to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, they say you've offended Miao Tang. Is this true? No. Lu Tian replied. Are you scared and refusing to admit it? Zhao Jinxiong asked coldly. Zhao Yuxuan sneered. That's how this useless person is. Always causing trouble, but never able to take responsibility for his actions. Zhao Yusong glared at Lu Tian. You'd better explain clearly how you offended Miao Tang. If you refuse to speak, we'll beat it out of you. Lu Tian said. Is it because your supply of raw materials was cut off that you think I offended Miao Tang and dragged all of you down with me? Exactly, Zhao Jinxiong responded. So you knew what happened? That's an admission of guilt. Zhao Yuxuan looked at Zhao Yusong. Big brother, it's now clear he has caused our Zhao family trouble, so it's time to teach him a lesson. This idiot always needs punishing, so don't show mercy. Zhao Yusong nodded. Lu Tian, I know you're good at fighting, which is why I brought these students from the Northern Jiangsu Martial Union here to help deal with you. Lu Tian was startled. Northern Jiangsu Martial Union? Are you also part of the Northern Jiangsu Martial Union? Zhao Jinxiong nodded, and then waved to the Martial Union disciples around him. Attack. Hold on. Su Yunru hurriedly stepped beside Lu Tian. She addressed the Zhao family members. I don't know exactly what happened, but I believe Lu Tian wouldn't offend anyone without reason. Can you at least let him explain the situation? They can let him explain, but I plan to beat him up first before hearing his explanation. The moment Zhao Yusong finished speaking, he led over a dozen martial union disciples charging forward. He knew if it came down to a one-on-one fight, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Lu Tian. So before coming here, he had arranged with the martial union disciples that once he made a move, they would join in immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that even when working together with so many martial union disciples, they were still no match for Lu Tian. In a flurry of punches and kicks, those martial union disciples fell one after another. Zhao Yusong froze in shock, staring anxiously at Lu Tian who had just flashed in front of him. Not only him, but also Zhao Zhenming and the others, were left completely stunned by Lu Tian's strength. Those were all people from the northern Jiangsu martial union, yet they had been defeated so easily. Not only were they incredulous, but Xuanhuan was as well. Xuanhuan knew Lu Tian could fight, but only now did she realize how incredibly powerful he was. Zhao Yusong took a nervous step back. Brother Lu, let's settle this peacefully. Lu Tian laughed. We can settle it peacefully, but it'll be after I'm done with you. Chapter 70. The existence they can't offend. Lu Tian responded to the other party with words similar to what Zhao Yusong had said earlier, then immediately slapped him. The crisp sound of the slap echoed as Zhao Yusong was knocked to the ground. Zhao Zhenming and his group approached with an aggressive air, but were now frightened into silence by Lu Tian's strength. Lu Tian looked at them coldly. Let me tell you what happened. It was me who instructed Tianyuan Pharmaceutical to sign the contract with you that involved a 5 billion breach penalty. It was also me who told Miao Hall to cut off the supply of Qingmai pills to your company. Had it not been for your seizing Aunt Sue's formula, I wouldn't have retaliated against you like this. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room was shocked. However, the Zhao family quickly dismissed his claims as boasts. In their eyes, besides being a good fighter, Lu Tian had no other talents. How could an untalented person possibly command Tianyuan Pharmaceutical and Miao Hall to do his bidding? Just thinking about it seemed implausible. I know you won't believe my words, but you'll soon come around. After saying that, Lu Tian picked up his phone and made a call. You can come over now. Before long, the door opened, and a man and a woman entered the office. The man was the owner of Miao Hall, Xinxingya. The woman was the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, Xiangbing. The faces of Zhao Zhenming and his group showed signs of shock. Lu Tian had truly brought Chun and Xiang here. Chun general manager. Xiang general manager. Without time to question, out of courtesy, Zhao Zhenming and his people hurriedly greeted the two guests warmly. Xuanhuan was more confused. Lu Tian, what's going on? Lu Tian pulled her onto the sofa. I'll explain later, just sit down and enjoy the show for now. Xinxingya glanced around at Zhao Zhenming's group. Who's the one in charge here? Stepping cautiously forward, Zhao Zhenming replied. I am the chairman of the Zhao group. Who's the second in command? Xinxingya asked again. Zhao Jinhao and Zhao Jinxiang exchanged looks before both anxiously stepped forward. Xinxingya gave them a cold stare, then suddenly his expression darkened as he raised his hand and slapped both their faces. Turning back to Zhao Zhenming, he said, You're too old, so I won't hit you. They'll take those slaps on your behalf. Looking nervous, Zhao Zhenming said, If our Zhao family has offended anyone, please let us know, Chun general manager. We are willing to correct our mistakes and apologize. Chun Xingye replied, You haven't offended me, but you've offended the big boss behind Miao Hall. Xiangbing chimed in. The big boss you've offended is also the boss behind our Tianyuan company and Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenming and the others were immediately filled with fear. So the patron of Miao Hall was the same as the supporter of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Yet they couldn't figure out when they had offended such a powerful figure. There must be some misunderstanding. An anxious Zhao Zhenming continued. Even though I don't know who your boss is, I always remind people of the Zhao family never to offend someone more powerful than us. They usually follow my advice. There's absolutely no way they would have offended this important person. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Zhao Jinxiang and others hurriedly added. Misunderstanding? You came here to cause trouble for our boss, yet you still dare to claim it's a misunderstanding. This revelation shook Zhao Zhenming and his group. They had come to confront Lu Tian. Could the so-called big boss mentioned earlier actually be Lu Tian? How? How could that be possible? Tianqing Chamber of Commerce held significant weight in Jiangzhou's business circles. Miao Hall was even the most powerful medicinal hall in the area around Jiangzhou. Lu Tian, who in their eyes was good for nothing but martial arts, was allegedly the big boss behind Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and Miao Hall. Still finding it hard to believe, Zhao Zhenming asked carefully, Excuse me, who exactly is this big boss you mentioned? Chun Xingye chuckled coldly. No wonder you dared to offend him, since you didn't know who he was. Now, I'll reveal his identity. Listen carefully, it's Lu Tian. Lu Tian, who is currently sitting on this office couch, watching your ridiculous antics. Although Zhao Zhenming and his group had already guessed that the big boss might be Lu Tian, upon confirmation, they were still stunned. Ever since Lu Tian came to rely on Su Yunru and started interactions with their Zhao family, they had always looked down on Lu Tian. They hadn't taken Lu Tian seriously when they specifically came to deal with him this time. Only now did they realize Lu Tian had always been someone they shouldn't have crossed. Not only Lu Tian himself, even the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and Miao Hall under his command were enough to completely overpower them. They were certain that when they were looking down on Lu Tian with arrogant expressions, Lu Tian must have been cursing them as fools in his heart. Mr. Liu, we realize our mistakes. We sincerely ask for Mr. Liu's forgiveness. Zhao Zhenming, to beg for mercy, quickly apologized to Lu Tian. He then glanced at Zhao Jinxiong and the others who were still stunned there. Don't just stand there like fools. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Liu. All of the Zhao family members, including Zhao Yuxuan, had a strong feeling of being metaphorically slapped, their faces burning red. However, they had no choice but to follow and apologize. Mr. Liu, we're sorry. Su Yunru was startled by the situation before her eyes. It took her some time to come to her senses. Then she looked at Lu Tian with complicated emotions. It turned out, he had been hiding his true abilities all along. No, actually, he had never hidden his abilities from me. It was me who didn't trust him, always assuming he was bragging. I've misunderstood him before. I must apologize to him later. Lu Tian looked at Zhao Zhenming and the others. Do you want to order Qingmai pills? Zhao Zhenming and the group nodded frantically. It concerned the future of their Zhao group, so they desperately needed to purchase Qingmai pills. Lu Tian said, I'll let Boss Chen sell Qingmai pills to Aunt Su first, and then let Aunt Su resell the pills to you at 10 times the price. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenming and the group felt utterly devastated. If they bought Qingmai pills at 10 times the price, the production cost of their body wash would skyrocket, and the cost would far exceed the selling price. In that case, the 50 million contract they just signed would definitely result in a huge loss. Although the order amount was 50 million, under the circumstance of buying Qingmai pills at 10 times the price, their production cost would exceed 350 million. Therefore, they would lose at least 300 million. This was indeed more cost-effective than paying 5 billion yuan in breach penalties. There was also another difference. If they paid the penalty, the money would be earned by Tianyun Pharmaceutical, while buying Qingmai pills at 10 times the price would earn Su Yunru the money. Chapter 71. Expelled from the Martial Arts Alliance. Mr. Liu, could you possibly be more flexible and reduce the price of Qingmai pill a bit? Zhao Zhenming cautiously asked. Absolutely not. Lu Tian responded decisively. Zhao Jinxiong chimed in. We understand that Mr. Liu is punishing us. But please consider Yunru. Consider Miss Su's favor, deal with us leniently, and set the price lower. Lu Tian coldly laughed. Your Zhao family hasn't bullied Aunt Su enough before, and now you have the audacity to bring up her name. Then, he looked around at Zhao Zhenming and the others. Even at 10 times the price, if you don't want to buy it, then leave. If you continue to haggle, I'll raise the price further. No, Zhao Zhenming and others quickly shouted. We agree to pay 10 times the price. Comparing the two worse options, paying a 5 billion breach of contract penalty clearly results in greater losses than compensating 3 billion yuan. And one more thing, Lu Tian sternly said. After you produce this batch of shower gels, return the formula to Aunt Su. Understood? Understood. Understood. Zhao Zhenming and the others continuously nodded their heads. They dared not occupy this formula any longer. Su Yunru had been suppressed and calculated against multiple times by them in the past. Lu Tian helped her retrieve the formula, earned her a substantial amount of money, and got her revenge. This put her in an incredibly pleasant mood. Following that, Lu Tian calculated the number of Qingmai pills required for the production of this batch of shower gel. Chen Qingye then signed the Qingmai pill purchase and sales contract with Su Yunru based on this quantity. Subsequently, Su Yunru signed the Qingmai pill purchase and sales contract with the Zhao family at 10 times the price. Xiang Bing and Chen Qingye completed the tasks assigned by Lu Tian. After exchanging a few polite words, they left the company. Zhao Zhenming and others dejectedly finished signing the compensation contracts and prepared to leave. They hadn't even reached the door when someone suddenly walked into the office, blocking their way. The person who entered was an old man around 60 years old, Bai Yun's deputy, Yang Xiao. Zhao Yusong was startled at first. Then he and the other members of the Martial Arts Alliance respectfully went forward to greet him. Filth! Yang Xiao loudly roared and slapped Zhao Yusong across the face. Although Yang Xiao was older, as an internal force master, his strength was considerable, directly knocking Zhao Yusong to the ground. I hear you've gathered some Martial Arts Alliance disciples here to cause trouble. You're ruining the reputation of the Martial Arts Alliance. What? Do you think since you're the young master of a noble house, we won't pursue you? Yang Xiao glared at Zhao Yusong, severely reprimanding him. Sorry, I promise I won't do this again next time, Master Yang. Please forgive me this once. Zhao Yusong struggled to get up and quickly bowed his head in supplication. Those Martial Arts Alliance disciples whom he had called to create trouble also begged for mercy together. Yang Xiao coldly said, You have been expelled from the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance, and henceforth, there will be no place for you in any martial arts industry related to the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yusong and the others instantly turned ashen-faced. Could you be Master Yang? Su Yunru suddenly said. Yang Xiao paused momentarily, looking at Su Yunru. You are a friend of Mrs. Bai, Su Yunru? That's correct. I haven't seen Bai in many years, but I remember, you were Bai's deputy back then. I'm still Bai's deputy now. Are you the boss of this company? Yes. What a coincidence. I just heard that some Martial Arts Alliance disciples came here to cause trouble, so I came to take a look. It turns out this is your company. Did they cause you any damage? I'll help you recover it. No, the matter has already been resolved. Yang Xiao glanced at Zhao Yusong and the others. Go. Zhao Yusong and the Martial Arts Alliance disciples left the company hastily. Zhao Zhenming and the others were once again terrified. They couldn't have expected that Su Yunru would know Mrs. Bai, and that they might have a pretty good relationship. Not daring or embarrassed to stay any longer, they followed Zhao Yusong and the others to leave. Yang Xiao looked at Su Yunru. and his expression slightly changed. He only noticed now that the young man beside Su Yunru was none other than Lu Tian, who had visited their martial arts alliance not long ago. "Ah, it's Mr. Lu," Yang Xiu courteously said. "I wasn't particularly attentive earlier, thinking you were Miss Su's assistant." Lu Tian smiled. "Actually, I am Miss Su's assistant," Su Yunru interjected. "Do the two of you know each other?" Yang Xiu replied. "Not long ago, Mr. Lu went to the Martial Arts Alliance to discuss matters with Mrs. Bai, which is how I met him." Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. "So you went to see Mrs. Bai? I see why this happened. Shen Xingye from Yaoyao Hall and manager Xiang from Tianyan Pharmaceutical must have come to help us because of Mrs. Bai. You went to see Mrs. Bai and probably asked her for help with this matter, right?" This question completely threw Lu Tian off. Every time Lu Tian had an outstanding performance in the past, Su Yunru would always think it wasn't achieved by his own ability due to some misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, she misunderstood him again this time. At this point, Su Yunru turned to Yang Xiu. "Master Yang, do you know what's going on?" Yang Xiu smiled and shook his head. "I don't know exactly what Mr. Lu discussed with Mrs. Bai, but Mrs. Bai really appreciates Mr. Lu. If Mr. Lu makes any request, Mrs. Bai should be willing to help." "You?" Lu Tian felt extremely irked. What Yang Xiu said would make Su Yunru more convinced that Bai Yun was helping them. However, Lu Tian could not find a reason to refute this. Even if he asked Xiang Bing and Chun Xingye to come clarify things for him, Su Yunru might still think they rehearsed beforehand just for her sake. He didn't enjoy being in the spotlight, but since he wanted to take responsibility for Su Yunru, he cared deeply about how she viewed him. "Well, I came here only to deal with those trash from the Martial Arts Alliance. My business is done, so I won't bother you anymore," Yang Xiu politely said, then bid them farewell and left. Now, there were only Lu Tian and Su Yunru left in the office. Su Yunru smiled faintly as she looked at Lu Tian. "Your acting skills are pretty good. You look so authoritative when pretending to be the big boss behind Tianxing Chamber of Commerce and Miaoyao Hall." Lu Tian didn't reply. Instead, he sighed and sat down on the sofa. "Why are you mad? Is it because I discovered your masquerade as a powerful backer and you're annoyed? Just let me be. Anyway, no matter how much I explain, you'll believe what you already think. Alright, I don't mind how you did it. Even if it was through Bai Yun's help, it wouldn't have been possible without your efforts." After finishing her words, Su Yunru walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and prepared to sit beside him. As Su Yunru was about to sit down, Lu Tian suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Chapter 72, Too Stimulating. Su Yunru let out a startled cry and gave Lu Tian a somewhat reproachful look. "This is the office, don't do that." "But I want to. Why do you always misunderstand me?" "When did I misunderstand you?" "You misunderstand me this time." "Lu Tian, are you still pretending to be a big shot? Don't get too into character." Su Yunru spoke with a touch of playful sarcasm. She was trying to lighten the mood, but she didn't expect that Lu Tian, who had been misunderstood by her, felt even more upset. Seeing his displeased expression, Su Yunru realized that her words might have made him lose face. In Su Yunru's view, Lu Tian loved to be in the spotlight. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought that Lu Tian liked boasting. "Don't be mad. In fact, you've also shown me that you're capable." Su Yunru consoled. "I am definitely capable, especially at this." Lu Tian laid her down on the sofa, and his hands started wandering all over her body. Su Yunru had already accepted maintaining this kind of relationship with him. Under his fervent advances, she soon got excited. Blushing, she said, "Go close the curtains." Lu Tian immediately stood up and went to draw the curtains. Su Yunru walked to the door and locked it from the inside. "Let's go up." Su Yunru was about to say they would go to the restroom, but before she could finish speaking, Lu Tian pushed her onto the desk. After leaving the cosmetics company, Yang Xiu called Bai Yun. He first mentioned the expulsion of those martial union riffraff, then brought up encountering Su Yunru and Lu Tian at the company. Su Yunru and Lu Tian, working at the same company? Yes. Su Yunru is the boss of the company. Lu Tian said he is assisting Su Yunru. "I see. Send someone to help me investigate Su Yunru's phone number." Su Yunru is a well-known businesswoman beauty in Jiangzhou, so her phone number isn't much of a secret. Soon after, Yang Xiu obtained her number and told Bai Yun. Bai Yun called Su Yunru. "Hey, Yunru, can you recognize me?" "Are you?" "Madam Bai. It's me. You're too polite, call me Yun. I remember we're the same age, but you're 2 months older than me. So may I call you Big Sister Bai?" "Sure. I heard from my subordinates that you're the boss of Yunru Cosmetics Company. When I have time, I'll visit you." No problem. Anytime you're welcome. Are you doing some exercise? Why do you sound out of breath?" Yes, I have nothing to do today, so I just did some simple exercise in the office, like push-ups and such." "Alright, then I won't bother you. I will visit you when I have time." After hanging up the phone, Bai Yun sat quietly for a moment, then pondered in her heart. "I have nothing to do now. I might as well find her right away." She glanced at the time again and thought silently, "It's almost noon. I'll visit her shortly and have lunch with her." Location, Zhao Group. Zhao Jinming and the others had just returned, each one wearing a face full of hatred. Zhao Yisong hadn't come back yet. He and the martial artist expelled from the martial union were chatting somewhere. Who would have thought Lu Tian is so capable? He deliberately hid his strength from us before, waiting to see our folly. Zhao Yuxuan angrily said. "What capabilities does he have?" Zhao Jinxiong sneered. "Can't you tell? It's Mrs. by helping him." Zhao Jinho continued. When the man called Master Yang expelled Yisong and others from the martial union, Su Yunru chatted with him for a while. From their conversation, it's evident Su Yunru knows Bai Yun, and their relationship seems decent. Zhao Zhiming nodded. So this matter is likely Bai Yun's plan. She helped Su Yunru deal with us, and Lu Tian merely seized the opportunity to shine. Oh, that's how it is. Zhao Yuxuan suddenly understood, her face brimming with anger. Lu Tian, this good-for-nothing, is truly lucky. Every time he pretends to be pompous, someone conveniently helps him, making him shine. Zhao Jinho clenched his teeth, with Bai Yun backing Su Yunru. Do we, the Zhao family, have to bow to her now? If we don't provoke her, perhaps she won't trouble us. But because of this incident involving her, we suffered significant losses, and I'm not willing to let this slide. Zhao Jinxiong sighed. But as you said, she has Bai Yun's support. We can't afford to anger her anymore. Zhao Jinming's face darkened. Currently, we can only admit defeat. Before we find a more powerful patron, we absolutely cannot offend her again. We've already found a new patron, and this patron is even more powerful than Bai Yun. The voice came from the door. It was Zhao Yisong returning. Zhao Yisong continued. Not long after we were expelled from the martial union, another martial arts faction tried to recruit us. Another martial arts faction? Zhao Jinming asked curiously. Zhao Yisong nodded. Xuanhuan, a big shot from the provincial capital, has founded a new martial faction called the Xuanhuan Society. The Xuanhuan Society is aggressively luring top talent away from the Jiangbei Martial Union. Since they offer generous treatment, many disciples of the Jiangbei Martial Union have left their ranks to join the Xuanhuan Society. Wealthy martial artists will also receive key roles within the Xuanhuan Society. With the financial power of our Zhao family, if I join the Xuanhuan Society, I would definitely gain prominence. Although Bai Yun manages the martial union, the martial arts faction under Chao Yuanfeng's control has already surpassed hers. Even though her family is one of the three major families in Jiangbei, Chao Yuanfeng wouldn't look up to her. When I officially join Chao Yuanfeng's Xuanhuan Society, we'll have the strength to settle accounts with Bai Yun, and at the same time deal with Lu Tian too. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinming and others immediately lit up with anticipation, urging Zhao Yisong to quickly join the Xuanhuan Society. At the Yunru Cosmetics Company, inside Su Yunru's office, Lu Tian and Su Yunru had moved from the desk to the sofa. After an hour of passionate activity, they had just finished. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Tian rested his head as Su Yunru panted slightly against his shoulder. As Su Yunru gradually calmed down, she started feeling embarrassed about what they did in the office. She also had an experience that made her feel awkward. It had been way too stimulating. You bastard. How could you do this with me in the office? And you still dare to blame me? Earlier on the sofa, you clearly enjoyed yourself and took the initiative. You even said some very stimulating things. You shut up. Su Yunru's face turned bright red as she pinched his shoulder. Just then, the phone on the table rang. I'll answer the call. Su Yunru stood up and walked over to her desk. After checking the number, she paused for a moment before answering instantly. Hello, big sister Bai, are you here? Great. I'll tell the security at the gate to let you in. After hanging up, Su Yunru turned to Lu Tian with urgency written all over her face. Bai Yun has come to visit me at the company. Hurry up, get dressed and tidy up the office. In haste, the two of them got dressed, and Su Yunru pulled out a compact mirror to comb her hair. Next, she tidied up the desk. Lu Tian didn't stay idle either. He straightened the sofa cushions and drew the curtains open. Knocking came from the door, followed by Bai Yun's voice from outside. Yunru, it's me. Please come in, Su Yunru said. Having said those words, her heart sank as she realized something terrible. The door was still locked. If the other party figured out that she and Lu Tian had been locked inside the room together, they might guess what they had been doing. Chapter 73, Awkwardness Discovered. Bai Yun, standing outside the door, tried turning the doorknob but couldn't open the door. The door is locked. Su Yunru quickly came up with an explanation. There's a rest area in my office. I took a nap there earlier and locked the door to avoid being disturbed. Then, she whispered urgently to Lu Tian. You hide in the rest area first. Lu Tian nodded and quietly walked into the rest area, gently closing the door behind him. Bai sister, please wait a moment. I'll open the door right away. After glancing around the office to confirm everything was in order, Su Yunru quickly went to the door and opened it. Bai Yun stepped into the office. These two women had similar figures, both voluptuous and fiery types. Their auras also resembled each other, a mix of maturity, grace, and cold elegance. However, relatively speaking, Bai Yun appeared more stern while Su Yunru seemed more gentle. The two sat side by side on the sofa. Su Yunru felt secretly embarrassed because her companion was now sitting exactly where she and Lu Tian had been together not long ago. Yunru, haven't we been separated for almost 10 years? About that, Bai sister, you look exactly the same as 10 years ago. Your complexion is even better. Not like you. Your face is glowing red, looking so nourished. Su Yunru knew well that her skin had improved after she started seeing Lu Tian. This current glow was largely due to the aftermath of their passionate encounters. Her cheeks still flushed from the act. When the other praised her this way, she felt slightly uneasy. By the way, I heard from Master Yang that Lu Tian also works at your company. Yes. Call him over too. Let's chat together. Su Yunru's heart skipped a beat, and without thinking, she glanced toward the rest area. Her action didn't go unnoticed by Bai Yun. A sly smile crept onto Bai Yun's lips. Yunru, you're hiding something from me. I'm not hiding anything from you. Yunru, stop pretending. I've already figured it out. First, I can smell saliva on you. It's impossible you'd be putting saliva on yourself, right? Second, the spot where I'm sitting feels very warm, indicating someone had just been here. You might claim that you were sitting here, but this contradicts your earlier statement about resting in the break room. So, I conclude that you and some man have done something here. Third, when I asked you where Lu Tian was, you looked nervously towards the rest area. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Tian is inside the rest area right now. It seems he didn't have time to leave before I arrived, so he hid in there. And you didn't manage to unlock the door, so you lied and said you were resting in the break room to avoid disturbance. So it looks like the one who did something here with you recently was Lu Tian. Listening to Bai Yun describe the sequence of events, Xuanhuan's face changed repeatedly from shock. Her embarrassment was revealed as she turned completely red from tension and bashfulness. Bai Yun smiled and looked toward the entrance to the rest area. Lu Tian, I know you're inside, come out. Lu Tian opened the door and walked out into the office. Impressive, Aunt Bai, you've really got a sharp mind. Xuanhu, already feeling extremely awkward, wished she could bury herself somewhere. Bai Yun gazed teasingly at Xuanhu. No wonder you're glowing so brightly. Xuanhu, her face red, admitted. Since you already know, there's no point in hiding it anymore. I only hope you won't tell Sister Lu about this. Bai Yun sobered up and replied earnestly. I can keep this secret for both of you, but I think you don't need to worry so much. What if Sister Lu knows? As long as you two are willing to be together, no one has the right to interfere. If Sister Lu opposes it, I will help reason with her. She usually cares for you greatly, so I believe she would support the two of you being together. Lu Tian was startled. He thought Bai Yun would scold them, but instead, she expressed support. What Lu Tian didn't know was that Bai Yun acted this way partly for her own benefit. Bai Yun wasn't sure yet if her cultivation would produce any adverse effects, but if it did, the only way to resolve such issues would be through union with a man possessing an exceedingly strong yang constitution. Such men were rare, yet coincidentally, Lu Tian possessed this exact kind of constitution. If the day ever came, Bai Yun might indeed need Lu Tian's assistance to counteract the potential side effects. Though feeling pressured by this prospect, Bai Yun now found comfort in knowing what was going on between Xuanhu and Lu Tian. Her current support for Lu Tian and Xuanhu was also an endorsement of herself potentially being with Lu Tian in the future. I don't yet have the courage to let Sister Lu know about this, so please keep it a secret for us. Xuanhu pleaded. I understand. Bai Yun nodded. Then she turned to Lu Tian. Yunru is over 10 years older than you. Do you prefer mature women? Indeed. Lu Tian spoke frankly. Bai Yun felt secretly delighted, thinking, wonderful. In the future, if I need him, it will be easier to get him. Lu Tian then said, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. There must be a lot to catch up on. I won't disturb you. After finishing, Lu Tian walked out of the office. So embarrassing. Xuanhu muttered. How did things progress between you two? What was the turning point? Bai Yun asked this question to gain some experience that might help her in the future. Xuanhu didn't hide anything and told her how things had developed between her and Lu Tian. They then started talking about Lu Tian. Yunru, do you know that Lu Tian has excellent martial arts skills? I know that. I feel that someone as skilled in martial arts as him is wasted here as your assistant. By sister, since you're managing the martial arts alliance, are you thinking of introducing him there to develop further? That's my intention. When the time comes, I'll keep him close and make good use of him. How exactly? Oh, what I mean is, I don't know much about the martial arts field. So could you tell me how you plan to cultivate him? Certainly by providing guidance in martial arts and assigning him tasks related to combat. No way. That's too dangerous. I can't let him go with you. Please relax. I'm not asking him to engage in constant fighting. My plan is for him to help train disciples at the Martial Arts Alliance. That makes sense. Still, I think it's better for him to develop with me in the business sector. But his strength lies in martial arts. Here's an idea. Keep him as your assistant, but give him more freedom to visit me occasionally to receive my guidance. Let's both work together to cultivate him into a well-rounded talent with expertise in both literary and martial fields. All right. Chapter 74, Attracting Hatred. After some consideration, Xuanhu agreed with Bai Yun's proposal. She called Lu Tian to discuss Bai Yun's plan and asked if he would accept it. Lu Tian immediately agreed without any issue. Bai Yun had enmity with the Shadow Gate. According to Lu Tian's estimation, Bai Yun came to Jiangzhou to consolidate the Martial Arts Alliance in order to concentrate forces to counteract the Shadow Gate. He also had a grudge against the Shadow Gate. If he could establish more contact with Bai Yun, he'd have better opportunities to deal with the Shadow Gate. The next morning, Lu Tian received a call from Bai Yun. She asked him to visit the Martial Arts Alliance once, claiming she would introduce its top martial artists to him so they could take good care of him later on. With Lu Tian's capabilities, he certainly didn't need their assistance. In his view, those so-called experts within the Martial Arts Alliance weren't even qualified to be his underlings. Nevertheless, for more chances to confront the Shadow Gate, he was willing to make contact with the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Lu Tian arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance. Because of his connection with Bai Yun, all the disciples there treated him kindly. After introducing him to everyone, Bai Yun assigned him a task, accompanying Bai Ziqian to deliver invitations. Under the Martial Arts Alliance in northern Jiang, there were over 20 martial arts sects. The content of the invitations was to invite the leaders of these sects to attend tomorrow's Martial Arts Alliance gathering. Although Bai Yun managed the Martial Arts Alliance, it was mainly in her capacity as the widow of the previous alliance leader, Changmeng. Given her status as the head of the Bai family, and also being a martial artist herself, most people respected her authority. However, she wasn't technically the official leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Her purpose in hosting this Martial Arts Alliance meeting was to select an expert to serve as the new leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Among these 20-plus sects, four possessed the strongest power and were known as the four great sects of northern Jiang. Only the patriarchs of these 4 sects reached the level of grandmaster. They were widely recognized as the most eligible candidates to compete for the leadership position. These 4 sect leaders were leader of Huwei sect, Imo Chong, leader of Tianjing sect, Du Lang, leader of Quanying sect, Yu Kaiha, leader of Heidi sect, Dong Zhun. This task of delivering invitations was merely to ask Lu Tian and Bai Ziqian to send them to the 4 great sects. Afterwards, the 4 great sects would distribute the remaining invitations to the other sects. These martial arts sects were scattered throughout northern Jiang, but only 3 smaller ones were located in Jiangzhou. Fortunately, the cities where the 4 great sects were based were not far from Jiangzhou, so they could deliver the invitations in one day. Bai Yun handed the invitations over to Bai Ziqian. All the invitations are here. You and Lu Tian can start your journey. Alright. Oh, by the way, did you find any new information regarding whether any martial arts alliance members have defected to xuanhuan? Not yet. I suspect this is just a rumor spread by xuanhuan to break the unity of the martial arts alliance. In that case, we must remain vigilant. Keep assigning people to investigate, and inform me at the first sign of anything unusual. Understood. One more thing. Make sure you properly introduce Lu Tian to the leaders of the 4 great sects. Explain that he's someone I intend to cultivate closely, so these leaders can offer him extra attention. Got it. Bai Ziqian nodded, picked up the invitations, and walked out of the office. Upon leaving the office, an unpleasant expression flashed across his face. Not long ago, he led people to cause trouble at Miao Yaodang and ended up getting reprimanded by Lu Tian, which fueled his resentment and desire for revenge. But now, given Bai Yun's heavy reliance on Lu Tian, Bai Ziqian couldn't find an opportunity to retaliate. Shortly after leaving the office, Bai Ziqian received a phone call from one of his subordinates. The subordinate said, Master Bai, we have uncovered new intelligence. One of our martial arts alliance sects has indeed defected to xuanhuan, and it's one of the 4 great sects. Which one? Quanying sect. The sect leader, Yu Kaiha, secretly met with xuanhuan already. Yu Kaiha? What audacity! And there's more. Recently, many members of the martial arts alliance have defected to xuanhuan, and he's entrusted Yu Kaiha with overseeing those traitors. I see. I'll report this news to Aunt immediately. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ziqian initially planned to go to Bai Yun's office to report the news. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, a smirk appearing on his lips. Since Yu Kaiha had betrayed and sided with xuanhuan, he was now the enemy of the Northern Jiang Martial Arts Alliance. Just when Bai Ziqian and Lu Tian were about to deliver invitations to the 4 great sects, he decided not to report the situation to his aunt first. Instead, he intended to use Yu Kaiha, the traitor, to get back at Lu Tian. He didn't head to Bai Yun's office, but instead called Lu Tian along to deliver the invitations. Among the 4 great sects, the closest to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters was the Quanying sect. Bai Ziqian claimed he had received news that the master of the Quanying sect was out and wouldn't return until the afternoon. They should first deliver the invitations to the other 3 sects and then go to the Quanying sect later. Around 4 in the afternoon, they had already delivered the invitations to the other 3 major sects and afterward headed to the Quanying sect. For this trip, Lu Tian was in charge of driving. As they approached the location of the Quanying sect's base, Bai Ziqian suddenly said that he had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom urgently, asking Lu Tian to pull over. After pulling over, Bai Ziqian got out of the car, almost at the Quanying sect's base. Just go and deliver the invitation yourself, and pick me up on your way back, Bai Ziqian said. Lu Tian nodded, then drove away. However, Bai Ziqian didn't head to the restroom. Instead, he found a quiet corner and made a phone call. At the same time, inside the meeting room of the Quanying sect's base, its master Yu Kaiha was receiving a guest. The guest was none other than Lung Tai, the head of the cold family of Wu Dao. Lung Chief, do you have any objections to Mr. Chao's plan? No objections. I will follow the plan and temporarily transfer the position of the sect master to you when the Martial Arts Alliance conference is about to begin. You'll compete for the alliance leadership. Good. Once I secure the leadership position, I'll return the title of the Quanying sect's master to you. Cold sir, are you truly confident that you can defeat all the competitors and take the leadership position? Nonsense. Mr. Chao will secretly assist me during the competition. Even if I wanted to lose, it would be hard. In that case, I am relieved. One more thing. Mr. Chao recently informed me that he has arranged some disciples from the Martial Arts Alliance who've pledged allegiance to him. They'll soon arrive here under your command. Are there any young masters among these disciples who come from wealthy noble families? Yes, one named Zhao Yusong, the second-line scion of the Zhao family in Jiangzhou. So, I should follow Mr. Chao's previous instructions and treat such young nobles with preference? Exactly. Make sure the other disciples know to treat Zhao Yusong with respect during the gathering. I understand. It is strange though, why does Mr. Chao insist on favoring them? With his power, he shouldn't need to care about the faces of such noble youths. Don't ask what you don't need to know. The group of disciples will arrive in approximately an hour. You can put Zhao Yusong by your side for important tasks, while the others can be assigned as you see fit. Just then, Master Yu Kaiha's phone rang. It was Bai Ziqian calling. Hello, young Master Bai, what instructions do you have? Master Yu, I heard a report saying that you've pledged loyalty to xuanhuan. Is this true? You seem to already know. So yes, it's true. xuanhuan is our enemy. So you're planning to help him fight against us? So what if I am? Since I dare to join him, I'm not afraid to oppose you. You might lack the ability. I'll let you know that my aunt has dispatched a formidable expert to settle accounts with you. What? She sent someone so quickly to deal with me. Soon it seems. The expert will be at your base shortly, and you'll only be left begging for mercy. With that, Bai Ziqian hung up the phone, a dark grin spreading across his lips. Hearing that someone was coming to confront him, Yukiha immediately became enraged. Dare to invade my territory? You're looking for death. He relayed the content of Bai Ziqian's words to Lung Tai. Soon after, one of his subordinates reported back, Master, a representative of the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived, claiming to deliver the conference invitations. Humph. Yukiha snorted angrily. What kind of invitation delivery? He must be someone Bai Yun sent to confront me. I'll make sure he doesn't return alive. Chapter 75. Is this level of strength already invincible? Yukiha stormed towards the door with an air of authority. Wait a moment. Lung Tai stopped him. What's wrong? Yukiha asked. Lung Tai looked at the disciple who had just reported the message. You go out first. After the disciple left, Lung Tai said, Bai Yun should be aware of your strength. Since this expert was sent by Bai Yun to deal with you, his strength is likely above yours. Hearing this, Yukiha appeared completely relaxed. That's not much to worry about. I have plenty of disciples. If I can't beat him, they can help me. It would damage your prestige. If your prestige is affected, it won't be easy for you to continue attracting other Wu Alliance members to join us. That's true. Master Long, what's your suggestion? Simple. Pretend that you know nothing. Invite him here, and then I'll deal with him for you. Great idea. Both of us have the strength of grandmasters, so we'll surely be able to handle him easily. Also, no other disciples will see us ganging up on him. Yukiha followed Lung Tai's advice. Soon, one of his subordinates led Lu Tian to the guest room. After the subordinate left, Yukiha immediately closed the door and looked at Lu Tian with a dark expression. Haha, you've got guts coming alone to deal with me. Yukiha grinned cruelly. Lu Tian blinked in confusion. Come here to deal with you? Who said that? He really had no idea what was happening. He didn't even know that Yukiha had betrayed the Wu Alliance and allied himself with xuanhuan. You stop pretending. Watch how I take care of you. While speaking, Yukiha gave a glance to Lung Tai standing nearby, signaling him to join forces against Lu Tian. Wait. Lung Tai waved his hand. He looked at Lu Tian. You look familiar. Are you Lu Tian? A while ago, wasn't it you who beat our Lung family collateral line master Lung Hao Kong at Yi family's banquet? Lu Tian was surprised again, then nodded. Since you know my situation so well, have you investigated me? Of course. Lung Tai replied coldly. You beat someone from our Lung family. How could I let you go unpunished? I just had some matters to attend to recently, so I didn't come after you right away. But now that we've met, I definitely need to teach you a lesson. Then Lung Tai said to Yukiha, it seems like we overestimated his abilities earlier. Based on my findings, I can confirm that he is merely an assistant to the owner of Yunru Cosmetics Company. If he truly had formidable skills, he wouldn't just be an assistant at a small-scale company. To me, it looks like he's here only to deliver an invitation. He wasn't sent by Bai Yun to confront you. Since Bai Yun sent someone to give you the invitation, she must not yet know that you have already pledged allegiance to Mr. Chao. But Bai Ziqian probably does know. It must be because Bai Ziqian has some grudge against him, deliberately misleading you, wanting to use your hands to deal with him. Lu Tian was good at observing expressions. At the time, he could tell Bai Ziqian didn't seem to have ill intentions. He thought that Bai Ziqian deliberately didn't show up, secretly instructing Yukiha to deal with him. Given his own capabilities, he had no worries. To accomplish the task of delivering the invitation assigned by Aunt Bai, he came as usual. After listening to Lung Tai's reasoning, he realized Yukiha had defected. Bai Ziqian didn't instruct Yukiha, but rather misled Yukiha into using him as a pawn. Lung Tai's explanation also made Yukiha think that Lu Tian was not an expert. As a result, Yukiha directly dismissed Lu Tian's presence with disdain. He glanced at Lu Tian contemptuously and then turned to Lung Tai, saying, if he's so easy to deal with, I'll handle him alone. No, Lung Tai retorted. He struck a member of our Lung family. Let me handle him. Lu Tian looked at Lung Tai. What do you plan to do? A sinister smile crept across Lung Tai's lips, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. How? I'll kill you. This is the price for offending our Lung family. And I'll take this opportunity to put a scare into Jiangbei Wu Alliance. I'll leave this to you, Master Long. I'll bring people later to handle the scene. Having said that, Yukiha walked towards the office door. You don't need to come back later, or bring anyone. He'll turn into ashes very soon, and you'll be able to clean up the scene alone. The speaker was Lu Tian. What did you say? Lung Tai suddenly became furious, feeling completely insulted by those words. Without another word, he rushed forward, concentrating his inner force, and threw a punch straight at Lu Tian's chest. With quicker speed, Lu Tian raised his hand and caught his punch. This looked effortless, and indeed, it was quite easy for him. Lung Tai's punch instantly froze. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't push forward or pull back. He instantly realized that he was no match for Lu Tian at all. In a panic, Lung Tai shouted to Yukiha, help me quickly. Yukiha had been stunned and only came back to his senses after hearing Lung Tai's cry. He suddenly rushed towards Lu Tian. Get lost. While speaking, Lu Tian waved his other hand. It seemed like an offhand slap, but it sent Yukiha flying into the wall. Lung Tai and Yukiha were both shocked and terrified now. Both of them were grandmasters in strength. Yet, the combined force of two grandmasters couldn't withstand even Lu Tian's casual attack. Could it be that Lu Tian's strength had already reached the level of a great grandmaster? Even with the power of a great grandmaster, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Although they were also martial artists, this was the first time they had ever witnessed such powerful martial arts cultivation. Just then, Lung Tai suddenly felt a wave of intense heat coming from where his fist was gripped by Lu Tian. When Lung Tai focused his eyes, he discovered that his fist had turned to ashes. And it wasn't over yet. The searing force was spreading along his arm. Wherever it reached, everything turned to ash. Not knowing what was happening, he was utterly terrified. "Spare me. I beg you not to kill me." Lung Tai pleaded for mercy in trembling tones. Lu Tian just looked coldly at him. Very soon, Lung Tai's entire arm turned to ashes, and the power continued spreading throughout his body. Yukiha, who had just managed to struggle up, fell back down in terror as his legs buckled beneath him. Soon, Lung Tai's whole body was consumed by the xuanhuan force, turning entirely into ashes. Yukiha was so scared that he wet himself, drenched in cold sweat, and trembled on his knees asking for mercy. "Spare my life. Please spare my life." Lu Tian's strength completely redefined Yukiha's understanding of martial arts. This kind of power, was it already invincible? Chapter 76, Turning the Tables. Lu Tian pulled over a chair and sat down. "What were you talking about with Lung Tai before I came in?" Yukiha didn't dare to withhold anything. "Lung Tai conveyed Chao Yuanfeng's plan to me. This plan involves me stepping down as the sect leader before the Martial Alliance conference begins, and handing the position over to Lung Tai. At that point, Lung Tai will represent our Xuanning sect to compete for the leadership of the Martial Alliance." He said Chao Yuanfeng could help him secure the leadership. Lung Tai is working for Chao Yuanfeng. Once he becomes the leader of the Martial Alliance, it means Chao Yuanfeng will control the alliance. Lu Tian asked, "Besides this, does Chao Yuanfeng have any other plans?" Yukiha nervously responded, "I only know that he's sending people out to recruit members of the Martial Alliance to join him. Perhaps due to commercial considerations, those from noble families who join his cause might receive better treatment. As for other things, I don't know them. If I did, I absolutely wouldn't dare to hide them." Lu Tian said, "Do you feel some pain in your chest?" "Yes." Yukiha replied, "It's from the palm strike you delivered. It's my fault for trying to deal with you recklessly. When I struck you with that palm technique, I channeled a burst of force into the meridians near your chest. In 3 days, that force will rupture your heart meridian, and you'll die." Upon hearing this, Yukiha was immediately terrified. He didn't think Lu Tian was exaggerating at all. If this man could turn Lung Tai into ashes, using such a technique to kill him wouldn't be questioned by him for a moment. Lu Tian continued, "I can treat you, but on the condition that you work for me." Yukiha quickly nodded. "I'm willing to work for Mr. Lu. Please spare my life." Lu Tian said, "You will continue to ally with Chao Yuanfeng, but only in pretense. Your real purpose is to gather intelligence from me about his side and report it to me." Then, Lu Tian handed over his phone number. Yukiha memorized it and again eagerly nodded. "I'll definitely follow through." Lu Tian then gave him the invitation he brought along. "Regarding Lung Tai being taken out here, do you intend to keep it hidden from Chao Yuanfeng or explain it away with some excuse?" "I'll say that after leaving here, he disappeared without a trace. Chao Yuanfeng trusts me quite a bit, so it shouldn't raise suspicion. If you follow my orders, I can spare your life. However, since you betrayed the Martial Alliance and intended harm against me, I can't let you go unpunished. I must cripple your inner energy." Before the words had even settled, Lu Tian delivered a sudden powerful kick to Yukiha's dantian. Boom! A surge of internal energy instantly burst out of Yukiha's body. With his dantian destroyed, Yukiha could no longer accumulate his inner power. At his current level, he would at most count as a third-tier martial artist. But still, managing to save his life felt like a blessing for him. So, he owed gratitude to Lu Tian. "Thank you for sparing my life, Mr. Lu. Director Yu, given your current abilities, you're no longer qualified to lead the Xuanning sect. I understand. After tomorrow's Martial Alliance conference ends, I'll step down. Mr. Lu, do you have someone suitable to take over my position?" "Not yet. For now, I'll temporarily manage the Xuanning sect myself." "Okay, alright. Our Xuanning sect, as one of the 4 major sects of northern Jiangsu, surely controls numerous industries, correct?" Yes. Since I will be taking charge of the Xuanning sect, I will also need to oversee those businesses. You should inventory them during this period. Once ready, transfer these businesses to me, and I will buy them out. Though my offer may be a little lower, perhaps by 1,000,000,000 yuan or so." "I've understood." Although Yukiha was extremely reluctant, for the sake of his life, he could only agree. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and an underling shouted outside, "Report to the director. Zhao Yusong and others have arrived." "I've heard them. Let them wait outside while I head over shortly," Yukiha said. Lu Tian was slightly puzzled. "Is this Zhao Yusong you mentioned, the Zhao family member of the local second-tier wealthy clan?" "Exactly," Yukiha answered. "These martial artists, including him, have already left the Martial Alliance and joined Chao Yuanfeng. Chao Yuanfeng entrusted me with overseeing the former Martial Alliance members who recently defected to him." Lu Tian said, "I'll assign you a task. Send Zhao Yusong and his team right now to deal with someone." "Deal with who?" Yukiha anxiously asked. "Bai Ziqian," Lu Tian said. "As a core figure in the Martial Alliance, if you dispatch someone to punish him, it will win Chao Yuanfeng's trust even more thoroughly." Bai Ziqian calculated things this way, and Lu Tian knew he wouldn't let him off easily. However, if he personally handled it, Bai Yun might question his actions, hence his decision to have Yukiha send someone else instead. Bai Ziqian had told Lu Tian, while lying about going to the restroom, that he would wait on the side of the road. But Bai Ziqian believed that Lu Tian would definitely be beaten up badly by Yukiha and wouldn't be able to come pick him up. So, Bai Ziqian would likely call his underlings to send a car to fetch him. No matter what, Bai Ziqian was expected to continue waiting at the spot where he got out of the car. Lu Tian could guess all this. Hence, he told Yukiha where Bai Ziqian would be waiting and instructed him to send people there to deal with Bai Ziqian. However, Yukiha looked troubled. Bai Ziqian is Mrs. Bai's nephew. If I have him beaten, Mrs. Bai will not let me off. Lu Tian chuckled and said, I already thought of an explanation for Mrs. Bai. Also, if you don't do as I say, I won't let you off either. Yukiha gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. I'll follow Mr. Lu's orders. He walked out of the meeting room and proceeded to give commands to Zhao Yusong and other new disciples, as per Lu Tian's instructions. Not long after Zhao Yusong received the command and set off, Lu Tian also left the Xuanhuan sect. As Lu Tian had anticipated, Bai Ziqian was standing right where he'd gotten out of the car, waiting for his men to pick him up. At that moment, 3 sedans stopped on the side of the road. The martial artists, including Zhao Yusong, jumped out of the cars and rushed toward Bai Ziqian, full of hostility. Bai Ziqian was startled instantly. What are you planning to do? Zhao Yusong coldly smirked. Yukiha sent us here to greet you. Before Bai Ziqian could react, Zhao Yusong and the other martial artists lunged at him and started pummeling him. Stop. Ouch. Spare me. Aya. Despite having decent abilities, Bai Ziqian couldn't withstand the beating from more than 10 martial artists. He quickly became bruised and swollen around the face. After a while, another vehicle pulled over, its door opened, and out stepped Lu Tian. Lu Tian grinned and strode toward them. As Zhao Yusong was striking away enthusiastically, someone suddenly slapped his shoulder. Who? Zhao Yusong turned back to see a fist coming directly towards his face. Bang! Aorg! Zhao Yusong was punched hard to the ground. At the same time, he saw clearly that it was none other than Lu Tian who had delivered the punch. You bastards actually dared to hit someone from our Jiangbei martial alliance. Lu Tian pretended to be furious, though internally he was amused, so his feigned fury looked somewhat false. With rapid steps, Lu Tian unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Zhao Yusong's comrades unable to get back up. Bang! Then, he kicked Zhao Yusong, sending him rolling into the nearby grass. Zhao Yusong was seething with anger, but realized he wasn't a match for Lu Tian and didn't even have the guts to issue a taunt. Bai Xiao, are you okay? Lu Tian helped Bai Ziqian up, pretending to care deeply. Seeing that Lu Tian appeared unscathed, Bai Ziqian was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on here? He had tricked Yukiha into going after Lu Tian, but now Lu Tian was fine, and instead, he himself had been beaten black and blue by Yukiha's people. Chapter 77. Returning to the residence together. Soon, Bai Ziqian felt that something was off. Before these martial artists made their move, they claimed they were sent by Yukiha. That led to a question. How did Yukiha or these fighters find him? He could think of only one possibility. Lu Tian had told Yukiha his whereabouts so that Yukiha could send people to deal with him. As for why Lu Tian remained unscathed, Bai Ziqian surmised that Yukiha saw Lu Tian as just a messenger, not worth targeting. At this thought, Bai Ziqian was filled with resentment. However, since he was no match for Lu Tian, he didn't dare show his hatred outright. He decided to endure it temporarily and report the matter to his aunt Bai Yun once back. He believed Bai Yun would help punish Lu Tian. After delivering the invitation, the two returned to the Martial Arts Alliance's base to report to Bai Yun. Ziqian, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? Bai Yun asked in alarm. It was Yukiha's men who beat me. Fuming, Bai Ziqian said. After I was beaten, I heard news that Yukiha had already betrayed the Martial Arts Alliance and joined xuanhuan. Bai Yun gasped in shock. Are you sure? Bai Ziqian nodded. I had stomach trouble at the time, so I went to the restroom halfway through our journey, leaving Lu Tian alone to deliver the invitation. Not long after, I got beaten. Then he pointed at Lu Tian. It must have been him deliberately revealing my location to Yukiha, proving that he has also betrayed the Martial Arts Alliance. Bai Yun turned to Lu Tian. Do you have anything to explain? Lu Tian replied. It's true that I told Yukiha his location, but I haven't betrayed the Martial Arts Alliance. Enraged, Bai Ziqian snapped. I am a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and you helped them deal with me. Isn't that betrayal? Turning to Bai Yun, he continued. Aunt, the truth is clear. He is a traitor to the Martial Arts Alliance. With a serious look, Bai Yun addressed Lu Tian. You need to give me a reasonable explanation. Lu Tian said. Before I explain, let me play you a recording. Afterwards, he retrieved a recorded audio from his phone and played it. After hearing its content, Bai Ziqian's complexion changed drastically. This was exactly what he had said to Yukiha in an earlier call, trying to stir animosity between Lu Tian and Yukiha. In the recording, he emphasized 2 key points. 1. Yukiha had already betrayed the Martial Arts Alliance and allied with xuanhuan. 2. Bai Yun had dispatched a skilled fighter to confront Yukiha. This recording was originally created by Yukiha. To demonstrate loyalty to xuanhuan, Yukiha had specifically recorded the conversation to prove he stood against the Martial Arts Alliance. Intimidated by Lu Tian's strength later, Yukiha sent this recording to Lu Tian. After hearing the recording, Bai Yun glared at Bai Ziqian. So you've known about Yukiha betraying the Martial Arts Alliance all along. I already said if I found any information, I should tell you immediately. But you never informed me. And another thing, why did you tell him that I sent someone to deal with him? At the time, I had no clue that he had betrayed us. How could I possibly send anyone to fight him? Bai Ziqian was lost for words, hanging his head silently. Bai Yun said, I can guess what's going on. To get revenge on Lu Tian, you deliberately withheld this crucial information from me so that I would continue to send you to deliver invitations to Yukiha, using him to harm Lu Tian. Saying this, Bai Yun struck Bai Ziqian across the face. Is that how it went? With the situation as it was, Bai Ziqian had no way to deny it, admitting, yes, I was wrong. Suddenly he remembered something and glared at Lu Tian. You still haven't explained why you gave my position away to Ukiah, offering him the chance to hurt me. Lu Tian responded. Actually, under my persuasion, Ukiah has chosen to switch sides again and stand on our side. Had he directly stated that he coerced Ukiah into compliance, Bai Yun might not believe him and would misconstrue his actions, hence he framed it as persuasion. He then continued, addressing Bai Ziqian. I intended for him to pretend to continue serving xuanhuan while helping us investigate Chao Yuanfeng's activities. Suggesting he go against you was part of gaining Chao Yuanfeng's trust, making it easier to monitor Chao Yuanfeng's moves. Infuriated, Bai Ziqian countered, Humph. I think you're doing this out of revenge against me. And furthermore, how could I believe that Chao Yuanfeng would heed your persuasion? Then turning to Bai Yun. Aunt, you can't believe everything he says. His leaking my location to a person like Ukiah, who betrayed us, shows that he's disloyal to the martial arts alliance. You must interrogate him thoroughly. I believe him, Bai Yun said firmly. Bai Ziqian was suddenly startled. You? Why do you believe him? Bai Yun said, it's simple. If he were a traitor, he wouldn't dare to come back. If he hadn't successfully persuaded Ukiah to switch sides again and stand with us, Ukiah would never have allowed him to return unscathed. After saying that, she glared coldly at Bai Ziqian. Is there anything else you wish to argue about? Bai Ziqian lowered his head. No. Enraged, Bai Yun continued. For the sake of your personal grudges, you disregarded the safety of the entire martial arts alliance by delaying the intelligence report. Can you bear the consequences? Sorry, Bai Ziqian apologized once more. You always act as you please, without thinking of the bigger picture. If you weren't my nephew, I would have expelled you from the martial arts alliance long ago, or even from our family. Get out of here. Still furious, Bai Yun slapped Bai Ziqian hard across the face yet again. Bai Ziqian had failed in his attempt to frame Lu Tian, only to be scolded and hit twice, nearly exploding with anger. But he didn't dare say much, walking out of the office dejectedly. Thank you for trusting me, Aunt Bai, Lu Tian said. However, Bai Yun sighed, saying, Ukiah is someone who loves taking credit. If I'm not mistaken, his supposed allegiance to Chao Yuanfeng was merely a ruse to gather intelligence for the martial arts alliance. This way, he could enhance his prestige within the martial arts alliance, which is beneficial for his bid to become its leader. No matter what, he has indeed contributed significantly to the martial arts alliance. You're quite convincing, framing it as if you persuaded him to side with us again. In fact, when I chatted with Yunru, she mentioned how much you love boasting. She also asked me to help curb this bad habit of yours. Lu Tian was left speechless, realizing that Aunt Su still misunderstood him, and worse, she had passed on this misunderstanding to Aunt Bai. Bai Yun glanced at the time. It's getting late. Let's go back to the residence together. Lu Tian didn't fully grasp her meaning, thinking, by saying going back to the residence together, does she mean she wants me to go with her? Could it be she's inviting me to spend the night at her place? Chapter 78, Bai Yun comes to visit. Bai Annie, the place you mentioned going back to, where exactly is that? Lu Tian asked. Bai Yun paused for a moment. Of course it's to Yunru's villa. She invited me to dinner at her place tonight. I'll spend the night there. Didn't she tell you? Now it makes sense. Lu Tian finally understood why the other party said they would go back together. Su and indeed didn't tell me. Let's go, it's not early. Don't let Yunru wait too long. Lu Tian took Bai Yun's car and arrived at Su Yunru's villa. Su Yunru had already returned to the villa in advance, waiting for them. Isn't your daughter Xuanhuan home? Bai Yun asked. Her? She goes out every night to have dinner with those friends. Today is no exception. I told her to go out less often, but she just won't listen. Su Yunru complained a few times, sighing helplessly. She then said to Lu Tian, you're good at cooking. Would you like to show off your culinary skills to Aunt Bai? No problem. Lu Tian readily accepted and walked into the kitchen. Bai Yun glanced at Su Yunru meaningfully. You've got him by your side at work and serving you at home. Your second spring of life is blooming wonderfully. Su Yunru immediately blushed. What second spring? Bai sister, don't joke about it. Also, I'm not intentionally ordering him around, mainly because his cooking is better than mine. I wanted him to cook so you'd be more satisfied. You don't need to be shy. Since things have developed this far between you two, just face it confidently. Sister Bai, let's change the topic. Oh yes, when Xuanhuan comes back, don't mention this matter to her. So, does Xuanhuan not know about your situation with Lu Tian? I feel embarrassed letting her know. If she finds out that I am with a man her age, how awkward would that be? It's all in your head. There's nothing to avoid in such matters. You make it sound easy, but if this happened to you, do you think you could face it calmly? I certainly can. I don't have kids, so I wouldn't worry like you. Lu Tian is Sister Lu's son. If Sister Lu finds out, do you think you can face her calmly? Yes, I definitely can. When the time comes, I will explain everything directly to Sister Lu. You only say that now. When you actually face Sister Lu, you won't have the courage. Don't you believe me? When we meet Sister Lu next time, I will. I will what? The one who has reached this point with Lu Tian is you, not me. What could I possibly do? At this point, Bai Yun realized that the other party was just making an assumption, and why had she been so engrossed earlier? At this moment, footsteps came from the door. It was Zhao Yuxuan coming back. Is this Yuxuan? Bai Yun looked at Zhao Yuxuan and then asked Su Yunru. Previously, Bai Yun and Su Yunru weren't particularly close. They became acquainted mainly because both were known by Sister Lu. Before this, Bai Yun hadn't met Zhao Yuxuan, but had heard about her from Su Yunru. Yes, she is Yuxuan. Su Yunru looked at Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, this is your Bai auntie. Bai auntie? Zhao Yuxuan asked. Isn't she from one of the three great families, Auntie Bai from the Bai family? That's me, Bai Yun replied. Hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan warmly greeted her. Auntie Bai, nice to meet you. My mom has mentioned you before. I admire you very much. Auntie Bai, you look younger and more beautiful than I imagined. You sure know how to talk nicely. Even if I take care of myself well, I still don't look as good as your mom. How can that be? You are much prettier than my mom. Zhao Yuxuan inherited the talent for flattery from the Zhao Jinxiang lineage. Therefore, despite believing that yesterday Aunt Bai had helped Lu Tian embarrass their family, Zhao Yuxuan still respectfully and fawningly tried to please Aunt Bai. In order to ingratiate herself with Aunt Bai, Zhao Yuxuan even denigrated her own mother. What Zhao Yuxuan didn't realize was that her behavior left a bad impression on Aunt Bai rather than a good one. However, Bai Yun refrained from saying anything rude in front of Su Yunru, merely responding dismissively with a smile. Yuxuan, you always go out to have meals, but why did you come back so much later today? Su Yunru asked. Today, we met a young master from a top noble household. He invited us, and we ended up drinking quite a bit more than expected. Unexpectedly, he was very considerate and sent a driver to bring me back. You won't guess who that young master is. As soon as she mentioned the young master, Zhao Yuxuan's face was filled with pride. She continued, I'll stop teasing. That young master is none other than the son of one of the 3 great families in Jiangbei, Master Chu Jian from the Chu family. Chu Jian, Bai Yun interjected. In my memory, the Chu family doesn't have any business in Jiangzhou. What brings him here? He said that the Chu family plans to develop their business in Jiangzhou, and this task was given to him. He also intends to establish a business organization in Jiangzhou, specifically inviting young people from prestigious families to join. At this point, Zhao Yuxuan looked at Su Yunru. Chu Xiao has already mentioned he will invite me to join, and I've agreed. Please don't try to stop me. Su Yunru replied. I'll wait until I gather more information about this business organization before making any decisions. Bai Yun added. Although I don't have much contact with Chu Jian, I've heard that this man is very calculating and manipulative. Yuxuan, you should be careful when dealing with him. I will keep it in mind. Thank you for your advice, Aunt Bai. Zhao Yuxuan readily agreed verbally, but she didn't take the warning seriously. She had already started thinking of ways to curry favor with Chu Xiao. The fact that Chu Xiao was the scion of an uppermost noble family, combined with his handsome appearance and elegant demeanor, made her inclined to approach him voluntarily. After Lu Tian finished preparing the meal, he dined together with Su Yunru and Bai Yun. Since Zhao Yuxuan had already eaten during her earlier gathering, and also because she disliked Lu Tian immensely, she directly went up to the 3rd floor. After the meal, Su Yunru led Bai Yun to the 2nd floor where she resided. Bai Yun would stay over tonight. Although the villa had plenty of rooms, there were no extra beddings available, so Bai Yun decided to sleep in the same room as Su Yunru. The question arises, why didn't Su Yunru buy new beddings for her? Because Bai Yun thought she was just staying one night, and sharing a room was fine. No need to waste money or make extra effort. This double bed of yours is pretty spacious, Bai Yun remarked upon entering the room. Su Yunru nodded yes. Even if 2 people sleep here, there will still be ample space left. Bai Yun grinned teasingly. Have you and Lu Tian ever slept on this bed together? Chapter 79. This is a big misunderstanding. Su Yunru felt somewhat ashamed and angry. Can you stop bringing up the matter between me and Lu Tian all the time? Bai Yun smiled and said, let me mention it one more time. When Lu Tian stayed here, which side of the bed did he sleep on? I'm just trying to save that spot for you. If I slept there, it would be awkward for both of us. That side. Su Yunru pointed to the outer side of the bed. Bai Yun smiled and said, so you 2 really did sleep here? Boring. Su Yunru gave her a disdainful look. You rest first. I'll go wash some fruits. When she returned after washing the fruits, she saw Bai Yun taking off her clothes, already unbuttoning her shirt. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, do you have any extra robes? I plan to wear one after my shower. Yes, let me find one for you. Soon, Su Yunru found a robe in the wardrobe. By this time, Bai Yun had already taken off all her clothes. That mature, curvy, and extremely sexy figure made even Su Yunru steal a few glances. Of course, it wasn't because she was interested in Bai Yun's body, but rather she couldn't help comparing her own figure with hers. And she realized that her figure was very similar to Bai Yun's. Bai Yun entered the bathroom in the bedroom to take a shower. Su Yunru also decided to take a shower. As the bedroom's bathroom was occupied, she went to the one in the living room. Speaking of which, Lu Tian was in his room, taking out the spirit-gathering disc he had bought at an auction not long ago. The money for that purchase was provided by Yin Shufei, who later returned it directly to him. Thus, this spirit-gathering disc was essentially a freebie for him, and he had also made a significant profit. This spirit-gathering disc has the function of gathering spiritual energy, though it requires the use of magical cultivation skills to achieve its effect. Lu Tian drew an array seal in the air with his finger, then casually flicked his hand, causing the silver needles to fall onto the spirit-gathering disc. The spirit-gathering disc immediately activated, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Then Lu Tian placed his hand on the spirit-gathering disc, absorbing the spiritual energy from it. Simultaneously, he utilized his true qi, combining it with the spiritual energy, beginning the cultivation required for entering the foundation establishment stage. The adverse effects of the sun force in his body needed to be suppressed through true qi. Therefore, he usually didn't dare to consume too much true qi. However, now he wasn't too worried since he could achieve this through his union with Su Yunru. Thus, he confidently cultivated using his true qi. His sun force, despite its adverse effects, allowed him to quickly enhance his cultivation. According to his estimate, if everything went smoothly, in 2 months, he would break through the barrier of the foundation establishment stage and elevate his cultivation to a higher level. He practiced cultivation using the Yangsun technique, a rapid and systematic method. After about 15 minutes, he finished this session of cultivation, having consumed quite a bit of true qi. He could also feel that his cultivation had improved. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. Oh no! The adverse effects of the sun force had erupted again. He originally thought that, earlier that morning in the office, after achieving yin-yang harmony with Su Yunru, the sun force wouldn't flare up so quickly. Now, he realized that he had overlooked an important factor. That is, this cultivation had improved his abilities, indirectly strengthening his sun force and increasing its adverse effects. Another factor that he had considered but failed to control accidentally. In order to accelerate his cultivation progress, he had been continuously utilizing the sun force, which triggered the adverse effects of the sun force. According to his past experience, this was within his control. However, now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he could no longer rely on his previous experience to manage it. Due to insufficient experience, this eruption of the sun force had escaped his control. Fortunately, this outbreak of the sun force was not too severe, and his existing true qi was able to suppress it. Nevertheless, he wanted to handle this in a more comfortable way, which meant finding Su Yunru. He first temporarily suppressed the erupting sun force with true qi, then left his bedroom and headed upstairs. At this moment, Aunt Su should already be in bed. When he arrived at the living room on the second floor, he noticed the light was on in the bathroom, and the sound of water indicated that someone was showering. He didn't know that Bai Yun would be staying with Su Yunru tonight, so he assumed that the person showering in the living room bathroom would be Bai Yun. After all, Su Yunru's bedroom had its own bathroom. There was no need for her to come out to shower. At this very moment, Bai Yun had already finished showering, put on the sleeping gown prepared for her by Su Yunru, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed. Just then, a knock came on the door, followed by the door being pushed open. Bai Yun was lying on the bed facing away from the door, thinking it was Su Yunru returning to the room, so she didn't turn back to look. She inwardly mused, Yunru is really polite. She even knocks before entering her own room. Because the lights were off in the room, Bai Yun's figure was very similar to Su Yunru, and with the blanket covering her body, Lu Tian didn't realize that the person lying in bed wasn't Su Yunru. Lu Tian walked to the bedside, took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, then lifted the blanket and embraced the person he thought to be Su Yunru from behind. Bai Yun suddenly became alarmed. What's going on? Why would Yunru hug me? Does she have some special preference? While she was confused, the hands hugging her had already slipped inside her nightgown. Bai Yun immediately felt a large hand touching her body, startling her to the point where she almost screamed. Quickly, she realized that these hands didn't belong to Su Yunru. Su Yunru's hands weren't this big. These seemed like a man's hands. There was only one man in this villa. That is, Lu Tian. She also realized that Lu Tian must have mistaken her for Su Yunru, which was why he acted this way. Aunt Su, your body is so perfect. I can never get enough of it. As Lu Tian spoke, he continued his enthusiastic and gentle attack with his hands. Bai Yun clenched her teeth, trying hard not to let out any sounds. Because she didn't want Lu Tian to know that it was her he was touching, it would embarrass her, and might cause Su Yunru to misunderstand. She thought that in the future, there could possibly be something developing between her and Lu Tian, and she thought she could face it calmly. However, having such physical contact because of a misunderstanding made her realize that she couldn't stay calm about this kind of situation after all. She was contemplating how to deal with the situation next. If she remained silent all the time, it wouldn't be good either, because if things went on like this, Lu Tian would really possess her. And at this moment, Su Yunru probably was about to finish her shower and come back. What should I do? What should I do? Bai Yun was striving to find a solution, but given the current scenario, she couldn't think of anything to do. Chapter 80, A Challenge at the Door. While Bai Yun was trying to come up with a plan, she was also attempting to remain calm. But such a situation made it impossible for her to stay calm. Lu Tian still mistook her for Su Yunru and continued his relentless advances. Under such provocation, Bai Yun had involuntarily become passionate both physically and emotionally. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, when Yun returns and sees this scene, not only will it cause misunderstanding, but it'll also leave me humiliated. Thinking of this, she wanted to turn around and push Lu Tian away, explaining the situation to him. But just as she was about to do so, she hesitated. In her view, there was a high likelihood that in the future she would need Lu Tian to develop a relationship to that extent with her. Of course, this would require Lu Tian's consent. If Lu Tian knew she needed this, he might be willing to help. However, even if Lu Tian agreed to help, it would still make her feel embarrassed. Rather than feeling awkward at that time, perhaps it's better to take advantage of this opportunity now. This thought made Bai Yun's face flush with shame. Still no, Yunru is almost back. If she sees this, I'll be far more embarrassed than I would be in the future when I actively approach Lu Tian for this. Finally, she came up with a way to get Lu Tian to move while defusing the awkwardness. She pretended to be drowsy and said, I didn't expect that Yunru likes turning over in her sleep, which has affected my rest. As she spoke, she removed Lu Tian's hand from her body. Lu Tian was suddenly startled, realizing he had mistaken Bai Yun for Su Yunru. He carefully got out of bed to put on his shoes, then cautiously left the room. Bai Yun, who had been constantly experiencing his affectionate pursuit, suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness after he moved away. Her husband had passed away 10 years ago, and since then, she had remained single. Her loneliness mentally and physically was much greater than Su Yunru's before meeting Lu Tian. The previous incident had already let her sense Lu Tian's mighty and robust physique. This made her indulge in wild fantasies, imagining what would happen if things had continued just now. After a little while, Xuanhuan returned home after taking a shower. "You're back." Bai Yun greeted her, and then got out of bed, planning to wash her face to calm herself down. Xuanhuan turned on the light and looked at her, then froze for a moment before laughing. "You, why are you laughing? Look at yourself, your nightgown's disheveled, your collar is open, and your belt is loose." "Oh, it's probably because I turned over in my sleep just now, accidentally touching it." Bai Yun responded like this, though inwardly she silently complained. "It's all Lu Tian's fault, that idiot." She further reflected. "By the way, Lu Tian already knows he mistook me for Yunru earlier. To prevent Yunru from misunderstanding, he should not tell Yunru about what happened earlier, right? I hope he doesn't say anything." Earlier, seeing Yunru always avoiding matters between her and Lu Tian, I still thought she lacked resolve. Now I know that I'm no better than her. After returning to his room, Lu Tian hurriedly used his inner energy to suppress the backlash of its Songyang power. Only after suppressing this force did he have time to reflect on the incident of mistaking Bai Yun for Xuanhuan. He had already realized his mistake at that time, and Bai Yun knew he was aware of it. It was uncertain how tomorrow's encounter with Bai Yun would unfold. The next morning, Lu Tian, Xuanhuan, and Bai Yun were having breakfast at Xuanru's house. Zhao Yuxuan had gone out again with her best friend Lin Mengting for a meal. Bai Yun acted completely natural, showing no signs of awkwardness even when facing Lu Tian. Lu Tian could not tell if she truly was this calm, or if she was pretending. It seemed as if last night's event had never occurred. Perhaps Aunt Bai thought that mentioning that incident would make her feel even more embarrassed, leading her to act indifferent. Lu Tian's mind was somewhat relieved as well. It was good enough for this matter to just pass like this. After eating, Lu Tian went to work with Xuanhuan. Bai Yun returned to the Martial Alliance outpost. The Martial Alliance conference was to begin at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, held within the courtyard of the Martial Alliance outpost. Lu Tian planned to head to the scene just as the Martial Alliance conference was about to start. If there were no special circumstances, the patriarchs of over 20 sects, including the 4 great sects, would all attend. Each patriarch was allowed to bring 10 disciples. Many sect patriarchs and their disciples had already arrived by that morning. An unexpected visitor showed up at the Martial Alliance outpost. It was none other than xuanhuan, who had openly declared himself an enemy of the Martial Alliance. In the courtyard, Bai Yun led a group of her subordinates, along with some present sect patriarchs and their disciples, to confront xuanhuan and his men. Yukaiha, who pretended to ally with xuanhuan, stood beside him. Thus, Yukaiha officially feigned being a traitor in front of all Martial Alliance members. On the Martial Alliance side, only Bai Yun, Bai Ziqian, and Yang Qiu knew that Yukaiha's betrayal was just a ruse. Therefore, most Martial Alliance members verbally attacked him. Standing on the other side of xuanhuan was a young man with an eerie and charming aura. He was Gao Han, the former Xuanman disciple mentioned earlier, now a master of mystic arts allied with xuanhuan. Xuanhuan cut straight to the chase. "Madam Bai, I came here to inform you that I'm going to participate in your Martial Alliance conference." Bai Yun coldly replied. "Only members of our Martial Alliance have the right to attend the Martial Alliance conference." "I know," xuanhuan grinned. "Xuanhuan sect is one of the subordinate sects under your Martial Alliance. I've now joined Xuanhuan sect and have replaced Yukaiha as its head." Xuanhuan originally planned for Lung Tai to replace Yukaiha at the Martial Alliance conference. But Lung Tai had disappeared. According to Yukaiha's report, Lung Tai left after arranging a plan during his last visit to Xuanhuan sect, and since then there had been no way to contact him. Xuanhuan trusted Yukaiha and didn't question his account. He deduced that Lung Tai had likely been eliminated by the same person who took out Lung Baiyu not long ago. After careful deliberation, Xuanhuan decided to personally join this Martial Alliance conference as the leader of Xuanhuan sect and compete for the position of grandmaster. If he succeeded in seizing the title of grandmaster, it would make it easier for him to control the Martial Alliance. In fact, Yukaiha had secretly informed Lu Tian and Bai Yun about these developments over the phone. Following the rules of the Martial Alliance, do I now qualify to contend for the position of grandmaster? Xuanhuan laughed. Bai Yun knew he did not come with good intentions, but if she refused his participation in the conference, she would be breaking the rules of the Martial Alliance, which would harm her prestige. Plus, she felt confident that she could maintain control over the situation, so she nodded. "Of course, you are qualified." Then she added sharply, "However, you may not possess the necessary strength." Xuanhuan chuckled. "I came here today to demonstrate my abilities in front of everyone. Madam Bai, let's exchange a few blows. Dare you accept my challenge?" Chapter 81, An Unexpected Traitor. Because Yukaiha had leaked the news in advance, Bai Yun knew Xuanhuan would come here. She thought he was only here to tell her that he would attend the Martial Alliance conference. To her surprise, he challenged her at this moment. "Fine, I accept your challenge," Bai Yun said fiercely. In front of so many Martial Alliance members, if she didn't accept the challenge, it would weaken her deterrent power. Her purpose of coming to Jiangzhou to consolidate the Martial Alliance was precisely to enhance her control over it. Deterrence was crucial. Besides, she was already a grandmaster and had great confidence in her own strength. Xuanhuan did not say anything more and rushed forward, swinging his fists. Bai Yun immediately retaliated with a punch and directly exchanged blows with him. Bang! What seemed to be a simple exchange of punches actually contained vast internal energy, releasing a powerful force. Xiao Yuanfeng's face turned pale with shock as he was sent flying by the power, colliding with several of his men behind him. Bai Yun only took a couple of steps back before stabilizing herself, still maintaining an air of calmness. As xuanhuan was hurled away, those around them let out a chorus of gasps. As martial artists themselves, they all knew how strong xuanhuan was, possessing master-level abilities. But Bai Yun had defeated xuanhuan so humiliatingly with just one move, truly shocking them. Prior to this, they did not know that Bai Yun was already a grandmaster. But after witnessing their brief exchange, they now knew. Unless one were a grandmaster, there was no way someone could send a master-class fighter flying in one strike. Bai Yun sneered coldly as she looked at xuanhuan. You've proven your strength. It is decent enough. Don't be so smug. We'll see about that. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth and got up with difficulty, leading his subordinates away. Seeing that Madame Bai's strength had improved qualitatively, the surrounding Martial Alliance members were also very elated. As the actual controller of the Martial Alliance, the stronger Bai Yun became, the brighter the future of the Martial Alliance, and thus their own futures, would become. Master Yang, please come to my office for a moment. We will discuss our next plan. All right. Yang Qiu nodded and followed Bai Yun to the office. As soon as they entered the office, Bai Yun suddenly paused mid-step and spat out a mouthful of blood. Madame Bai, what happened? Could it be that xuanhuan injured you? Yang Qiu suddenly became alarmed, then helped her sit down on the couch. No, he did not injure me. It's the side effect of the shortcut I took to elevate my cultivation previously. It just manifested. Bai Yun understood exactly what happened. While exchanging punches with xuanhuan, she released too much internal energy. Due to the unstable foundation of her cultivation, she wasn't able to fully control those forces, causing her to suffer from the backlash and experiencing these side effects. Under the guidance of Yang Qiu, she used her ultimate technique, the cold ice palm, to break through to the grandmaster realm. This side effect directly brought her overwhelming coldness in her body. She explained these circumstances to Yang Qiu. Yang Qiu suggested, why don't we invite Lu Tian to help you using that method? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's face reddened slightly. She shook her head and said, it hasn't reached the point where we absolutely have to do that yet. The cold generated by this current bout of side effects isn't excessive. I can expel the cold with my internal energy. What concerns me even more is another issue. Another issue? What? Yang Qiu asked curiously. Because I was counteracted by my own forces earlier, I sustained some internal injuries. Even though I am still capable of using internal energy to eliminate the cold, my strength has greatly diminished. Now, even against a half-step master, I may not necessarily win. This is troubling. The Martial Alliance conference is approaching quickly, and with your strength dropping this much, if xuanhuan comes to cause trouble again, others may not be able to maintain order. Don't worry. As of now, only the two of us know about my injury. As long as this doesn't get out, xuanhuan won't find out. He has already seen my strength, so he surely wouldn't dare stir up trouble again. Cough, cough. Bai Yun started coughing again and spat out another mouthful of blood. Just at that moment, the door was pushed open, and Bai Ziqian walked into the office. Aunt, are you injured? Bai Ziqian exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to inquire about the situation. Bai Yun briefly explained the general situation and reminded him not to reveal her injuries. This concerns the safety of the Martial Alliance. I definitely won't let it out. Bai Ziqian replied. Good. Bai Yun nodded. She trusted Bai Ziqian quite a bit. Speaking of xuanhuan, he used the large courtyard of the Lung family as his temporary base in Jiangzhou. After returning here, he immediately summoned a few trusted subordinates and went to the conference hall. Damn it! Xuanhuan angrily slammed the table. Following that, he glared furiously at xuanhuan, his most valued subordinate. Didn't you say that with my strength and your mystical aid in the shadows, no one in the Zhongbei Martial Alliance would be a match for me? But I lost so easily to Bai Yun. How do you explain that? As he spoke, xuanhuan took off a circular pendant that had been hidden under his shirt and slammed it on the table. This pendant was a magical artifact given to him by xuanhuan. It functioned as a secondary board paired with xuanhuan's main formation array board, transmitting power from the main board to the pendant. During his fight with Bai Yun, xuanhuan secretly used mysticism to channel energy from the main board into the pendant on Chao Yuanfeng's body, boosting his attack. And yet, even with this assistance, he still lost to Bai Yun. xuanhuan sighed. We underestimated Bai Yun's strength. From her performance against you, she has undoubtedly reached the level of a grandmaster. A grandmaster? Xuanhuan clenched his fists in anger. If she's this strong, there's nothing we can do about it now. Just then, a subordinate came in to report. Mr. Chao, Bai Yun's nephew Bai Ziqian has suddenly arrived and says he has important news to share with you. What? Xuanhuan frowned. Why is he here? xuanhuan looked at the subordinate and asked, is he alone? Yes, the subordinate nodded. He wouldn't dare come alone to cause trouble with his limited skills, xuanhuan said to Xuanhuan. This sudden visit is likely meant to help us. Xuanhuan nodded and ordered the subordinate. Bring him in. A moment later, Bai Ziqian was brought in. My men told me you have important news for me. What is it? Xuanhuan asked. You might not believe this, but my aunt was injured during her fight with you. She no longer has the strength to oversee this martial conference. This is your best chance to take control of the Martial Alliance. Bai Ziqian said. Xuanhuan paused, skeptical. You're Bai Yun's nephew. Why are you betraying her? Chapter 82. Watch me teach them a lesson. Mr. Chao, do you not trust me? Bai Ziqian asked. I don't. Xuanhuan replied without hesitation. Bai Ziqian smiled and played a recording from his phone. The content of the recording was precisely what Bai Yun had said when she mentioned her internal injuries. Xuanhuan chuckled. Bai Yun would never expect you to betray her. Frankly, I didn't either. But what benefit do you gain by betraying the Martial Arts Alliance? My gain has nothing to do with the Martial Arts Alliance. Bai Ziqian responded. What I truly want is control over the Bai family. I understand. Xuanhuan said. Once Bai Yun is dealt with, your father can naturally take over as the head of the Bai family, and you will become the heir without question. Precisely, Bai Ziqian nodded. Also, Yu Kaiha hasn't truly betrayed the alliance. He's only pretended to join you. In reality, he's secretly helping the martial arts alliance spy on your movements. Chao Yuanfeng paused for a moment before laughing. This is somewhat unexpected, but I can't punish him just yet. Doing so would make Bai Yun more cautious. Once I have control over the alliance, I'll deal with him later. Our greatest enemy is Bai Yun. Whether we can get rid of her depends on you, Mr. Chao. Chao Yuanfeng became serious. To me, Bai Yun is no longer a real threat. As for the leaders of the few sects with master-level abilities, I can handle them too. What worries me most is whether there are other powerful experts secretly aiding Bai Yun. Other experts? No, Bai Ziqian replied. The one who recently joined her, Lu Tian, has some strength, but according to my judgment, he doesn't reach master-level ability, so he's no match. But, at this point, Bai Ziqian's face turned extremely dark. Even if he isn't strong enough to be an obstacle to us, I won't let him off. Please help me take care of him later, Mr. Chao. That's easy, Chao Yuanfeng said nonchalantly. Apparently, after this martial arts alliance gathering, Northern Jiangsu's martial arts alliance will be mine to command. Naturally, Bai Ziqian laughed. At that time, our Bai family will be controlled by my father and me. This is mutual accomplishment. Ha! Chao Yuanfeng and Bai Ziqian glanced at each other and burst out in proud laughter. It was now 3 p.m. In another hour, the martial arts alliance meeting would begin. Representatives from various martial arts sects were arriving one after another. A platform was set up in the large courtyard of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters for the contest. The competition during the Martial Arts Alliance conference would decide the position of the leader through combat. Bai Yun did not show up. She stayed in her residence healing, entrusting Yang Qiu to host the event. If she had come, someone might have noticed her injury. She had already displayed her far superior skills in front of Chao Yuanfeng. If her injury remained hidden, it would deter him from causing trouble. Unexpectedly, the news of her injury had already spread through unofficial channels within the Martial Arts Alliance circle. This news had been secretly propagated by Ziqian's trusted men, intending to undermine the morale of the Martial Arts Alliance. After coming to the alliance, Lu Tian also heard about this news. He immediately went to Yang Qiu's office to inquire about the situation. Teacher Yang, is Aunt Bai really injured? Madame Bai trusts you deeply and values you highly. I'll speak frankly. Yes, Madame Bai is indeed injured. Yang Qiu explained the course of events to Lu Tian, leaving out some details. He omitted that Madame Bai needed to unite with a very strong man to counteract the side effects leading to body coldness, as well as the possibility of her choosing Lu Tian. After all, such things are difficult to talk about, and even if they were discussed, it should have been done by Madame Bai herself. How did the disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance find out about this? At first, only me, Bai Ziqian, and Madame Bai herself knew about it. I am absolutely loyal to Madame Bai, and she would certainly not disclose it publicly. So, it must have been Bai Ziqian who leaked this news. With how fast this information has spread, he must have deliberately spread it around. I think the same. He has surely conspired with Chao Yuanfeng, aiming to disrupt the Martial Arts Alliance meeting. Don't worry, I won't let them disrupt the meeting. We'll see how I teach them a lesson. Yang Qiu gave a wry smile. He couldn't believe Lu Tian had the power to keep the situation under control. A knock came at the door, followed by 3 masters entering the office. They were the 3 main contenders for the position of leader. Mo Chong, the head of Hui's sect, Du Lang, the head of Tianying's sect, and Dong Zhun, the head of Hades' sect. These 3 masters had also heard about Bai Yun's injuries and had specially come to find Yang Qiu to understand the situation. Master Yang, we heard that Madame Bai is injured, Du Lang said. No, this must be a rumor deliberately spread by Chao Yuanfeng to undermine our morale. In order to stabilize the team's spirit, Yang Qiu didn't plan to reveal that Madame Bai was injured. If she isn't injured, why doesn't she show up at such an important occasion as the Martial Arts Alliance conference? Dong Zhun asked. Because she has some family matters to deal with and doesn't have time to come. Yang Qiu said. Mo Chong gave a cold laugh and said, in my opinion, Madame Bai really is injured, and she's afraid it will be noticed, which is why she hasn't appeared. Dong Zhun continued. I've heard that this morning, Madame Bai competed with Chao Yuanfeng. She must have been injured by him. Though Madame Bai wasn't exactly injured by Chao Yuanfeng, Yang Qiu dared not tell the truth, as doing so would confirm her injury. Du Lang said. The rumors about Madame Bai being injured are spreading everywhere. Chao Yuanfeng's group must already know and will definitely take this opportunity to disrupt our Martial Arts Alliance conference. Yang Qiu said. I've already said that Madame Bai isn't injured. If the enemy dares to cause trouble, I will contact Madame Bai and ask her to return to save the day. He spoke these words very assertively, but deep down, he was unsure of himself. If Chao Yuanfeng came to make trouble, he wouldn't actually have any countermeasures. Du Lang said. No matter what, what's most urgent right now is to figure out a way to solve any possible trouble. How can we solve it? Mo Chong asked. Even Madame Bai couldn't handle Chao Yuanfeng and was injured. We're certainly no match for him either. Moreover, Chao Yuanfeng's martial arts influence isn't smaller than ours. If he comes after us, we simply can't withstand him. That's true, Dong Zhun said. I'll say it plainly. When Chao Yuanfeng arrives, I won't dare to fight him. I won't either, Mo Chong said. Fighting him would serve no purpose and only severely damage my sect. Chapter 83. Are the surrender factions so arrogant? Yang Qiu slammed his fist on the table. Are you going to watch the martial arts union be controlled by xuanhuan just to preserve your sect's strength? We don't want to resist without meaning, Mo Chong said. Who says it's meaningless? Du Lang opposed them. If we unite and fight against him, even if we can't beat xuanhuan, we can still cause him significant damage. And even if Lady Bai is injured now, once she recovers, we can come back stronger. If we choose to evade now, the martial arts union will be entirely controlled by the enemy, making it much harder for us to make a comeback later. Moreover, if you choose to evade, will xuanhuan spare you? If he forces you to submit, then when you want to resist, it will be too late. Dong Zhen sneered. If that day comes, choosing to ally with xuanhuan won't be such a bad thing for us. Exactly, Mo Chong continued. With our strength in the scale of our sect, even if we align with xuanhuan, we can still get important roles. It might even be better than staying in the martial arts union. Yang Qiu became enraged, angry enough to attack them. Du Lang was also furious. Your sects wouldn't have grown to this size without Lady Bai and the martial arts union's support. Now, at this critical time, you want to stand aside or even join the enemy. You are unworthy of being martial arts grandmasters. Yang Qiu added. You two aren't worthy to attend the martial arts conference. Get out. Humph. Dong Zhen coldly laughed. Not just us. Even xuanhuan has the qualifications to participate in the martial arts conference as the new leader of Quanning sect. When he arrives, do you have the guts to drive him away? Mo Chong said. I'll definitely compete for the position of leader. Worst case scenario, I'll give the position to xuanhuan when he comes. Dong Zhen nodded. That's my plan too. Yang Qiu lost all control of his temper. I'll fight you. Just as he prepared to fight, Lu Tian stopped him. Master Yang, don't act impulsively. The martial arts conference is about to start. At that time, I'll deal with them on the stage. Lu Tian said. Mo Chong paused for a moment. Who are you? Talking big against us. Lu Tian said. My name is Lu Tian, and I'm a new member of the martial arts union. Mo Chong asked. I've heard that there's a recent addition to the martial arts union who has been closely nurtured by Lady Bai, named Lu Tian. Is that you? Lu Tian nodded. That's right. Haha. Mo Chong smirked. You only got in through connections. What kind of strength do you have to defeat us? Dong Zhen laughed. This kind of person who tries to impress the crowd. I want to teach him a lesson right now. Rude. Yang Qiu angrily retorted. If you dare lay a hand on Mr. Lu, I will not forgive you. Although Yang Qiu didn't think Lu Tian had much power, out of respect for Bai Yun, he would definitely protect Lu Tian. With just you, Dong Zhen questioned. Even though you are very knowledgeable in martial arts, your personal power may not surpass ours. If we two were to team up, you'd only end up getting beaten. So what if Lu Tian and Master Yang teamed up? How much chance of victory would you really have? You two surrender faction members. What are you so arrogant about? Du Lang suddenly spoke, glaring coldly at Dong Zhen and Mo Chong. Mo Chong patted Dong Zhen's shoulder. Don't rush to argue with them now. Once the martial arts conference begins, let's settle it properly. Then he turned to Lu Tian. I'll be waiting for you on the arena. Come fight me if you dare. Let's see how I will handle you. You're Lu Tian, right? After Teacher Mo deals with you, I'll handle you as well. Dong Zhen spoke coldly, and then followed Mo Chong as they strutted arrogantly out of the office. Both of them believed that the martial arts union would eventually fall into Chao Yuanfeng's hands. They had already decided to pledge allegiance to xuanhuan. In order to please xuanhuan, they immediately urged the masters of various major sects outside not to resist xuanhuan. As a result, the morale of the entire martial arts union plummeted further. Although Yang Qiu and Du Lang were strongly advising everyone to unite and fight against the enemy, they couldn't prevent more and more sects from leaning toward submission. Bai Ziqian didn't show up. Worried that his traitorous identity would be revealed, he chose to avoid. Being Bai Yun's nephew, as long as he didn't show up, Yang Qiu couldn't confront him publicly, and no one in the martial arts union would believe he had betrayed them. At this point, there were only 10 minutes left before the start of the martial arts conference. At this moment, Yu Kaihe, who pretended to align with xuanhuan, arrived with 10 disciples. These disciples were all chosen members from prestigious families designated by xuanhuan, including Zhao Yusong. You should know that Master Yu has already aligned with xuanhuan, Mo Chong said. Now, both Master Dong and I have the intention to pledge allegiance to xuanhuan. Among the 4 major sects of the martial arts union, 3 are about to leave. At this point, he looked around at the patriarchs who insisted on staying in the martial arts union. If you continue to stay in the martial arts union, not only will there be no future for you, but you will also be dragged down by the martial arts union. Dong Zhen continued. Given your current situation, the most beneficial choice for you is to join us and pledge allegiance to Mr. Chao. Their words caused 2 more sect leaders to choose to side with them. At this moment, Lu Tian spoke up. Next, I only have a few words for those sect leaders who choose to betray and join the enemy. If you decide to leave the martial arts union just to protect yourselves, I won't stop you or hold you accountable. However, if you dare to surrender to the enemy, when it comes to dealing with you, I will definitely show no mercy. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yusong suddenly burst out laughing loud and mocking. With disdain all over his face, Zhao Yusong looked at Lu Tian. What makes you think you're someone to scold the various sect leaders? He then addressed those leaders. You can treat his words as flatulence. I know him somewhat well. He works as an assistant to the boss in Yunru Cosmetics Company. He doesn't belong to the martial arts circle. If he had some mysterious profound abilities, there's no way he would still be working as an assistant in such a company. From my judgment, he's merely a second-rate expert, much stronger than ordinary disciples from the different sects. but far inferior to any of you as leaders. So, the various leaders don't need to take him seriously. After saying this, Zhao Yusong looked at Yukiha. Master Yu, this bastard was rude just now to the leaders who planned to submit to Mr. Chow. Why don't you teach him a lesson? It will also serve as a message to Mr. Chow. Yukiha replied solemnly. You do seem to be quite thoughtful of Mr. Chow. Zhao Yusong nodded vigorously. That's absolutely true. I'm extremely loyal to Mr. Chow. Yukiha suddenly smiled, saying, since you're so loyal to him, that means you're my enemy. As soon as these words were spoken, Yukiha wiped off his smile, and suddenly slapped Zhao Yusong hard across the face. Chapter 84. You can't even handle one move from me. Yukiha's slap sent Zhao Yusong tumbling. Although his internal energy had already been destroyed, the natural strength he possessed was still formidable. Even if they were to clash head-on, Zhao Yusong would not be a match for him. From Yukiha's previous statements, Zhao Yusong also realized that Yukiha was merely pretending to ally with Chao Yuanfeng. Master Yu, you didn't actually join Mr. Chow. Zhao Yusong exclaimed in shock. Yukiha chuckled coldly. I've always been on the side of the martial alliance. My earlier betrayal was feigned to help probe Chao Yuanfeng's movements. As he said this, he felt somewhat ashamed inside. After all, he had truly aligned with Chao Yuanfeng at one point, and was the first person in the entire martial alliance to betray it. It was only after being under Lu Tian's control that he switched from true betrayal to fake defection. The members of the martial alliance were also surprised. They had just learned that Yukiha had not in fact joined Chao Yuanfeng. Yukiha, you will regret your decision sooner or later. Mo Chong snapped angrily. Zhao Yusong got up from the ground and ran to Mo Chong and Dong Zhen's group, glaring fiercely at Yukiha. Yukiha, since you refuse to serve Master Chow, I won't follow you anymore either. He then addressed the disciples by Yukiha's side. If you know what's good for you, you'd better come over to my side too. The 10 disciples by Yukiha looked at each other hesitantly, pondering whom they should support. You'd better not be swayed by him. Yukiha spoke to the disciples. Mr. Lu's abilities are unfathomable. With him around, Chao Yuanfeng can't harm us. He then glanced around at the people from the other sects. I'm not exaggerating about Mr. Lu's prowess. I'm simply stating the truth. Chao Yuanfeng is no match for Mr. Lu. I hope you continue to stand by the martial alliance, otherwise you'll regret it. Huh? Zhao Yusong laughed mockingly again. Then he sneered disdainfully at Lu Tian once more, saying, you must be really desperate to make Lu Tian the backbone of your plan. Then Zhao Yusong also surveyed the crowd. Don't listen to Yukiha's nonsense. I assure every master here that Lu Tian has no real power. The 10 disciples by Yukiha's side had made their decisions accordingly. 8 of them chose to align with Zhao Yusong, joining Mo Chong and Dong Zhen's camp, leaving only 2 behind. Speaking of the various masters, only 10, including Du Lang and Yukiha, remained loyal to the martial alliance. At this point, Yang Xiao, responsible for presiding over this martial alliance gathering, could do nothing. After all, those who had betrayed did not explicitly state they were renouncing their membership in the martial alliance. They claimed they were still part of the martial alliance, but were supporting Chao Yuanfeng to lead it. Thus, according to the rules of the martial alliance, they still qualified to participate in the conference. Faced with this, Yang Xiao could do nothing but wait and see. Looking at the time, he announced, it's already 4 o'clock. I hereby declare the official commencement of the Martial Alliance Conference. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment, came a voice. It was Chao Yuanfeng arriving with his subordinates. He planned to seize the position of alliance leader as a member of the Martial Alliance. So following the rules, he brought along only 10 followers. Mr. Chow, Zhao Yusong called out. Apparently, Yukiha was not genuinely aligning with you. His main purpose was to investigate your moves on behalf of the Martial Alliance. What? Chao Yuanfeng frowned, looking at Yukiha. Are you really that ignorant of the times? Yukiha replied. I understand the times well, which is why I remain on the side of the Martial Alliance. Chao Yuanfeng's expression darkened. So to say, you won't follow my plan to give me your position as master, allowing me to contest for the leadership as the Fist Shadow Sect master? Of course, Yukiha responded. So right now, you don't count as a Martial Alliance member, and thus aren't qualified to attend this Martial Alliance meeting. Who said? Dongzhen took up the word. Then he respectfully looked at Chao Yuanfeng. Mr. Chao, I am willing to temporarily yield my position as Master of Black Iron Sect to you, so you'll be qualified to participate in the Martial Alliance Conference. And Mo Chong quickly chimed in to flatter. If Mr. Chao isn't against it, you can also temporarily assume the title of Master of my Tiger Might Sect. Huh? Chao Yuanfeng let out an arrogant laugh. Then his gaze grew serious as he looked at Yukiha. Did you see that? There are plenty of people willing to give up their positions as sect leaders for me. Once I seize the position of the Martial Alliance leader, the first thing I'll do is deal with you. Chao Yuanfeng continued. Now that 2 sect leaders are willing to offer me their positions, whichever sect I choose, I am qualified to participate in this Martial Alliance meeting. Thus, which sect I select is no longer important because my goal is the position of Martial Alliance leader. Then he said to Yang Xiao, the current situation is that the experts on your side will compete with me for the position of Alliance leader. Whoever is the strongest fighter there, just come and fight me. Whoever wins will be the leader. I'll fight you. Du Lang stepped forward. Yang Xiao looked at Du Lang. You're our strongest fighter here. Be extra cautious. Du Lang nodded and walked toward the arena. Suddenly, his expression hesitated, and he stopped in his tracks. Because from their side, someone had already climbed onto the arena while they were talking. Lu Tian, get down from there quickly. Yang Xiao shouted anxiously. Although Yang Xiao had heard that Lu Tian's martial arts were decent, He believed that Lu Tian was merely better than an average martial artist and absolutely no match for Chao Yuanfeng. Lu Tian said, "We'll talk about that after I knock Chao Yuanfeng down." Huh. The masters and disciples who had sided with Chao Yuanfeng burst into laughter. They had already heard Zhao Yusong's explanation that Lu Tian was only a second-tier expert. Seeing Lu Tian actually challenging Chao Yuanfeng, they immediately thought it was gross overestimation of his own abilities. Zhao Yusong laughed smugly. "You must be sick and tired of life." He then looked at Chao Yuanfeng. "Mr. Chao, this guy has dared to say that he would knock you down. Clearly, he doesn't take you seriously. It's time for him to see how powerful you are. Hehe. Dealing with a small fry like this isn't worth Mr. Chao's personal effort," Mo Chung said. Then he spoke to Chao Yuanfeng. "Mr. Chao, let me handle him for you." "Good." Chao Yuanfeng looked down with disdain. "I wouldn't lower myself to engage with such a minor player either. Lu Tian, get down right now. It's too dangerous here." Du Lang rushed towards the arena intending to push Lu Tian off it. Before he reached the arena, Dong Zhan blocked his path. It was he who voluntarily stepped onto the arena and provocatively challenged Mr. Chao. "We won't forgive him. If you want to stop him, you'll have to go through me first." Du Lang felt extremely frustrated but was left with no other choice. He still needed to preserve his strength for his upcoming confrontation with Chao Yuanfeng, so he couldn't casually fight Dong Zhan right now. Meanwhile, Mo Chung had already climbed onto the arena, looking down on Lu Tian with contempt. "Within 5 moves, I'll make you unable to stand up." Lu Tian smiled. "You won't even last 5 moves because you can't withstand 1 move from me." Chapter 85. It's your turn to get beaten. As Lu Tian finished speaking, the sect leaders who supported Chao Yuanfeng hesitated momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Did I hear that right? He just said Master Mo couldn't withstand his single move? Ho ho, I think he's not only posturing, but also overestimating himself. He clearly knows nothing about martial arts and the terrifying power of a grandmaster. Otherwise, how dare he say such words to Grandmaster Mo?" Amidst everyone's ridicule, Mo Chung also looked increasingly disdainful. "They're completely right. You know nothing about martial arts, which is why you're being so overconfident with me." Dong Zhan shouted at Mo Chung. "Master Mo, don't hold back on him. Let him experience the strength of a grandmaster properly." Lu Tian looked at Dong Zhan. "After I finish with him, it will be your turn." Dong Zhan smirked arrogantly. "Finish me? You won't even have the chance. After fighting against Master Mo, you won't be able to stand up." Zhao Yusong added. "Lu Tian, I didn't expect you to be so ignorant in martial arts. Frankly, I overestimated you when I called you a second-rate expert before." Mo Chung looked at Lu Tian. "I'll show you now just how far you are from a grandmaster." After finishing this sentence, Mo Chung sneered lightly and charged toward Lu Tian at lightning speed. At the same time, he gathered his inner strength, preparing to attack. Lu Tian rushed towards him as well, moving faster than Mo Chung, and executed an attack even more quickly. Bang! Lu Tian immediately performed a cushion step side kick. Mo Chung had no time to counterattack or dodge. He was directly kicked away and fell off the stage. The entire crowd was shocked. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The mocking voices on site instantly ceased. Many of the masters and disciples who had mocked Lu Tian moments ago were still frozen in astonishment, their expressions yet to change from smirking. Mo Chang's students helped him get up from the ground. It took Dong Zhan quite some time to regain his senses. "Master Mo, how could you be so careless?" "It's not that I was careless." Mo Chung spat blood again and spoke weakly. He moved too fast for me to react." Mo Chung finally realized Lu Tian's true strength. Just a moment earlier, Mo Chung was boasting that he would defeat Lu Tian within 5 moves. Yet when Lu Tian told him he wouldn't last a single one of Lu Tian's attacks, Mo Chung laughed it off. In the end, Lu Tian easily defeated him in 1 move. Whether it was Mo Chung or the other masters who had mocked Lu Tian, along with Dong Zhan and Zhao Yusong, they all felt their faces burn as if struck by invisible slaps. Dong Zhan grabbed Zhao Yusong's collar fiercely. "Weren't you saying that Lu Tian is only a second-rate expert and no match for us? What's going on?" Zhao Yusong was even more baffled than the other. "I'm asking you to explain what's going on, not to ask me." Dong Zhan angrily shouted and slapped Zhao Yusong across the face. Chao Yuanfeng's expression became solemn, turning to Xuanhuan. Bai Ziqian previously claimed that Lu Tian wasn't very strong. But look at this. Even a martial grandmaster like Mo Chung lost so easily to Lu Tian. Xuanhuan responded. "With my help, Bai Yun was injured by you. Lu Tian will definitely fare worse against you." Chao Yuanfeng recalled. According to Bai Ziqian, Bai Yun got injured because she took shortcuts in her cultivation, resulting in negative side effects from using excessive internal energy without proper control. Xuanhuan smiled. Lu Tian, at his young age, couldn't naturally reach such a high level under normal circumstances. With such strength, he must have also taken shortcuts like Bai Yun. And surely, he'll encounter the same kind of drawbacks. When he fights against you, if he doesn't use too much force, he won't stand a chance against you. But if he does exert too much force, it will backlash on him. Moreover, I can't believe that his abilities would surpass Bai Yun's. Relatively speaking, he should be even easier for you to deal with. Chao Yuanfeng pondered deeply on these words and quickly agreed with his analysis. Suddenly, Chao Yuanfeng's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. "Regardless of anything, if we don't remove this person now, he'll become a serious threat in the future. I will kill him directly." Lu Tian's demonstrated prowess shocked and alarmed many sect leaders. However, those sect leaders who still aligned with the martial alliance felt surprised but pleased. Du Lang couldn't contain his excitement. So, Mr. Lu really could knock down Master Mo. It wasn't mere boasting after all. Yang Xiu remained somewhat worried. But we still don't know if Mr. Lu can handle xuanhuan. On the stage, Lu Tian walked to the edge of the arena and looked down at Dongjun below. Dongjun, do you remember what I said? Dongjun suddenly became nervous, heart racing with fear. He of course remembered what the other party had said. After dealing with Mo Chong, it would be his turn. Chao, save me. Dongjun knew he was no match for Lu Tian and quickly appealed to xuanhuan for help. Xuanhuan ignored him completely. Having realized that Lu Tian's strength was formidable, xuanhuan wanted Lu Tian to fight Dongjun. If Dongjun could wear out some of Lu Tian's stamina, it would increase Chao Yuanfeng's chances of victory. Meanwhile, Lu Tian tore down the ropes around the stage and used them as a whip, striking at Dongjun below the stage. Seeing that xuanhuan wouldn't assist, Dongjun immediately pushed Zhao Yusong in front of himself, disregarding any respectability as a sect leader. Slap. Zhao Yusong was struck in the face by the rope and fell to the ground, half of his face torn open by the lash. Dongjun started running but hadn't gone 2 steps before being caught again by Lu Tian's rope, this time entangled around his legs. With just a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Tian pulled Dongjun all the way up onto the stage. Smack, smack, smack. Lu Tian then began to repeatedly strike Dongjun's face with the other end of the rope. Dongjun's cries of pain filled the air. His face became a bloody mess as he begged incessantly for mercy. Afraid of suffering the same fate, Zhao Yusong stumbled away in panic. Get out of my way. Don't block the road. As Zhao Yusong fled through the crowd, he yelled toward a woman standing at the back of the group. Assuming she might be a female disciple from some sect, Zhao Yusong prepared to shove her aside so he could escape faster. Unexpectedly, the woman simply waved her hand, sending Zhao Yusong flying to the ground. Not having time to wonder which sect produced such a powerful female disciple, Zhao Yusong struggled to his feet and ran out of the Martial Alliance courtyard like his life depended on it. Back at the arena, after giving Dongjun a taste of the rope, Lu Tian kicked him off the stage. Dongjun and Mo Chong were now in the same miserable boat, both being supported by their disciples as they sat on the ground, unable to stand. Both also felt that they couldn't gather any internal energy anymore. They understood that Lu Tian's kick had destroyed their dantian and left them without any cultivation ability. Lu Tian looked toward xuanhuan. It's your turn to get beaten. Chapter 86. No longer dare to be an enemy of Lu Tian. Xuanhuan sneered. You'll soon find out who's going to get beaten. After saying this, he nodded at Han, then stepped onto the arena. All the people present were fully focused on what was happening in the arena. The next bout would not only decide the victory or defeat of these two individuals, but also the triumph of their respective factions. On the platform, Lu Tian and Xuanhuan stood face to face. Xuanhuan was always a man of few words but fierce actions, so he immediately charged forward with a punch. Meanwhile, Han had already grasped the formation disc in his clothing pocket and quietly started to perform esoteric techniques to secretly support Xuanhuan. Lu Tian mimicked Bai Yun's earlier method when she confronted her opponent, delivering a direct punch. However, there's a question. Since Lu Tian wasn't present during Bai Yun's morning duel with Han, how did he know how Bai Yun fought? The reason is simple. It was because Yang Qiu had explained to him the ins and outs of Bai Yun's injury. Although Bai Yun wasn't truly injured by xuanhuan, her harm still related to that contest. By directly challenging xuanhuan in combat, Lu Tian wanted to reclaim Bai Yun's honor. Of course, Lu Tian was confident in his own abilities and preferred to defeat enemies in this straightforward manner. Bang! Their fists collided, sending a powerful wave of force vibrating outward. Xuanhuan was hurled backward, landing hard on the arena floor. But Lu Tian remained firmly in place, without even a hint of wobbling. A commotion swept across the audience. The various sect masters supporting Xuanhuan looked absolutely stunned. Han, however, wore a look of smug satisfaction. He thought that although it seemed Xuanhuan was at a disadvantage, Lu Tian should have been secretly injured by his own esoteric powers, similar to Bai Yun. However, his smirk faded quickly. Just as Xuanhuan had struggled to his feet, he suddenly staggered and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Tian darted like an arrow straight to Xuanhuan, throwing another punch into Chao Yuanfeng's chest. The force from Lu Tian's fist not only sent Xuanhuan sprawling to the ground, but also tore his clothes into strips of shredded fabric. The pendant shaped as a circular disc hanging around Chao Yuanfeng's neck revealed itself. The disc glowed blue. This was because Han was using the main formation disc to remotely control the secondary disc and cast esoteric magic through it. Lu Tian, having closely observed the situation, had already deduced that Chao Yuanfeng's true strength wasn't nearly as formidable as what was being displayed. Thus, Lu Tian surmised that someone must be using esoteric techniques to amplify Chao Yuanfeng's power. With a cold laugh, Lu Tian slammed his foot down on the disc. Bang! The blue glow on the disc vanished instantly. Han, who was controlling the formation disc while casting his esoteric arts, was immediately struck by a returning surge of force, injuring his hand. Under this impact, his hand flew off the formation disc and out of his pocket. Staring in disbelief, he examined the severely wounded hand, its skin split open by the force. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward Han. So it was you helping him with esoteric techniques. Esoteric techniques? Many members of the Martial Alliance wore looks of shock. Though many were unfamiliar with esoteric techniques, based on what happened with that round pendant, it was clear that Qiao Yuanfeng had used them to enhance his strength. And such enhancement was considered cheating on a martial arena where contests depended solely on skill. Even more astonishingly, despite the enhancement, Qiao Yuanfeng was utterly no match for Lu Tian. Master Gao, quickly use your ultimate technique to help me fight him. Qiao Yuanfeng shouted loudly. Gao Han nodded and immediately took out the formation disc from his pocket, activating his esoteric skills with his uninjured hand. The array imprint on the disc immediately emitted a blue light. He intensified the esoteric technique forcefully and unleashed the array seal from the formation disc. Controlled by him, the seal rose upwards and finally stopped hovering just above Lu Tian. This incredible spectacle left the Martial Alliance spectators speechless. This is the 1,000-pound gate sealing formation of the mystical school. Yang Xiu exclaimed in shock. He had heard of this formation. It contained 1,000 pounds of force within. Through esoteric arts, the caster could control the force of the formation to press downward, capable of flattening a person. Wearing a self-satisfied expression, Qiao Yuanfeng said to Lu Tian, "What now? Don't you feel a heavy force pressing down on you? Even if you can withstand this force, you won't have time to fight me, and I'll take advantage to finish you off." Yang Xiu yelled to Du Lang. "We need to go help Master Lu quickly." Du Lang joined Yang Xiu, both charging towards the arena. "You think you can help? Too late. After I kill him, I'll team up with Gao Han and settle with you too." Qiao Yuanfeng barked sharply, then gathered power in his fists and rushed toward Lu Tian. Gao Han concentrated all the forces of the 1,000-pound gate-sealing formation onto Lu Tian, ensuring that Qiao Yuanfeng wouldn't be affected if he moved underneath the array. Lu Tian let out a cold snort and casually swung his hand upwards, releasing a burst of energy that slammed into the formation imprint. Boom! The formation imprint was directly shattered by this force, shaking violently before quickly disintegrating and dissipating into thin air. Gao Han, who was in the middle of setting up the formation, was once again struck by the backlash, causing him to somersault unceremoniously. David Qiao Yuanfeng, who had rushed over just moments ago, instantly froze, then fell to his knees. "Spare my life. Please spare me." Yang Xiu and Du Lang, who had charged onto the arena to help Lu Tian earlier, were both thoroughly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Such a powerful formation had been effortlessly dismantled by Lu Tian with what seemed like little effort. The upper limit of Mr. Lu's strength was something they couldn't even fathom. Seeing Qiao Yuanfeng on his knees begging for mercy, all his subordinates, as well as the sect masters and disciples who had previously pledged their allegiance to him, dropped to their knees as well. They certainly didn't dare to oppose the Martial Alliance any longer. Rather, they no longer dared to be enemies of Lu Tian. Lu Tian looked at Qiao Yuanfeng and asked, "Was your main objective to control the Martial Alliance?" Yes it was. Qiao Yuanfeng nodded. "But I was merely following orders from the Shadow Sect." Shadow Sect? Upon hearing him mention the Shadow Sect, many members of the Martial Alliance showed expressions of alarm, mostly filled with tension. All of them had heard of the infamous Shadow Sect and knew how terrifying it was. After learning that Qiao Yuanfeng was working for the Shadow Sect, those Martial Alliance members who had initially chosen to align with him also regretted their previous decisions. The Shadow Sect was an evil organization. If they aligned with it, they would likely be coerced into doing things they didn't want to do, which could result in a very messy situation. "How much do you know about the Shadow Sect?" Lu Tian asked. "I am the external liaison for the Jiangbei branch of the Shadow Sect, and I do have some knowledge about their inner workings. If you can spare my life, I will tell you everything I know. If the information you provide is valuable to me, I may consider sparing your life." "Deal. I'll tell you. The Shadow Sect, Tui." Before Qiao Yuanfeng could finish his sentence, he suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a painful scream. Moments later, blood poured from his mouth, and he collapsed, dead. Shocked expressions spread across the faces of the surrounding Martial Alliance members. Why had Qiao Yuanfeng died so suddenly just as he was about to divulge information about the Shadow Sect? Chapter 87. The Female Patriarch of the Xin Sect. The scene before them left the members of the Martial Arts Alliance feeling completely incredulous. However, Lu Tian could tell what was going on. Shadowgate must have used some kind of method on Qiao Yuanfeng. Whenever he tries to reveal information related to Shadowgate, he would suddenly die. Upon hearing this, the members of the Martial Arts Alliance were once again stunned. This kind of tactic they had never seen or heard of before, and once again they were awed by the horror of the Shadowgate. The previous situation was somewhat unexpected for Lu Tian as well, but it didn't entirely cut off the trail of investigation. Qiao Yuanfeng was a major figure in the underworld of the provincial capital, owning many businesses with great influence. Shadowgate, aiming to complete the unfinished tasks of Qiao Yuanfeng, would surely send someone more capable to take over these businesses and powers. In other words, whoever takes over those industries and forces must be a member of the Shadowgate. Seeing Qiao Yuanfeng dying unexpectedly, all his subordinates, including Gao Han, panicked instantly. As Gao Han, being one of Qiao Yuanfeng's main accomplices, knew the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't let him go, he immediately bolted. Whoosh! He hadn't run 2 steps when he was suddenly flipped to the ground. The people around showed expressions of shock, turning their gazes to an unknown woman who had flashed beside them at an unknown moment. With what appeared to be a light flick of her wrist, she tossed Gao Han flat on the ground. This woman was about 30-something years old, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a tailored dress-style coat, her feet adorned with black heels, looking both fashionable and elegant. Her face and figure were both top-notch. It was just that her icy temperament made people feel an unapproachable distance. Speaking of her most distinct feature, there was a bright orange jade finger guard on her thumb. The ring was engraved with intricate yet mysterious patterns, looking quite sophisticated. If Zhao Yusong had been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this woman. Because not long ago, when Zhao Yusong fled, it was this woman who casually flipped him over with a flick of her wrist. Xuanhuan turned deathly pale immediately. Master. In haste and nervousness, he knelt down and respectfully held up the formation disc with both hands. This woman's name was Situ Feng, the leader of the Xian sect, also known as the Flying Phoenix Patriarch. And Xuanhuan, one of her disciples, was her second disciple, the second brother of the Xian sect. Situ Feng took the array plate. You betrayed the Xian sect and stole our array plate just to follow Chao Yuanfeng and help him commit evil. Is that right? Xuanhuan lowered his head. I'm sorry. He previously betrayed the Xian sect and aligned himself with Chao Yuanfeng because he knew Chao Yuanfeng worked for Shadowgate, thinking having Shadowgate's backing meant no fear from Xian sect. Now that Chao Yuanfeng was dead, he had no relevant channels to reach out to Shadowgate. Without any backing, facing Xian sect and his own master, he didn't dare make the slightest mistake. Situ Feng said coldly, you should know the punishment you deserve according to the sect rules for your transgressions. Xuanhuan was scared into a sweat. Master, I know I'm wrong. Can you please spare me? Situ Feng did not respond, but placed her hand directly on Xuanhuan's head. The jade finger guard on her hand suddenly emitted a streak of orange light, which shot straight into Xuanhuan's head. With Xuanhuan letting out a series of agonizing screams, the light faded. Xuanhuan's expression became dazed and confused. Starting now, you will only listen to my commands. Whatever I ask you to do, you will do, understand? Asked Situ Feng. Yes. Xuanhuan responded mechanically, still with a blank stare. Apparently, he lost his normal consciousness and became nothing more than a zombie-like puppet controlled solely by Situ Feng. Go fetch the deputy formation plate, said Situ Feng. Yes. Xuanhuan followed orders without delay, stepping onto the stage and taking the secondary plate from Chao Yuanfeng's body, then returned to give it to Situ Feng. Let's go, Situ Feng casually said, then turned around and walked away. Xuanhuan immediately followed her. Many members of the Martial Arts Alliance were intimidated by Situ Feng's aura and demonstrated martial arts abilities, hastily giving way to them. Chao Yuanfeng's men carried his body and left. After learning that the Shadowgate intended to control the Martial Arts Alliance through Chao Yuanfeng, those masters and disciples who originally planned to side with Chao Yuanfeng split into two factions. One faction worried about potential trouble from Shadowgate, requested Yang Qiu to allow them back into the Martial Arts Alliance, thus giving them more strength to counteract enemies. The other faction believed that what Shadowgate truly wanted to control was the Martial Arts Alliance, and if they clearly separated themselves from it, Shadowgate probably wouldn't bother them. Thus, they chose to leave the Martial Arts Alliance. Mo Chong and Dong Jun had already had their inner strength wasted, leaving them powerless to continue serving as masters, hence they both announced their retirement. Lu Tian, as he did previously with Yukaiha, took over their sects and their businesses. As for their disciples, they also split into the two factions mentioned above, standing on different sides. Even though not many disciples had come over here with them, the other disciples of their sects would also eventually be divided into these two factions in the future. The disciples who were willing to continue staying in the Martial Arts Alliance chose to join Du Lang's Heavenly Eagle sect and other sects that remained within the alliance. The disciples who wanted to leave the Martial Arts Alliance joined those sects that had broken away from it. In a real sense, Lu Tian merely took over the industries of Mo Chong and Dong Jun under the pretense of taking over their sects. Of course, he was too lazy to manage those industries personally. Later, he would directly hand over those businesses to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce in exchange for cash. Yang Qiu, Du Lang, and others all recommended Lu Tian as the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. However, Lu Tian graciously declined their recommendation. Previously, when he was developing in Jiangnan, the four ancient martial arts sects there had also invited him to serve as their leader, but he refused then too. Compared to those ancient martial arts sects, the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance could only be considered an ordinary martial arts alliance, and the position of its leader held even less appeal to him. He suggested to Yang Qiu that Du Lang should take on this role as the leader. Yang Qiu had no objections, but he needed to first consult with Madame Bai. Only if she agreed would it proceed. After the Martial Arts Alliance meeting concluded, Lu Tian followed Yang Qiu to Bai Yun's residence to visit her, as she was injured. Bai Yun resided in a luxury villa that she had purchased some time ago. Bai Aunt, I heard you're injured. Upon entering the living room, Lu Tian addressed Bai Yun. In fact, he had already observed her complexion just moments ago and discerned the extent of her injuries. Yes, just a minor injury. A few days of rest will do the trick, Bai Yun replied. Yang Qiu chimed in. Madam Bai, this Martial Arts Alliance meeting was fraught with peril. It was entirely thanks to Mr. Lu's efforts that we managed to turn things around. Before coming here, Yang Qiu had already called Bai Yun to recount the events of the Martial Arts Alliance meeting, so as to reassure her. Bai Yun smiled and nodded. Master Yang, please rest in the living room for a while. I need to have a private word with Lu Tian. Then she looked at Lu Tian. Follow me. With that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Lu Tian hesitated for a moment before following her. Chapter 88. Something hard to face. Bai Yun brought Lu Tian to the bedroom and had him close the door. Aunt Bai, what do you want to talk about? Lu Tian asked. Bai Yun looked at him. I heard from your mother that she taught you some medical techniques. Lu Tian nodded. She did. Although he learned some medical techniques from his mother, his mastery in this field mostly came from the cultivation techniques he possessed. With his current level of medical skill, It's not an exaggeration to call him a divine doctor. When I suffered internal injuries in the past, your mother once treated me with acupuncture and made me recover within a day. Can you help treat my internal injuries? I can make you fully recover within an hour. Really? Are you serious? Yes, but from your complexion, it seems you not only have internal injuries, but also symptoms of coldness in the body. Can you really tell that? You didn't get it wrong. I do have these symptoms. Aunt Bai, if you trust me, I can first treat your internal injuries. We'll discuss your coldness symptoms later. Alright, then let's start with the internal injuries first. How should I cooperate? There are two treatment methods. One is acupuncture, and the other is massage therapy. Which would you prefer? Massage? How does that treat internal injuries? I will channel internal energy into your body, and then control the flow of that energy through massage, thereby treating your condition. So, compared to acupuncture, wouldn't this massage treatment be more comfortable? Yes, definitely. For who, me or you? It will be comfortable for both of us. I choose acupuncture. Even though Bai Yun wanted to receive the treatment in a more comfortable way, she was embarrassed to have a man touch her body. Fine, as you wish. Next, I need to place needles on several parts of your body, so you need to take off your clothes. What? Take off my clothes? Don't you know where to place the needles without doing that? I know, but it won't be as hygienic. Also, my acupuncture method is special. It uses the vibration of the silver needles to channel internal energy to adjust your condition. Clothes might interfere with the vibration of the needle and the transmission of internal energy. That sounds too abstract. You're not just trying to see my body, right? No. If you don't want me to see your body, we can go with the massage treatment. That doesn't require taking off your clothes. Bai Yun felt speechless. Both treatment methods made her feel awkward. Either she had to strip in front of the person or allow them to touch her body. She couldn't decide which one was easier to accept, but she quickly made her choice. Then let's go with the massage treatment. Since both ways were equally awkward, she'd rather pick the more comfortable one. Before I start the massage, I have something to tell you. Bai Yun said. What is it? Lu Tian asked. Yang Xiu has already called me to recount the details of this martial arts alliance meeting. I already know that you acted very bravely, but perhaps too recklessly. If it wasn't for my prior arrangements, you would have been in serious trouble. I was reckless? What do you mean by your prior arrangements, Aunt Bai? I don't understand what you're saying. Let me ask you. Was there a woman wearing a dark gray skirt-style coat, with a signet ring on her hand, present at the venue? Yes, at the time, she used mystical arts to turn an assistant of xuanhuan named xuanhuan into an idiot. In fact, xuanhuan is a traitor from the mystical sect, and that woman is the sect leader, xuanhuan. I could guess that from their conversation. Actually, this morning before xuanhuan and I exchanged blows, I had already recognized xuanhuan, who was following xuanhuan, and I knew he was the traitor from the mystical sect. Was it you who revealed xuanhuan's whereabouts to xuanhuan? Yes. Not long ago, xuanhuan came to find me. She had heard that the traitor xuanhuan had come to Jiangzhou, so she asked me to use my connections within the martial arts alliance to help her investigate xuanhuan's movements. I took the opportunity to strike a deal with her. What was the deal? You provided her with leads about the traitor in exchange for her creating a scene to help during this martial arts alliance gathering. Exactly. According to Yang Xiu, Mo Chong, Dong Zhuan, and Xuanhuan all lost to you one after another, and everyone thought it was because of your unfathomable strength. Actually, xuanhuan was secretly helping you with mystical arts. xuanhuan didn't help me. Perhaps she saw that my strength was sufficient, and there was no need for her to help. If you don't believe me, you can call her and ask. I don't have her phone number. I didn't think you were boasting. You didn't understand the situation, and thus mistakenly thought you had handled those enemies by yourself. For your face and the martial arts alliance's dignity, I won't tell others about this. Lu Tian felt rather upset, but he couldn't explain himself well. If he tried to defend himself, it might make the other party believe even more that he was bragging. Then give me the massage treatment. Bai Yun said again. Lu Tian began massaging her, asking her to lie down on the bed face down, so he could start massaging her back. Very soon, Bai Yun could feel that her body grew increasingly relaxed under his massage, and her injuries were gradually healing. At the same time she marveled at the effect internally. The unique massage techniques also gave her a pleasant sensation. When the massage moved from her back to her front side, this process became far more awkward than before. Bai Yun, despite trying to act calm, still couldn't hide the redness in her face and was stimulated into breathing rapidly. Had she not controlled herself, there would have been soft moans escaping her lips as well. Her efforts to suppress these natural reactions made Lu Tian's heart race all the more. Lu Tian tried hard to clear his mind of distractions and eventually completed the massage. Bai Yun sighed in relief too, though her cheeks still remained flushed. After the previous massage treatment, she already felt her wounds improving significantly, estimating she truly could recover within an hour as the other side had claimed. Perhaps trying to mask the awkwardness, Bai Yun deliberately adopted an expression filled with innuendo as she looked towards Lu Tian. How did you feel while massaging me just now? The feeling was quite good. In comparison to last night, wasn't that better since there was no clothing barrier? Aunt Bai, why do you bring up this matter all of a sudden? Is there something wrong? Are you embarrassed to face this topic? There is some embarrassment, but that time was a misunderstanding. Hearing Bai Yun mention that incident, Lu Tian naturally felt somewhat flustered. From Bai Yun's earlier behavior, it seemed as if she had already treated that matter as if it never happened. Who would have thought that, during their private meeting, she would suddenly bring it up? Chapter 89, Bai Yun's request. Bai Yun let out a soft sigh and said, You can see that I have cold syndrome. Can you tell me the origin of my condition? Lu Tian replied, I can only infer your symptoms from your complexion. To determine the origin, I need to take your pulse for further understanding. Bai Yun extended her arm for him to take her pulse. Lu Tian held her wrist gently. Recalling the earlier massage scenario, even just touching her wrist made Lu Tian feel somewhat embarrassed. Feels good, doesn't it? Bai Yun smiled playfully. Lu Tian gave an awkward laugh. I'm mainly feeling your pulse, not thinking about the touch. Bai Yun nodded. After all, it's just my arm you touched, not as enticing as where you touched me last night. Lu Tian. After taking her pulse, I judged that during your martial cultivation, you sought shortcuts and quick progress, which led to adverse effects. The power of an extremely cold martial technique you practiced retaliated on you. You've hit the nail on the head. So, can you treat me with your medical skills? For now, it's impossible. Your case is special, and I haven't figured out how to treat it with medicine yet. However, there is a method beyond medicine that you might not accept. I also know the method you're talking about. It involves finding a man with an extremely righteous and fierce constitution to couple with. Is that right? Exactly. That's the only method I could think of. Bai Yun, I'll come straight to the point. I know you're a man with such a constitution. If I ask you to help me this way, would you agree? Aunt Bai, did you bring me here specifically to discuss this matter? Yes, and you haven't answered my question yet. If you are okay with this method, I am willing to help you. So we're agreed then. Although I'm not sure if I'll need your help or not. If I do, don't refuse. Alright, just one thing. I worry this may cause Aunt Sue's misunderstanding. If she does misunderstand, you must explain the situation to her for me. I understand. Based on your complexion and pulse, I estimate in about a week, the cold syndrome will attack so severely that you'll barely be able to bear it. During that time, stay close to me so I can help promptly. Thank you for reminding me. Bai Yun already knew Lu Tian was deeply knowledgeable in medicine, so she didn't question his judgment. After deciding this matter, her heart eased up slightly, but remembering that they'd need to develop things to such an extent, she couldn't help but blush and felt uneasy continuing the private conversation, so they exited the bedroom together. Yang Xiu, waiting in the living room, proposed Du Lang to be appointed as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, receiving Bai Yun's agreement. Mrs. Bai, there's another thing, which may shock you. Yang Xiu said. What is it? Bai Yun asked. Before the martial arts conference began, news of your injury had already spread. Aside from you, only I and Bai Ziqian knew about it. You should know I definitely wouldn't betray you. Yang Xiu sighed and continued. I suspect Bai Ziqian leaked the news. Bai Yun's expression immediately became solemn. Xuanhuan must have dared to stir up trouble at the martial arts conference because he heard the tip-off from him. Bai Ziqian's goal is to seize the Bai family estate. He intended to use Xuanhuan to eliminate me, the head of the Bai family. That way, the Bai family would be entirely under his control and his father's. Yang Xiu nodded. What do you plan to do with him? Without hesitation, Bai Yun said, I'll expel him from the family. After some more discussion, Lu Tian and Yang Xiu left the villa. After returning to the Martial Arts Alliance, Yang Xiu immediately nominated Du Lang as the new leader. The news of Du Lang becoming the alliance leader soon spread through the local martial arts community. Around 6 p.m., Lu Tian received a call from Yi Qianxue. Yi Qianxue expressed her intention to invite him for dinner and have a chat about some matters. Lu Tian arrived at the restaurant Yi Qianxue had designated, and she was already waiting at a table in the hall. The last time they were together was when she used her body to alleviate the side effects of the Cyan Sun Force for him. Upon meeting again, Yi Qianxue unconsciously felt a little shy. Sitting opposite Yi Qianxue, Lu Tian remarked, I didn't expect you to invite me to dinner. Yi Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. Don't misinterpret it. The reason I invited you is mainly to discuss something. She opened her shoulder bag and took out a document. Our Yi Group plans to give you shares worth 20 million yuan. If you have no objection, please sign here. This shouldn't be your decision, should it? Yeah, my dad appreciates you a lot. He has already decided that you will be the son-in-law of the Yi family. Inviting you to take shares is also to consolidate our relationship. You're just asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend, and earlier you even told me not to overinterpret. Why would you want to give me shares? Because I really acknowledge you. Don't misunderstand. I only recognize your abilities. Haha, I admit I am quite capable. Sister, you must have seen it long ago. You idiot. What I mean is that you are very talented and have helped our Yi family a lot. I wasn't referring to any other ability of yours. I didn't mention anything like that. It's your dirty mind thinking about such things. How can you be so lustful? Do you actually want these shares or not? With Yi family showing such sincerity, how could I possibly reject? Lu Tian glanced at the agreement passed by her, ensured there were no problems, then signed his name. Yi Qianxue. A familiar figure passed by, paused momentarily. It was Lin Mingting, Zhao Yuxuan's best friend. Lin Mingting originally intended to address Yi Qianxue as senior sister Yi, but due to an incident at Yi Qianxue's banquet not long ago where she offended Lu Tian and got expelled by Yi Qianxue, she bore a grudge and stopped addressing her as senior sister. Lin Mingting continued. I thought you were just pretending to be boyfriend-girlfriend with Lu Tian before, but didn't expect you two to meet privately here. You don't seriously intend to start something serious with this bumpkin, do you? Her words dripped with sarcasm. Yi Qianxue frowned, glaring coldly at her. If you continue to speak rudely about him, I won't hesitate to show you no mercy. Lin Mingting sniffed in disdain, then turned around and left. She headed up to a private room on the second floor. Before she arrived, a young man was already sitting inside the room. His name was Meng Xiaoqian, her newly dated boyfriend. Meng Xiaoqian was a martial artist and a disciple of one of the 4 major sects, the Tianying sect. However, he was not a core disciple of the Tianying sect, which is why today he wasn't taken by the sect leader to attend the Martial Arts Alliance conference. Xiaochen, I want you to help me teach someone a lesson. Who needs teaching? His name is Lu Tian. He's dining in the hall downstairs right now. Lin Mingting harbored deeper resentment towards Lu Tian. Not too long ago, Yin Shufei tried to flatter Lu Tian, publicly reprimanded her, and Zhao Yuxuan at an auction event, even slapped her face. Later, she heard from Zhao Yuxuan that Yin Shufei was actually tricked by Lu Tian into flattering him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been slapped. After Yin's family went bankrupt, she had Meng Xiaochen take revenge on Yin Shufei. Now, upon encountering Lu Tian, she decided to seize this opportunity to get back at Lu Tian. Chapter 90. They can't match me. You should still remember, when I asked you to help me teach Yin Shufei a lesson, I mentioned that at the time he hit my face to please someone. The person he was trying to flatter back then was this Lu Tian. Lin Mingting said. Now I understand. Meng Xiaochen slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Daring to offend my girlfriend? I'll go and take care of him right now. Hold on. I heard he knows martial arts. Do you want to call more people for help? So what if he knows Kung Fu? As a disciple of the Tianying sect, do I need backup to deal with him? Our sect leader Du Lang has already become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Just hearing the name of our sect will terrify him. Then he held Lin Mingting's hand and walked towards the door. Watch how I make him kneel and beg for mercy like Yin Shufei did. Let's talk about Lu Tian and Yi Qinshue's side. I'll show you something. Yi Qinshu handed over a folded piece of hard paper to Lu Tian. When Lu Tian unfolded it, he was immediately shocked by its content. It was a marriage contract. Judging from the date written on it, this was a marriage contract signed 3 years ago. The male's name was Chu Jian. The female's name was Yi Qinshu. So it turns out you were engaged a long time ago. Is this Chu Jian the son of one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei, the Chu family? Lu Tian asked. Yes, Yi Qinshu replied. This marriage contract was arranged 3 years ago, while my grandfather was still alive, between me and the Chu family. But after that year, the Chu family called off the engagement. The reason is, during that time, the Chu family suddenly rose rapidly in power and wealth, far surpassing our Yi family. They felt the Yi family no longer deserved to be allied with the Chu family, so they tore up the contract. As for why I kept this marriage contract, it's because over these 2 years, my second grandfather has been suppressing our family. My father has always hoped that the Chu family would support us because of this old contract. However, the Chu family never made any statements or gestures. Until 2 days ago, the Chu family suddenly sent someone to our home, saying they wanted to reenact this contract. Lu Tian asked, what are your plans? Honest to say, Yi Qinshu replied, I had a pretty good impression of Chu Jian at first. If the Chu family hadn't broken off the engagement, I might have gone ahead and married him. However, she paused and continued, I absolutely don't plan to do that now. Based on what I know, Chu Jian is crafty and cruel. I wouldn't stay with someone like that. He agreed to resume this contract. There must be ulterior motives behind it. Not to mention, I have my own dignity. It was the Chu family who broke off this marriage contract in the first place, so even if they come asking now, I would never agree to fulfill the contract again. Although you're just pretending to be my boyfriend, many people think we're really dating. If this gets to Chu Jian's ears, he will definitely see you as a rival and try to deal with you accordingly. I don't want to involve you, so let's end our pretend relationship here. As for giving you shares, it was our Yi family's way to connect with the Li family in the provincial city through you. That's completely different from our pretending to be lovers. These words may sound heartless, but I've thought about it a lot. I believe that making this decision is in both of our best interests. Lu Tian said, you already suspect that Chu Jian's intention to reinstate the marriage contract might have hidden agendas. You can probably guess too. His main goal might be to seize your Yi family's fortune. Just recently, I was struck back by my own power. You offered yourself to save my life, and I haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. To express my gratitude, I'm willing to help your Yi family get through this difficult time. Let's keep up the act of being a couple. This way, not only can I help your family deflect some hostility from him, but it will also give me an advantage in dealing with him. Yi Qinshu was stunned. She originally thought that Lu Tian only cared about benefits, but she didn't expect him to help her in such a situation. In fact, the reason Lu Tian was willing to help her wasn't solely for gratitude, but also because of another matter. According to the information Yalan revealed earlier, there was once a special agent named Liang Teng who came to investigate a branch of the Shadow Sect in the Jiangbei area. Later, he met with misfortune. During the investigation, Liang Teng concealed his identity as a businessperson under a subsidiary company owned by the Chu family. Lu Tian believed that Liang Teng's doing so might not have been just to conceal his identity. It could also be that the Chu family was in collusion with the Shadow Sect, and Liang Teng worked for the Chu family's company in order to secretly investigate them. Through this opportunity of helping the Yi family against the Chu family, Lu Tian also wanted to check whether the Chu family had any ties with the Shadow Sect. Yi Qinshu knew little about Lu Tian's strength, but she was still worried about dragging him into trouble. Lu Tian, it's not that I look down on you, but as one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei, you can't match the Chu family. I can't fight against them. Don't joke, they are the ones who cannot fight against me. I am not boasting. Even if 100 families of Chu's size come, there's still no match for me. Yi Qinshu naturally thought he was bragging and was about to continue persuading when she suddenly saw Lin Mingting and a man walking towards this side with great anger. Lin Mingting had brought her boyfriend Meng Xiaochen to take revenge on Lu Tian. Here he is. Lin Mingting pointed at Lu Tian and said to Meng Xiaochen. Meng Xiaochen looked at Lu Tian and said, You've got some guts to offend my girlfriend. Lu Tian said, When did I offend her? Then he looked at Lin Mingting. It couldn't be because Yin Shufei slapped you earlier, so you hold a grudge against me, right? Lin Mingting gave an angry snort and said, Yin Shufei hit me to please you, so you bear responsibility as well. Lu Tian replied, at that time, it was your own words mocking me that made Yin Shufei slap you. And one more thing, it was his own initiative to act against you, not my orders. Shut up. Meng Xiaocan slammed the table and said coldly. The commotion caught the attention of others in the restaurant. The manager and several waiters hurried over to mediate. All of you back off. Meng Xiaocan glared at them and shouted angrily. Meanwhile, he took out a card from his pocket. It was the disciple ID of the Wudao sect where he belonged, Tianying sect. Lin Mingting chuckled smugly. My boyfriend is a disciple of the Tianying sect. If you don't want trouble, stay out of our affairs. After this, the manager and those waiters dared not interfere anymore. Surrounding customers, worried about being affected, some moved far away while others left directly. Lu Tian looked at Meng Xiaocan. I have already explained the situation clearly. If you were reasonable, you would understand it's not my fault. Lin Mingting chimed in. You must be scared that my boyfriend will deal with you. That's why you are evading responsibility. You always pretend, aren't you afraid now? Lu Tian said, I am not afraid. I am explaining rationally to him, hoping that he does not act unreasonably like you. You? Lin Mingting was enraged to show all her teeth. Meng Xiaocan's face turned extremely grim. How dare you make sarcastic remarks here? I won't let you go unpunished. Lu Tian coldly smiled and said, looks like both of you refuse to listen to reason, so don't blame me for not treating you kindly. Chapter 91. You've missed the chance to apologize. Seeing the two about to fight, Yi Qianxue hurriedly tried to mediate. Let's talk this out calmly. She was mainly worried about Lu Tian getting into trouble. After all, Lin Mingting had just been boasting that her boyfriend was a disciple of the Tianying sect. Although Yi Qianxue wasn't a martial artist, she still knew a thing or two about the martial arts world, and was aware that the Tianying sect was one of the 4 major sects of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. If Lu Tian got into a conflict with a disciple of the Tianying sect, he could very well face retaliation from them. Lin Mingting also saw what Yi Qianxue was worried about. Yi Qianxue, you're worried that Lu Tian will get the worst end of this, right? He's going to get exactly what's coming to him today. Then she looked at Lu Tian. Not long ago, my boyfriend already helped me teach Yin Shufei a lesson, beating him up badly and making him kneel down and beg for mercy. Your fate will be the same as his. Don't bother talking to him. Meng Xiaocan interrupted, cracking his knuckles while speaking. He said he wouldn't show me any mercy earlier. Well, I can't wait to teach him a lesson myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Xiaocan threw a punch directly at Lu Tian. Lu Tian simply waved his hand casually, slapping Meng Xiaocan across the face before the latter's fist even arrived. Smack! Meng Xiaocan hit the ground with a thud. Lin Mingting was shocked, rushing forward to support Meng Xiaocan. She had only heard Zhao Yuxuan say that Lu Tian knew some martial arts. She never expected him to be so good. Meng Xiaocan is a disciple of a martial sect, and yet he was no match for Lu Tian? This was enough to leave her astonished. After climbing back to his feet, Meng Xiaocan, both angry and embarrassed, launched another attack on Lu Tian with a swing of his fist. Lu Tian once again casually flicked his hand, slapping Meng Xiaocan across the face before his punch even reached its target. Another smack. Once more, Meng Xiaocan was sent sprawling. He became more sober now, too afraid to continue attacking. However, he still didn't take Lu Tian seriously. Realizing that brute force wouldn't work, he decided to intimidate him by invoking the name of the Tianying sect. Supported once more by Lin Mingting, Meng Xiaocan gritted his teeth and said, I am a disciple of the Tianying sect. If you lay a finger on me, it means you offend the entire Tianying sect. With the power of the Tianying sect, dealing with you will be like stepping on an ant. Also, you probably don't know, but our sect master Du Lang has already become the leader of the Martial Alliance. Our current strength and status have improved far beyond what they were before. If you have any sense, then hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise I guarantee your end will be miserable. Lin Mingting laughed furiously. Even if you are good at fighting, Lu Tian, how would you possibly stand against the Tianying sect if they decided to come after you? You wouldn't have a chance. Yi Qianxue, somewhat worried, pulled on Lu Tian's arm. We should leave here as quickly as possible and settle things somewhere else. Lin Mingting chuckled. Yi Qianxue, don't you dare think you can help him by leveraging the Yi family's power? Stop daydreaming. Even if your Yi family is wealthier and more influential than the Tianying sect, their backing within the Martial Alliance includes the White Lady herself. The White Lady is the head of the Bai family, one of the 3 most prominent families in Jiangbei. Your Yi family cannot compare to them. Then she looked at Lu Tian. You must be terrified now, right? If you want us to let you off easily, better kneel and beg for mercy immediately. Lu Tian smiled, looking at them. I'll give you a chance to apologize. Just kneel and beg for forgiveness, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, he turned his gaze toward Meng Xiaocan first. You will be expelled from the Tianying sect and placed on a blacklist by the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Mingting. When that happens, your boyfriend won't have a place in the Jiangbei martial community anymore. You might feel he isn't worthy of you and break up with him, or he might feel dragged down by you and decide to split as well. Enraged, Meng Xiaocan retorted. You're going to meet your end soon, and you're still spouting nonsense? Lin Mingting added. He's just putting on airs. Knowing him, he loves to boast. Lu Tian's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold tone. It seems you're unwilling to follow my suggestion. That means you've missed the opportunity to apologize. With that, he picked up his phone and made a call to Du Lang, the master of the Tianying sect, briefly explaining the situation over there. After hanging up, he looked at Meng Xiaoqian. Your sect master will be calling you soon. Think about how you're going to explain yourself to him. Humph. Meng Xiaoqian smirked disdainfully. Don't act all high and mighty. Like you could actually reach our sect master? You don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Right at that moment, Meng Xiaoqian's phone rang. He checked it, and his expression immediately changed dramatically. How could it be? It was actually a call from Du Lang. Impossible. A nobody like him shouldn't be able to contact the sect master at all. It must be pure coincidence that the sect master happened to call at this time. Even though Meng Xiaoqian thought this way in his heart, he couldn't help but feel nervous and answered the call carefully. Meng Xiaoqian, how dare you offend Mr. Liu? You have quite the nerve. Upon hearing Du Lang's reprimand, Meng Xiaoqian immediately became dumbfounded. He realized then that Lu Tian had truly contacted Du Lang earlier. Master, could there be some kind of misunderstanding here? My girlfriend told me that this Lu Tian is nothing special, just a bragger. He must have deceived you with some tall tales. Fucking nonsense. What you're saying is what's deceiving me. Does Mr. Liu need to brag about his abilities? Not to mention other things. Even I as the leader of the martial alliance owe my position to Mr. Liu, who is too modest to take it for himself. Ah. Meng Xiaoqian stared wide-eyed in shock, disbelief plastered all over his face. Although he hadn't attended today's martial alliance meeting, he had heard from other disciples about what happened there. He had also heard about a great master who defeated Mo Chong, Dongzhan, and xuanhuan. The disciples guessed it was likely this great master who had refused to become their leader, instead allowing their sect master Du Lang to step up. Du Lang always spoke of this great master with admiration. It turned out that the very master whom their sect master admired so much was Lu Tian, the person both he and Lin Mingting looked down upon. You must kneel down immediately and apologize to Mr. Liu. If he doesn't forgive you, I might also be implicated, and if that happens, I won't let you off easily either. Let me end this call. I still need to make another phone call to personally apologize on behalf of the Tianying sect. After scolding him harshly, Du Lang hung up. Cold sweat dripped down Meng Xiaoqian's back, and his legs gave way, forcing him to kneel down. Lin Mingting suddenly gasped. Xiaoqian, why are you kneeling? Meng Xiaoqian shot her a furious glare. You should kneel down right now and apologize to Mr. Liu along with me. What? Lin Mingting exclaimed, startled. Are you joking? You're a disciple of the Tianying sect. How can you fear him? Meng Xiaoqian growled. Not only me, even our sect master fears him. If you don't kneel down now, I'll force you to do it. Terrified by his tone, Lin Mingting quickly knelt down beside him. Chapter 92. Not so simple. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers around completely astonished. Not long ago, Meng Xiaoqian and Lin Mingting were acting particularly arrogantly. Due to Meng Xiaoqian's status as a disciple of the Tianying sect, the hall manager and waitstaff who tried to mediate were all frightened off. Their arrogant attitude also made the surrounding customers angry, but no one dared to speak up. Now, watching them kneel down begging for mercy, both the restaurant staff and customers felt relieved. Mr. Liu, we failed to recognize your true worth. Please don't hold a grudge against us. Meng Xiaoqian nervously pleaded. Lin Mingting also hurriedly apologized. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, Meng Xiaoqian said. We've already knelt down and apologized as you asked. Please let us go. Lu Tian coldly laughed. If you had knelt and apologized back then, I would have let you go. But your arrogance in front of me cost you that opportunity. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoqian and Lin Mingting immediately became extremely nervous. At this moment, Lu Tian's phone rang. It was Du Lang, the leader of the Tianying sect, calling. Lu Tian answered the call and turned on speakerphone. Mr. Liu, my apologies on behalf of the members of the Tianying sect who offended you. It's due to my failure in discipline. I humbly request Mr. Liu's forgiveness. I won't blame you, but I won't easily let him go. How does Mr. Liu plan to handle him? Just tell me. Expel him from the Tianying sect and blacklist him within the martial alliance. No problem, I'll do it right away. I've got the speaker on. You can tell him yourself. Yes. Meng Xiaoqian, starting now, you are no longer a disciple of the Tianying sect, and in any area related to the martial alliance, there will be no place for you. Meng Xiaoqian's face immediately turned ashen. He originally thought that by standing up for Lin Mingting, he could show off his might. But not only did he fail to show off, he ended up ruining his own future in the martial arts world. Lu Tian looked at him and Lin Mingting. This matter is over between us. Now get out. Lin Mingting also appeared embarrassed, but had to accept this outcome. Since Meng Xiaoqian couldn't make it in the martial arts world anymore, she instantly lost respect for him. Meng Xiaoqian, you're useless. You're unworthy to be my boyfriend. We're done, coldly said Lin Mingting, and without another glance at Meng Xiaoqian, she stood up to leave. Meng Xiaoqian exploded with rage, standing up and grabbing her arm. If it weren't for trying to help you, would I have come to this? And now you dump me, without hesitation. Are you still blaming me? If I had known you were so useless, I wouldn't have dated you. Given my standards, I could have found someone much better. It's you who've wasted my time. You lowlife. Infuriated, Meng Xiaoqian slapped Lin Mingting across the face more than 10 times before storming off. Lin Mingting's face became swollen red and full of shame, making her too embarrassed to stay, crying and running out of the restaurant. Seeing this pompous and opportunistic woman get her face slapped, the onlookers had no sympathy for her, instead feeling incredibly satisfied. After the troublemakers left, Lu Tian and Yi Qinxue continued their meal. Yi Qinxue was also deeply shaken by what just happened. She never expected the leader of the Tianying sect to be so respectful towards Lu Tian. When Du Lang mentioned how his position as leader was given to him by Lu Tian, it was during a call with Meng Xiaoqian where speakerphone wasn't on. So Yi Qinxue didn't hear what he exactly said. But judging from Du Lang's deferential tone when speaking to Lu Tian, she realized that Lu Tian must have considerable status in the local martial arts community. Recalling how Lu Tian saved her countless times before, she increasingly felt that Lu Tian was not an ordinary person. Previously, Yi Qianxue wanted to advise Lu Tian not to get involved with the Yi family's conflict with the Chu family, to avoid causing himself trouble. Now, she abandoned that thought, thinking that perhaps the other party truly had the ability to help the Yi family through their difficulties. Next, Yi Qianxue talked to him about shares, inviting him to attend the shareholder change conference at Yi Group Corporation the next morning at 9 o'clock to sign the shareholding change agreement. Speaking of Yi Qianxue's second uncle Yi Hongnan, he had already lost his influence in the Yi family. The family members who supported him before have switched sides due to their own interests, all rallying behind Yi Qianxue's family now. Yi Hongnan had been plotting for years to take over the family business, but everything came undone at the last moment, leaving him bitter. During this time, he has been searching for a way to overturn the current situation. That night, he visited the martial arts family, the Lung family. The layout of power in the Lung family had also undergone significant changes. Lung Tai, the head of the Lung family, remains unaccounted for. But people from the Lung family know that xuanhuan, who had control over them, has already been dealt with, and it's likely Lung Tai met the same fate. The rightful young master of the Lung family, Lung Baiyu, had been eliminated long ago. Now, the Lung family's core bloodline lacks a suitable candidate to take over as the head of the family. Lung Xian, Lung Tai's cousin, seized this opportunity to gain control over the family's decision-making power. After xuanhuan was taken care of, his subordinates also withdrew from Jiangzhou, freeing the Lung family from his influence. Before sunset, Lung Xian hastily convened a family meeting, nominating himself as the new head of the family. Other family members dared not voice any objections and unanimously expressed their support. With this, Lung Xian's son, Lung Haokong, instantly became the heir apparent for the family head position, feeling exceedingly triumphant. With an arrogant air, Lung Haokong greeted Yi Hongnan, who had come to visit. "I've heard your father has become the new head of the Lung family. Congratulations. Did you come to congratulate me with nothing?" "Of course not. The gift I bring is beyond your wildest dreams, but I need the Lung family's help to obtain it. Tell me what this gift is first." "Shares in Yi Group Corporation. If your family backs me and helps me seize control of Yi Group, I will give you 30% of the shares." Upon hearing about receiving 30% of the shares, Lung Haokong immediately perked up. He quickly summoned his father, Lung Xian, to explain the situation. The Yi family is a top-tier wealthy household in the area. Given the current state of the Yi family, the annual profits from 30% of the shares would be measured in billions. After learning of the situation, Lung Xian sought to exploit the opportunity to extract even more benefits. "If you're willing to hand over 40% of the shares, then I'll help you," Lung Xian said. Yi Hongnan clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, "Then let's make it final." Lung Xian asked, "Do you have any specific plans?" "Yes," Yi Hongnan replied. "Tomorrow morning, Yi Group will hold a shareholders meeting. That's when we'll create trouble for them." Chapter 93, Making a Scene Unreasonably. Next, Yi Hongnan explained his plan in detail to Lung Xian and Lung Haokong. After hearing his plan, Lung Xian said, "I'm willing to help you execute this plan, but I have some concerns. You said after the success of this plan, you will give us 40% of the shares. What if you change your mind then?" Yi Hongnan replied resolutely, "I will absolutely do what I promised. Besides, your Lung family is more powerful than me. I wouldn't dare to trick you," Lung Xian said. "Although that's true, I still can't easily trust your promise. How much of the shareholding do you currently own in the Yi Group?" 30%, Yi Hongnan answered. Lung Xian nodded. "Since you've agreed to give us 40% of the shares, then hand over these 30% shares you currently hold first. After we help you accomplish everything, when you control most of the shares of the Yi family, you can then give us another 10% of the shares." This, Yi Hongnan seemed troubled. "How? Are you afraid we'll take the benefits and not do the work?" Lung Xian frowned. "No, absolutely not." Yi Hongnan indeed had such concerns, but he didn't dare voice them out. He continued, "I absolutely trust you guys." Lung Haokong smiled as he spoke up. "If you trust us, then why hesitate? Just hand over your 30% shares to us. Then, how about I give you 10% of the shares first?" Yi Hongnan cautiously suggested. Lung Haokong looked at Lung Xian. "Looks like he still doesn't trust us." Lung Xian nodded. "If that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. Please leave." "Don't." Yi Hongnan was somewhat flustered. If the Yi family wasn't willing to help him, he would lose his chance to seize power. In urgency, he gritted his teeth and said, "I agree with your terms." "Great." Lung Xian laughed. "No time to waste. Let's sign the share transfer agreement tonight." Yi Hongnan nodded. "I'll prepare it right away." Speaking of which, when Lu Tian returned home, it was already late. To his surprise, Zhao Yuxuan, who normally had strong aversion towards him, was sitting in the living room on the first floor. Even more unexpected was the moment he entered the living room. He was scolded harshly by her. "Lu Tian, you son of a bitch. I just got a call informing me that you hit my friend Ming Ting's boyfriend, causing their breakup. Before that, I also heard that you injured my cousin Zhao Yupin at the Martial Arts Alliance convention. Do you think since Aunt Bai is friends with my mom, you're invincible because you've got her backing? Do you think you're great by doing all this? To me, you're just relying on someone else's power to look important." Sitting upstairs on the second floor, Su Yunru heard Zhao Yuxuan cursing, and she quickly came downstairs to check the situation. "Yuxuan, why are you cursing at him?" Su Yunru glared at Zhao Yuxuan and asked sternly. You ask him. Zhao Yuxuan pointed to Lu Tian. Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. What happened? Lu Tian said. I went to participate in the Martial Arts Alliance convention. At that time, Zhao Yuxiang was also present. He not only betrayed the alliance, but also mocked me publicly. That's why I disciplined him. At that moment, Lu Tian used the ropes around the fighting platform like a whip to strike Dong Zhun. Dong Zhun pushed Zhao Yuxiang in front of him to shield himself. Actually, Lu Tian was fully capable of bypassing Zhao Yuxiang and striking Dong Zhun directly. The reason he didn't do so was because he wanted to use this opportunity to teach Zhao Yuxiang a lesson. Lu Tian then said, many enemies fell to me during the process. Compared to those other enemies, I've actually been quite lenient with him. Zhao Yuxuan angrily said. So, are you boasting about your mighty exploits? Humph. Even though I wasn't there, I've already heard from my cousin about the situation back then. Someone secretly helped you behind the scenes for you to make such an impression. Lu Tian paused. Then you should explain who was helping me. Zhao Yuxuan said. My cousin mentioned that before the end of the Martial Arts Alliance convention, he left the venue. On the way back, he encountered a very powerful woman. Later, he learned from some friends who attended the convention that this woman was none other than Feifeng sect master from Xin sect. She came to clean house. At first, my cousin found it strange. How could a second-rate expert like you possibly defeat those grandmasters? Later, he finally guessed the reason and explained his speculation to me. It must be that sect master Feifeng of Xin sect has reached an agreement with Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai provided her with the opportunity to clean house, and she, in turn, guaranteed safety for this Martial Arts Alliance convention. As for your impressive performance on the stage, it should be due to Aunt Bai improving your status within the Martial Arts Alliance. She had sect master Feifeng secretly assist you using Xian techniques, ensuring your victory on the stage. Lu Tian was speechless. He hadn't expected Zhao Yuxiang's imagination to run so wild. However, Zhao Yuxiang has always insisted that he is a second-rate expert, so it's not surprising that he would come up with such guesses. At this point, Su Yunru spoke up. Yuxuan, since it was Zhao Yuxiang who betrayed the Martial Arts Alliance and mocked Lu Tian, being taught a lesson by Lu Tian is his well-deserved fate. You have no right to blame Lu Tian. What about how he dealt with my friend Meng Xiaoxin's boyfriend? Zhao Yuxuan snapped angrily. She glared at Lu Tian. Meng Ting told me all about the situation. You would probably say that they started it. Humph. If you hadn't previously caused Meng Ting to be slapped by Yan Shufei, would they have called on Meng Xiaoxin to take revenge on you? Lu Tian said. That time she was slapped in the face was also her own fault. Zhao Yuxuan angrily retorted. Even if there were some mistakes on her part, don't you bear any responsibility at all? Especially as a grown man. Do you really need to nitpick like that? Lu Tian burst out laughing. If I didn't nitpick with her, should I just let her walk all over me? Besides, this time she went even further. If I hadn't been capable, she would certainly have done everything in her power to make things difficult for me. You're full of hot air, Zhao Yuxuan coldly said. Isn't it because you're depending on Aunt Bai's support, which made Du Lang, newly elected master of Tianying sect and head of the Martial Arts Alliance, give you face, and thus expelled Meng Xiaoxin from Tianying sect at your request? Lu Tian replied. Feel free to think what you want. In any case, this time they've completely angered me, so I won't show them any kindness. This enraged Zhao Yuxuan. Don't you think what you did was too much? Meng Xiaoxin only wanted to help his girlfriend teach you a lesson, but you ruined his future. Meng Ting merely wanted to retaliate against you, yet you've caused her to break up with her boyfriend. If you got defeated, the worst that could happen is getting beaten by them. But now that they are ruined, they've lost both their future and love. After hearing the other side's clearly biased and absurd reasoning, Lu Tian also lost his temper. Zhao Yuxuan, don't push your luck. From now on, if you continue making unreasonable trouble, I guarantee a slap will land on your face. Chapter 94. Take responsibility to the end. Lu Tian was almost furious. If Zhao Yuxuan continued to be unreasonable, he would really lose control of his anger and slap her. Seeing his increasingly fierce gaze, Zhao Yuxuan became nervous and dared not yell anymore. Stop arguing, Su Yunru said sharply. She sighed and said, I have understood the general situation from your conversation just now. She looked at Zhao Yuxuan. Regarding this matter, you indeed should not blame Lu Tian. You, how do you keep defending him? Every time I argue with him, you always take his side. Zhao Yuxuan said indignantly. I'm just explaining the truth. Su Yunru said, you're completely being unreasonable. I know you care about saving face, so I won't make you apologize to him. But if you blame him again, just wait to see how I discipline you. Zhao Yuxuan clenched her teeth in anger and glared at Lu Tian again. If you don't want me to blame you, leave our house now and go find your girlfriend Yi Qiansnow. What did you say? Su Yunru exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qiansnow? Is she your girlfriend? Zhao Yuxuan nodded. When Meng Ting had a conflict with him this time, he was dining with Yi Qiansnow. I used to think Yi Qiansnow hired him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but it seems they are genuinely dating. Yi Qiansnow, as the daughter of a first-class noble family, is truly prestigious, and I don't understand how she could fall for someone like him, an unknown nobody. Although I currently don't get along well with Yi Qiansnow, when I think of her being together with Lu Tian, it makes me feel like her reputation has dropped too. Upon hearing this news, Su Yunru was dazed, then a fleeting hint of melancholy flashed across her face. Lu Tian noticed the change in her expression and quickly said, Aunt Su, the relationship between Yi Qiansnow and me isn't what it seems. I'll explain it to you later. Zhao Yuxuan looked at Lu Tian. I'm telling you, today's matter isn't over. You have no real talent yourself, yet you always use others' influence. When you regret it, I won't let you off either. After saying that, she turned toward the staircase, preparing to head upstairs to the third floor where she stayed. Hold it, Lu Tian said fiercely. Hearing him reprimand her, Xuanhuan got angry again and immediately turned around, glaring furiously at him. Speak up. Lu Tian didn't respond. He walked straight up to her, suddenly raising his hand, ready to strike. Xuanhuan was terrified, shrieking out of fear, closing her eyes tightly. Lu Tian, don't! Su Yunru shouted in alarm. Lu Tian looked at Su Yunru. I've already said, if she keeps being unreasonable, I will hit her. Aunt Su, even if you try to persuade me, I won't let her off. If you worry about my actions being too harsh, you do it instead. After finishing, Lu Tian grabbed Zhao Yuxuan's arm and threw her in front of Su Yunru. Without a word, Su Yunru slapped Zhao Yuxuan across the face. You actually hit me. Zhao Yuxuan covered her painful face, completely astonished, looking at Su Yunru with red, tear-filled eyes. Su Yunru raised her hand again and slapped her once more. You are becoming more and more undisciplined. Lu Tian has already been very tolerant of you, and yet you act so aggressively. You've gone too far. Even if he hadn't asked me to intervene, I would still have disciplined you. Hopefully, these 2 slaps will teach you a lesson. If you were to act so unreasonably outside, who do you think will indulge you? Su Yunru had great authority in front of Zhao Yuxuan. Even when she saw Su Yunru upset, Zhao Yuxuan didn't dare cause trouble any further. But Zhao Yuxuan always placed herself at the center, not seeing any fault in her behavior, and remained discontent inside. She left the first-floor living room with an aggrieved expression and went up to the third floor where she was staying. I'm going to rest, Su Yunru said to Lu Tian, and then turned to go upstairs too. When Lu Tian returned to his room, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. He hadn't explained yet to Su Yunru that he was merely pretending to be a couple with Yi Qiansnow. He hurried upstairs to Su Yunru's room on the second floor. What are you doing here? Get out. Now that you have a girlfriend, don't come to me anymore. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yunru scolded him. Su Yunru had always been afraid to confront their romantic relationship and insisted on not getting formally involved with him. But for some reason, after learning that he might be dating Yi Qiansnow, she felt particularly disheartened. Aunt Su, listen to my explanation. Lu Tian first closed the door, then explained to her that he was employed by Yi Qiansnow to fake being a couple. After listening carefully, Su Yunru's emotions calmed down a bit, but not entirely. Yi Qiansnow is younger and prettier than me. She is more suitable for you. Sighing, Su Yunru then sat on the edge of the bed, speaking with a tone tinged with self-mockery. Lu Tian sat beside her and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. I've already said it. She and I are only pretending to be a couple. She might be younger than you, but you possess an allure of maturity that she doesn't. And if we're talking about beauty, you're not inferior to her in any way. As he spoke, he reached out with his other hand and clasped Su Yunru's hand. In truth, I've always wanted to officially confirm our relationship as a couple, but it's you who have been unwilling to face it. Su Yunru understood Lu Tian's feelings, which warmed her heart. She also knew that she had been avoiding this. Even now, she still lacked the courage to confront it. She chuckled bitterly once more. When you asked me before how to proceed with our relationship, my answer was to let things flow naturally. And now, my answer remains unchanged. Sighing again, Su Yunru continued. Honestly, being with you makes me happy. But my avoidance is nothing more than delaying your life, and it's unfair to your sacrifices for me. Ms. Su, what nonsense are you talking? Lu Tian placed his hand against her cheek, turning her gaze toward him. To tell the truth, while you might be evading this, you're actually sharing your love with me without concern for labels. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you forever. Lu Tian, I understand how you feel about me, but I believe you shouldn't waste your time on an old woman like me. You consider yourself an old woman, but it's precisely because I'm fond of your lingering charm. So what? You stop it. It's too embarrassing. I will continue maintaining our current relationship. Su Yunru, her face red, replied in a voice slightly filled with shyness. Standing up, Lu Tian pulled the curtains closed before sitting back down beside her. Knowing what he intended, Su Yunru blushed furiously and gave him a sidelong glance full of mild resentment. Once again, Lu Tian embraced her. I want to experience your lingering charm once more. You disgusting. Su Yunru complained, her tone laced with playful annoyance. Even though she voiced her disapproval, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lu Tian's back, silently showing her agreement through her actions. Chapter 95. How to explain this? Whenever Su Yunru interacted with Lu Tian, her feelings were always conflicted, and this time was no different. Even though she had tacitly accepted this form of relationship with Lu Tian, deep in her heart, she still felt embarrassed about confronting this sentiment. Only when they were intertwined could she momentarily release her emotions. Perhaps under such circumstances, the deep feelings within her found a temporary release, allowing her to be more unrestrained than usual. Lu Tian also became more passionate as he indulged with her in fervent exchanges, making her response even more impassioned. That evening, Lu Tian stayed in her room. The next morning, before 6 o'clock, Su Yunru woke Lu Tian up. You need to go back to your room. What time is it? Let me sleep for another hour, alright? If you stay for another hour, Yu Xian might wake up. If she discovers you leaving my room, how am I supposed to explain? Go now. Understood. Lu Tian sat up in bed, stretched his arms, and started getting dressed. At this time, Su Yunru also put on her clothes. After Lu Tian finished dressing, he got off the bed and walked toward the door. Wait. As he turned the door lock, Su Yunru called him to stop. Lu Tian turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Su Yunru hesitated for a moment, and then let out a slight bitter smile as she said. I've carefully considered it, and I feel that we really shouldn't openly be together. I've already told you the reasons. First, your mother and I are very good friends. I don't feel right facing her. Second, you're much younger than me. Xuanhuan isn't much older than you. I wouldn't want her knowing about our relationship. Since I'm avoiding reality, staying with me would only hold you back. You should find a suitable woman, someone who can give you a proper relationship. Xuanhuan seems perfect for you. Since she asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend and invited you to dinner alone, she must have a good impression of you. If you seriously pursue her, maybe she will accept you. Don't consider me. When you have a girlfriend, I will willingly step aside without any resentment. While saying these words, Xuanhuan forced herself to wear a relaxed smile, but Lu Tian immediately noticed her fake cheerfulness. She had developed feelings for Lu Tian, so of course, she didn't want to withdraw, but from a practical perspective, she didn't want to hinder him. Lu Tian walked to her and looked at her seriously. Without my permission, you won't leave. To express his determination to be with her, he deliberately used a firm tone. As for whether there would be progress between him and Xuanhuan, this was something he couldn't guarantee. After all, Xuanhuan had saved him and helped preserve his integrity. He was a transcendent cultivator beyond the ordinary world. Even if he took responsibility for multiple women, it wouldn't be a problem for him. As long as Xuanhuan didn't mind, he was willing to take responsibility for her. There was another woman, Bai Yun, who might one day develop into a situation where he would take responsibility for her too. Before his cultivation reached a certain level, he dared not reveal his true identity as a cultivator to Xuanru. Otherwise, she would most likely think he was delusional, leading to an awkward misunderstanding. Lu Tian continued, I can't tell you too much about my thoughts right now, but my promise to you won't change. No matter what, I'll take responsibility for you forever. Okay, Xuanru nodded emphatically. Although she still lacked the courage to face these emotions, she had tacitly accepted continuing their relationship in this manner. Lu Tian stepped forward and hugged her, engaging in a passionate kiss. Xuanru released her emotions again, slowly lifting her hands to encircle his back, responding with equal fervor. Bang! The door was pushed open. Xuanhuan stood at the entrance, looking at the scene with shock and anger on her face. Xuanru was startled and instantly pulled away from Lu Tian's embrace, feeling extremely embarrassed. Lu Tian remained relatively calm. It was a great coincidence that Xuanhuan discovered the situation. Last night, Xuanhuan had made a phone call, inviting Lin Mengting to go jogging in the morning, wanting to use the opportunity to console Lin Mengting after her breakup. When passing by the second floor, she just happened to hear the conversation inside this room between Lu Tian and Xuanru. This room actually had decent soundproofing, but Xuanru began talking to Lu Tian as he was turning the doorknob, ready to leave. Lu Tian didn't lock the door again, and there was a crack left open, so Xuanhuan managed to hear part of their conversation. Initially, due to the distance, Xuanhuan could only hear muffled voices without understanding the exact content. However, finding Lu Tian in Xuanru's room early in the morning made her quite surprised. Driven by curiosity, she came to the door and overheard their conversation just then, discovering their intimate relationship. Overwhelmed with anger, she immediately pushed the door open and witnessed the scene of them kissing. You two have been together all along, haven't you? Xuanhuan exclaimed angrily. She first turned to Xuanru. No wonder you insisted on letting my dad leave here, but refused to drive Lu Tian away. It was to make it convenient for you two to be together. Recently, I heard a woman's voice in Lu Tian's room and assumed he was watching porn. Now I know what really happened. It was you being with him at that time. Lu Tian isn't much older than me, and his mother is one of your best friends. Isn't it embarrassing for you to be with him? Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I do on your behalf. Hearing her daughter Xuanhuan's accusations, Xuanru blushed furiously. Xuan, let me explain. Xuanru hastily said. What is there to explain? No matter what reason drives you to be with him, it still makes me ashamed of you. Xuanhuan retorted angrily. Xuanru lowered her head. Upon reflection, she indeed didn't know how to explain herself. Let me talk to her, Aunt Su, Lu Tian offered. He looked at Xuanhuan. First off, I should clarify that Xuanhuan and I are only pretending to be a couple. I'm actually single now. Your mom has been divorced for a while and is also single, so there's nothing wrong with her having a boyfriend, right? Aunt Su and I care about each other and have chosen to be together. It's completely reasonable. What right do you have to criticize her? Xuanhuan shouted back. Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. You're just after the wealth and luxury she can provide by being her young, kept man. Xuan, don't say nonsense. He's not my kept man. I really am in a relationship with him, Xuanru said. At this point, even though she found it hard to face, she had no choice but to confront the truth. Chapter 96, Threatening Tactics. Xuanru's explanation was completely dismissed by Xuanhuan. Do you really think claiming that you're in a relationship with him will make me believe it? You may have been divorced, and you're not young anymore, but your overall conditions are quite good. With such great conditions, there's no way you'd be dating a man like him who has neither money nor influence. I think you just see him as young and strong, and he listens to you, so you're keeping him as your sugar baby. Putting it nicely, this is for your enjoyment. Putting it harshly, this is a violation of morality. Faced with such accusations, Xuanru nearly broke down. But now she had already lost all her authority in front of her daughter. Although misunderstood by her daughter, it still made her feel utterly humiliated. You keep ghosting around with him here. Starting today, I'm going back to the Zhao family. No need to disturb your little two-person world. After finishing, Xuanhuan stormed out angrily. Xuan, Xuanru quickly chased after her. She grabbed Xuanhuan's arm. You've completely misunderstood us. I am really in a relationship with him. Let go. Xuanhuan shook off her hand. This denial is probably because you're afraid I'll expose your secret affair with your sugar baby, right? She smirked coldly and continued. Rest assured, I won't say anything. After all, I'm your daughter. I can't afford to lose face either. No matter how Su Yunru tried to persuade her, Xuanhuan didn't give her any kind words and stormed off angrily from the villa. Su Yunru sat dazed on the sofa in the living room, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Lu Tian sat beside her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This situation isn't as complicated as it seems. Don't abandon our feelings because of this misunderstanding. Su Yunru took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and her expression became more serious. Am I that fragile? And if I give up now, wouldn't that be equal to admitting I'm maintaining a sugar daddy-sugar baby relationship? Even if others think you're my sugar baby, I won't give up because... She earnestly looked at Lu Tian. You're my man. Lu Tian nodded, excitedly holding her in his arms. Finally, you're no longer running away from this matter. Who says? Su Yunru said. Although being exposed by Xuanhuan made me feel very embarrassed, it also gave me the courage to face this head on. But, she sighed, saying, if your mom were to find out about this, I definitely wouldn't have the courage to face it. So, Su Yunru sighed again. I still can't officially start a relationship with you. Let's just go with the flow. Lu Tian nodded. I understand how you feel. Rest assured, whenever the time comes, I will take full responsibility for you. Su Yunru responded with a nod, feeling warmth again in her heart. Hey, Su Yunru said, yesterday when I was at work, I received a call from your mom. She said she would come to Jiangzhou in 3 days. Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. Out of courtesy, I will definitely arrange for her to stay at my place. I don't want her to find out about our relationship, so during that time, you need to keep your distance from me. Lu Tian looked a bit disheartened. Su Yunru smiled faintly, patting his shoulder. I own 2 villas, so it's actually quite easy for us to create opportunities to be together. Lu Tian brightened. That makes sense. In the morning, Su Yunru went to the company herself while Lu Tian headed to Ye's group. Yi Qianxue had invited him yesterday. Today, he would attend the shareholders' meeting at Ye's group to sign the shareholder change agreement. Speaking of Ye's group, this shareholders' meeting would be chaired by the chairman of the company, Yi Qianxue's father, Yi Wei. The shareholders of the company arrived one by one in the meeting room. Lu Tian was on his way here and estimated he would arrive in about 10 minutes. As the second largest shareholder of the company, Yi Hongnan also came to the shareholders' meeting. His son, Yi Xiao, came along too. After seating himself, Yi Hongnan said, everyone has arrived. Let's start the meeting. Not yet. The speaker was Yi Qianxue's mother, xuanhuan. Yi Wei interjected. Qianxue hasn't arrived yet, and neither has our new shareholder, Lu Tian. There's no need to wait. Yi Xiao spoke with a chilling voice. He glared darkly at Yi Wei. Someone has already taken Yi Qianxue to a secret location. After the shareholders' meeting is over, they might release her. Of course, there is a condition. You must listen to us. What are you talking about? Yi Wei was shocked. Xuanhuan exclaimed in alarm. So you arranged for someone to kidnap her? Yi Xiao didn't deny it, instead chuckling coldly. If you're willing to transfer all the shares you hold to us, I guarantee her safety. Yi Hongnan said with a sneer. As for the new shareholder Lu Tian, if he shows up, we'll just make him hand over the newly acquired shares and kick him out. To confirm whether he was being tricked, Yi Wei called Yi Qianxue, only to find her phone turned off. Moreover, Yi Xiao played a video on his phone showing Yi Qianxue tied up and confined in some room. Furious, Yi Wei lunged forward and grabbed Yi Xiao by the collar. You'd better release Qianxue right now. If anything happens to her, I'll take your life. Yi Wei, you'd better be nice to us, Yi Hongnan replied leisurely. Yeah, Yi Xiao added. It's simple. If you want her back unharmed, just hand over the shares. Yi Wei seethed, never expecting that Yi Hongnan and his son Yi Xiao would resort to such despicable tactics to threaten him. He roared angrily. You should know well that the Li family in the provincial capital, represented by Li Zhengfeng, is backing us. Do you not fear that young Master Li will help us settle accounts with you? Ho ho, Yi Xiao mocked. Do you really think that only you have powerful connections? I don't mind telling you. Our connection is none other than the Marshal Wei Cold family. The wealth and influence of the Cold family may not match that of the Li family, which we admit. But this is Jiangzhou. The Li family has no foothold in Jiangzhou City and is certainly no match for the Cold family. Yi Hongnan shoved a pre-prepared share transfer agreement across the meeting table toward Yi Wei. I've got the agreement ready. Sign it. Xuanhuan looked extremely tense, shouting at Yi Wei. We must prioritize our daughter's safety. There's nothing left but to give away the shares. Yi Wei sighed and reluctantly signed the agreement. Ha! Yi Hongnan and his son exchanged triumphant smiles. Yi Hongnan planned to groom his son Yi Xiao as the new head of their family. According to the agreement content, Yi Wei transferred his shares to Yi Xiao. Standing up, Yi Xiao arrogantly strode to the chairman's seat located at the top end of the conference table and sat down. Now that we've handed over the shares, you'd better let Qianxue go quickly. Yi Wei exclaimed furiously. Yi Hongnan chuckled and said, after this meeting ends and I reorganize the company's shares, I'll release her. Looking at Yi Wei and Xuanhuan, Yi Xiao remarked, since you're no longer shareholders here, you're not qualified to participate in the shareholders meeting. Get out. You, how dare you? Though Yi Wei gnashed his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Just as he and Xuanhuan were about to leave the conference room, someone pushed open the door. Lu Tian had arrived to attend the shareholders meeting. Chapter 97. Answer my question. Seeing Yi Xiao sitting in the chairman's seat, Lu Tian was surprised. When he saw Yi Wei and Xie Ziran with angry and worried faces, Lu Tian guessed that they had been threatened by Yi Hongnan and others through some means. What's going on? Lu Tian asked. They kidnapped Xuanhuan, Yi Wei said angrily, his face full of hatred. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. He looked coldly at Yi Hongnan. I don't want to waste words with you. Release her immediately, or I will deal with you right now. Yi Hongnan smirked. You dare talk to me like this? Don't you care about saving her anymore? Lu Tian, don't be impulsive, otherwise it will be even harder for Xuanhuan to come back safely. Yi Wei hurriedly said. Did you hear that? Yi Xiao grinned smugly. Now, you have to follow our orders. You're the new shareholder here, aren't you? I order you to hand over your shares immediately. And, you slapped my face before, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. After I take complete control of the Yi family, I'll settle this account with you thoroughly. Lu Tian ignored Yi Xiao and directly looked at Yi Hongnan. I want to make a deal with you. Yi Hongnan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled contemptuously. With Yi Xuanhuan in my hands, it means you're under my control. What qualifications do you have to make a deal with me? Yi Xiao directly rebuked. Lu Tian, you have no qualifications to discuss other matters with us here. If you know what's good for you, hand over your shares quickly and get lost. Lu Tian, don't provoke them. Yi Wei said worriedly. Lu Tian's face became increasingly somber as he spoke to Yi Hongnan again. The deal I plan to negotiate with you is this. If you release Yi Xuanhuan, I will also release the hostage on your side, who fell into my hands. Yi Hongnan froze momentarily, not understanding these words, because he didn't think that anyone from their side had become a hostage on the other side. The other people in the meeting room were all equally puzzled. Yi Xiao snorted coldly. You say you have hostages in your hands too, and these hostages are from our side? Who is it? I don't see anyone. Do you think by putting on airs, you can trick us into releasing Yi Xuanhuan? I think you're asking for trouble. Then, he looked at Yi Hongnan. Dad, don't believe his nonsense. I've heard something about him. He likes making empty threats. Lu Tian still didn't pay attention to Yi Xiao and continued talking to Yi Hongnan. So, how about considering my proposal? Yi Hongnan also sneered. I already know that you're bragging recklessly. Do you really expect me to listen to your nonsense? I won't waste any more words with you. If you don't want Yi Xuanhuan to be hurt, hand over the shares immediately and leave the meeting room. Lu Tian sighed. Since that's the case, I might as well deal with the hostage on your side that's fallen into my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze instantly turned piercing. Then, in a flash, he darted toward Yi Xiao. Bang! Just as a hint of shock appeared on Yi Xiao's face, he was grabbed by Lu Tian, his head pressed down, and his face slammed onto the table. Ah! Instantaneously, blood streamed from Yi Xiao's nose, several teeth were knocked out, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The sudden situation shocked everyone around, causing them to involuntarily draw in a breath of cold air. Yi Hongnan was frightened into trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he realized that the person Yi Xiao referred to as being a hostage on their side was actually Yi Xiao himself. They had thought that using Yi Xuanhuan as a hostage would be enough to threaten the other party. But they hadn't expected that the moment they arrived, they had already become the other party's captives. It all depended on Lu Tian's mood, whether he chose to use Yi Hongnan or Yi Xiao as the hostage. Lu Tian grabbed Yi Xiao's hair and pulled his head backward. At the same time, with his other hand, he picked up the ashtray on the table, pretending to smash it into Yi Xiao's face. No! Yi Hongnan's heart jolted as he hastily gestured for him to stop. Lu Tian said, Where has Xuanhuan been taken? Yi Hongnan said, Lu Tian, although you are good at fighting. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tian smashed the ashtray straight into Yi Xiao's face. Ah! Yi Xiao screamed again. One side of his face split open, losing several molars in the process. You don't need to say anything else. Just answer my question. If you avoid answering, I'll keep hitting him. Lu Tian said. Yi Hongnan's mouth twitched, and he hastened to finish his unfinished sentence. But we have the support of the Lung family. If you know what's good for you. Bang! Once again, Lu Tian struck Yi Xiao's other cheek with the ashtray. Ah! Yi Xiao lost several more molars on this side, leaving his face on this side just as bruised as the other. Lu Tian said, If you don't answer my question, I'll continue hitting him. Yi Hongnan, with an even faster speaking speed, said, You should carefully consider this. You definitely can't compete with the Lung family, and if you make a fuss, it will only bring more trouble to yourself. So I advise you. Bang! 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 Lu Tian took the ashtray and smashed it repeatedly into Yi Xiao's face. Ah! Stop hitting me. I beg you to stop. Ayart! Yi Xiao screamed in agony, his voice hoarse from shouting. Yi Hongnan couldn't stay calm anymore. Since Lu Tian was unafraid of his threats, once he finished dealing with Yi Xiao, he might very well turn around and deal with him next. He didn't dare to avoid Lu Tian's questions anymore. I'll answer your question. Please stop immediately. Lu Tian stopped. Speak. Looking at Yi Xiao, whose face had been disfigured, Yi Hongnan was furious. His mouth twitched, and with resentment, he said, I don't want this incident to escalate too much, so I will only tell you, Lu Tian, the location where Yi Xuanhuan is being held. That's all I'm willing to agree on. Otherwise, even if you beat Yi Xiao to death, I won't back down. The reason Yi Hongnan chose to inform only Lu Tian was that he feared if Yi Wei knew the location, he would bring more people, making the situation worse. This kidnapping was jointly planned by Yi Hongnan and the Lung family, and he was deeply worried about things spiraling out of control. Lu Tian turned to Yi Wei. I'm going to save Xuanhuan. You just keep an eye on Yi Xiao here. If Yi Hongnan lies, I'll call you, and then you deal with Yi Xiao. Yi Wei had just come back to his senses, nodding solemnly. Be careful. Afterwards, Lu Tian made Yi Hongnan lead the way to the address where Yi Qianxue was being held. The person who arranged for Yi Qianxue to be kidnapped was Master Lung Haokong of the Lung family. Lung Haokong had Yi Qianxue taken to one of his own villas. Yi Baicheng, Yi Qianxue's cousin, also participated in the kidnapping. Thank you for helping us, Lung Master. With her in our hands, Yi Wei will surely hand over his shares to us quietly. In the living room of the villa, Yi Baicheng chuckled as he spoke to Lung Haokong. Lung Haokong said, "Don't forget that you've only given us 30% of the shares, and we're still owed 10%. Understood, Yi Baicheng replied. Once we get Yi Wei's shares, we'll immediately give you your 10%. Lung Haokong nodded approvingly. That's good. Yi Baicheng continued. Master Lung, I have a suggestion. Lu Tian hit you earlier, and my family has also suffered losses because of him. Let's take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Although he is strong in combat, you have plenty of capable subordinates on your side. With all of them working together, taking care of him should be more than enough. If we threaten him with Yi Qianxue, Lu Tian will probably come here to save her. When he arrives, we can deal with him." Lung Haokong's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he smirked slightly. Good. Let's do it. Chapter 98. Plans to deal with him on the way. Lu Tian was invited by Yi Wei and became one of the shareholders of Yi Group, so he must have attended this shareholders meeting too, said Yi Baicheng. Cold Haokong said that once we acquire Yi Wei's shares and reorganize the board of directors, Grandpa will call you, and we'll summon Lu Tian then. Cold Haokong said. Yi Baicheng nodded. To save Yi Qianxue, he will definitely come. And once he comes, there will be no peaceful way out for him. Cold Haokong smiled and said, "You stay here and wait for Grandpa's call. I'll go talk to Yi Qianxue." After finishing his sentence, a greedy smile flashed across his face before he walked toward the room where Yi Qianxue was being held. Cold Haokong had long lusted after Yi Qianxue's beauty and intended to take advantage of her situation. Yi Baicheng was Yi Qianxue's cousin. Though he didn't wish for Cold Haokong to bully Yi Qianxue in such a manner, thinking about their family branch needing Cold's family as a backing power, he chose not to intervene. Cold Haokong arrived at the room where Yi Qianxue was imprisoned. Yi Qianxue's hands and feet were tied, and she was bound to the bedpost with ropes, her mouth also gagged. Upon entering, Cold Haokong immediately locked the door and licked his lips with an evil grin as he stared at Yi Qianxue. Yi Qianxue trembled with fear. She kept shaking her head and struggled fiercely, but couldn't speak due to the gag in her mouth. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and soon, you'll be the prettiest among those I've slept with. Ha ha. Cold Haokong laughed arrogantly and approached Yi Qianxue with sinister intentions. Bound tightly to the bed frame, Yi Qianxue could not break free, her eyes filled with panic and terror. To make it easier to tear her clothes off, Cold Haokong undid some of the ropes around her body. Though skilled as a martial artist, Cold Haokong believed that even if he released some of the bindings, he still had enough strength to control her easily. As soon as the ropes loosened, Yi Qianxue hastily ran toward the door. At the same time, she freed herself from the rope gagging her mouth, pulled out the cloth stuffed inside, and shouted loudly for help. However, just as she reached the door and before she could touch the lock, Cold Haokong caught her arm. Next, she was thrown violently onto the bed nearby by Cold Haokong. Wanna run? Haha, let me enjoy myself first, and then I might think about letting you leave. Saying these words, Cold Haokong lunged at her, trying to rip apart her clothing. You? Let go of me. I'll fight you to the death. Furious, Yi Qianxue struggled hard, suddenly thrusting her knee into Cold Haokong's groin. Painfully crying out, Cold Haokong fell to the side, clutching himself and squirming in pain. Once again, Yi Qianxue dashed towards the door. You bitch, get back here. Enraged instantly, Cold Haokong chased after her despite the pain and yanked her back forcefully. How dare you resist and strike me like that? Cold Haokong glared at her maliciously and struck her hard across the face. Thrown off balance from the slap, Yi Qianxue stumbled backward only to be kicked in the stomach, falling against the wall. Enjoy resisting, do you? Well, I'll beat you until you can't resist anymore before I finish with you. Baring his teeth, Cold Haokong whipped out his belt and used it as a whip, repeatedly striking Yi Qianxue. Now, turning our attention back to Yi Baicheng. His grandfather Yi Hongnan mentioned that once they secured Yi Wei's shares and restructured the board, he would call them to release Yi Qianxue. However, Yi Hongnan had not contacted him yet, which left him sensing something abnormal happening. Just as he was about to call and inquire about the situation on his end, he noticed that his grandfather Yi Hongnan had arrived and entered the villa grounds. Lu Tian had come along as well. Although Yi Baicheng had suggested to Cold Haokong that they use Yi Qianxue to lure Lu Tian there and then confront him, the plan hadn't been carried out yet. Seeing Lu Tian arrive unexpectedly, Yi Baicheng realized that things were taking an unexpected turn. He guessed Lu Tian had come to rescue Yi Qianxue and quickly led Cold Haokong's men out to the yard. Baicheng, save me. Yelling while running over to Yi Baicheng's side was Yi Hongnan. Lu Tian did not intervene, confident that none of the villains would escape from under his hand. He directly looked at Yi Baicheng and asked, Where's Qianxue? Yi Baicheng snorted coldly and said, You can't even save yourself now, and you're still thinking about saving her? Yi Hongnan said, Baicheng, stop wasting time talking to him. This bastard injured your father. Disable him first. What? Yi Baicheng's complexion changed drastically. Then, glaring at Lu Tian with fierce eyes, he declared, We were just planning to deal with you, and here you've delivered yourself into our hands. Yi Baicheng smirked and gestured to the followers that Cold Haokong had brought. Disable him. These subordinates of Cold Haokong were all martial artists from the Cold family. Knowing that Cold Haokong was planning to deal with Lu Tian, they immediately surged forward. The abilities of these martial artists were decent. Manchang, they could be called third-rate experts. But against Lu Tian, whose strength had reached its pinnacle, these so-called experts were as good as nothing. Lu Tian, in a hurry to save Yi Qianxue, directly delivered clean and efficient moves, causing the martial artists to tumble down in defeat one by one. Both Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing were immediately startled into breaking out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Though they knew Lu Tian was skilled in martial arts, they never expected that so many top experts from the Cold family, working together, would still be no match for him. These martial artists are all people of the Cold family. If you dare to hit the martial artists of the Cold family, they will certainly not let you off. Yi Baiqing summoned up his courage and threatened Lu Tian using the reputation of the Cold family. Lu Tian didn't reply but directly flashed to the front of Yi Baiqing and slapped him. Smack! Yi Baiqing was knocked to the ground, his face bruised and bleeding. Boom! In the moment Yi Baiqing hit the ground, Lu Tian stomped down on the other side of his face. Yi Baiqing screamed in pain and continuously pleaded for mercy. Yi Hongnan, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his legs unable to support him. Where's Qianxue? Lu Tian demanded fiercely. She's in the room on the east end of the second floor of the villa. Terrified, Yi Baiqing dared not hide or bluster anymore. Lu Tian glanced at the curtained room at the far east end of the second floor, then rushed anxiously into the villa. Speaking of Cold Haokong, he had already beaten Yi Qianxue all over with his belt dozens of times. Now you can't resist, right? Cold Haokong, his face contorted with malice, grinned arrogantly, and then charged forward to rip off Yi Qianxue's clothes. Clang! The door was suddenly kicked open. Cold Haokong was startled and looked toward the door. Seeing Lu Tian burst into the room, Cold Haokong turned pale instantly. Chapter 99. Overconfident Enemies. Lung Haokong had long known he was no match for Lu Tian. His plan to retaliate against Lu Tian this time involved having his subordinates gang up on Lu Tian. Since Lu Tian had broken through to this place, Lung Haokong could guess that those under him had already fallen into Lu Tian's hands. In a panic, he prepared to take Yi Qianxue as a hostage to threaten Lu Tian. Lu Tian, of course, would not give him such an opportunity, and, before Lung Haokong could make a move, Lu Tian had already appeared in front of him and kicked out. Bang! Lung Haokong was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body smashed through the glass window and fell toward the yard below. Falling from the second floor to the ground, a cloud of dust rose with the impact, and his legs were instantly broken. Lung Haokong's face was filled with pain, nearly devoid of any strength to struggle. Yi Hongnan, Yi Baiqing, the grandson and grandfather, waiting in the yard, along with Lung Haokong's subordinates who were sprawled on the ground, were all struck with awe and shock at the sight. Save me. Lung Haokong weakly begged them for help. Despite being badly beaten and disfigured, Yi Baiqing still moved quickly. He hurriedly lifted Lung Haokong and ran toward the door. Yi Hongnan also fled outside. The martial artists of the Lung family, who had been knocked down by Lu Tian moments ago, struggled to their feet one by one and followed in a chaotic retreat. Baiqing, you take Lung Xiao to the hospital first. Yi Hongnan said. I will report the situation to Grandpa Lung. He will surely mobilize the entire family's resources to settle accounts with Lu Tian. Wait. Lung Haokong growled through clenched teeth. With a menacing look in his eyes and a sinister grin on his face, he said, I want to watch my father bring people to deal with him. I want to watch him die. Lu Tian, anxious to treat Yi Qianxue's injuries, did not chase after Lung Haokong and the others. Anyway, he knew very well that someone from the Lung family would definitely come for revenge. He estimated that the head of the Lung family, Lung Xuanhuan, would personally lead the elite martial artists of the Lung family to confront him. So he decided to stay there and wait for these experts of the Lung family to come so that he could eliminate them when they arrived. Lu Tian carried Yi Qianxue to the bed. Her body was covered in wounds, extremely weak. There was no time for embarrassment, and Lu Tian directly removed her clothing before applying the potent healing medicine he had refined onto her wounds. At the Lung family estate, many valuable items were laid before Lung Xuanhuan. There were precious herbs, gold and silver jewels, and antique paintings and calligraphy. Lung grandfather, are you really going to use so many valuable things to win the favor of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance? Asked the steward. Nonsense. If I don't curry their favor again, the Lung family won't be able to survive much longer in the martial arts world. Sighing, Lung Xuanhuan continued. Previously, Chao Yuanfeng took control of the Lung family and angered the Martial Alliance, likely causing them to bear ill will toward us. Although I benefited cheaply by becoming the head of the Lung family, it is undeniable that my strength pales in comparison to the former family head, Lung Tai, and even further compared to his son, Lung Baiyu. Lung Baiyu has already been killed by the enemy, and Lung Tai is missing. It's very possible he has been eliminated as well. I am unfamiliar with the exact details of the situation back then, but I suspect that our enemy back then might have been the Martial Alliance. Now that two of the most capable warriors in the Lung family are gone, our current strength has drastically declined. If the Martial Alliance wanted to take revenge on us, it would be effortless for them to destroy us. I've also heard that the Martial Alliance has a mysterious expert stationed there whose power might surpass Baiyun. It's rumored that this mysterious expert easily defeated Mo Chong, Dongzhan, and Chao Yuanfeng at the Martial Alliance conference recently. Though we don't yet know the identity of this mysterious expert, the Martial Alliance has him stationed there, and our Lung family, despite being a martial lineage, is completely unworthy to be mentioned in the same breath as the Martial Alliance. In order to ensure that the Martial Alliance does not take revenge on the Lung family, I must spare no effort in winning their favor. Just at that moment, Lung Xian received a phone call from Yi Hongnan. Yi Hongnan recounted how Lung Haokong had been thrown down from the second floor by Lu Tian. Lung Xian immediately flew into a rage. Lu Tian, I will kill you. Without delay, he gathered all the martial elite of the Lung family, preparing to go deal with Lu Tian. These elites were far stronger than the followers Lung Haokong had brought before. Lung Xian didn't have much understanding of Lu Tian's strength. Even though he had heard that Lu Tian was quite formidable, he guessed that Lu Tian could only be a semi-master at best. The reason for this belief was simple. Lu Tian was too young. For a martial artist of this age, no matter how gifted, it would be incredibly difficult to reach the master level. Lung Xian himself was a semi-master. With so many powerful warriors mobilized from his family, he believed it would be more than enough to handle Lu Tian. Meanwhile, Lung Haokong had also been brought back by Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing. Seeing how seriously Lung Haokong was injured, Lung Xian lost all patience and anger. I'll send someone to take you to the hospital first. Then I'll deal with Lu Tian. Lung Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said fiercely, he dared to look down on us like this. I'll kill him. Struggling, Lung Haokong said, given my current injuries, I'm not going to die yet. I want to go with you and kill him. Good. Lung Xian's gaze darkened as he said, I will cripple him first, then let you kill him yourself. Yi Baiqing looked at Yi Hongnan. We should go along too. We've fallen into Lu Tian's hands time and again before. I want to watch him die. Yi Hongnan nodded. Since Grandpa Lung is personally taking charge and bringing so many martial arts experts against him, there's no doubt he will die. Once he's taken care of, Yue will surely compromise with us. Meanwhile, over at Lu Tian's side, his healing medicine was incredibly effective. After applying it to Yi Qianxue's wounds, they visibly improved at a rapid pace, healing in no time. However, Yi Qianxue was unaware of all this, because Lu Tian had pressed her sleep pressure point while treating her, putting her to sleep. Lu Tian knew the people from the Lung family would definitely come for him. He never showed mercy to his enemies. It was better that Yi Qianxue didn't witness the brutal scenes to come. Lu Tian walked to the living room on the first floor, sat on the sofa, and looked toward the entrance of the yard, waiting for the Lung family to arrive. He picked up his phone and called Du Lang. Hello, Mr. Lu. The Martial Alliance, being the largest martial organization in Jiangbei, must have considerable expenses, right? Though the various sects are self-sufficient, running the entire Martial Alliance also involves significant costs, all of which are covered by Madame Bai. Afterwards, these costs won't need to be borne by Madame Bai anymore, since the Martial Alliance will soon have its own enterprises. Each of the Martial Alliance's sects basically had its own business operations. What Lu Tian referred to as the Martial Alliance having its own enterprise pertained to the common ownership of such an enterprise by the entire Martial Alliance. Lu Tian continued, you contact the leaders of the various sects immediately and have them find me. I'll help the Martial Alliance acquire this enterprise. Next, Lu Tian informed Du Lang of the location of this villa. The industry he mentioned acquiring, of course, referred to the Cold family's enterprises belonging to the martial world. Before long, Lung Xian arrived leading a group of elite martial artists from the Lung family, striding aggressively into the villa courtyard. Lung Haokong, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed onto the scene by his subordinates. Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing had also arrived. Chapter 100. The Mysterious Expert. It's him. Lu Tian walked out of the living room of the villa and into the courtyard. Yi Baiqing said, Lu Tian, you actually dare to stay here. Did you think we wouldn't come to take revenge on you? Yi Hongnan continued. He must think that knowing a bit of kung fu makes him incredible, with no idea how powerful martial arts families like the Lung family truly are. Lung Haokong sneered as he looked at Lu Tian. This time our Lung family's elite force has all come out. You're done for. Lu Tian surveyed what was referred to as the Lung family's elites. So this is your Lung family's elite? What do you mean? Lung Xian said coldly. Are you showing contempt for our warrior elites? Lu Tian laughed. I'm not just contemptuous of them. Not only them, but even you don't look like an elite in my eyes. What did you say? Lung Xian erupted in anger. Cold, sir, judging by his actions. He's afraid and putting on a show to scare you. Yi Baiqing said. Exactly, Yi Hongnan added. He's now Su Yunru's assistant, and I've heard from her ex-husband Zhao Jinxiong about his situation. Zhao Jinxiong said that besides knowing some martial arts, he has no other talents or wealth, yet he likes to brag excessively. Clearly, what he just said was him bragging. Cold, sir, there's no need to take him seriously. Lung Haokong turned to Lung Xian. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense anymore. Let him experience the strength of our Lung family warriors. Lung Xian's face darkened as he waved to his subordinates. Attack. Beat him to death. At his command, the elite fighters of the Lung family immediately surrounded Lu Tian. Lung Xian was the last to rush toward Lu Tian. His plan was to find an opportunity to sneak attack Lu Tian while his subordinates were engaged with him. Lung Xian had considered a one-on-one fight with Lu Tian, but quickly abandoned the idea. He worried that if he couldn't defeat the opponent, it would affect his authority within the Lung family and also diminish the intimidation power of the Lung family. In fact, his concern was meaningless because even if he teamed up with his subordinates, they wouldn't be a match for Lu Tian. Bang bang bang. The so-called martial artist elites of the Lung family rushed forward and were swiftly taken down in large numbers by Lu Tian. They couldn't even see how Lu Tian struck before they hit the ground. Lung Xian couldn't find any chance to sneak attack Lu Tian. In desperation, he recklessly charged at Lu Tian, following behind his subordinates. Lu Tian dodged several subordinates in front of Lung Xian and kicked him right in the dantian. Bang! Lung Xian was sent flying backward, tumbling over several times before stopping. Then he noticed that quite a few subordinates who were standing just moments ago were already sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. It was less than 5 seconds since he gave the order to attack. In under 5 seconds, Lu Tian had beaten Lung Xian and more than 20 elite martial artists under him until they fell sprawling. Such terrifying strength was something he had never seen before. Not only was he shocked, but those watching nearby, Lung Haokong, Yi Hongnan, and Yi Baiqing, were utterly stunned. Bang! As they were still dumbfounded, Lu Tian launched another kick towards Lung Haokong. Both Lung Haokong and his wheelchair were overturned, being thrown more than 10 meters away. Lung Xian and Lung Haokong both felt that their internal energies had been completely depleted. Evidently, when Lu Tian kicked them, he had simultaneously nullified their internal energies. The Yi brothers Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing, who were standing next to Lung Haokong, were scared witless, immediately kneeling down and begging for mercy. Lu Tian turned to Lung Xian. Your skills pale in comparison to those of Lung Tai and Lung Baiyu. Lung Xian suddenly became startled. Could it be, you fought them? Lu Tian nodded. Both of them died at my hands. Ah! Lung Xian was shocked, breaking out into a cold sweat instantly. Judging from Lu Tian's display of strength earlier, he was certain. Lu Tian definitely possessed such formidable power. Even the two strongest individuals in their Lung family had been taken down by him. How could he ever imagine defeating the other side with himself, and these subordinates whose skills were far inferior? That would simply be asking for death. Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing were once again astounded. Not long ago, they believed Lu Tian was just pretending to be strong and didn't take him seriously at all. However, within less than a minute, they were already amazed by Lu Tian's abilities and frightened enough to beg for mercy on their knees. Reflecting on it, it seemed ridiculous. But for them, more emotions came in the form of tension and fear. They conspired with people from the Lung family to kidnap Yi Qianxue and teamed up with them to go against Lu Tian. Even if they were related to Yi Qianxue by blood, Lu Tian likely wouldn't let them off easily. Lung Xian, Lung Haokong, and their subordinates who had just been beaten down by Lu Tian all struggled to kneel without exception, repeatedly shouting for mercy. At this moment, someone else arrived at the villa courtyard. It was Du Lang, the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance, leading the various sect leaders. The different sects of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance were located in various cities in the Jiangbei area. Du Lang was able to gather so many sect leaders so quickly because they were temporarily stationed at the Martial Alliance's headquarters in Jiangzhou, assisting Du Lang with integrating the alliance according to Bai Yun's requirements. As a member of the martial family, Lung Xian recognized the newcomers as the leaders of the major sects from the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. The simultaneous arrival of so many sect leaders shocked Lung Xian and his companions once again. Mr. Lu, Du Lang, and the various sect leaders respectfully greeted Lu Tian. Lung Xian and his companions were immediately stunned. What was going on? Why were the leaders of the various sects of the Martial Alliance, including its leader, treating Lu Tian with such courtesy? Mr. Lu, were these overconfident fellows troubling you and got scared by your power, resulting in kneeling down to beg for mercy? Du Lang looked at the current situation and asked Lu Tian. Indeed. Lu Tian nodded, then briefly explained the events to Du Lang. After understanding the situation, Du Lang glared angrily at Lung Xian and his group and harshly rebuked them. You daredevils, how dare you offend Mr. Lu? Lung Xian, you are even more absurd. I've heard that you've always tried to ingratiate yourself with the Martial Alliance. But what did you do? You made an enemy out of Mr. Lu, our supporter in the Martial Alliance. How utterly ridiculous. You are so reckless. Even xuanhuan, who previously controlled your Lung family, fell into Mr. Lu's hands. Where did you get the audacity to stand against Mr. Lu? Upon hearing this, Lung Xian was struck dumb, his head buzzing with shock. He had heard that 3 masters, xuanhuan, Mo Chong, and Dong Jun, all met their downfall due to one mysterious expert. Turned out that mysterious expert was none other than Lu Tian. Chapter 101, No Room for Negotiation. Upon learning that Lu Tian was the mysterious expert, Lung Xian and Lung Haokong were once again struck by a fierce shock in their hearts. Although Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing were unaware of the situation, judging from the reactions of Lung Xian and Lung Haokong, they could guess that the two had been frightened once more by Lu Tian's prowess. This made them even more astonished, tense, and fearful. Lu Tian looked at Lung Xian and Lung Haokong. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Lung Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead nervously and said, We know we were wrong. We earnestly beg Mr. Lu to let us off the hook. Lung Haokong followed up with a plea for mercy. Mr. Lu, we will never dare to bother you again in the future. Please spare us this time. Lu Tian did not respond to them immediately, but instead scanned the kneeling martial artists behind them. Among you, there are members of the Lung family, right? Raise your hands if this is true. As soon as Lu Tian's words fell, several martial artists raised their hands. Compared to Lung Xian and Lung Haokong, these few who raised their hands were collateral members of the Lung family. While raising their hands, they were also pleading for mercy. Lu Tian asked, If I spare your lives, what benefits can I gain from it? Upon hearing these words, those collateral members of the Lung family became slightly relieved. It seemed that as long as they offered him enough benefits, he might possibly let them go. However, Lung Xian and Lung Haokong became even more nervous. Lu Tian directly negotiated terms with the collateral members of the Lung family, which meant that it was unlikely that Lu Tian would let them go. We are willing to give you money. 5 billion, no? 10 billion. How about that? A collateral member of the Lung family cautiously asked. Lu Tian responded, how much value does the combined industries of your Lung family have? Approximately 300 billion. The Lung family's industries were all public knowledge, and their values were easily verifiable. They dared not hide it. 200 billion, right? If you're willing to give me 300 billion, I'll let you go. If you can't come up with that much money, then use the industries to cover it. Upon hearing this, these collateral members of the Lung family were stunned, their heads buzzing. The implication of his words was already very clear. He wanted them to hand over all their industries. This matter allows no room for negotiation. If you dare to haggle, I will consider that you do not wish to plead for mercy, Lu Tian said coldly. But the Lung family isn't under our control. All the Lung family's industries are managed by Lung Xuanhuan and Lung Haokong. Another collateral member of the Lung family stated. If they die, who will take over the industries? Upon hearing this, Lung Xuanhuan and Lung Haokong immediately grew so nervous that they bowed their heads repeatedly while shouting, spare us. A middle-aged man interjected. Our uncles among the relatives will jointly take over those industries. Lu Tian remarked. Once you return, count the industries immediately. At that point, I will send people to take them over. Yes. The collateral members of the Lung family hastily replied. They had already realized that Lu Tian would not let Lung Xuanhuan and Lung Haokong go. At this moment, they didn't care about anything else. Just being able to save their own lives was quite difficult. Lu Tian turned to Du Lang. I will arrange for people from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to represent me and work with you to take over the Lung family's industries. By that time, I want 70%, and the remaining 30% goes to your Wu alliance. Good. Du Lang nodded enthusiastically. That was 30% of the Lung family's assets, worth more than the total assets of all the major sects within the Wu alliance combined. Lu Tian glanced at Yi Hongnan and Yi Baiqing. I spared you simply because you are Yi family members, but I didn't expect that you would show no signs of repentance. Yi Hongnan said, this time we truly regret it. We will never torment Yi Qianquo's family again. Yi Baiqing added, we will fully support Yi Qianquo's family taking control of the Yi group. We will no longer try to obtain the position of the family head. Lu Tian declared, if you want me to spare you, then hand over all your shares to Yi Qianquo's family and get out of the Yi family. Yi Hongnan responded, we will leave the Yi family, but our shares have already been handed over to Lung Xuanhuan. Lung Xuanhuan quickly interjected, I am willing to return the shares. I earnestly ask Mr. Lu to spare my life and Haokong's. Lu Tian coldly said, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. If you do not return the shares, you will die right now. Lung Xuanhuan shivered. I'll return the shares right away. Lu Tian sent one of the Lung family's collateral members back to the company to prepare the share transfer agreements and bring them over here. At the same time, Lu Tian also had the other party prepare an agreement for the transfer of the Lung family's industries. He had Lung Xuanhuan sign this agreement with the collateral members of the Lung family, transferring the Lung family's industries to the collateral members. This was for the convenience of him later dispatching people to take over those industries from the hands of the collateral members of the Lung family. Under Lu Tian's requirement, Lung Xuanhuan also signed a share transfer agreement with Yi Hongnan. The shares that Yi Hongnan had previously given up returned to his possession. Lu Tian looked at Yi Hongnan. You go to the Yi group immediately and transfer the shares to Yi Wei. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Hongnan nodded repeatedly. Next, Lu Tian let Yi Hongnan, Yi Baiqing, as well as the collateral members of the Lung family and the martial artists leave. He also allowed Du Lang and the other sect leaders to return, instructing them to wait for the time to take over the Lung family's industries. Lung Xuanhuan and Lung Haokong grew increasingly nervous. Next, Lu Tian was definitely going to deal with them. Please spare our lives. Spare us. Lung Xuanhuan and Lung Haokong continued pleading desperately. Lu Tian had no intention of letting them off. He walked directly toward them, suddenly extended both hands, and slapped them on their heads. Powerful Cyan Sun force erupted, turning the two instantly into ashes. Then he casually waved his hand, causing a strong wind to pass through and disperse the ashes. Lu Tian went to the second floor of the villa and woke Yi Qianquo, who had been asleep due to the sleep-inducing technique he applied earlier. Yi Qianquo opened her eyes and thought about her recent ordeal, leaning against Lu Tian and crying uncontrollably. Don't worry, you're safe now, Lu Tian said gently. Lu Tian then made a phone call to Yi Wei and recounted the events briefly. At the Yi group, because of the kidnapping incident, Yi Wei had postponed the shareholders' meeting and asked the shareholders to temporarily disperse. Currently in the meeting room were only Yi Wei, xuanhuan, their spouses, Yi Xiao who had been detained there, and a few security guards summoned by Yi Wei to watch over Yi Xiao. After receiving the call from Lu Tian, Yi Wei let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a face full of anger, he glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. Enraged, he kicked Yi Xiao along with his chair down to the ground. He then grabbed the share transfer agreement he had been forced to sign earlier and tore it to shreds. Get out. From now on, all matters of the Yi family are none of your business. Yi Wei angrily rebuked him and gave him another kick. Yi Xiao crawled away in panic, fleeing from the office, leaving the Yi group behind. After driving Yi Xiao away, Yi Wei dismissed the security guards from the meeting room. Yi Wei recounted the process of rescuing Yi Qianquo that Lu Tian had told him to xuanhuan. Our son-in-law is truly extraordinary, xuanhuan said approvingly. Yes. Yi Wei agreed. I knew he was quite skilled in martial arts, but I didn't expect that the leaders of the various sects within the Wu Alliance would be willing to help him. Chapter 102. Yi Qianxue's Dilemma. Help him? Weren't you just saying that the Martial Arts Alliance's grandmasters are all following his orders? Xuanhuan asked. That's what he told me, but I think there's some exaggeration in his words. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, it's hard for him to have the status to command the Martial Arts Alliance, right? Yi Wei said. Then why do you think the Martial Arts Alliance is helping him? I guess it's highly likely that Du Lang, the new leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, also suffered from kidney deficiency and was cured by Lu Tian. You said the same thing when Master Li helped us, that he was cured of kidney deficiency by Lu Tian. Now you're saying the same about the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Just because you had kidney deficiency, do you assume others are the same? Why are you bringing this up? I've already been cured and regained my male vigor. Alright. Anyway, no matter why the Martial Arts Alliance helps Lu Tian, if it weren't for Lu Tian's help, we wouldn't be able to solve this trouble. We need to advise Qianxue later. She must seriously pursue a relationship with Lu Tian. The Yi family can't lose such a good son-in-law. Lu Tian brought Yi Qianxue to their destination. You wait in the living room for a moment. I'll go to the bedroom to check the healing of my wounds. Yi Qianxue went into the bedroom, locked the door, then took off her clothes and stood in front of the mirror. She carefully observed the reflection of her graceful, proud figure in the mirror. Under the effect of Lu Tian's miraculous healing medicine, the wounds were indeed healed, but they left many scars. Yi Qianxue was quite proud of her figure and skin, so seeing so many scars on her body made her somewhat disheartened. She sighed, put on her clothes, and returned to the living room. Why do you look so down? Is it because of the scars on your body? Lu Tian asked. Yi Qianxue looked gloomy and nodded. Don't worry. I have an ointment I formulated myself. It not only quickly removes your scars, but also has a nourishing effect on the skin, making it better than before. Really? Is that true? Although Yi Qianxue was half believing and half doubtful, her eyes were full of anticipation. Indeed. Lu Tian took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. The scar removal cream is inside. If you trust me, I can apply it to your body now. It will take effect very quickly. Are you going to help me apply it? Can't I do it myself? I'm worried you won't control the dosage well. I only have this small bottle of ointment here, which should be just enough. If the dosage isn't controlled properly, some places may get too much, and there might not be enough ointment for other areas. Then, you help me. After saying these words, Yi Qianxue immediately blushed red. Lu Tian asked, where do you want the treatment? Here, or in your room? In my room. Wait here, first while I prepare in my room. Once I'm ready, I'll call you over. Saying that, Yi Qianxue walked into her room with her face flushed red. The thought of removing her clothes and letting him apply the ointment made Yi Qianxue quite embarrassed. But considering the effectiveness of the ointment, and also recalling that they had already been physically intimate before, her mood gradually settled down. Upon entering the bedroom, she pulled the curtains closed, removed her clothes, laid down on the bed, and covered herself with the quilt. I'm ready, Yi Qianxue called out. Lu Tian washed his hands during this time, and then came into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Alright, I'm going to start applying the ointment to you. Yi Qianxue nodded but, due to embarrassment, turned her head away as her face turned red. Lu Tian sat on the bed and lifted the blanket covering her. Her exquisite, fiery body was revealed entirely without any barriers. Lu Tian tried hard to clear his mind of distractions as he poured part of the scar removal ointment out of the porcelain bottle and applied it gently onto her scars. As Lu Tian's hand tenderly smeared the cool ointment on her body, Yi Qianxue felt immense comfort from the sensation. This was just the beginning. Next, every scar on her body was treated by Lu Tian's hand, applying the ointment thoroughly. It wasn't over yet. Earlier, the main focus was removing her scars. It had already taken effect visibly, with the scars disappearing at an alarming rate. Moreover, under the action of the ointment, the parts of her body where it had been applied were significantly better compared to the rest. Now, the difference in skin quality across different parts of her body would affect her overall appearance. Next, Lu Tian would apply the ointment to those parts of her body where the ointment hadn't yet been applied. Following that, he would perform a full body application, evenly distributing the effects of the ointment. He had already explained the situation to Yi Qianxue, and she had agreed to let him continue. During this process, while Yi Qianxue felt embarrassed, she was also stimulated to experience a certain instinctive impulse. Lu Tian was also feeling somewhat aroused. He was trying hard to restrain his emotions, but the impulse didn't subside at all. The other person's looks, figure, and skin could all be described as top-notch. At this moment, seeing her lying naked before him, the allure was practically immeasurable. As he massaged the ointment onto her body, she was stimulated to twist her body, emitting murmurs from her mouth. Such a scene caused a wave of heat to rise in his heart again and again. After finishing applying the ointment, he couldn't bear to move his hand away from her body. Why did you stop? Yi Qianxue asked. The ointment has already been fully applied, Lu Tian replied. Since he had said that, it wasn't decent for him to keep his hand on her body. Just as he moved his hand away, Yi Qianxue suddenly grabbed his hand and placed it back on her body. Lu Tian was completely stunned. What are you? Yi Qianxue lightly bit her lips and looked seriously at him. You've saved me. Help me. I don't want to owe you anything. Right now, you lack nothing. I can only think of repaying you this way. Anyway, we've already had an intimate relationship. Before Lu Tian could respond, Yi Qianxue lifted her hand to embrace him and pulled him onto herself. Lu Tian was shocked into a daze by her behavior. He indeed had saved her, but when his Xuanhuan force's side effect had occurred, She had saved him too. Moreover, at that time, she had directly given him her maidenhood. Although he had saved her again this time, it wasn't like she owed him much favor. Could it be that she had become excited due to what happened just now and therefore wanted to do this with him? But in his memory, Yi Qianxue was quite reserved and dignified, unlikely to easily engage in such actions with him. However, right now, he had no mood to consider anything else. He passionately responded to her initiative and began making advances. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 103, Assassination Reward. About an hour later, everything was over. Yes Wang felt refreshed in both body and mind, but couldn't help complaining to herself. This bastard has so many tricks up his sleeve. Then, quite embarrassingly, she lay down with her back to Lu Tian. Lu Tian asked, "Do you have feelings for me?" Yes Wang paused for a moment and said, "Why do you think that?" Lu Tian reminded her that she had once saved him using her innocence, meaning he didn't owe her much anymore. After listening to him, Yi Qianxue replied, "So you think there's no need for me to repay you in this way?" Lu Tian said, "I think it's because you have feelings for me, which is why you're doing this now." "No," Yi Qianxue interrupted, "I only saved you that one time, but you've saved and helped me countless times. To be honest, I still owe you." While she said this, her heart felt conflicted. She wondered why she'd been so proactive just now. If it was about repaying him, even she didn't believe it. So why exactly could it be? She was secretly startled and thought, am I really developing feelings for him? No way. I'm just pretending to be his girlfriend. I never intended to have any relationship with him. It must be due to my gratitude toward him, combined with a momentary impulse. With that in mind, Yi Qianxue continued, I don't intend to make you responsible, and you don't make me responsible for you either. Get dressed and get up quickly. Lu Tian wasn't sure what the other person was thinking. Since the other party had said so, he was too lazy to dig deeper. Getting benefits without taking responsibility, from his point of view, this was nothing but profiting by chance. By the way, do you have time tomorrow night? After getting dressed, Lu Tian asked Yi Qianxue, I have time, what's up? I want to ask you, as my boyfriend, to accompany me to a dinner gathering. Then, Yi Qianxue explained the general situation of this dinner gathering. This dinner gathering was hosted by Chu Jian, Yi Qianxue's former fiancé, who was the young master of the Chu family. Chu Jian planned to expand the family business to Jiangzhou and formed a local chamber named Chu Clan Chamber. His chamber recruited only young nobles and daughters of wealthy families locally, and he already managed to recruit a lot of people meeting this criterion. Chu Jian held this dinner gathering to celebrate the preliminary establishment of his chamber. Not long ago, he sent someone to Ye's family, expressing the wish to reinforce the marriage contract with Yi Qianxue, but Yi Qianxue rejected it. Under the intimidation of the Chu family, Yi Qianxue rejected them rather tactfully, claiming that she had already had a boyfriend, hence she couldn't enforce the marriage contract. Yesterday, Chu Jian called her and invited her to bring her boyfriend to attend the dinner. She worried that if she didn't go, it would provoke the hostility of the other party, causing trouble for the Yi family. Therefore, she wanted Lu Tian to pose as her boyfriend and accompany her. Lu Tian was originally investigating whether the Chu family had colluded with the Dark Shadow sect, so this could be an opportunity. After hearing Yi Qianxue explain the general situation, he readily agreed to attend the dinner with her. Speaking of which, Yihongnan had already gone to the Yi group once, transferring his 30% shares, all the shares controlled by his lineage, to Yi Wei. From then on, Yihongnan was no longer a shareholder of Yi group. Yi Xiao lost all his teeth after being beaten by Lu Tian and went to the hospital for treatment. Yi Baiqing's face was severely damaged and bandaged, sitting glumly on the sofa. I've already transferred my shares to Yi Wei. Yihongnan sighed. Yi Baiqing angrily slammed the armrest of the sofa. Once again we've been defeated by Lu Tian. Not only did we fail to take control of the Yi family, but we also lost our shares. I can't bear it. Yihongnan looked more somber. Do you think I would let it end here? Yi Baiqing was shocked for a moment. Could there still be a chance to turn things around? There is. Yihongnan said gravely. I plan to hire a hitman to kill Lu Tian. Once he's gone, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with the Yi Wei family. Yi Baiqing suddenly became alarmed. If we do this, the consequences could be endless. If we really hire a killer to eliminate Lu Tian, the Martial Alliance will come seeking revenge on us. Yihongnan waved his hand. According to what I know, during this period, Lu Tian has offended enemies far more powerful than us. And from appearances, we have already submitted to him. The Martial Alliance will think it's those powerful enemies fighting against him, and won't suspect us to be involved. After careful consideration, Yi Baiqing nodded. Indeed. It's settled then. We still have tens of millions in personal assets, enough money to hire a hitman. They logged onto a hitman website, the Bloodkill Network, to post an assassination bounty. The target of the assassination was Lu Tian, with the price set at 20 million. In a sea view villa in a certain Western country, a man was checking the information on the Bloodkill Network. He was a top-tier assassin, known among his peers as the God of Killing, and held a position of command that could summon many responses within the assassin community. After looking at this bounty, the God of Killing couldn't help but laugh. Which fool actually dares to post a bounty for assassinating Mr. Lu? Unless someone is courting death, no one would dare take this job. After mocking the situation, the God of Killing picked up his phone and called Lu Tian directly. Hello, Mr. Lu. Isn't this the God of Killing? What made you think of contacting me? Mr. Lu, I wouldn't dare call myself the God of Killing in front of you. Mr. Lu might as well call me Little Killer. Little Killer, what do you need from me? I just saw from the Bloodkill Network that someone has posted a 20 million reward to assassinate you. Can't be serious. Who dared post such a bounty on the Blood Kill network against me? I don't know who yet. I'll arrange someone to investigate immediately, and I promise within 2 days, we will find out who that fool is. Good. Then I appreciate your effort. It's my honor to serve Mr. Liu. Once we identify that person, I will issue a fatal order and send all the assassins from my 7 Killers Association to hunt him down. 1 day later. That evening, Lu Tian followed Yi Qianxue to attend Chu Jin's dinner gathering. Chu Jin's dinner gathering was held in the main hall of a club. Most of the attendees were young aristocrats and daughters of wealthy families who had recently pledged allegiance to Chu Jian and joined his newly founded Chu family chamber. Xuanhuan and her best friend Lin Mingting, being local socialites themselves, had also been invited to join the chamber and attended the event. A few others, not officially invited but interested in joining the Chu family chamber, also showed up for support. Chu Jian sat on a sofa in the hall, surrounded like a star among satellites by the local rich offspring. By Chu Jian's side, there sat another young man with a presence almost equal to Chu Jian's. This young man's name was Han Fan. He was a martial artist and also Chu Jian's friend. Master Chu, isn't Yi Qianxue supposed to be your fiancée? Hasn't she arrived? Han Fan asked. Fiancé? That relationship doesn't exist anymore. She refused to reinstate our engagement contract. Chu Jian said bitterly. What? Han Fan blinked in surprise. So many noble daughters wish to cling to you, Master Chu. Yet she rejected you? Chu Jian's expression turned dark. She claims to have a boyfriend now. I invited her along with her boyfriend, so I can see exactly what kind of fellow her boyfriend really is. Actually, Xuanhuan suddenly interjected. Yi Qianxue doesn't have a boyfriend. She continued. She's just pretending to be in a relationship with a jerk named Lu Tian. Lu Tian doesn't have much ability, but he does have Bai Yun, the leader of the white family in the provincial city, backing him. But given Master Chu's strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with him. Chapter 104. This is a provocation. Chu Jin looked at Xuanhuan. Judging by your tone, it seems you have a lot of hostility towards Lu Tian. Xuanhuan nodded. Our Zhao family's business plans have been ruined by him more than once. Then, she briefly explained how Lu Tian had gone to betray Su Yunru and the conflicts that arose between him and the Zhao family. Of course, she did not mention the relationship between Lu Tian and Su Yunru. After all, Zhao Yuxuan is Su Yunru's daughter, and this was something embarrassing for her in her eyes. Actually, not only does Yuxuan have grudges against him, I am also irreconcilably opposed to him. Lin Mingting continued, adding exaggerated details about her previous conflict with her ex-boyfriend Meng Xiaocin and Lu Tian, where Lu Tian humiliated them both. Haha, Chu Jian smirked triumphantly. I already considered him my rival. I was planning to find an opportunity to deal with him anyway. He looked at Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting. If I handle him, it would also be helping you too. At this, Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting lit up immediately. Thank you, young Master Chu. Zhao Yuxuan went on. There's one thing. Lu Tian knows martial arts. If young Master Chu plans to deal with him, it would be best to arrange for more experts. There's no need to arrange for too many experts. As long as I step in, I can handle him. Han Fan, who was sitting next to Chu Jian, took over with a smile. Let me introduce him to you. This is Han Fan, my good friend. Chu Jian patted Han Fan's shoulder and continued. Young Master Han is an indoor disciple of one of the 4 ancient martial arts sects of Jiangnan, Xianyu sect. Upon learning about Han Fan's background, the surrounding young masters and noble ladies immediately respectfully greeted him. Although they did not know much about the world of martial arts, they had heard of the names of the 4 ancient martial arts sects of Jiangnan. These sects were called ancient martial sects because they possessed ancient martial cultivation legacies. Generally speaking, these ancient martial legacies were far superior to ordinary martial arts skills. The status of these ancient martial sects within the martial arts world was much higher than that of ordinary sects. An indoor disciple like Han Fan from an ancient martial sect could make even the head of an ordinary sect bow to their will. Upon hearing that Han Fan was from an ancient martial sect, Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting became convinced that Han Fan would easily deal with Lu Tian. A while later, Lu Tian and Yi Qianxue arrived at the banquet hall. Chu Jian led his entourage forward to welcome them. Qianxue, thank you for coming to support me. Don't mention it, young Master Chu. Yi Qianxue replied. This is my boyfriend, Lu Tian. Lu Tian looked at Chu Jian. Hello. Chu Jian directly ignored him and continued talking to Yi Qianxue. Qianxue, I really hope we can reenact our marriage agreement. Can't you give me this chance? Before Yi Qianxue could reply, Lu Tian coldly said, You already know that I am Yi Qianxue's boyfriend, yet you are pursuing her right in front of me. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lu Tian, stop pretending. Zhao Yuxuan interjected. She gave Lu Tian a look of disdain. I've already told young Master Chu about the fact that you and senior sister Yi are pretending to be a couple. Stop shamelessly claiming to be her boyfriend. Previously, when she insulted Lu Tian, Yi Qianxue reprimanded her, after which she developed a dislike for Yi Qianxue. Now that she knew Chu Jian was courting Yi Qianxue, to please Chu Jian, she again referred to Yi Qianxue as senior sister. Lin Mingting was similar. If you know what's good for you, quit competing with young Master Chu. You don't deserve senior sister Yi. Only someone as talented and outstanding as young Master Chu matches her properly. The two of you shut up. Yi Qianxue shouted angrily. She took a deep breath and continued. It's true that I used to pretend to be in a relationship with Lu Tian, but now we've developed real feelings and are truly dating. In reality, she hadn't intended to start a formal relationship with Lu Tian, but to dissuade Chu Jian from pursuing her, she claimed that she was indeed dating Lu Tian. Chu Jian seethed inwardly but kept a calm facade, smiling and saying, "That's unexpected. How about this? Let's compete fairly for her, okay?" Lu Tian became enraged instantly. "Listen carefully. She's currently dating me. If you pursue her, it's not competing with me. It's challenging me." "Lu Tian," xuanhuan said, "considering young Master Chu's status and position, he's already giving you face by offering fair competition. Don't turn down such generosity." "Exactly," Lin Mingting agreed. "You're not qualified to compare yourself with young Master Chu. If you know what's good for you, withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, the embarrassment will be on you." Yi Qianxue glared at them directly. "What gives you the right to dictate what Lu Tian should do? In the past, you always showed respect to me. Now that you have young Master Chu backing you, you think it's time to act high and mighty. That's enough. Both of you should stop talking so much." Chu Jian said to Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting. He then turned to Yi Qianxue. "Qianxue, don't take what they said earlier too seriously. They just feel that we're a perfect match. I sincerely want to be with you. Will you consider it?" "Sorry," Yi Qianxue replied. "I feel like I'm better suited for Lu Tian, so I won't accept you." "Qianxue, you don't need to apologize to him," Lu Tian stated. Then he looked at Chu Jian. "Let me reiterate. You pursuing my girlfriend right in front of me is a provocation. Apologize to me immediately." "Huh?" Han Fan, who was standing next to Chu Jian, suddenly burst into laughter. Then he gave Lu Tian a disdainful look. "Are you serious if you think Chu Shan could apologize to someone like you?" Han Fan turned back to Chu Jian. "Chu Shan, let me help you teach him a lesson." Chu Jian laughed and said, "There's no need to punish him too harshly. I don't want to get into a big conflict with him either." "But," Chu Jian suddenly changed his tone, "if this continues, the dinner party won't proceed smoothly. Fortunately, I have an idea on how to settle this." Then he glanced at Lu Tian. "I've heard your kung fu is pretty good. My friend here is also a martial arts expert. If you defeat him in a one-on-one fight, I will apologize to you. If you lose, you owe me an apology. How does that sound?" Lu Tian chuckled and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who's provoking me. Why should I apologize? Besides, I don't need to do as you say and fight your friend." "Afraid of losing to me?" Han Fan interjected. "He's definitely scared." Chu Jian smiled. "No matter how high his martial skills are, they can't possibly match up against you as a disciple of the Xianyu sect." Chu Jian looked at Lu Tian again. "If you refuse to fight him, it'll be considered as you losing, and you'll still owe me an apology." Lu Tian directly turned to Han Fan. "Are you really a disciple of the Xianyu sect?" "Yes, indeed," Han Fan proudly declared. Lu Tian continued, "Your master and I know each other. For your master's sake, I won't hold it against you. If you continue to act arrogantly, don't blame me for being unforgiving. When that happens, you will not only lose horribly, but also get expelled from the Xianyu sect." "What did you just say? That you know my master?" Han Fan first hesitated, then sneered disdainfully. "Haha, when you lie, do you even prepare a draft beforehand? What are you qualified to talk about having connections with my master? I'm telling you now, either you fight me or admit defeat and apologize to Chu Shan. If you refuse both challenges, I'll make sure you apologize to Chu Shan through force." Chapter 105, Single Combat. Han Fan was clearly trying to provoke Lu Tian into a single combat using the method of incitement. Yi Qianxue immediately became nervous. Han Fan was a disciple of an ancient martial arts sect, and even an indoor disciple at that. Lu Tian might not be a match for him. "Master Chu, there's no need to escalate this matter. I think we should just let it go," Yi Qianxue said. This whole incident was started by Chu Jian with the intention of making Han Fan take action against Lu Tian, so he would not let it go so easily. He smiled and said, "If Lu Tian concedes and apologizes to me, then this matter will be resolved." But Yi Qianxue knew that the other party was deliberately making things difficult for Lu Tian. Even so, she dared not criticize the other side because she feared that they might become even more ruthless with Lu Tian if angered. "Qianxue, don't try to dissuade me anymore," Lu Tian interjected. Then he looked at Han Fan. "I'll duel with you, but there is one condition. When you lose, not only must Chu Jian apologize to me, but you too must apologize." "Master Chu, do you have any issues with this?" Lu Tian asked Chu Jian again. "No problem." Chu Jian nodded. Chu Jian then said to Han Fan, "Han Xiao, there's absolutely no way you're going to lose, let alone apologize after losing. Even if the loser barks like a dog, you must definitely agree." "Of course." Han Fan laughed. Han Fan could tell that Chu Jian was saying those words to make him suggest the condition of barking like a dog upon losing. If that were to happen, it would further embarrass Lu Tian publicly. Han Fan looked at Lu Tian. "Whoever loses, not only must apologize, but also bark 3 times like a dog." "Lu Tian, don't agree to him," Yi Qianxue hurriedly said. Lu Tian waved his hand and directly looked at Chu Jian. "From the beginning, you proposed that if he lost, you would apologize. So, when he loses, you must bark together with him." "All right," Chu Jian replied smugly. "Since Master Han is sure to beat you, the one barking will definitely not be me. There's nothing I wouldn't agree to." "Master Chu," Yi Qianxue said, "perhaps I can persuade Lu Tian to concede. Let him apologize, and let's call it quits. It's already decided. Whoever loses must bark like a dog. Even if he concedes directly, he must still bark." Han Fan interjected. Chu Jian said, "Qianxue, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. Since he is willing to duel with Master Han, he should bear the consequences of his own decision." Lu Tian pulled Yi Qianxue close. "You don't need to worry, I know what I'm doing. Just wait to hear them bark." "Lu Tian, you're really boasting too much," Zhao Yuxuan said. Master Han is an indoor disciple of an ancient martial arts sect. You'll just be beaten flat by him, and then have to bark like a dog. Lin Mingting laughed and added, I can't wait to see how he'll bark. Not only Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting, even the rich young masters and noble misses who had become Chu Jian's followers began to mock Lu Tian. Master Han's martial arts are superb. I think it won't take more than 3 moves to bring him down. That's definitely true. Given Master Han's strength, taking care of him will be as easy as pie. Lu Tian, you should just admit defeat. This way, you'll avoid some physical suffering. Your skills are not something to flaunt in front of Master Han anyway. Afterwards, Chu Jian led everyone to clear out a space, leaving it for the two to duel. You must be careful, Yi Qianxue said earnestly to Lu Tian, and then stepped aside. By now, she had no way to deal with the situation and could only hope that Lu Tian wins the fight. You're just waiting to bark like a dog. Han Fan laughed triumphantly, then charged towards Lu Tian. Though Han Fan was a disciple of an ancient martial arts sect, Lu Tian considered his strength still insufficient. Forget about Han Fan. Even the power of the master of the free and easy sect wouldn't interest Lu Tian enough to compete. Han Fan didn't give Lu Tian a second thought at all. His main goal was to humiliate Lu Tian, so instead of throwing punches, he slapped him when he reached Lu Tian. Lu Tian smirked slightly and casually evaded the attack. Han Fan's expression changed dramatically as he turned to where Lu Tian had dodged, but there was no sign of him. That was because Lu Tian moved so fast that he reappeared behind Han Fan on his other side. Over here, Lu Tian tapped his shoulder and said. Han Fan was startled and hastily turned to the other side. Just then, Lu Tian's slap struck Han Fan squarely in the face. Slap. Han Fan fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Jian, Zhao Yuxuan, and others were shocked stiff by the loud sound of the slap. Han Fan was an indoor disciple of an ancient martial arts sect, and yet he was defeated by Lu Tian with a single slap? It was unimaginable. Aya! Han Fan roared in anger as he got up from the ground. I just let my guard down earlier. Watch me retaliate doubly. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Han Fan charged towards Lu Tian with wild gestures. Slap. Another loud slap landed squarely on Han Fan's face. Han Fan hit the ground once more. Before he even got close to Lu Tian, he was knocked over again by a slap. Chu Jian and the others were shocked stiff once again by the sound of the slap. Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting were not only surprised, but also embarrassed. They had both been hoping that Han Fan would give Lu Tian a taste of his own medicine. Instead, it was Han Fan who got slapped, leaving them feeling as if they'd been slapped themselves. At this point, not only Han Fan himself, but also Chu Jian and the others realized that he was no match for Lu Tian. Yi Qianxue's face lit up with surprise. Every time Lu Tian showed off in front of her, he managed to bring unexpected surprises. Lu Tian strode directly towards Han Fan. Let's stop. I can see. Han Fan waved his hands repeatedly, retreating backward in a desperate scramble. He didn't dare continue fighting Lu Tian anymore. If he did, he would end up much worse, losing face in front of everyone and tarnishing the reputation of the free and easy sect. Lu Tian said, then you can apologize and bark like a dog. Han Fan climbed back to his feet again, gritting his teeth. I underestimated you. I apologize to you, I'm sorry. But barking like a dog? Forget about it. This concerns the dignity of the free and easy sect, and letting you off is for your own good. If you offend the free and easy sect, your fate will be terrible. Han Fan immediately used the name of the free and easy sect to threaten him. Lu Tian, if you don't want to invite trouble upon yourself, it's best to just leave things be. Otherwise, neither the free and easy sect nor our Chu family will let you off. Chu Jian said coldly. Naturally, Chu Jian didn't want to bark like a dog either, so he joined in threatening Lu Tian. Lu Tian, no matter how skilled you are, you're nothing compared to the free and easy sect. You'd better not make this into a bigger issue. Neither Master Chu nor Master Han is someone you can easily mess with. They've already decided not to press charges against you, so you'd better know when to back down. Master Chu and Master Han have given you plenty of face by letting this go. If you're smart, you won't haggle over every little thing. It's not going to do you any favors. Zhao Yuxuan, Lin Mingting, and others, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Chu Jian, began hurling threats at Lu Tian. Chapter 106, Repeated Slaps. Yi Qianxue, worried that Lu Tian would get into trouble, hurriedly said, Lu Tian, let it go. Don't worry, I know what to do, Lu Tian replied. Hearing this, Chu Jian and the others thought their previous threats had worked, assuming Lu Tian didn't dare to pursue the matter any further. But they hadn't anticipated that Lu Tian took their threats as mere nonsense. Just as Han Fan thought Lu Tian wouldn't dare challenge him, displaying a look of triumph, Lu Tian instantly flashed in front of him. Han Fan was shocked to the core, ready to blurt out more threatening words. Before he could utter a single word, Lu Tian had already grabbed his collar with one hand, while slapping his face with the other, repeatedly hitting him. The echoing sounds of slaps rang out continuously. Chu Jian, Zhao Yuxuan, and others were dumbfounded. As each slap landed, they were visibly shaken. I'll keep slapping you until you bark like a dog. If you don't comply, I'll continue indefinitely. Lu Tian's tone was calm, but his strength showed no sign of abating. Soon enough, Han Fan's face turned red and swelled from the strikes. With public humiliation overwhelming him, and fearing for his well-being, Han Fan quickly shouted, Stop. I'll bark like a dog. Upon releasing Han Fan's collar, Lu Tian struck him once more, knocking him down on the floor. You can start barking now. With trembling voice, Han Fan barked, Woof, woof, woof. After imitating a dog's bark, shame overwhelmed him to the point that he no longer wanted to stay there, fleeing the banquet hall in a disgraced state. Since he's finished barking like a dog, now it's your turn, Lu Tian directed towards Chu Jian. By humiliating Han Fan earlier, you've angered the free and easy sect. Are you willing to anger our Chu family too? Chu Jian angrily retorted. This is all your own fault, Lu Tian coldly stated. Your threats have no effect on me. You'd better do what I say, or you'll end up like Han Fan. Oh right, Lu Tian added. My lesson for Han Fan isn't over yet. Picking up his phone, Lu Tian dialed a number. Hello, Headmaster Qian. Your disciple Han Fan intentionally caused me trouble. I've already disciplined him, but that's not enough. He must be expelled from the free and easy sect for this matter to be considered resolved. Having said that, Lu Tian hung up the phone. Witnessing this, Chu Jian burst out laughing with utter disdain, believing that Lu Tian was merely bluffing. Do you really think pretending to call the headmaster of free and easy sect will make me believe you possess the power to intimidate them? That only makes it clear how powerless you are, fool. I don't care whether you believe me or not. All I need is for you to bark like a dog. If I refuse, will you even dare lay a finger on me? Chu Jian gave a contemptuous laugh and continued. Let me tell you, even your protector Bai Yun wouldn't dare offend me. Our Chu family has backing from an ancient martial force. Lu Tian paused briefly before asking. This so-called ancient martial force you speak of, what sect or faction is it? That's none of your concern. Chu Jian answered. All you need to know is that you cannot stand against this sect, nor can Bai Yun who supposedly supports you. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Lu Tian suspected that the Chu family had connections with the Shadow sect. The ancient martial force supporting the Chu family might also have ties with the Shadow sect. From his understanding of Jiangnan's 4 major ancient martial factions, including the Free and Easy sect, he believed that these 4 sects would never cooperate with the Shadow sect. If the Chu family was indeed connected to the Shadow sect, then the ancient martial force behind them would not likely belong to those 4 sects. Lu Tian decided not to probe further at this moment. Seeing Chu Jian wasn't forthcoming about his patron, he refrained from questioning further. Lu Tian, let's just go back. It's not worth fighting over too much, Yi Qinxue advised, still concerned. She then spoke directly to Chu Jian. Young Master Chu, let's call off this clash. What do you say? As for the incident between him and young Master Han, whether the free and easy sect behind Han lets him off is no longer my concern. As for me, all I need is an apology, and I won't hold it against him. Seeing Yi Qinxue pleading, along with Lu Tian showing no further interest in investigating the Chu family's backing, Chu Jian became confident. The wealthy heirs, ladies, including Zhao Yuxuan and Lin Mingting, around Chu Jian started to act smug as well. Lu Tian, why don't you hurry up and apologize to young Master Chu? If you'd known from the beginning that apologizing to young Master Chu would settle everything, why bother creating drama? Young Master Chu doesn't want to stoop to your level. An apology from you is all he needs. Consider yourself lucky. Chu Jian was smug and looked at Lu Tian with disdain, waiting for him to apologize. Chu Jian, you're going too far. Yi Qinxue exclaimed angrily. Given that Chu Jian was the one who first provoked Lu Tian, yet now demanded an apology from Lu Tian, Yi Qinxue felt particularly enraged. All I want is to de-escalate this. This involves the Chu family's dignity, and simply asking for an apology already shows great tolerance. After speaking, Chu Jian looked at Lu Tian again. What are you waiting for? Apologize. Chu Jian smirked after uttering these words in a tone of rebuke. Lu Tian laughed. What am I waiting for? Obviously, I'm waiting for you to bark like a dog. I'll count to 3, and if you still refuse to comply, your fate will be the same as Han Fan's. Upon hearing this, Chu Jian and his rich companions, who had moments ago worn smug expressions, instantly turned stiff with shock and anger. Are you threatening me? If I don't follow through, do you really dare to hit me? 1. Asking you to apologize is already leniency shown out of respect for Yi Qinxue. If you continue causing trouble, I'll mobilize the Chu family's force to deal with you. 2. You dare challenge me? How ignorant of your own insignificance. Let me tell you, if you dare lay a hand on me. 3. Slap. Before Lu Tian even finished speaking, he slapped Chu Jian across the face. What will you do if I dare take action against you? This sudden slap not only left Chu Jian unprepared, but also stunned Zhao Yuxuan and others into staring wide-eyed. Yi Qinxue was shocked too, thinking to herself, this is bad. If I had known Lu Tian would act so impulsively, I wouldn't have brought him here. You're dead. Chu Jian shouted hoarsely. If you dare seek revenge on me, I assure you, you'll regret it endlessly. But right now, you should start barking. As soon as the words left Lu Tian's mouth, he grabbed Chu Jian by the collar. Otherwise, I'll treat you just like Han Fan, beating you until you agree to comply. No. Chu Jian immediately panicked. I'll do it. Bow wow, bow wow, bow wow. With those 3 barks, the dignity of Master Chu, the young scion of the Chu family, was trampled upon completely, filling him with extreme shame. Chapter 107. Do not mess with Lu Tian. Lu Tian looked at Yi Qinxue. Let's go back. Yi Qinxue finally came to her senses, nodded, and left the banquet hall with him. Chu Jian was secretly angry, but he didn't dare to interfere. However, he had already decided in his mind to find an opportunity to take revenge on Lu Tian. Humiliated in public after being slapped and forced to bark like a dog, Chu Jian felt utterly ashamed and lost all interest in hosting the banquet. To rewind a few minutes, just after Han Fan barked like a dog and left the club, he received a phone call. It was from his master, the grandmaster of the Free and Easy sect. Why would the master call at such a time? With a puzzled look on his face, Han Fan answered the call respectfully. Hello, master. You useless piece of trash, the master shouted angrily. Han Fan was stunned. Master, what? What happened? The master furiously said. I heard that you provoked Mr. Lu earlier. Tell me exactly what happened. Han Fan suddenly gasped. The only Lu he had offended was Lu Tian. Could it be that master's mention of Mr. Lu referred to Lu Tian? Suddenly, he recalled Lu Tian mentioning having some acquaintance with his master. At the time, he thought it was just boastful talk, so he hadn't given it a second thought. Master, is the Mr. Lu you're talking about referring to Lu Tian? Han Fan asked tremulously. Yes, it's him, the master sternly said. Tell me everything that happened. Daring not to withhold any details, Han Fan recounted the entire incident with a nervous, trembling voice. He also mentioned how he barked like a dog after losing the martial arts duel. As the master listened, he grew angrier. After Han Fan finished, the master started yelling directly. F*** your mother. You F*** idiot. The master continued. Provoking Mr. Lu puts our free and easy sect in disrepute. Do you know why I say this? Because the incomplete ancient martial arts heritage of our sect was completed by Mr. Lu. It's because Mr. Lu helped perfect this heritage that our sect could establish itself firmly in the world of ancient martial arts. You must have heard that the 4 great ancient martial arts sects of Jiangnan once wanted to invite a master-level expert as our alliance leader. Certainly, you wouldn't know who that expert is. I'll tell you now, it's Lu Tian. But you? You actually dared to provoke Mr. Lu. Han Fan was shocked beyond measure, trembling as he said, Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry, the master angrily said. You immediately return to the sect. I will punish you according to the rules and expel you. Han Fan turned deathly pale instantly, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor. He had heard before that the 4 great ancient martial arts sects considered one top-level master their protector. Now he finally knew, the top-level master was Lu Tian. The thought of him challenging Lu Tian so recklessly made him laugh bitterly at his own stupidity. He intended to call Chu Jian and advise him not to provoke Lu Tian anymore, as they were no match for him. However, he quickly abandoned the idea, thinking, If it weren't for sticking up for Chu Jian, I wouldn't have fallen into this mess. Because of him, my life is ruined, and now there's no future for me in the martial arts world. Don't expect him to get off scot-free either. If he wants to keep provoking Lu Tian, let him. When he regrets it, I might feel a little more balanced inside. After escorting Yi Qinshua home, Lu Tian returned to his place. Upon returning, he informed Su Yunru about Zhao Yuxuan joining Chu Jian's business association. Su Yunru immediately called Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, how can you easily ally yourself with Chu Jian? Haven't you forgotten what Aunt Bai advised you? Be cautious around him. Aunt Bai made things overly complicated. I've aligned myself with Chu Jian and joined the business organization he founded, which also gained the support of our family. So don't worry about me. How can I not care about you? I am concerned for you. If you really cared about me, you'd break up with Lu Tian and drive him away. I don't want us exposed later, making me feel humiliated along with you. How dare you speak to me this way? As your mother, should I not be respected? I do want to respect you, but when you are almost 40 and still maintain this relationship with a young man as if you were supporting him financially, it embarrasses me. How can I respect you? How can you still misunderstand me? I've explained to you before, I'm dating him. I won't believe you're dating someone who has no real skills, money, or influence. You are merely pretending to live together under the guise of a rich woman supporting a young man financially. Yuxuan, since you refuse to properly understand the situation and insult me, that's too much. That's enough. I don't want to argue about this with you anymore. Was it Lu Tian who told you that I sought help from young Master Chu? Yes, he asked me to warn you to be more careful. He did this for your own good. For my own good? What a joke. He obviously doesn't want the Zhao family to gain Chu family's favor. He wants to sabotage our family's interests. You. How can you be so ungrateful? It's not that I'm ungrateful. It's just that you're too captivated by your young lover and lost your judgment. I'm joining young Master Chu on behalf of Zhao family. You have already broken ties with our family, so please don't interfere in Zhao family's affairs anymore. Before Su Yunru could respond, Zhao Yuxuan hung up the phone. Su Yunru sighed and looked at Lu Tian. I guess there's no point trying to reason with her. Then, she recounted Zhao Yuxuan's arguments to Lu Tian in detail, mentioning that her actions were supported by the Zhao family. Lu Tian said, if Chu Jian has ill intentions, then either he's after the Zhao family's business, or he's after Yuxuan, or both. Su Yunru nodded. Yuxuan wouldn't listen to my advice. Let me call Zhao Jinxiong and have him persuade Yuxuan. As she was preparing to make the call, she glanced at Lu Tian. Will contacting my ex-husband upset you? The longer she stayed with Lu Tian, the more she cared about his feelings. Yes, Lu Tian replied. However, since you're doing this for Yuxuan, I have no right to stop you from making the call. I must make this call, but please don't take it personally. After I'm done, I'll give you some compensation. Su Yunru said. How do you plan to compensate me? Lu Tian smiled and asked. It's obviously. Su Yunru blushed slightly. Don't ask what you already know. Lu Tian laughed. Spending the night together is already part of our daily life. It hardly counts as compensation. I've come up with another way for you to make it up to me. Chapter 108. Calling husband. Su Yunru paused for a moment. Another way of compensation? Tell me more. Lu Tian said. It's simple. From now on, you will call me husband. Ah. Su Yunru was startled again. Then her beautiful face turned bright red. Although she had already accepted their relationship as a couple, she still lacked the courage to officially date him. Upon hearing his request that she call him husband, she immediately felt extremely embarrassed. However, deep inside, she couldn't help but feel waves of emotion stirring. Lu Tian's demand was actually an encouragement for her to bravely face this relationship. Su Yunru took a deep breath and said, I can agree with you, but I will only call you husband when we are alone together. All right, Lu Tian responded. Then in return, I won't call you Aunt Su anymore. I'll call you wife, or by your name. How does that sound? Su Yunru nodded. Agreed, but it's also limited to when we are alone. Then, Yunru, since it's your compensation, start by calling me husband once, Lu Tian said excitedly. Su Yunru's face reddened even more. I'll call you after I finish this phone call. Then, she called Zhao Jinxiong, urging him to seriously remind Zhao Yuxuan to be cautious about Chu Jian. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jinxiong's attitude towards her became much friendlier than before. Not only did he readily promise to seriously persuade the other party, but he also apologized for his previous rudeness and for suppressing her business. Su Yunru didn't overthink it, assuming that the other side had realized their mistakes. While Su Yunru was on the phone, someone called Lu Tian. When Lu Tian saw the number, it was from the master of Qixia sect known as the Killer God. The day before, Killer God had already called him, saying that someone posted a hit job reward on xuanhuan wanting to hire assassins to kill him. At that time, Killer God had promised to investigate who had placed the bounty. This call indicated that some leads had been found. Lu Tian left to answer the call in the yard, so as not to worry Su Yunru. Mr. Lu, we've confirmed. The person who placed the hit order yesterday on xuanhuan wanting to kill you is Xuanhuan, the old man from Yi family, one of Jiangzhou's top-tier wealthy families. It's him. I let him go before, but he wants my life this time, and I won't forgive him this time. We also discovered another piece of information related to Xuanhuan. I don't know if this information will be valuable to you. What is it? 2 years ago, someone posted a hit order on xuanhuan targeting Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan's older brother. However, shortly after it was posted, it was withdrawn. We found out that it was indeed Xuanhuan who posted the order. This news truly shocked Lu Tian. The Xuanhuan mentioned by the other side was Yi Qinshue's grandfather, and Xuanhuan died 2 years ago. According to what Yi Qinshu said, her grandfather suddenly passed away. Now, judging from this situation, Xuanhuan's death was highly likely related to Xuanhuan. It was possible that Xuanhuan hired a killer to eliminate him through some untraceable means. As long as the martial artist possessed strong inner force, such an act could be achieved. Regarding why Xuanhuan canceled that assassination order, it might be because he hired a killer through another channel. When exactly was the order placed 2 years ago? In June. The cancellation was also in June. Xuanhuan was killed in July. This made Lu Tian even more suspicious that Xuanhuan's death was related to Xuanhuan. At the same time, inside Xuanhuan's villa, Xuanhuan was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. Grandpa, are there still no hitmen willing to take on our bounty? Yi Baiqing came into the room and asked. Not yet, Xuanhuan replied. On the xuanhuan site, bounties usually have takers quickly. Why does ours have no takers? I've raised the bounty to 50 million, but there are still no takers. At this point, Xuanhuan's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes before he picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Fu, what? You're coming to see me? I'm home, just come directly here. Before long, the man referred to as Mr. Fu arrived at Xuanhuan's villa. Xuanhuan very politely escorted him into the living room. I saw a bounty on the xuanhuan site for the assassination of Lu Tian. Was it you who posted it? Fu Wan sat on the couch and asked directly. Xuanhuan was suddenly surprised, but did not hide anything. How do you know that the bounty was posted by me? Fu Wan said. I've heard that Yi Wei, with the help of a man named Lu Tian, has completely wiped out your line. When I was browsing the Bloodkill website, I happened to see the bounty for Lu Tian's assassination and guessed it might be you who posted it. I noticed that no one has taken the bounty. Why don't you just give me the 50 million, and I'll take care of Lu Tian for you? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's face immediately showed confusion. Didn't you retire from being a killer? Don't mention it. Fu Wan said with a complaining tone. Do you think I wanted to leave the assassin world? Because our boss retired along with all his men, I lost my connections and resources in that area, so I had to leave the assassin world as well. Our boss also said that once we retired, we aren't allowed to come back into the business, or we would be punished severely. After I left, I regretted it almost immediately. I was used to killing and couldn't stand being idle. Xuanhuan said, if your boss doesn't want you to return to the field, did you secretly take on the job 2 years ago when you killed my older brother, Xuanhuan? Fu Wan replied. At that time, I hadn't joined my current boss yet, so he didn't know about my past jobs. But now if I take on jobs, I have to be more careful and make sure he doesn't find out. Let's cut to the chase. Are you willing to hand over this bounty on Bloodkill to me? Without hesitation, Xuanhuan nodded. I will immediately withdraw the bounty from Bloodkill and use the money to hire you. 2 years ago, he hired Fu Wan to kill Xuanhuan, and the job was done swiftly and cleanly without any repercussions. And since Xuanhuan trusted Fu Wan's skills, he readily handed the bounty over to him. Speaking of Lu Tian, after listening to the report from Killer God, he assigned some tasks to him, then hung up the phone. He then called Yi Qinshu and told her the speculation that her grandfather's death might be related to Xuanhuan. Of course, he didn't mention anything about Xuanhuan posting the bounty on Bloodkill. Since Yi Qinshu was unfamiliar with the underworld affairs, she might not believe him and could think he was exaggerating. Thus, he simply claimed he had heard some rumors, which instead made Yi Qinshu take it seriously. Yi Qianxue expressed that she would be cautious and would also inform her parents about this rumor. After finishing the call, Lu Tian returned to the villa, only to find Su Yunru had already gone upstairs. She must be embarrassed to call me husband and is deliberately avoiding me. Lu Tian thought to himself, then smiled and followed her upstairs. As he arrived at Su Yunru's bedroom, she was taking a shower in the bathroom inside the room. Lu Tian knocked on the door from outside and said, "You haven't called me husband yet." Chapter 109, Secret Plan. Can we talk about it after I finish taking a shower? Calling Lu Tian husband still made Su Yunru feel somewhat awkward to say. No, I want to hear it now. If you don't call me, I'll barge in and take a shower with you. As he spoke, Lu Tian had already pushed the door halfway open. No. Su Yunru hurriedly covered herself with a towel. Lu Tian sighed. I've seen it all before. Why are you so shy? That depends on the occasion. How so? Are you only not concerned about me seeing you when we're in bed? You annoying. Do you already find me annoying? A cunning smile played at the corner of Lu Tian's lips as he walked into the bathroom. You get out. I'll consider leaving if you call me husband. All right, I give up. Husband, can you please leave? No, your husband will stay and take a shower with you. Haha. You, why don't you keep your word? I just said I'd consider leaving, but I didn't promise I would actually leave. Come, let me scrub your back for you. You, such an annoyance. Wait, you were supposed to help me scrub my back, right? How come? This was definitely the most exhausting bath Su Yunru had ever taken. During this time, she called Lu Tian husband several times, all because he made her do so. Location, the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Jinming and other core family members were discussing matters in the meeting hall. Xuanhuan, not long ago, your mom called me and asked me to warn you to be careful around Junior Master Chu, Zhao Jinxiang said. Zhao Xuanhuan sighed in great impatience. You wouldn't have agreed with her, would you? Zhao Jinxiang replied. I only pretended to agree with her, but in reality, I support you approaching Junior Master Chu. It would be even better if you could become his girlfriend. Zhao Yuxuan said. My behavior has already drawn Junior Master Chu's attention, but he merely appreciates me. It's unlikely that he will date me because he likes Yi Qianxue. Zhao Jinhao chimed in. Yi Qianxue is indeed prettier than you, but your appearance isn't bad either. As long as you continue to showcase yourself in front of Junior Master Chu, you have a chance to win his favor. Zhao Yusong said. Yuxuan, this concerns our Zhao family's future. You must work hard. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. I will work hard. At this moment, Patriarch Zhao Jinming spoke up. Jinhao, Yusong, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Due to Junior Master Chu's admiration for Yuxuan, he revealed a secret plan of the Chu family to her. The Chu family plans to use Chu Jian's established Chu Commercial Guild in Jiangzhou to seize the commercial resources of the Tianqing Commercial Guild and dominate the business world in Jiangzhou. The Chu family is one of the three major families in northern Jiang, backed by ancient martial forces. Dealing with the Tianqing Commercial Guild should be more than enough. At the same time, they will select a wealthy local family to manage the Chu Commercial Guild for them in Jiangzhou. The head of this family will also become the vice president of the Chu Commercial Guild. If a family gets selected, it means that this family will control the commercial resources of Jiangzhou and will surely rise dramatically. However, there is another requirement to be considered their candidate family. The net assets of this family must exceed 5 billion. Our Zhao family's net assets aren't enough for this number, but if we add Su Yunru's company's net assets, we can surpass 5 billion. Junior Master Chu told Yuxuan that as long as our Zhao family's net assets reach 5 billion, he has sufficient reason to let our Zhao family manage the Chu Commercial Guild for their Chu family. If I become the vice president of the Chu Commercial Guild, our Zhao family will then control the commercial resources of Jiangzhou. Nevertheless, in order to achieve this goal, we must first swallow up Su Yunru's industries, bringing Zhao family's net assets up to the Chu family's requirements. Zhao Jinhao said, we had planned earlier to merge her company, but failed. Now that she has broken ties with us, it will be even harder for her to agree to sell her company to us. Zhao Yusong added, and with Bai Yin supporting her, it's difficult to make her compromise. Junior Master Chu probably won't go out of his way to help us seize her property and offend the Bai family over this matter. Zhao Jinxiang responded. Now, we can't use brute force to make her yield. I plan to adopt a softer strategy, allowing her to gradually lower her guard against us. Not long ago, when she contacted me via phone, I spoke kindly to her, but did not dare mention the merger of companies. Zhao Jinming said, we must continue to think of ways. Jinxiang, until a plan comes along, you need to find opportunities to ingratiate yourself with Su Yunru. Zhao Jinxiang nodded. I understand. He then turned to Zhao Yuxuan. Make sure you don't reveal our plan to your mother. I know, Zhao Yuxuan said, still the same words. I am the miss of the Zhao family, and will prioritize the Zhao family's interests. Moreover, I have always hoped for your reconciliation. If her company merges with our Zhao family, she'll probably need to reconcile with you just for the sake of the company. After saying this, Zhao Yuxuan secretly thought in her heart, even if it's just to get mum away from that bastard Lu Tian, I have to ensure dad and mum reunite. Speaking of Su Yunru's villa, Lu Tian and Su Yunru, who had been busy for an hour, were already lying in bed together, holding each other warmly. What did you talk about when you called Zhao Jinxiang? Just asked him to advise Yuxuan to be cautious around Chu Jian. It went quite smoothly. He said he would persuade her well. What puzzled me was that he actually apologized for his rudeness to me before and for collaborating with the Zhao family to suppress my business. Do you find it strange because his behavior doesn't match his character? Yes, it's completely out of character. He's always self-centered, and even when he makes mistakes, he rarely finds fault with himself. so you should definitely be more on guard. He might have some ulterior motive. Yes, I will keep an eye out. It's late. Good night, dear wife. Hold on, I want to discuss something with you. I think when we're alone later, we shouldn't call each other husband or wife anymore. Why? I'm worried that if I get used to it, I might accidentally call you husband in front of others one day, and that would be embarrassing. You're avoiding again. Sorry, I still can't fully accept it. As a sign of apology, I can call you husband in certain specific situations. Specific situations? What kind of situation? Xuanhuan blushed slightly and leaned close to whisper something into his ear. All right, Lu Tian became immediately excited. Then let's do it again. I want to keep hearing you call me husband. You? Xuanhuan once again blushed deeply. Chapter 110, Absolute Kill Order. The next morning, Xuanhuan stretched lazily and then gently nudged Lu Tian. Honey. After saying this, Xuanhuan's heart trembled a bit. She didn't want to get into the habit of calling him that way, but she couldn't help it just after one night. Xuanhuan gave an awkward smile and continued. Can you get me my pajamas? Lu Tian was about to hand her the pajamas when he paused. It's time to get up. Why do you need your pajamas? Xuanhuan replied with a melancholic tone. You wore me out last night. It's the weekend today. I want to sleep more. Then she got up, put on her pajamas, and lay down again. At this moment, Lu Tian's phone rang. It was Yi Qianxue calling. Xuanhuan knew he was pretending to be boyfriends with Yi Qianxue. To avoid making her jealous, Lu Tian went outside to take the call. Hello, Yi sister. Lu Tian, do you have time now? There's something urgent I need your help with. Yi Qianxue explained the situation to him in haste. Yesterday, Lu Tian had called Yi Qianxue to tell her that her grandfather's death might be related to Yi Hongnan. To prevent her from finding it unbelievable, Lu Tian did not mention that Yi Hongnan had hired a killer. He only said he'd heard some rumors. This morning, Yi Qianxue passed this information to her parents. Her father, Yi Wei, had always suspected that this incident might involve Yi Hongnan. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wei flew into a rage and immediately took a group of his company's security personnel to Yi Hongnan's place, demanding an explanation. However, what they didn't expect was that Yi Hongnan had an expert stationed there. All the security guards Yi Wei brought along were injured by that expert, and he himself was detained by Yi Hongnan. The injured security guards returned to the Yi family and told Yi Qianxue that if she wanted to save her father, she should go with Lu Tian. Lu Tian hadn't anticipated Yi Wei being so impulsive. Confronting someone without solid evidence wasn't just looking for trouble, was it? Just now, Yi Qianxue mentioned that the security guards Yi Wei brought along were all beaten up by an expert working for Yi Hongnan. Lu Tian guessed that this so-called expert guarding Yi Hongnan was probably the same killer he had hired. Kill God had already reported to Lu Tian about the fact that Yi Hongnan had cancelled the bounty order on Blood Killing Network. He also guessed that Yi Hongnan must have hired the killer through other means, which is why he withdrew the reward. From the current situation, it almost confirmed his suspicion. Given that Yi Hongnan asked Yi Qianxue to bring him along to rescue her father, Lu Tian guessed this was likely a trap set by the hired killer. Lu Tian planned to meet up with Yi Qianxue first before heading together to rescue Yi Wei. After confirming the meeting location, Lu Tian ended the call and made another one to Kill God. Hey, the plan needs to be advanced. You should issue the absolute kill order against Yi Hongnan right now, Lu Tian said. After finishing the call, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Tian's eyes as he thought. Yi Hongnan, you want my life? Then I'll make sure you lose yours. Scene changes to Yi Hongnan's villa. Sitting on the sofa in the living room were Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and their hired killer Fu Wan. Here comes the question. Didn't Yi Xiao get hospitalized after being beaten by Lu Tian? How could he be here? The answer is, he was discharged from the hospital not long ago. Meanwhile, Yi Baiqing was wielding a chair, smashing it repeatedly onto Yi Wei's body. Yi Wei, today is your end. From now on, the Yi family business will belong to us. Yi Baiqing said coldly, finally tired out from swinging the chair. He kicked Yi Wei twice afterward. You bastards shouldn't celebrate yet. Lu Tian will never let you off. Yi Wei roared angrily. Lu Tian? Huh? Yi Baiqing laughed disdainfully. He's barely able to protect himself. Once he shows up, Mr. Fu will take care of him. Mr. Fu isn't just here to deal with Lu Tian. Yi Hongnan picked up the conversation, his face grim. Afterward, he glared at Yi Wei with an evil grin. After dealing with Lu Tian, I will have Mr. Fu eliminate you as well. This is easy to arrange. Fu Wan said. Killing him would be effortless. As long as you give me an extra $1 million, I'll kill him along the way. Yi Hongnan nodded. In that case, I'll add $3 million. And you can also kill xuanhuan and Yi Qianxue. Yi Wei tensed up instantly. You dare to target me alone. Targeting you alone isn't enough. Yi Xiao said. Next, Yi Xiao stood up and looked down at Yi Wei who was lying on the ground. We're not giving you any chance for revenge, so we've decided to send your entire family to join your father. Did you kill my father? Yi Wei exclaimed, both shocked and angry. Yi Xiao nodded. Now that it has come to this, we no longer have to hide it. Yes, it was our hired killer who killed your father. And look, who's standing right there. Fu Wan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Back then, I used my internal force to destroy his heart meridians to kill him. And guess what? You will die the exact same way. I'll fight you to the death. In a rage, Yi Wei struggled to stand up and rushed toward Yi Hongnan and the others. He had already been injured, his body weak, and was immediately kicked down by the strong Yi Baiqing. Yi Baiqing grinned sinisterly and said, Fight us? What do you have to fight us with? Not to mention you. Even if Lu Tian were here, he'd only end up dead. Haha, they've arrived. Yi Hongnan glanced toward the doorway. Lu Tian, Yi Qianxue, and xuanhuan who also came out of concern, had arrived at the villa courtyard. Never mind me, just go. Yi Wei shouted urgently. Go? They can't leave now. Yi Baiqing said coldly. Then he dragged Yi Wei into the yard and kicked him down again. Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Fu Wan also came into the yard. Yi Hongnan chuckled deeply, saying, You've all come, so Mr. Fu doesn't have to hunt you down one by one. Lu Tian directly stared at Fu Wan. You're the killer they hired to deal with me? That's right. Fu Wan replied. After I kill you, I'll slaughter Yi Qianshue's entire family. Lu Tian said. You have to get past more than 100 obstacles in front of me first. But, judging from your strength, I estimate you won't even make it past the first one. Fu Wan paused, not understanding what Lu Tian meant. Mr. Fu, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to intimidate us. Yi Hongnan said. Exactly, Yi Xiao added. He's scared now and can't think of any other way out. So he's trying to scare us with empty words. Fu Wan looked at Lu Tian with murderous intent. I've heard that your martial arts are quite good. However, what you're facing now is a professional killer, and soon you'll discover how powerless your martial competition skills are against my killing techniques. With that, Fu Wan approached Lu Tian with an evil smile on his face, moving unhurriedly. But after just a few steps, Fu Wan's complexion changed drastically. Suddenly, he felt a surge of intense killing intent rushing into the yard. Although he was a professional killer, he had never experienced such overwhelming killing intent before. Whoever wants to harm Mr. Lu must get through us first. Shouts echoed from all sides outside the wall. Then, more than 100 figures leapt over the walls, all standing beside Lu Tian, glaring murderously at Fu Wan. Fu Wan became extremely uneasy. He could clearly feel the intense killing intent surging from these people towards him, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 111. The experts of Seven Kill Sect. Yi Hongnan and the others were also scared out of their wits. Fu Wan looked in terror at the more than 100 murderous experts before him. He could recognize the three leaders at the forefront. These three people were all top-level experts of the Seven Kill Sect. The people trailing behind these three were undoubtedly also members of the Seven Kill Sect. Fu Wan did not know the names of these three, but he knew their nicknames: Death-Snatching Knife, Explosive Fist, and Bone-Breaking Hand. He also knew that the strength of these three was far superior to his own. He could recognize some of the experts behind the trio as well, and their power was also above his. Judging by the current situation, it was highly likely that the killing god of the Seven Kill Sect had issued an absolute kill order. With this much skill, you actually think you can deal with Mr. Lu? Death-Snatching Knife said coldly to Fu Wan. Then, Death-Snatching Knife bowed respectfully toward Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, dealing with someone like this isn't worth your personal effort. Leave it to us. Good. Lu Tian nodded. Fu Wan's heart trembled violently upon hearing this. From what Death-Snatching Knife had said and how respectful he was facing Lu Tian, Fu Wan could guess that Lu Tian's strength was definitely far beyond that of Death-Snatching Knife and the others. So many high-level experts who were impossible for him to provoke weren't even matches for Lu Tian. And yet, he himself had overestimated his ability and wanted to deal with Lu Tian. Just thinking about it made him laughable. I recognize him. Bone-Breaking Hand said. His name is Fu Wan. He is a member of the former assassin organization, the Fuyun sect. Bone-Breaking Hand then turned to look at Fu Wan. Didn't your master of the Fuyun sect already lead all of you to quit the business, requiring you not to make a comeback? Fu Wan stammered. I secretly took on this assassination bounty. I regret it now. Please kindly spare my life. Lu Tian said. Tell me about the process of your previous assassination attempt on Yi Shunnan. Fu Wan quickly replied. At the time, someone had posted an assassination bounty for Yi Shunnan on the blood-killing website. I found out that bounty was posted by Yi Hongnan. I privately contacted him and asked him to take down the bounty and hire me directly to do the job instead. Lu Tian turned to look at Yi Hongnan. Is that true? Yes. Yi Hongnan dared not hide anything. Lu Tian once again spoke to Fu Wan. Was taking on that job your own decision, or was it instigated by the master of your Fuyun sect? Fu Wan nervously replied. I wasn't part of the Fuyun sect back then. The people from Fuyun sect don't know about this. Lu Tian looked at Bone-Breaking Hand. I have nothing else to ask. Move. Fu Wan was startled. Spare. Before Fu Wan could finish his plea for mercy or kneel down, Bone-Breaking Hand suddenly attacked. Crack. Bone-Breaking Hand directly snapped Fu Wan's neck. Seeing this, Yi Hongnan's entire family immediately quaked with fear and instinctively fell to their knees begging for mercy. Yekiang's family was also shocked by the sight. These newly arrived individuals appeared so terrifying. But why were they showing such reverence towards Lu Tian? It was almost unbelievable. Yi Wei, help us beg Lu Tian for mercy and let us live. Yi Hongnan pleaded with Yi Wei. Yi Wei stood up from the ground. You killed my father, and you still have the audacity to beg me for mercy? Yi Hongnan, anxious, said, I know I'm wrong. Please consider our common ancestry and go easy on me. Yi Baiqing crawled forward while kneeling and pleaded with Yi Wei. Uncle, show us mercy this one time. Get lost. Yi Wei angrily shouted, kicking him away. Lu Tian looked at Yi Wei. What do you intend to do with them? Yi Wei only gave 4 words as a reply. Blood debt, blood compensation. Lu Tian looked at Bone-Breaking Hand. Move. Bone-Breaking Hand nodded and attacked once again. After 3 bone-breaking sounds, Yi Hongnan, Yi Xiao, and Yi Baiqing were strangled and collapsed on the ground. Lu Tian turned to Yekiang's family. Go home first. Despite still trembling slightly, Yekiang's family, seeing that Lu Tian could handle the situation and realizing they couldn't offer any assistance, left. Lu Tian turned to Bone-Breaking Hand. You mentioned earlier that Fu Wan was from the Fuyun sect. Do you know about Fuyun? Bone-breaking hand replied. The leader of Fuyun sect is named Su Tianhao. He has quite a decent reputation in the assassin world since his principles are similar to ours. He never kills innocents and forbids his subordinates from doing so either. 3 years ago, Su Tianhao disbanded the Fuyun sect, retired from criminal activities, and founded the company known as Fuyun Group. The headquarters of Fuyun Group is located in the provincial capital of Jiangbei. This is all I know. As for more detailed information, I am unaware. Lu Tian said. Next, help me investigate 2 matters. The first thing, investigate whether Fu Wan's assassination of Xuanhuan years ago had anything to do with the Fuyun sect. Although he claimed it didn't, I don't trust it easily. The second thing, investigate if there is any involvement of the Fuyun sect behind Fu Wan's current attempt on my life. If either of these matters has any connection to the Fuyun sect, then eradicate them. If it has nothing to do with the Fuyun sect, but Fu Wan's attempt on my life this time is related to Su Tianhao's poor management of his subordinates, then just have Su Tianhao apologize to me. Bone-breaking hand nodded and said, we will quickly clarify these issues. Lu Tian then dismissed Bone-breaking hand and the others from the villa, and used his cyan solar power to turn Xuanhuan and the others' bodies into ashes. He then waved his hand, dispersing the ashes with a gust of air. That morning, Su Yunru woke up very late. Sitting on the sofa in the living room downstairs, she was about to order breakfast through her phone when Bai Yun arrived at the door. Bye sister. Su Yunru greeted her warmly as she stood up. Where's Lu Tian? Bai Yun asked. He went out, saying he was going shopping. In that case, I'll wait for him here. I have something to discuss with him. What's the matter? This afternoon, I need to go back to the provincial capital and return tomorrow. I plan to take him along with me. Why are you bringing him back to the provincial capital? We agreed earlier, you would help him develop in the business world, while I would assist him in the martial arts realm. My trip to the provincial capital involves handling some family affairs, and I also want to introduce him to some martial arts elders. I see. I have no objection, as long as Lu Tian agrees to go. Actually, the excuse Bai Yun gave to Su Yunru about introducing Lu Tian to the martial arts elders was just fabricated. When she broke through to the grandmaster level, due to her haste for success, she took shortcuts, resulting in her body being invaded by cold qi. If she wanted treatment, she needed to join forces with a man of utmost yang and fiery constitution. She already knew that Lu Tian met this condition. A few days earlier, she had discussed this with Lu Tian. If necessary, Lu Tian had agreed to help her. At the time, Lu Tian reminded her that the side effects would worsen and become uncontrollable after a week. During his previous treatment of her internal injuries, Lu Tian demonstrated excellent medical skills, which left her with no doubt about his warning. Now, almost a week had passed since his reminder. This time, she decided to take Lu Tian to the provincial capital so that he could be nearby if her symptoms flared up, allowing her easy access to his help. Chapter 112, Guessing Her Intentions. Sister Bai, don't stand. Please take a seat. Su Yunru invited Bai Yun to sit on the sofa. When Bai Yun had just sat down, Su Yunru passed by her and then sat beside her. Yunru, is your leg injured? No. Why do you think so? I see something odd in the way you walk, as if your legs are too weak. Oh, that. Before you came, I went for a morning jog and got a little tired. Is that so? But looking at your face, it doesn't seem like you've just exercised. More like you've just woken up. All this. I know now. It must be because you spent all night last night with Lu Tian, getting exhausted this way. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru turned scarlet with embarrassment. She couldn't help but recall the scene of her tossing and turning with Lu Tian on the bed last night. Bai Yun smiled teasingly. Am I right? This wasn't the first time Su Yunru had been teased about her relationship with Lu Tian. Being teased again made her quite irked, so she retorted directly. So what if I am? Having a strong young man spend the night with me, aren't you jealous? Bai Yun was momentarily speechless. Su Yunru felt vindicated after her retaliation, yet the words she had just spoken also caused the usually gentle and dignified her to blush furiously. Bai Yun sighed inwardly, thinking to herself, surely I shouldn't be envious of her, right? Meanwhile, Yi Qinshua's family, after leaving Yi Hongnan's villa, returned home. It turns out my grandfather was really killed by Yi Hongnan and his gang. Yi Qinshu said, thanks to Lu Tian helping us uncover the truth and getting revenge. Yi Wei said, who would have thought that Lu Tian could summon so many powerful experts to assist us? Xuanhuan said. Then she looked at Yi Qinshu. Qinshu, do you know what's going on? Yi Qinshu shook her head. I'm not sure, but I know that Lu Tian knows the leader of the martial alliance. Maybe those experts are from there. I don't think so. Yi Wei interjected. Those experts look full of killing intent, more like they are assassins. Really? Xuanhuan and Yi Qinshu both exclaimed in shock simultaneously. After carefully reconsidering the situation, they quickly acknowledged Yi Wei's guess. Yi Wei looked at Yi Qinshu. You've known Lu Tian for so long. Don't you understand what's happening? I don't really know him that well. Yi Qinshu had only pretended to be a couple with Lu Tian, and indeed hadn't specifically sought to learn much about him. At this moment, Lu Tian arrived at their house. Lu Tian worried that the scene where he dealt with people like Fu Wan might have frightened Yi Qinshu's family, so he came here specially to reassure them. As soon as he entered the living room, Yi Qinshu's family surrounded him, asking about the origins of those experts and why they showed such respect towards him. Lu Tian also knew that they must have guessed that those experts were assassins, so he didn't hide anything. They're all assassins, but they don't commit indiscriminate killings. Then, are they your subordinates? Yi Qinshu asked. No, Lu Tian said. I'm just close friends with their leader. The matter has already been settled, so don't worry anymore. Just then, Lu Tian's phone rang. It was Su Yunru calling him. He had left home under the pretext of going shopping, and Su Yunru informed him that Bai Yun was taking him to the provincial capital this afternoon, telling him to go back and prepare. Lu Tian indicated he'd return immediately. After saying goodbye to Yi Qinshua's family, he left. He said he knows the assassin leaders? Yue Wei said. He said he's very familiar with the assassin leaders. Yi Qinshuo replied. Strange. How could he possibly be acquainted with an assassin leader? Xuanhuan said. I have a guess. Yue Wei said. Could it be possible that he cured the assassin leader's kidney deficiency? Xuanhuan almost fainted. Why do you always make these kinds of guesses? Isn't it so boring? Lu Tian returned to Su Yunru's villa. In front of Su Yunru, Bai Yun continued to claim that she planned to introduce Lu Tian to some martial arts predecessors to help him develop better in the martial arts world. Lu Tian nodded. Thank Aunt Bai for your care. If you encounter any difficulties, I will help you too. Bai Yun slightly startled, thinking to herself. Since he said this, he must have guessed why I want to keep him by my side. After chatting a few more sentences, Bai Yun temporarily left, agreeing to come back and meet with Lu Tian before setting out to the provincial capital in the afternoon. In the villa's living room, Lu Tian and Su Yunru sat on the sofa chatting. Aunt Bai, after I leave, you need to watch out especially for the Zhao family, particularly Zhao Jinxiang. His intentional flattery may indicate ulterior motives. I know. I still can't put my mind at ease, worrying about him coming to find you. Are you feeling jealous? Sort of. But mainly, I'm worried that you might be deceived by his sweet talk. You don't need to worry. No matter how sweetly he talks, there's no way I'd get back together with him. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve that could catch you off guard? Lu Tian, you don't need to be so concerned for me. Anyway, I'm a successful businesswoman, and I'm over a decade older than you. When it comes to handling things, I'm more mature and experienced. I know that, but I'm afraid he might use Yuxian as a shield. That could easily make you soften your stance. Don't worry about me. My judgment is still pretty good. But if he comes looking for trouble while you're alone at home, you won't be able to handle it. Alright, before I come back, you can stay at the Martial Alliance's base. Aunt Bai will arrange a place for you. Alright, I'll follow your advice. One more thing. Absolutely do not meet Zhao Jinxiang or anyone from the Zhao family, no matter what excuses they give. You must reject them all. I understand. Don't worry. By the way, Su Yunru handed 2 keys to Lu Tian. I'm giving you 1 key to the gate and 1 to the door of my other villa. Why are you giving me the keys to that place? The day after tomorrow, your mother will be in Jiangzhou, and I've already planned for her to stay in this villa. I mentioned before that I don't want her to find out about us, so we'll need to keep our distance when she's around. I see. So you're preparing another spot for private rendezvous. You bastard. I was thinking about meeting secretly, but you immediately thought about overnight stays. That, well, daytime works too. I'm ignoring you. Haha, just kidding. Though, I really didn't expect you'd bring up private rendezvous on your own. Su Yunru gave him a sidelong glance filled with complaint, but said nothing, silently thinking to herself. I've even called you husband. So what's wrong with mentioning a rendezvous? Chapter 113, Bai Yun's Deterrence. Lu Tian had already discussed with Su Yunru and arranged for her to temporarily stay at the Martial Arts Alliance's base. Before noon, Lu Tian brought her to the Martial Arts Alliance's base. Bai Yun also arranged accommodation for Su Yunru. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Lu Tian set off with Bai Yun to the provincial capital. The provincial capital wasn't far from Jiangzhou. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Bai family mansion located in the provincial capital. The Bai family was one of the 3 major families in Jiangzhou, and their residence was situated in the urban area of the provincial capital. It was also the largest residence in the urban area of the provincial capital. So here comes the question, are the estates of the other 2 major families smaller than the Bai families? Not really. The Chu family's estate is larger than the Bai families, but it isn't located in the city center. As for the Chung family, which is as famous as the Bai and Chu families, their residence and businesses are not located in the provincial capital. There were over a dozen villas in the Bai family mansion, all serving as residences for family members. Bai Yun took Lu Tian to her own villa and assigned him a room. This room was not only tidied up very neatly, but there were also ready-made beddings on the bed, giving the impression that someone lived here. Lu Tian mused in his heart. Could this be Aunt Bai's room? Even if Bai Yun led him to her own room, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, she had already agreed with him that they would resolve the side effects of her cultivation in that way. When Lu Tian saw a photo on the bedside table, he basically confirmed that this was Bai Yun's room. It was a wedding photo. In the picture, Bai Yun was wearing a wedding dress, holding hands with a man in a suit. That man must be Bai Yun's deceased husband, Chang Meng. Sighing, Bai Yun said, "This used to be my bedroom with Chang Meng, but after he passed away, I haven't lived here anymore. But I've been keeping this place clean." Lu Tian said, "You don't live here because you're worried that seeing these things will make you sad?" Bai Yun nodded. "I live in another room. Only here and my room have beds and bedding, so I can only arrange for you to stay here. Rest first. I'll go deal with some family affairs, and I'll come get you when dinner starts." The reasons Bai Yun gave for coming back this time were 2. First, to handle some family affairs. Second, to introduce Lu Tian to some martial arts veterans. The latter was something she made up on the spot, but handling family affairs was a fact. A while ago, Bai Ziqian told Xuanhuan about Bai Yun being injured by the backlash of her cultivation, almost leading to the Martial Arts Alliance being controlled by Xuanhuan. She had already sent people to investigate and confirmed that Bai Ziqian deliberately framed her. The family affair that Bai Yun needed to handle this time was to hold a family meeting to punish Bai Ziqian. All the members of the Bai family gathered in the conference hall, Bai Ziqian's father Bai Zhua also came. Bai Yun first explained how Bai Ziqian betrayed her, then said, I'm holding this family meeting to announce to everyone that I will expel Bai Ziqian from the family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Bai family gasped in shock. Bai Zhua quickly spoke up for his son. Little Yun, I think this is a misunderstanding. Ziqian couldn't possibly betray you. It might be that he accidentally told his trusted subordinate, and then was betrayed by them. Let him investigate this matter. Once it's clear, it would be equivalent to him catching the traitor and making up for his mistake. Besides, the outside world regards Ziqian as the future inheritor of the Bai family. If we expel him, people will mock us. Then, he looked at the other members of the family. What do you all think? One brother makes sense, said a cousin of Bai Zhua. Yes, auntie, I think this matter should be carefully considered, said a cousin of Bai Ziqian. An elder uncle chimed in. Little Yun, under no circumstances should you expel the future inheritor of the family. Listening to everyone speak on his behalf, Bai Ziqian felt secretly smug, thinking to himself, haha, Bai Yun, don't think that just because you're the head of the family now, everyone will obey you. You are an orphan adopted by my grandfather. You're not of the Bai family's bloodline. The members of the Bai family don't want you to keep control of the family business forever. In their eyes, the Bai family's wealth should be inherited by my line. Although my plan to seize power failed this time, they will still stand by my side as members of the Bai family. Even though you may call the shots in the Bai family, the vast family business still relies on everyone's management. For big decisions, you need to consider everyone's opinions. Since everyone opposes your decision to expel me from the family, you absolutely dare not oppose them. With these thoughts, Bai Ziqian gained more confidence and even began speaking in a threatening tone. Auntie, this matter concerns the future of the Bai family. You need to be careful in making your decision. If you expel me directly from the family, not only will it be a laughingstock to outsiders, but it will also affect the cohesion of the family. At that time, people in the family won't submit to you, and our competitors might take this opportunity to challenge the Bai family. As soon as Bai Ziqian finished speaking, the other members of the family immediately echoed his words. With their support, Bai Zhua became more confident and took the chance to incite others against Bai Yun. Little Yun, if you expel Ziqian from the family, then I will also leave the Bai family. The moment Bai Zhua said this, he garnered a chorus of responses from the crowd. If both of you leave the Bai family, I will also quit the family. I will too. Count me in as well. One after another, these family members threatened to leave the family. Bai Zhua continued. Little Yun, if you don't change your mind, it will surely anger everyone. If we all leave the family, the Bai family will fall apart. How can you manage such a huge enterprise alone? Facing their threats, Bai Yun showed no signs of nervousness. She looked calmly around at everyone. Suddenly, a faint sneer appeared on the corner of her lips. I've already investigated thoroughly. It was him who betrayed me. It has nothing to do with his subordinates. I'm determined to expel him from the family, and I won't change my mind. If any of you want to leave the family, do so now. Once these words were spoken, Bai Zhua, Bai Ziqian, and the other family members were immediately stunned. They had assumed that their collective pressure would force Bai Yun to back down. But they didn't expect Bai Yun to be so decisive and unwavering, refusing to yield to them. You seem to have forgotten how this massive Bai family business came to be. Let me remind you, it was me who worked hard under the help of Chong Meng. You may also have forgotten who safeguarded the Bai family's businesses. Allow me to remind you again, it was the martial arts alliance I oversee that protected us. Do you really think you're so indispensable and irreplaceable within the family? You overestimate yourselves entirely. Had it not been for my gratitude towards my foster father for raising me, would I even let you abuse the wealth I built to assert dominance? Not only are you ungrateful, but you dare to threaten me, thinking I wouldn't punish you? So you feel entitled, huh? Do you believe my enterprises can't survive without you? I can easily hire employees who are far more competent and obedient than you to help me manage the business. I won't change my decision. Bai Ziqian, you've already been expelled from the family. From now on, the Bai family's affairs are no longer related to you in any way. At this point, Bai Yun raised her finger toward the door. Leave the Bai family immediately. She then cast a cold glance over Bai Zhua and the rest. Anyone else who wants to leave the family, go with him right now. Chapter 114. You went into the wrong room. Faced with Bai Yun's angry reprimand, Bai Zhua and others were all taken aback. Bai Yun indeed held a crucial position in the group company of Bai family, which she arranged for them. They had relied on the wealth and power of the Bai family to be pompous for many years, forgetting that they were not respected because of their strength, but rather due to their status as members of the Bai family. It was only because of this that Bai Yun elevated them. Listening to Bai Yun's resounding scolding, they finally remembered that Bai Yun was the dominant one in the family. They simply lacked the strength to oppose Bai Yun. Those who were previously full of confidence, including Bai Zhua, all lowered their heads. Bai Ziqian directly pleaded for mercy. Auntie, we're all part of the Bai family. Can you forgive me this time? Bai Yun coldly said. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out. Bai Ziqian looked at Bai Zhua with a pleading gaze. Dad, please say a few good words for me. Bai Zhua was so angry that he clenched his teeth, thinking if I helped you by saying good words, we'd both be kicked out of the family. How could you be so blind? You betrayed your own people and still have the face to ask me to plead for you? You've already been expelled from the family. What are you still doing here? Get out. Bai Zhua angrily reprimanded. Seeing that even his father wouldn't plead for him, Bai Ziqian realized there was no hope. Instantly his face went pale, and he left dejectedly. Bai Yun then arranged for several family guards to ensure he left the Bai family compound, and instructed the guards at the gate not to let Bai Ziqian step into the Bai family home ever again. Haven't you said that if I expel him from the family, you will also leave the family? Bai Yun asked Bai Zhua. She then looked around at other family members. You've said the same. Bai Zhua laughed. I was confused at the time, huh? We were all confused. The other family members quickly followed and echoed. I'll forgive you this time, but if anyone dares to threaten me in the future, I'll make sure they are expelled from the family. Bai Yun sternly said, then announced the meeting was over and left the conference room. Bai Zhua secretly harbored resentment. After everyone dispersed, he called Bai Ziqian. Ziqian, where are you? I have an important matter to discuss with you. All right, I'm coming right away. After hanging up the phone, Bai Zhua's expression darkened, thinking, Ziqian has already been expelled from the family, and family members would become more cautious around Bai Yun. It seems, my plan to seize control of the family property must be expedited. Speaking of which, after dispersing the meeting, Bai Yun placed an online food order with her mobile phone. She originally planned to hold a banquet to entertain Lu Tian and introduce him to people from the Bai family. However, the looks of those family members genuinely made her feel repelled, leaving her without the mood to hold the banquet. So she directly ordered takeout and headed to her villa. After the delivery arrived, she invited Lu Tian to eat together. To make it more like hosting a guest, she also brought 2 bottles of premium red wine. Are you done handling the family matters? You said you would expel Bai Ziqian from the family. Is that what you came to handle? Yes, I've already expelled him from the family. Did it go smoothly? It went smoothly. Although there were some obstacles, she easily maintained the situation. For her, this matter could be considered smooth. Nevertheless, it affected her mood. Even though she had considerable authority within the Bai family, those family members didn't respect her in their hearts. Under normal circumstances, she could manage to maintain the scene. But those family members might secretly scheme against her behind her back, making her vulnerable. Aunt Bai, looking at your face, it seems like something is troubling you, Lu Tian said. Oh, this has been noticed by you. Bai Yun recounted the situation during the family conference, as well as her adoption story. How she was not of Bai family bloodline, but adopted by her godfather. She sighed and continued. Although I built the family business along with Chong Meng, the family members treat me as an outsider. They all wish for my disappearance from the family, so the business would fall into their hands. If it wasn't to repay the upbringing grace of my godfather, I would have expelled them all from the family long ago. My godfather has passed away, and Chong Meng has also left me. Sometimes I feel like I'm staying in the Bai family, just like an outsider. All right, let's not talk about these things. Let's drink. As a martial arts expert, Bai Yun manually opened the bottle of red wine and poured a glass for herself and Lu Tian. You're not an outsider. They are. The business is what you've worked hard for. If anyone should leave the family, it should be them. You're right. In the future, whoever dare act arrogantly in front of me, I will definitely tell them to get lost. What Lu Tian didn't expect was that Bai Yun's alcohol tolerance was really poor. She became tipsy even before drinking much wine. With a hint of drunkenness, Bai Yun opened up more emotionally and confided her troubles to Lu Tian. Sometimes, I feel very tired. If Chong Meng were still here, he would accompany me through tough times and be my support. You're such a capable woman that you relied on him. He must have been extraordinary. Of course, he was not only knowledgeable and martially skilled, but also highly responsible. Unfortunately, we were together for less than 10 years before he passed away. After that, I faced every trouble alone. Although I consider myself capable enough to endure it, sometimes. Bai Yun's lips curled into a bitter smile as she continued. I feel empty and lonely, which is what I struggle with the most. By this point, her face, already flushed from drinking, turned even redder. Bai Yun let out a slightly embarrassed sigh and added, Chong Meng occupies an irreplaceable place in my heart. No matter how hard life gets, I've never thought about finding another man. But now, she looked at Lu Tian and said, for practical reasons, I'll soon develop a relationship with you, but you won't replace his position in my heart. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. For Lu Tian, this was something where he didn't have to take responsibility, yet could benefit from it. How could he possibly object? As long as you don't mind, I'm relieved. Come, let's continue drinking. Aunt Bai, you're already drunk. Then, after this glass, I'll stop. After finishing the glass, Bai Yun wobbled to her feet and said she wanted to rest in her room. I'll help you to your room. No need, I can walk by myself. Look at how dizzy you are. How do you plan to walk? What? Don't you believe I can walk? Humph, not only can I get to my room, but with my kung fu skills, I could even demonstrate some drunken boxing for you. Pushing Lu Tian aside, Bai Yun headed toward the room herself. Then, to Lu Tian's astonishment, he watched as Bai Yun entered the room specifically prepared for him. Lu Tian hurriedly caught up, saying, you went into the wrong room. But Bai Yun, completely lost in her drunken haze, ignored him. Entering the room, she immediately laid down on the bed. Chapter 115, Ancient Martial Arts Master. This is the room you arranged for me. Let me help you get back to your room. Lu Tian said to Bai Yun, but Bai Yun was already drunkenly dazed and didn't respond at all. After a brief hesitation, Lu Tian said, I'll carry you back to your room. Then he reached out to pick her up. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Bai Yun slightly opened her eyes and hurriedly moved away. It's a misunderstanding. I was going to carry you to your room. Isn't this my room? Bai Yun pushed him away and lay back on the bed. Suddenly, she saw a photo on the bedside table. Humph, this is obviously not my room, but the room I share with Demeng. Demeng was what she usually called Chong Meng. Bai Yun burped from alcohol and looked at Lu Tian through blurry eyes. Demeng, why are you still standing there? Lie down and rest. After saying that, she patted the spot next to herself. Lu Tian's heart quivered as he thought, Aunt Su is mistaking me for Chong Meng in her semi-conscious state. It never crossed his mind that after entering the wrong room, she would also misidentify him as someone else. Bai Yun continued, "Why are you still standing there? Come over and accompany me." Suddenly, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. "He has left me already. How could he appear before me now? It must be my dream." Sighing, Bai Yun continued, "I didn't expect him to show up in my dream, yet refused to come to me." After saying these words, she closed her eyes and tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Lu Tian couldn't bear seeing her look so sorrowful and anguished. Seeing that she mistook him for Changming, he decided to pretend to be Changming, hoping it might give her some comfort. Lu Tian took a deep breath, then pulled the curtains shut, removed his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and lay down beside her. "I've come to keep you company in your dream," Lu Tian said, then grasped her hand. "Deming, I miss you so much. I hope this dream doesn't end too quickly." Bai Yun's lips curved into a smile as she turned her body towards Lu Tian. She only faced him because her eyes were closed. She wasn't looking at him directly. Lu Tian struggled to control his emotions. He only wished they could stay like this, and she wouldn't seek solace or companionship from him while he was pretending to be Changming. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. At a restaurant, a bit farther from the Bai family mansion. After finishing a call with Bai Ziqian, Bai Zhuo went to meet him at this restaurant. "I originally thought I had finally found an opportunity to get rid of Bai Yun, but who knew that xuanhuan was so useless that he was killed by members of the martial arts alliance?" Bai Ziqian clenched his teeth angrily. Bai Zhuo similarly raged. "Everyone was on our side, yet we failed to stop Bai Yun from expelling you from the family, and she even scolded us." Bai Ziqian said, "I've been expelled from the family, and you will definitely be marginalized by her because of this incident. Members of other families, considering their own interests, will certainly not dare to stand on our side. Although Bai family's business was established by her and Changming, from the public perspective, it is our entire family's heritage. She was an orphan adopted by grandfather. To a certain extent, we can be considered the mainline members of the Bai family. You are the only son of grandfather. Don't you find it unacceptable that she controls the family business?" "I, of course, do not find it acceptable." Bai Zhuo spat viciously. A sly smile suddenly crept across his face. "Haha, I already have a plan to deal with her." Upon hearing this, Bai Ziqian immediately perked up. "What plan? Tell me fast," Bai Zhuo said. "Ask Su Tianhao, the boss of Feng Yun Group, for help." Su Tianhao is an ancient martial arts master with his own martial forces under him. Bai Yun would surely be no match for him. In fact, I've long intended to ask Su Tianhao for help. In order to ingratiate myself with him, I even signed a business order that made me lose money while allowing him to profit heavily. "Su Tianhao," Bai Ziqian exclaimed in surprise. "I heard he used to be a hitman. However, since he's retired, will he accept our employment?" "I'm not asking him to kill. My plan is to offer him more benefits and ask him to force Bai Yun to leave the Bai family under the guise of seeking justice for us. But the Bai family's businesses were built by Bai Yun. This is our attempt to seize her hard-earned inheritance, which hardly counts as seeking justice. He may not necessarily agree to help us. Just make him believe he is restoring fairness." Bai Ziqian paused for a moment. "Make him believe? But how can we make him believe?" Bai Zhuo said. "When Bai family first started developing, Bai Yun didn't serve as the family head, but instead nominated grandpa to assume the position. Back then, the members of our Bai family began lying to the public about following your grandfather in building the family business, so we could claim our inheritance later. As a result, more and more people came to believe that your grandfather was the first-generation entrepreneur of the Bai family. By the time Su Tianhao arrived in the provincial capital, your grandfather had already passed away many years ago, making it easier for him to believe the rumors we spread. At that moment, we will bring all the family members who are dissatisfied with Bai Yun to visit Su Tianhao. In front of him, we'll act pitiful, claiming that Bai Yun is trying to take sole control of the Bai family's assets, and ask Su Tianhao to uphold justice for us. Su Tianhao has already received plenty of benefits from me, and because he loves grandeur, he will definitely trust and help us to go against Bai Yun easily." After carefully listening to his plan, Bai Ziqian's eyes lit up. "Good idea. We shouldn't delay. How about we contact other family members now and visit Su Tianhao together?" Bai Zhuo nodded. "I'll make the call right now. They have been dissatisfied with Bai Yun and will surely support us." Bai Zhuo immediately called and gathered all the family members who supported them. After explaining the situation, those family members continued to express their support and quickly gathered here. They bought many expensive gifts and went to visit Su Tianhao. Su Tianhao and his men were residing in a spacious and quiet estate located in the suburbs. Arriving at the gate of the estate, Bai Zhuo politely said to the guard, "I am Bai Zhuo, vice president of Bai Group, and I've come with many family members to pay respects to Boss Su. We've encountered some difficulties and are willing to pay handsomely if Boss Su could settle this matter fairly." The guard glanced at them impatiently and said, "Wait here first. Our boss is entertaining some distinguished guests. He can tell me what you want from Boss Su, and I will relay the message. If Boss Su agrees to help, I will let you in." Yes, Bai Zhuo respectfully replied. Then, he explained in detail the purpose of their visit and waited patiently with the Bai family members on the side. Meanwhile, inside the living room of the villa, Su Tianhao was respectfully facing 3 men. These 3 men were the 3 top experts of the 7 Killings sect: Deathbringer Knife, Explosive Punch, and Bone-Breaking Hand. Chapter 116, Strength and Fame. Gentlemen, I retired a long time ago with my subordinates. I never expected that Fu Wan would secretly take assassination bounties to deal with the Mr. Liu you mentioned earlier. As for Fu Wan's assassination attempt on Yishunin 2 years ago, That happened before he joined me and has nothing to do with me. You got rid of Fu Wan, which was like cleaning up my house, and I am deeply grateful. I also beg you from the 7-kill sect to let me off. Su Tianhao, who was usually very bold, was incredibly nervous in front of Destiny Blade and the other two. Because these 3 people and the 7-kill sect behind them were truly terrifying. Destiny Blade said, "We've already investigated thoroughly, and these 2 incidents indeed have nothing to do with you. The assassination of Xuanhuan happened before he joined you, and this is entirely unrelated to you, so we won't hold it against you. But his move against Mr. Liu happened after he pledged allegiance to you. Even though you were unaware of this matter, it still reflects your poor supervision of your subordinates. You must apologize to Mr. Liu and seek his forgiveness. Otherwise, the 7-kill sect will issue a death warrant against you." Sweat poured down Su Tianhao's forehead as he replied, "I will definitely apologize to Mr. Liu. I certainly will." Blasting Fist remarked, "We'll give you 3 days. If after 3 days Mr. Liu hasn't forgiven you, then we won't forgive you either. Your outcome at that point will be obvious enough." Yes. Su Tianhao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded repeatedly. Then, he cautiously asked, "Excuse me for asking, but may I know who this Mr. Liu is? And how might I find him?" Bone-breaking hand responded, "I only know that Mr. Liu is in Jiangzhou and has a good relationship with the Yi family, one of the top-tier noble families there. You'll have to find out more details yourself later." "All right," Su Tianhao nodded. After that, Destiny Blade and the other 2 left without saying another word, walking directly away from the villa. Su Tianhao respectfully escorted them to the entrance of the villa. When Bai Zhua and others waiting at the gate saw them leaving, they quickly stepped forward to greet the departing guests politely. Bai Ziqian even rushed over to Su Tianhao and started introducing himself. "Mr. Su, can't you see I'm respectfully seeing off our distinguished guests? Get out of my sight." Su Tianhao scolded harshly. Bai Ziqian was startled and hastily retreated along with Bai Zhua and the others, bowing reverently. Only after Destiny Blade and the others had walked far away did Su Tianhao let out a sigh of relief. Though he had seen many grand occasions, the overpowering aura of these 3 individuals and the name of their sect, 7-kill sect, had frightened him into breaking out in cold sweats. Bai Zhua and others could also sense Su Tianhao's lingering fear and couldn't help but wonder who the 3 people just now were. They clearly had such a profound effect on the well-known Mr. Su. For Su Tianhao, his thoughts revolved around the mysterious Mr. Liu spoken of by Destiny Blade and the others. Who exactly was this man that commanded such respect from them? Right now, all he hoped for was that Mr. Liu would forgive him for not supervising his subordinates properly. The guards at the door approached Su Tianhao to report on Bai Zhua's group's intentions. "I understand. I have a few matters to handle. Let them wait here for 10 minutes. After saying this, Su Tianhao didn't even glance back at Bai Zhua and the others as he returned to the villa. Ignored thus, Bai Zhua and the others felt rather humiliated. However, given their need for Su Tianhao's assistance and knowing their own inferior strength, they didn't dare say anything more. There were 2 things Su Tianhao needed to attend to. One was changing his clothes, since the ones he'd been wearing had been soaked through with cold sweat. The second was calming his nerves. He wouldn't want his anxious state to affect his authority when facing Bai Zhua and the rest. He suddenly remembered one thing. He had forgotten to ask Destiny Blade and the others what Mr. Liu's full name was during the encounter due to being too shaken up. It was because he had solely focused on seeking forgiveness and neglected to inquire further about this. But he already knew that Mr. Liu maintained a good relationship with the prestigious Yi family in Jiangzhou. Using this clue, he should be able to uncover Mr. Liu's identity eventually. 10 minutes later, the guards led Bai Zhua and his companions into the villa. Relaxed and resolute, Su Tianhao sat back on the couch. Under Bai Zhua's direction, his family retainers presented valuable gifts, and he personally handed over a check worth 20 million yuan. "Mr. Su, your men have informed you of our purpose. We earnestly request your support in delivering justice. To summarize, White Yun forcibly seized our ancestral business. Is that correct?" "That's right. After my father passed away, Bai Yun and her husband Chang Meng used forceful means to seize our family enterprise. Surely you've heard of Chang Meng." "I have. He once led the Northern Jiang Martial Arts Alliance. After his death, control of the alliance fell into Bai Yun's hands." "Correct. Although the current head of the alliance isn't Bai Yun anymore, she remains the true mastermind behind the scenes, and precisely because of this, we can't stand up to Bai Yun." "So you're asking me to help you deal with Bai Yun?" "Yes. Bai Yun intends to dominate the Bai family business and has been suppressing us. We know Mr. Su loves justice and has come to ask you to uphold fairness for us." After Bai Zhua said these words, the other family members immediately followed with embellishments. Just today, Bai Yun expelled Bai Ziqian, the future heir of the Bai family, from the family. This is clearly to consolidate her position in the family. That's right. She even threatened that if we dare to defy her, she will expel us from the Bai family too. As members of the Bai family, we cannot bear to see the business fall into her hands. We have endured all this time just to continue protecting our legacy. Bai Yun is becoming more outrageous, but we lack the strength to stand up against her. We earnestly beg Mr. Su to stand up for us. Su Tianhao first evaluated the power gap between Bai Yun and himself in his mind, confirming that with his own strength, it would be more than enough to deal with Bai Yun. Then, he looked at the check given to him by the Bai family, as well as the expensive gifts. Next, he considered the prestige he could gain by acting under the guise of restoring justice. After pondering these things, he slapped the armrest of the couch. "Bai Yun has gone too far. I will certainly uphold justice for you." At this, Bai Zhua and others immediately lit up with joy. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Tianhao glanced at the time and said, "It's too late today. I'll help you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to summon her here. Even out of respect for me, she wouldn't dare refuse my invitation. At that time, all of you will also be present, and I will demand that she return the business to you right before your eyes." Let's shift to Lu Tian and Bai Yun's side. Lu Tian had gradually calmed down and was almost asleep. Right at this moment, Bai Yun spoke up. "Although I know this is a dream, I really want to be with you." Thinking he was Chang Meng, Bai Yun suddenly moved closer, enthusiastically pressing herself against him, lifting her hand to embrace him. Chapter 117, I'll handle them. Lu Tian was suddenly startled. Bai Yun had truly mistaken him for Chang Meng. The crucial point was, she believed he was dreaming. This way, she might let go even more freely. Bai Yun was acting increasingly warm, and her passionate behavior had already stimulated him to the point of being feverish all over. Lu Tian thought inwardly. Because of certain objective factors, she had long discussed with me and planned to develop our relationship to a deeper level. If, taking advantage of her initiative without any awkwardness now, we progress to that level, such an outcome might be easier for her to accept. With this in mind, Lu Tian abruptly embraced her, rolling passionately with her on the bed. Bai Yun's pent-up emotions erupted suddenly, becoming incredibly wild. She threw their clothes one by one onto the blanket outside. Looking at her passionate actions, Lu Tian's heart filled with growing guilt. He realized he had oversimplified things before. If during her misunderstanding they developed their relationship to that deeper level, it wouldn't make her awkward, but it could cause her resentment towards him. After all, before lying down, Bai Yun showed intense nostalgia for Chang Meng. And this room had once been the bedroom where she and Chang Meng lived. Perhaps even the bedding belonged to them both. This room wasn't occupied but was kept tidy all along, undoubtedly either maintained by Bai Yun herself or ordered to be cleaned by servants. If he developed their relationship to that deeper level right here, on this very bed, it would show his disrespect for Chang Meng. While he might find this situation stimulating, Bai Yun could completely fall apart because of it. After careful deliberation, he made efforts to calm himself down. Even though Bai Yun was tightly hugging him, waiting for him to break through her defenses, he still decided to retreat. "You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Chang Meng," Lu Tian said, and then moved off her. "What are you saying?" Bai Yun became slightly clearer, suddenly sat up, then looked toward Lu Tian. To prevent her from feeling too embarrassed, Lu Tian turned his back and lay down on his side. "Turns out I was dreaming. Didn't expect this dream to make me act like this in reality." Bai Yun's face flushed with shame, and she hastily put her clothes back on. "Thank you for respecting me and Chang Meng." After speaking these words, Bai Yun got out of bed, left the room, and went to her own. The next morning, when Bai Yun and Lu Tian were having breakfast together, she didn't mention last night's misunderstanding and acted as serene as usual. Lu Tian felt somewhat uneasy facing her, so after finishing his meal, he returned to the room arranged for him. Not long afterward, Lu Tian greeted Bai Yun and went out, claiming he wanted to shop around. To facilitate his trip, Bai Yun lent him a car. In fact, the purpose of this outing was to meet up with Du Meng Dao, deadly knife, Bao Lai Quan, explosive fist, and Duan Gushou, bone-breaking hand. Not long ago, Deadly Knife had called him to report on their investigation into Su Tianhao. Lu Tian met with them to obtain some physical evidence they had gathered, mainly the detailed xuanhuan of all business deals Fu had undertaken in recent years. Based on the records listed on these lists, Lu Tian was able to confirm that Fu assassination attempt on Yi Shunin years ago, as well as the recent attempt on him, had nothing to do with Su Tianhao or his forces. Su Tianhao has already agreed to apologize to you for his poor supervision of Fu. However, I wasn't aware Master Lu had come to the provincial capital. I told him you were in Jiangzhou. He may possibly visit you there. I don't care anymore. Making him run an extra trip is just more of a lesson for him. Oh, not long ago, our sect leader sent over a 7-kill token and entrusted us to hand it to Master Lu. Deadly Knife handed the token to Lu Tian. In the 7-kill sect, there are only 2 7-kill tokens, one in the sect leader's possession, and this one. Master Lu can command the members of the 7-kill sect with this token. Although members of the 7-kill sect usually aren't around Master Lu, if there's a chance to meet, anyone from the 7-kill sect will follow your orders upon seeing this token. Lu Tian accepted the 7-kill token. Please thank your sect leader on my behalf. Meanwhile, back at the Bai household, a guard reported to Bai Yun. It was said that Bai Ziqian had arrived at the courtyard gate and said he had important matters to discuss with her. Along with Bai Ziqian was Wu Lichuan, Su Tianhao's top disciple. Bai Yun sensed trouble brewing. Bai Ziqian had likely defected to Su Tianhao, wanting to use his strength to seek revenge against her. If Su Tianhao truly backed Bai Ziqian, she'd be in serious trouble. Bai Yun headed to the courtyard gate, seeing Bai Ziqian standing outside with an arrogant expression far away. Bai Ziqian, you've already been expelled from the family. Why are you back? Just here to deliver a message. Su Tianhao wants to invite you to his mansion for a chat. Why does he want to see me? You'll know once you go. Wu Lichuan interjected. You'd better hurry. If my master has to wait too long, he'll be upset. After finishing his sentence, Wu Lichuan walked away, and Bai Ziqian followed him. For Bai Yun, there was no way to avoid this matter now. Dodging it would also harm her own prestige. With no choice, she decided to accept the invitation, hoping Su Tianhao wouldn't make things too difficult for her. But judging by Bai Ziqian's smug expression, things didn't look good for her. Bai Yun arranged for a driver to take her to Su Tianhao's residence. Not long after she left, Lu Tian returned. Seeing that Bai Yun wasn't in the villa, Lu Tian asked the servants here about her whereabouts. The servant didn't know, so Lu Tian went to ask the guards at the gate. The guard informed him of the detailed situation. Upon hearing that Bai Ziqian had come with Su Tianhao's disciple, Lu Tian immediately suspected that this invitation would be unfavorable for Bai Yun. Lu Tian quickly called Bai Yun, but she didn't answer. Could Aunt Bai already be in Su Tianhao's hands? Lu Tian became increasingly worried and immediately drove to Su Tianhao's mansion. What he didn't know was that Bai Yun had been delayed because of some issues. When he parked his car outside Su Tianhao's mansion, Bai Yun hadn't arrived yet. Bai Zhua, Bai Ziqian, and their supporters from the family were all already here. In their view, Su Tianhao would soon make Bai Yun give in. Once they took over the Bai family business, they would be looking forward to that moment. Just as Lu Tian got out of the car, Bai Yun called him. Hey Aunt Bai, where are you? In the parking lot. What? The parking lot? I heard from the guards at Bai's house that you went to see Su Tianhao. I planned to go to Su Tianhao's invitation, but not long after leaving, the side effects of my cultivation flared up. I asked the driver to stop at a nearby parking lot. I've been using my inner strength to suppress the cold energy inside me. I see. So how are you doing now? The cold energy has been temporarily suppressed. When you called me, I was focusing on using my inner strength to adjust my body. It wasn't convenient for me to answer the phone. To avoid disturbing me, the driver left the car, so I couldn't answer your call. All right, I understand. You don't need to show up for the meeting. I'll handle them for you. What? Are you saying you're going to Su Tianhao's place? That's too dangerous. Come back quickly. Aunt Bai, don't worry. I'll contact you after I've dealt with everything. Lu Tian hung up the phone and headed straight towards Su Tianhao's mansion. Chapter 118, Beaten to the Ground. When Lu Tian arrived, Bai Zhua and others were momentarily stunned, then smirked disdainfully. Apart from Bai Ziqian, the other Bai family members did not know much about Lu Tian, thinking that he was merely Bai Yun's lackey. They, who were always haughty, completely disregarded Lu Tian. Is Bai Yun afraid to come directly and sent her lackey to probe the situation? One member of the Bai family sneered disdainfully. Bai Ziqian said, Bai Yun's lackey is not so simple. His name is Lu Tian. He has good martial arts skills, but definitely doesn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as Mr. Su. What did you say? His name is Lu Tian. Wu Lichuan, the chief disciple of Su Tianhao, interjected. Yes. Bai Ziqian paused for a moment. Does Brother Wu know him? Wu Lichuan directly looked at Su Tianhao. Master, some time ago, the Zhongbei Martial Arts Alliance held an alliance meeting. I paid particular attention to it. It is said that xuanhuan, who intended to control the martial arts alliance, was defeated by this lackey of Bai Yun, Lu Tian. The three Wudao grandmasters, including xuanhuan, were all defeated by him. This person's strength absolutely must not be underestimated. Su Tianhao smirked. Not to be underestimated? That depends on whom he is compared to. Looking at his young age, even if he is very talented and started practicing martial arts since childhood, up until now, he can at most reach the peak strength of a grandmaster. But even at the peak of grandmasters, that is just the realm of an ordinary grandmaster. As an ancient martial arts grandmaster, I wouldn't care even if a great grandmaster came. How much more with this ordinary grandmaster? Having already not taken Lu Tian's abilities into account, naturally he did not associate Lu Tian with the Master Lu that Duoming Dao and others mentioned. Lu Tian had already walked to the villa entrance, only to be stopped by the guards at the door. Let him come in. Su Tianhao shouted towards the guards at the door. Lu Tian walked into the villa courtyard and came to the living room on the first floor. Ho ho, are you here to be Bai Yun's cannon fodder? Bai Zhua proudly laughed, and Bai Ziqian and others followed suit and burst out laughing. Lu Tian ignored them and directly looked at Su Tianhao. With so many people from the Bai family present, are you planning to help them deal with Bai Yun? That's right, Su Tianhao said. To be precise, I'm helping them uphold justice. Bai Yun intends to seize their family business, and I'll make Bai Yun return their family business. What if what they say isn't true? Lu Tian asked. Did someone else tell you this? So what if it's true? Bai Zhua cut in. What we say are facts. Mr. Su helping us stand up is a demonstration of chivalry. Lu Tian still ignored him and continued talking to Su Tianhao. You've been fooled by them. In reality, the Bai family's business was established by Bai Yun. The current situation is that they want to snatch Bai Yun's business. You're talking nonsense, Bai Ziqian angrily said. He then hastily looked at Su Tianhao. Mr. Su, don't listen to his nonsense. Su Tianhao looked at Lu Tian. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you know what's good for you, quickly call Bai Yun and let her come over. She sent you to scout the situation. I will make her hand over the industry in front of all the Bai family. Lu Tian laughed. She will be here soon. But before she arrives, I will settle you all first. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhao's face immediately darkened. You insolent fool, Bai Ziqian angrily scolded. Who do you think you are, daring to boast in front of Mr. Su? Su Tianhao coldly said. You probably didn't know I am an ancient martial arts grandmaster. Otherwise, you would never dare to speak such arrogance. An ancient martial arts grandmaster? So what? You are too arrogant. Lu Tian coldly chuckled. What did you say? Su Tianhao rose abruptly, pounding the table. The marble tea table was directly broken, leaving a deep palm print. For an inner strength master, it is easy to shatter a marble tea table like this into pieces. But to do as he did, just leave a deep and clear palm print, is extremely difficult. It requires powerful internal force while ensuring smooth and effortless flow. Su Tianhao had always been proud of his ancient martial arts cultivation. Although he thought Lu Tian didn't understand how terrible ancient martial arts were, thus treating him lightly, it still made him feel his dignity had been challenged. He had just slapped that palm earlier to demonstrate his power and give Lu Tian a warning. See that? Bai Ziqian arrogantly laughed. Mr. Su's martial arts are unfathomably profound. Your little bit of skill is utterly nothing in front of this ancient martial arts grandmaster. Su Tianhao sat back on the couch. Are you called Lu Tian, right? You dared to look down on me, which makes me extremely unhappy. But I appreciate your boldness and courage. As long as you apologize to me, I will let you go. Ha ha ha. Lu Tian burst out laughing. Su Tianhao frowned. Why are you laughing? Lu Tian said. Do you even know that you owe me an apology? And now you want me to apologize to you? Isn't that funny? What? I owe you an apology? Su Tianhao was taken aback. He only thought Lu Tian as Bai Yun's follower and didn't realize that Lu Tian was the Mr. Lu he was about to apologize to. Presumptuous, Bai Ziqian said. Mr. Su is willing to deal with you leniently, but you dare to speak rudely to Mr. Su. Bai Ziqian looked at Su Tianhao again. Mr. Su, don't be polite with him. Bai Yun is always taking good care of him. If you give him a good lesson and take him hostage, you can surely lure Bai Yun here smoothly. Bai Ziqian, Lu Tian said indifferently. I'm negotiating with Mr. Su. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat your teeth out. You, Bai Ziqian wanted to shout more, but was stopped by Su Tianhao's hand gesture. Su Tianhao stood up from the sofa. Enough chit-chat. Then he glanced at Lu Tian with disdain. You will soon find out the strength gap between you and a grandmaster of ancient martial arts. Bai Ziqian once again gloated. Lu Tian, I've failed in your hands many times before. I have long planned my revenge on you. After Mr. Su gives you a good lesson, it will be my turn to make you pay. You just wait for your doom. Lu Tian turned to Bai Ziqian. Do you remember what I said? Bai Ziqian shrugged and laughed. You said if I kept blabbering, you would beat my teeth out. Huh. With Mr. Su here, do you think you have such a chance? Whoosh. In a moment of wind sound, Lu Tian had already dashed to Bai Ziqian's face, preparing to slap him. Seeing him move to attack, Su Tianhao raised his hand to grab his wrist. Lu Tian's arm did not hesitate at all, and he threw Su Tianhao away, making him stumble back. In a flash, his palm slapped hard onto Bai Ziqian's face. Smack! Bai Ziqian was knocked down. Half of his mouth teeth spewed out from his mouth. Lu Tian looked at Bai Ziqian. I told you, I'd beat your teeth out. Chapter 119, Incredible Power. This scene left everyone speechless and stunned. What was going on? Su Tianhao, this grandmaster of ancient martial arts, had actually been driven back? And it didn't stop there. When Lu Tian drove him back, his hand possessed such formidable strength that he effortlessly slapped Bai Ziqian to the ground. The sight before their eyes had them speculating whether Mr. Su might not be a match for Lu Tian. Su Tianhao was even more astonished than the rest. Even though it had just been a brief exchange, he had already ascertained that he couldn't defeat Lu Tian. Our abilities are truly far apart. Lu Tian laughed coldly, and then raised his palm, slapping it down onto the coffee table. Bang! Everyone was shocked once again. With the single strike from Lu Tian, the entire surface of the coffee table sank down to the same level as the palm print Su Tianhao had previously left. How did he manage that? Even someone like Su Tianhao, an ancient martial arts grandmaster, found it hard to believe. To achieve this, one must evenly distribute energy across the whole surface of the table. In doing so, the force exerted by one's hand would normally be dispersed. Yet, despite the dispersion, Lu Tian's blow still had such immense power. Not only that, the previous palm print didn't sink further, indicating he had directed his force away from the area corresponding to that palm print. Lu Tian's strength and control over it were beyond comprehension. Shall we continue with a few more moves? Asked Lu Tian. No. Su Tianhao anxiously shook his head multiple times. Another round would simply make him lose even more disastrously. Bai Zhu and others, seeing their relied-on support crumble so quickly, instantly felt devastated inside. Even Su Tianhao backed down, meaning they had no means to rival Lu Tian. Should you apologize to me? Lu Tian said toward Su Tianhao. Respectfully, Su Tianhao replied. Just now, I failed to recognize your greatness, underestimating you, Mr. Lu. I hope, Mr. Lu, as an elder does not hold a grudge against the younger one. Forgive me. I will not hold this incident against you. There is another matter for which you must also apologize to me. Another matter? What matter is it? I am unaware of having offended Mr. Lu in any other way. Please, Mr. Lu. Su Tianhao intended to say, please, Mr. Lu, pointed out, but his words halted abruptly when realization struck. Could Lu Tian be the Mr. Lu mentioned by those three experts from Qixia sect? This revelation sent Su Tianhao's mind into a whirlwind. Judging by Lu Tian's displayed strength, he almost certainly confirmed his suspicion. That, may I ask if you are indeed the Mr. Lu who removed Fu Wan, helped me clean up my family's issues, and demanded I apologize for poor supervision over my subordinates? My surname is Lu, so naturally, I am Mr. Lu. What I mean is, are you the Mr. Lu who required me to apologize for failing to adequately supervise my subordinates? It's me. Didn't those three convey my message? They did. Yesterday, they specifically came here to deliver your message, Mr. Lu. I'm sorry. My subordinates' misconduct caused quite some trouble for Mr. Lu. I humbly beg for your forgiveness. Bai Zhua, Bai Ziqian, and others were utterly dumbfounded. When they visited Su Tianhao yesterday, initially, the guards at the gate told them to wait outside because Mr. Su was hosting esteemed guests. Later, they personally witnessed Su Tianhao respectfully bidding farewell to three honored guests. At the time, they wondered who these three people could be to deserve such respect from Su Tianhao, the grandmaster of ancient martial arts. Based on the recent conversation between the two, they understood that those three honored guests were delivering a message from Lu Tian, requiring Su Tianhao to apologize. From the looks of things, those 3 honored guests who received such courteous treatment from Su Tianhao probably all answered to Lu Tian's will. They weren't sure why Lu Tian possessed such incredible strength, but they knew they absolutely couldn't afford to anger him. Recalling what Lu Tian had said upon arriving, resolve everything before Bai Yun got here. Back then, they thought he was bluffing and mocked him disdainfully. Now, they realized how powerful Lu Tian truly was. The sudden turn of events made them feel thoroughly humiliated, their faces burning hot. Of course, Bai Ziqian really had his face slapped and lost half his teeth. The situation made them nervous to the core, starting to think about how to apologize and beg for mercy. You've already apologized for your subordinate's misbehavior, so I'll let you off. Now let's discuss the issue with the Bai family. How do you plan to handle it? Lu Tian asked Su Tianhao. That, after carefully considering Mr. Lu's words, I too agree that Bai Zhuo and others have deceived me. I will first uncover the truth. If it's confirmed they framed Bai Yun, I definitely won't let them go. After saying this, Su Tianhao suddenly glared angrily at Bai Zhuo and the others. Have you been lying to me? Tell me the truth, right now. If I find out you've deceived me, I will not let you go easily. If Su Tianhao were willing to investigate, he could uncover the truth. Given the current situation, even if only for Lu Tian's forgiveness, Su Tianhao would need to thoroughly probe into this matter. Not daring to hide anything anymore, Bai Zhuo and the others tried their best to reveal the truth in hopes of a lighter punishment. The masterminds behind all of this turned out to be Bai Zhuo and his son, Bai Ziqian. Other family members, to protect themselves, immediately exposed the father-son duo. This deception of Mr. Su, the plan to use him against Bai Yun, was entirely devised by them. Years ago, it was Bai Zhuo who urged us to spread rumors that the Bai family business was built by those who followed his father. The goal was to suppress Bai Yun's reputation. In fact, the family's success was due to Bai Yun's hard work. Bai Yun expelled Bai Ziqian from the family because he betrayed her. It wasn't, as we said, suppressing family members. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian suggested we lie. Listening to everyone's revelations, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian looked deathly pale. Now they had no chance left to argue or defend themselves, not that they dared anyway. How dare you deceive me and use me? Su Tianhao erupted in fury, striking 2 slaps each across Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian. Then he politely turned to Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, how do you wish to deal with them? Just tell me what to do. Lu Tian replied. They originally planned to use you against Aunt Bai. She should be arriving soon. Let's wait for her and have her decide. A while later, Bai Yun arrived with a group of subordinates. Su Tianhao immediately led his disciples out of the villa and greeted her respectfully. Welcome, Mrs. Bai. Su Tianhao and his disciples called out politely. Bai Yun felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Su Tianhao's invitation aimed at dealing with her? Why was he being so courteous? Chapter 120, Expel them from the family. Bai Zhuo and the others grew increasingly nervous. They all knew that although Bai Yun didn't like to stir up trouble, if anyone dared to oppose her, she would show no mercy. This time, since they had intended to seize Bai Yun's inheritance, she wouldn't let them off easily. What was worse, even Su Tianhao, whom they had relied on as a backing, was now trying to ingratiate himself with Bai Yun. Now, all they could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness, hoping to gain her pardon. But considering Bai Yun's style of conduct, it was clear that she wouldn't simply let this pass. Are you still not hurrying over to apologize? As they stood there nervously at a loss, a rebuke from Su Tianhao came from the front. Bai Zhuo and the others quickly stepped forward cautiously. We're sorry. Other family members who had come along with Bai Zhuo and his son continued to shift the blame by hastily indicating that everything was orchestrated by father and son. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian had no room left for arguing in their defense, remaining silent with heads bowed. Bai Yun still felt somewhat bewildered. Before coming here, she had already guessed that Su Tianhao was planning to help these family members against her. But now, Su Tianhao was treating her with such respect, while those family members were anxiously apologizing to her. What on earth was going on? Lu Tian approached Bai Yun. Aunt Bai, I said I would settle things with them. Bai Yun looked at him incredulously. It was you who settled them? Lu Tian nodded, and then turned to Su Tianhao. You tell Aunt Bai the specifics. If he told her himself, she would most likely think he was bragging. However, if Grandmaster of Martial Arts Su Tianhao explained it, Bai Yun shouldn't doubt him. Su Tianhao detailed the ins and outs of the situation to Bai Yun. After listening to him, Bai Yun indeed did not question Lu Tian, but still felt incredulous. Could Lu Tian have defeated master martial artist Su Tianhao? And how did Lu Tian manage to command so much respect from the 7 kill sect people? She looked at Lu Tian with complex emotions, feeling as if she were just meeting him for the first time. However, under the current circumstances, she had to deal with family affairs first. Based on her style of action, resolving matters should be easy. Expelling these individuals from the family. I am expelling you from the Bai family immediately, and you must vacate the Bai mansion within 1 day. Also, I will purchase your shares in Bai Group at cost price, and you will also be fired from your positions at Bai Group. I will arrange personnel to supervise your resignation process, and appoint someone else to take over your roles. You have half a month to complete the handover of your work. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian realized that given their actions, they couldn't expect any chance for mercy. Thus, though dejected, they didn't utter much more. The other family members, however, thought this punishment was too severe for them, and all begged for leniency in unison. Staying in the family meant enjoying wealth and luxury. They couldn't bear to leave. Are you under the impression that you've been dragged into trouble because of them, and therefore, I should give you lighter sentences? Ho ho, if you really were only dragged in, you wouldn't have coveted the Bai family's assets like them. In fact, your intentions to seize the family business are no less than theirs. It's just that because you lack the strength, you chose to support them in a follower role. You are expelled from the family, and I won't give you any opportunity to beg for clemency. At this point, Bai Yun looked at her subordinates nearby. 5 of you. You will be responsible for supervising them moving out of the Bai family residence. The rest, handle the supervision of their resignation and work handover. Yes, the subordinates responded in unison. Bai Yun glanced at the Bai clan members who kept begging, then turned to Su Tianhao. Would you mind seeing them out, Mr. Su? Upon hearing that, the Bai family crowd dared not linger anymore and slunk away quietly. The subordinates arranged by Bai Yun followed them outside, responsible for supervising both their moving and resignation. After chatting for a bit, Lu Tian and Bai Yun left together, returning to the Bai family mansion. Lu Tian, your skills truly exceed my expectations. What have you experienced over these years that gives you such abilities? I once received guidance from a master, but this master temporarily does not allow me to disclose details to others. Hearing that, Bai Yun stopped asking further questions. Lu Tian indeed had received instruction from a master, but the master had not made him keep secrets. The reason he gave that answer was because he did not know how to explain. Since he practiced cultivation based on immortal traditions, talking about it would sound too mysterious, and she might not believe it. Only when he cultivated to a very high level could he make her convinced. At that point, he would also possess sufficient capabilities to lead the people around him to practice immortality together. Lu Tian, I have a question for you, and I hope you will be honest with me. Did you go to Jiangzhou recently to investigate clues about your father's disappearance? Yes, I already know that my father's disappearance has something to do with the Dark Shadow sect. Chang Meng was killed by the people of the Dark Shadow sect, so the Dark Shadow sect is our common enemy. Since you weren't stationed in the provincial capital managing your company, but went to Jiangzhou to lead the martial arts alliance, it was all aimed at the Dark Shadow sect, wasn't it? Exactly. Since we've laid everything on the table, let's cooperate more in the future. But don't tell Yunru or your mother. Otherwise, they will definitely worry and stop us. I understand. By the way, Aunt Bai, when are we leaving for Jiangzhou? My original plan was to return this morning, but as you saw, so many people from the Bai family are about to leave the company. I need to make some detailed adjustments to the company's upper management today. Why don't we go back tomorrow? Tomorrow works too. Well, I'll head to the company now and try to get everything arranged as soon as possible. Indeed, Bai Yun needed to handle company matters, but she didn't rush there. Instead, she first visited someone. In front of a maple forest on the outskirts east, there was a residence with a simple style. Above the gate of the residence hung a plaque inscribed with 3 words, Flying Phoenix Pavilion. This was the residence of master of the mystical sect, Situ Feng. Bai Yun knocked on the door and announced her identity. A disciple of the mystical sect opened the door for her and led her to a room where she was asked to wait. After a while, Situ Feng arrived at the room. Situ Feng wore an ordinary white short-sleeve top and relatively loose black pants. Her mature aura made her appear dignified and steady. If judged solely by her appearance, she seemed slightly older than Bai Yun, but the aura of detachment she exuded made her appear even more mature. What brings you here, Mrs. Bai? Situ Feng asked. Chapter 121, Illusion Technique. I want to ask you about some aspects of mystical techniques. Bai Yun said. Please go ahead. Situ Feng replied. Among the mystical techniques you've mastered, is there any that can make someone hallucinate? Yes, it's called an illusion technique, and it's actually a fairly common type of mystical technique. If I want to, in certain situations, create a specific illusion through my own operations, can you help me achieve this? You don't understand mystical techniques. If you want to control your own illusions by yourself, it will be quite difficult. However, I can help you achieve it. I'm curious as to why you want to do this. Would you mind telling me? I want Chang Meng to appear in my illusions. So that's why, you're truly devoted. Since you don't know any mystical techniques, we would need a related mystical artifact to achieve this. Please wait a moment while I get you one. After waiting for around 10 minutes, Situ Feng returned with a pendant-style mystical artifact in her hand. This is a commonly used mystical artifact among our sect. It's called Xianfu. I've already infused it with some illusionary power using my skills. As long as you wear this Xianfu and trace its pattern 3 times with your finger, the illusionary power within will be released. At that point, you'll see the illusion you wish to behold. The power inside is limited. It can only be used 3 times, and each time lasts for 10 minutes. After finishing her explanation, Situ Feng handed the Xianfu to Bai Yun. Bai Yun took the Xianfu and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Situ Feng replied. "This kind of Xianfu is our sect's exclusive mystical artifact, so please return it to me after use." "No problem, I'll return it tomorrow," Bai Yun said. Situ Feng also reminded her, "I should warn you, if you don't have experience using such artifacts, the resulting illusions might not meet your expectations. Since you want to see an illusion of Chang Meng, I suggest that you perform the illusionary technique at a place where you two frequently stayed together. This will give you more sense of presence, and the effects of the illusion will be better." Bai Yun nodded. "All right, I'll pay attention." She still had company matters to handle, so she didn't stay here long. After leaving Fei Feng Pavilion, Bai Yun went to her company, Bai Group. First, she entered her office, sat behind the desk, and placed the Xianfu that Situ Feng had lent her on her palm. Thinking that she could conjure an image of Chang Meng appearing before her using this mystical artifact, Bai Yun was especially excited. Unable to wait, she followed Situ Feng's instructions from earlier and traced the patterns on the Xianfu 3 times with her finger. At the same time, she imagined the figure of Chang Meng in her mind. Sure enough, it worked. Not far from her eyes, a silhouette appeared, looking just like Chongming in both appearance and stature. But there were slight differences between the shadow and the real Chongming. The reason for these discrepancies was partly because Bai Yun lacked proficiency in mystical techniques, making it hard for her to use the artifact freely. Another factor. Sidu Feng had mentioned that Bai Yun should choose a place where she used to often spend time with Chongming to practice the illusion, which would produce better results. However, this office was not a place Chongming had frequently visited in the past. This reduced her sense of scene involvement and impacted the effectiveness of the illusion. Nevertheless, overall, the illusion resembled Chongming 9 out of 10 times, making Bai Yun so thrilled that she couldn't control herself. She rushed around the desk and embraced him tightly. After all, since it was just a figment of her imagination, she hugged nothing but air. However, under the influence of the illusion technique, the phantom still lingered. Bai Yun smiled bitterly. I guess I got too excited. Looking at the illusion of Chongming, she said, I have many things I want to tell you, but unfortunately, you cannot hear them. Still, I have to say them. My cultivation has led to side effects, preventing me from attaining the true level of a grandmaster. In my current state, I can only resolve this issue by combining with a man of utmost righteous constitution. I really don't want to do it, as no other man can replace your place in my heart, but I must avenge you and fight against the Dark Shadow sect. To do that, I need to become stronger and at least maintain the strength of a grandmaster. To retain my power, I must address this side effect, even if it means being with another man. At this point, she took a deep breath and continued, You should understand my plight. I've already found a suitable man for this purpose. You might be surprised to hear that his name is Lu Tian, son of Big Brother Lu. I've made up my mind. I will be with him tonight. It does make me feel awkward, but I can only cope with it mentally by distancing myself emotionally from the act. So I sought the help of the master of Fei Feng's sect and borrowed a mystical artifact for creating illusions from her. By then, I will imagine Lu Tian as your appearance, and it'll be like reliving the moments we spent together. Bai Yun continued to hug the illusion in front of her until the image faded away. Bai Yun felt a sense of loss and returned to sit at her desk, glancing at the time while muttering to herself. It's just as Sidu Feng said. From the appearance of the phantom until its disappearance, it lasted exactly 10 minutes. I have 2 more chances to use the illusion technique, each lasting 10 minutes, making it a total of 20 minutes. I'll save the remaining opportunities for when I'm with Lu Tian tonight. Bai Yun put away the Xin Fu, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. She then called a meeting of the company's senior management in her office to handle personnel reallocation issues. In the morning of that day, she also received a call from one of her intelligence operatives, informing her that Qiao Yuanfeng's forces had been taken over by someone. Not long ago, Lu Tian had defeated Qiao Yuanfeng at the Martial Arts Alliance conference, thwarting his attempt to control the alliance. To beg for mercy, Qiao Yuanfeng offered to reveal information about the Dark Shadow sect, but he died suddenly before he could disclose any details. This was because the Dark Shadow sect had used a special method on him, which would result in his death if he ever intended to betray their secrets. Even though they couldn't obtain direct information from him, Lu Tian still had investigative leads. The lead was that someone would take over Qiao Yuanfeng's forces within a short period of time. This person would either be affiliated with the Dark Shadow sect or in league with them. Lu Tian had already communicated this speculation to Bai Yun, who had sent operatives to investigate. As soon as someone took over Qiao Yuanfeng's forces, Bai Yun's informants had uncovered this news. Her operatives also identified the taker-over, Cheng Ao, the head of the Cheng family, one of the 3 major families in northern Jiangsu province. This almost confirmed that Cheng Ao was indeed in cahoots with the Dark Shadow sect. They also uncovered another piece of intelligence. Cheng Ao intended to relocate Qiao Yuanfeng's forces to Lingzhou City, where the Cheng family resided. Based on the reports from her subordinates, Bai Yun could not yet infer Cheng Ao's motives for doing this. She decided to discuss the matter thoroughly with Lu Tian after handling her company affairs and returning to her villa later that evening. Talking through the issue with Lu Tian would help ease her awkwardness about spending the night with him. Chapter 122, Bai Yun's invitation. On that day, during work hours, Bai Yun completed the personnel reshuffle within her company. Because she had fired many management positions at once, even though some roles could be filled by current employees, additional managerial staff still needed to be recruited. She directly handed over the recruitment matters to the Human Resources Department of the company. After work in the afternoon, Bai Yun returned to her residence. Many members of her family had already been expelled from the family and moved out of the mansion. The grand estate now felt significantly colder and quieter. This made Bai Yun feel somewhat melancholic, but she merely sighed and did not regret her decision. As she approached her villa, Lu Tian came out to greet her. Aunt Bai, you're back. Did everything go smoothly with the company matters? It's all settled. We'll head back to Jiangzhou tomorrow morning. The two entered the living room and sat on the sofa. By the way, according to your observations, when will the side effects of my cultivation manifest next? Although they've already occurred once this morning and you managed to suppress them yourself, judging from your current complexion, they'll recur in the next couple of days and will be more severe. When exactly will it happen? That I can't determine, but it will definitely occur within the next 2 days. If you help me before it happens, would it also serve as treatment? Yes, treating it before it gets serious will yield better results. Good, help me tonight. Upon hearing her direct invitation, Lu Tian was taken aback. Aunt Bai, are you sure you're not joking? This is something that makes me uncomfortable. How could I joke about it? I just want to get rid of the side effects as soon as possible. Then let me take a shower first and prepare. Do you have to rush so much? We haven't eaten dinner yet. Let's eat first. I'm just worried you're in a hurry, ha. The fact that Cheng Ao, the head of the Cheng family, took over Chao Yuanfeng's forces wasn't a secret. This wasn't a trivial matter, and news like this spread easily. Bai Yun sent people to investigate in order to stay updated on the situation promptly. Not long after, Bai Zhuo also heard the news and immediately informed Bai Ziqian. This is an opportunity for us to make a comeback. Bai Zhuo said. Make a comeback? You mean we should fight Bai Yun again for control of the Bai family business? Bai Ziqian asked. Bai Zhuo nodded. Exactly. Bai Yun integrated the Jiangbei Martial Alliance to counter the Shadow Door. She also discovered that Chao Yuanfeng was working for the Shadow Door. Not long after Chao Yuanfeng's death, Cheng Ao took over his forces so easily, which indicates that Cheng Ao must be colluding with the Shadow Door. If we align ourselves with Cheng Ao at this time and reveal some information about Bai Yun to him, we can quickly earn his trust. At that point, we can use Cheng Ao, or even the power of the Shadow Door, to fight against Bai Yun. Afterward, the Bai family's business will naturally fall into our hands. Bai Ziqian brightened instantly. Great, let's do it, Bai Zhuo said. I heard that Cheng Ao plans to transfer the forces he just took over to Lingzhou. Let's approach him while he's still in the provincial capital. After taking over Chao Yuanfeng's forces, Cheng Ao used one of Chao Yuanfeng's luxurious residences as his temporary base here. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian explained their intentions to the guards at the entrance and were led to Cheng Ao. Sitting on the couch in the living room of the luxury home was a man around 40 years old, exuding a commanding presence. It was Cheng Ao, the head of the Cheng family. You're here to join me because you want me to help you seize control of the Bai family business, right? Cheng Ao asked. There's that reason too, but we can also help you deal with Bai Yun. Bai Zhuo responded. Cheng Ao was surprised. I don't recall saying anything about going against Bai Yun, do I? Bai Zhuo said. Mr. Cheng, we already consider you part of our group. So let's cut to the chase. We figured out that you're working for the Shadow Door. Since the Shadow Door is Bai Yun's enemy, you must naturally be adversaries as well. Cheng Ao chuckled. It seems you have some knowledge of the Shadow Door's affairs. Bai Ziqian chimed in. Bai Yun discovered some information about the Shadow Door when she dealt with them previously. At that time, we hadn't yet broken ties with her, so we overheard some details from her. Ah, I see. Cheng Ao nodded. Today, the commander of the Shadow Door's regional headquarters came to visit. Let me introduce you to him right away. If he has no objections, I'll accept your offer to join me. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian were secretly shocked. Even now, outsiders didn't know where the Shadow Door branch's base was located, and the branch leader remained mysterious and elusive. Their plan to join Cheng Ao was actually an indirect move to join the Shadow Door. The thought of meeting the branch chief of the Shadow Door filled them with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Cheng Ao led them to the living room upstairs. Sitting on the sofa was a man dressed in black, his face covered by a mask. Even though they couldn't see his face, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian could both feel an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Branch Chief. Cheng Ao greeted respectfully and then explained Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian's intentions. I know who you are, the branch chief suddenly said. His voice was deep, as if he was deliberately lowering it. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian were startled. The branch chief knew who they were, but upon further thought, they didn't find it surprising. They were, after all, well-known figures in the local business community, so it made sense that someone would recognize them. Especially given the Shadow Door's reputed intelligence network, it was highly plausible that the branch chief knew them. Still, out of politeness, Bai Zhuo responded respectfully. It's truly an honor to be recognized by the branch chief. The branch chief said, actually, you know me too. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian froze in shock. At that moment, the branch chief removed his mask. After seeing his true face, Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian turned deathly pale. Weren't you supposed to have died already? How? Bai Zhuo stammered. The one who died was my double, the branch chief said coldly. Then, he calmly walked towards Bai Zhuo and Bai Ziqian. You two don't have any value to me. Now that you've seen my true face and know my identity, for confidentiality, I must eliminate you. No, we won't tell anyone about this secret. Please. The branch chief paid no heed to their pleas for mercy, delivering two powerful palm strikes that struck their heads, instantly ending their lives. Meanwhile, back at the Bai residence, Lu Tian had just finished dinner with Bai Yun. Lu Tian took a shower in the en-suite bathroom inside his bedroom. He only wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped out of the bathroom, getting ready to put on some clothes before heading to Bai Yun's room. However, before he could finish dressing, Bai Yun entered his room. Seeing his chiseled muscles, her face immediately flushed red. He was even more robust than Chang Meng, radiating raw masculinity. This thought caused her face to flush even deeper. Before coming here, Bai Yun had also taken a bath in another bathroom. She was wearing a light silk robe that barely concealed her graceful figure. This evening, we'll stay in this room, Bai Yun said. She planned to imagine Lu Tian as Chang Meng, creating the illusion that she was spending time with Chang Meng. Si Tu Feng had reminded her, suggesting she perform the illusion where she used to spend a lot of time with Chang Meng, which would enhance its effectiveness. This room was once hers and Chang Meng's bedroom, where they spent most of their time together. In order to maximize the effect of the illusion, she decided to spend the night here with Lu Tian tonight. Chapter 123, Extremely Awkward. Lu Tian didn't know Bai Yun's thoughts and was greatly surprised by her decision. Bai Yun closed the door, drew the curtains, then looked at him. Do you have something you want to ask me? Yes, you should know what I want to ask. Do you want to ask me why I'm spending the night with you here? Yes, why? Because I want to let go of my obsession with Chang Meng. He left me a long time ago, and I shouldn't be living in his memories forever. You indeed should unload these burdens, but how does that relate to us spending the night together here? It's related. This used to be the bedroom I shared with him. Over the years, I've kept it exactly the same. If we sleep here tonight, the sacred place it holds in my heart will be broken, which will also help me let go of my obsession with him. Bai Yun wasn't telling the truth. She said this so Lu Tian would believe her reason more easily. She had told Lu Tian that no one could replace the place Chang Meng held in her heart. Even though she thought this way, she still wanted Lu Tian to help her like this. For Lu Tian, it was an easy benefit without needing responsibility. This lessened the psychological pressure for Lu Tian, so he didn't mind. However, Lu Tian certainly wouldn't want to be seen as another man in such a situation. Bai Yun understood this principle too, so while feeling guilty, she didn't dare tell Lu Tian the real story. Her explanation sounded logical and didn't raise any doubts in Lu Tian. By the way, I found some information related to Dark Shadow Sect. Bai Yun brought this up at this moment just to ease the current awkwardness. What kind of information? How about we sit on the bed and talk slowly? Fine, I'll lay out the bedding first. Bai Yun nodded. After the other finished laying out the bedding, she took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, covered her legs with the quilt, and sat leaning against the headboard. Lu Tian also came to the bed and sat beside her in the same manner, holding her hand. Bai Yun blushed and turned her head away, but she didn't withdraw her hand. I'm trying to make our upcoming time together less awkward by taking the initiative. I understand. Bai Yun nodded, gently gripping the other's hand. The last time she held hands with a man was when she was with Chang Meng, 10 years ago. Since Chang Meng left, she hadn't had any form of contact with men. Thinking about tonight, that she had to spend the night with this man, just the thought made her feel extremely shy. She still had lingering feelings for Chang Meng, thinking this might betray her attachment to him somewhat. Aunt Bai, tell me about the intelligence you found. Oh, alright. Only now did Bai Yun snap back to reality and began recounting to him how Cheng Hao, the patriarch of the Cheng family, took over Chao Yuanfeng's influence. This news was somewhat unexpected for Lu Tian. Based on the intelligence Lu Tian already had, he suspected there were connections between the Chu family and the Dark Shadow Sect. His senior disciple Ding Baishuang and Yelan, who relied on him as a backing, had begun investigating the Chu family's movements long ago. He originally assumed someone from the Chu family would take over Chao Yuanfeng's forces, but it turned out to be someone from the Cheng family instead. Could his previous guess have been wrong? Was it the Cheng family colluding with the Dark Shadow Sect rather than the Chu family? It was possible, but it was still too early to rule out the Chu family's involvement. He explained the intelligence he'd gathered before and his deductions to Bai Yun. After hearing this, Bai Yun gave him another piece of intelligence. There were very close business dealings between the Chu family and the Cheng family. The Bai family, the Cheng family, and the Chu family were known as the three great families of Jiangbei. Bai Yun was quite well informed about the commercial activities of the other two major families. Since the Chu family and the Cheng family had tight business collaborations, it couldn't be easily ruled out that the Chu family was also involved. Based on this intelligence provided by Bai Yun, combined with the information he had gathered himself, Lu Tian formed a new hypothesis. Previously, Nialan gave him intelligence that mentioned a certain investigator named Liang Tong, who met with misfortune during his investigation into the Dark Shadow Sect. At the time, Liang Tong appeared to work as a salesperson in a subsidiary company of the Chu family. Liang Tong may have uncovered some connection between the Chu family and the Dark Shadow Sect, leading him to work undercover within the Chu family's company to further investigate. When Bai Yun earlier informed him of the close relationship between the Chu family and the Cheng family, Lu Tian formulated a new theory based on the case of Liang Tong's investigation at that time. Liang Tong's true purpose for working in the Chu family subsidiary may have been to actually investigate the Cheng family, with whom the Chu family engaged in business, particularly because he was working as a salesperson, making it easier for him to connect with other companies. If this conjecture is correct, then the Cheng family has stronger suspicions, whereas the Chu family's suspicions are reduced in comparison. Lu Tian explained his speculations again to Bai Yun. After understanding the situation, Bai Yun also agreed with his conjectures. In summary, based on the current intelligence, they came to the conclusion. The Cheng family colluded with the Dark Shadow Sect, and the Chu family might have ties with the sect as well. After finishing their conversation, Bai Yun didn't know what else to talk about, so the scene became awkward again. Lie down, Lu Tian said, then lay down on the bed. Okay, Bai Yun nodded and followed suit. Lu Tian turned to her and held her in his arms. Bai Yun's heart trembled slightly, and her face grew even redder. She slowly reached out to grab the talisman hanging in front of her, preparing to cast an illusion spell on herself. At that moment, Lu Tian leaned over and began kissing her intensely. Her hand had already touched the talisman, sliding along its patterns 3 times to activate the illusion power within. Then she lifted her arms and embraced Lu Tian. After everything was over, Bai Yun lay exhausted on the bed, unwilling to move. At the same time, she felt extremely awkward. She wanted to use the illusion to relive the moments spent with Chang Meng, but she miscalculated. The residual illusion power in the talisman was only enough for 20 minutes. Yet this man managed to keep going for a full hour. From when the illusion power ran out until the end, all she faced was Lu Tian's true self. What's more, during the time when the illusion was active, she didn't feel the kind of experience she used to have with Chang Meng, because this man was stronger than Chang Meng, giving her an entirely new sensation. Even more embarrassing was that she actually enjoyed this new experience. Lu Tian felt incredibly proud inside. In fact, he noticed that the necklace the other party wore was a talisman concealing an illusion charm. At that moment, he guessed what Bai Yun was thinking. However, it didn't matter much to him because, with his own vigor, he believed that by just performing normally, he could take control of the situation, leaving Bai Yun feeling awkward instead. Chapter 124, Calculations. In fact, when it came to this matter, Bai Yun had no reason to blame Lu Tian. After all, she had reached this point with Lu Tian only to solve the side effects of her cultivation. Her plan to revisit the past was entirely a self-serving calculation, and it was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Tian. The embarrassing situation that once made her awkward was actually the normal outcome. So for her, a person who understood the situation, there was only shyness, not anger. She turned her face away in embarrassment and lay down sideways on the bed. After a brief hesitation, Lu Tian moved closer behind her and hugged her again. Have you felt the coldness in your body dissipate quite a bit? I have. I also feel much lighter. Although this kind of thing embarrasses me, I am asking for your help, and you've truly helped me. Thank you. Thanking me just for this makes me feel a little awkward. I only hope you don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yes, I can adjust my mindset. If we continue with this treatment, how long will it take for the side effects of my cultivation to be completely resolved? About a month from now, but within this month, you need to accept this treatment at least once a week. Alright, I'll come find you on time. Let's sleep. Time passed into the morning of the next day. Lu Tian and Bai Yun ate breakfast together. Bai Yun didn't mention last night's events. Although she appeared calm, Lu Tian could tell she was embarrassed and intentionally avoiding the topic. That morning, they returned to Jiangzhou. Bai Yun had forgotten one thing, returning the xuanhu to Sidu Feng. After last night's passionate moments with Lu Tian, she had placed the xuanhu in the drawer of the bedside table and then forgot about it. Speaking of Xuanhuan, she followed Lu Tian's suggestion and had been staying at the Martial Arts Alliance base recently. However, she only stayed there at night. During the day, she worked at her cosmetics company. But that morning, she neither went to the company nor stayed at the Martial Arts Alliance base. Instead, she was cleaning her villa. Today, Lu Tian's mother, Lu Wenlei, would arrive in Jiangzhou. At that time, Xuanhuan would arrange for her to stay at her villa, so it definitely needed to be tidied up. After Xuanhuan finished cleaning the villa and rested on the couch, her phone rang. It was xuanhuan calling. Hello Xuanhuan, what's up? Mom, there is something very important to me, and you must help me. What is it? Master Chu's son, Chu Jian, has established a chamber of commerce in Jiangzhou named Chu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Have you heard about this? Yes, I've heard. The Chu family plans to select a prominent local family to manage the Chamber of Commerce for them, but they require the net assets of this family to reach at least 50 billion. Zhao family's assets are close to 50 billion, but if we add your company's assets, it will be enough. So are you suggesting I merge my company into Zhao family to use my company's net assets to make up for their shortfall? Not at all. You don't have to merge your company into Zhao family. Then how can Zhao family's assets reach 50 billion? Chu Master is willing to lower his standards for Zhao family. As long as you agree to sign an alliance agreement with Zhao Group stating that both companies will support each other, he can petition his own family to promote Zhao family to manage the chamber. So you're asking me to help Zhao family? Sorry, but I've already severed ties with them, and I won't help. But this also relates to my future. Please help. How does this relate to your future? Chu Master is willing to lower the requirements because of his appreciation for me, and I've already promised Chu Master that the alliance between you and Zhao family would surely be finalized. If you don't help, I won't be able to answer to Master Chu. You really know how to cause trouble. Your Aunt Bai advised you to be cautious of Master Chu, but you didn't pay any attention. Aunt Bai doesn't understand Chu Master. In fact, Chu Master is very nice and takes special care of me. In that case, you still need to be more careful. This Chu Jian isn't simple. If you're telling me to be wary of him, then surely you don't want me to offend him, right? I've already assured Chu Master that you'll sign the alliance agreement with Zhao family. If you refuse, I'll be seen as offending Chu Master. Truly, you're impossible to handle. To help you, I'll sign this alliance agreement with Zhao family, but you must promise me that you won't interact too much with Chu Jian anymore. I promise. Since I'm still a student, I don't have time to get involved in too many business affairs. My grandfather will represent Zhao family in cooperating with Chu Master. Get Zhao family to draft an alliance agreement. After they sign it, bring it to me, and I'll sign it. Why don't you come to the Zhao family? Master Chu is visiting as a guest, and he wants to witness your signing of the alliance agreement with the Zhao family. At that time, he will also sign on the agreement as a notary. Xuanhuan sighed. If she didn't go, Xuanhuan would offend Chu Jian. She heard that behind the Chu family was an ancient martial force backing them up. Even Bai Yun showed great caution toward the Chu family. Out of concern for Xuanhuan's safety, she could only head to the Zhao family residence to sign this alliance agreement. Xuanhuan arrived at the Zhao family mansion. Xuanhuan was already waiting by the door, leading her into the courtyard and to the conference hall. Sitting in the conference hall were Master Chu's son, Chu Jian, and the core members of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhenming, Zhao Jinhao, Zhao Jinxiang, and Zhao Yusong. Master Chu. Out of politeness, Xuanhuan greeted Chu Jian respectfully. Chu Jian nodded and looked at Zhao Zhenming. Let her see the agreement first. Zhao Zhenming handed a document to Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan received the document and took a look, her expression drastically changed. This wasn't an alliance agreement at all. It was a company acquisition contract. The main content was that the Zhao family wanted to acquire Xuanhuan's company. Xuanhuan looked coldly at Zhao Yushuan. So this is the alliance agreement you said they would sign with me? It's actually a company acquisition contract. Zhao Yushuan was momentarily stunned, glancing at the document's contents, her face also reflecting astonishment. How could it be like this? Didn't we agree that all we needed was a simple alliance agreement? While speaking, Zhao Yushuan looked at the Zhao family members in confusion. Yushuan, you're too naive. A simple alliance agreement like that wouldn't possibly have any convincing power, Zhao Zhiming said. But, Master Chu himself told me this. Zhao Yuxuan looked at Chu Jian. Chu Jian smiled and said, that's what I said, but I didn't expect you'd fall for it so easily. You tricked me. Zhao Yuxuan was visibly shocked, looking incredulously at Chu Jian. Chu Jian laughed and said, if I hadn't said that, how would you have convinced Su Yunru to come here? Then he looked at Zhao Zhiming. We agreed beforehand. I help your Zhao family acquire her company and recommend you as the vice president of the Chu family chamber. After it's done, you'll hand over her company's latest shower gel formula to me. I'll definitely do as instructed. Zhao Zhiming nodded repeatedly. At this point, Zhao Jinxiang looked at Su Yunru. Yunru, if you don't want to offend Master Chu, then quickly sign this company acquisition contract. Chapter 125. Furious, Su Yunru. Su Yunru looked at Zhao Jinxiang and others. Do you think that by having young Master Chu backing you up, you can make me compromise? For you, compromise is the only way out. Zhao Zhiming said in a low voice. Ho ho, Su Yunru laughed coldly. Then you will be disappointed. As soon as she finished speaking, she tore the company acquisition contract into pieces. Chu Jian furrowed his brows, a smirk appearing on his lips. Does this mean you're set on opposing us? Su Yunru replied. I didn't intend to provoke you, but you are too overbearing. Zhao Jinhao said. Su Yunru, do you think just because you have Madame Bai's support, you can stand up against the Chu family? Zhao Zhiming continued. Although Madame Bai's wealth rivals the Chu family's, and she has her own martial arts forces, behind the Chu family stands an ancient martial arts faction. Zhao Yusong added. The Northern Jiangsu Martial Arts Alliance managed by Madame Bai indeed holds significant influence in the Jiangsu martial world, but it cannot compare with the ancient martial arts force supporting the Chu family. Zhao Jinxiang followed up. Yunru, things have come to this point. I advise you not to resist any longer. If you're willing to merge your company with our Zhao family, we will not mistreat you. Su Yunru did not acknowledge them. She directly turned to Zhao Yuxuan and said, I definitely won't merge my company with them. You are the Zhao family's young miss, yet they are scheming against me using you. They don't treat you as one of their own. In the future, I won't have anything to do with them. Are you coming with me or staying? Zhao Yuxuan hesitated momentarily, but after just a little hesitation, she said, actually, I've always hoped that you would reconcile with my father. If you merge your company with our family and agree to reconcile with my father, then all of us will be part of the Zhao group. They deceived me, but I think this is also a chance for our family to start anew. So what I hope most is for you to stay in the Zhao family, and for me to stay in the Zhao family too. Ho ho, Su Yunru's laughter grew increasingly bitter. She sighed, then continued. I've already said that I won't hand over my company to the Zhao family, nor will I have any further dealings with them. All you need to decide is whether to go with me or stay with the Zhao family. I want to stay with the Zhao family. Zhao Yuxuan responded without hesitation. Zhao Yuxuan adored luxury and could not bear to part with the Zhao family's wealth and her identity as a young miss of the Zhao family. After answering, she found an excuse to defend herself. I'm staying with the Zhao family not for fame or profit. I'm just. She thought about the reason for a moment, continuing, I'm trying to build a bridge between you and the Zhao family so that you can receive their support. Su Yunru didn't say much more. With a disappointed look, she glanced at her and walked toward the door. Su Yunru, Chu Jian spoke harshly. If you refuse to compromise, I will regard you as an enemy, and I'll spare no effort in opposing you in the future. Su Yunru didn't respond and didn't stop walking. Hold him. Zhao Jinxiang suddenly shouted at the security guards by the door. Su Yunru was blocked from leaving by several guards. Turning around, she looked at Zhao Jinxiang and said, I said I wouldn't compromise, so stop trying to persuade me. Zhao Jinxiang let out a mocking laugh and said, Do you think I want to persuade you? Then he turned to Chu Jian. Young Master Chu, I heard that you suffered a loss at Lu Tian's hands before. Now this is your opportunity to take revenge on Lu Tian. Lu Tian is Su Yunru's assistant, and their relationship is very close. If we detain Su Yunru here, luring Lu Tian to rescue her, I guarantee Lu Tian will come. Chu Jian smiled smugly. Fine. Then he looked at a martial artist beside him. Brother Tsong, I asked you to come to Jiangzhou specifically to help me deal with Lu Tian, and now the chance is here. This martial artist called Brother Tsong, whose name was Yao Junsing, was a disciple of the ancient martial arts faction behind the Chu family and also the second eldest among the disciples. Hearing that he fights well makes me eager to test his skills. Yao Junsing casually remarked. You must not underestimate him. Even Han Fan was defeated by him. Chu Jian reminded. Han Fan, that disciple from the Free and Easy sect? From what I know, he has been a closed-door disciple there for not long and hasn't received the master's full teachings yet. He doesn't count as a true ancient martial artist. How does he qualify to be compared with me? Chu Jian trusted Yao Junsing's abilities thoroughly. After hearing this, he felt even more confident himself. Then he turned to Su Yunru. Call Lu Tian right now. Ask him to come here. Zhao Jinxiang chimed in. Yunru, follow young Master Chu's instructions quickly. In this way, our Zhao family can plead on your behalf regarding the offense you caused to young Master Chu. I'm doing this for you. Don't pretend to care in front of me. Su Yunru fumed. It was clearly you who incited Chu Jian to detain me here, and yet you dare to claim it's for my benefit? I'll only give you 4 words. Go to hell. Zhao Jinxiang immediately became enraged with a twisted face. You're cursing me? Su Yunru. Zhao Zhiming slammed his hand on the table. Do you dare to act wild in our Zhao family? Mom, Zhao Yuxuan shouted. Young Master Chu wants to deal with Lu Tian. You don't have to ruin your relationship with young Master Chu just to protect him. Earlier when Lu Tian angered young Master Chu, I've been worried that you'd get dragged into trouble because of him. That damn Lu Tian is always causing problems. I can't figure out how. You could fall for someone like him and always follow his lead. Su Yunru secretly tensed up. She realized they were trying to question her feelings for Lu Tian. But xuanhuan felt embarrassed about bringing this matter up as it would humiliate her too. So she quickly used other words to deflect. Xuanhuan continued. You should sever ties with Lu Tian as soon as possible, or sooner or later he will drag you down. Su Yunru stared at xuanhuan. They tricked you and used you to lure me here. Yet you're speaking for them? How disappointing. Xuanhuan responded. Separate things. I'm thinking of the bigger picture. It's you who are being confused by getting involved with Lu Tian, forming such close ties with him. Just call Lu Tian now, and then cut ties with him. It will be beneficial for both you and the Zhao family. Ho ho ho. Su Yunru gave a cold laugh. At that moment, her heart was even colder than her smile suggested. She picked up her phone but did not make the call. Instead, she prepared to smash the phone. Xuanhuan's expression changed abruptly. Of all the people present, only Su Yunru had Lu Tian's phone number. Knowing Su Yunru wouldn't call Lu Tian for fear of implicating him, the others might need to contact him themselves. If Su Yunru stored Lu Tian's number only on the phone and not on the SIM card, smashing it would prevent them from accessing the number entirely. Of course, in that instant, Xuanhuan didn't consider all this. She merely felt that breaking the phone might work against their plan. In a panic, Xuanhuan rushed forward to stop her, only to be grabbed by the arm by Su Yunru and thrown off. Stop her! Zhao Jinxiong shouted at the security guards. The guards moved in, but Su Yunru managed to dodge them. Su Yunru hadn't expected herself to evade so many guards so effortlessly. Just then, Zhao Jinxiong also came charging towards Su Yunru. To everyone's surprise, the moment he reached out to snatch her phone, Su Yunru kicked him, throwing him flat on his back. What is going on? Could Su Yunru also practice martial arts? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Although Su Yunru was taller and bulkier than Xuanhuan, knocking Xuanhuan down wasn't surprising. But Zhao Jinxiong, a grown man, being so easily flipped by Su Yunru was truly unimaginable. However, Su Yunru wasn't amazed. In dire straits, she believed she'd tapped into more potential. After shaking off Zhao Jinxiong and the others, Su Yunru raised her hand again to smash the phone. At that very moment, a voice came from the doorway. Miss Su, this phone seems valuable. If you don't want it, why not give it to me? Startled, Su Yunru froze mid-motion, turning around to look at Lu Tian, who had just arrived. Chapter 126, The Power Behind the Enemy. Lu Tian, they want to deal with you. Hurry up and leave here. Su Yunru came to her senses and quickly shouted at Lu Tian. Actually, after coming here, Lu Tian had already called her. Worried about involving him, she deliberately didn't answer. Deal with me? They don't have that kind of strength. Lu Tian smiled as he said this, then calmly walked to Su Yunru's side. He looked at Chu Jian. Is it you who wants to deal with me? Not just young Master Chu. I've wanted to take care of you a long time ago. Zhao Jinxiong said coldly. To be precise, our Zhao family has also wanted to take care of you. Zhao Zhiming added. That's right. Zhao Jin, who stared angrily at Lu Tian. You have made us lose face countless times before. Now young Master Chu wants to deal with you, which can also be considered helping us. Don't waste words on him anymore. Yao Junchong said. He looked at Chu Jian. Young Master Chu, let me disable him first, then hand him over to you for punishment later. What do you think? Good. Chu Jian nodded. Then he looked at Lu Tian with a grim smile. This brother Tsong is not comparable to Han Fan who fought with you before. You will soon not feel so smug. Chu Jian. Su Yunru said. Don't you just want the formula for the new shower gel from my company? If I give you the formula, can you let us go? Su Yunru. You seem to forget why we asked you here. Zhao Zhiming said gravely. Zhao Jin, who looked at Su Yunru. Let me remind you. We demand that your company be acquired by the Zhao family. At that time, we will present the shower gel formula to young Master Chu. Su Yunru ignored them and continued talking to Chu Jian. Young Master Chu, your main goal is the shower gel formula, right? As for whether the Zhao family can acquire my company, you don't care at all. And there are many more suitable families than the Zhao family to help you manage the Chu Business Association. So, you're using the guise of helping the Zhao family acquire my company, while actually exploiting them to deceive me here. Your true purpose is to force me to hand over the formula, isn't it? After hearing this statement, Zhao Zhiming and others immediately became unsettled. Don't spout nonsense. Young Master Chu and us achieve each other mutually. He's not exploiting us. Zhao Zhiming angrily said. Do you think sowing discord like this can destroy our trust in young Master Chu? Zhao Jinxiong said. Then Zhao Jinxiong looked at Chu Jian. Young Master Chu, don't let her incitement affect you. We will absolutely have no doubts about you. That's right, young Master Chu. We believe you are sincerely helping us. Zhao Yusa said. Thank you for your trust. Chu Jian said. Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming and others felt a bit reassured. But the next second, Chu Jian changed his tone abruptly. Unfortunately, you have misjudged me. Shocked expressions appeared on Zhao Zhiming and others' faces. They looked at Chu Jian with surprise. Chu Jian smiled. As Su Yunru said, I am exploiting you. At first, I only wanted to get her formula. I didn't expect that the people from your Zhao family would embellish things and thought of using her to attract Lu Tian. Now Lu Tian has arrived. Su Yunru's formula is within my grasp, therefore. Chu Jian scanned Zhao Zhiming and others mockingly. You have no more value for me to exploit. Previously, Zhao Zhiming and others had been trying their best to please Chu Jian, but now they were being treated as clowns. This filled them with anger, yet they dared not provoke him. Their fury could only erupt impotently. By the way, Chu Jian turned to xuanhuan. You have performed a lot in front of me to attract my attention. You always pretend to be a refined young lady with good manners. In fact, I could see through long ago that you're nothing more than someone pretending on the surface, while inside you admire vanity excessively. The stink of money all over you really shouldn't try pretending pure. It makes me nauseous when I look at you. If I hadn't planned to use your Zhao family, I would have kicked you out of my chamber long ago. Of course, it's not too late to expel you from my chamber now. Starting from now, you are no longer part of the Chu business chamber. Being insulted by Chu Jian like this, xuanhuan burst into tears instantly. Woo. However, she was very practical. Knowing that she dare not defy him, she did not even attempt to refute him. Seeing her daughter humiliated, Su Yunru became extremely angry immediately. Chu Jian, even if my daughter is inadequate, she doesn't deserve to be humiliated by you. Apologize to her right now. Even if I don't apologize, what can you do to me? You should know better than to hand over your shower gel formula to me. Then there won't be any trouble for you. Speaking of this, Chu Jian turned to Yao Junchong. Brother Tsong, disable Lu Tian for me first. Good. Yao Junchong laughed and nodded. Then he looked at Lu Tian with a grimace. You might as well beg for mercy directly. This way, you might suffer less physical pain. Lu Tian said. You should be a disciple of the ancient martial arts force behind the Chu family. Can you tell me which school or sect you belong to? The Chu family may have ties with the Shadow Door, and the sect behind them may have even closer ties with the Shadow Door. He wanted to know the sect affiliation of the other party to investigate intelligence related to the Shadow Door. My teacher said that we don't need to hide our sect information anymore, and I'm not afraid to tell you. My sect is the Fengyan Men. Fengyan sect? Lu Tian was stunned for a moment. Not long ago, Su Tianhao, who apologized to him, was the leader of the Fengyan sect. After Su Tianhao took his disciples out of the assassin world, he also canceled the name of the Fengyan sect and founded the Fengyan group. When Yao Junchong just said that Su Tianhao allowed them to reveal the sect information, he immediately mentioned the Fengyan sect. Could it be that Su Tianhao was planning to return to the martial arts world? Seeing his astonished face, Yao Junchong thought he had been scared by the name of the Fengyan sect. What? Are you afraid? If only you had known this in the first place. How dare you offend young Master Chu? I will never let you go. Lu Tian did not reply, but directly picked up his phone and called Su Tianhao, switching on the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Lu. What do you need me to do? Both Yao Junchong and Chu Jian immediately recognized the voice on the other end of the phone. It was Su Tianhao himself, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Did you have a disciple named Yao Junchong? Asked Lu Tian. Yes, he's my second apprentice. Su Tianhao guessed that his apprentice might have offended the other party, and instantly became nervous. An ancient martial arts power supports the Chu family behind the scenes. Is that power your sect? Yes, it is. Hearing Su Tianhao's increasingly anxious tone, Yao Junchong and Chu Jian became even more tense. Chapter 127. Inferred Information. Mr. Chu of the Chu family, Chu Jian, maliciously provoked me and my boss, and even tried to get Yao Junxing to act against me. As their backer, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lu Tian said. This is all because I failed to supervise properly. I apologize. Su Tianhao was almost on the verge of breaking down. He had already apologized to Lu Tian earlier for his failure to properly supervise his subordinates. Now all he could do was to apologize again to Lu Tian and beg for forgiveness. Chu Jian and Yao Junxing were even terrified. They did not know why Su Tianhao was so afraid of Lu Tian. Since Su Tianhao had been scared this way, they dared not provoke Lu Tian either. The surrounding crowd, whether it was the people from the Zhao family or Su Yunru, were also shocked speechless. I heard that in the past 2 years, the Chu family has developed very quickly. Is it because you have been supporting them behind the scenes? Lu Tian asked. The rapid development of the Chu family in these 2 years was something Yi Qinxue had mentioned to him. 3 years ago, the Yi family and the Chu family had established a matrimonial agreement. A year ago, the Chu family broke off the engagement, claiming that their family had developed too quickly, surpassing the Yi family financially and considering them unworthy. Su Tianhao said, the wealth of the Chu family today indeed relies heavily on my support. In fact, before I retired, I had already begun to invest large sums of money into backing the Chu family's massive expansion of their businesses. That's why the Chu family could grow from a second-tier aristocratic household to become one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei. At least 70% of the Chu family's industries belong to me. I just don't understand business well, so I let them manage those enterprises on my behalf. I founded the Fengyan Group to more easily control those enterprises from behind the scenes. To put it more plainly, the Chu family is equivalent to my employees, working for me. After listening to his story, Lu Tian inferred some other information as well. He had already determined that there was no collusion between the Fengyan sect and the Shadow sect. If there had been collusion, Su Tianhao wouldn't be this afraid of him. Since the Chu family's businesses were controlled by Su Tianhao, the Chu family could not have any connection with the Shadow sect either. Discovering such crucial information was considered a bonus gain for Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, if they dare offend you, I will definitely not let them go unpunished. Please, Mr. Lu, forgive me once more. Su Tianhao pleaded cautiously. Whether I can forgive you depends on whether your resolution of this matter satisfies me. I will surely provide you with a satisfactory answer. Mr. Lu, please turn on the speakerphone. I want to speak to those 2 idiots. It's already on. Next, Su Tianhao directly shouted at Yao Junxing and Chu Jian. Kneel down first and apologize to Mr. Lu. At that moment, Yao Junxing and Chu Jian hadn't snapped out of their shock and remained motionless. Hearing Su Tianhao scolding, they suddenly startled and hurriedly knelt down in unison, begging for mercy. Mr. Lu, sorry, please spare us. Lu Tian ignored them and directly addressed Su Tianhao. I won't forgive them. Now it's up to you how you deal with them. Su Tianhao replied. I will expel Yao Junxing from the sect, and I will not allow him to remain in Jiangbei's martial arts circle. As for Chu Jian, his family including himself are actually working for me. I will dismiss them immediately and assign others to manage those businesses. The title of one of the three major families in Jiangbei held by the Chu family will also be replaced by someone else. At that time, the Chu family will once again become a second-tier noble household, but it doesn't end here. I will crush their industries in the commercial sector, making them bankrupt. Yao Junxing and Chu Jian were shocked to the point where their heads buzzed. They guessed that Su Tianhao would punish them, but didn't expect it to be so severe. On the surface, Yao Junxing was only expelled from the sect and forbidden from remaining in the Jiangbei martial arts circle. But this would directly affect his reputation throughout the entire martial arts world. When he goes to other places afterward, it would be difficult for him to survive in the martial arts world. Chu Jian's fate was even worse. The bankruptcy of the family alone was enough to drive him insane. Su Tianhao was punishing them like this in order to give Lu Tian a satisfying response. Previously, they underestimated their situation and sought trouble with Lu Tian, truly inviting disgrace upon themselves. Mr. Lu, am I punishing them satisfactorily? It's fairly satisfactory. Proceed accordingly. Mr. Lu, I plan to form an alliance with the Jiangbei Martial Arts Union, which is controlled by Madame Bai. Since Mr. Lu knows her well, I wanted to inform you first. I understand. By the way, was it your idea for the young master of the Chu family to expand his family's business to Jiangzhou? It wasn't. The Chu family proposed it first. They intended to dominate the commerce there. It seemed profitable, so I allowed them to do so. I realize my mistake now. Sorry. Since you told your disciples to stop concealing the name of Fengyan sect, are you planning to re-emerge in the martial arts world? Not exactly. I've discovered that someone is secretly undermining the Chu family's business, but I still don't know who it is. As their patron, revealing my identity publicly will intimidate whoever is behind this. I see. There's nothing else I need to say. Hurry up and arrange the punishment for those two bastards. Lu Tian ended the call and looked at Yao Junxing and Chu Jian. You can leave now. Yao Junxing and Chu Jian realized there was no hope for mercy and left dejectedly. Lu Tian turned to Zhao Jinming and the others. From your earlier conversation, I've already figured out that it was you who lured Aunt Su here and suggested that young Master Chu take the opportunity to deal with me. Get down on your knees and apologize. Zhao Jinming and the others were already trembling with fear and quickly knelt down. Only Zhao Yuxuan didn't kneel. She looked at Su Yunru with a pleading gaze, hoping Su Yunru would intercede on her behalf with Lu Tian. Lu Tian glanced at Zhao Yuxuan. For Aunt Su's sake, I won't make you kneel. All you have to do is apologize to her and slap yourself twice. Sorry. Zhao Yuxuan immediately apologized to Su Yunru. She nervously looked at Lu Tian. I've apologized, so can I skip slapping myself? No. Lu Tian replied coldly. If you don't do it, I'll do it for you. All right. Su Yunru interjected, looking at Lu Tian. She has already apologized. Let it go and don't bother about it anymore. Lu Tian said. How come you're defending someone so unmannered? Su Yunru sighed. Because she's my daughter. So what? Lu Tian snapped, losing his temper. If you're not willing to teach her a lesson, I'll do it for you. With that, Lu Tian slapped Zhao Yuxuan across the face twice. Wah! Zhao Yuxuan burst into tears. You? Su Yunru shot Lu Tian a look of irritation. She's getting more out of control, and I won't indulge her any longer. Lu Tian stated firmly. Chapter 128, Testify in Person. How could Su Yunru not know that Zhao Yuxuan was becoming more and more out of line? But she has always been reluctant to discipline her severely. Even now, watching Zhao Yuxuan getting slapped, she still felt heartache. She sighed, stepping forward to hug Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you were indeed very out of line today. I hope you can learn to distinguish right from wrong in the future. Weia. Zhao Yuxuan cried bitterly as she buried herself in Su Yunru's arms. Seeing this, Lu Tian still felt somewhat moved. He just hoped Zhao Yuxuan would recognize her mistakes and earnestly correct them. Lu Tian looked at Zhao Jinming and the others who were kneeling on the ground. I'll forgive you this time. If there is a next time, I will directly bankrupt your Zhao family. Hearing they've gained forgiveness, Zhao Jinming and the rest felt reassured, hastily promising that there wouldn't be another time. Lu Tian turned to Su Yunru. Aunt Su, let's go back. Su Yunru took a deep breath and gazed at Zhao Yuxuan. Yuxuan, I believe you'll correct your behavior. I hope you won't disappoint me. After finishing, she turned around and followed Lu Tian toward the hall entrance, with the Zhao family members quickly making way for them. Lu Tian, I have something I want to ask you. We'll talk about it once we're back at the company. Not going to the company. Let's head back to the villa and wait until afternoon to go to the train station to pick up your mom. Lu Tian and Su Yunru returned to their residence. Aunt Su, what do you want to ask me? The first question, how did you know to find me at the Zhao residence? When I came back, I went straight to the company but didn't see you there. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I guess you had gone to the Zhao family and were likely being troubled by them. To avoid implicating me, you didn't pick up my call. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Thank you for showing up in time to save me. I warned you before I left not to fall for their tricks, but you still fell into their trap. I shouldn't have trusted them easily, but the situation was special then. I didn't have enough time to think things through. I'll explain further later. You keep asking questions. The second question, why was Su Tianhao, the backer of the Chu family you called earlier, willing to give you so much face? Because I'm stronger than him, and he doesn't dare offend me. You're boasting again. When have I ever boasted? Why are you always misunderstanding me? It's not that I misunderstand you, but I already know you well, including such bad habits. So why does Su Tianhao give you face? He said he planned to form an alliance with the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance, which is led by Bai Yun. Since you're close to Bai Yun, he definitely respects us because of Bai Yun's face. The truth is completely different from what you thought. In fact, he formed an alliance with the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance solely to ingratiate himself with me. Think about it. Even though Aunt Bai oversees the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance, they are an ancient martial arts force. How could they simply give face to her? Maybe behind Aunt Bai, there's someone even more powerful supporting her, forcing him to respect her wishes. Yes, that more powerful person is me. Lu Tian, you say such far-fetched big words with a serious expression. I don't know whether you're joking or truly being boastful. Lu Tian was speechless and didn't continue explaining. Later, he would have Aunt Bai personally testify for him, ensuring Aunt Su no longer questioned his strength. The third question, when you slapped Xuanhuan twice, I advised you not to touch her. Why didn't you listen to me? I said it, to discipline her on your behalf. She is my daughter. I've already asked you not to hit her. On what grounds did you slap her in front of me? With our relationship, she should call me stepfather. This is like me disciplining our daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru was immediately flustered. You bastard. Huh. Though Su Yunru was somewhat irritated, Lu Tian's words made her laugh uncontrollably. Alright, move on to the next question. My questions are finished. There should still be one last question. When I arrived at the Zhao residence, I saw you kick down Zhao Jinxiu. Don't you find it strange how your combat skills have suddenly improved so much? That's because I tapped into my potential under difficult circumstances, just like how things are often depicted in TV dramas and films. Your situation back then wasn't related to potential. Rather, it was because your physical constitution has become stronger than before. My constitution has grown stronger? Yes, I'll tell you directly. The main reason is that my constitution is very special. Being with me allows your constitution to gradually grow stronger. This matter indeed has some connection to Lu Tian's constitution, but mainly relates to his mastery of the xuanhuan technique. Is that true? I haven't noticed anything. That's because your constitution grows stronger bit by bit, so the changes are imperceptible. You're getting more and more mystical the more you talk. My strong constitution comes from enjoying exercise and training. It's the result of that. Exercise indeed played a certain role, but the reason you became so strong in such a short period is mainly because of me. You just want me to spend more nights with you, right? Is this why you're making up such an excuse? Lu Tian once again was at a loss for words. That afternoon, Bai Yun arrived at their residence. When will Lu Jie come over? Bai Yun asked. Expected to get off the train at 4:30 p.m. Do you plan to receive Lu Jie together with me? Su Yunru said. Of course, but rest assured, I know what should be said and what shouldn't. Alright, you must definitely keep the matters between me and Lu Tian confidential. Understood. By the way, are you planning to have Lu Jie stay here? Yes. Haha, now it's inconvenient for you and Lu Tian. What if you feel like doing something? I don't depend on that sort of thing. Although Bai Yun had also progressed to a similar point with Lu Tian, Su Yunru didn't know about it. Lu Tian, to avoid misunderstanding, wouldn't tell Su Yunru proactively either. Thus, Bai Yun teased without any restraint. Lu Tian couldn't stand it anymore. Aunt Bai, please stop making these kinds of jokes. Ho! Bai Yun laughed and directly turned to Su Yunru. Your young lover is feeling embarrassed by your talk. Su Yunru felt both ashamed and angry. Lu Tian chuckled. Aunt Su, you don't need to feel so embarrassed. From my perspective, Aunt Bai might be jealous of you. Then he smirked as he looked at Bai Yun. Do you have interest in finding a young man too? Bai Yun's face instantly flushed red. She also got nervous, worrying Lu Tian would reveal her secret. Su Yunru paused, surprised. Sister Bai, why are you blushing? Could it be you're like me, and also have a young lover? After saying that, Su Yunru also blushed, realizing she was teasing herself by extension. I don't. I'm so conservative. Hearing this makes me blush out of embarrassment. Ho ho, Bai Yun's smile was full of awkwardness as she continued. Alright, let's not talk about this. Sister Bai, I have a question for you and hope you answer truthfully. Su Yunru suddenly became serious. Bai Yun paused. What question? First, Su Yunru explained the experience she had that day when she went to the Zhao family and was threatened, then how Lu Tian came to save the situation. Then, she asked Bai Yun, I want to ask, why did the martial artist Su Tianhao help us? Was it giving face to Lu Tian or to you? Su Yunru asked this question to determine whether Lu Tian was bragging earlier. Lu Tian immediately perked up. When being misunderstood, he thought of having Bai Yun testify on his behalf. Bai Yun looked at Lu Tian. Lu Tian said, Aunt Bai, just speak honestly. Chapter 129, Speak with Strength. Bai Yun said, Su Tianhao's actions are not about giving face to Lu Tian. It is fear and favor-seeking towards Lu Tian. Really? Su Yunru immediately froze in surprise. Lu Tian looked at Su Yunru. Do you believe I wasn't boasting now? Wait. Su Yunru waved her hand. She then asked Bai Yun. Su Tianhao said he wanted to form an alliance with the martial arts guild. Was it not because of your influence that he helped us? Bai Yun replied. He wants to ally with the North Jiang Martial Arts Guild to flatter the influential person behind me. Su Yunru was once again stunned. Who is this influential person behind you? Bai Yun smiled. Turning to look at Lu Tian, I will tell the truth. Uh-huh. Lu Tian nodded. In reality, he didn't enjoy being the center of attention much, but cared deeply about Su Yunru's perception of him. He is the one supporting Bai Yun from behind, and in order to prove his abilities to Su Yunru, he was eager for Bai Yun to reveal this fact. Nodding in agreement, Bai Yun then looked solemnly at Su Yunru. The person backing me is none other than Lu Tian. What? Su Yunru's expression showed shock. Lu Tian spoke to Su Yunru. What do you think? Now Bai Annie has testified for me. Do you believe in my capabilities? He had expected Su Yunru to react first with disbelief and then look at him with admiration. But things went completely differently from what he anticipated. Ha! Su Yunru burst into laughter. What happened? Lu Tian questioned with confusion. Sighing, Su Yunru directly turned to Bai Yun. I never thought you'd conspire with him to deceive me. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian felt utterly speechless. Previously, he had refrained from explaining because he was waiting for Bai Yun to be his witness. Now that Bai Yun had given her testimony, Su Yunru still didn't believe. She was indeed probing Bai Yun to ascertain if Lu Tian had been exaggerating before. When Bai Yun revealed the truth, she concluded that Bai Yun was lying. Primarily because she insisted that Lu Tian must be bragging. If Bai Yun had claimed Lu Tian was lying, Su Yunru would surely have believed it. Looking at Lu Tian, Bai Yun said, It seems like your woman knows you less well than I do. You, what nonsense are you talking about? The term, your woman, made Su Yunru extremely embarrassed, her face flushing red. I don't want to chat with her anymore. Lu Tian, you stay here and keep her company. Feeling flustered, Su Yunru got up from the sofa and headed toward her bedroom. Yunru, don't go yet. Bai Yun was a little panicked. She was uncomfortable being alone with Lu Tian. As long as Su Yunru was present earlier, Bai Yun could remain detached or even tease Lu Tian and Su Yunru about their relationship. If Su Yunru leaves, it would become awkward for her. I need to rest. Let's stop talking for now, Bai Yun told Lu Tian and lay down on the sofa. Lu Tian understood her feelings and left tactfully. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Tian, Su Yunru, and Bai Yun went out together. By 4:30, they were already standing at the exit of the train station to pick up Lu Tian's mother Lu Wenlei. Bai Yun glanced at Su Yunru. You're about to meet your potential mother-in-law. How excited are you? Su Yunru was seething inside. What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing Bai Yun continuing to jest at this moment, Lu Tian felt highly irritated and slapped her bottom right away. Startled by the touch, Bai Yun cast a mournful glance at Lu Tian. Having turned her head aside in embarrassment just now, Su Yunru failed to notice the interaction between them. After waiting for a while, a middle-aged beautiful woman approached them. Lu sister. Both Su Yunru and Bai Yun stepped forward spontaneously to greet her. Lu Wenlei first smiled and nodded at Su Yunru before looking at Bai Yun. I didn't expect to see you in Jiangzhou. Bai Yun chuckled. I have some affairs related to the martial arts guild to handle, so I'll be staying here for a while. Lu Wenlei nodded and turned to Su Yunru. Thanks for taking care of Lu Tian during this time. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Not at all, Su Yunru responded. Not only did he not cause any trouble, but he also helped resolve several issues for me. This, I can testify. Bai Yun joined the conversation. She laughed again. I can also vouch that Yunru has taken particularly good care of Lu Tian. Su Yunru felt there was hidden meaning in her words, as though Bai Yun was mocking her again. However, under the current circumstances, she could only force a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they prepared to return to Su Yunru's place. Just after leaving the exit and before reaching the car parking area, more than 10 cars stopped in front of them. More than 30 men and women dressed in suits got out of these over 10 vehicles, standing on either side of the central car. As the door of the middle vehicle opened, an elegant woman with tremendous presence walked out. She was wearing a figure-hugging Cheongsam-style dress, with a side slit, and paired with her graceful posture, it made her appear both elegant and charming. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be in her early 30s, but considering her mature demeanor, she might actually be older. She's the head of Yiwu sect, xuanhuan. Bai Yun said. She's definitely here for me. Lu Wenlei replied calmly. With an entourage of subordinates, xuanhuan approached where Lu Tian and the others stood, her gaze immediately locking on Lu Wenlei. I heard that you resigned from the hospital and plan to open a clinic here in Jiangzhou. Is that true? Xuanhuan asked coldly. Yes, Lu Wenlei responded. I must admit, you're quite courteous to come all the way from South Jiang to North Jiang just to welcome me. How unexpected. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Let me make this clear. Opening a clinic is fine, but don't you dare establish a sect under the name of Yiwu sect. So what? Are you afraid I'll overshadow your reputation? Overshadow my reputation? Humph. Do you even have the capability? All I want is to avoid internal strife among us, and to keep from wiping you out entirely. Don't worry. I have no intention of establishing a sect. You better mean it, or else I won't let you off easily. Xuanhuan cast a cold glance at Lu Wenlei, then turned around and left. Hold it, Lu Tian exclaimed sternly. Xuanhuan stopped in her tracks and turned back toward him. Was it you who spoke to me just now? Lu Tian nodded. I'm also warning you not to cause trouble for my mom. If you do, you'll regret it. Xuanhuan paused, then burst into laughter. So you're Lu Wenlei's son. You've got guts talking to me like that, but did your mother ever teach you the meaning of knowing your limits? Lu Tian said. I'm speaking based on my strength. Xuanhuan then looked directly at Lu Wenlei. You should find some time to teach him humility too. After saying that, she walked to her car, sat down, and just before closing the door added, Lu Wenlei, I've said my piece. Be careful what you do next. Then she slammed the car door shut, and her subordinates quickly followed suit. The convoy drove away. Su Yunru turned to Lu Wenlei. Sister Lu, what's going on? Do you have any grudges with xuanhuan? Chapter 130, The Medicinal Martial School. Lu Wenlei said, I do indeed have some grievances with xuanhuan. Then she recounted the general situation. When she was young, she studied medical skills under an old divine doctor from a medicinal martial school. This old divine doctor was the master of the medicinal martial school. The medicinal martial school is a sect that combines martial arts and medicine, but leans more towards the medical path. The old divine doctor had two disciples. One was Lu Wenlei, the other was xuanhuan. Both disciples were talented and hardworking, but Lu Wenlei was relatively steady and down-to-earth, while xuanhuan was impatient for success and competitive. Relatively speaking, the old divine doctor appreciated Lu Wenlei more, so he designated Lu Wenlei as his successor. However, Lu Wenlei's family encountered misfortune at the time. Her husband went missing. She was fully focused on finding her husband, and thus abandoned the position of successor to the medicinal martial school. Xuanhuan originally thought that her teacher would then let her take over the position of successor, but unexpectedly, the teacher preferred to leave the master's seat vacant rather than let her become the successor. At the same time, the teacher handed over the secret manual of the only medical technique reserved for successors, the 7 Stars Meridian Needling Secret Manual, to Lu Wenlei. Until the teacher passed away, no official successor was designated. Xuanhuan, in anger, established the medicinal martial sect on her own and proclaimed herself the head of the medicinal martial school. She learned that Lu Wenlei had resigned from the hospital and opened a medical hall here, fearing that the latter might claim to represent the medicinal martial school and steal her fame, so she came to threaten her. Lu sister, don't worry, Bai Yun said. If she dares to cause you trouble, I'll help you deal with her. Although her power in the medicinal martial sect ranks among the top 3 in Jiangnan, if she comes to Jiangbei, she might not be a match for me. Lu Wenlei said, I've never intended to compete for any title with her. She may be highly competitive, but she has principles and won't maliciously bother me. Speaking of which, after xuanhuan left the station, she arrived at her hotel room. In front of her stood several subordinates, led by a young woman. This young woman was not only her subordinate, but also her top disciple, named Pei Xueqing. Pei Xueqing said, Master, even if Lu Wenlei has Su Yunru and Bai Yun helping her, she will definitely not be our match. But she has inherited the tradition of 7 Stars Meridian Needling, and if she proclaims herself as the legitimate representative of the medicinal martial school, it will undoubtedly affect the prestige of our medicinal martial sect. Xuanhuan nodded. That is true. This is what worries me most. To solve this problem, I must get my hands on the secret manual of 7 Stars Meridian Needling. But she definitely won't hand over the manual to me easily. Xuanhuan looked at Pei Xueqing. Do you have any good strategies? Pei Xueqing thought for a moment and said, At the train station, her son Lu Tian dared to speak rudely to you, master. You can say that he's arrogant due to his youth or impulsive and reckless. Based on my investigation, Lu Tian is working as an assistant to Su Yunru, so he probably has no background or strength. Moreover, being impulsive makes him quite easy to deal with. I think we should start with Lu Tian. If we can control him, we can force Lu Wenlei to hand over the manual. Xuanhuan replied. This plan doesn't work because it would tarnish the reputation of our medicinal martial sect. If the news gets out, we won't be able to establish ourselves in the field of medicine. The best way is to obtain the manual without causing conflict with them. I also think starting with Lu Tian would be easier, but as I just said, it cannot affect our reputation, so we cannot use harsh measures. The safest method I can think of right now is to use a beauty trap. Saying this, Xuanhuan looked at Pei Xueqing. You select a pretty disciple from among your junior sisters to entice Lu Tian. Try getting information about the 7 Stars Meridian Needling first. Headmistress, this seems improper. One of the subordinates suddenly interjected. How dare you? Pei Xueqing glared at the subordinate. The headmistress is discussing matters with me. What gives you the right to butt in? Xueqing. Xuanhuan waved her hand at Pei Xueqing. Then she turned to the subordinate and asked, Why do you think this plan is improper? The subordinate said, When Lu Tian they first got out of the station exit, we were observing their moves. At the time, I noticed Bai Yun joking with Su Yunru. Then Lu Tian slapped her buttocks. Judging from Bai Yun's reaction at the time, there was some resentment, but not like she was angry. In other words, Lu Tian and Bai Yun likely have a romantic relationship. Besides, considering his behavior seemed aimed at protecting Su Yunru, he might also have a connection with her. Although I don't know Bai Yun and Su Yunru's exact ages, I estimate both are almost 40. So, I think Lu Tian likes relatively mature women. President Gu, your female disciples are all very young and might not attract Lu Tian's interest. Moreover, they could raise his guard. After hearing the subordinate's report, Xuanhuan's expression became more serious. In that case, we can hire some relatively mature women to do this for us. Pei Xueqing suggested. No, I only trust people from our sect. Xuanhuan replied. But all the women in our medicinal martial sect, except for you, master, are too young and unsuitable for this task. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan furrowed her brows and her eyes turned sharp instantly. Pei Xueqing was startled, realizing she had said something wrong, and quickly knelt down on one knee. If viewed from another angle, what she had just said implied that in the medicinal martial sect, only the master was a relatively mature woman. In the context of discussing the use of a mature woman to execute the beauty trap plan, it might make the master feel uneasy. Master, I was merely analyzing the situation within the medicinal martial sect. There was absolutely no hidden implication. Pei Xueqing anxiously explained. All right, Xuanhuan waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. We will reconsider this matter later. After her disciples and subordinates left the room, Gu Wanhong sat in front of her dressing table, gazing at her own mature and charming reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. The sound of her mobile phone ringing interrupted her thoughts. The name displayed on the screen was Luo Jintao. Luo Jintao was her boyfriend. Gu Wanhong had never married, but she had always maintained a relationship with Luo Jintao, who was known as the Medicine King of Jiangnan. Luo Jintao earned the title of Medicine King not because he was particularly accomplished in medicine, but due to his large-scale pharmaceutical business operations. He and Gu Wanhong had mutually benefited each other. Gu Wanhong provided him with medicinal formulations while he handled production and sales through his company. To a great extent, their romantic relationship was based on this mutual benefit. Gu Wanhong answered the phone. Wanhong, are you in Jiangzhou? Yes, I've mentioned to you before that I want to obtain the secret manual of the 7 Stars Meridian Needling. That's why I'm here in Jiangzhou. I'm also in Jiangzhou. Where are you staying? I'll come find you later. Why are you coming here? It's a long story. I'll explain when we meet. Send me your location first. I'll find you shortly. Gotta go. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Can't we talk about it when we meet? It's somewhat embarrassing, and I might find it difficult to bring up face to face. Chapter 131, A New Enemy. Gu Wanhong first recounted matters she had discussed with her apprentice and underlings not long ago. She also mentioned that Lu Tian might prefer more mature women, and on their side, there was no suitable female disciple to employ the beauty trap. After listening to her explanation, Luo Jintao said, "Isn't this just your way of asking me for advice? Why feel uneasy about telling me directly?" Gu Wanhong took a deep breath. "I want to continue with the original plan. According to what you just said, there are no mature women in your sect. The original plan won't work. How do you intend to proceed? In our sect, there is a mature woman. That person is me. What do you mean by this? Are you implying that you want to personally use the beauty trap on him? You're insane. Just rest assured. I will only get closer to him in this way, and nothing more will happen between us. That's unacceptable too. Do you realize this is equivalent to putting a green hat on me? Mr. Luo Jintao, where do you get the nerve to say that to me? You have 5 fixed mistresses. How should you explain that to me? Our union is more about interest. I rarely interfere in your personal life, so please don't interfere with mine this time. If you insist on interfering, then first cut ties with those mistresses of yours. I won't meddle in it then. Please be careful. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of, and try to keep things confidential. I will pay attention." Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, after finishing his call, Luo Jintao walked into the lobby of a business club. "Sorry to keep Mr. Cheng waiting," Luo Jintao said to a young man sitting on the sofa. This young man named Cheng Yaokai is the son of the Cheng family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangbei. Let's continue our talk. Luo Jintao sat down on the sofa and continued. Cheng Yaokai said, "The Chu family once intended to dominate the commercial path of Jiangzhou. The vanguard of the Chu family, Chu Jian, even founded the Chu Clan Chamber of Commerce here. But not long ago, the Chu family's backer, Su Tianhao, ordered the retraction of the Chu family's financial power. Before the Chu Clan Chamber of Commerce could dissolve, I took this opportunity to take over the Chu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this chamber cannot be called the Chu Clan Chamber anymore. It will be the Jiangzhou branch of the Cheng Clan Chamber of Commerce. After all, our Cheng family's goal isn't limited to Jiangzhou, but the entire commercial network of Jiangbei. The 2 topmost aristocratic families in Jiangzhou, the Yan family and the Lung family, have already been dismantled. Currently, the most powerful entity in the Jiangzhou business circle is the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. I am planning to attack the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce directly, as our Cheng family has such capabilities. I heard that behind the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, there is a mysterious person pulling the strings. Not long ago, the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce founded a pharmaceutical company called Tianyun Pharmaceutical. In reality, the actual backer of this pharmaceutical company is that mysterious person. My first step in my plan is to provoke issues with that company, lure out that mysterious person, and then eliminate him. Mr. Luo, since you, the Medicine King of Jiangnan, specialize in pharmaceuticals business, I would like you to help me complete this first step in my plan." Without hesitation, Luo Jintao replied, "This is too easy for me. I can directly ask the people from the Pharmaceutical General Assembly of Jiangbei for assistance. And after everything is accomplished, I hope Mr. Cheng doesn't forget the promise you made earlier." Cheng Yaokai stated, "I've never forgotten. Once the matter is successful, I will introduce the people from the Dark Shadow sect to serve as your protector." Luo Jintao nodded, secretly thinking, once I have the backing of the Dark Shadow sect, taking control of Gu Wanhong will be easy. At that time, her medical martial arts sect will also fall into my hands. At this moment, an underling came to Luo Jintao, whispering, "Boss Luo, we've already investigated the thing you asked us to look into." "Good." Luo Jintao nodded and said to Cheng Yaokai, "Mr. Cheng, I have some private affairs to attend to, so I'll take my leave." After leaving the club lobby, Luo Jintao asked his subordinate, "Where is that woman?" The subordinate replied, "Our previous information was correct. She really has come to Jiangzhou and currently serves as the general manager at Tianyun Pharmaceutical Company." Tianyun Pharmaceutical? Haha, what a coincidence. I was just about to help Mr. Cheng deal with Tianyun Pharmaceutical. A malevolent smile appeared on Luo Jintao's lips. "You find an opportunity to capture that woman and bring her to the villa I just rented." The subordinate said, "But Gu Boss has also come to Jiangzhou. If she finds out about this matter, she probably won't let you off easily." "Fuck that." Luo Jintao exploded in anger, slapping his subordinate across the face. He growled ferociously. "What do you mean? Are you saying that that bitch is better than me, and that I need to watch her expressions? Luo Jintao gritted his teeth angrily. What the subordinate had just said hit the nail on something Luo Jintao was reluctant to face. Though he held the title of Medicine King, his current status largely stemmed from xuanhuan's support. In life, xuanhuan treated him as an equal. But in their careers, it was always xuanhuan who had the final say. This irked Luo Jintao, yet he couldn't bring himself to break up with xuanhuan. He lacked talent. If they were to part ways, he would lose xuanhuan's protection, and his identity as the Medicine King would crumble. The subordinate trembled and apologized. I'm sorry. I've spoken out of turn. Please forgive me, Mr. Luo. Luo Jintao coldly ordered. If I can keep this from xuanhuan, you must immediately act according to my demands. As for Lu Tian and the others, they had just returned to Su Yunro's villa, idly chatting on the couch. Su Yunro said, Sister Lu, during this period, I found a store that seems perfect for opening a medical hall. I'll take you to check it out tomorrow. Good, Lu Wenlei replied. By the way, I just remembered something. Yunro, where's your boyfriend? Isn't he staying here? Not long ago, when Lu Wenlei was video chatting with Su Yunro, Lu Tian was right beside her, though he didn't appear on camera. But through Su Yunro's behavior at that time, Lu Wenlei guessed there was a man near her. It was nighttime then, and since Su Yunro was in bed, she claimed the man was her boyfriend. Lu Wenlei even teased her, saying that once she came over, she'd know who Yunro's boyfriend was. Su Yunro had forgotten about this matter entirely until Lu Wenlei suddenly brought it up, leaving her at a complete loss for how to respond. What should she say now? With growing uncertainty in her heart, Su Yunro looked at Lu Tian pleadingly for help. Lu Wenlei asked, Why are you looking at him? Could it be that? Su Yunro jolted nervously. No, it's not like that. Lu Wenlei pressed. Then what is it? Don't think I can't see through you. Su Yunro suddenly panicked, feeling her heart racing wildly, her face turning red with embarrassment. Chapter 132, Emergency. Lu, did you notice anything? Bai Yun asked cautiously. Yes, I realized Yunro doesn't want to disclose her boyfriend's identity, and she also wants Lu Tian to help cover for her. Lu Wenlei said. Then she looked at Su Yunru. You probably thought about saying that you broke up with your boyfriend, and wanted Lu Tian to confirm it as proof. You assumed this would allow you not to mention his name, right? This. Su Yunru was indeed thinking that. However, she felt relieved at least the others hadn't guessed the situation between her and Lu Tian. Lu Wenlei said, Given how nervous you were just now, clearly you didn't expect me to ask you this question and were pondering ways to fob me off. Are you embarrassed to say who your boyfriend is? Bai Yun then chimed in. She does feel awkward saying it because her boyfriend is much younger than her, making her somewhat uneasy. Is that so? Lu Wenlei asked. Yes. Su Yunru nodded. In fact, what Bai Yun had just said wasn't meant to make fun of Su Yunru, but rather to ease her out of a tough spot by providing an excuse to avoid talking about it. Lu Wenlei turned to Bai Yun. Do you know her boyfriend? Bai Yun shook her head. No, I've only heard her mention him, saying he's quite a bit younger. Lu Wenlei turned again to Su Yunru. Finding a young boyfriend actually shows how charming you are. Why should you feel embarrassed? Su Yunru laughed awkwardly. I'm still a little uneasy. When I'm ready, I'll introduce him to all of you. Bai Yun helped shift the topic. It's already dinner time. Why don't we go eat at a restaurant? All right, Su Yunru said. I've already booked a private room at one restaurant in the neighborhood. Let's go there now. Lu Wenlei nodded and then looked at Lu Tian. I want to catch up well with these two aunts of yours. Your presence will affect our good girlfriend's chat atmosphere. So, you'd better stay behind. Lu Tian sighed. This leaves me speechless. Lu Wenlei said. If you're speechless, then stop talking. Then she told Su Yunru and Bai Yun. Ignore him. Let's go eat. After Mom and the two aunts left home, Lu Tian called the general manager of his company. Here, his company refers to Tianyun Pharmaceutical, founded by Tianheng Chamber for him. The general manager was Xiang Bing, who was assigned from Tianheng Chamber. Hello, Manager Xiang, have you eaten yet? I want to discuss something with you and invite you for dinner. Xiang Bing used to be the vice president of a subsidiary under the Chu family. Lu Tian had learned that the Chung family was colluding with the Shadowgate, and that the Chu family had close business relations with the Chung family. Since Xiang Bing used to serve as the vice president of the Chu family subsidiary, it was highly likely that he might have interacted with people from Cheng's company. He invited Xiang Bing for dinner, hoping to find out if the other knew about Cheng's company's situation, potentially uncovering some clues related to the Shadowgate. Xiang Bing had just left the office building intending to eat when he cheerfully agreed to Lu Tian's invitation. Lu Tian decided on a restaurant near Tianyun Pharmaceutical Company. As he was driving and nearing the restaurant, he saw Xiang Bing walking toward the same restaurant. Suddenly, a minivan screeched to a halt beside Xiang Bing. Next thing, the door opened, and a burly man yanked Xiang Bing into the car. Lu Tian froze, as he was too far away to prevent it. That minivan quickly drove away from the entrance of the restaurant. Hell dare abduct my employee? You're courting death. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold and severe as he pursued the minivan in his car. That minivan sped fast and kept a fair distance from Lu Tian's car. More than 20 minutes later, the car entered a villa complex. Lu Tian's heart raced. Once inside the complex, that car was out of sight. When he reached the complex, it would be impossible for him to directly determine the car's location anymore. Although he remembered the appearance and license plate number of the car, whether he could find it in time once inside depended entirely on luck. The car parked inside the yard of a villa. The door opened, and Xiang Bing was dragged by two strong men to the villa living room. Luo Juntao sat on the sofa in the living room, smirking at Xiang Bing. It's you, Xiang Bing's face flickered with a shade of shock as she nervously said, "So you do remember me." Luo Zhuntao proudly grinned. He walked to Xiang Bing and raised his hand to touch her chin, but Xiang Bing jerked her head away. "What do you want?" Xiang Bing angrily demanded. "You tell me. 3 years ago, your boyfriend broke my leg. I intend to settle the score with him. Tell me where he is." "He's not my boyfriend. And I lost contact with him long ago." 3 years ago, she was the vice president of one of the Chu family's subsidiaries. At that time, she represented the company and, accompanied by a salesperson, received Jiangnan pharmaceutical king Luo Zhuntao, who intended to cooperate with the Chu family. Unexpectedly, Luo Zhuntao's lustful thoughts escalated. Using the excuse of not wanting to be disturbed by others, he insisted on speaking to her alone and dismissed the salesperson. Luo Zhuntao directly offered her wealth in exchange for becoming his mistress. Xiang Bing firmly rejected him, only to find out that Luo Zhuntao planned to use force. Hearing Xiang Bing's cry for help, the salesperson rushed into the room, saving her while delivering a severe beating to Luo Zhuntao and breaking one of his legs. Not long after that incident, the salesperson disappeared. Xiang Bing assumed he had been retaliated against and possibly killed by Luo Zhuntao. Worried about facing retaliation herself, she resigned from her job, left the provincial capital, and came to Jiangzhou. Luo Zhuntao thought the salesperson was her boyfriend and now asked about his whereabouts. This surprised Xiang Bing. Could it be that the salesperson's disappearance had nothing to do with Luo Zhuntao? Are you afraid of implicating him and therefore unwilling to speak up? He really isn't my boyfriend, and I don't have any way to contact him. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. But before that, I need to compensate for last year's missed opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Zhuntao grabbed Xiang Bing's collar and pinned her onto the couch. "Let me go." Xiang Bing struggled fiercely. "Still resisting? Do you think someone will come to save you again?" Luo Zhuntao grinned menacingly and struck her stomach with a punch. Xiang Bing gasped in pain, unable to catch her breath. Her struggles weakened significantly. Luo Zhuntao turned to his subordinates. "What are you still standing here for? Want to watch the fun? Go guard outside." The two subordinates started heading toward the door. Bang! Bang! Just as Luo Zhuntao turned back, ready to tear Xiang Bing's clothes off, sounds erupted behind him. He turned around and froze in shock. His two subordinates were already lying unconscious on the ground. A figure flashed into the room and stared coldly at him. Taking advantage of his momentary confusion, Xiang Bing, who had just caught her breath, shoved him away and ran over to Lu Tian, who had just arrived. Chapter 133, New Discovery. As Luo Zhuntao watched his underlings knocked unconscious, he instantly became nervous. In fact, the two who were knocked out weren't the only ones. Another two of his subordinates guarding the entrance to the yard had also been incapacitated. "Who are you?" Though tense, Luo Zhuntao still maintained some confidence because of his status as the medicine king of Jiangnan. "I'm her boss. You've wronged my employee, and I'm here to settle accounts." Lu Tian said coldly, and then walked straight towards him. "You dare defy me? Do you know who I am? I'm the medicine king of Jiangnan. With such a grand reputation, you're doing disgraceful deeds. Don't you feel ashamed? It's best if you don't meddle in my affairs. I've decided to interfere. You'll soon pay for what you've done." Lu Tian quickly dashed forward and struck a punch into his abdomen. Strangely, after being hit by this punch, Luo Zhuntao didn't feel much pain. What he didn't know was that this punch concealed hidden skills that would damage his manhood. Furthermore, this technique was quite unique. It allowed him to maintain interest in those matters, but deprived him of capability in that area. It would only make him more miserable later on. However, Luo Zhuntao hadn't realized these details yet. He thought the other party refrained from severe action out of fear for his medicine king identity. This gave him some confidence. He slap, slap, slap. Just as he started smirking, ready to speak arrogantly, Lu Tian delivered several harsh slaps across his face. Luo Zhuntao was completely dazed by these strikes, his face burning hotly. Moreover, his smile hadn't even faded when it turned into an expression far uglier than crying. Lu Tian left with Xiang Bing. Luo Zhuntao rushed over to check his reflection in the mirror. Seeing his red, swollen face, he clenched his teeth in anger. Not long ago, when calling xuanhuan, he mentioned going to meet her later. If she saw him like this, she would undoubtedly ask what happened. Given her meticulousness, he wouldn't easily get away with lying. If she learned of his actions, she wouldn't forgive him. But he wasn't worried, because he had quick swelling medicine at his disposal. This drug was produced by the Medwu school of xuanhuan and given to him for operation. After applying this swelling-reducing drug to his face, the redness and swelling soon subsided. Luo Zhuntao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet his hatred lingered. He thought, that bastard, he claims to be Xiang Bing's boss. So he must be the owner of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. I was just about to deal with Tianyun Pharmaceuticals anyway. Might as well take this chance to deal with him. At this moment, his phone rang. It was xuanhuan calling. "Hello, dear. I'll head to the hotel to see you shortly." "Okay, see you later." After hanging up, Luo Zhuntao pondered. She rarely contacts me when there's nothing important going on. What's going on today? Is it because we haven't spent the night together for a long time, and she wants to? It must be that. Since I couldn't handle Xiang Bing, I'll appear more capable before her. On the other hand, regarding Lu Tian and Xiang Bing, Lu Tian had already brought Xiang Bing back to her residence and ordered dinner online. Xiang Bing told him the entire story leading up to the events earlier, mentioning how 3 years ago a salesperson stood up for her, but then disappeared without a trace. "Could you tell me the name of that salesperson?" "He's called Liang Tong." Liang Tong. Lu Tian was suddenly shocked. Based on the intelligence he had already obtained, Liang Tong was the one who met an unfortunate in 3 years ago while investigating the Shadow Sect. Before his death, Liang Tong was working as a salesperson at one of the Chu family's branch companies. Is this the Liang Tong you're talking about? Lu Tian pulled out a photo from his phone and showed it to her. It was a photo from the intelligence materials Xuanhuan had provided him. Xiang Bing exclaimed, "It's him. How do you have his photo?" Lu Tian said, "I just recently heard about him. Actually, he's dead." "What?" Xiang Bing was shocked again. Lu Tian sighed. To put it bluntly, he was actually an agent who died while investigating an evil force. Xiang Bing froze on the spot, her face becoming increasingly distressed, unable to accept this result. Lu Tian continued, "Based on existing intelligence, he might have had a girlfriend in life. Are you his girlfriend?" Xiang Bing shook her head. "No. As far as I know, he didn't have a girlfriend. However, he pursued me." Lu Tian asked, "Then did you accept his advances?" Xiang Bing became even more sorrowful. "He gave me flowers on Valentine's Day and confessed his love. To be honest, I was planning to accept him, but out of modesty, I said I needed to think it over." "But sniff." Xiang Bing began to cry, and after a few sobs, she continued, "But I never saw him again." Woo woo woo. At the time Yalan provided intelligence to Lu Tian, she mentioned that Liang Tong might have had a girlfriend based on his purchase of flowers for Valentine's Day, which were presumably intended for his girlfriend. This now matched perfectly with the intelligence. Lu Tian said, "To be honest, I'm also investigating that evil force. If we can uncover them and destroy them, it will also serve as revenge for Liang Tong. I heard he was killed suddenly. Even if he discovered important clues at that time, he might not have had the chance to report them. But he might have handed over the intelligence to someone he trusted most." At this point, Lu Tian seriously looked at Xiang Bing. "You think carefully. Could the person he most trusted have been you?" "Me?" Xiang Bing paused, thinking deeply. Suddenly, she stood up in shock. "Just wait a moment." With that, she rushed toward the bedroom. When she returned to the living room, she held a small flashlight. "He gave me flowers that time, then suddenly hugged me briefly. After he left, I found this flashlight in my clothes pocket. I guess he placed it there quietly during the hug." As she spoke, she handed the flashlight to Lu Tian. Lu Tian took the flashlight and examined it carefully, saying, "Can I take it apart and check?" "Yes." Xiang Bing nodded. It was a rechargeable flashlight with a complex structure, but Lu Tian still managed to dismantle it. And then he discovered the secret inside. It contained a USB drive. "Do you have a computer?" Lu Tian asked. "Yes." Xiang Bing went back to her bedroom once more and brought out a laptop. Lu Tian powered on the computer and used it to open the USB drive. Xiang Bing also leaned over to watch alongside him. Lu Tian opened the USB drive, but there were no files visible. However, Lu Tian suspected the files were hidden and knew how to make them appear. After some operations, the hidden files came into view. There was only one folder, named Study Materials. Lu Tian opened this folder, revealing 2 files. One was a video file, also named Study Materials. The other was an encrypted file, with a name consisting of a string of numbers and letters. "This encrypted file probably contains the intelligence he uncovered," Lu Tian said. "Do you know how to crack an encrypted file?" Xiang Bing asked. "No, but..." Lu Tian pointed the cursor of the mouse at the video file. "Perhaps this video provides a clue to opening that file." "That's possible. Why don't we give it a try?" Xiang Bing asked. Chapter 134, A Well-Hidden Intel. In order to further understand the intelligence, Lu Tian opened the video file. As soon as the video started, Xiang Bing let out a cry of surprise. "What's wrong?" Lu Tian glanced at the video, and then asked Xiang Bing. The video showed a man leaving his home while a woman bid him farewell. It looked like this was a plot-driven film. Lu Tian couldn't figure out why Xiang Bing was so astonished. "I have seen this movie before," Xiang Bing exclaimed with shock. "But that doesn't warrant this much surprise, does it?" Lu Tian said. "But this. Xiang Bing's face turned red with embarrassment, and she didn't dare continue. Puzzled, Lu Tian looked at the video again. In the video, shortly after the husband left, another man came into her house, and they started making love. So this was a movie displaying romance and actions in bed. Lu Tian looked at Xiang Bing. "You said you've watched this movie before?" "I." Xiang Bing turned her head away in shame. "Liang Tong may have hidden the password in this video in some way, so I need to watch it carefully. If you're embarrassed, you can go wait in the bedroom." "No. Since this is something Liang Tong left behind, I want to know more about it too." And so, Xiang Bing sat there watching the video with Lu Tian. Not long after, the video began showing intimate scenes and producing sounds equally intimate. Xiang Bing's face turned red, and watching such a video with a man was incredibly embarrassing for her. This video lasted over 2 hours, and Lu Tian insisted on watching it from start to finish. The video had been edited, and every now and then, a string of numbers and letters appeared, happening over 10 times. Lu Tian guessed these were the passwords, and he took photos of all the displayed numbers and letters with his phone. After finishing the video, he entered those passwords into the encrypted file, and the file successfully opened. Upon opening the encrypted file, a new interface appeared on the computer, along with another file, which was also encrypted. Lu Tian tried inputting the previous passwords, but he couldn't open it. Now he didn't know how to open it either. "I will hand over this USB drive to the department specifically investigating this matter. Perhaps they can crack this encrypted file. If there are any updates regarding Liang Tong, I'll notify you," Lu Tian said. "All right," Xiang Bing nodded. Lu Tian planned to give this USB drive to his senior, Ding Baishuang. The War Dragon department where Ding Baishuang worked should be able to crack this file. He put away the USB drive, reassembled the flashlight, and handed it back to Xiang Bing. Next, Xiang Bing talked with him about work-related matters. Tianyuan Pharmaceutical produced several traditional Chinese medicines based on the formula Lu Tian provided, which were highly popular in the local pharmaceutical market. Moreover, with the assistance of Tianjin Chamber of Commerce in promoting them in the market, they were selling extremely well. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the market here to saturate. Thus, Xiang Bing proposed developing markets beyond Jiangzhou. Lu Tian accepted her proposal and planned to promote within the province first. Given his network and resources, this wasn't difficult for him. Speaking of which, Luo Zhentao arrived at the hotel where Xuanhuan was staying. His face had completely swollen down, and Xuanhuan noticed nothing unusual. To avoid the risk of her detecting the smell of the swelling-reducing medicine, Luo Zhentao washed his face thoroughly before returning. The two sat on the sofa chatting. "Tell me why you came to Jiangzhou," Xuanhuan said. Luo Zhentao had come to Jiangzhou to cooperate with Cheng Yaokai, the young master of the Cheng family. Their cooperation mode was, he would help Cheng Yaokai deal with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, and Cheng Yaokai would introduce him to people associated with Shadow Sect. Luo Zhentao wanted Shadow Sect as his backup force so that he could use their power to control Xuanhuan and her Yiwu sect. So he definitely dared not reveal the truth to Xuanhuan, thus making excuses to fob her off. "I'm planning to collaborate with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical on herbal medicine business. I've heard that the owner of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical is the main supporter behind Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. If we can strike a deal, we'll also be able to gain more medical business resources here." Hearing that he was here for pharmaceutical business discussions, Xuanhuan didn't think twice. "Wanhong, tell me your plans. Do you really intend to seduce that young man named Lu Tian?" Luo Zhentao didn't yet know that the person who had saved Xiang Bing earlier and given him a lesson was Lu Tian. "My goal is to obtain the 7 stars vein-penetrating needle, and this is the safest method I can think of. Rest assured, I won't let him gain any advantage over me. But I still feel uneasy." "What are you worried about?" "Afraid I'll wear a green hat for you." "I know you wouldn't do that. It's just, I'm afraid in case you accidentally fall into his hands." "You're overthinking it. He doesn't have much power, so he'll be easily handled. When the time comes, I'll play with him as I please." I trust in your strength. It's getting late. If there's anything else, let's take it to the bed and talk." After saying this, Xuanhuan stood up and walked towards the bed. Watching her sashay with a subtle sway of her alluring figure, Luo Zhentao swallowed his excitement hard multiple times. Though Luo Zhentao had several mistresses, none could compare to the beauty of his official girlfriend. Whenever Xuanhuan mentioned going to bed to chat, it was always a subtle hint for something intimate, which was no different today. There were 2 reasons why she was being so forward today. One was that she was planning to use her feminine wiles. She felt a bit embarrassed to admit it, but she wanted to make amends to Luo Zhentao in this way. Even though Luo Zhentao had many mistresses, Xuanhuan didn't compare herself with others about such matters, because she just wasn't as open-minded regarding these things. Another reason was that it had been a long time since they spent a night together, and indeed, she missed it. Luo Zhentao understood her intentions and hurriedly joined her on the bed without any hesitation. Then, he froze in surprise. He realized no matter how much he tried, he couldn't get any response from that area. What's going on? Even though he already eagerly anticipated what was to come, why couldn't his body keep up? Seeing this, Xuanhuan was also quite upset. She was fully prepared, yet at this critical moment, the other side faltered. "Are you not interested in me? Or did you see another woman recently?" Xuanhuan asked angrily. "It's neither. I don't know why. Maybe there's something wrong with my body." Luo Zhentao was more anxious than her and started to feel worried. "I'll check you." Xuanhuan's medical skills were excellent, but after examining him carefully, she didn't find any abnormalities. This confused her even more, making her realize that something might not be as simple as it seemed. With a serious expression, she turned to Luo Zhentao. "Did you offend anyone? Were you sabotaged by some means?" "No, absolutely not." Luo Zhentao dared not tell her about his failed attempt to bully Xiang Bing and his subsequent punishment from her boss. Moreover, the boss of Xiang Bing didn't target that area, so he thought it had nothing to do with the incident earlier. "I think it's just that I didn't perform well. How about I take a break?" Luo Zhentao suggested carefully. "Yeah, don't put too much pressure on yourself," Xuanhuan said. Luo Zhentao fiddled around again, but still got no reaction. "You, get out of here." Xuanhuan believed he must be hiding something from her, and in anger, kicked him off the bed. Chapter 135. Are you interested in him? Luo Zhentao was also quite angry. "Xuanhuan, you've gone too far. Have you ever considered my dignity when doing this?" Xuanhuan coldly said. "I kicked you mainly because you deliberately concealed the truth. You must have offended someone who gave you a lesson. Was it you who caused trouble first and didn't dare to tell me?" Luo Zhentao firmly denied. "It's not as you think. I can actually guess why I'm like this, but if I tell you, it will definitely make you angry." Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment. "If you don't say, I'll be even more angry. Say quickly." Luo Zhentao carefully said. "You know, between us two, it's the girl who is strong and the boy who is weak. You are the head of Yiwu men, whether in medicine or prestige. Both leave me in the dust. Even my identity as the Jiangnan medicine king is owed to your promotion. Though in life, you're willing to be equal with me, but when facing you, I still feel pressured. All this pressure has accumulated on me and affected my performance." Luo Zhentao explained like this, partly to get through smoothly, partly because he truly believed that his poor performance was due to pressure. Xuanhuan felt some pity, realizing she had misunderstood him before. She took a deep breath and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Then, she chatted with him calmly, hoping to help reduce his stress. But Luo Zhentao remained helpless in heart. Xuanhuan didn't complain but became very impatient in her heart, so she ended the day by citing tiredness. Luo Zhentao no longer had the mood to prepare, and he went to sleep dejectedly. Speaking of Lu Tian, he called Nialan and asked her to inform Master Sister Ding by Shuang that they were ready to hand over the USB drive left by Liang Tong to Master Sister. So here comes the question, why didn't he contact Ding by Shuang directly? Because he didn't have Ding by Shuang's phone number. Ding by Shuang didn't want much entanglement with him, so she hadn't given him her phone number. They met at Nialan's place where Lu Tian handed over the USB drive to Ding by Shuang. Ding by Shuang asked how he had gotten hold of this USB drive. Based on the intelligence Nialan provided earlier, he found this USB drive. However, Nialan provided the intelligence without Ding by Shuang knowing. To keep Nialan confidential, he didn't disclose the truth, claiming instead that during his interactions with Xiang Bing, he speculated about one of her friends being an investigator and further investigated to uncover new information. You are so focused on investigating Yin Men. It seems you also know your father's disappearance is related to Yin Men. Ding by Shuang said. I know, Lu Tian nodded. I will look into this matter clearly, and you shouldn't interfere. Otherwise, you will hold me back. So, do you think I am incompetent? If you really have the ability, why would you become the kept lover of xuanhuan, the rich woman? I am in a mutual affection relationship with her, not a case of a rich woman and a kept lover. Don't give yourself excuses. I don't want to hear your nonsense. This topic ends here, you can go home now. Lu Tian also didn't bother to argue with her anymore and turned around to leave directly. Anyway, if there is any new message found based on this USB drive, Nialan would quietly notify him. Our master's lifelong reputation has been ruined by this unambitious person. Ding by Shuang complained bitterly. Isn't it possible that you've really misunderstood him? Nialan said. Nialan had already regarded Lu Tian as a support pillar and thus spoke up for him. She continued. Maybe it's not him attaching himself to the rich woman, but rather the rich woman latching onto him. Ding by Shuang laughed indignantly. He has no money and no skills. What makes him worthy for a rich woman to attach herself to him? Nialan said. Maybe he is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Ding by Shuang paused for a moment. Why are you defending him? Aren't you interested in him and want him to be your kept lover? Nialan laughed awkwardly. I didn't think like that. In her heart, she thought. If you understand him enough, probably you would be more interested in him than me. The next morning, Lu Tian arrived at his Tianyuan pharmaceutical company. Yesterday, Xiang Bing reported to him that the company's products would soon saturate the market in Jiangzhou. She suggested expanding the market beyond Jiangzhou. Lu Tian decided to expand within the province first, and today he came to the company for this reason. He summoned Xiang Bing to his office and said, this morning, a guest will come to the company. He will help us expand our business throughout Jiangbei province. You understand business better than me, so just discuss the expansion of the business with him. Xiang Bing nodded. No problem. By the way, who is this guest? Lu Tian was just about to reply when there was a sudden knock on the door. It was xuanhuan, the president of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, who had come to visit. Mr. Lu, someone is going to harm our chamber, xuanhuan said urgently as he entered the office. He then told Lu Tian about the trouble he had encountered. Previously, Mr. Chu's young master, Chu Jian, had established Chu's Chamber of Commerce in Jiangzhou, specifically recruiting the younger generations of local wealthy families. At that time, xuanhuan had already been worried that they might pose a threat to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, so he sent people to secretly investigate their movements. Now, Chu Jian's chamber had fallen into the hands of Mr. Cheng's young master, Cheng Yaokai, who renamed it the Jiangzhou branch of Cheng's Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, one of his subordinates investigating the situation reported that Cheng Yaokai intended to dismantle the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. After listening to Zhang Wanhai's recounting, Lu Tian's expression remained calm, without any ripple. This is no trouble for me. I'll smooth things out, Lu Tian said indifferently. Zhang Wanhai nodded. Although he didn't know how Lu Tian would solve the issue, he believed Lu Tian had the capability. Hearing that Lu Tian could handle the matter, Zhang Wanhai felt reassured. Call all members of the Tianqing Chamber to the headquarters first. I'll go there later and hold a meeting to stabilize their emotions. All right, I'll arrange it right away. After Zhang Wanhai left, Xiang Bing also left the office. As soon as Xiang Bing returned to her own office, she realized she had forgotten something important. She forgot to ask Lu Tian about the identity of the guest who was coming from the provincial capital. Now, she didn't feel right about asking again, so she decided to wait until the guest arrived to find out. Speaking of Mr. Cheng's young master, Cheng Yaokai, he was sitting on a sofa in the lounge of a business club. Luo Zhentao led a man in his 60s into the hall and approached Cheng Yaokai. Luo, allow me to introduce you to President Song Ruishan of the Jiangbei Medicine Association. Song Ruishan said, Young Master Cheng, hello. Cheng Yaokai responded. I hear your association has significant influence over the medicine market in Jiangbei, and even can control it entirely. Dealing with a company like Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals should be effortless. Song Ruishan nodded. It indeed isn't difficult. I already have a plan. Luo Zhentao added. Young Master Cheng, we'll head to Tianyuan Pharmaceutical now. You can wait for our good news. Cheng Yaokai replied. I won't sit idle either. I'm heading straight to the headquarters of the Tianqing Chamber to break it down completely. Chapter 136. Not kidding around. Upon hearing Cheng Yaocai's plan, Luo Zhentao felt quite astonished. He knew Cheng Yaokai would target the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect such a swift and decisive move. At this moment, a group of men and women dressed in expensive clothing entered the hall of the guild house. They were all younger members from prestigious families that used to pledge allegiance to Chu Jian, but now had switched their loyalty to Cheng Yaokai. This included Zhao Yuping and Zhao Yuxuan from the Zhao family. They are now considered members of the Qing's Chamber of Commerce Jiangzhou branch. Even more so, Zhao Yuping was appointed by Cheng Yaokai as the vice president. The reason was that previously when Chu Jian managed this chamber, he intended for Zhao Zhenming, head of the Zhao family, to serve as vice president. Others might not have known, but Chu Jian was merely using the Zhao family, and it gave the appearance that the Zhao family had been favored by Chu Jian. After Cheng Yaokai took over this chamber, he promoted people from the Zhao family accordingly. Since currently the chamber is mostly composed of young people, he then designated Zhao Yuping, the younger generation from the Zhao family, as vice president. Mr. Cheng, you're planning on taking these folks with you to go after the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? Asked Luo Jintao. That's correct, but they're merely there to provide a show of strength. My real strategy lies in targeting the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Saying this, Cheng Yaokai looked at one of his subordinates. Issue the command. Immediately launch commercial strikes against all companies owned by the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Yes. With that, the subordinate left temporarily to pass on the orders. This way, I understand Mr. Cheng's plan, stated Luo Jintao. Cheng Yaokai got up from the sofa. You deal with the Tianyuan Pharmaceutical Company while I deal with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Let's see who can resolve things first. All right, said Luo Jintao with a nod and a smile. Luo Jintao set out with more than 10 bodyguards, Song Ruishan leading over a dozen members of the Jiangbei Pharmaceutical Chamber of Commerce, heading directly to the Tianqing Pharmaceutical Company. Tianqing Pharmaceuticals General Manager Xiang Bing received a call from the security guard at the entrance. The security guard informed her that there were people claiming to be the king of Southern Pharmacy and the president of the Northern Pharmaceutical Chamber of Commerce coming to meet with the boss. Xiang Bing immediately reported the information to Lu Tian. Lu Tian told her to instruct the security to allow them through and bring Luo Jintao and his group into the company's guest reception area. It didn't take long before Luo Jintao, Song Ruishan, and their underlings waited in the guest reception room for Lu Tian and Xiang Bing to arrive. Here we meet again, said Luo Jintao, with an angry laugh. Then he glanced at Song Ruishan, saying, This is the boss of the company, but I don't even know his name. I'm Lu Tian. Lu Tian responded. Luo Jintao suddenly started thinking. Xuanhuan wanted to deal with that guy using the seduction plan, also named Lu Tian. Could it be the same person? It should not be. Xuanhuan said the Lu Tian she was going after had little power, easily manageable. A man with no power could never be the boss here, much less the backing force behind the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. These two must only share the same name. Song Ruishan turned to Lu Tian, introducing himself. I am Song Ruishan, the president of the Jiangbei Medicine General Association. Lu Tian asked, President Song, what brings you to our company? Mr. Lu must have heard about the influence of our Jiangbei Medicine General Association in the northern region. Heard about it. Many pharmaceutical companies own shares of your company, and you get dividends without even contributing money. It's called dry shares. We do not take advantage of them without reason. We provide professional guidance for those companies' research and production of medicine. I see. So President Song is not here to offer us professional guidance too. No, the quality of your products is far below standard. Even with guidance, improvement would be difficult. President Song, what you say is deliberately defaming us. Our products have passed safety inspections and are well recognized by the market. Your mere words cannot defame them. Mr. Lu, you should know how significant our medical association's influence is in the northern region. Whether your product passes quality checks depends solely on our word. So, if we don't benefit you, you'll continue to defame our products and prevent our business from operating normally. Don't misunderstand me. What I refer to is the authority and expertise of our medicinal appraisals. And I certainly won't defame you. Our products meet the standards, yet you claim otherwise and still insist it isn't defamation. After thorough inspections by our experts, your products simply don't qualify. I order you to suspend operations and reorganize immediately. Although I know you're deliberately making trouble, I must remind you once more, your organization does not have the qualification to force others to cease operations. Indeed, we don't have the qualification, but if you don't do as I say, I will openly criticize your company. With my influence as the president of the Jiangbei Medicine General Association, it will certainly put you in the center of public opinion and make you a target. If I agree to your request, what would you do next? Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Song Ruishan thought he was scared and secretly gloated. Even if your company is willing to suspend operations for reorganization, it is likely you won't pass our evaluation. Therefore, I propose that you either apply for bankruptcy or ask a more capable company to acquire yours. Song Ruishan glanced at Luo Jintao and continued. Mr. Luo wants to acquire your company, and with his offer, if you are willing to sell your company to him, your loss would be less. After this conversation, Lu Tian had already confirmed that the two were colluding against him. Luo Jintao said with a smile, Lu General Manager, given your current situation, you should know what to do now, right? Lu Tian nodded. I know. Both Luo Jintao and Song Ruishan believed that he was about to compromise, so they exchanged glances and grinned smugly. Lu Tian also smiled, first addressing Song Ruishan. I will start by expelling you, the pest, from the medical field. Song Ruishan sneered angrily. Expel me from the medical field? Just on your own authority. Lu Tian replied. I wasn't kidding around with you. Lu Tian then turned to Luo Jintao. Is there something wrong with your abilities? Yet, you may not realize the root cause of the problem. Hearing this, Luo Jintao was instantly startled. Lu Tian continued. I can treat you, but since you've thoroughly angered me, no matter how much money you offer, no matter how you plead, I will not treat you. Luo Zhentao was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought his issues were due to too much pressure, believing things would improve once he relaxed. But after Lu Tian mentioned his condition, Luo Zhentao realized the situation might be far more complex than he had anticipated. It was quite possible that when Lu Tian confronted him yesterday, he used some kind of method to cause this. If that was true, it wasn't implausible that Lu Tian was the only one who could cure him. Although this hypothesis didn't entirely convince him yet, Luo Zhentao didn't dare to question it lightly, nor did he dare to provoke Lu Tian anymore. Chapter 137. Capable of dealing with them. President Song, I think we've indeed misunderstood their company, Luo Zhentao said. After all, their company's products have passed the regular inspection and received great feedback in the market. Then he forced a pleasing smile toward Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, that was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Please forgive our rudeness. Mr. Luo, what's wrong with you? Could it be? Song Ruishan was startled for a moment and exclaimed loudly. Could it be your body really has the problem, as he mentioned? Even if that were true, why should you believe only he can treat you? I, as the president of the Medicine Association, have heard of almost all renowned doctors, yet I've never heard of him. I have extensive experience treating your kind of illness. Let me help you when the time comes. Luo Zhentao remained anxious. After all, even Xuanhuan didn't see what his problem was, so how could Song Ruishan's medical skills be better than Xuanhuan's? At this moment, Lu Tian's phone rang. He picked up the call. Hello? You've arrived? Give your phone to the security guard at the gate. I'll have them let you in. Come directly to the reception hall. Lu Tian then notified the security guard at the entrance to allow the visitor passage. President Song, I told you this is a misunderstanding. Don't harass them anymore. Luo Zhentao spoke sternly. You're frightened by him, but I'm not afraid. Song Ruishan angrily replied. Then he looked at Lu Tian. It seems Mr. Luo dare not acquire your company, but I can contact other companies to make the acquisition. Luo Zhentao backed off, and Song Ruishan planned to discuss the matter with Cheng Yaozui later. Song Ruishan, Luo Zhentao angrily said. If you continue to harass them, I won't let you off easily. Song Ruishan smirked disdainfully. If we were in Jiangnan, indeed I wouldn't dare confront the king of Jiangnan medicine. But don't forget, we're in Jiangbei. And stop thinking of yourself as our backing. Let me tell you who our real backer is. My nephew, Song Baishang. My nephew serves in the Wangfu Palace of Jiangbei and is mainly responsible for the supervision of local associations. With him supporting us, you mean nothing. Luo Zhentao immediately flew into a rage. Do you dare to look down on me? I said it already, we're in Jiangbei. Your title as king of medicine from Jiangnan holds no sway over me. Song Ruishan coldly stated. You, Luo Zhentao seethed with hatred but couldn't do anything. Song Ruishan no longer paid him any attention, directly looking proudly at Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you should know what to do now, right? Lu Tian said. I already said. I will expel you from the medical community. But now, there's something else I'll do. I will dismiss your nephew from his position. Because of his poor supervision, you had the chance to misbehave. Of course, it might also be that you two are in cahoots, so I will arrange for a thorough investigation of him. Song Ruishan burst out laughing. At this point, are you still bluffing? The subordinates who arrived with him joined in the raucous laughter. Lu Tian smiled too. Laugh as much as you like because very soon, you won't be able to laugh. Humph. Song Ruishan laughed more fiercely. Looks like you're determined to oppose us. Then prepare for your company to go bankrupt. Who dares to threaten Mr. Lu? A voice suddenly came from the door. A dignified middle-aged man walked into the reception hall. Seeing him, the smug smiles on Song Ruishan and his companions' faces instantly froze, followed by a sudden change in expression. It was Shen Su, the king of Jiangbei. Seeing the king of Jiangbei show up, Luo Zhentao was greatly shocked too. What's going on? Why would the king of Jiangbei come here? Even Xiang Bing was incredulous, thinking to himself. Could it be the guest Mr. Lu mentioned earlier was none other than the king of Jiangbei? Indeed. Mr. Lu, Shen Su greeted Lu Tian politely. The quality and market response of your company's products, are you satisfied? Lu Tian asked. Highly satisfied. Shen Su nodded. I've already examined them. Your company's traditional Chinese medicine passes inspection with excellent efficacy. To put it bluntly, the few types of traditional Chinese medicine produced by your company are the best I've seen in their class, with the fairest price. In order to promote public health and stimulate the local economy, I will strongly advocate for your company's traditional Chinese medicines within the province, and use my connections to promote them outside the province. Listening to the words of the king of Jiangbei, Song Ruishan and others were completely dumbfounded. Even the king of Jiangbei wants to vigorously promote their company's traditional Chinese medicine, but they came here to threaten and extort. Isn't that suicidal? Shen Su continued. Mr. Lu, rest assured, the promotion of your company's traditional Chinese medicines, I'll take care of. Lu Tian nodded. This is Xiang Bing, our company's general manager. She will discuss the specific promotion matters with you later. But before that, there are some things to be resolved. At this point, Lu Tian cast a cold gaze toward Song Ruishan. Do you still remember what I said? Song Ruishan was so scared that his legs went limp and he dropped to his knees. Of course he remembered. The other party had said they would expel him from the medical community and conduct an investigation into his nephew. At the time, he thought it was all posturing. Now seeing even King Shen Su of Jiangbei being so courteous to Lu Tian, he knew Lu Tian had the power to deal with them. Whether it was expelling him from the medical community or investigating his nephew, all of this could be accomplished at the word of King Shen of Jiangbei. All of Song Ruishan's flunkies were trembling with fear and fell to their knees too. Shinsu glared furiously at Song Ruishin. What exactly is going on here? Tell me in full detail about everything that has just happened. Song Ruishin didn't dare withhold anything, recounting everything from Luo Jintal, coming to him for trouble up until the moment Shinsu arrived. Damn it! Shinsu erupted in fury. I was planning to set this company as a benchmark for Jiangbei, yet you come to slander and extort them? I order the immediate suspension and reorganization of your Jiangbei Pharmaceutical Association, and your position as president is hereby terminated. And also, your behavior disqualifies you from continuing to stay in the medical field. I'll place you on the medical profession blacklist. After angrily condemning Song Ruishin, Shinsu made another phone call. Hello, immediately dismiss Song Baishak and conduct a thorough investigation. Shinsu then turned back to Song Ruishin. Your matter won't end here. I'll arrange for someone to thoroughly investigate you as well. Song Ruishin looked deathly pale, knowing that both he and his nephew were finished. He had used such tactics many times before, harming countless companies this way. Once he fell, he would experience the proverbial, when the walls fall, everyone pushes, as those victimized business owners would not forgive him easily. Chapter 138. Don't be arrogant in front of me. Shinsu said to Song Ruishin and others. You can get out. Song Ruishin and his more than 10 lackeys left dejectedly. Shinsu looked at Luo Jinbo. Just now Song Ruishin said that it was you who invited him here to cause trouble. Luo Jinbo said. At first, I had some misunderstanding about Xuanhuan Pharmaceuticals. Later, I realized the misunderstanding and persuaded Song Ruishin to stop, but he wouldn't listen. Shinsu said, a mere misunderstanding, and you want to keep yourself out of this? According to what Song Ruishin just said, it seems like you were counting on Mr. Liu to treat your certain rare illness, which is why you dared not make further trouble. I think your attempt to dissuade Song Ruishin wasn't because you repented, but because you were scared. Even if your title as the Jiangnan Medicine King sounds loud and clear, I won't allow you to harm our companies in North Jiang. The dealers cooperating with your company can continue selling your products in Northern Jiang, but to protect the market order here, I do not permit you personally to engage in any commercial activities in this area. Luo Jinbo inwardly cursed his misfortune. His business in Jiangnan has already reached a saturated point, and next up was to expand in Northern Jiang. For this, he also made ample preparations. Shinsu's prohibition on him conducting commercial activities here had dashed all his plans. Also, this plan was deployed by xuanhuan. If xuanhuan learned of the situation, she would surely hold him accountable. Mr. Shun, can you be lenient? If you let me develop my business here, it could also boost your performance. I won't compromise my performance at the cost of allowing villains like you to ruin our pharmaceutical market. I promise I won't do such things again. You can make promises, but I don't trust your promises. Luo Jinbo felt devastated inside. It seemed that Shinsu wouldn't give him any bargaining room. However, his issues were far from over yet. He still needed Lu Tian's forgiveness. Mr. Lu, based on the fact that I didn't continue to create trouble and dissuaded Song Ruishin, can you help me treat that rare disease? As Mr. Shin has put it, your attempt to dissuade Song Ruishin wasn't out of repentance, but fear. If you believe there were other ways to treat your rare illness, you'd likely still provoke me. Therefore, do you think I will treat you? Mr. Lu, please forgive me in light of the fact that I haven't caused you any loss. Not continuing to deal with you already shows restraint on my part. Scram. Luo Jinbo was uncertain whether his rare disease could only be treated by Lu Tian. After going back, he planned to seek advice from more doctors. If there was no other option, he would come back to ask Lu Tian for help again. Mr. Lu, this is my business card. If Mr. Lu needs me for anything, feel free to contact me. To leave himself a fallback option, he must please Lu Tian and respectfully handed over his business card. Lu Tian took the card, then casually threw it into the trash can. Upon seeing this, Luo Jinbo felt extremely embarrassed and found it hard to stay, so he slinked off. His bodyguards quickly followed him out. Next, Lu Tian let Xiang Bing discuss business promotion matters with Shun Su while he headed to the headquarters of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, he had instructed xuanhuan to gather members for a meeting, and he would personally arrive to stabilize the situation. Members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, including Yi Qinxue, had already gathered in the conference room at the headquarters. But just as they arrived, Cheng Yaokai brought a group of goons to stir up trouble here. Xuanhuan, is this where you're holding a meeting with chamber members? My timing couldn't be better. Perfect to take advantage of this opportunity to make them submit to me. Cheng Yaokai chuckled triumphantly. What are you talking about? Zhang Wanhai glared at him angrily. Dare to hassle our chamber members? You've got guts. Cheng Yaokai sneered disdainfully. Do you think you have the power to stop me? Zhang Wanhai said. You should have heard that our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce has a mysterious benefactor. It won't be long before he arrives. We'll see how smug you still look then. Hearing that their mysterious benefactor was soon to arrive, the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce felt somewhat relieved. They did not know who exactly this benefactor was, but rumors said he was powerful. Ha! Cheng Yaokai burst out laughing with obvious derision. Then his expression turned serious as he said, I've wanted to meet your benefactor for quite some time. Even if he doesn't show up, I will make you bring him here. I'm already here. A voice came from the door, and Lu Tian walked into the meeting room. Xuanhuan, sitting by the meeting table, caught a glimpse of astonishment in her eyes. What was going on? Lu Tian was the patron of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? Was it real? Mr. Lu, Zhang Wanhai hurriedly greeted politely. Then he looked at Cheng Yaokai. Mr. Lu has arrived, which means you are about to meet your doom. Ha! Cheng Yaokai and his goons all burst into a derisive laugh. One of the goons, Zhao Yuxuan, sneered and said, Lu Tian, I have already told young Master Chung that so-called supporter of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is none other than you. Previously, Lu Tian had orchestrated a plan where the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals, Xiang Bing, and the boss of My Yatang, Chen Qingya, helped Su Yunru reclaim the formula for shower gel from the Zhao family. The Zhao family had long heard that the owner of Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals was the backer of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, after that incident, the Zhao family also guessed that the backer of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce was Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxuan continued. You are merely relying on Bai Yun's support to be considered the backing of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. You don't have much strength yourself, so stop pretending to be some big shot here. Even if Bai Yun were here, our young Master Chung wouldn't care, let alone someone like you who relies on others' power to get things done. Lu Tian looked at Zhao Yuxuan. Cheng Yaokai bringing people here to stir up trouble will not be tolerated by me. However, out of respect for Aunt Su, if you apologize now for your rude words toward me, I might let you off easy. This concerns the safety of your Zhao family's business. I advise you not to act arrogantly in front of me, otherwise, you will surely regret it. Whether Zhao Yuxuan or Cheng Yaokai and others, they all thought he was bluffing. Once he finished speaking, they directly erupted into mocking laughter. Zhao Yuxuan said, It seems you dare to talk so big because you don't know the true capabilities of young Master Chung. You can barely take care of yourself now, yet you still dare to intimidate me? Zhao Yusong followed up. Lu Tian, are you trying to target our Zhao family's businesses? I really want to see what you can do to us. Lu Tian replied with a serious face. You will soon witness what happens next. Chapter 139, Business Competition. The moment Lu Tian finished speaking, another wave of laughter arose. Zhao Yusong said, We're in no mood to listen to you bragging here. Then he turned to Cheng Yaokai. Young Master Chung, there's no need for you to listen to his nonsense anymore. Cheng Yaokai nodded and looked at Lu Tian. Next, you will watch helplessly as your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is completely dismantled by me. He then scanned the members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. You've no future staying in the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, you'll be dragged down by it. I'm not afraid to tell you that before I came here, I had already begun commercial attacks on each of your families. By now, each of your family businesses should already be in crisis. I'll give you a chance to beg for mercy. As long as you leave the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce and join forces with me instead, I will stop pressuring your businesses. After finishing his speech, Cheng Yaokai looked smugly at Lu Tian. They will certainly side with me to save their businesses. What significance does your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce have without these members? All the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce members became tense. They quickly called home to inquire about their family businesses' conditions. Seeing this, Cheng Yaokai and his henchmen became even more self-satisfied. Lu Tian, you were so arrogant just a moment ago, but now are dumbfounded, right? Zhao Yusong mocked. Zhao Yuxuan laughed. He must have realized that his supposed backing for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce means nothing before young Master Chung. Yi Qianxue was also calling her father. Dad, is our business encountering any trouble? There was indeed some trouble earlier. Many clients and suppliers suddenly indicated they wanted to cancel cooperation with our company. This is serious trouble. Don't worry, the trouble has been resolved. They canceled cooperation not long ago, but have since called to apologize and request to continue the partnership. Since the issue was already resolved, I didn't call to inform you. Alright, I know. It must be Lu Tian who helped resolve these troubles for us. Lu Tian, is he also so powerful in the commercial sector? Yes, I just found out that the true backing behind the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is actually Lu Tian. The details I'll explain when I return. Other members of the chamber who also called their families received similar news. While their families encountered trouble, it was quickly resolved. After sharing their own situations with each other, they all guessed that it must have been Lu Tian who solved the problems for them. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The members expressed gratitude one after another. Cheng Yaokai was utterly astonished. He used all the commercial resources and networks of the Chung family to attack the businesses of those chamber member families. And yet, the problems were easily resolved by Lu Tian. How did he manage this? Zhao Yusong and Zhao Yuxuan were also stunned on the spot. They had just spared no effort in mocking Lu Tian, thinking they could finally get back at him. But their triumph didn't last long, as events took an unexpected turn, leaving them feeling as if slapped by an unseen force. As Yi Qianxue and other members of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce believed, Lu Tian did indeed solve the problem for them. After hearing xuanhuan talk about Cheng Yaocai's intention to dismantle the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, Lu Tian had guessed Cheng's tricks. To resolve this problem was extremely simple for him. It was mentioned before that he possessed a Heaven Alliance Emperor card, which is from the top-tier commercial alliance, gifted to him by the Heaven Alliance. The commercial crises faced by these Tianqing Chamber of Commerce members were all resolved according to his instructions by the Heaven Alliance. Just at that moment, Zhao Yusong's phone rang. It was his father, Zhao Jinhao. The moment he answered, his father started berating him. You idiot, did you offend some powerful person? I just followed young Master Chung to deal with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, you know. But our Zhao family's businesses have suddenly come under pressure. Why is that? What? How can that be? While Zhao Yusong was answering the phone, other young aristocrats who had joined Cheng Yaokai also received calls from home. Listening to what they were saying, Zhao Yusong realized that their families were facing the same situation as the Zhao family, all under business pressures. Looking at Lu Tian in disbelief, Zhao Yusong exclaimed, It must have been you. Lu Tian smiled. I had planned this long ago. My original plan was to spare your Zhao family because of Aunt Su. If you and Zhao Yuxuan had been more respectful to me at the time, I would have instructed the people responsible for this matter to stop attacking your family businesses. But you relentlessly mocked me. At the time, I said let her apologize because it concerned the safety of your Zhao family business. After that, you took the call. Do you remember what you said? You said you wanted to see what I could do to your Zhao family. Now you've seen, what are your thoughts? Zhao Yusong felt like a foolish jester, his face burning with embarrassment. The commercial impact on their businesses was also carried out by Lu Tian's instructions to the World Business Alliance. Initially, Lu Tian planned to directly use this method against the Chung family. But then he thought, if he directly attacked the Chung family, it might put the Shadow Gate behind the Chung family on high alert. This would not be beneficial for his investigation and handling of the Shadow Gate. After some consideration, he decided to instead target the noble families who had defected to the Chung family. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Zhao Yusong quickly apologized. Then he looked at Zhao Yuxuan. You should hurry up and apologize too. Zhao Yuxuan felt utterly defeated and on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. Please stop impacting our businesses. She had always been looking for an opportunity to retaliate against Lu Tian, but every time she ended up being taught a lesson by him, just like this time. Other members of the aristocratic families who had sided with Chung Yaokai also hastily followed suit in apologizing and begging Lu Tian to spare their family businesses. The scene before them shocked Chung Yaokai, his complexion changing repeatedly. By now, he knew his plan to dismantle the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce had come to naught. You win this time, we'll see about the future. Chung Yaokai turned and walked towards the door. Hold it. Did I say you could leave? Lu Tian coldly said. As the instigator of all this, you haven't paid the price yet. Do you think I would let you leave easily? What do you want? Chung Yaokai ground out through gritted teeth. I helped stabilize the family businesses of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce members, but it cost me quite a bit. You will compensate for these expenses. And if I don't pay, as Master Cheng's son, what can you do to me? I will keep fighting until you pay. Let me tell you, if you dare to hit me, our Chung family. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Tian grabbed his collar with one hand and used the other to strike his face. Chung Yaokai was completely dumbfounded. He had just planned to threaten the other party with harsh words, when unexpectedly, the other side started attacking directly. Chapter 140, Medical Heritage Family. Hearing the crisp sound of slaps, Zhao Yusong and others were shocked to their core. Chung Yaokai is the young master of one of the three great families in Jiangbei, the Chung family. Even though it was Chung Yaokai who started the trouble, they all believed that Lu Tian wouldn't dare to do anything significant to him. Who knew that Lu Tian didn't care about Cheng's status at all? He slapped him as soon as he spoke. After a series of resounding slaps, Chung Yaocai's face was bruised and torn, and countless teeth had been knocked out of his mouth. Lu Tian released his collar, slapped him again, making him tumble over, then stepped on his leg. Will you compensate or not? Lu Tian's tone was calm, but his gaze grew increasingly severe. Compensation. I agree to compensate. Chung Yaokai was terrified by the beating. If he refused compensation, the other side would truly break his leg. Even if his leg were broken, the situation wouldn't necessarily end. His opponent might continue to punish him until he agreed to compensate. He had long heard that Lu Tian was an exceptional fighter, but he never expected that Lu Tian would actually confront him physically. Though Chung Yaokai was a young master from the Chung family with the backing of a local branch of Shadowgate, in this scenario, he couldn't rival Lu Tian. In order to help resolve the commercial suppression you've placed on various families, I spent 100 million yuan. Chung Yaokai could guess that the other party primarily resolved the crisis through connections. Even if it did cost money, it wouldn't have amounted to so much. Yet Chung Yaokai dared not object. To quickly extricate himself and avoid a worse outcome, he hastily agreed to compensate. This time, he failed to dismantle the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce as planned, instead suffering heavy losses. The aristocratic members who supported him would also unlikely side with him anymore, begging Lu Tian for mercy. After receiving the transfer, Lu Tian allowed Chung Yaokai to leave. Zhao Yusong, Zhao Yuxuan, and others continued to beg for mercy. Lu Tian pulled a chair and sat down, then made a phone call. Hey, stop the business assault on those families. Leave out Zhao family. Zhao Yusong and Zhao Yuxuan were completely stunned, while the rest of the aristocrats sighed in relief. You can go now, Lu Tian said to them. Other aristocratic members dared not linger, respectfully withdrawing from the meeting room and leaving the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Lu, please let us off this time. Zhao Yusong knelt down directly. Even Zhao Yuxuan, who had always been haughty, knelt down as well. We beg Mr. Lu to spare us. Lu Tian said, the business attacks on your companies will continue until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Whether or not you can withstand them depends on your strength and luck. You may also leave now. Then he waved his hand. Don't try to bargain with me. If you don't leave now, I'll ensure the business attack continues indefinitely. Daring not say another word, Zhao Yusong and Zhao Yuxuan left dejectedly. Everyone, you've seen it. When Mr. Lu acts, those guys can only beg for mercy. Xuanhuan looked invigorated, addressing the chamber members. Lu Tian turned to them. You all know now, I'm the backing force behind the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. If you encounter problems you can't resolve, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will help you. If the Tianqing Chamber cannot solve the problem, I'll personally assist. I asked President Zhang to gather you here, so we could calm you down and keep you from being scared. The trouble you're facing has already been solved by me. You've witnessed my capabilities. Surely you must have confidence in our alliance. There's no need for further words from me. Afterwards, President Zhang will continue the meeting. If any of you need to see me, you can visit my office after the meeting. It's the one on the eastern side of this floor. With that, Lu Tian rose from his seat and walked out of the meeting room. After the meeting dispersed, Yi Qian visited his office. I never thought you'd be the backbone of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Lu Tian invited her to sit on the sofa. What brings you here? Yi Qian cast him an aggrieved glance. Do I need a reason to see you? Sitting next to her, Lu Tian said, judging from your previous behavior, that seemed to be the case. I have something to ask you. Yi Qian increasingly discovered that Lu Tian wasn't just anyone, and she wanted to understand more about him. What do you want to ask? Are you from the Lu family of Jiangnan? The Lu family of Jiangnan was known as a renowned medical heritage family in the region. In recent years, the number of talented individuals in the Lu family's medical field had declined significantly, and they were now mainly focused on commerce. Their standing in the medical field had diminished considerably compared to its former glory. However, with its rich history and deep reserves, the Lu family still counted among the top-tier wealthy families in Jiangnan. At such a young age, Lu Tian could already command significant power in the business world. Yi Qian didn't believe that his current position was entirely achieved through his own efforts. She suspected that he might belong to some prominent noble family. Because Lu Tian shared the surname Lu, and the distance from where they were to Jiangnan wasn't too far, Yi Qian guessed that Lu Tian could very well be a member of the Lu family from Jiangnan. In fact, Xiangbing also thought this way, but she hadn't asked him yet. I have no relation to the Lu family of Jiangnan, Lu Tian said. I guess I was mistaken then, Yi Qianxue replied. She noticed that when mentioning the Lu family of Jiangnan, Lu Tian's expression became somewhat complex. This led her to believe even more strongly that Lu Tian must be somehow related to the Lu family of Jiangnan. However, since he had denied it, she felt it wasn't polite to inquire further. How long do you plan to have me pretend to be your boyfriend? Lu Tian asked. I haven't decided yet. Oh, here is your payment for pretending to be my boyfriend next month. Yi Qianxue said. No need. Lu Tian waved his hand. Now that you know I'm not short of money, I feel embarrassed to take it. If you don't take the money, I'll be the one feeling awkward. But if I do take it, I'd feel awkward too. You're the one asking for help. Shouldn't you decide who should feel awkward? Yi Qianxue's feelings were mixed. At the time, she had asked Lu Tian to pretend to be her boyfriend to avoid a business-arranged marriage set up by her family. If her relationship with Lu Tian ended here, her family would definitely find her another business-matching suitor. She didn't want to undergo a business marriage and didn't even want to get married at all. Based on her own situation, she had thought about her lifelong plans. As the future successor of the Yi family, she hoped to find a commercially talented man who could join the Yi family and help her manage their businesses. But his abilities couldn't surpass hers. Otherwise, she wouldn't easily control him. It was quite hard to find such a perfect match, a man fitting these criteria who'd agree to join her family and whom she liked. Thinking about all this, Yi Qianxue became very worried, thinking, if I can't find a man meeting these requirements forever, does this mean I will have to keep pretending to be in a couple with Lu Tian just to avoid business marriages? I don't mind, but it will delay Lu Tian, especially now that he refuses to take any money. I feel even worse about wasting his time. Yet, I really need him to continue pretending to be my boyfriend. What should I do so that he agrees willingly, without making me feel too guilty? Chapter 141. The Identity of a Certain Enemy. Yi Qianxue started to speak, but stopped. She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and told Lu Tian what she had been thinking about just now. Lu Tian was completely stunned. While he was lost in thought, Yi Qianxue suddenly stood up from the sofa. After a brief hesitation, Yi Qianxue walked to the door. She didn't leave, but instead locked it. Then she went to the window and pulled the curtains shut. Next, she returned to Lu Tian and sat on the sofa. However, this time her posture was different from before. She rested her legs on Lu Tian's thighs while raising her arms to embrace him. Yi Qianxue wore a white tight-fitting blouse and a figure-hugging pencil skirt covering her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings, which extended elegantly below her hemline. Her cool and composed demeanor, paired with such intimate gestures, radiated both grace and allure. In response to her initiative, Lu Tian instinctively reciprocated by wrapping an arm around her waist and placing another hand on her thigh. This is what I've thought of, a way for you to willingly pretend to be my lover, and for me to feel less guilty. Having said that, Yi Qianxue moved closer and eagerly showed her passion toward Lu Tian. At Zhao family mansion, within the conference hall, Zhao Jinming and others were at a loss, each looking dejected. The business impact from the World Commerce Alliance hadn't ended yet. Of course, they didn't know this matter was related to the World Commerce Alliance. They believed Bai Yun was conspiring with Su Tianhao, leveraging their respective financial powers to disrupt their businesses. Lu Tian said that the pressure on our businesses would last until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Based on our company's current losses, we might not go bankrupt by then, but will definitely be severely weakened. Zhao Yusong anxiously stated. That bastard Lu Tian. Zhao Yuxuan glared with hatred. She growled. At the time, Lu Tian could have easily let our Zhao family off like the other families. But he didn't. Clearly, he targeted us deliberately. Zhao Jinhao suggested. Since he relies on Bai Yun's backing, why don't we directly plead with Bai Yun to show mercy on us? No use. Zhao Jinxiang interjected. He sighed, continuing. I already called Yunru, asking her to convey our plea to Bai Yun, but she rejected it. She said she has completely broken ties with the Zhao family and won't meddle in our affairs anymore. What? Zhao Jinming frowned darkly. This slut. Zhao Jinming angrily slapped the sofa armrest. Even if she broke relations with the Zhao family, how dare she disrespect our family after having once been your spouse? They gathered here to discuss countermeasures for the current situation, but there seemed no solution in sight. Speaking of Cheng Yaokai, after leaving Tianqing Guild disgraced, he returned to a lodge that served as his base. Song Ruishan was already waiting for him. Director Song, did your move against Tianxua Pharmaceutical work well? Not at all. This time I utterly failed big time. Song Ruishan narrated the detailed circumstances to Cheng Yaokai. Cheng Yaokai was shocked speechless. He guessed that Lu Tian must have first dealt with Cheng Yaokai and Luo Jintao before moving on to his targets next. I can't remain in the medical field any longer, but my medical skills are excellent. In the future, I hope Lord Cheng will take care of me more often. There are many doctors higher skilled than you among our distinguished guests. Having lost your position as president of the Jiangbei Medical Association, you no longer hold any utility for me. Leave. Cheng Yaokai harbored anger inside and was itching for a way to vent it. Losing his temper, he berated Song Ruishan harshly. Song Ruishan fled hurriedly in fear. After calming down, Cheng Yaokai called his father Cheng Ao to inform him about the situation here. Cheng Ao was equally shocked and enraged, urging Cheng Yaokai to return immediately to discuss plans for a comeback. A couple of days ago, Cheng Ao had gone to the provincial capital to take over Chao Yuanfeng's forces, preparing to transfer those forces to Lingzhou where Cheng's family resided. Currently, he hadn't fully completed the force relocation, but he had already returned to Lingzhou. Therefore, when Cheng Ao ordered Cheng Yaokai to come back, it meant he wanted Cheng Yaokai to head to Lingzhou. After listening to Cheng Yaocai's report, Cheng Ao left their residence and went to an old house located in the suburbs. He entered a room and respectfully faced a masked man. Pilot Chief, we're sorry, we couldn't break apart Tianxin Guild. Cheng Ao recounted Cheng Yaocai's telephone report to the masked man. This Lu Tian can resolve commercial crises for Tianxin Guild's members and also strike back at you guys, which means he already holds considerable status in the commercial world of Jiangbei. Heard it's Bai Yun who's supporting him, and possibly the one truly taking action to thwart our plans. Bai Yun? Although the Bai family is one of the three major families in Jiangbei, it's impossible for them to achieve this in such a short time even with their wealth and influence. What if we add another equally renowned family? Cheng Ao asked himself and then answered. The Chu family, which is known alongside the Bai family and our Cheng family as one of the three major families, holds most of its fortune through Su Tianhao, who runs the Finyun Group. Su Tianhao has already reclaimed the Chu family group, once managed by the Chus, and merged it with his own Finyun Group. Su Tianhao is a martial arts grandmaster with his own martial force, and he is already allied with Bai Yun's Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. I suspect that Bai Yun and Su Tianhao have joined hands to sabotage our actions. The masked man nodded. If they collaborate, they could indeed pull off something like this. Judging from this, Lu Tian doesn't seem to have much power of his own. It's Bai Yun propping him up. Then he looked at Cheng Ao. Why do you think Bai Yun would choose to prop him up? This. Cheng Ao said carefully. If I were to make a guess, please forgive me, master of the dock. The masked man replied calmly. Speak freely. Cheng Ao nodded and said. I speculate that he's being kept as a younger lover by Bai Yun, which explains why she's protecting him so much. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Ao anxiously looked at the masked man. Since the other party was wearing a mask, Cheng Ao couldn't discern any change on his face, but he noticed that the other person's eyes suddenly darkened. At the same time, Cheng Ao felt an intense wave of oppressive aura rushing towards him. Please calm down, master. Cheng Ao nervously implored. The master retracted the oppressive aura. I believe the same. I merely asked you that question to see if your guess matched mine. So, what does the master plan to do about this situation? I have my arrangements. You can go back first. I will contact you if there's anything. Yes. Cheng Ao left the room and departed from the old house. The master removed his mask and simultaneously took out a photograph from his clothing pocket. In the photo was a man and a woman. The man looked exactly like him, while the woman was Bai Yun. That's right. This dock master of the Dark Shadow sect was none other than Chang Meng, whom Bai Yun thought had long passed away. Actually, Chang Meng didn't die back then. Chapter 142, Founding a Medical Clinic. Chang Meng looked at the photo and muttered to himself. You must have consolidated the forces of the Northern Jiangsu Martial Arts Alliance to fight against the Shadow sect in order to take revenge for me. If you knew that I pretended to be a victim years ago, in order to separate from you and join the Shadow sect, you would have been completely disappointed in me. My pursuit of martial arts has driven me to near madness. But after reaching the peak realm of a grandmaster, I encountered a bottleneck in cultivation and couldn't break through to the innate martial artist level. The Shadow sect could offer me ways to enhance my power, and I couldn't resist such temptation, so I chose to join them. I am sorry to you, but even though I feel guilty, I don't regret my decision back then because of my desire for stronger power. I don't know whether you're with Lu Tian out of loneliness or true love, but I really want to give you blessings. But you are now an enemy of the Shadow sect. I'd like to let you go, but I prefer not to betray the Shadow sect. So if one day we face each other in battle, I won't hold back. 5 days had passed. During this time, with Su Yunru's help, Lu Wenlei had already completed all preparations for founding the medical clinic. Lu Wenlei named the clinic Peace Medical Clinic, and it was set to officially open tomorrow. Lu Tian called many big shots he was familiar with, such as xuanhuan and Yelan, asking them to help promote the clinic. After understanding the situation, these big shots agreed to come and support. Lu Tian had no objections. This form of promotion would be more effective. He hadn't informed his mother about this yet, intending to surprise her. To avoid affecting the official opening tomorrow, he scheduled the arrival of these big shots for today. Speaking of which, the headmaster of Yiwu's sect, Xuanhuan, had not left Jiangzhou these few days. She was currently listening to her apprentice, Pei Xueqing, report some news in the living room of a luxury hotel suite. Master, we found accurate information. Lu Wenlei's Peace Medical Clinic will officially open tomorrow, and there will be quite a number of local dignitaries visiting today to show their support. Those big shots are certainly showing up for Bai Yun or Su Yunru's sake. She established a small-scale medical clinic, yet she's doing everything on a grand scale. It seems she wants to establish a sect under the banner of being the rightful heir of the Yiwu sect. If she dares to do so, I have plenty of ways to ensure her clinic can't survive. Master, should I send people over there? No need. I'll personally go, and I don't need any of you to accompany me. This what? That's none of your concern. I have my reasons. I'll go after the guests have dispersed. Upon closer thought, Pei Xueqing guessed her master intended to use the pretense of offering support to warn Lu Wenlei not to establish a sect. But she was wrong. Though xuanhuan was indeed going under the guise of showing support, her real intention was to talk with Lu Tian. Pei Xueqing left the room. Xuanhuan returned to her bedroom from the living room. The moment she entered, she gave a somewhat annoyed glance at Luo Juntao, who was still in bed. Xuanhuan supported Luo Juntao's business expansion in northern Jiangsu. However, Luo Juntao received an order from Wang of northern Jiangsu prohibiting him from engaging in business activities here. This was impossible to hide, and he had already told Xuanhuan. When she asked for the reason, he didn't dare to withhold everything and revealed part of the actual situation. He mentioned how he conspired with Song Ruishan to threaten the Tianyun pharmaceutical company, but he shifted most of the responsibility onto Song Ruishan. Xuanhuan believed in the law of the jungle. Though she felt a bit repulsed by his actions, she didn't criticize him much. What truly annoyed her was that Luo Juntao not only failed to accomplish anything, but also lost his eligibility to expand business here. Moreover, the man's performance in certain aspects remained unrecovered, unable even to handle matters in bed. In fact, these past few days, Luo Juntao had consulted many famous doctors, but they couldn't diagnose what was wrong with him. For her own happiness, Xuanhuan cared deeply about his condition and tried various methods, yet made no progress. Xuanhuan believed that his state was due to too much stress, but she also thought he lacked resilience, finding herself disappointed with him. Whether it was his incompetence in business or his inability in bed, both caused Xuanhuan to feel disappointed and irritable with him. Get up, Xuanhuan said sternly. I'm not fully awake yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Luo Juntao mumbled drowsily. Get up now, or I'll kick you out of bed. Xuanhuan lifted the blanket and yelled angrily. Luo Juntao immediately woke up and hurriedly got off the bed. Because he was worried that Xuanhuan might really kick him, he rushed to the floor to get dressed. Xuanhuan sighed, lying down on the bed to rest. You told me to get up, so why did you lie down again? Luo Juntao said. I want to. Xuanhuan snapped irritably. If you have any objections, you can break up with me. Luo Juntao inwardly resented it, but he didn't dare to say much or break up with her. Because if he were to break up with her, he would not be able to keep his identity and status as the medicine king of Jiangnan. Of course, Xuanhuan hadn't thought about breaking up with him either. What she just said was completely out of anger. After all, various pills from her Yiwu sect still needed to be marketed through his company. Although she had the full ability to produce a new medicine king to replace Luo Juntao's position, the time cost would be too high. Besides, she wasn't that casual, either. She wouldn't switch partners easily. It's only because he was so ineffectual and prone to failure that she lost her temper like this. That morning, Lu Tian arrived at the Peace Medical Clinic. The bigwigs who were ready to come and show support hadn't arrived yet, so he was sitting inside the clinic waiting. Not long after he sat down, he received a call from Bai Yun. Hello, Aunt Bai. Lu Tian, you once told me that you would treat the side effects of my cultivation every week. It has been a week since the last treatment. When will you have time to treat me? I almost always have time. It depends on you. How about tonight? I'll book a room in a hotel. You can find me there, alright? Isn't it unnecessary? Can't we do it at your place? No, my villa is equivalent to my command center for the Martial Arts Alliance. My subordinates often come to find me there, which makes it really inconvenient for us to be alone. I have a nice place to go. Aunt Sue has 2 villas, one of them is empty. She gave me the key to that villa not long ago. We can stay in that villa tonight. Alright, let's make it official. Not long after, 2 men came to the medical clinic, but they weren't the bigwigs who had come to give support. These 2 young men had sinister smiles on their faces as they swaggered into the clinic. Judging by their behavior, they didn't seem to be here to buy medicine or see a doctor. They looked more like they were here to cause trouble. Chapter 143, Cold Ridicule. The 2 young men approached the clinic counter. One of them took a piece of paper out of his pocket and slapped it on the counter. On this paper were listed names of various herbs, with prices marked behind each name. However, all the prices indicated were significantly higher than the market rates. What do you mean? Lu Tian asked. The young man harshly said. This is our company's herbal pricing list. From now on, your clinic is only allowed to order herbs from our company. Do you understand? Lu Tian smiled and pointed towards the door. The door is over there. The 2 young men hesitated for a moment and then glared at him. What do you mean? The one who had taken out the order form repeated. I mean you can go through the door and get out. Lu Tian responded indifferently. If they had been politely promoting their company's products with reasonable prices, Lu Tian would have responded politely saying he might consider it. However, not only were their prices exorbitant, but their tone was also threatening. Judging by their manner, they seemed like local troublemakers, possibly doing errands for some bully. Lu Tian didn't fear them. He directly tore up their price list and threw it into their face. You're asking for death. The thug revealed his hostility, throwing a punch straight at Lu Tian. Lu Tian waved his hand, deflecting the punch easily. Then, he slapped him across the face with the back of his hand. The thug fell down in response. Another thug's eyes flashed with surprise before he too swung a fist at Lu Tian. Lu Tian dealt with this one just as easily, deflecting his attack and then slapping him down to the ground. We are handling things for young Master Bin. If you dare hit us, young Master Bin will surely not let you off. Seeing that they were no match for Lu Tian, the thugs blurted out their leader's name. Who is this young Master Bin you talk about? What's his name? Lu Tian asked. Scare you if I tell you? Young Master Bin manages medical supplies on these streets. His real name is Xuanhuan Bin. And furthermore, young Master Bin's family ranks among the third-tier tycoons in the region. His father is even a bronze member of the Tianqing Chamber. There's more. Young Master Bin's older brother works under Nialan of Rose Hand. Do you know Rose Hand? She's the big boss of the local bar industry scene. With an arrogant demeanor, the thug made these statements, assuming it would scare Lu Tian. But Lu Tian merely chuckled, picked one thug up with each hand, and casually threw them outside the clinic. Just wait. Young Master Bin will settle accounts with you soon. After leaving such threats, the hooligans fled hastily. Around 20 minutes later, a young couple, surrounded by numerous subordinates, stormed into the clinic brimming with fury. The two hooligans who were chased out earlier also followed. You have some guts to dare refusing to buy our herbs, and even hitting my subordinates. The leading young man pointed his finger at Lu Tian. So, you're the young Master Bin mentioned by them, Xuanhuan Bin? Lu Tian asked. That's right. Xuanhuan Bin nodded. Lu Tian. So it's you. The woman standing beside Xuanhuan Bin suddenly exclaimed. In fact, Lu Tian had already recognized her the moment she walked in. This woman was named Huang Ruofei. 3 years ago, Lu Tian worked alongside her in the same traditional Chinese medicine production company. At that time, both were still probationary employees. The company was planning to select one between the two to stay, while the other would be dismissed. Back then, Lu Tian hadn't yet met his master, nor did he possess the current level of cultivation. But he had learned medical skills from his mother and had deep knowledge of pharmacology. His performance within the company was obviously better than Huang Ruofei's, and everyone thought the company would definitely retain him. Unexpectedly, before the probation period ended, Lu Tian resigned. With no competition, Huang Ruofei passed the probation period and was retained by the company. The reason Lu Tian quit was to help Huang Ruofei pass the probation period. Before that, Huang Ruofei had actively pursued him and showered him with much attention, which moved him enough to accept her pursuit. Out of consideration for his girlfriend, he stepped back from the competition, letting her smoothly become a permanent employee of the company. Lu Tian originally believed that being so thoughtful would make her feel grateful. What he never dreamed of was, after becoming a full-time employee of the company, Huang Ruofei's first action was dumping him. Huang Ruofei further ridiculed and mocked him, saying how could someone from the countryside have the audacity to start a relationship with her? Do you know him, Ruofei? Xuanhuan Bin asked. Huang Ruofei nodded. Do you remember what I told you about the last place I worked, where there was a country bumpkin who tried to win me over by backing out of the competition to help me secure my position? Remember? Xuanhuan Bin responded. Is he the country bumpkin you mentioned? Exactly. I really don't know where he got the guts to fantasize about me. Thinking about it makes me laugh. As she spoke, Huang Ruofei gave Lu Tian a mocking glance. You deceived my feelings, and yet call me laughable. Lu Tian asked coldly. To stay in the company, I tricked you with some words. Someone like you who has no money, no power, and no worldly experience actually thought I truly cared for you. Isn't that laughable? Huang Ruofei continued her mockery. Then, Huang Ruofei linked arms with Xuanhuan Bin. I am now the girlfriend of young Master Bin. Young Master Bin is the son of a local third-tier tycoon. Look at yourself. Your greatest achievement is opening this small clinic, right? Do you realize the gap between you and young Master Bin now? With the kind of demeanor you have, how dare you date me? You should even pee on yourself to see what kind of person you are. Xuanhuan Bin laughed. I thought someone daring to lay hands on my men would be some formidable character, but it turns out you're just an unsophisticated bumpkin. Continuing, he looked at Lu Tian with utter disdain. Since you dared hit 2 of my subordinates, I won't let this slide. Here's a deal. First kneel down and let them beat you up in return, then we'll discuss ordering herbs from me. Huang Ruofei said. Lu Tian, you'd better do as young Master Bin says. You don't have the strength or qualifications to compete against him. Lu Tian looked at Xuanhuan Bin. Have all the clinics in this area been forced by you under threat to purchase herbs at high prices? Xuanhuan Bin laughed. They must follow my orders. To protect themselves, they wouldn't dare not to obey, and neither should you. Lu Tian then turned his gaze to Huang Ruofei. So, finding a boyfriend who's nothing but a despicable man is something you're proud of showcasing? Huang Ruofei immediately flew into a rage. You dare say bad things about my boyfriend? She shouted toward Xuanhuan Bin. Young Master Bin, make your subordinates beat him up first. Xuanhuan Bin's face darkened. Not only will I beat him up, I'll also close down his clinic. Chapter 144, The Bigwig's Patronage. Lu Tian, don't think that Binning is just scaremongering. With his wealth and influence, it's as easy as pie for him to deal with you. Huang Ruofei said smugly. I don't consider his wealth and influence worth mentioning. Lu Tian replied. Huh? Huang Ruofei was amused. And what are you? How dare you boast in front of Mr. Binning? Xuanhuan Bin looked at Lu Tian with disdain. Are you serious? You run a clinic and yet you don't take my wealth and power seriously? Lu Tian said. I've heard from your men that your Qian family is one of the third-tier wealthy families locally. Your father is a member of Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. You have an older brother who works under Nialan, the big boss of the local nightclub industry, and these are your so-called advantages. That's right. Xuanhuan Bin nodded proudly. Huang Ruofei interjected. With such wealth and power, you still dare to talk nonsense in front of Binning? Don't you feel like a show-off? Lu Tian responded. You'll soon know who is actually putting on a show. Then he turned to Qian Yongbin. Anyway, I have nothing better to do today, so let me use this opportunity to clean up the trouble you're causing around here. You say what? Clean me up? Qian Yongbin laughed angrily. Lu Tian's face remained solemn. To remove a menace like you. Qian Yongbin's muscles twitched with anger. This is asking for death. Huang Ruofei also lost her temper. Mr. Binning, stop wasting time talking with him. Let's have your men disable him first. We'll see if he dares to act superior again in front of us. Qian Yongbin nodded. Just as he was about to have his men attack, there came some footsteps from the door. A middle-aged man entered the medical clinic. We're handling something here. Don't want interruptions. Go find another clinic or drugstore for consultation or medication. Get out. One of the gangsters snapped rudely. How dare you? Qian Yongbin struck the gangster hard across the face. Then he respectfully addressed the middle-aged man. President Zhang, hello. He slapped the gangster again. This is President Zhang from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Someone you can offend. Kneel down immediately and apologize to President Zhang. The thug was scared stiff and quickly knelt down. President Zhang, sorry. Zhang Wanhai turned to Qian Yongbin. Do you know me? Yes. Qian Yongbin answered respectfully. I am Master Qian's son, Qian Yongbin. My father Xuanhuan is a bronze member of your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Wanhai disliked seeing his lackeys behaving so impolitely and gave him only a curt, oh, without further conversation. President Zhang, why so early? Lu Tian asked. Not at all, not at all. If I had known that Mr. Lu would come so early, I definitely would have come earlier. It's really embarrassing to make Mr. Lu wait here. Zhang Wanhai replied politely. Qian Yongbin stood frozen. That was President Zhang of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, the largest commercial organization in the area. Why did he treat that country bumpkin so respectfully? Not only Qian Yongbin, but also Huang Ruofei and their followers had the same question. You've come just in time. This Qian Yongbin has been using intimidation tactics, forcing clinics in this area to buy herbs at high prices from him. Not long ago, 2 of his men threatened me here. I drove them away. Now he has brought even more people here to cause trouble. Since Qian Yongbin's father is a bronze member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, you can give him a call and ask how well he has raised his son. After hearing Lu Tian's words, Zhang Wanhai was shocked and suddenly stared at Qian Yongbin. What audacity! How dare you bother Mr. Lu? Qian Yongbin broke into a cold sweat immediately. Although he didn't know where Lu Tian was coming from, with Zhang Wanhai standing behind Lu Tian, there was no way he could afford to mess with Lu Tian. I'm sorry, Qian Yongbin hurriedly apologized. Kneel down. Zhang Wanhai barked. Qian Yongbin did not dare to hesitate and kneeled immediately. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. He then glared at Huang Ruofei. Due to your insolence just now, kneel down and apologize to Mr. Lu. Huang Ruofei quickly followed suit and knelt. Earlier, she had boasted about her boyfriend Qian Yongbin while relentlessly mocking Lu Tian. Less than 2 minutes later, she ended up kneeling alongside her boyfriend to apologize to the person she mocked. She felt extremely humiliated, and her face burned with embarrassment. Qian Yongbin then glared at the henchmen who were still standing there stunned. What are you waiting for? Get down on your knees. They rushed to follow suit. Zhang Wanhai immediately called Qian Yongbin's father, Xuanhuan. First, he detailed Qian Yongbin's misconduct, then said, he has been rampaging through this region. I find it hard to believe you knew nothing about it. Surely, because there's profit to be made, you've been allowing this. Xuanhuan said anxiously. I'm sorry. I've realized my mistake, and I will never let him do this kind of thing again. I beg Mr. Lu and President Zhang to show mercy on him. Zhang Wanhai said, show him mercy? Do you think that's possible? Forget about him. Even you have to pay the price. Starting now, you are no longer a member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Without waiting for the other party to respond, Zhang Wanhai hung up the phone and glared angrily at Qian Yongbin once more. Shit! Qian Yongbin suddenly cursed and stood up. Zhang Wanhai was taken aback. So you're planning to cause more trouble here? And what if I am? Qian Yongbin replied. I only knelt down to plead because I was worried that you would expel my father from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Now that you've already done that, I don't need to give a damn about your attitude anymore. Seeing this, Huang Ruofei and Qian Yongbin's subordinates also got up from the ground. Qian Yongbin continued. My older brother, Qian Yongkai, is one of the key lieutenants of Nyelan. Although your Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is very influential in the business world, if it comes to a conflict, you may not be able to stand up to Sister Nye. You definitely wouldn't want to make an enemy out of Sister Nye, so I advise you to stop meddling in my affairs and leave us alone. I'm going to deal with Lu Tian now, and if you don't want to get hurt, stay far away. Zhang Wanhai burst into laughter out of anger. You're disgracing yourselves. Huang Ruofei turned to Qian Yongbin. Bing Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for Lu Tian, your father wouldn't have been expelled from the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, so we can't let this bastard off. Then she started giving orders to Qian Yongbin's subordinates directly. Smash up this clinic. The subordinates didn't dare to act solely on her command, so they looked questioningly at Qian Yongbin for approval. Qian Yongbin smirked. Smash it all. Hold it. A woman's angry voice came from the doorway. Qian Yongbin paused, immediately looking toward the entrance. Upon seeing the person who arrived, he hastily stopped his men who were about to attack. It was another bigwig there to support Lu Tian, Nyelan. Chapter 145. How did she come here? Miss Nye. Qian Yongbin respectfully approached Nyelan and greeted her politely. Who are you? Nyelan asked coldly. My name is Qian Yongbin. My older brother Qian Yongkai is your subordinate. Nyelan nodded, then picked up her phone and made a call. Qian Yongkai, Your younger brother Qian Yongbin caused trouble at Mr. Lu's medical clinic, which I rely on. You come here to discipline him." Upon hearing this, Qian Yongbin was completely stunned. What's going on? Could it be that this Mr. Lu Tian who runs the clinic is someone Miss Nye relies on? With just his brother being Miss Nye's subordinate, he had the audacity to be so overbearing in front of Miss Nye's benefactor. It seems xuanhuan was right. They were asking for humiliation. Qian Yongbin knelt down again. Seeing him kneel, his subordinates quickly followed suit. Huang Ruofei also knelt down once more when she saw this. It hadn't even been a minute since their last arrogant display after getting up from their previous kneeling, yet they were already back on their knees again. "Mr. Zhang is also here," said Nialan, looking at Zhang Wanhai. Zhang Wanhai nodded. "To be honest, Mr. Lu is also a benefactor of our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce." "I see," replied Nialan with a nod. Then she turned to look at Lu Tian. With Mr. Lu's strength and status, there must be quite a few important figures coming to support him, right? Lu Tian laughed and said, "Indeed, some guests still haven't arrived." Just as he finished speaking, another powerful figure came. Li family's young master Li Zhengfeng from the provincial capital. Once again, Qian Yongbin was shocked to the core. The young master from the Li family of the provincial capital actually showed up. This Mr. Lu Tian sure had a lot of face. But this was just the beginning. More and more influential individuals kept showing up one after another. Du Lang, the new leader of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. Bai Yun, head of Bai family, one of the three major families in the provincial capital, and the actual controller of the Martial Alliance. Su Tianhao, an ancient martial arts master and rumored real controller of the Chufeng Group's financial power. And there was also Shen Su, the mighty lord of Jiangbei province. Any one of these influential figures had enough strength to crush Qian Yongbin and his family. Most importantly, all of these powerful people were incredibly polite to Lu Tian. Except for Bai Yun, who seemed to have a pleasant chat with Lu Tian, others displayed utmost respect towards him. Whether it was Qian Yongbin, Huang Ruofei, or their henchmen, they were all deeply shaken by this revelation. Clearly, Lu Tian's capabilities and status far exceeded their expectations. Previously, Huang Ruofei had looked down on Lu Tian. Now, she suddenly felt an urge to ingratiate herself with him and asked to be with him. Had she agreed to go out with Lu Tian back then, she might now be many times more renowned than she currently is. Now she's not even talking about prestige. Instead, she's kneeling in public before everyone, pleading for mercy after acting so arrogantly. It's almost no different from being a buffoon. Even though Lu Tian did not strike her physically, her face burned with shame. While saying, "I'm sorry," repeatedly, Qian Yongbin and Huang Ruofei begged for forgiveness. Lu Tian completely ignored them and continued chatting casually with Zhang Wanhai and others. Not long after, Qian Yongkai, Qian Yongbin's older brother, arrived. Seeing so many powerful people present, Qian Yongkai was equally shocked and dumbfounded. He hurriedly apologized and then slapped his younger brother Qian Yongbin across the face multiple times. Not long afterward, Qian Yuan, Qian Yongbin's father, arrived as well. So, how did Qian Yuan know where to find them? After Qian Yongkai received the call from Nialan, while coming to deal with Qian Yongkai, he called and told Qian Yuan the address. Qian Yuan, too, immediately started hitting Qian Yongbin in the face with his palm. Afterward, both Qian Yuan and his son pleaded for mercy nervously. After learning the situation, Nialan angrily said, "Qian Yongkai, don't tell me you weren't aware that your younger brother has been using your power to oppress others like this." Sweat trickled down Qian Yongkai's forehead as he became tense. I knew. I will manage him better from now on." Nialan nodded. "Starting from today, you're no longer one of my subordinates. Go back and teach your younger brother a lesson properly." Qian Yongkai didn't dare argue. "Yes." Lu Tian looked at Qian Yuan. It's clear that Qian Yongbin relied on the wealth and power provided by you and Qian Yongkai, causing him to act arrogantly. However, because of your own interests, you let him oppress others recklessly. Therefore, his misconduct, you all bear responsibility. We've realized our mistake. Please forgive us, Mr. Lu. The father and son Qian Yuan kept begging. Lu Tian turned to Zhang Wanhai. "Take over Qian Yongbin's herbal company. Set reasonable prices for herbs to operate here. But regarding their family's other businesses, everything should go bankrupt." Zhang Wanhai nodded. "I'll handle everything properly." At this, Qian Yuan, Qian Yongkai, and Qian Yongbin became extremely frightened and tearfully pleaded for mercy. Huang Ruofei was utterly devastated. The impending bankruptcy of the Qian family also meant that her life of luxury and privilege would come to an end. "Qian Yongbin, I want to break up with you," Huang Ruofei suddenly said. Then she stood up, her face filled with flattery as she looked at Lu Tian. "Only now do I realize how insignificant he is compared to you. I'm willing to start over with you." Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Let me ask you a question. When you ignored my advances back then, what did I say next?" "The next line is, now I let you." "Here." Huang Ruofei hesitated. Then, shamefaced, she said, "Highly unattainable." Lu Tian nodded. "That's my answer to you. Back then, you didn't just ignore me, you outright insulted me. My response here is already quite tactful. You can leave now." Huang Ruofei was so ashamed she wanted to sink into the ground. Too embarrassed to stay any longer, she left the clinic quietly. Lu Tian then turned his gaze to the three Qian family members who were still begging for mercy. "Do you want to leave now or wait until I cripple you, forcing you to crawl out?" The faces of Qian Yuan and the others turned deathly pale. They didn't dare linger further and slinked off dejectedly. To help promote Lu Tian's clinic, Zhang Wanhai called in several journalists to report on the visit of various powerful figures. It wouldn't take long before the news spread throughout Jiangbei. Everyone had merely stopped by to pay their respects. Lu Tian didn't hold a grand banquet, and by noon, all the guests had departed. The last one to leave was Nialan, because she had something private to report to Lu Tian. The general situation was this. Although Lu Tian had found important intelligence left behind by Liang Tong, his elder sister Ding Baishuang had already guessed that Nialan had provided him with investigative leads. Because of this, Ding Baishuang had scolded Nialan, and it seemed she wouldn't be sharing future information with her. Ding Baishuang had already ordered her subordinates to bring the USB drive to the Zhanlong department, and it wouldn't take long for them to crack its contents. Now Ding Baishuang worried that Nialan might pass along more information to Lu Tian. Even if they cracked the intelligence, it was unlikely that Ding Baishuang would share it with her. This way, Nialan could no longer provide Lu Tian with new updates. After hearing her recount, Lu Tian asked, "If my elder sister obtains new intelligence and refuses to tell you, she will likely act on it. If she does take action, notify me immediately." All right, Nialan nodded and then left the clinic. Just as Lu Tian was about to leave the clinic himself, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was xuanhuan, the leader of Yiwu men. Lu Tian was puzzled, thinking to himself, why has she come? Chapter 146, to capture his interest. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Tian. Is it just you here? Lu Tian said, now there's the two of us. Xuanhuan smiled and nodded to herself, thinking, since there's only him here, it's even more convenient for me to interact with him. Lu Tian invited her to sit on the long bench by the wall. Xuanhuan was wearing a body-hugging red short dress, with stockings covering her legs. She sat very gracefully on the chair, her attire making her appear both dignified and aloof. Moreover, with her curvaceous and voluptuous figure, she gained an additional air of sensuality. Seeing this, Lu Tian was somewhat worried he might be carried away inappropriately, so he deliberately shifted his gaze away from her. You should sit down too. Xuanhuan patted the space beside her and said. Lu Tian nodded and took a seat a bit apart from her. As soon as he sat down properly, Xuanhuan slightly rose and moved closer to him, sitting next to him. At the same time, Xuanhuan crossed her legs, accidentally touching his leg with the one that was lifted. My mother isn't here. If you have something, you can tell me, and I will deliver the message, Lu Tian said. I came here not to find her, Xuanhuan said. Lu Tian blinked in surprise. Could it be you're looking for me? Correct. Xuanhuan glanced at him playfully. I am looking for you. Do you know why? No idea. I don't get along with your mom. You are my potential enemy, so I've investigated your situation. What did you find out? I already know that you're working as Su Yunru's assistant as well as Bai Yun's assistant. After careful consideration, I also want to ask you to be my assistant. Lu Tian blinked in astonishment again. You've already considered me a potential enemy, yet why do you still want me to be your assistant? I admire you and want to promote you to represent our medical martial arts sect in the Jiangbei area. Can I ask why you admire me? Just purely because I like how you look. Thank you for the praise. Your aesthetic sense is impressive. However, this certainly isn't the reason why you want me to be the representative. This counts as one of the reasons, but it's not the main reason. What's the main reason? By promoting you would make it easier to use you as a hostage. That way, I can prevent your mom from establishing her sect under the name of being the true medical martial arts lineage. Do you think you've laid all your cards on the table in front of me, thus implying that I lack the ability to refuse you? Yes. Don't assume that having Bai Yun's backing means you have the power to oppose me. The martial arts alliance she controls means nothing to me. It sounds like there's a much stronger force backing you. Have you heard of the 4 ancient martial arts sects of Jiangnan? They need me to provide them with martial cultivation pills, and I can also make them work for me. The strength of these 4 sects far exceeds the martial arts alliance. Even if they surpass Aunt Bai in terms of power, it doesn't mean they surpass me. You? Haha. Among the intelligence I've gathered about you, there's this piece, your love for bragging. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. Xuanhuan suddenly slapped Lu Tian's shoulder. You have no room to reject me. But rest assured, although my intentions include holding you as a hostage, I won't harm you if you listen. I'll sincerely promote you as the representative of medical martial arts sect in Jiangbei. Based on the information I currently possess, I can even guess that your relationship with Bai Yun and Su Yunru is not that pure. If your performance satisfies me, you might also have the opportunity to develop further with me. Saying this, Xuanhuang's other hand rested on his thigh, her upper body leaning into his arm. As far as I know, Jiangnan Medicine King Luo Jintao is your boyfriend. If I start something with you, how would you explain it to him? Lu Tian asked. Earlier, when Luo Jintao caused trouble at Tianyun Medicine, Lu Tian had inquired about his situation from Shen Su of Jiangbei. Based on the information provided by Shen Su, he had already learned that Luo Jintao was Xuanhuang's boyfriend, and that his status as the Medicine King was bestowed by Xuanhuang. However, Xuanhuang didn't know that the owner of Tianyun Medicine was him, nor did she know that Luo Jintao's issues were indirectly caused by him. On the surface, Luo Jintao appears to be my boyfriend, but he's more like my subordinate who also attends to my private life. Whoever I choose to be with, he dares not interfere, and neither does he have the right to. Even if I were to leave him, he wouldn't object either. While saying these words, Xuanhuang felt quite guilty inside. She was merely persuading Lu Tian and therefore belittling Luo Jintao in the process. Actually, aside from Luo Jintao, she hadn't been with any other men. Actually, she had been increasingly disappointed with Luo Jintao, though she didn't yet have plans to break up with him. Xuanhuang continued. It's clear that you prefer more mature women. I'm even more mature than Bai Yun and Su Yunru, and my looks are no worse than theirs. I should be able to capture your interest, right? As she spoke, her hand on Lu Tian's thigh began to slowly move upward. Lu Tian guessed she might just be joking, or perhaps trying to soothe him after her earlier threats. But this mature and charming woman was truly too alluring. If she kept teasing him like this, he really might not be able to resist doing the same to her. However, just as xuanhuan's hand was about to reach the uppermost part of his thigh, she suddenly pulled it back. This left him with a feeling of disappointment. From his expression, xuanhuan could tell he had been tempted, and she secretly rejoiced inside. Only by drawing his interest could she have a better chance at obtaining information about the 7-star meridian needling technique. But this couldn't be rushed lest it raise his guard. How about it? Will you accept my offer to promote you? Xuanhuan smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth, but spoke in a slightly threatening tone. Lu Tian, of course, wasn't afraid of her threats, but this presented an opportunity for him to investigate her intentions. Thus, he said, I accept your offer. Xuanhuan then suggested, to make communication easier, we should exchange phone numbers. Lu Tian gave her his number and also noted down hers. Xuanhuan stood up from the chair. I should go now? We'll stay in touch by phone. She regained her composed demeanor, waved goodbye gracefully, and walked elegantly out of the clinic. That afternoon, before sunset, Lu Tian arrived at the vacant villa owned by Su Yunru. Bai Yun had mentioned earlier that she would seek him for treatment regarding the side effects of her cultivation. When she called him, he had already arranged to meet her here. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to wait here. Chapter 147, Matters of Doubt. After arriving at the villa, Lu Tian called Bai Yun, asking her to come over. Not long after waiting, Bai Yun arrived to see him. Bai Aunt, please sit. Lu Tian invited her to sit on the couch and took a seat beside her. You've summoned me so early, so eager to see me? Bai Yun smiled teasingly. I thought it would be nice to meet and chat with you earlier to ease your awkward feelings, Lu Tian said. You're quite good at finding excuses. So, what do you want to talk about? Not sure yet. I want to advise you to let go of your obsession with the past, but I'm worried that mentioning Chang Meng might cause you more sorrow. You've already mentioned him. So, are you feeling melancholic? You? If you don't know how to start, then don't say anything. Then I won't say anything. I'll just act to help you. As he spoke, Lu Tian grasped her hand. Bai Yun's face flushed red for a moment. You're making me feel even more awkward. Lu Tian replied. This is my way of preparing you for our upcoming night together, so you can get used to it beforehand. Bai Yun glanced at him reproachfully. You're quite skilled with words. Lu Tian chuckled, then suddenly paused as he pulled her hand toward him and pinched the ring on her finger. Where did you get this ring? Ever since we first met until now, I've always been wearing this ring. Could it be you're noticing it only now? I've noticed it before, but I didn't pay much attention. Is this ring something Chang Meng gave you? Yes, when I lost my wedding ring. He replaced it with this one. When did he give it to you? Don't ask anymore. I don't want to talk about this again. A shadow of sadness flickered across Bai Yun's face, and her tone was filled with resistance. Lu Tian sighed. If you don't want to bring it up, how will we uncover the truth? Bai Yun froze. What do you mean? What truth? The events I experienced personally, I know them best. Maybe not. Lu Tian said. I indeed noticed your ring a long time ago, but I didn't take it too seriously back then. Now that I'm examining it carefully, I find that this ring was made from Xian Fu. What? Xian Fu? Bai Yun was startled. Yes, it's similar to the fu you wore in the form of a necklace when we spent the previous night together, Lu Tian explained. Ah, Bai Yun gasped. So, you've already figured it out. At this point, she also remembered something. She had forgotten to return the Xian Fu to its rightful owner, Sidu Feng, the head of the Xian sect. She couldn't send anyone to return it for her because the Xian Fu was left in her bedroom with Chang Meng, and she forbade anyone from entering that room. However, she couldn't go back herself either, as it would be inconvenient for her now. Also, she couldn't call Sidu Feng directly because she didn't have his phone number, and Sidu Feng disliked giving out his contact information. Reluctantly, Bai Yun had no choice but to call the Bai family's butler and instruct him to visit Sidu Feng, explaining the situation. After finishing her call, Lu Tian said, I could sense the presence of illusionary forces within the Xian Fu you wore last time, and I guessed that through illusions, you tried to make me look like Chang Meng. I'm sorry, Bai Yun apologized. I know it was disrespectful toward you, and that's why I kept it hidden from you. Lu Tian sighed. Let's set that aside for now. Tell me about your ring. Upon realizing Lu Tian's keen perception regarding her use of the Xian Fu previously, Bai Yun trusted his current judgment. Her curiosity about this incident grew as well, prompting her to recount the circumstances. This ring was given to me after Chang Meng was murdered. My old ring was lost, and he said he'd buy me another one before heading out. But he never returned, and I couldn't reach him by phone. So, I went with some of my people to look for him, and I sent others to search everywhere. Finally, I found him in a secluded bush area. At the time, he had severe stab wounds and was barely alive. Right before he passed away, he handed me this ring and told me the killer belonged to the Shadow sect. He considered my safety and warned me not to seek revenge on his behalf due to their dangerous nature. Here, Bai Yun held back her sorrow forcefully, wiping away tears from the corner of her eyes. Lu Tian stated, based on my perception just now, the Xian forces embedded in this Xian Fu are gone. Still, I can determine that it previously contained illusionary power. Think carefully. Since putting this ring close to or on your person, have you experienced any illusions? Bai Yun shook her head. No, I haven't. The Xian forces inside the Xian Fu wouldn't dissipate easily unless they were used. Think again carefully. I really don't recall anything. Perhaps, the power inside the Xian Fu had already vanished before it came into my possession. There's a possibility for that. Another strange point is, why did Chang Meng give you a ring made from a Xian Fu? It must be the people from the shadow sect who, through some means, replaced his original ring with this one to make him hallucinate, weakening his strength so that he would be easier to deal with. There's a possibility for that. Let's hypothesize. What if the ring he intended to give you was this one? What might the purpose be then? That can't happen. He wouldn't harm me, nor deceive me, so there's no need for me to consider your assumption. Feeling that Lu Tian was questioning Changming, Bai Yun immediately got somewhat irritated. But she quickly realized she shouldn't react this way because the other party only suggested such an assumption out of concern that she might have been manipulated. Bai Yun hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have vented at you, but I absolutely trust Changming and hope you won't doubt him either. Lu Tian didn't respond. He still had doubts and felt something about this event seemed abnormal. Next, Bai Yun changed the topic and Chan chatted with him for a while before heading to the bedroom with him. Lu Tian, go take a shower first. How about we shower together? I've already showered before coming here. Looks like you're more eager than I am. Go to hell. I just feel embarrassed to shower with you. Lu Tian went to the bathroom to shower. When he finished washing and stepped out of the bathroom, Bai Yun was already lying under the blanket with her clothes placed outside of it. You've already taken off your clothes, yet you say you're not in a hurry? Go to hell. I'm shy about you taking off my clothes. Lu Tian laughed heartily, then climbed onto the bed and hugged Bai Yun. Bai Yun said disgusting, verbally, but opened her arms to embrace Lu Tian. Chapter 148, Discovering a New Situation. Lu Tian held Bai Yun's hand that was wearing the ring. Can you take off the ring? Yes. Bai Yun readily agreed. This ring had been a gift from Changming. She felt somewhat disrespectful to Lu Tian for wearing it while spending the night with him. Even if Lu Tian hadn't explicitly mentioned it, there was clearly a hint of jealousy. This was indeed true. This was also the main reason why Lu Tian asked her to take off the ring. Bai Yun removed the ring and placed it on the bedside table. To express her apology, she voluntarily hugged Lu Tian, welcoming his siege and conquest. An hour later, the commotion in the room subsided. Exhausted, Bai Yun lay in Lu Tian's arms, reminiscing about the moment that had left her both embarrassed and deeply content. Though tired, she genuinely felt a sense of ease and happiness throughout her entire being. This made her feel even more flustered, her emotions complicated. At this moment, her phone rang. Someone had sent her a voice call request through a network chat window. Bai Yun glanced at the incoming message notification, and a look of surprise flickered across her face. Then she said to Lu Tian, someone has sent me a voice call. I'll go outside to answer it. Without waiting for Lu Tian's reply, she wrapped herself in the towel he had used earlier and hurriedly walked out of the bedroom with her phone in hand, looking rather anxious. 10 minutes later, Bai Yun returned to the bedroom. Who sent you the voice call? Lu Tian asked. A client who cooperates with my company. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I went outside to take the call, Bai Yun replied. Did you run into any trouble? No, we just discussed some business cooperation matters. Bai Yun lay back down on the bed, still wearing the towel. Do you want to sleep in the towel? Yeah, I didn't bring pajamas, so I'll make do with this. Lu Tian pondered for a moment, then lay beside her, reaching out to embrace her. Bai Yun moved away. I don't like sleeping while being held. Sorry. Lu Tian paused in surprise. The last time Bai Yun spent the night with him, she hadn't rejected his embrace. It was clear that after answering the voice call, Bai Yun began deliberately avoiding him. The most likely reason for this avoidance was that someone else was on her mind, and that someone in her heart was none other than Changming. Could it be? Lu Tian felt a chill inside. He wondered, could it be that Changming wasn't dead? Was it him who initiated the voice call she received just now? This would explain why Bai Yun chose to go outside to answer the call. Since he wasn't asleep yet, and they had such a good relationship, it was unlikely that she'd leave to avoid disturbing him just to answer a client's call. The real possibility was that the person she was truly speaking with was Changming. Of course, Bai Yun wouldn't feel comfortable talking to Changming right in front of him. With these thoughts, Lu Tian turned his gaze to the xuanhuan ring Bai Yun had placed on the bedside table. When he and Bai Yun had discussed this ring before, he brought up a hypothesis. What if this ring had been a gift from Changming? However, as soon as he proposed this idea, Bai Yun rebutted him. Bai Yun believed that someone from the shadow sect might have replaced the ring that Changming originally bought for her with this one, using its illusions against him. But Lu Tian found this highly implausible. Given Changming's martial prowess, it wouldn't have been easy for anyone to switch the item in his possession. So Lu Tian concluded that the ring must have been given by Changming to Bai Yun. If Changming weren't dead, then the fact that he gifted Bai Yun this xuanhuan ring could finally be explained. Through his cultivation, Lu Tian had already sensed that this xuanhuan ring contained an illusionary power within it. Changming might have used this to cast an illusion over Bai Yun, making her believe that he was dead. If the person who talked to Bai Yun on the call had been Changming, then Bai Yun would know Changming wasn't actually dead. In that case, Bai Yun would have been thrilled, but she showed no such signs. Lu Tian assumed that it was because she didn't feel comfortable displaying such excitement while being with him. Bai Auntie, Lu Tian said. Was the person who sent you the voice call just now Changming? Bai Yun suddenly became startled. What nonsense are you saying? He's already dead. How could he possibly communicate with me? Immediately, Lu Tian told Bai Yun about his previous speculation. After hearing him out, Bai Yun shook her head directly. Impossible. He wouldn't deceive me this way, and he doesn't have any reason to do so. Bai Yun insisted on not agreeing with his assumption. Lu Tian thought that during the conversation between Changming and Bai Yun, Changming might have offered another explanation for why he faked his death. If Bai Yun were to choose between believing him or Changming, Bai Yun would definitely trust Changming more. No matter what, as long as Changming is still alive, Bai Yun will definitely try her best to meet him. Lu Tian felt that Changming might have some other schemes in mind. which could be harmful to Bai Yun. However, if he were to directly voice this suspicion to Bai Yun, she would definitely not believe him and might even misunderstand him. Lu Tian glanced at Bai Yun, who was sleeping with her back turned to him, then quietly picked up the Xuanhuan ring from the bedside table. Facing the ring, he utilized his cultivation skills by employing the soul recognition technique. This was a method used to investigate information. Based on the photos of Chong Meng he had seen before, he marked Chong Meng's appearance into the Xuanhuan ring using the soul recognition technique. In this way, whenever Bai Yun got excited thinking about Chong Meng, Lu Tian would be able to perceive it. Given her current state, Bai Yun would only think intensely about Chong Meng right before their meeting. That is to say, whenever Bai Yun prepares to meet Chong Meng, Lu Tian would be able to sense it through his cultivation. After infusing the power of the soul recognition technique into the Xuanhuan ring, he quietly placed the ring back on the bedside table. The next morning, Bai Yun woke up very early, put on the ring, greeted Lu Tian, and left the villa. As Lu Tian had predicted, the person who sent Bai Yun a voice message last night was indeed Chong Meng. At that time, Chong Meng had already asked Bai Yun for her residence details and said he would visit her tonight. It was still early morning, but Bai Yun couldn't wait to head back to her place and wait. That afternoon, Lu Tian received a call from Nielan. Yesterday, Nielan mentioned that Ding Baishuang would no longer share new intelligence with her, so she wouldn't be able to provide Lu Tian with any updates. Lu Tian asked her to monitor Ding Baishuang's movements. If there were any actions, it might indicate new situations, and she should inform him. This time, Nielan called to tell him that Ding Baishuang had made some moves. The move involved inviting a top expert to join her team. It was highly possible that War Dragon had already cracked the U-disc left by Liang Teng and acquired the enemy's intelligence. Ding Baishuang invited an expert to join her team, probably as preparation for dealing with the enemy. After understanding the situation, Lu Tian immediately set off to find his senior sister Ding Baishuang. Chapter 149. Your power is inferior to mine. Ding Baishuang was staying in a residence arranged by Nielan. She had just summoned her subordinates here, preparing to deploy the upcoming action plan. Before the meeting, let me introduce my friend to all of you. His name is Yu Feiyun. He works as a bounty hunter abroad. I met him 2 years ago when I went abroad to carry out a mission. At that time, I went to eliminate a gang of bandits. Coincidentally, he received a bounty for eliminating that group of bandits. After that, it was us two working together and wiping out those bandits. Thus, we became good friends. His strength is about the same as mine. This operation will surely be of great help to us. I mention his name, you may not know it, but his nickname 100 Shadows Fist. I believe you've heard of it. Upon hearing Ding Baishuang speak about this man's nickname, everyone appeared visibly excited. So this sir is 100 Shadows Fist, renowned for his rapid punches. I've heard that he only accepts bounties for hunting down evil men, and none of his targets have escaped. With Mr. Yu aiding us this time, it truly feels like having tigers with added wings. Everyone's morale soared, brimming with confidence. Their performance also made Ding Baishuang quite satisfied, as their rising spirits increased the chances of success for this operation. Just as Ding Baishuang was preparing to assign the action plan to her subordinates, Lu Tian came over. Senior sister, did you get hold of new intelligence? Lu Tian asked. It's none of your business. Ding Baishuang said somewhat impatiently. If it wasn't for me finding that USB drive, would you even have obtained intelligence? How can it be unrelated to me? You're deploying an action plan, right? I want to participate. This time, it's me who makes the decisions. I won't let you participate because you don't have the power. If you don't let me join your operation, then I'll go ahead and act on my own. Do you think scaring me like this will make me worry about you and agree to include you in my action plan? If you really dare, go ahead and act on your own. I don't believe you'll actually dare. All you do is blabber around me. Lu Tian merely smiled, then turned away and left. Ding Baishuang hesitated, shouting loudly, "Where are you going?" Chung family, Lu Tian replied. Although I don't know what the intelligence contains, I know Chung family has connections with Shadow Sect. I'll go check them out. Come back here. Ding Baishuang quickly pursued him out. You just told me to take action if I have the guts. Why stop me now? Lu Tian said. Ding Baishuang got so angry she wanted to attack him. Can you be mature at all? What I said earlier was in anger. Can't you tell that? If you participate in the action, I still need to take care of you, which will interfere with the smoothness of our operations. With my capabilities, I don't need your protection. Instead, you might need my help. Lu Tian, if you keep bragging like this, I'll have to punish you physically. Why don't you try? It's the perfect chance for me to prove my strength to you. All right, take this. Ding Baishuang threw a punch aimed at Lu Tian's shoulder. But right before it reached his shoulder, her fist halted. My fist almost hit you, and you couldn't manage any response. With such level of ability, how dare you participate in our actions? It's not that I didn't react. I planned to block you in the next instant, showing my strength more clearly. You still have the face to boast here? When the fist is this close, not just you. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to dodge it. That's only because your strength is inferior to mine. Do you not find this statement laughable? If you don't believe me, you can try again. I'm afraid of injuring you. You're absolutely unreasonable. In any case, I will not bring you along to the operation because Master required it of me before he disappeared. So you listened so obediently to my father, yet he also told you to start a relationship with me. Why didn't you follow through? Not only did you not comply, but you've always been overtly and covertly saying I'm unworthy of you. I thought we weren't suited for each other. Love shouldn't be forced. Saying I'm unworthy of you was a way to dissuade you. I'm not hung up on that. I just want you to explain why you're so hypocritical. Ding Baishuang was left speechless, unable to defend herself anymore. On one hand, she refused Lu Tian's participation in the mission citing the master's commands, yet on the other hand, she hadn't followed the command to be with Lu Tian. Based solely on these two matters, her different reactions indeed seemed biased. Ha ha ha. As Ding Baishuang didn't know how to respond, Yu Feiyun suddenly burst into laughter. Baishuang, can't you see? He brings up the master's orders not to make you defy them and bring him along for the mission, but to follow them and start a relationship with him. Having said that, Yu Feiyun looked at Lu Tian. Am I right? You're wrong. Lu Tian replied indifferently. Yu Feiyun looked at Ding Baishuang. It seems he's too embarrassed to admit it. But if you think carefully, you'll probably agree with my guess, won't you? Ding Baishuang nodded. I was just wondering why he had the guts to go on the mission with me. Turns out he has something in mind for me. Yu Feiyun gave a contemptuous look at Lu Tian. From what your senior sister said to you, I could tell you're someone with no talent, yet full of self-regard. How dare you bother her like this? Lu Tian said. You seem to be very unhappy about my developing relationship with senior sister. Do you have feelings for her and consider me a rival? Indeed, Yu Feiyun had feelings for Ding Baishuang and had confessed, but she rejected him. He didn't plan to give up and hoped to win her favor gradually by his actions. Stop arguing, Ding Baishuang said. She first looked at Yu Feiyun. Thanks for reminding me and making me realize his intentions. However, I do fear that he will throw a tantrum just to show off and run off alone to deal with the Chung family. That would not only put him in danger, but also affect our operation. Then she looked at Lu Tian with a hint of exasperation. If you want to participate in the operation so much, here's your chance. This way, you can't accuse me of double standards, nor use this as an excuse to bother me anymore. Lu Tian almost laughed out loud from irritation. He had never intended to develop any relationship with Ding Baishuang. It was her who kept overacting. In order to smoothly understand the intelligence she possessed and participate in this mission, he did not explain himself. Lu Tian followed Ding Baishuang back to the living room, waiting for her to assign the action plan. Chapter 150, Encountering New Troubles. Ding Baishuang said, Lu Tian, let me first inform you about the intelligence we have gathered. That USB drive contains 2 encrypted files of intelligence. One has been cracked by us, while the other remains unfinished. The intelligence we've cracked is enough to prove that the Chung family is laundering money for the Shadow Gate. The Chung family has expanded to its current scale partly through this laundered money. This not only proves the large amount of money they've laundered, but also shows how closely the Chung family colludes with the Shadow Gate. The intelligence also reveals that Chung Hao, the younger brother of the Chung family's head Xuanhuan, is a hitman who leads a team of 10 hitmen. Chung Hao has joined the Shadow Gate, and it was through Chung Hao that Xuanhuan arranged for their collusion. Recently, we discovered that Chung Hao and his hitman team will return to the Chung family tonight. I've already sent people to investigate secretly and plan to take action after Chung Hao returns. Our mission is to confront them. If they surrender willingly, we'll arrest them directly. If they resist, we will execute them on the spot. Upon saying this, she looked at 2 of her subordinates. When the time comes, the 2 of you will observe near the Chung family villa. If there's any situation that may affect our operation, report it to us immediately. Yes, the 2 subordinates replied. Ding Baishuang then looked at Lu Tian. You stay outside with them observing the situation. Unless something unusual happens, this will be safer than participating directly in the operation. I'm thinking of your safety, and I'm also worried that you might slow me down if you're by my side. Understood, Lu Tian nodded. Then, Ding Baishuang divided the other subordinates into 2 groups. One group would go with her to the Chung family to deal with the enemies, and another would stay outside the Chung family villa to prevent anyone from escaping. She then looked at Yu Feiyun. Stay close to me and assist in handling the enemies. That's definite. Yu Feiyun laughed. At this moment, Ding Baishuang's phone rang. It was her superior, the commander of War Dragon. Hello, Commander. Are you ready for the operation? Yeah, I've sent people to gather information. As soon as Chung Hao returns with his hitman team to the Chung family, we'll move. When is Chung Hao expected to return? Tonight, but the exact time isn't certain yet. Do you think you stand a good chance? I believe we'll win without a doubt. I've invited my friend Yu Feiyun to help, and he possesses the strength of a great master. Together, we should more than suffice to handle these hitmen. But what if there are other experts on the Chung family side? There aren't any other experts within the Chung family. I'll arrange for scouts nearby the Chung residence, and if anything unusual happens, I can adapt quickly, even retreating, if necessary. That makes me feel relieved. The commander continued. I want to tell you one more thing. The second encrypted file has been cracked halfway. So far, we know it contains information about the Jiangbei branch chief of the Shadow Gate, but we haven't confirmed the chief's identity. The branch chief must not be underestimated. I've contacted the Azure Dragon War God and asked him to assist in Jiangzhou. After completely deciphering the intelligence, if we can confirm the identity and location of the branch chief, the Azure Dragon War God will directly confront him. Although the target of the Azure Dragon War God is to handle the branch chief of the Shadow Gate, if he arrives during your operation, you could consider asking him for help. All right, I'll decide based on the situation, Ding Baishuang replied. Knowing that the Azure Dragon War God would soon arrive, her heart beat with excitement. Firstly, having the Azure Dragon War God around meant her mission would proceed more smoothly. Secondly, she harbored feelings for the Azure Dragon War God, but believed she didn't match up to him, so she didn't dare confess. Not long after, Ding Baishuang received a call from one of her subordinates responsible for gathering information. The subordinate reported that Chung Hao had returned to Jiangbei with his team of killers and was expected to reach the Chung family in Lingzhou in about an hour. Let's go? Prepare for action, Ding Baishuang shouted to her subordinates. On Ding Baishuang's side, even without considering Lu Tian and Yu Feiyun, her team consisted of over 20 members. Compared to Cheng Hao's team of 10 hitmen, they held an advantage in numbers. Moreover, according to her intelligence, Cheng Hao's hitman team wasn't a match for hers. So, she felt highly confident about this operation. She led everyone out, preparing to take vehicles to the Cheng family in Lingzhou. As Lu Tian was about to get into the car, he suddenly picked up a signal via divine awareness. It was the soul recognition technique he had performed yesterday on Bai Yun's mystic talisman ring that received the message of her agitation due to the impending meeting with Chang Meng, which then transmitted into his spiritual awareness. He didn't know why Chang Meng had feigned death back then. Based on the condition of that mystic talisman ring, he deduced that Chang Meng had deceived Bai Yun back then. This time, Chang Meng might not have good intentions for meeting with Bai Yun. Yet, out of trust in Chang Meng, Bai Yun had no guard against him. Senior sister, I've got more important matters at hand, so I won't be joining you on this mission. Please be cautious. From the conversation between his senior sister Ding Baishuang and her superior, Lu Tian learned that she was very confident about this operation. Moreover, her confidence stemmed from the assumption that success was assured even without his help. She even considered him a burden. Compared to Ding Baishuang, Bai Yun faced much greater danger. Thus, he decided to go protect Bai Yun. However, withdrawing from the mission at the last minute made it seem like cowardice to Ding Baishuang and others. Are you scared now? What did you do earlier? If you're afraid to go, just don't. But you mustn't reveal our plans. Ding Baishuang still trusted Lu Tian, knowing that he wouldn't leak their plan. But given how crucial this mission was, and that he left after understanding her strategy, it irritated her, prompting her to angrily reprimand him. Ho ho, Yu Feiyun directly laughed mockingly. I knew it. He doesn't dare to go with us. With a face full of provocation, he looked at Lu Tian. You look like this, and you have the audacity to pursue your senior sister? Truly asking for shame. Don't waste words on him. Ding Baishuang told Yu Feiyun, glancing at Lu Tian with disdain. Lu Tian was in a rush to protect Bai Yun and didn't say much, leaving the house immediately. He called Bai Yun, but heard a prompt that her phone was off. Lu Tian then called Du Lang, the martial alliance master, to inquire if Bai Yun was at the alliance. After receiving a negative response, Lu Tian informed him that Bai Yun might be in danger, requesting him to call nearby experts to quickly check her residence. He hailed a taxi and also headed toward Bai Yun's residence. Chapter 151, the content of another intelligence report. Lu Tian arrived at Bai Yun's villa. Just as he reached the gate, he saw Du Lang leading a group of subordinates stepping out of the gate. Where is Aunt Bai? Lu Tian asked anxiously. She's in the living room of the villa, Du Lang replied. We just got here and Mrs. Bai told us to leave. I conveyed your message, saying she might be in danger, but she didn't believe it and insisted on driving us away. My plan is to wait with my subordinates nearby, so we can respond quickly if anything happens. Lu Tian nodded. There's nothing for you guys to do here anymore. Go back. Since he would protect Bai Yun alone, there was no need for Du Lang and others' help. He was capable enough to handle everything. Inside the living room of the villa, Bai Yun noticed Lu Tian's arrival and instantly showed surprise on her face. Aunt Bai, why did you turn off your phone? My phone was out of power. Lie. You were waiting to meet Chang Meng without being disturbed. Do you know how worried that makes me feel? What nonsense are you talking about? Chang Meng is already dead. How could I meet him? Aunt Bai, don't conceal it anymore. I've already figured out the ins and outs. Lu Tian recounted his speculation. Listening to his narration, Bai Yun's expression changed repeatedly. Since you've already guessed it, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, last night the person I spoke to was Chang Meng. Did he tell you why he faked his death those years ago? He said he had his reasons, which he will explain after meeting me. Then did he mention how he managed to fake his death? Yes. Bai Yun nodded. She took a deep breath and continued. He said that corpse back then wasn't him. It was a body double who had been surgically altered to look like him. My subordinates might not have noticed it was a double, but I knew him so well. If I'd paid closer attention, I should have been able to recognize that it wasn't him. But, Bai Yun lifted her hand, looking at the xuanhuan ring on it, and said, I was confused by the illusion power within this ring, mistaking that body for him. I know you're worried he might harm me, so you specially came here to protect me. Thank you, but I'm sure he wouldn't hurt me. His deception back then must have been due to some difficulty. I previously sought your help to treat the side effects of cultivating strength to maintain the skills of a great master, all for avenging him. Now that I know he's alive, I'll stop being obsessed with keeping my power. In the future, I will live together with him again. Our romantic relationship must end here. He will come to see me soon. If you stay here late at night, it may cause misunderstanding between us. So, having said this, Bai Yun glanced at Lu Tian with some regret. Can you step aside? Lu Tian and Bai Yun developed their relationship only for the purpose of helping each other overcome the side effects of training, completely unrelated to romance. For Lu Tian, it was an enjoyable thing without responsibility, since they shared no real feelings. Even if Bai Yun now wanted to reunite with Chang Meng, Lu Tian felt no envy or resentment. However, Chang Meng might pose a threat to Bai Yun, and he couldn't stay uninvolved. Bai Yun had always cared about him greatly, and more importantly, his mother was also a close friend of hers, so he needed to ensure her safety. Out of trust in Chang Meng, Bai Yun refused to believe he would harm her. Worried about possible misunderstanding from Chang Meng, she requested Lu Tian to avoid him. If Lu Tian refused to leave, Chang Meng might change their meeting location, not informing Lu Tian. Therefore, Lu Tian decided to temporarily leave the villa but would hide nearby. Once Chang Meng arrived, He could observe covertly. Given his abilities, if Chang Meng posed any threat to Bai Yun, Lu Tian could act in time to save her. Just as he was heading toward the door to leave, someone else arrived. It was not Chang Meng, but Ding Baishuang and Yu Fei Yun. What's going on? Hadn't they gone to Cheng's family in Lingzhou for a mission? If calculated from when they left, it was impossible for them to have already reached Lingzhou. So, they clearly had not completed their task before returning. Rather, they had altered their itinerary midway. Lu Tian, what are you doing here? Asked Ding Baishuang. I came to chat with a friend, Lu Tian replied. Haha, laughed Yu Fei Yun. You're just here at night to chat with a single rich woman? Then he turned to Ding Baishuang and said, I think she's kept him as a playboy. Ding Baishuang said expressionlessly. That's not surprising. He's done such things before. Then, she looked at Lu Tian. I know Bai Yun has a good relationship with Su Yunru, and you should be familiar with her too, but I never expected that you would actually get involved with her. Bai Yun cut in. Who are you? What brings you here? Ding Baishuang turned to Bai Yun. I am the deputy commander of the Zhanlong team. She took out her credentials to prove her identity, and continued. We have discovered that your husband Chang Meng is not dead. His real identity is the chief of the Jiangbei branch of the Shadow Sect, and we hope you can assist us in our investigation. What? Bai Yun's expression changed dramatically. Is it true or not? Lu Tian exclaimed in surprise. It's true, Ding Baishuang said to Lu Tian. The intelligence on that USB drive wasn't cracked back then, but it has been deciphered now. The content of this intelligence can confirm that the chief of the Jiangbei branch of the Shadow Sect is Chang Meng. The so-called attack that killed him back then was a cover for his joining the Shadow Sect. Ding Baishuang received the news of the intelligence being cracked while on the way to Lingzhou. She was confident that her subordinates were capable enough to handle the mission targeting the Cheng family. Thus, she altered her itinerary with Yu Fei Yun to come here and investigate Chang Meng. Bai Yun's face reflected disbelief. Impossible. The intelligence you've gathered must be fake. These years, she had been investigating the Shadow Sect, and finally uncovered some leads recently. She organized the Martial Alliance to counter the Shadow Sect. All of this was to avenge Chang Meng. But now, investigators were telling her that Chang Meng was the chief of the Shadow Sect's branch, and this revelation devastated her. Ding Baishuang looked at Bai Yun. You're his wife, and you openly oppose the Shadow Sect. Maybe you're just using revenge as an excuse to conceal the fact that he's still alive. Lu Tian interjected. I know Aunt Bai very well, and I can assure you she knows nothing about the truth. Ding Baishuang replied sarcastically. You're just her kept lover. Would he reveal such deeply concealed truths to you? Lu Tian said. I don't mind if you misunderstand me, but I do want to warn you that your baseless assumptions will affect your judgment. Ding Baishuang frowned. These are deductions based on clues. I came here to track down the chief of the Shadow Sect's branch. You're merely someone eating soft food next to Bai Yun. Stay out of this matter. Chapter 152, The Truth of the Matter. Lu Tian said, You are investigating Chang Meng. Please do not make things difficult for Aunt Bai. Ding Baishuang said, I'm not making things difficult for her. I am asking her to assist with the investigation. She is probably in cahoots with Chang Meng. Yu Fei Yun took over the conversation. Baishuang, don't bother arguing with him anymore. You just said he's nothing but a freeloader who hangs around Bai Yun. He's only worried that if Bai Yun gets taken away, he won't have anyone left to sponge off of. Continuing, Yu Fei Yun looked at Lu Tian with disdain and said, Unlike your senior sister, I won't be so polite to you. If you continue interfering in this matter, just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Tian laughed. Like you could? You're more likely to be the one getting taught a lesson. What did you say? Yu Fei Yun's face instantly darkened. He turned to Ding Baishuang and said, Your junior brother has no real skill but certainly knows how to put on airs. If he continues to speak arrogantly to me, I will personally teach him a lesson. Ding Baishuang looked at Lu Tian. Don't think I will keep protecting you. If you continue meddling, I won't be lenient either. She then said to Bai Yun, Bai Yun, come with us now. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a wild laughter came from the doorway. A man wearing a mask walked straight toward them. This man casually removed his mask, revealing his true identity. It was none other than Chang Meng. Chang Meng looked at Ding Baishuang. You say that my wife should go with you to investigate me, right? Correct. Ding Baishuang nodded. You'd better surrender peacefully. Bai Yun shouted at Chang Meng. They say you're the chief of Jiangbei Dark Shadow Sect, but I don't believe it. You must be misunderstood by them, right? Chang Meng shook his head. They haven't misunderstood me, and everything they've said is true. Impossible, Bai Yun said, emotionally charged. There must be some reason behind all this. Tell me what's really going on. I'll help you. Chang Meng said. There is no special reason. It was my voluntary choice to join the Dark Shadow Sect. I've always been pursuing higher realms of martial arts, but my cultivation reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through. People from the Dark Shadow Sect approached me, saying that as long as I joined their sect, they would help me break through my cultivation bottleneck. At first, I didn't believe them, but after thoroughly checking, I believed they could indeed accomplish it. If I joined the Dark Shadow Sect, I would have to carry out many underhanded tasks for them. If you knew, you'd definitely stop me, and if I insisted on doing it, you would surely break up with me. I hesitated a lot, whether to choose you or the Dark Shadow Sect. In the end, I made the tough decision to join the Dark Shadow Sect. So as not to disappoint you, I deceived you using an illusionary technique to make you believe I was dead. It was me who stole your ring, then under the pretext of buying you a new one, gave you a ring made with talismans. I asked a high-level mystic expert from the Dark Shadow Sect to inject that ring with illusions meant specifically to confuse you. At the time, these illusions led you to believe that I had died. The person you saw back then was actually a traitor within the Dark Shadow sect. They altered his appearance to resemble mine and killed him to impersonate my corpse. As for the words you heard during my supposed death, that it was members of the Dark Shadow sect who harmed me and begged you not to seek revenge, they were also part of the illusions. I thought that if you followed my last wish and abandoned thoughts of vengeance, you would never find out about my joining the Dark Shadow sect. Unexpectedly, not only did you not listen to me, but taking revenge for me became your greatest obsession. Bai Yun had been eagerly waiting to reunite with Changming, only to discover the bitter truth, which left her extremely disappointed. For 10 years, she had remained devoted to Changming, and no one else could replace his place in her heart. She had tirelessly investigated the Dark Shadow sect solely to avenge him. Who would have guessed? Everything was her one-sided wishful thinking. Suddenly realizing such a cruel truth devastated her, leaving her utterly distraught. Xuanhuan visited me earlier, advising me not to antagonize the Dark Shadow sect. Was it you who sent him? Bai Yun asked coldly. It was mentioned earlier that Nialan had provided information to Lu Tian about Xuanhuan visiting Bai Yun, referring to that specific visit. Yes, Changming admitted. I sent him there because I didn't want our paths to cross as enemies someday. However, this did not change her determination. After becoming close to Bai Yun, Lu Tian had inquired about what happened during Chao Yuanfeng's visit and discussed it with her. At the time, Lu Tian had mistakenly assumed Chao Yuanfeng was trying to convince Bai Yun to compromise with the Dark Shadow sect. He didn't expect that the matter would relate to Changming. Later, Chao Yuanfeng went to sabotage my plan to consolidate the martial alliance. Was that also your doing? Bai Yun asked again. Sort of, Changming admitted. However, controlling the martial alliance was a command from the Dark Shadow sect's main headquarters. I merely sent Chao Yuanfeng to execute this task, but I didn't expect our plan to fail. So, what is your purpose in reaching out to me this time? Surely not just to tell me the truth. The main headquarters of the Dark Shadow sect has already identified you as one of their primary enemies and issued a strict order for me to kill you at all costs. Will you kill me? I don't want to, but since I've chosen to be loyal to the Dark Shadow sect, I cannot disobey their orders. Therefore, I can only apologize. Oh, I see. A faint trace of sorrowful laughter crept across Bai Yun's lips. Are you done talking? We didn't come here to listen to your conversation. Yu Feiyun said impatiently. Changming glanced at him. I reviewed a bounty hunter profile document, and there was a picture of someone who looks very much like you. That person's nickname is 100 Shadows Fist. Could that be you? Sharp eyes. Yu Feiyun replied arrogantly. It's an honor for you to end up in my hands, which confirms your strength. You should feel privileged. He then spoke to Ding Baishuang. Baishuang, no need for you to interfere. I can handle him alone. Without waiting for Ding Baishuang's response, Yu Feiyun dashed toward Changming and immediately unleashed his ultimate move upon reaching close range. Yu Feiyun's nickname originates from the name of his ultimate technique, so his signature move is called 100 Shadows Fist. His fists transformed into countless shadowy images, dense as a storm of rain, striking toward Changming. Changming smirked disdainfully, then punched directly at one of the shadowy fist images. Bang! Yu Feiyun's face turned pale with shock. He couldn't believe that the opponent had managed to identify his real punch amidst so many illusions. Not only did the opponent recognize his true attack, but the force behind the counterpunch was significantly greater than his own. Yu Feiyun was blasted away by a single punch, tumbling several times after hitting the ground and rolling right to Lu Tian's feet. Chapter 153, Innate Master. Yu Feiyun possessed the strength of a peak master, and he had always been proud of his own abilities. Earlier, he was defeated by Changming with one move, which left him feeling humiliated. Feiyun, are you alright? Ding Baishuang was concerned and wanted to help him up, but he waved her off. Just now, I underestimated him. This time, I will definitely beat him down. Yu Feiyun, embarrassed and furious, finished his words and charged towards Changming again. Suddenly, he violently took off his upper coat and threw it at Changming. Following this, he unleashed his ultimate technique, 100 Shadows Fist. He intended to use the thrown clothes to distract his opponent, making it difficult for him to judge the direction of his punches from all the shadowy illusions. But Changming simply brushed his clothing aside with one hand while striking Yu Feiyun's fist with the other. Indeed, the direction of his punch had still been found by Changming. There was another loud bang. Once more, Yu Feiyun was sent flying away, rolling back to Lu Tian's feet after landing. Ding Baishuang suddenly gasped in shock. Yu Feiyun's strength was about the same as hers, both being at the peak master level. If Changming could easily defeat Yu Feiyun, then he would surely defeat her just as easily. Judging from their previous encounter, Changming's strength must be at least mid-great master or above, or perhaps even a beginner-level ancient martial great master. However, according to what Changming had said earlier, he joined the Shadow Door sect because they could help enhance his power. Even though the strength of a great master is already profound and mysterious, it shouldn't be enough for Changming to abandon everything and join the Shadow Door sect. Therefore, what drew him to the Shadow Door sect might very well be cultivation beyond that of a great master. Cultivation above the great master level. That means an innate master. An innate master is also called an innate martial artist, a higher realm of martial arts cultivation. Even for many people within the martial arts circle, an innate master exists only in legends. Thinking of this, Ding Baishuang was shocked to the core. Though she wasn't an innate master herself, she did have some understanding of the strength of innate masters. This was because the man she admired, the Azure Dragon War God, was also an innate master. If Changming were also an innate master, even if she teamed up with Yu Feiyun, and Bai Yun decided to side with them, there would be no way for them to defeat Chong Meng. As for Lu Tian, he was seen by her as a deadweight. In her eyes, Lu Tian's existence only diminished their overall strength. Lu Tian glanced at the fallen Yu Feiyun and chuckled. Is this because you underestimated him again? Of course, Yu Feiyun knew the other party was deliberately mocking him, and immediately grew so angry that his eyes bloodshot. Ding Baishuang helped Yu Feiyun stand up and turned angrily to glare at Lu Tian. You've gone too far. Lu Tian said. Didn't he mock me quite a lot before? Why didn't you criticize him then? Now that I'm retaliating, you're not happy. Ding Baishuang angrily said. Do you know our situation? The enemy standing in front of us wants our lives. Feiyun is an important fighting force on our side. If anything happens to him, we won't have much chance of victory. As for you, without any strength, only relying on a wealthy woman, what makes you think you have the right to mock him? Lu Tian coldly laughed. Let me tell you our situation. All of you together aren't a match for him. Whether you want to survive or fight against him, you'll need to rely on me. You, Ding Baishuang shouted angrily. At such a critical moment, how can you still boast here? You're utterly unreasonable. Huh? Chong Meng laughed again. Looking around at Lu Tian and the others, he said, since you're all going to be wiped out by me soon anyway, what's the point of arguing? I'll fight you to death. Yu Feiyun gritted his teeth. Then he looked at Ding Baishuang. Baishuang, I'll keep him occupied, and you all escape while you have the chance. Ding Baishuang said. With his capabilities, we can't possibly escape. Only by joining forces against him might we have a slight chance to survive. Then she turned to Bai Yun. I hope you'll also help us. Only this way do we have a better chance to live. Bai Yun was about to reply, when suddenly her face drastically changed. Be careful. Bang. Suddenly, Yu Feiyun slammed a punch into Ding Baishuang. When Bai Yun warned everyone, Ding Baishuang didn't have time to react and was solidly hit in the chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. After pulling off a surprise attack successfully, Yu Feiyun rushed over to Chong Meng. Sir Chong, I wish to surrender and join your Shadow Door sect. Please spare my life. Lu Tian had been closely observing Chong Meng all along, but never expected Yu Feiyun to suddenly betray and attack his allies. Senior sister. Lu Tian ran over, crouching beside Ding Baishuang. He pointed his fingers at the position on her chest where she'd been struck, pressing a few times. Just now, Yu Feiyun's punch had directly channeled force into Ding Baishuang's heart meridian. If it wasn't treated in time, it would be enough to kill her. Lu Tian's quick actions served two purposes. One was to disperse this force, and the other was to transmit true energy into her body to dissolve the forces. Thanks to his timely treatment, Ding Baishuang's life was saved, but she was still severely injured. Turns out, you know medicine. Ding Baishuang could feel Lu Tian treating her. She continued. I used to think you were utterly useless. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. If we can survive this time, I'm willing to be with you. Ding Baishuang, feeling immense pain, didn't realize that her life was no longer in danger. Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Yu Feiyun was still pleading for mercy from Chong Meng. Master Chong, as long as you spare my life, I will follow your orders without question from now on. Ha ha ha. Chong Meng laughed. Good. Starting now, you're my underling. Thank you, Master Chong. Yu Feiyun became overjoyed. Chong Meng's willingness to recruit him under his banner also meant sparing his life. With your strength, you will be very useful to the Shadow Door sect. However, those who lack power offer us nothing but want me to back them up. After saying this, Chong Meng turned to Bai Yun. When I said those without strength, I refer to Bai Zhua and Bai Ziqian, father and son. They wanted to join the Shadow Door sect, intending to use it against you. I've already taken care of them. Bai Yun coldly responded. Do you expect me to thank you? Chong Meng sighed. No need for thanks. I'm just making clear that although I plan to kill you, I do have some feelings for you. Bai Yun replied calmly. I don't need your feelings. Lu Tian temporarily laid Ding Baishuang on the ground. Then he stood up, glaring at Yu Feiyun with a murderous look. I'll make you suffer a terrible death. Huh? Yu Feiyun sneered disdainfully. At this point, are you still bluffing? Then Yu Feiyun looked respectfully at Chong Meng. Master Chong, let me help you take care of them. Chapter 154. Even if they join forces, they are no match for me. Chong Meng said. You should have no problem dealing with Lu Tian. But Bai Yun has the strength of a great grandmaster. Do you think you can be his opponent? Yu Feiyun's face showed surprise. He really didn't expect Bai Yun to have such formidable power. Chong Meng looked at Bai Yun. Your great grandmaster strength is still pretty well maintained, right? Bai Yun was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that? Chong Meng said. Do you think I don't know what's going on? I already know. Your cultivation has produced side effects. Bai Yun's expression paused. How did you know that? Chong Meng said. Xuanhuan told me about his encounter with you. On the surface, it looks like you pushed him back, but in reality, it was you who suffered internal injuries. You could defeat him, which shows you have the strength of a great grandmaster. But from your getting injured, I can guess that your cultivation has side effects. I even know that you broke through to the great grandmaster level by using the cultivation of the frost palm. The reason I know all this is because I discovered this shortcut many years ago, but I also found its side effects, so I didn't practice it. If I'm not mistaken, the side effect you experience is that your body becomes cold and lean, and you need to be with a man with a strong and fiery constitution to resolve these side effects. Have you already become intimate with him to counteract the side effects? Chong Meng sharply questioned Bai Yun while pointing at Lu Tian. Yes. Bai Yun nodded. I did this to maintain my cultivation, making myself more capable to avenge you. Is it just to avenge me? Chong Meng's face turned dark. With him being so physically fit and young, lying with him must have given you great pleasure, huh? So what if it does? Bai Yun's face flushed red, but she couldn't help shouting this sentence angrily. Compared to shyness, she was angrier. You deceived me, making me believe you were dead. So even if I sought another man, it doesn't count as betraying you. Besides, I maintained my cultivation to avenge you, and thus arrived at this point. To be honest, after I learned you weren't dead, I felt deeply guilty about having relations with other men. But never expected that you would deceive me, making me suffer for you for so many years in vain. From start to finish, you have no right to blame me. You asked me earlier if lying with him was pleasurable, right? Yes, it is. And both his ability and skills far surpass yours. Chang Meng was instantly furious and his face turned red. Bai Yun's face became even redder. She didn't expect herself, usually composed and stable, to say such words. Although those were her real experiences, she could only say them due to uncontrollable anger. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, Chang Meng laughed. I was originally ordered by Shadow Door headquarters to kill you guys. Why bother getting angry with you two immoral lovers? At this moment, Lu Tian spoke. Aunt Bai, calm down first, let me handle them. No, Bai Yun said. Next, I will fight with them to the death. You seized the opportunity to flee with your sister-in-law. Even though Bai Yun knew Lu Tian's power surpassed hers, she didn't think Lu Tian would be able to beat Chang Meng. And now Chang Meng didn't understand Lu Tian's power either. He thought Lu Tian was just there for numbers. Once the fight began, Chang Meng would most likely deal with her personally, letting Yu Feiyun take care of Lu Tian. Based on her observations earlier, Yu Feiyun probably had the peak power of a master, which definitely wouldn't be a match for Lu Tian. As long as she could engage with Chang Meng for a short period of time, Lu Tian would have the chance to escape. Aunt Bai, you don't need to intervene. I said I would handle them. Lu Tian took Bai Yun's hand. Even if you help me secure an escape opportunity, I won't run because there's no need to. I assure you, even if they work together, they're no match for me. Let me deal with them, trust me. Okay, Bai Yun still wasn't confident inside, but since the other party refused to flee, she had no choice. Lu Tian looked at Chang Meng and Yu Feiyun. Are you coming to die together, or one by one? What arrogance! Yu Feiyun scoffed dismissively. Then he said to Chang Meng, Senior Chang, let me handle Lu Tian first. You wait and deal with Bai Yun. Alright, Chang Meng nodded, interestedly waiting to see their confrontation. Yu Feiyun looked at Lu Tian with disdain. Judging from your sister-in-law's appraisal of you, I already know you have no strength. Yet here you were trying to make threats in front of me. Lu Tian said, Stop talking nonsense. I've said before, I'll make you suffer a terrible death. Now, I'm ready to fulfill this promise. Yu Feiyun grinned savagely and said, It seems you're not just bluffing, but utterly overestimating your abilities. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yu Feiyun rushed to Lu Tian's side and unleashed his ultimate move once more, the 100 Shadow Fist. Lu Tian simply kicked out with his leg, which was much longer than his opponent's arm. Before the other's fist could even reach him, he landed a powerful kick right in the chest. This wasn't a fluke. Although his legs were longer, it was primarily the incredible speed of his kick that left no time for the opponent to dodge or defend. Bang! Yu Feiyun was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed at Chang Meng's feet, his eyes wide with shock. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming force spreading from where he had been struck, radiating throughout his entire body. Dozens of spots on his body burst outward from within, spurting waves of blood mist. Roar! Yu Feiyun let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in pain on the ground. The force continued to wreak havoc all over his body, leaving him both shocked and terrified. Still the same thing I said before. You will die a miserable death, Lu Tian stated coldly. The sight before them left Chang Meng equally stunned, now fully aware of how formidable Lu Tian truly was. After struggling for a while, Yu Feiyun finally breathed his last. Chang Meng then spoke chillingly. I see now I underestimated you. However, I am already a master of inherent talent. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. With that, Chang Meng dashed forward with incredible speed, unleashing a devastating punch like lightning. Concentrated air energy swirled around his fist, roaring toward Lu Tian with deafening winds. Even Bai Yun, standing nearby, couldn't clearly follow the trajectory of this punch, and was thrown back 2 steps by the powerful gust generated from the punch. Bai Yun's heart quaked with fear. She believed Lu Tian wouldn't be able to evade this punch, and immediately became overwhelmingly anxious. Chapter 155, Qinglong War God. As Chang Meng's fist was about to hit Lu Tian, Bai Yun could imagine how gruesome the following scene would be, so she turned her head away, unable to bear watching. Then she heard Lu Tian speaking. Your strength is no more than this. Bai Yun paused for a moment, looked back over there, and saw that Lu Tian had already grabbed Chang Meng's fist. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Tian sent Chang Meng staggering off. Then he flashed in front of Chang Meng, grabbing the collar of his opponent, and with an arm movement, lifted the other person's body into midair. Following that, Lu Tian released his grip, and at the same time as Chang Meng's body hit the ground, delivered a powerful punch directly to Chang Meng's chest. Bang! A strong force rippled outward toward all sides, causing Chang Meng's body to crash heavily onto the concrete floor. Boom! The concrete under Chang Meng instantly split apart in a spiderweb pattern, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. This one strike broke many of Chang Meng's bones. Looking at the situation before her eyes, Bai Yun sighed in relief, although this scene left her truly shocked. Chang Meng had just claimed himself as an innate grandmaster. Though she hadn't witnessed the strength of an innate grandmaster before, from Chong Meng's earlier punch, she had become convinced that it was something even a regular grandmaster couldn't accomplish. This led her to conclude that Chong Meng's strength really had reached the realm of an innate grandmaster. Lu Tian being able to easily block Chong Meng's punch and then beat him brutally. Could it mean that he was an innate grandmaster of an even higher level? How could this be? I am an innate grandmaster. How could I? Chong Meng said with disbelief evident on his face, barely having any strength. Based on your previous performance, you are a yellow class innate grandmaster. A man who had just arrived said to Chong Meng. Chong Meng was suddenly shocked, abruptly looking towards the man. Though he had concentrated earlier during his fight with Lu Tian, with his strength, he should have easily detected someone approaching. However, the man had come within 10 meters without Chong Meng noticing at all. It was clear that the man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Bai Yun also hadn't noticed when this man had arrived, but Lu Tian's display of strength had given her enough sense of security, so she wasn't tense. You are the Qinglong War God. Chong Meng recognized the man and exclaimed in shock. The Qinglong War God nodded. For you, a mere yellow class innate grandmaster, to dare match wits with my master is nothing short of humbling yourself. You master? Chong Meng was shocked again. Could your master be Lu Tian? Exactly, replied the Qinglong War God. Upon hearing this, not only was Chong Meng shocked again, Bai Yun also found it hard to believe. Did you come specifically to deal with Chong Meng? Lu Tian asked the Qinglong War God. Yes. The Qinglong War God responded. I didn't expect to find you here, master. Blame me for arriving late. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. Before Ding Baishuang led the operation, she received a call from the commander-in-chief telling her that the Qinglong War God would be dealing with the Jiangbei branch chief of the Shadow Sect. After deciphering intelligence, they confirmed that the branch chief was indeed Chong Meng. Prior to coming here, the Qinglong War God was unsure where Chong Meng was staying, but he could track down Bai Yun's residence, and his visit here was also meant to probe for information about Chong Meng. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he saw Chong Meng being defeated by Lu Tian. The Qinglong War God briefly recounted the situation to Lu Tian. Chong Meng looked at Lu Tian, saying, given my commitment to martial arts, dying under the hands of such a high-level expert like you doesn't tarnish my reputation as an innate grandmaster. Lu Tian responded, my father thought you were killed by members of the Shadow Sect. He sought revenge for you, which is why he investigated them, leading to his disappearance. If it weren't for your deception, he wouldn't have vanished. If you feel remorse, tell me everything you know about this matter. If you confess, I'll grant you a quick death. If you don't, I promise your end will be 100 times worse than you Fei Yun's. Chong Meng laughed bitterly and said, if I betray the Shadow Sect, I'll die suddenly like xuanhuan. It's because the Shadow Sect used a technique called Death Soul Curse to control us. Saying this, Chong Meng suddenly appeared pained. By uttering those words just now, I've already betrayed the Shadow Sect. The Death Soul Curse has already started acting on me. His tone suddenly quickened. With my skills, I can hold out a bit longer. I will strive to reveal everything I know. In the past, your father did investigate the Shadow Sect to take revenge for me. But back then, his actions went unnoticed by the Shadow Sect. The reason he was targeted for assassination by the Shadow Sect is because someone hired them to do so. I secretly investigated this matter and found out that the employer came from the Lu family. You must be wondering if it's the Lu family of Jiangnan. I can't confirm that with 100% certainty. However, considering your father was originally from the Lu family of Jiangnan, but left due to jealousy within the clan, I believe the employer was indeed someone from the Lu family of Jiangnan. All I can confirm is that the operatives of the Shadow Sect never managed to locate your father. In fact, the Shadow Sect only has 3 branches, but these 3 are shrouded in mystery. I belong to the Liangjiang branch. Regarding the headquarters or the other 2 branches, I have no knowledge whatsoever and cannot offer you any leads. The Liangjiang branch has 1 chief and 2 deputy chiefs. I am one of the deputy chiefs, mainly operating in northern Jiangsu. The chief and the other deputy chief are based in southern Jiangsu. However, our branch doesn't have a fixed base, so I don't know their whereabouts either. Also, headquarters mandates that we all wear masks during meetings. So, I don't know who the other 2 chiefs truly are, though the chief probably knows the identities of me and the other deputy chief based on information provided by headquarters. All I know is that the other deputy chief is a martial arts expert, and his strength is about equal to mine. The chief practices mystic arts. Since I'm not familiar with those, I can't accurately assess his strength. However, given that he became chief, I'm sure his power isn't something to be underestimated. It was him who gave me a talisman ring imbued with illusory powers, allowing me to fake my death and deceive Bai Yun. As for the methods used by the Shadow Sect to enhance my strength, they mainly provide me with pills called Pujin Dan to aid in breaking through cultivation barriers. My temporary base, which also functions as part of the Shadow Sect's northern Jiangsu operations, is an old house named Qingzhou Residence located outside Lingzhou. Although I've been a member of the Shadow Sect for some time now, I was only recently assigned here. Their Liangjiang branch is relatively new. Their plan is to gain control over the commercial landscape of the Liangjiang area to make profits. My operations in northern Jiangsu have already failed. As for the actions of the southern Jiangsu branch, I don't know much, except rumors say they're trying to ally with a local martial sect known as Brother Alliance. I've told you everything I know about the Shadow Sect. I joined the Shadow Sect out of obsession with martial arts, but I never agreed with their actions. So as I die, I don't mind betraying them. You don't need to kill me. I will soon be killed by the Death Soul Curse anyway. All I hope is that you take responsibility for Bai Yun, protect her, and care for her. Under the influence of the Death Soul curse, Chang Meng was barely clinging to life and obviously couldn't hold on much longer. I promise you, Lu Tian said. Chang Meng smiled bitterly, nodded, then looked at Bai Yun and said, I'm sorry. After speaking those words, Chang Meng stiffened and stopped moving altogether, having breathed his last breath. Bai Yun hated Chang Meng for deceiving her, but recalling the moments they had spent together and witnessing this tragic scene now, she couldn't help tearing up. I'll level their temporary base, Qinglong War God said, then immediately departed for the Qingzhou residence mentioned by Chang Meng. The details of the operation aren't worth mentioning. Given the strength of Qinglong War God, it was easy for him to annihilate Chang Meng's subordinates once he arrived at the enemy's hideout. He then called Lu Tian, informed him of the situation, and left Jiangzhou. Speaking of Lu Tian carried Ding Baishuang into a room in the villa and continued treating her wounds. 3 hours later, Ding Baishuang gradually woke up and realized she was lying on a bed in a bedroom. Sister, you're awake, Lu Tian said. Ding Baishuang was surprised. In her memory, she had been severely injured, even believing she was near death. But now she felt perfectly fine, as if there were no signs of injury. Did you treat my injuries? Ding Baishuang asked in astonishment. Yes, you're completely healed, Lu Tian said. To be able to heal me this quickly, it seems your medical skills are truly remarkable. Then, Ding Baishuang remembered something and asked, what happened to Chang Meng? Lu Tian said, he's dead. I'll explain the details later, but first I want to ask you something. Ding Baishuang asked, what do you want to ask me? Lu Tian replied, before you passed out, you said, if we survive this time, I will. And then you fainted. What did you intend to say next? Chapter 156. Why does it feel so awkward? Ding Baishuang said, what I want to say is, if we can survive this time, then I will be with you. She originally intended to say, I will reconcile with you, as a way of fudging the issue. But upon reconsideration, she felt that there was no need to lie about this matter, so she said what she truly wanted to express, I will date you. But a flicker of embarrassment crossed Ding Baishuang's face as she continued. At the time, I thought we were certain to die, and I said those words merely to comfort you. So, I'm sorry, please don't take those words seriously. Lu Tian smiled and replied, I understand. I never even considered taking things to that level with you, so you don't need to feel apologetic. Although Lu Tian indeed harbored no such feelings toward her, Ding Baishuang did not believe that. She thought he was simply too embarrassed to admit it. This made her feel somewhat guilty for deceiving Lu Tian's feelings, yet she had no idea how to express her apology. To ease the awkwardness and uncomfortable atmosphere, she changed the subject. You said Chang Meng is already dead. How exactly did he die? The moment she finished speaking, Ding Baishuang suddenly recalled something else, and added, now I know what happened. It must be that the Qinglong War God came here and killed Chang Meng. Lu Tian said, the Qinglong War God did come, but Chang Meng didn't die by his hand. He first lost against me, then was killed by the fatal soul curse. Lu Tian recounted the specific events from that time to Ding Baishuang, also mentioning that he was the master of the Qinglong War God. As expected, Ding Baishuang once again thought he was exaggerating. Lu Tian, you have saved me, which I am deeply grateful for, but I really hope you can change your habit of liking to boast. I am not boasting. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I'm too lazy to explain to you anyway. I just can't deal with you. Let me tell you 2 more things. First, before Chang Meng died, he disclosed some information related to the Dark Shadow sect. I recorded it at the time. Lu Tian picked up his phone and opened an audio file. After Ding Baishuang listened to the recording, she had Lu Tian send the recording over to her via phone. They took the opportunity to exchange their phone numbers. What is the second thing? I treated your injuries through acupuncture. I used needles in many places across your body. To do the acupuncture smoothly, I had to remove your clothes at the time. Did you remove all of them? Yes. After treatment, I redressed you. So did you see my body? When I inserted the needles on your body, I obviously had to look at your body. Ding Baishuang blushed furiously, knowing that Lu Tian only did this out of medical necessity, so she couldn't reasonably blame him. Well, did you touch my body? To make it convenient to insert needles near your side, I spread your arms out. Does that count? And for inserting needles near your inner thigh, I had to adjust your legs. Does that count too? You stop talking. I don't want to hear any more. Just at that moment, Ding Baishuang's phone rang. It was one of her subordinates who had been sent to carry out a mission at the Cheng family. The subordinate informed her that Cheng Hao, Cheng Ao's younger brother, along with the killers under his command, had all been eliminated by them. On the battle dragon side, there were no casualties. Cheng Ao and Cheng Yao Kai directly begged for mercy at the time. To avoid severe punishment, they had planned to divulge the intelligence they possessed regarding the Dark Shadow sect, but before they could reveal anything, they suddenly died. Ding Baishuang had already learned what Chang Meng had confessed from the recording. She guessed that Cheng Ao and Cheng Yao Kai also died due to the fatal soul curse. She summoned her subordinates to this place and informed them about the situation here. Of course, she didn't disclose everything truthfully. Part of it was based on her own conjecture, such as her assumption that Chang Meng had been defeated by the Qinglong War God. She instructed her subordinates to take away the bodies of Chang Meng and Yu Feiyun. Since Chang Meng had been affected by the fatal soul curse, it might be possible to study methods to counteract it from his corpse. If they managed to decipher this technique, then when other members of the Dark Shadow sect fell into their hands in the future, they would have a better chance of extracting more intelligence. The troubles seemed temporarily resolved. Ding Baishuang apologized to Bai Yun, saying, I previously thought you were with Chang Meng, Now I know it was a misunderstanding. Sorry. No problem, Bai Yun replied. It's late already. Stay here tonight. All right, then I'll impose on you. Even though Ding Baishuang's wounds had healed, her body still lacked strength, so she prepared to spend the night there. I'm going back to my room. You should rest early too. Ding Baishuang politely spoke these words, then headed toward the room where she had undergone the healing treatment. Bai Yun gently nudged Lu Tian, whispering quietly, your elder sister walks with a peculiar sway. Why is that? Lu Tian examined carefully and said, it is a bit strange. Given her figure, she shouldn't be swaying so much while walking. Bai Yun was slightly startled. What kind of figure would cause such a sway? Lu Tian replied, like you, with a relatively larger hip circumference, it's easier to sway like that. Bai Yun immediately blushed, giving him an accusing glance. Lu Tian added, it's probably because when I dressed her after the treatment, I didn't do it very neatly, and she has been adjusting herself. Ding Baishuang returned to her room, frowning as she murmured to herself, why does it feel so awkward? Then she directly took off her long pants and looked at her underwear, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment. That jerk. He put my panties on backward. In the living room, Lu Tian made a phone call. Hey, you guys from the 4 ancient martial arts sects in Jiangnan, help me investigate the situation of the top wealthy family Lu clan in Jiangnan. I need all the information about the core members of this family. And also, investigate the movements of the Brother Alliance, focusing on whether they are colluding with the Dark Shadow sect. Lu Tian had already gotten word from Changmeng that the person who hired the Dark Shadow sect to chase his father might be someone from the Lu clan in Jiangnan. Changmeng also admitted that the Dark Shadow sect was trying to recruit the Brother Alliance. By having the 4 ancient martial arts sects in Jiangnan investigate these 2 matters, Lu Tian could better search for clues about his father's whereabouts and seek revenge. After he finished the call, he lay down on the sofa, ready to rest there. Not long after Bai Yun walked into the bedroom, she returned to the living room, looking puzzled at Lu Tian. Why are you sleeping here? You gave the other set of bedding to my master sister, and there's no bedding in the other rooms, so I have to sleep on the sofa. I mean, why don't you come sleep in my room? Because you don't need me to treat the side effects of your cultivation tonight. Get up and follow me to the bedroom. It's not for anything else. I just want you to keep me company. Chapter 157 Brother Alliance. Lu Tian was pulled into the bedroom by Bai Yun. Lu Tian, is it just a side effect of your treatment to cultivate with me? I respect you, so I have to treat this process as if I am treating you. Is it because I keep thinking about Changmeng? Sort of. You keep thinking about him, and I respect you. You don't need to feel sorry. After all, there's no feelings invested between us. Now I already know that Changmeng deceived me. He even wanted to kill me. I'm utterly disappointed in him. His death didn't make my heart ache either. I've abandoned all thoughts about him. Are these really your inner thoughts? Of course, do you think I can't handle such a blow? I know you're strong and able to handle it. Your mentality is better than I imagined. There are 2 reasons. 1, people like him don't deserve to cause me such trauma. 2, I now have a much better man. When she mentioned the better man, Bai Yun lightly tapped Lu Tian's chest with her fingers. Does this mean you've developed feelings for me? Perhaps I had them earlier, but only now do I dare to face those feelings. You should know that the situation between me and Aunt Sue is similar. I know, but since we've come this far, what else do I have to worry about? Aunt Bai, since you already know how powerful I am, let me confess something else. Actually, Lu Tian wanted to say. Actually, I'm cultivating immortality, transcending the secular world, being capable of taking responsibility for both of you simultaneously. But before he could continue, Bai Yun interjected. You want to say, with your power, you can be responsible for both of us at the same time? All right, don't overthink it, just go with the flow. After finishing, Bai Yun opened the bathroom door. Do you have any interest in taking a shower with me? Lu Tian laughed. I'm more interested in what I'll do with you after the shower. He expected Bai Yun to reply with something like, pervert, but instead, she said, me too, and then dragged him into the bathroom. After washing up, they got onto the bed, beginning their passionate session. Ding Baishuang, staying in the neighboring room, heard the noise and felt her heart race excitedly. Her cheeks red, she secretly complained. Is it necessary to go wild like this? Could it be that Lu Tian is so popular among rich women because of his stamina? The next morning, Lu Tian and Bai Yun woke up late due to last night's tiring activities. Ding Baishuang greeted at their room's door and then left. In the bed inside the bedroom, Bai Yun, who had just woken up, hugged Lu Tian tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Lu Tian, last night, did our racket wake your elder sister? She probably heard us. Why worry about it? It makes me very awkward. That shows your mentality isn't open enough. Why am I not embarrassed? Because it wasn't you making all that noise. Of course you're not embarrassed. Bai Yun blushed, teasing him playfully with slight shakes of her body. Lu Tian couldn't resist holding her tighter as he prepared to exercise, with her again on the bed. My elder sister has left already. No need to worry about her hearing us now. No way. There are often subordinates reporting to me during the day. How can we stay in bed then? Let's wait until next time. No. I want to spend the day with you today. Let's go to Yunru's spare villa. Remember, you said you had the key to that place. If subordinates look for me, they can just call me directly. Good. Anyway, I don't have anything planned for today. Let's go. At Zhao family manor, the Zhao family was preparing a sumptuous breakfast to entertain an honored guest. The commercial impact from the Heaven and Earth business alliance on the Zhao family had ended. Of course, the Zhao family didn't know that the matter was related to the Heaven and Earth business alliance. They thought it was done by Bai Yun's Bai Corporation and Su Tianhao's Fengyan Corporation. After this commercial shock, The Zhao family's business had been heavily damaged, falling out of the second-tier aristocracy list. Actually, before this, their family's business had already been declining. Now, with another heavy blow to their business, without the help of a benefactor, it would be hard to recover to their former status. This guest they were about to entertain was someone they believed capable of helping them return to their former glory. Boss Qin, welcome. Zhao Jinhao respectfully led a middle-aged man into the banquet hall. Let me introduce you. This is my old classmate, the third of Jiangnan Brothers Alliance, the new chairman of Brother Group, Qin Wanzhua. Zhao Jinhao said, then introduced the members of the Zhao family to Qin Wanzhua. Mr. Qin, Zhao Jinming, and others hurriedly went forward to welcome him cordially, inviting Qin Wanzhua to take his seat. I've already heard about your company from Jinhao. I can invest money and resources into your company to help it recover its former wealth and status. However, Qin Wanzhua paused for a moment before continuing. You need to agree to one condition of mine for me to help you. Zhao Jinming politely asked, what is the condition? Mr. Qin, please feel free to speak. Qin Wanzhua glanced at Zhao Xuanhuan and said, my condition is that your Zhao family's young miss here should be betrothed to my son, Qin Xinghe. I refuse, Zhao Xuanhuan replied without hesitation. Qin Xinghe was notorious as a scoundrel, and his infamy had long spread from Jiangnan to Jiangbei. This degenerate was not only extremely arrogant and tyrannical, but he also had a history of mistreating women. Even if Zhao Xuanhuan were vain, there was no way she could accept Qin Xinghe. You disgraceful girl. Zhao Jinming glared furiously at Zhao Xuanhuan. Mr. Qin has given our Zhao family a great honor by offering to arrange your marriage with young Master Qin. How dare you reject it outright, without careful consideration? It's sheer disrespect. Qin Wanzhua's face had already darkened. Although he had recently become the chairman of Brother Group, it was his sworn elder brother, the leader of the Brothers Alliance, who had helped him ascend to that position. His elder brother was getting old, with deteriorating health, and his authority in the company was diminishing. Qin Wanzhua had always desired to replace his elder brother's position, but his own foundation wasn't stable enough to make any rash moves. His plan was to first secure alliances through his son's marriage with other powerful families, which would strengthen his base and gather allies. However, his son's reputation had spread so far and wide that no prestigious family was willing to form an alliance through marriage. Recently, when he heard about the troubles facing the Zhao family, he came up with the idea to propose a marriage alliance under the condition of helping resolve their issues. Yet, as soon as he put forth his proposal, Zhao Xuanhuan flatly rejected him. Haha, never mind. After all, my son's reputation isn't good, so it's understandable to be rejected. We have nothing else to discuss. Qin Wanzhua laughed coldly and stood up, preparing to leave. Mr. Qin, please calm down. Zhao Jinming pleaded with a flattering expression on his face. Then he turned to glare at Zhao Xuanhuan, slapping her across the face. Look what you've done. You've offended our honored guest. Chapter 158, What's going on? Immediately after, Zhao Jinming chuckled as he looked at Qin Wanzhua. It must be that Xuanhuan believed some unfavorable rumors about Master Qin and has some misunderstandings of him. Please do not take offense, Mr. Qin. After saying this, his expression changed abruptly as he glared at Zhao Xuanhuan. Haven't you already apologized to Mr. Qin yet? Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Although Zhao Xuanhuan felt wronged, she didn't dare not to apologize. Never mind. Qin Wanzhua waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to Zhao Jinming. Is there still a point in discussing the marriage alliance? There's definitely something to discuss, absolutely. Mr. Qin, please sit down and let's talk more. Zhao Jinming flattered with a smile. Then he said to Zhao Jinxiu, you should try persuading Xuanhuan. Zhao Jinxiu nodded and looked at Zhao Xuanhuan. You don't understand Master Qin well enough yet. Try spending some time with him first, and if it doesn't work out, we can reconsider later. Zhao Jinhao joined in. Xuanhuan, no one is perfect. Even if Master Qin does have certain flaws, his identity and status make him a worthy match for you. In the future, you should treat him respectfully. Though harboring resentment secretly, Zhao Xuanhuan still nodded without daring to argue back. She had little say within the Zhao family. Even her grandfather, father, and uncle treated Mr. Qin courteously, so she didn't dare voice any objections. Nevertheless, she rejected the idea mentally, determined never to accept this arranged marriage. However, judging from the present situation, her elders would undoubtedly agree to Qin's marriage proposal just to gain his favor. If I go urge the kitchen staff to bring out the dishes. Using this excuse, Zhao Xuanhuan left the banquet hall. She did not head to the kitchen but instead slipped out of the estate without her family knowing. The guards at the gate knew she was leaving. Being the daughter of the Zhao household, her outings weren't particularly surprising, and the guards wouldn't specifically stop her. Zhao Xuanhuan intended to find someone who she was confident would protect her, her mother, Xuanhuan. When mealtime arrived and Zhao Xuanhuan wasn't seen, Zhao Jinming asked in a low tone, where is Xuanhuan? The guard at the gate told me she went out. Zhao Yusong replied just as he reached the table. Damn it, Zhao Jinhao angrily exclaimed. Mr. Qin's offer of marriage is a sign of respect for our Zhao family, but this unappreciative thing disrespects him outright. Zhao Jinming glared at Zhao Jinxiu. Call her immediately on the phone and order her to come back here right away. If she refuses, send people to forcibly bring her back. Never mind. Qin Wanzhua waved his hand again. She simply has a misunderstanding about my son. As long as you approve of this union, that will suffice. Mr. Qin, rest assured, we will figure out a way to make her accept Master Qin, Zhao Jinming said humbly. Qin Wanzhua nodded slightly, thinking internally. Looking at their fawning demeanors, everything is now completely under my control. A marital alliance with them would be ideal, but if it doesn't work out, I will seize control over the Zhao family's businesses. Once I've expanded my business holdings, my position in the Brotherhood Alliance will also rise significantly. Xuanhuan indicated to the Zhao family members that he would provide commercial support to help their family overcome its current economic struggles. Although the Zhao family had pharmaceutical industries, their main businesses revolved around construction. Xuanhuan could refer numerous construction projects to them. If these projects successfully cooperated with the Zhao family, the profits generated would certainly enable the Zhao family to return to its former position among the second-tier elite. Kissing roughly discussed plans with them, intending to wait until specific projects were confirmed before delving deeper into details. Location: Su Yunru's residence. This day was the weekend, so Su Yunru didn't need to go to the company. Lu Wenlei also gave herself a day off, opting not to visit the medical clinic. At this moment, the two women were seated at the dining table eating breakfast. Lu Tian hasn't returned for 2 days now. Could it be he's been busy with Wu Alliance matters with Bai Yun? Su Yunru asked. It seems like it, Lu Wenlei responded. Bai Yun must value him quite a bit. In fact, I've consulted with Bai Yun. She develops him in martial arts while I nurture him in business aspects. Both of you are working hard for him. You both caring for him makes me deeply grateful. Lu Jie, no need for formality. By the way, your clinic is somewhat far from this villa, but very close to my other vacant villa. Why don't you move there? It isn't that I want to drive you out or anything. It's all for making it more convenient for you to get to the clinic. I know you're considering my convenience. Actually, I'd prefer living closer to the clinic. If you don't mind, I'd gladly move there. Not at all. After we finish eating today, when there's nothing else to do, I'll show you around the place. A while later, Zhao Yuxuan arrived here and rushed to Su Yunru. Mom, you have to save me. Wah. Zhao Yuxuan, sobbing and crying, told Su Yunru about the Zhao family's plan to marry her off to Qin Xinghe. Su Yunru immediately became enraged. I've also heard of Qin Xinghe's various misdeeds, and I absolutely will not allow this marriage alliance. She patted Zhao Yuxuan's shoulder. You should stay here from now on, and don't go back to the Zhao family. Okay, Zhao Yuxuan nodded strongly. This is my good friend, Lu Tian's mother. You can call her Aunt Lu, Su Yunru said. Due to Zhao Yuxuan's aversion towards Lu Tian, she wasn't particularly fond of Lu Wenlei. But now that her mom Su Yunru had a good relationship with Lu Tian, she needed her mom's help. Since Lu Wenlei was her elder, she had to be polite and respectful. Thus, she politely said, Hello Aunt Lu. Lu Wenlei smiled and nodded in response. Hello. After finishing their meal, Su Yunru took Lu Wenlei to another one of her villas. Lu Wenlei packed her belongings and planned to move there right away. When they reached the entrance of the villa, Su Yunru unlocked the gate with her key. Then they saw a car parked in the yard. It was Bai Yun's car. Why is Bai Yun's car parked at my villa? Su Yunru exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that she lives here? Look, the curtains of that room on the first floor are drawn. Lu Wenlei said. But Bai Yun doesn't have the key to this place. Could it be she borrowed the key from Lu Tian? What? Are you saying Lu Tian has the key to this place? Yes. I previously asked him to help clean here and handed him the key. It must be that Bai Yun borrowed the key from Lu Tian and stayed here. It's already this late, yet the curtains are still drawn. She must be very lazy since she hasn't woken up yet. What's going on? How could she be staying in my villa? Let's go check out what's happening then. Chapter 159. The secret is discovered. Su Yunru and Lu Wenlei walked into the villa. As they had expected, Bai Yun was indeed in the room with the drawn curtains. But they didn't know that Lu Tian was also there. Lu Tian and Bai Yun had come here over an hour ago. They could hear 2 sets of footsteps coming from the living room and could guess who the arrivals were. In a panic, Bai Yun had made Lu Tian hide inside the wardrobe. At this moment, a knock came at the door. Su Yunru shouted from outside. Sister Bai, are you in the room? Yes. Just wait a second. After straightening her newly worn clothes, Bai Yun opened the door. Little Yun, how did you end up staying at Xiaoru's villa? Asked Lu Wenlei. Oh, my villa lost power last night. I found it inconvenient. So I came here, borrowed the key from Lu Tian. Then where is Lu Tian? He helped me train the Martial Alliance disciples. Last night, he directly stayed at the Martial Alliance's base. Lu Wenlei smiled towards Su Yunru. Little Yun certainly makes good use of Lu Tian. Su Yunru nodded, somewhat puzzled, asking, Sister Bai, are you feeling unwell? No. Why do you ask that? Said Bai Yun. Why do you have sweat all over your head? It's not that hot today, right? I see quite a bit of sweat on your neck too. I bet it's all over your body as well. Bai Yun grew nervous internally. She hadn't even had time to wipe off the sweat after her recent antics with Lu Tian. That's because I exercised this morning and sweated from the exertion. You exercised and came back to rest in the room, but you don't usually lock the bedroom door for that, right? I often lock the door when I'm in the bedroom. It's my personal habit. Bai Yun tried hard to remain calm. Su Yunru looked skeptical, scrutinizing her carefully and then inspecting the bed. Before opening the door, Bai Yun had already smoothed out the bed, thinking Su Yunru wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. Indeed, Su Yunru couldn't find any, yet inwardly she thought, how does it feel like she was with a man, but yet I haven't detected any signs? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She walked to the bed and touched the bedding with her hand. Then, she climbed onto the bed and touched the other side. I know what happened, Su Yunru said. She then looked playfully at Bai Yun. Both sides of the bed are warm. If you were sleeping alone, it wouldn't be enough to heat up such a wide area. Who did you sleep with here? This. Bai Yun suddenly gasped, a red flush appearing on her face. Seeing her changing expression, Su Yunru realized that her guess was correct. Sister Bai, are you dating someone? Bai Yun couldn't feel more embarrassed, but had no reason to argue. She took a deep breath and said, You've discovered my secret. Please don't mock me. I've been single for so long. It's natural for me to find a boyfriend. Recalling how she went to Su Yunru's office and judged that Lu Tian had recently been affectionate with Su Yunru by the temperature of the sofa, she hadn't expected that the other party would uncover her secret using the same method. Now, all she hoped was that Lu Tian wouldn't be discovered. Who's your boyfriend? Lu Wenlei suddenly asked. This. Let's keep it a temporary secret. Bai Yun replied, awkwardly with a smile. Lu Wenlei looked at Su Yunru. I didn't expect it. She's just as reserved as you, unwilling to disclose the identity of her boyfriend. Based on various clues found earlier, Lu Wenlei had already assumed that Su Yunru had found a boyfriend. Su Yunru also chuckled awkwardly. We two need to maintain the same front. Lu Wenlei said. All right, stop embarrassing her here. Let's chat outside. Su Yunru didn't rush out with Lu Wenlei, but instead glanced meaningfully at Bai Yun and whispered, You should thank me. Bai Yun paused. What? What do you mean? Su Yunru smiled and lightly tapped the wardrobe door. Seeing this, Bai Yun became immediately anxious inside. Su Yunru continued whispering. Judging by the warmth of the bed, that man probably hasn't left the villa yet, or maybe not even the bedroom. Previously, you helped cover things between me and Lu Tian in front of Sister Lu. This time, I helped you get away with it. You can consider it my thanks to you. But, since you now know that my man is Lu Tian, I'm curious about who exactly yours is. Let me take a peek. I won't tell Sister Lu. Having said that, Su Yunru reached out to pull the wardrobe door. No, Bai Yun exclaimed in shock. Su Yunru had opened the door. Ah, seeing Lu Tian appear before her, Su Yunru couldn't help letting out a cry of disbelief. What's wrong? Having already entered the living room, Lu Wenlei heard Su Yunru shout and hurriedly rushed into the room. What's going on? Lu Wenlei exclaimed in surprise. Soon, she figured out what was going on and pointed at Lu Tian. You bastard! How dare you get involved with her? Do you even know how many years older she is than you? And you? Lu Wenlei glared at Bai Yun. I thought you were helping me take care of this young fool, but it turns out, you've taken it so far as to put him in your bed. Bai Yun blushed furiously from embarrassment, her face turning crimson. Lu Wenlei went on. He's young and doesn't know better, but you, at your age, have you also become this reckless? I regarded you as a good friend, but now it seems you'd rather be my daughter-in-law. Bai Yun's face grew redder with shame. Sister Lu, please let me explain. What is there to explain? Lu Wenlei angrily said. You've not only betrayed my trust, but also betrayed Yunru. It was Yunru who agreed to let you help Lu Tian develop in the martial arts world. Now how can Yunru possibly explain this situation to me? As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Su Yunru. Yunru, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. From now on, I will only let Lu Tian stay by your side. That way, I can rest easy. Upon hearing these words, Su Yunru immediately felt her cheeks burning, for her relationship with Lu Tian had started much earlier. Sister Lu, don't reprimand her just yet. Let her explain herself first, Su Yunru interjected. She then urgently addressed Bai Yun. Sister Bai, surely you have your reasons, please tell us quickly. Though this matter made Su Yunru feel a tinge of jealousy, she worried that Bai Yun might reveal her own involvement with Lu Tian. To avoid this, she chose to stand up for Bai Yun. Bai Yun nodded and said, The side effects of my martial cultivation have emerged, and the situation is quite special. I need Lu Tian to assist me in this manner. Afterward, Bai Yun elaborated on the specific details regarding the adverse side effects of her cultivation skills. Is this true or false? Let me take your pulse. I need to check. Lu Wenlei said. As an inheritor of the medical martial arts lineage, Lu Wenlei's master had trained her to be his successor. She possessed great expertise in the field of medicine. After checking Bai Yun's pulse, Lu Wenlei confirmed that indeed those cultivation side effects existed within her. You really do suffer from the cultivation side effects you mentioned. Judging from your pulse, you require treatment at least once a week using the method you described, Lu Wenlei remarked. It seems Sister Bai truly has her reasons, Su Yunru said. She then looked at Lu Wenlei. In that case, let this matter drop. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lu Wenlei continued. Given her condition, weekly treatment by Lu Tian would suffice. But judging from her current pulse signs, I can confirm without a doubt that she has engaged in such intimate contact with a man for at least 3 consecutive days. At this point, Lu Wenlei confronted Bai Yun. What can you say in your defense? Bai Yun hadn't expected this revelation. Lu Wenlei pressed on. Now I see it clearly. You're thoroughly enjoying the process of this treatment. Bai Yun, embarrassed, found her face burning red again. Chapter 160, not sure how to explain. Lu Wenlei angrily said. From now on, I don't want you to see Lu Tian anymore. But, Bai Yun hesitated and said, if I don't meet him, how am I going to counteract the side effects of my cultivation? Lu Wenlei retorted. Can't you find another suitable man? Why do you have to depend on him like this? Bai Yun earnestly replied. I've already reached this point with Lu Tian. How could I possibly go for someone else? I'm not that casual. Su Yunru sighed and suggested. Sister Lu, why don't you both compromise a little? You allow her to receive Lu Tian's treatment once a week, and make sure they don't meet at any other times. Given Sister Bai's current condition, I believe you wouldn't want to watch her suffer from the side effects either. Given the situation now, it's the most appropriate for Lu Tian to help her neutralize the side effects. After hesitating for a while, Lu Wenlei said, it has to be this way. Let's follow what you've suggested. Then she looked at Bai Yun. We'll do as Yunru says. Do you have any objections? Bai Yun quickly responded. No, absolutely no objection. Lu Wenlei turned to Su Yunru. Yunru, from now on, keep Lu Tian close to you. Only if he stays with you can I feel at ease. All right, Su Yunru nodded immediately. Bai Yun envied her in her heart, thinking, Su Yunru, you are certainly lucky now, with plenty of opportunities to be with Lu Tian. But surely, you must worry about me revealing your relationship with him. If I asked you to let Lu Tian come and stay with me, you would hardly dare object, right? At this thought, Bai Yun felt a bit smug. There is one more thing, Lu Wenlei added. She then looked at Bai Yun again. During the day, Yunru should be able to keep an eye on Lu Tian. In order to prevent you two meeting secretly at night, I require you to stay here at night, under my supervision. You're only allowed to see him once a week for treatment of the side effects. If you still want his help, you need to agree to my terms. Bai Yun nodded helplessly, understood. After Su Yunru mediated, this matter came to a temporary halt. Starting today, Lu Wenlei would stay in this villa. Bai Yun had promised Lu Wenlei that she would live here from now on, and since she had nothing pressing to do that day, she decided to stay temporarily. Lu Tian followed Su Yunru back to her villa. Sister Su, thanks for helping us get out of trouble. Otherwise, my mom would never let either of us or Aunt Bai off so easily. You jerk. Do you think I did it willingly? If it weren't for my concern about Bai Yun telling everyone about our relationship, I wouldn't have bothered helping you guys. Is it bothering you that I've been together with Aunt Bai? You deliberately asked such a stupid question. You kept saying, don't avoid our feelings toward each other. But look at your actions. Are you really keeping your word? I just wanted to help Aunt Bai with her cultivation side effects. Never expected her to develop feelings for me. Then do you feel anything for her? I don't know how to explain. If I say yes, it would seem I treat you unfairly. If I say no, it might hurt her feelings. Your words sound considerate, but all I see is someone who enjoys having the best of both worlds. This, I don't know how to explain either. Since she already developed feelings for you, after being around her for so long, you may not be able to let her go either. This is exactly my predicament. When it comes to feelings, it's hard for me to cut ties and let things go. If I were to ask you to give her up, I'd feel bad for her too. Moreover, I couldn't even confront my own feelings for you. What makes me worthy of asking you to abandon her for me? Su Yunru sighed and continued. Let nature take its course and face whatever happens next. Lu Tian hugged her shoulders. Even though I don't know how to explain, I can assure you I will take responsibility for you until the end. Su Yunru's feelings were complex, unable to respond, but she didn't resist his embrace. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase as xuanhuan came down to the living room. Su Yunru hastily moved Lu Tian's arm off her shoulder and stood up from the sofa. She had already told Lu Tian about xuanhuan staying here again to avoid an arranged marriage. Xuanhuan sneered at Lu Tian as she was about to head downstairs again. Yuxuan, where are you going? Su Yunru asked. I told Mingting about my forced engagement, and she invited me out to unwind. Xuanhuan said. Su Yunru nodded. Go ahead, relaxing a bit won't harm you. Just as Xuanhuan stepped out of the gate, her phone rang. Looking at it, she saw it was her father Zhao Jinxiong calling. Xuanhuan answered the call. Yuxuan, did you go to your mom's place? Yes. If I stayed with the Zhao family, all of you would force me into this marriage alliance. Yuxuan, do you know that directly rejecting this marriage alliance made Mr. Qin lose face? In order to reject that despicable scum Qin Xinghe, I can't care about so much. Mr. Qin came here to help us, but by rejecting the marriage alliance he proposed, you may cause him to resent us. Could it possibly drag down our Zhao family because of this? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately became anxious. She highly valued her identity as the young miss of the Zhao family and certainly didn't want it to go bankrupt. Is there a way to make him let us off? Your grandpa said you must spend some time with young Master Qin first. Then if it's not suitable, break up. This way, the Qin family saves face, and there will be no reason for them to blame you. If you don't follow this, your grandpa will expel you from the family. Hearing this, Xuanhuan became even more nervous. If expelled from the family, she would instantly lose her identity as the Zhao family's young miss. Zhao Jinxiong continued. Yuxuan, just do what your grandpa said. It's not about accepting young Master Qin, but rather refusing him in a relatively tactful way. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment and said, all right then, but I'll say this up front. This is just a show, and later I'll find a reason to break up with young Master Qin. I know, Zhao Jinxiong replied. Young Master Qin has already arrived in Jiangzhou, and he plans to have lunch with you. You two should meet and chat. It's almost noon now. Am I supposed to meet him right away? Xuanhuan exclaimed anxiously. If you don't want to be expelled from the family, you can only do this. Zhao Jinxiong added. I'll send his phone number to you later, and also send your phone number to him, and you two can contact each other by phone. After the call ended, Xuanhuan received the phone number of Qin Xinghe sent by her father. To retain her identity as the young miss of the Zhao family, she decided to temporarily compromise with the marriage alliance. Xuanhuan first called Lin Mingting, who planned to take her out for relaxation, lying that she had family issues and was too busy to go out. Then she contacted Qin Xinghe, confirmed their meeting location, and went to keep the appointment. Chapter 161, Shameless Trash. Not long after Xuanhuan left, Lin Mingting arrived here. Although both of them were arrogant and vain, their relationship was indeed very close. Xuanhuan called Lin Mingting claiming that she had no time to go out, so Lin Mingting came to her house out of concern to help her relax. Su auntie, where is Yuxuan? Lin Mingting asked Su Yunru upon arriving at the villa. Su Yunru was immediately taken aback. She said she went out to find you. Isn't that weird? Lin Mingting was suddenly shocked. She called me and said there was something at home and she had no time to go out, so I came here to look for her. Su Yunru quickly called Xuanhuan, but no one answered when the call connected. What's going on? Why isn't she answering the call? Su Yunru exclaimed anxiously. Could it be someone from the Zhao family who called her back to force her into agreeing with the arranged marriage and put her under house arrest? Lu Tian asked. It's possible, Su Yunru replied. She hurriedly called Zhao Jinxiang, and he soon picked up the phone. Zhao Jinxiang, did you call Xuanhuan and have her return to the Zhao residence? I did call her, but I didn't bring her to our family estate. Instead, I had her meet with Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin? Is it Qin Xinghe? Yes, our Zhao family plans to arrange a marriage alliance with the Qin family from Jiangnan, marrying her to Qin Xinghe. She should have told you, right? You're throwing her into the fire. You should know Qin Xinghe has caused much harm to women. All those are rumors. Rumors? The truth has already been exposed. The victims just don't dare to come forward and accuse him for fear of retaliation. Not all the so-called exposed incidents might be true. Even if they were, Qin Xinghe wouldn't mistreat Xuanhuan because of our Zhao family's status. After all, Xuanhuan is technically his fiancée. He might not even see Xuanhuan as his fiancée and may treat her merely as an object for amusement. That won't happen. Anyway, this arrangement concerning her and Mr. Qin is part of our Zhao family's plan. You've severed ties with us. This matter no longer concerns you. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Tell me where they've gone. I don't want to hear your nonsense either. If I told you, you'd surely go and take Xuanhuan away, which would offend Mr. Qin. Our Zhao family has decided to betroth her to Mr. Qin, and you can't stop it. That's enough. Zhao Jinxiang hung up the phone. Su Yunru dialed him again, but the other party did not pick up this time. What should we do? What should we do now? Su Yunru was frantic, and tears streamed down her face. Lu Tian separately contacted Nielan and xuanhuan via phone, asking them to assist in finding her. There's an 80% chance Qin Xinghe and Zhao Yuxuan are eating at a restaurant. Nielan has wide connections in the local dining industry and might be able to find out which restaurant they went to. If Qin Xinghe attempts to seduce Zhao Yuxuan, he will likely try every means to bring her to a hotel. Many hotels in the area partially belong to xuanhuan. If Qin Xinghe takes Zhao Yuxuan to any of these hotels, xuanhuan has a good chance of tracing their location. Zhao Yuxuan had already met with Qin Xinghe. Not long ago, Su Yunru called her, and Zhao Yuxuan knew the purpose of the call was to summon her back. In order to maintain her identity as the daughter of the Zhao family, she insisted on attending the meeting and ignored Su Yunru's call. At the moment, she was sitting cautiously facing Qin Xinghe in a private room at a restaurant. I heard that when my father proposed matchmaking between us, you directly refused. Qin Xinghe sneered evilly and mockingly said, At first, I misunderstood you, Qin Xiao, but I regretted it. Therefore, I am willing to spend some time getting to know you. Zhao Yuxuan said nervously. But your initial refusal made our Qin family lose face immensely. Sorry, all right then, punish yourself by drinking 3 cups of wine, and I'll drop it. Qin Xinghe placed a bottle of open red wine and a glass in front of Zhao Yuxuan. Already terrified by his arrogance, Zhao Yuxuan dared not refuse. She picked up the bottle and poured herself wine, drinking 3 consecutive glasses. Our Zhao family still needs our Qin family to help solve business difficulties. Both your grandfather and your father show great respect to me, so you must also be polite to me. Understand? Understood. Zhao Yuxuan replied softly in fear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Speak louder. Qin Xinghe grinned wickedly and suddenly slapped Zhao Yuxuan across the face. Yuxuan started crying but quickly spoke loudly as instructed by him. I understand. A malevolent smile flickered across Qin Xinghe's face. Don't think that because of the union between our 2 families, I will value you. If your behavior doesn't satisfy me, not only will I punish you, but I will also deal with your entire Zhao family. Got it, got it. Zhao Yuxuan hurriedly responded loudly while sobbing twice. Why are you crying? Do you feel wronged? Smile for me. Yes. Ha! Zhao Yuxuan forced a laugh and quickly wiped away her tears. Ha! Qin Xinghe laughed smugly. He enjoyed tormenting women, and watching Zhao Yuxuan's frightened expression brought him pleasure. The dishes came one by one, and Qin Xinghe ate without paying attention to her. Zhao Yuxuan was too scared to eat without his permission and just helplessly watched him as he ate. Occasionally, Qin Xinghe glanced at her with wicked eyes but never told her to start eating. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yuxuan suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, accompanied by intense heat coursing through her body. She realized that Qin Xinghe had drugged the wine he made her drink. Qin Xiao, sorry, I need to use the restroom. Zhao Yuxuan cautiously stood up, intending to escape under this pretext. As soon as she rose, she felt her strength drained from her, making it extremely difficult to walk. What? Trying to sneak off? Qin Xinghe stood up and blocked her way with a grim smile on his face. Qin Xiao, please, let me go. Somebody. No sooner had Qin Xinghe spoken than 2 bodyguards who had been guarding the door entered the private room. Take her to the hotel. Having said that, Qin Xinghe left the room directly. Zhao Yuxuan wanted to shout for help, but she discovered she lacked even the strength to speak. The 2 bodyguards dragged her along as they followed Qin Xinghe out the door. Not long after, Lu Tian received a call from Nielan. Nielan informed him that their people had found out Zhao Yuxuan and Qin Xinghe went to that restaurant. However, by the time this information was obtained, Zhao Yuxuan had already been taken away by Qin Xinghe, and no one knew where they had gone. A little later, Xuanhuan called Lu Tian. He said that they had found out which hotel and room number Qin Xinghe was staying in. Lu Tian suspected that Qin Xinghe might take Zhao Yuxuan to the hotel. He immediately set off with Su Yunru to rescue her at that hotel. Chapter 162, A Lesson by Force. After Qin Xinghe returned to the hotel where he was staying, bang, the door was suddenly burst open. Qin Xinghe startled and looked toward the entrance. It turned out his 2 bodyguards had collided with the door, falling to the ground. Lu Tian, who just arrived, rushed into the room, kicking twice. He knocked out the 2 bodyguards he had already defeated. Su Yunru followed inside but saw no xuanhuan. She directly glared at Qin Xinghe. Where's xuanhuan? Seeing his 2 bodyguards unconscious, Qin Xinghe didn't show any sign of tension. He grinned and looked at Su Yunru. Are you xuanhuan's mother, Su Yunru? Yes. Su Yunru snapped angrily. Where have you taken xuanhuan? Huh. Qin Xinghe laughed even more sinisterly. I'll give her back to you once I'm done playing with her. You beast. Su Yunru, filled with anger, and immediately charged forward ready to fight. Qin Xinghe sneered and swung a punch at Su Yunru. Lu Tian rushed to Su Yunru's front in quick strides and caught Qin Xinghe's fist. Unperturbed, Qin Xinghe said, Seems like you have some skills, but you can't intimidate me. My father is the 3rd head of the Jiangnan Brothers Alliance. I don't believe you would dare lay hands on me. Crack. A sound of breaking bones rang out. Ah, Erfurk. Qin Xinghe screamed in agony. Just then, his hand bones were crushed by Lu Tian. Lu Tian coldly asked, Where is xuanhuan? Through clenched teeth, Qin Xinghe retorted, Why you dared to attack me? The Brothers Alliance will never let you go. Aya. Before he could finish, Lu Tian applied more force to his hand. Again, Qin Xinghe's hand resounded with the sound of broken bones, and he cried out in pain again. I'll ask you one more time, where is xuanhuan? She isn't here. Balderdash. I've already received news saying that you took her away from the restaurant. There's no way you'd let her go so easily. I really did let her go. When we reached the hotel entrance, I felt regretful, so I released her. Lu Tian, don't trust a word he says. He must be lying intentionally to get away. As Su Yunru spoke, she slapped Qin Xinghe across the face. Tell me now, where did you hide xuanhuan? At this moment, footsteps echoed from the doorway as several of Qin Xinghe's men entered the room. Upon seeing their master held captive, they roared in anger. Let our young master go. Suddenly laughing, Qin Xinghe said, Let me tell you the truth. Xuanhuan wasn't actually here just now. When I brought her to the entrance of the hotel, someone else suddenly came and rescued her. These subordinates of mine were sent to capture her. Then he gave a challenging look at Lu Tian. My subordinates will certainly bring her back. You've crippled one of my hands, so I'll let them cripple one of xuanhuan's hands. Let's see who can endure longer. With that, Qin Xinghe shouted at his subordinates, Bring xuanhuan over here, and disable one of her hands right before their eyes. Faced with this command, his subordinates showed signs of hesitation and gave no response. Twitching the corner of his mouth and grinding his teeth, Qin Xinghe said, What are you all standing around for? Bring xuanhuan here. We failed to capture her. The subordinates cautiously replied. What? Qin Xinghe was shocked. Then he cautiously turned towards Lu Tian. Brother, let's talk things out peacefully. Aha. Just at that moment, Lu Tian released his grip and kicked him in the groin. In excruciating pain, Qin Xinghe rolled on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. Upon witnessing this, his subordinates instantly attacked Lu Tian wildly. In less than a second, those subordinates were beaten to the floor and couldn't get up. At this point, Su Yunru's phone rang. It was xuanhuan calling. She quickly answered it. Hello? Really? That's wonderful. I'm coming right over. Relieved, Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. Just now, xuanhuan called me. She said Qin Xinghe drugged her with substances causing confusion and impulsiveness, but after being saved by someone, she was sent to the hospital for treatment and has now recovered. Lu Tian left with Su Yunru, heading to the hospital to visit xuanhuan. The person who saved xuanhuan and brought her to the hospital was a male youth about 20 years old. This young man, named Lu Qiuyang, dressed simply, with an unremarkable appearance that made him hard to notice among a crowd. Thank you for saving me. I'll thank you with 200,000 yuan. Please give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Xuanhuan said. No need. Lu Qiuyang waved his hand while smiling. No need? Then what do you want? Surely not asking me to repay with myself? Am I right? I am the daughter of the Zhao family. Don't even think about courting me. You've got it wrong. I don't want your money. Mainly because I'm not short of money. Nonsense. Judging by your plain appearance, how could you possibly not care about 200,000? I can see that you're planning something, wanting both my wealth and affection. At this moment, Lu Tian and Su Yunru arrived at the ward. Xuanhuan, was it this young man who saved you? Su Yunru asked. Xuanhuan nodded. I wanted to thank him with 200,000 yuan, but he refused. He must be asking for my hand in return. Lu Qiuyang shook his head and chuckled wryly, turning to Su Yunru. Are you Xuanhuan's sister? She really misunderstood me just now. Xuanhuan immediately interrupted. What sister? That's my mom. Lu Qiuyang slightly froze. Andy looks too young. I didn't realize she was your mother. Truly sorry. Xuanhuan continued. Don't think flattery about my mom will make her give me to you. You'd better recognize your place and take the money then leave. Xuanhuan, Su Yunru angrily said. Why are you speaking like that? This person saved you. You should be more polite. Apologize to him for what you just said. Never mind. Since Andy has come, there's nothing left for me here. I'll go back now, farewell. Lu Qiuyang waved, turning toward the door. Wait. Lu Tian stopped him. Let's exchange phone numbers. Since you refuse any gratitude, if you need help in the future, you can call me. Lu Qiuyang politely asked. May I ask who you are? Lu Tian pointed at Xuanhuan. I am her godfather. Xuanhuan glared angrily at Lu Tian. Su Yunru blushed scarlet out of embarrassment. Lu Qiuyang hesitated a bit. Judging from the embarrassed expression of that auntie, he could also guess that this young man, whose age was close to his, was the partner of that auntie. Out of courtesy, Lu Qiuyang exchanged phone numbers with Lu Tian and then left. Zhao Yuxuan had fully recovered and was discharged that day. Not long after they returned to the villa, someone came to cause trouble. It was Qin Xinghe's father, Qin Wanjua, arriving with a group of henchmen, storming up fiercely. That's Qin Xinghe's father, Qin Wanjua. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed in shock. He must have come on behalf of his son Qin Xinghe to deal with us. Su Yunru said. Don't worry, from here on, let me handle it. Lu Tian said. Before his death, Changming had told him that the Jiangnan branch of Shadowgate was attempting to recruit members from the Brothers' Alliance. Qin Wanjua was the third chief of the Brothers' Alliance. His arrival provided an opportunity for Lu Tian to investigate the Brothers' Alliance, thus further probing into the Jiangnan branch of Shadowgate. Lu Tian stepped out of the villa and looked at Qin Wanjua and his men. Qin Wanjua glared furiously at Lu Tian. Was it you who beat up my son? Lu Tian nodded. Yes, it was me who did it. He deserved it. Have you even asked him why he got beaten? Qin Wanjua replied grimly. I don't even care about the reasons. All I know is, since you hit him, I'll make you pay dearly. Chapter 163, Showing Affection. Lu Tian said, let me pay the price? You? All you deserve is a beating. Qin Wanjua sneered. You're just Su Yunru's assistant. Where do you get the guts to talk big with me? As Qin Wanjua was about to order his men to act, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Zhenming. Hey, Mr. Qin, are you going to deal with Lu Tian? Zhao Zhenming asked urgently. Yes. Qin Wanjua said. I've just arrived here, and I'm preparing to have my men take care of him. If you don't have anything urgent, we can talk after I'm done teaching him a lesson. Mr. Qin, retreat while you haven't started yet. I heard you were going to deal with Lu Tian, so I called to warn you. He's not easy to handle. What kind of joke is this? He's only Su Yunru's assistant. What's difficult about handling him? He is indeed Su Yunru's assistant, but Bai Yun has his back. The master of one of the three major noble families in Jiangbei, the Bai family. The master of the Bai family? Isn't she Bai Yun who controls the Jiangbei martial alliance? Yes, that's her. And she has also allied with Su Tianhao's ancient martial force. Your influence is mainly concentrated in Jiangnan, but this is Jiangbei. With her as his backing, I fear you cannot afford to provoke Lu Tian. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Qin Wanjua realized quickly that in Jiangbei, he could not challenge Lu Tian. I have something more important to attend to. Lucky for you today, but I'll settle accounts with you later. To save face, Qin Wanjua said something threatening before preparing to leave with his men. Hold it. You caused trouble here, and you think you can come and go as you please? While speaking, Lu Tian walked in front of Qin Wanjua. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Apologize, and I will let you leave because the matter hasn't escalated yet. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you apologize. Qin Wanjua angrily sneered. I am the third leader of the Jiangnan Brotherhood Alliance. I don't believe you dare to hit me. Smack. Lu Tian slapped him across the face. Do you know your son once told me something similar? You can ask him later how I dealt with him. A red handprint was left on Qin Wanjua's face as he glared fiercely. I remember you now? Just wait until. Smack. Before he could finish his threat, Lu Tian slapped him again, this time harder, causing him to tumble. No nonsense. Say sorry, and I will let you leave. Sorry. Terrified by the blow, Qin Wanjua knew if he kept resisting, the other side would only treat him worse, leaving him even more humiliated. One last reminder. Don't mess with me or people around me, or you'll end up in a situation from which there is no return. Now scram. Lu Tian coldly stated, then kicked him towards the feet of his subordinates. Qin Wanjua came looking for trouble, but ended up getting taught a lesson in front of all his men. His face burned with humiliation, but he could only slink away with his subordinates. Looking at the scene outside the villa, Su Yunru and Zhao Yuxuan were both baffled. Qin Wanjua brought so many people with such ferocity to stir up trouble, yet they not only didn't fight back, but dared not resist, even after being beaten? What's going on? Lu Tian returned to the villa. They fled like rats. Su Yunru asked, what happened? Were they scared off by you? Lu Tian replied, probably. Qin Wanjua received a phone call, probably from someone of the Zhao family, telling him about my impressive abilities and advising him to leave. Zhao Yuxuan rolled her eyes. Phooey, pretending to be so strong? Aren't you just leveraging Aunt Bai's name to intimidate others? Yuxuan, don't talk nonsense. Su Yunru scolded her. Then she turned to Lu Tian. I think the Qin family won't let this pass. Be careful in the future. Lu Tian nodded. I know. I'll protect you. Su Yunru acknowledged with a nod. Earlier, Yuxuan offended you quite a bit. Please excuse her. Lu Tian smiled and suddenly hugged Su Yunru. Given our relationship, I can't possibly bear grudges with her, right? How else could I be her godfather? Su Yunru instantly blushed furiously, trying to escape from his embrace, but instead, was held tighter. Zhao Yuxuan stomped her foot in anger and shouted at Su Yunru, Mom, can you break up with this jerk? I don't want him to be my godfather. Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian with a glare of disapproval. Stop making jokes about our relationship, or I might really break up with you. Lu Tian seriously said, I wasn't joking. Since I am responsible for you, it naturally means I should integrate into your family. Being her godfather is very reasonable. You stop talking. Su Yunru felt almost faint, her face turning increasingly red with embarrassment. I'm going upstairs to watch TV. You two continue showing affection. It's disgusting how the calf prefers old grass. Zhao Yuxuan said, and then stormed off angrily. Su Yunru's cheeks heated up as she listened. What nonsense are you saying? Do you want me to hit you? Lu Tian responded. Don't be mad. At least she didn't oppose us being together. Humph. Su Yunru blushed and looked at him. And you shouldn't act all lovey-dovey in front of her. Yes. Lu Tian chuckled. Now that she's gone, can we start showing affection? Show your head. I'm going to rest in my room, and don't follow me. Su Yunru pushed him away and went into her room, locking the door. She leaned against the door, touched her flushed cheeks, and muttered to herself, I should keep my distance from Lu Tian. Otherwise, Xuanhuan will laugh at me. If I want to be with him, I'll secretly go to his room later. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Lu Tian shouting from outside the door, Aunt Su, your thinking is too selfish. You only come find me when you miss me. But what about when I miss you? Su Yunru angrily slapped the door. If you miss me, then hope I'll also miss you. I'm not missing you now, so I won't go see you. Yesterday, Lu Tian had asked the 4 ancient martial sects of Jiangnan to investigate the Jiangnan Lu family and the Brotherhood alliance for him. This afternoon, he first received the investigation report on the Lu family. The Lu family was a top-tier wealthy family in Jiangnan. Their company was called Lu Group. The head of the Lu family, Lu Sheng, was Lu Tian's uncle. Lu Sheng's wife passed away many years ago. His son died in a car accident a few months ago while racing. The Lu family was a renowned medical lineage, and Lu Sheng's medical skills were commendable. He had a female apprentice who studied medicine under him, named xuanhuan. However, xuanhuan did not excel much in medical arts, but became extremely successful in the business field, earning fame as a powerful businesswoman in Jiangnan. Lu Sheng had a younger cousin, Lu Yang, whose medical skills were comparable to Lu Sheng's. Lu Yang's son, Lu Qingsong, made significant achievements in the field of medicine, and many believed he would be the future successor of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Sheng, the head of the Lu family, was holding a meeting with the key members of the Lu group. Lu Sheng said, Have any of you heard that Lu Heng's wife, Lu Wenlei, and her son, Lu Tian, have both gone to Jiangzhou and Jiangbei? Xiaoxinlan replied, I've heard about it. It seems Lu Wenlei recently opened a medical clinic in Jiangzhou. Many influential figures in Jiangbei, including the king of Jiangbei, came to support her. Lu Qingsong asked, How could so many important figures come to support her? Does she have some special background? Lu Sheng explained, She is the inheritor of the martial medicine school. Those powerful individuals supported her so they could seek medical treatment more conveniently in the future. That makes perfect sense. Having said this, Lu Sheng glanced around at everyone. I've decided to invite Lu Wenlei back to the Lu family. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Lu Sheng continued, As everyone knows, our position in the field of medicine has declined significantly in recent times. Only because Xinlan holds down the fort in the business sector that we've managed to maintain our status as a top-tier wealthy family. I am inviting Lu Wenlei back to the Lu family because she, as an inheritor of the martial medicine school, can elevate the reputation of the Lu family and restore its prestige in the medical world. As long as she admits that she, the inheritor of the martial medicine school, belongs to the Lu family, it would already be enough to boost our family image. Lu Yang interjected, 10 years ago, after Lu Heng went missing, she came with Lu Tian to seek refuge in our family, but was turned away by us. She even declared that ties with the Lu family were severed. I don't think she'll return. Lu Qingsong remarked, Are we supposed to grovel and beg her to come back? What about the dignity of our prestigious medical family? Lu Sheng countered. For the sake of her son Lu Tian's future, she will definitely accept our invitation. Lu Tian works as an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company. Clearly, he has no great accomplishments in the field of medicine. As long as we promise to restore Lu Tian's identity as a young master of the Lu family, out of consideration for his future prospects, Lu Wenlei will certainly accept our invitation. Having said this, Lu Sheng looked at Xiaoxinlan. This task is entrusted to you. Set off to Jiangzhou as soon as possible and invite them to return to the family. Chapter 164, Master Alchemist. Xiaoxinlan said, I think there is no need to invite them back. Lu Sheng was surprised. Why do you think it's unnecessary? Xiaoxinlan replied, The decline of the Lu family status in the medical field mainly results from the impact of Yiwu sect. The Yiwu sect refines all sorts of miraculous elixirs, and even props up a Jiangnan medicine king to manage operations for them. Their elixirs occupy much of the original market share that belonged to the Lu family. Although Yiwu sect has xuanhuan, a top-tier expert in medicine, they could replace the Lu family's leading position in the medical field because their elixirs are more popular than ours. Lu Wenlei is also a successor of the medical martial school, but it said her forte lies in acupuncture. She may not be proficient in refining elixirs. If she possessed the same skills as xuanhuan does in making medicines, she wouldn't be confined to running a small clinic in Jiangzhou, and Lu Tian wouldn't just be an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company. Even if we invite her back to the Lu family, the most we can expect is that her status as a successor of the medical martial school would slightly elevate the Lu family's reputation. It's unlikely to bring us any benefits. The Yiwu sect has already reached its peak, and without our own superior elixirs, it will be difficult for us to regain our market share based on reputation alone. Lu Yang took over the conversation. Xinlan makes a lot of sense. Instead of inviting Lu Wenlei and her son back to the family, we should find ways to increase our income from elixirs. Lu Qingsong added. And from Uncle's description, Lu Wenlei's son Lu Tian seems to have no great talents. If he were allowed to return to the Lu family too, it would also be embarrassing for the Lu family. Lu Sheng retorted. What do you know? My plan is to preserve the Lu family status as a famous medical household. Only by safeguarding this status do we stand a chance to rise again. Xiaoxinlan said. I think as long as Lu Group increases its revenue in the elixir market, no one would question the Lu family status as a renowned medical household. The Miaoyao Hall in North Jiang and the newly established Tianyan Pharmaceutical are both producing and operating with miraculous elixirs. I heard that their elixirs were all made by the same master alchemist. If we could hire this alchemist to work for Lu family, the Lu family might not only rise again, but also have a chance to rival the Yiwu sect. Lu Sheng pondered and said, an alchemist of such caliber cannot simply be invited. Even if you offer exorbitant amounts of money, he or she might not come. And even if they do, it doesn't guarantee that they'll stay for us long term. So, Lu Sheng then looked at Xuanhuan seriously. We must invite Lu Wenlei and Lu Tian back into the family. This task is entrusted to you. Although Xuanhuan didn't quite agree with Lu Sheng's decision, since he insisted, she didn't dare argue further. I understand. Meanwhile, she thought privately. Both the Miaoyao Hall and Tianyun Pharmaceuticals are located in North Jiang, and their headquarters are in Jiangzhou. Perhaps this alchemist is also in Jiangzhou. I can take this opportunity when going to Jiangzhou to investigate his whereabouts and find an opportunity to chat with him. After the meeting concluded, Lu Yang and his father Lu Qingsong returned to their branch company that they managed. Lu Sheng inviting Lu Wenlei and her son back to the family will definitely affect our status within the Lu family. Lu Qingsong clenched his teeth and muttered. Then he turned to Lu Yang. We went through so much trouble to seize an opportunity to use the street racing incident to kill Lu Sheng's son. We thought that by leaving him heirless, I could become the designated successor, and we could naturally take control of the Lu family. But now what? Lu Sheng places such emphasis on Lu Wenlei being a successor of the medical martial school. He may even pass down the head of the family position to Lu Tian. Lu Yang appeared completely calm. Don't worry, someone will handle them for us. Lu Qingsong was shocked. Who can help us deal with them? Lu Yang chuckled and said, Xuanhuan, the leader of the Yiwu sect. Xuanhuan could be considered Lu Wenlei's younger sister, and they are both successors of the medical martial school. However, their master favored Lu Wenlei and intended to make her his successor. Therefore, relatively speaking, Lu Wenlei's identity as a successor of the medical martial school is more legitimate than Xuanhuang's. Yet, Xuanhuang has claimed the title of the medical martial school's successor and founded the Yiwu sect. If Lu Wenlei returns to the Lu family, Xuanhuang will surely worry about her using the Lu family's financial power to establish her sect under the name of medical martial school successor, thereby impacting her position in the medical world. So all we need to do is reveal Lu Sheng's plan to Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang will undoubtedly do everything she can to prevent this from happening. While I don't personally talk with Xuanhuang, I do know Luo Zhentao, the Jiangnan medicine king. I'll call Luo Zhentao right away and let him inform Xuanhuang of this matter. Lu Qingsong's eyes immediately lit up. Great. With Xuanhuang's strength, whether it's dealing with Lu Wenlei directly or stopping her from returning to the Lu family, it will be effortless. Lu Yang nodded. No one will be allowed to interfere with our control over the Lu family. Lu Yang immediately called Luo Zhentao and informed him about this matter. At that time, Luo Zhentao wasn't with Xuanhuang, so he called her to relay the news. After learning the situation, Xuanhuang became furious, thinking, Lu Wenlei once told me she wouldn't establish her own sect, but probably because she felt weak compared to me and knew she couldn't compete, she said that. If she returns to the Lu family, things would be different. She could easily use the financial power of the Lu family to found her own sect. It's me who founded the medical martial school and made the medical martial arts famous. I am more qualified than her to be considered the legitimate successor of the medical martial school. I won't allow her to challenge my position in the medical field. I have ways to stop her from returning to the Lu family. However, before doing that, I must first obtain the most important treasure of the medical martial school, the secret manual for the 7 stars pulse opening needles. Only then can I eliminate all my concerns. That day when I met Lu Tian, he mentioned studying medicine under his mother. Lu Wenlei might also have taught him the technique for the 7 stars pulse opening needles. We actually had a pleasant conversation that day, and it seemed like he didn't mistrust me at all. This time, I must find a way to get that needle technique. Before long, Xuanhuang came up with a plan. She first summoned her senior disciple Pei Xueqing, informing her of the plan and asking her to cooperate. Then, she called Lu Tian and invited him out for dinner that evening. Lu Tian guessed that Xuanhuang was approaching him with some purpose. Although he still didn't know exactly what her purpose was, he decided to go along with it. So he accepted the invitation gladly. As dusk approached, Lu Tian arrived at a private room in a restaurant, meeting Xuanhuang as arranged. Chapter 165, The Charm of the Female Sect Leader. Lu Tian approached the dining table and sat opposite Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang wore a short-sleeved blouse made of black gauze, with half-transparent shoulders and sleeves. She paired it with a white suit pant and sat at the dining table, one leg casually crossed over the other. Upon seeing Lu Tian's arrival, Xuanhuang spoke first. Do you remember what we discussed during our last meeting? I do. You said that you would support me as your medical martial arts sect's representative in North Jiang. Anything else? You also tried to seduce me. Haha, you sure are straightforward. Do you have any particular intentions for inviting me here this time, Master Gu? It's all about discussing these 2 matters from last time. Let's talk about the promotion plan first. Are you planning to promote me as the medicine king of North Jiang, similar to how Luo Zhentao was promoted as the medicine king of South Jiang? Clever. That's exactly my plan. You're more capable than Luo Zhentao, and promoting you will be easier. Why do you think I'm more capable than he is? I've investigated you thoroughly. I found out that you're the boss of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals, and the Chinese herbal medicines produced by the company were all refined by you. Just your skills in refining medicine alone set you apart from Luo Zhentao. Thank you for your praise, Master Gu. I've studied the Chinese herbal medicines produced by your company. They are all made from ordinary herbs. Though their quality is excellent, They can't compare to the miraculous elixirs refined by our medical martial arts sect. I understand that. Your medical martial arts sect has many precious herbs, which makes your elixirs superior to our company's products. If you're interested in managing our sect's elixirs, I can make you the only collaborator of the medical martial arts sect in North Jiang. I'm certainly interested. In the future, please give me guidance. Lu Tian's response was not just flattery, it was his genuine thought. Even though he had the ability to refine miraculous elixirs, doing so required rare herbs as raw materials. Some rare herbs were extremely scarce, and even Miao Yao Hall, which collaborated with him, and Tianxia Merchant Alliance, which followed his orders, found it difficult to provide them. So, not all miraculous elixirs could be easily refined by him. If the medical martial arts sect could supply his Tianyun Pharmaceuticals with their elixirs at reasonable prices, it would help improve both the earnings and reputation of Tianyun Pharmaceuticals. Despite xuanhuan possibly having other intentions, it wouldn't make sense for her to deceive him via this cooperation since it concerns the medical martial arts sect's honor. Alright, I'll sell our elixirs to your company at preferential prices. Tomorrow, I'll send people to sign the contract. With that settled, should we discuss the matter of you trying to seduce me now? Isn't that what you're looking forward to? There isn't much to discuss anyway. This boils down to mutual benefits. You need me to promote you, and I want you to attend to my private life. Xuanhuan spoke lightly, but deep inside, she actually felt rather awkward. She wouldn't have been comfortable saying such words if it wasn't for ensuring the success of her stratagem. To probe her intent, Lu Tian simply acted as if he had fallen prey to her seduction. I can definitely meet all your expectations. Seeing your confidence like that, I'm already eager to experience your youthful vigor. While speaking, Xuanhuan gently tossed her hair and shot him a sultry glance. Lu Tian possessed great self-control. Knowing that she was setting a trap for him, he remained vigilant. However, despite being cautious, Xuanhuan's flirtatious gestures still stirred a heat within him. This beautiful woman who had turned 39, mature yet full of charm, was simply too enchanting. Though Xuanhuan blushed inwardly at her deliberately provocative actions, she was pleased upon seeing Lu Tian affected by her scheme. Her seductive strategy appeared to be working perfectly. As dishes were served, they ate and chatted. Xuanhuan engaged him in casual conversation and shared some personal stories to weaken his guard. Playing the role of someone who trusted her completely, Lu Tian pretended to enthusiastically converse with her. Thus, the meal ended under an atmosphere that appeared friendly on the surface but concealed various agendas. How about continuing our discussion at my place? Xuanhuan continued speaking in her captivating tone. Sure, curious to see what tricks she might use, Lu Tian readily agreed. Xuanhuan usually stayed at hotels. What she didn't expect was that Luo Jintao had already gone to her room before she returned. Luo Jintao's abilities had issues in certain areas, making him powerless when it came to such things. Xuanhuan's charm was immense, but while he lusted after her, he couldn't act on it. This left him very frustrated. Therefore, during this period, he did not live with Xuanhuan and instead chose to stay in the rented villa. Xuanhuan didn't expect him to visit her at the hotel today. After receiving Lu Yang's call and hearing about the Lu family's plan, Luo Jintao informed Xuanhuan immediately. Not long after, he realized that Xuanhuan might take action. He also guessed that Xuanhuan likely intended to accelerate her beauty strategy in order to obtain the secret manual of the 7-star pulse-connecting needles from Lu Tian. Even though she promised him that she wouldn't allow herself to be taken advantage of, he still worried about being cuckolded. In his anxiety, he rushed to the hotel to find Xuanhuan, intending to discuss this matter thoroughly. However, Xuanhuan's disciple told him that their master had gone out. He suspected that Xuanhuan might have gone to see Lu Tian, but he didn't dare to call her, because he knew that Xuanhuan wouldn't listen to him, and she would scold him for his lack of trust. Anxiously, he waited for Xuanhuan to return, standing by the window on the 6th floor watching the entrance below. At that moment, he noticed Xuanhuan returning within his view, and there was a man by her side. Seeing Xuanhuan as if she were going to bring the man into the hotel made Luo Jintao's face turn an angry shade of pale green. Then, recognizing the man as Lu Tian, his anger only intensified. Actually, Luo Jintao already knew that the man Xuanhuan planned to approach was named Lu Tian. When he went to Tianyun Pharmaceutical looking for trouble and learned that the boss was called Lu Tian, it surprised him. However, he initially assumed that the two Lu Tians were different people, just sharing the same name. Now he saw clearly. The man following Xuanhuan was the same Lu Tian who once taught him a lesson. This revelation left him both nervous and furious. Before Xuanhuan and Lu Tian arrived, he had time to leave. But instead of leaving, Luo Jintao hid inside the wardrobe, opening it slightly so he could peer through the crack. He worried deeply and wanted to know whether Xuanhuan would bring this man back to betray him. Chapter 166, Sowing Discord. Just as Luo Jintao had hidden himself in the wardrobe, Xuanhuan had just arrived at the lobby of the hotel. Lu Tian followed Xuanhuan and walked to the elevator entrance, preparing to take the elevator to the 6th floor. As the elevator door opened and Xuanhuan was about to step in, she suddenly showed a look of alarm. A masked person standing inside the elevator suddenly threw a punch at her. Bang! Xuanhuan was struck in the chest by the punch and fell backward. Lu Tian caught her and looked toward the masked person. The masked person withdrew his fist, without hesitation, rushed out of the elevator, and then fled the hotel. Who dares to attack me? If I find out who did this, I will repay them double. Xuanhuan angrily said, and after finishing, she clutched her chest and groaned in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. There might be other enemies around here. You'd better send me back to my room on the 6th floor. My disciples also stay on that floor. They can protect me, Xuanhuan said. With Lu Tian's abilities, he could have easily restrained the masked individual just now and even prevented him from injuring Xuanhuan. He didn't act because he noticed something was seriously off. When the masked individual struck, their strength was tempered but done very covertly. For amateurs, it would be difficult to discern the subtleties. However, Lu Tian, being an expert in martial arts, quickly picked up on this. Not only did he notice the masked person deliberately holding back, but he also realized Xuanhuan intentionally chose not to dodge or defend against the blow. So, he knew that the two were purposefully putting on a show for him to see. In order to uncover the truth, he decided not to expose their scheme, helped Xuanhuan into the elevator, and went to her room on the 6th floor. When they entered the room, Luo Juntao, hiding in the closet, watched them with extreme tension and agitation, his face strained as he stared. After entering, Xuanhuan carefully laid down on the bed. She looked at Lu Tian. I know how to treat internal injuries through acupuncture, but given my condition, it would be hard for me to treat myself. Can you help me? I can, Lu Tian nodded. However, it is necessary to remove your top so that I can apply needles to your chest. Xuanhuan sighed. There's no time for delicacy now. Please treat me. Subsequently, in front of Lu Tian, she took off all her upper clothing and, blushing furiously but pretending to be calm, lay back down on the bed. Her perfectly curvaceous body came into clearer view in front of Lu Tian. This scene made it hard for Lu Tian to look away. Luo Juntao, hiding in the closet, was practically driven mad with rage when he saw his girlfriend exposing herself so intimately in front of another man. Although it was supposedly for healing, there was no denying that his girlfriend was deploying charm tactics towards this man. This left him enraged, feeling like wearing green horns on his head. Lu Tian started treating Xuanhuan's injury. He first took out a needle case from his pocket and pulled out 7 silver needles. Seeing this, Xuanhuan felt secretly pleased within. The crown treasure of the medical martial arts sect, the 7 stars unblocking meridians technique, was a method of acupuncture treatment for internal injuries, capable of treating almost all kinds of internal injuries. To use this technique, 7 silver needles are required. When she saw Lu Tian pull out the 7 silver needles, Xuanhuan assumed that he intended to use the 7 stars unblocking meridians technique to heal her. Xuanhuan had intentionally arranged for someone to give her internal injuries so that Lu Tian could heal her using the 7 stars unblocking meridians technique. Her intention was to observe and learn this technique during its application. During the process of needle insertion and healing, Xuanhuan attentively observed and experienced every detail. Being highly skilled in acupuncture, she could clearly feel the intricacies of the healing. She could also obviously sense that her wounds were improving significantly, unable to suppress her admiration for this technique. Once the needlework concluded, Xuanhuan felt as if she had already grasped this technique. Lu Tian put away the silver needles and asked, "The acupuncture is finished. How do you feel?" Xuanhuan replied, "I wouldn't have expected your medical skills to be so exceptional. I've already noticed that my injuries have mostly healed, and with some more restorative care, I'll be completely recovered." Lu Tian smiled and said, "I have a way to make you recover faster." Xuanhuan asked curiously, "What method is that?" Lu Tian answered, "I have a special massage technique that has miraculous effects on these types of injuries." Xuanhuan froze momentarily, then her cheeks flushed even more red. Already infuriated and full of hatred, upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Luo Juntao was almost driven to despair. He could only hope Xuanhuan wouldn't agree to accept the massage. Instead, Xuanhuan's response was, "All right, then I'll trouble you." Inside the closet, Luo Juntao became even more enraged, cursing in his heart. "You vile woman, you despicable pair." Xuanhuan thought inwardly. "I still can't confirm whether he used the 7 stars unblocking meridians technique just now. I need to study carefully before I can make a judgment. If that wasn't the 7 stars unblocking meridians technique, I will have to continue my plan of seduction. I already told him that I would make him my man. If I refuse his massage treatment now, he might suspect my true intentions. In order for the plan to go smoothly, I can only accept his massage." Lu Tian started giving Xuanhuan a massage therapy. Touching her mature and charming body, Lu Tian was completely captivated. Under the effects of his massage technique, Xuanhuan couldn't help but moan from the pleasurable sensation. Luo Juntao was practically driven mad by the scene and sounds outside the closet, anger flooding his mind and nearly causing him to faint. After the massage therapy ended, Xuanhuan clearly felt the improvement. "Gu sect leader, your figure is truly impressive," Lu Tian smiled. Feeling secretly embarrassed, Xuanhuan continued to act flirtatiously on her face. "You pervert, you enjoyed giving me a massage, didn't you?" Lu Tian chuckled. "Didn't you enjoy it?" Xuanhuan twitched at the corner of her mouth and did not respond, casting a feigned glance at him before putting on her clothes. "I should go back. Keep in touch." Lu Tian waved goodbye and left the room. As he walked out of the hotel, a cold smile spread across his lips as he thought, "Next, those two will surely argue endlessly." Actually, when Lu Tian first entered the room, he immediately sensed someone hiding in the wardrobe. He directly perceived with his divine senses that the person hidden in the wardrobe was Luo Juntao. Luo Juntao had long been on his list of enemies, while Xuanhuan was his potential adversary. At that moment, he intentionally proposed the massage to Xuanhuan to stir up a conflict between her and Luo Juntao. Meanwhile, in Xuanhuan's room, Luo Juntao rushed out of the wardrobe, glaring at Xuanhuan with bloodshot eyes. Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed in shock, "How did you end up here?" Chapter 167, Despised. Luo Jinsao angrily questioned. Do you still remember what you told me when you said you were going to use the beauty trap? What exactly did you say? Xuanhuan sighed. I remember. I said he wouldn't get any advantage over me. But this time, the situation is special. Luo Jinsao's identity as the medicine king of Jiangnan was promoted by Xuanhuan, and in business matters, he follows Xuanhuang's guidance. But in life, as long as he doesn't anger Xuanhuang, she won't show him any aggressive attitude. This time, Xuanhuang feels guilty towards him. First, she apologized with an, I'm sorry, then explained her situation at that moment to him. After listening to her explanation, Luo Jinsao was still consumed with anger. When he was massaging you, you were moaning nonstop. How do you explain that? I didn't want to be like that. His massage technique stimulated me so much that it was hard for me to control myself. Hard to control? It seems like you were enjoying it. If he wanted to have his way with you, would you just accept it? Are you talking nonsense? Am I that careless? We've been together for many years, and while you've slept with plenty of women, I only have one man, you. Do you say this because you're looking for other men? Is it that there's a problem with my body that can't satisfy you, so you want to find some young and strong guy? Luo Jinsao, your words are insulting my dignity. I don't want to waste time arguing about this with you anymore. If you can't handle it, let's break up. You always threaten me with a breakup. Isn't it because you think that if I leave you, your career will collapse? Who is threatening whom? If you continue to hold this against me, we'll break up. If you don't want to break up, forget what happened before. This time I'll let it go. I hope there will not be a next time. With these words, Luo Jinsao left in a huff. Xuanhuang sighed and sat on the bed. 10 years ago, she established xuanhuan and, in order to quickly promote her elixirs, she collaborated with the then pharmaceutical distributor Luo Jinsao. In their collaboration, Xuanhuang held the dominant position. After all, even if she didn't collaborate with Luo Jinsao, she had the ability to cooperate with other distributors. Later, she established the reputation of xuanhuan. Luo Jinsao's business grew significantly, earning himself the title of Medicine King of Jiangnan, a status others could hardly replace. Then, Luo Jinsao began pursuing her. She had a strong sense of career, valuing benefits greatly. Considering purely from the aspects of career and profit, there was no better match than Luo Jinsao for her. Therefore, she accepted Luo Jinsao's pursuit. When Luo Jinsao pursued her back then, it was also out of consideration for benefit, mainly to stabilize his own career and retain his identity as the Medicine King of Jiangnan. Their interactions involved no feelings toward each other, completely bound by interests and instinctive desires. Hence, even though Luo Jinsao indulged in affairs outside, Xuanhuang never truly bothered. Even so, due to her principles, Xuanhuang would not act as frivolously as Luo Jinsao. Similarly, because of her principles, she felt ashamed of her behavior today. 2 days later, Lu Tian continued to work as an assistant to Xuanhuan at the company. Not long after arriving at the company, he received a call from his mother Lu Wenlei, asking him to visit the clinic. Location: Lu Wenlei's medical hall. Right after finishing her call with Lu Tian, Lu Wenlei looked at the young woman beside her. I've always said I severed ties with the Lu family, and this time, even though you invited me, I don't want to return. However, if Tian wants to come back, I will not stop him. This young woman was none other than xuanhuan, apprentice to the Lu family patriarch, Lu Sheng. Xuanhuan had come at Lu Sheng's command to invite Lu Wenlei and her son back to the Lu family. Lu Wenlei continued, he is my son. If he chooses to return, the Lu family can still take advantage of the reputation of the successor of the Yiwu school to bolster their image. Xuanhuan inwardly sneered, thinking, he's merely the assistant of a cosmetics company boss. What kind of face can he possibly save? You don't wish to return to the family yourself, but want him to do it. Clearly, you are seeking favor from the Lu family for him. If he agrees to return, he would be a master of the Lu family, considered a wealthy offspring. It's not for the sake of preserving the Lu family's medical dynasty brand name that you're doing this. It's for your son's future. With these thoughts in mind, even before meeting Lu Tian, Xuanhuan already disliked him and harbored contempt. Not long after, Lu Tian arrived at the medical hall. Lu Wenlei explained the situation to him, asking if he wanted to return to the clan. Lu Tian remembered that when he was a child, shortly after his father disappeared, how his mother brought him to the Lu family estate, only to be refused entry. He understood the whole story. The previous generation's head of the Lu family was Lu Wanlong, Lu Tian's grandfather. Lu Wanlong passed away 5 years ago, and afterward, Lu Sheng took over as the head of the family. Lu Wanlong had 2 sons, Lu Sheng, the eldest, and Lu Heng, the younger. Both Lu Sheng and Lu Heng learned the medical heritage of the family from Lu Wanlong since they were young. Lu Heng was not interested in medicine, but preferred cultivating martial arts. He did not delve deeply into the family's medical tradition. Yet his talent was so high that even in medicine, he was not inferior to Lu Sheng, who specialized in the family's medical heritage. Moreover, he married a wife with even greater medical expertise, Lu Wenlei. Following family tradition, Lu Wanlong appointed his eldest son, Lu Sheng, as the successor to the position of family head. However, the collateral branch of the family, led by Lu Yang, all supported Lu Heng to be the successor instead. Lu Heng did not wish to compete with his elder brother for the family headship and was also concerned about potential infighting due to meddling by those in the collateral branches, so he did not participate in the competition. Worried that if Lu Heng remained at home, it would still cause instability, Lu Wanlong required him to leave the family. But for the sake of the family's reputation, Lu Wanlong publicly declared that Lu Heng had voluntarily left the family. Later, Lu Heng disappeared. Lu Wenlei, seeking to uncover the truth, worried that her then only 10-year-old son, Lu Tian, might get implicated. So she took Lu Tian to the Lu family, asking them for help to take care of him. It was during that visit when mother and son were directly turned away by the Lu family. Disappointed by this, Lu Wenlei refused to return to the Lu family. However, considering Lu Tian's future, she did not oppose his return. Xia Xinlan was also familiar with the ins and outs of the matter and believed that if Lu Tian had any ambition, he wouldn't consider returning to the family. I'm willing to go back, Lu Tian said. Xia Xinlan inwardly sneered, thinking, I thought he would have the same ambition as his mother, but who would have guessed he is so unremarkable? Based on the information provided by Chang Meng, Lu Tian knew that people from the Lu family had hired Dark Shadow Gate assassins to pursue and kill his father, though he was yet uncertain who exactly was involved. In order to further investigate the matter, Lu Tian accepted the invitation to return to the family. Lu Wenlei was unaware of the connection between Lu Heng's disappearance and the Lu family. She merely considered Lu Tian's future and did not oppose his decision to accept the family's invitation to return. Lu Tian added, I have one condition. I don't plan to work for the Lu family's company. All I need is the title of Master Lu. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinlan despised him even more, criticizing internally again. This bastard doesn't want to work, but expects to enjoy the treatment of a young master. It's just laziness and greed. Chapter 168. Both senior sisters are arrogant. At this moment, someone came to the medical hall to buy medicine, and Lu Wenlei started working. Lu Tian and Xia Xinlan walked out of the medical hall. Miss Xia, why don't you take me to visit the Lu family today? Lu Tian was eager to investigate the truth about his father's disappearance and couldn't wait to go to the Lu family estate. Xia Xinlan, unaware of the situation, thought the other party was just in a hurry to obtain the identity of the young master of the Lu family, and once again felt disdain in her heart. She originally did not approve of bringing Lu Wenlei and her son back to the Lu family. Now, seeing that Lu Tian seemed so incapable, she thought he would only be a burden to the Lu family, making her increasingly dislike Lu Tian. I need to report the situation here to my master, your uncle first. My master will surely organize a grand banquet to welcome you. I'll call you back then. Alright, by the way, Miss Xia, how old are you? You're my uncle's disciple. Asking about your age will help me know whether I should call you senior sister or junior sister. 27 years old. You might as well call me senior sister. Alright, senior sister, it's a coincidence. In fact, I have another senior sister who is the same age as you. Lu Tian was referring to his father's disciple Ding Baishuang. To facilitate future contact, let's exchange phone numbers, said Xia Xinlan. After exchanging phone numbers, Lu Tian said, You're not familiar with Jiangzhou, right? How about I show you around a bit? No need. Xia Xinlan waved her hand. I still have important things to do, unlike you who has leisure time for shopping. This made Lu Tian somewhat upset. He wasn't interested in shopping. He had merely proposed it out of politeness. But she responded to him in an arrogant and impatient manner. Xia Xinlan continued, I also need to tell you something. The Lu family does not support idlers. If you refuse to contribute to the family but only want the title of young master of the Lu family, it won't work. Lu Tian replied indifferently. Although I don't work for the Lu family, I have my own career, and I can still contribute to the Lu family. Xia Xinlan sneered contemptuously. Your career, which is being an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company, what can that bring to the family? Honestly, I don't understand where you get the courage to even mention your career to me. Lu Tian retorted, You can't judge my abilities based solely on my job. Xia Xinlan became even more disdainful. What qualifications do you have to talk about strength with me? Let me tell you, you'd better recognize your position first, and then show some proper performance if you want to qualify as the young master of the Lu family. At this point, Xia Xinlan opened the rear door of her car, sat inside, and closed the door. Then she rolled down the window and said to Lu Tian, Once the date for your welcome banquet is confirmed, I'll call you. Lu Tian nodded. All right. Xia Xinlan continued, Think carefully about what I've said. I don't expect you to make any contribution to the family. All I ask is that you don't become a burden to it. Without waiting for Lu Tian to respond, she told the driver in the front seat, to Tianyuan Pharmaceutical Company. Wait. Lu Tian asked, Why are you going to Tianyuan Pharmaceutical? Xia Xinlan coldly responded, What does that have to do with you? Lu Tian said, Frankly speaking, actually, I am the owner of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Xinlan closed the car window and instructed the driver to leave. What a bitch. Lu Tian cursed under his breath. Then he bitterly laughed and muttered, Who would have thought both of my senior sisters would be so arrogant? Equally irritating. Xia Xinlan had once suggested to Lu Sheng that they invite the alchemy expert who produced the pills for Miaoyao Hall and Tianyuan Pharmaceutical to be a key figure in their pharmaceutical ventures. After that, she sent people to Jiangzhou to investigate the identity of that alchemy expert. So far, they hadn't found out the name of the alchemy expert, but they had discovered that he was the boss of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. This time, Xia Xinlan went to Tianyuan Pharmaceutical to ask the boss to support the Lu family. Xiang Bing, the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, learned that someone from the Southern Lu group had come visiting and immediately greeted Xia Xinlan warmly in the reception room. Since Xia Xinlan was there to request assistance, she was exceptionally polite and explained her intentions, offering a high price to hire their boss to refine miraculous pills for the Lu family. Xiang Bing couldn't make the decision herself, so she reported the matter to Lu Tian, leaving it to him to decide. I need to report the situation to our boss. Please wait a moment, Ms. Xia, while I give my boss a call. Xiang Bing left the reception room and called Lu Tian, explaining the situation. Lu Tian initially thought Xia Xinlan had come to Tianyun Pharmaceutical to discuss cooperation between companies, but he didn't expect her to come looking for him. He directly set the meeting location at his residence, which was Su Yunru's villa. He gave the address to Xiang Bing, asking her to pass it on to Xia Xinlan. After Xiang Bing finished the call with Lu Tian, she returned to the reception room. Ms. Xia, our boss has asked me to let you know that if you wish to discuss anything with him, you must take the initiative to find him. That's no problem. May I ask for your boss's name and where he plans to meet me? Our boss doesn't want me to disclose his name for now. I will give you the address. You can go directly to him. In less than half an hour, Xia Xinlan arrived at Su Yunru's villa. Lu Tian had already opened the gate and was waiting in the living room. As soon as Xia Xinlan reached the entrance of the yard, she recognized Lu Tian sitting in the living room and was instantly shocked. Lu Tian, how could you be here? Xia Xinlan asked in surprise. It was you who said you were willing to meet and talk. Why shouldn't I be here? Lu Tian chuckled slyly. What do you mean? Could it be? Are you the boss of Tianyun Pharmaceutical? Xia Xinlan stared at Lu Tian, disbelief written all over her face. If you don't believe me, you can call Xiang Bing and confirm. Xia Xinlan had already thought of Lu Tian as a complete failure and found it hard to imagine that he was the boss of Tianyun Pharmaceutical. She and Xiang Bing had already exchanged phone numbers, so Xia Xinlan called Xiang Bing to verify this information through a video call. Xia Xinlan pointed the phone camera at Lu Tian and asked Xiang Bing, Miss Xiang, is he your boss? Yes. You two can chat slowly. Xiang Bing replied before hanging up. Xia Xinlan was left completely stunned. The alchemy master she had requested help from turned out to be Lu Tian, the very person she had looked down upon earlier. Not long ago, she had been giving orders to him with an arrogant attitude. But now, only moments later, she had come humbly trying to flatter him. This filled her with shame, making her face burn. I'm sorry, Xia Xinlan hurriedly apologized. With a mixture of tension and embarrassment, she looked at Lu Tian. I didn't expect that you were the boss of Tianyun Pharmaceutical. My words earlier were too harsh. Please forgive me. Chapter 169, becoming more and more dependent on him. Lu Tian had already heard from Xiang Bing that Xia Xinlan came to him to ask for his help in refining miraculous elixirs for the Lu family. He coldly laughed and said, If you weren't asking for my help, wouldn't you have thought your words were too extreme? Xia Xinlan continued to apologize. I'm sorry. At the time, I underestimated you. Those words were meant to stop you from slacking off, though they indeed went too far. Now I realize I've misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Lu Tian said, Since I've decided to return to the family, I will naturally refine medicinal pills for the Lu family. If you feel guilty about it, go to my Tianyun medicine company and sign a few orders. Good. Xia Xinlan immediately agreed. If young Master Lu has no other business, I'll go sign the orders right now. Lu Tian waved his hand. Go ahead. Xia Xinlan finally sighed with relief, left politely, and headed back to Tianyun Medicine Company again. When she arrived at Tianyun Medicine, representing the Lu group, she discussed orders with Xiang Bing. She placed orders for every type of traditional Chinese medicine, with the total amount exceeding 50 million yuan. Just after signing the orders, both sides exchanged some pleasantries. Then the phone on Xiang Bing's desk rang, and she quickly picked it up. Hello, are you from Yiwu Gate? Let them in. We're ordering their miraculous medicines. They should be here to discuss orders. Yesterday, Lu Tian and xuanhuan had arranged to order the miraculous medicines from Yiwu Gate. Today, people from Yiwu Gate came to discuss the orders. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Bing glanced at Xia Xinlan. Sorry, I still need to conduct business with someone else. Xia Xinlan smiled. No need to be so polite. Our business is finished. I don't have anything else. I'll take my leave now. We can keep in touch via phone later. After leaving the office building, Xia Xinlan's expression immediately turned displeased, thinking inwardly. I didn't expect that their company would collaborate with Yiwu Gate. Those traditional Chinese medicines in their company probably aren't refined by Lu Tian, but ordered from Yiwu Gate. I was wondering how Lu Tian, who is only an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company, could possibly have the ability to refine miraculous medicines. It turns out Yiwu Gate is providing these miraculous medicines to them. It's possible this company is secretly controlled by Yiwu Gate. This so-called boss of Tianyun Medicine, Lu Tian, is likely given the title of boss in this company just because xuanhuan, the sect master of Yiwu Gate, respects his mother Lu Wenlei as her senior sister. The decline of the Lu family is due to the impact of Yiwu Gate. Lu Tian lured me to place orders at a company controlled by Yiwu Gate, trying to entangle me in something unethical. Looks like I haven't misjudged him. This useless and presumptuous idiot truly is a burden to the Lu family. Time passed into the evening. Lu Tian, Su Yunru, and xuanhuan had dinner together. After dinner, xuanhuan went upstairs to her third-floor residence. Lu Tian and Su Yunru sat on the sofa on the second floor chatting. Lu Tian told Su Yunru the news of his impending return to the Lu family. So, you're going to reclaim your identity as the young master of the Lu family. It's just a title. I'll still stay in Jiangzhou. However, I'll be away for a few days to visit the Lu family. When are you leaving? Sometime in the next few days. The exact date hasn't been determined yet. Want to come with me? We can have a few days to ourselves. Forget it. I still have a lot of things to do. Not that busy, right? Aren't you just embarrassed to go with me? Yes, if I go with you. How am I supposed to explain it to your mom? You keep bringing it up. You're still afraid to face her. How can I face her? Your affair with Bai Yun has already been discovered by your mother, and she's very angry. That's true. It's also making me worried. I don't know how to convince her, so maybe when you have free time, you can talk to her more often. What do you want me to say? Persuade her to agree with us being together? Do you think that's possible? Certainly not that way. You can persuade her to stop opposing my relationship with Bai Yun. I understand. You think if this works, then there might be a chance for us. Not bad. But let me tell you, you this scoundrel, are always greedy and never satisfied. And I stick to my original stance. I don't know how to explain, but I will definitely take responsibility for you. Alright, stop saying these annoying things. It's getting late, I'm going to rest. Su Yunru stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Lu Tian followed her, just reaching the doorway. Su Yunru gave him an accusing look. I said not to come into my room. Then why not come to mine? I won't. You don't want to go? Or you're too embarrassed to go? I don't know. Then it's because you're too embarrassed. If you didn't want to, you wouldn't have said I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. You decide what to do. Let me decide? Alright, then I'll go back to my room and rest. You should also rest early. After saying this, Lu Tian walked towards the door. You bastard. Deliberately teasing me. Come back here. Su Yunru stomped her foot in anger and pulled him back into the room, pinching and twisting him. Lu Tian locked the door and immediately carried her to the bed. As he leaned down, she hugged him tightly. Wait, let me close the curtains. They've been closed already. Su Yunru, blushing, embraced Lu Tian again. She hadn't spent a night with Lu Tian for several days, not because she didn't want to, but because there hadn't been a proper opportunity. Even this opportunity now felt inappropriate. After all, her daughter Zhao Yuxuan lived right upstairs, and if her daughter found out, it would affect her authority in front of her daughter. But these few days of being alone had made her feel increasingly dependent on Lu Tian. If Lu Tian didn't come to her room today, she would have created an opportunity for him to come over or found an excuse to go to his room. Always rather reserved, today she was exceptionally passionate, enthusiastically embracing Lu Tian in a way filled with emotion. The next day, Lu Tian received a call from Xuanhuan. She informed him that the day after tomorrow he would officially resume his identity as the young master of the Lu family, and they would hold a banquet to welcome him. To let him get acquainted with the family members ahead of time, they asked him to return one day earlier. Another day passed, and someone from the Lu family came to pick him up. Before Lu Tian reached the Lu family mansion, Xuanhuan was called to the office by the family head, Lu Sheng. Once Lu Tian arrives, you will guide him to become familiar with the family situation. Master, I think giving him the title of young master of the Lu family is sufficient. There's no need for him to be involved in family affairs. Although Xuanhuan once told Lu Tian that the Lu family doesn't keep idle people, after their last interaction, she felt that Lu Tian would only be a burden to the family. It was better to just give him the title and avoid letting him entangle too deeply with the family. Xinlan, you don't know him well enough yet. He might not be as useless as you think. Not only will I let him participate in family affairs, but I also plan to arrange your marriage to him. Chapter 170 Concern for his career. What? Engage me to him? Xuanhuan's face showed surprise. Lu Xing nodded. I want to hand over the Lu family business to you. Since you are not originally from the Lu family, taking charge of the business will surely meet a lot of resistance. If I engage you to him, then you would become a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Plus, with my backing, no one else in the family would dare to oppose it. I can see that you don't have much good feeling towards Lu Tian. If you don't want to be with him, I won't force you. You decide. Lu Sheng's words grew calmer as he continued. But Xuanhuan could tell that her master wasn't indifferent about her potential refusal, but rather didn't bear to force her into accepting this arrangement. Xuanhuan lost her parents due to an accident when she was in her teens. Since then, her master raised her and provided her education. Her success as a powerful woman in the business world also owed a great deal to her master's support. Seeing her master so worried about the future of the family, Xuanhuan felt pain in her heart. Master, Xuanhuan took a deep breath and continued. I am willing to accept Lu Tian. Really? Lu Xing asked excitedly. Then he sighed. Never mind. You don't have to compromise yourself like this. Xuanhuan said. Master has always been thinking about the future of the Lu family. I have deep feelings for the Lu family, and I care about its future. So, my acceptance of this arrangement is also for the future of the family. Lu Xing thought for a moment and said, regardless, I respect your choice. Think carefully about it again. Xuanhuan said. This decision is made after careful consideration. At this time, Lu Sheng's phone rang. It was a call from his subordinate telling him that Lu Tian had been brought to the Lu residence. Lu Sheng immediately went back with Xuanhuan and summoned other family members to meet Lu Tian. These family members were all courteous to Lu Tian, at least on the surface. By dinner time, Lu Sheng did not ask Lu Tian to eat at home, but let Xuanhuan take Lu Tian out for dinner. The Lu family would officially host a banquet to welcome Lu Tian tomorrow. Xuanhuan had already agreed to the idea of being engaged to Lu Tian by Master Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng let her have some time to think, so he hadn't told Lu Tian yet. Lu Tian followed Xuanhuan to a restaurant not far from the Lu residence and sat face-to-face at a dining table. Xuanhuan had already decided to date Lu Tian. Although she hadn't mentioned this to Lu Tian yet, she believed that with her looks and achievements, he would be delighted. In this case, she needed to care about Lu Tian's career. As the general manager of the Lu group, his career might not surpass hers, but it shouldn't lag too far behind either. Lu Tian, have you quit your previous job? You mean the assistant position at the cosmetics company? Yes, as the young master of the Lu family, you should work within the Lu family circle. I can arrange for you to be the vice president of a branch company. No need. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to stay in my original company. But you are the Lu family young master. How could you work as someone's assistant? I have many businesses. Being an assistant is just one of them. You know, I am also the boss of Tianyun Medicine. The boss of Tianyuan Medicine? Do you even have the guts to claim that title? Don't think I don't know. Tianyuan Medicine is secretly controlled by Yiwu Min, medical martial sect. Where did you get this false information? What false information? I inferred it based on the situation I know. I can even guess that your title as the boss of Tianyuan Medicine was arranged by xuanhuan, the head of Yiwu Min, who favored you because your mom is her senior sister. Is it because our company orders some miraculous drugs from Yiwu Min that makes you suspect this? So what if it is? Anyway, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. If you insist on your mistaken guess, there's nothing I can do. You're just saying that because you don't have a valid excuse to refute me, right? Lu Tian sighed and didn't reply. He wasn't interested in verbal sparring with the other person. Xuanhuan also sighed and felt even more disappointed with Lu Tian. She shared the same thoughts as others who misunderstood Lu Tian, believing that he was incompetent but liked to boast. At this point, a male youth dressed in a suit, leading several lackeys, approached their table. Manager Xia, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to bump into you here. That's true, President Pan. Are you here for a team meal with your subordinates? That was the plan. But since I've encountered Manager Xia, I'll let my subordinates wait outside, while I specifically invite you for a private meal in a private room. Thank you for your kind invitation, President Pan, but I have to decline. I'm here to dine with my boyfriend and don't want to neglect him. As she mentioned her boyfriend, Xuanhuan glanced in the direction of Lu Tian. Lu Tian immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that President Pan had been pursuing Xuanhuan, and she was using him as an excuse to reject the advances. President Pan's smile froze on his face as he suddenly turned dark and stared at Lu Tian. Are you really her boyfriend? Lu Tian nodded. Yes, I am. Although he wasn't keen on being used as an excuse, given his status as the young master of the Lu family, Xuanhuan was essentially on his side, so he was willing to help her out this time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pan Yuansong, and my father is the second in command of the Brothers Alliance, Pan Jian. I'll give you one more chance to reconsider your answer. Are you truly Xuanhuan's boyfriend? Pan Yuansong's expression grew darker, his tone filled with increasing menace. Xuanhuan was inwardly alarmed. The financial influence and overall strength of the Brothers Alliance surpassed even the Lu family. Pan Yuansong had been courting her for a while, and despite her numerous rejections, her fear of the Brothers Alliance always made her responses rather gentle. This time, by having Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend, she thought she could deter Pan Yuansong, but instead, it enraged him. Clearly, Pan Yuansong intended to use the reputation of the Brothers Alliance to threaten Lu Tian into backing off. In an urgent voice, Xuanhuan said, Actually, I've already decided to break up with him. This dinner is our farewell meal. She believed this would defuse any potential conflict, but Pan Yuansong continued to cause trouble. Did he do something unforgivable to make you split up? Let me teach him a lesson, Pan Yuansong declared. Then, with a cruel smirk, he turned to Lu Tian. You, apologize to General Manager Xia right now, and then disappear before I lose my patience. Chapter 171, The Matter Escalates. Xuanhuan was afraid that this conflict might provoke animosity from the Brotherhood Alliance towards the Lu family. She hastily said nice words to Pan Yuansong. Young Master Pan, don't take it personally. Young Master Pan must have heard that the Lu family plans to invite a young master who previously left the family back home. He is that young master, Lu Tian. I hope young Master Pan can, for the sake of the Lu family, not hold it against him. Pan Yuansong said. Only if he apologizes to you will I let it go. Xuanhuan sighed. Lu Tian, why don't you apologize to me? Lu Tian smiled, standing up from the table and looking at Pan Yuansong. I didn't provoke her, so there's no need for me to apologize to her. However, you need to apologize for your previous rudeness toward me. Pan Yuansong became enraged. What did you say? Say it again. Worried about the matter escalating, Xuanhuan directly rebuked Lu Tian. Lu Tian, how dare you speak to young Master Pan like that? Apologize quickly, Pan Yuansong interjected. He just angered me. He must kneel down and apologize to me. Lu Tian sighed. It seems you don't intend to let me off. Pan Yuansong was startled. What do you mean? Not letting you off? Did you hear that? He's just a young master of the Lu family, yet he dares to threaten me, a member of the Brotherhood Alliance. Ha ha. Pan Yuansong and his subordinates exchanged smirks, all showing expressions of disdain. Smack. A loud slap struck Pan Yuansong's face. The laughter came to an abrupt stop. Pan Yuansong now bore a bright red handprint on his face, and his subordinates were all confused as they stared at him. Xuanhuan was utterly stunned on the spot. She was concerned that if the matter progressed further, it would stir hostility from the Brotherhood Alliance toward the Lu family. Knowing fully well that Pan Yuansong was deliberately provoking trouble, she still asked Lu Tian to apologize. She had assumed that out of concern, Lu Tian would compromise and apologize to Pan Yuansong. Unexpectedly, Lu Tian directly slapped Pan Yuansong's face. Pan Yuansong hadn't anticipated that Lu Tian dared to fight him directly and regained his senses only after several seconds. His subordinates were still in shock. You dare to hit me? I'm from the Brotherhood Alliance. Smack. Before he could finish, Lu Tian gave him another slap, this time with more force, sending him tumbling. Xuanhuan was once again shocked speechless. Finally coming to their senses, Pan Yuansong's subordinates, some rushing to support Pan Yuansong, while others rushed aggressively toward Lu Tian with wild gestures. The commotion here also drew the attention of other people in the restaurant, all turning their gaze toward this direction. Judging from Pan Yuansong's earlier rhetoric, they understood that both parties in conflict belonged to the Brotherhood Alliance and the Lu family respectively. Fearing involvement in the conflict between the two sides, the restaurant staff dared not intervene. Bang bang bang. After a flurry of punches and kicks, most of Pan Yuansong's subordinates, except the two supporting him, fell to the ground. Xuanhuan was stunned once again. She hadn't expected Lu Tian to be such a good fighter. However, instead of admiring Lu Tian, she thought that Lu Tian was stirring up trouble. Just then, over a dozen suited men arrived at the restaurant and hurried toward them. Seeing the leading figure, Xuanhuan turned pale instantly. That was Yang Haohui, personal bodyguard to the big boss of the Brotherhood Alliance and a famous martial arts master. With Yang Haohui's arrival, the earlier conflict likely escalated into one between the Brotherhood Alliance and the Lu family. Things would be difficult to resolve now. Big brother Yang, your timing is perfect. Pan Yuansong ran to Yang Haohui's side, pointing his finger at Lu Tian. He is Lu Tian, the young master planning to return to the Lu family recently. Just now, he dared to disregard our Brotherhood Alliance and attack me. For the sake of our alliance's dignity, we cannot let him off. After saying this, Pan Yuansong sneered and looked at Lu Tian. Haha, big brother Yang is a martial arts master. Soon you'll see. Ouch. At that moment, Yang Haohui suddenly kicked hard on Pan Yuansong's leg, letting out a painful scream. Pan Yuansong was directly kicked to his knees. Big brother Yang, why did you hit me? Smack. Yang Haohui slapped his face again and then turned to his subordinates. Take him back. Pan Yuansong was completely dumbfounded. Why you? My father is the second in command of the Brotherhood Alliance. How dare you hit me? Yang Haohui coldly responded. Do you have the nerve to mention the Brotherhood Alliance? Your father and you intended to betray the Brotherhood Alliance and collude with our enemies, which has already been uncovered by us. I will take you back to deal with you according to our house rules. Pan Yuansong immediately broke out in sweat. Big brother Yang. This is a misunderstanding. People from Shadow Door did contact us, but we never betrayed or sided with them. Yang Haohui laughed coldly. We've already found relevant evidence. Stop defending yourself and prepare to accept punishment. Then, ignoring Pan Yuansong's pleas for mercy, he left with his subordinates, taking Pan Yuansong along. Xuanhuan did not feel any relief because of this. Instead, she glared at Lu Tian directly. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Now that the matter has escalated, the entire Lu family might be dragged into this because of you. Lu Tian said. Don't worry, I can protect the Lu family. You? Xuanhuan became even angrier. You have no ability at all. What are you going to protect the Lu family with? If you had apologized earlier, everything would have been over, but instead, you chose to fight him. Lu Tian replied. It was him causing trouble. Why should I apologize? Xuanhuan shouted furiously. You cannot compete with him. What's wrong with swallowing your pride? Do you think now that you're a young master of the Lu family, nothing in the world scares you? Don't you know that if the Brotherhood Alliance decides to attack the Lu family, we will have no way to resist them? Lu Tian responded calmly. Don't worry, I can resolve this issue. Xuanhuan almost went mad with anger. At a time like this, you're still bragging. You are truly a disgrace to the Lu family. I already suspected that you'd become a burden to the Lu family, and now it's proven true so quickly. She struggled to calm herself down and continued. Well, what's the use of lecturing someone like you, who has accomplished nothing? In the end, it'll still fall on us to clean up your mess. After saying that, Xuanhuan gave Lu Tian one last look full of disappointment and disdain before storming out of the restaurant. After finishing his meal and leaving the restaurant, Lu Tian didn't head straight for the Lu residence, but called a taxi and headed toward the residence of the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance. After learning from Chang Mang about the Shadow Door attempting to recruit members from the Brotherhood Alliance, he had asked the 4 ancient martial arts schools of Jiangnan to help investigate the movements of the Brotherhood Alliance. He had also received some intelligence regarding the alliance. The head of the Brotherhood Alliance, also known as the Great Elder, was named Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng was getting older and his health wasn't great, which had slightly diminished his standing within the Brotherhood Alliance. However, his influence still remained, and he was still the final authority in the organization. Qin Xiaofeng typically handled those who violated the rules within his private residence. Since Yang Haohui had taken Pan Yuansong away to impose punishment, Lu Tian presumed they would go directly to Qin Xiaofeng's private residence. From the conversation between Yang Haohui and Pan Yuansong, Lu Tian guessed that Qin Xiaofeng had likely refused the Shadow Door's offer of cooperation, but they had then attempted to recruit the second elder, Pan Jian. If this were indeed the case, perhaps he could ally with Qin Xiaofeng and gain valuable information about the Shadow Door from the other side. Chapter 172, Enemies Coming Home. When Lu Tian went to find Qin Xiaofeng, Xuanhuan had already returned to the Lu family. She told Lu Sheng about Lu Tian's conflict with Pan Yuansong in the restaurant and how Pan Yuansong was taken away by Yang Haohui. Although it was Pan Yuansong deliberately provoking trouble, we can't afford to offend him. I asked Lu Tian to apologize, hoping to turn a major issue into a minor one and then make it disappear, but who knew that idiot would dare to fight with Pan Yuansong? Xuanhuan complained angrily. Lu Sheng sighed and said, given what has happened, and Pan Yuansong provoked it first, let's not complain about Lu Tian anymore. You just said that Yang Haohui took Pan Yuansong home for punishment because Pan Yuansong and his father Pan Jian betrayed Brother Alliance. If this is really the case, their father-son pair will end up badly and won't have the strength to cause problems for our Lu family. At that time, their boss, Qin Xiaofeng, may not help these traitors fight against our Lu family. We should wait and see if things develop in the direction we hope for. If there's really no other way, We'll take Lu Tian to apologize and beg for mercy from Brother Alliance. Xuanhuan said. Master, some words might upset you, but for the future of the Lu family, I must say them. We really shouldn't have allowed Lu Tian to return to the family, even if it was Pan Yuansong who started the trouble this time. If Lu Tian had been willing to give in, the matter would have been over. Who knew he was so impulsive and made everything out of control? This time he angered Brother Alliance, and next time who knows who else he might anger. We can't keep cleaning up after him forever. Lu Sheng nodded. I'll have a good talk with him when he gets back. Speaking of which, the mansion of Qin Xiaofeng, the big boss of Brother Alliance, had several houses. One of them was specifically used for punishing subordinates who violated the rules. Pan Yuansong was brought here. Pan Yuansong, you and your father have the audacity to collude with the enemy. A man of about 40 years old shouted fiercely at Pan Yuansong. This man was named Chen Jianfei, and he was the son of Qin Xiaofeng, the big boss of Brother Alliance. Qin Xiaofeng, due to physical discomfort, was resting in his room and left the task of dealing with the traitor to Chen Jianfei. You have no evidence. How dare you say we colluded with the enemy? Want evidence? Fine, take a look at this. Chen Jianfei threw a stack of files onto Pan Yuansong's front. These were investigation materials, including photos of meetings between Pan Jian and Pan Yuansong and a representative of the Shadow Door shaking hands. Judging by the location shown in the photos, they met quite a few times. And if you want to see video files, I also have those. My father rejected the Shadow Door's recruitment efforts, and he clearly said that none of us should meet with representatives from the Shadow Door. But you met more than once. Pan Yuansong became immediately nervous. All these photographs were records of real-life encounters between them and members of the Shadow Door. Even if he tried to argue and deny it, there was nothing he could do according to Brother Alliance's rules. Once confirmed as traitors, they would be dealt with directly. I've already sent someone to arrest your father, Pan Jian. When they arrive, I will deal with both of you at the same time. Chen Jianfei angrily declared, and then ordered his subordinates to guard Pan Yuansong while he stepped outside. As soon as he got outside, one of his underlings came up to report news. Mr. Chen, a young man came to visit your father. He claims he's an enemy of Shadow Door and wants to form an alliance with us. Oh, bring him in, Chen Jianfei said without hesitation. They had refused the Shadow Door's recruitment and figured the Shadow Door would treat them as enemies. Though the Brother Alliance was wealthy and powerful, its overall strength was far less than that of Shadow Door, and they hoped someone would ally with them to jointly resist Shadow Door. After a while, an underling led Lu Tian before him. Although his subordinate had mentioned that the visitor was a young person, Chen Jianfei did not expect him to be so young. He looked curiously at Lu Tian. What feud do you have with the Shadow Door? Lu Tian said. It's not convenient to disclose that at the moment, but I can tell you that Chang Meng, the deputy chief of the Two Rivers branch of Shadow Door, who's responsible for activities in northern Jiangsu, fell at my hands. Chen Jianfei suddenly became startled. I've heard about the incident where Chang Meng lost to a young man. Was that really you? Lu Tian replied. If you don't believe I have the strength to cooperate with you, I'll leave now. Chen Jianfei hesitated slightly, saying, this matter requires my father's decision. Let me bring you to him. Brother Alliance urgently needed a powerful ally, and Chen Jianfei didn't dare to easily question Lu Tian's capabilities. In the bedroom of a house, an elder sat leaning against the headboard. His complexion appeared poor, and he seemed very tired. He was the founder of Brother Alliance, also the boss of Brother Alliance, Qin Xiaofeng. Actually, he wasn't too old, only in his early 60s. However, due to the numerous gang disputes he had experienced when he was young, he ended up with a pile of injuries that left him frail. Yang Haohui, Qin Xiaofeng's personal attendant, after bringing Pan Yuansong over, returned to stay in the living room with Qin Xiaofeng. Mr. Chen. Yang Haohui got up from the couch upon seeing Chen Jianfei arrive and greeted him politely. Chen Jianfei nodded. This gentleman claims to be an enemy of the Shadow Door and wants to form an alliance with us. I've brought him here to discuss it with my father. It's you. Yang Haohui recognized Lu Tian. Chen Jianfei's expression paused slightly. Do you two know each other? Not exactly acquainted, just met once. Before Pan Yuansong was captured by me, he was having a conflict with this young man at the restaurant. I asked Pan Yuansong's subordinates. They said this is Lu Tian, the soon-to-be heir of the Lu family. So it is. Recently, I've also heard about the Lu family inviting their heir back. Rumors say that this young master of the Lu family has no real strength and is merely an assistant to the boss of a cosmetics company in Jiangzhou. With that, Chen Jianfei glared angrily at Lu Tian. Someone like you dares to claim that Chang Meng fell to you? Yang Haohui chimed in. In my view, his so-called coming to talk about forming an alliance is just because he worries that his conflict with Pan Yuansong will bring enmity from Brother Alliance. So he's using the guise of forming an alliance to have a peaceful negotiation. Lu Tian only responded with an oomph, then turned to leave. Hold it, Chen Jianfei declared. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Yang Haohui went further and rushed over, lifting his hand to grab Lu Tian's shoulder. Didn't you hear Mr. Chen telling you to stop? Stop. A hoarse shout came from the living room. It was Lord Qin Xiaofeng, the leader of Brother Alliance, who had come out of the bedroom into the living room to speak. Yang Haohui immediately retracted his hand, saying to Lu Tian, you should thank our leader for stopping me, otherwise your shoulder would have been crushed. Lu Tian coldly laughed. The one who should thank him is you. If it weren't for him telling you to stop, you wouldn't have had your hand anymore. What did you say? Yang Haohui gritted his teeth in anger. Haohui, do not show disrespect to the guest. Qin Xiaofeng reprimanded. Then he looked at Lu Tian. Young friend, both of them offended you earlier, please do not hold it against them. Dad, Chun Jinfei interjected. You must have heard our conversation earlier, knowing he has no real ability and is merely worried about being retaliated against by Brother Alliance. That's why he came here for negotiation. Why should we be so polite to him? Rude, Chun Xiaofeng rebuked. You cannot jump to conclusions based solely on hearsay. His calm demeanor suggests there is some skill behind it. He then gestured for Lu Tian to sit down. Please take a seat, and let's have a chat. Just at that moment, several underlings came running over. Chun Jinfei frowned. I told you to keep watch on Pan Yuansong. Why are you here? An underling urgently reported. Something bad has happened. Pan Jian has stormed in with members of Shadow Door, killing several of our brothers and rescuing Pan Yuansong. They're heading this way. Chun Jinfei's face suddenly changed, shouting to Yang Haohui. I'll lead the group here to stop them. You take my father and find an opportunity to escape. You won't get away. Masked men rapidly rushed towards them, and a middle-aged man beside them called out triumphantly. This middle-aged man was none other than Pan Jian, the second-in-command of Brother Alliance. Pan Yuansong, who had just been rescued, also came along, looking provocatively at Chun Xiaofeng and the others. Among those masked men, the leading figure wasn't covering his face with cloth, but wore a mask. This mask design matched perfectly with the one Lu Tian had seen before, the one worn by Chongmeng. Chongmeng was the deputy chief of Shadow Door's Two Rivers branch, and this masked man could very likely be the other deputy chief mentioned by Chongmeng. Pan Yuansong noticed that Lu Tian was here as well, and instantly sneered in rage. So you're here too. I might as well kill you along with them. Chapter 173, Fragile. Lu Tian gave a cold laugh and looked at Pan Yuansong. Are those masked people around you from the Dark Shadow sect? Indeed, Pan Yuansong said. So, you know about the Dark Shadow sect. Then you should also know how fearsome they are. Soon, you will die at their hands. Lu Tian said, want my life? They're not capable of that. On the contrary, you're marching toward death together with them. Pan Yuansong chuckled. You're still boasting on the brink of death? Pan Jian interjected. Yuansong, stop wasting time with this small fry. We're here to kill Chun Xiaofeng and his son. We'll take care of him afterwards. Then, Pan Jian looked at Chun Xiaofeng smugly. The men you sent to capture me have already been killed by the members of the Dark Shadow sect. Now it's your turn. Chun Xiaofeng was enraged. You traitor. I originally planned to only expel you two from the Brotherhood Alliance considering our longtime brotherhood. But now, you've actually brought enemies here to kill me. Pan Jian coldly laughed. You've lived too long in luxury and comfort. Are you no longer as ruthless as before? I won't be like you. Therefore, don't count on me sparing you today. Chun Xiaofeng looked at the masked man. Who are you? The masked man removed his mask, revealing a relatively handsome middle-aged face. It's you, Jiang Baishan. Chun Xiaofeng exclaimed in shock. Yang Haohui nearby asked, Jiang Baishan? Is he the Jiang Baishan from the renowned duo Southern River, Northern Chang? That's right. It's him. Chun Xiaofeng replied. Back then, Jiang Baishan from the South River region and Chongmeng from the north were collectively known as Southern River, Northern Chang, recognized as the top two experts in the Two Rivers area. Then, Chun Xiaofeng cast a mocking glance at Jiang Baishan. I never thought that these two top experts became lackeys of the Dark Shadow sect. Chun Xiaofeng, speak more respectfully to our deputy leader. Pan Jian angrily growled. Chun Xiaofeng looked at Pan Jian with even more mockery. You who betrayed us are a lackey's lackey. You? Pan Jian gritted his teeth in anger. Then he smirked and angrily laughed. Since you can't escape death anyway, I'm not even bothered arguing with you. In short, after you're dead, I will take over the Brotherhood Alliance. At this point, Lu Tian turned to Chun Xiaofeng. In my observation, even if all of your people work together, you wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Baishan, let alone with all those followers on their side. Ridiculous. Yang Haohui angrily scolded. You came here seeking cooperation, yet you say such demoralizing words. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lu Tian continued addressing Chun Xiaofeng. If you give me 100 million yuan, I'll help you eliminate them. Upon hearing this, both the group including Chun Xiaofeng and those led by Jiang Baishan on the opposite side paused for a moment. But very soon, the other side led by Jiang Baishan considered it an empty boast and broke into laughter. Pan Yuansong derisively laughed. I've never seen someone as reckless as you. Sure, you're quite skilled, but your capabilities mean nothing before Senior Jiang. It's like playing around. Pan Jian declared. There's no need for Mr. Jiang to lift a finger. Any of our brothers from the Dark Shadow sect could easily take him down. Yang Haohui directly glared at Lu Tian. At a time like this, why are you still bragging? You're just trying to entertain the crowd. Chun Jinfei spoke up. Brother Yang, don't waste time talking to him. Hurry and get my father out of here. He waved at his subordinates. Brothers, fight them head on. Not possible. Yang Haohui blocked them. Your skills aren't enough. If anyone must fight, it has to be me. I'll struggle to buy you time to escape. Don't argue anymore. Chun Xiaofeng shouted sharply. He sighed. No matter who among you fights them, I won't have a chance to escape. Moreover, I won't abandon you all for my own life. Then he turned to Lu Tian. I agree to your terms. If you can wipe them out, I'll give you 100 million yuan. Dad, Chun Jinfei protested. It's obvious this guy is bullshitting. How could you believe him? Don't listen to this self-assured idiot. Mr. Chun, you quickly lead the boss away. I'll buy you time. Without waiting for Chun Jinfei to respond, Yang Haohui rushed toward the enemy lines. You're also being overconfident. Jiang Baishan sneered cruelly, then walked calmly towards Yang Haohui. Whoosh! Yang Haohui and Jiang Baishan simultaneously struck each other with punches. As a martial arts grandmaster, Yang Haohui unleashed his full force. The punch was incredibly fast and powerful. However, It was apparent that in comparison, the opponent's aura during the punch overwhelmed him entirely. Whether in speed or power, Yang Haohui stood no chance. As the two were about to exchange punches, Yang Haohui realized his arm was surely going to be rendered useless, and his opponent would likely take his life right after. So as soon as they began their skirmish, Yang Haohui knew death was certain. He had thought that by giving everything he had, he could buy his boss a few minutes of escape time. But given the situation now, it seemed even a single second couldn't be gained. As his fist neared collision with the others, believing his arm would be ruined and he'd be killed in an instant, suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder. It was a hand gripping him there. Before their fists could meet, his whole body was pulled back by that hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As Yang Haohui fell backward, he noticed Lu Tian was the one who had grabbed him aside and substituted himself to trade blows with Jiang Baishan. At the point of their punches colliding, a powerful shockwave erupted. Jiang Baishan was directly sent flying by one punch, hurtling into his own camp, where several underlings tried to catch him, but ended up being knocked over by the impact. Then looking at Lu Tian, he still stood firmly in place. The entire crowd was stunned. Soon followed a collective gasp. Pan Jian, Pan Yuansong, and those masked members of the Dark Shadow sect immediately felt a jolt of fear coursing through them, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Chen Xiaofeng and others also felt astonished, yet all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jinfei and Yang Haohui both felt embarrassed for previously underestimating Lu Tian, as if receiving a silent slap to the face. From the previous clash, Jiang Baishan's one hand had been utterly incapacitated, and an immense force traveled up his arm, severely damaging his internal organs, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? Jiang Baishan's face turned pale with astonishment, muttering to himself. Your strength is at most comparable to Chang Meng, yet neither stands a chance against me, Lu Tian said nonchalantly. Chapter 174, Divine Doctor. So, are you saying that Chang Meng was defeated by you? Jiang Baishan asked in astonishment. That's correct, Lu Tian nodded. Take him down. Jiang Baishan shouted furiously to his men. With his command, the masked individuals around him immediately rushed toward Lu Tian. But then these masked men fell down one after another, turning into a pile of corpses. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Jiang Baishan was deeply shaken. He had planned to use the opportunity while his subordinates attacked to try and ambush Lu Tian, but he couldn't find any opening at all. Unconsciously, all his subordinates were eliminated, and he hadn't even seen how Lu Tian struck them. Pan Jian and Pan Yuansuan were so shocked by the scene before them that their legs gave way, causing them to kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Especially Pan Yuansuan, who was already scared witless. Before this incident, he had deliberately provoked Lu Tian, only to be slapped down, and now wanted Lu Tian dead. Unexpectedly, their supposed support, Jiang Baishan, was severely wounded in one move by Lu Tian. After such offenses against Lu Tian, it was highly likely that Lu Tian would not let him go. Lu Tian approached Jiang Baishan closely, suddenly throwing several silver needles at him, which pierced into his body. Jiang Baishan suddenly felt the pain in his wounds intensify tenfold compared to before, causing him to scream out in agony. The needles I just injected made your pain receptors more sensitive, enhancing the pain significantly. Just as Lu Tian finished speaking, he delivered several kicks to Jiang Baishan in quick succession. The sound of breaking bones rang out continuously, further injuring Jiang Baishan and making his screams even more piercing. Even after pulling out the silver needles, the pain did not diminish. I will definitely kill you, but if you're willing to tell me everything you know about the Shadow Sect, I'll reduce your pain, allowing you to die with less suffering. You might endure the death curse of the soul-seizing curse, which would be better than dying through prolonged torture. Earlier, Chang Meng endured over a minute using his abilities during the activation of the soul-seizing curse, managing to divulge some intelligence. Jiang Baishan's strength is roughly equivalent to Chang Meng's, and should he choose to cooperate, he too could last a minute and provide some useful information. If he were to confess and let the death come quickly without resisting, it could be a more merciful end. However, driven by the instinct to survive, he'd likely make an effort to hold on an extra minute. I'll talk. Just ease my pain first. Jiang Baishan pleaded urgently. Lu Tian pressed a few spots on his body with his fingers, and Jiang Baishan felt that though the pain was still present, it wasn't as severe as before. Jiang Baishan began divulging what he knew. The Shadow Sect has 3 branches, 2 Rivers branch is one of them, but I don't know the location of the other 2 branches or the headquarters. I've known this information already. Say something else. I also know that the leader of the 2 Rivers branch is a high-level mystical arts expert. I already know that too. Say something else. We have no fixed base, and all my subordinates were just wiped out by you. Other members of the 2 Rivers branch are managed uniformly by our master. Do you know who your master is? No. Every time he met with me, he wore a mask. But I once heard him say that when he shows his true face, he conceals his mystical arts expertise and pretends to be a martial arts expert using mystical arts. Well then, do you know where he normally stays? No. I've revealed everything I know about the Shadow Sect. As Jiang Baishan recounted the information, the soul-seizing curse had already activated. Not long after finishing his recount, his life ended. That left only Pan Jian and Pan Yuansuan from the enemy side. Mr. Lu, please spare me. I swear I won't offend you again. Pan Yuansuan said tremulously. Lu Tian replied coldly with a laugh. I certainly won't let you go, but there's no need for me to personally act. The betrayal of both of you against your boss, including your plot to take his life, guarantees he wouldn't forgive you either. Then Lu Tian looked at Chen Xiaofeng. They're handed over to you for handling. Chen Xiaofeng nodded, expressionlessly instructing Yang Haohui, kill them. Yang Haohui walked straight up to Pan Jian and Pan Yuanxuan, disregarding their pleas for mercy, and delivered 2 powerful punches consecutively, killing them instantly. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for rescuing us. Chen Xiaofeng said courteously. Chen Jianfei and Yang Haohui also hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Next, Chen Jianfei and Yang Haohui quickly apologized to Lu Tian for their previous insolent remarks. The physically weakened Chen Xiaofeng had been struggling to remain standing until this moment. Now that the danger has passed, he let out a sigh of relief but also felt too weak to hold on any longer, and fainted. Dad, Chen Jianfei supported him. Chen Xiaofeng said weakly, my body is getting worse and worse. I fear my days are numbered. He then looked at Lu Tian. You saved us and helped eliminate the enemy. I will honor my promise and give you 100 million yuan. Then he turned to Chen Jianfei. Transfer 100 million yuan to Mr. Lu immediately. Lu Tian interjected. There's no rush. If you're willing to give me another 100 million, I can cure all your injuries and illnesses. You can just transfer 200 million when it's done. Chen Xiaofeng asked excitedly. Mr. Lu, can you really cure me? From the earlier conversation between Chen Jianfei and Yang Haohui, he already knew that Lu Tian came from the renowned medical family, the Lu family. It wasn't surprising to hear that he practiced medicine. However, despite seeking treatment from various doctors, his numerous injuries and illnesses had not been cured. When Lu Tian said he could treat them, Chen Xiaofeng still found it hard to believe. Lu Tian said, if you don't trust me, never mind. Chen Xiaofeng replied, if left untreated, I will surely die soon. It's better to trust you and see what the treatment does. Chen Jianfei didn't dare to question Lu Tian and invited him into the room to treat Chen Xiaofeng. Lu Tian performed acupuncture on Chen Xiaofeng, while simultaneously using qi to guide the needles, utilizing his true energy to repair his bodily functions. Soon after, Chen Xiaofeng began to feel much lighter. After the acupuncture was completed, his condition had already significantly improved. Mr. Lu is truly a divine doctor, Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed. He then told Chen Jianfei, I can feel that my injuries and illnesses have improved noticeably. Chen Jianfei excitedly responded, I can also tell that your complexion looks much better than before. Then he addressed Lu Tian. Mr. Lu's medical skills are utterly amazing. Besides saying amazing, Chen Jianfei couldn't think of more suitable words to praise him. Chapter 175, A Renowned Expert. Lu Tian wrote a prescription and handed it to Chen Xiaofeng. Take the medicine as instructed, and you should be fully recovered in about half a month. Good. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Chen Xiaofeng accepted the prescription as if it were a treasure, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. At this moment, Yang Haohui entered the room and said, just now, I led my subordinates to investigate the appearances of those masked people. One of them is the person who previously tried to recruit us, but failed, then went on to recruit Pan Jian after being rejected by us. The others are all strangers. Chen Xiaofeng nodded, immediately announced within the Brother Alliance that Pan Jian conspired with the enemy to harm me, and has been dealt with according to our family law. Yes. Yang Haohui nodded in response, then left the room to make the announcement. Lu Tian looked at Chen Xiaofeng. Zhang Baishan mentioned before his death that the master of the Two Rivers branch of the Shadow Sect is a mysterious sorcery expert. When he shows his true face, he disguises himself as a martial arts expert through sorcery. Generally speaking, martial arts experts are relatively famous in the martial arts world. As the leader of the Brother Alliance, you should have access to many sources of information. Do you know any famous martial artists in the Jiangnan area? Chen Xiaofeng thought for a moment and replied, only masters who have reached the level of grandmaster are considered famous. As far as I know, the most famous grandmasters in the Jiangnan area are the leaders of the 4 ancient martial arts sections. As for those grandmasters who haven't practiced ancient martial arts, most of them have gone to develop in areas north of the river or other places where there are fewer ancient martial arts sections. The only non-ancient martial arts grandmaster I know of who hasn't left this area is my personal attendant, Yang Haohui. Since we have some clues, I will definitely send people to investigate. If there is any new intelligence, I will inform Mr. Lu immediately. Lu Tian nodded. Good. The reason he came to find Chen Xiaofeng was to ask him about some intelligence related to the Shadow Sect. But Chen Xiaofeng didn't know much about the Shadow Sect and couldn't provide any valuable information for now. However, this time he accidentally eliminated another deputy master of the Shadow Sect and earned 2 billion yuan, so it wasn't a wasted trip. When Lu Tian returned to the Lu family residence, he happened to see Lu Yang and his son Lu Qingsong leaving the main house of the Lu family. The two greeted him indifferently and then left. After leaving, Lu Yang made a phone call. Hey, Mr. Luo, we're coming to see you. What? Is Patriarch Gu also there? Alright, I am willing to follow Patriarch Gu's orders. On the other end of the line, Mr. Luo was none other than the Jiangnan medicine king, Luo Jintao. The Patriarch Gu that Lu Yang just mentioned was naturally xuanhuan, the leader of the martial medicine sect. In this city, Yunningshi, Luo Jintao had a branch company here and also a villa. Xuanhuan and Luo Jintao had already left Jiangzhou and come to Luo Jintao's villa in Ningyan City. Inside Luo Jintao's villa, after these past 2 days of research, I can confirm that Lu Tian used the 7-star meridian acupuncture technique when treating my injury before. Gu Wanhong said. Did you learn this acupuncture technique? Asked Luo Jintao. Gu Wanhong nodded. Yes, 7-star meridian acupuncture is incredibly effective in treating internal injuries and can also cure many difficult diseases. In my estimation, it might also treat your problem. Hearing this, Luo Jintao's eyes lit up instantly. Then hurry and treat me. Xuanhuan said. Isn't there a guest coming soon? After the guest leaves, I'll treat you. Not long after, Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong arrived. Patriarch Gu, Mr. Luo. In the living room, the two greeted Xuanhuan and Luo Jintao courteously. Sitting on the sofa, Xuanhuan asked, Is Lu Tian officially returning to the Lu family tomorrow? Yes. Lu Yang nodded. Tomorrow at noon, the Lu family will host a banquet to welcome him. Xuanhuan said. Is there no way for you to stop him from rejoining the family? Lu Yang sighed. This is Lu Sheng's decision. He is the head of the family, so ultimately, his word goes. We are truly powerless. Xuanhuan let out a cold laugh and said, Lu Wenlei doesn't want to return to the Lu family, yet she doesn't mind her son Lu Tian going back. I suspect she's afraid of attracting my attention, wanting to quietly use the wealth and influence of the Lu family to establish her own medical sect. With that, Xuanhuan's expression grew solemn. If she establishes her sect, it will undoubtedly affect the reputation of my martial medicine sect. I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen. She turned to Luo Jintao. How is your side's preparation going? Luo Jintao nodded. Everything is ready. Most pharmaceutical distributors who collaborate with the Lu family are willing to follow my commands. Good. Xuanhuan smiled wickedly. Tomorrow, we will go directly to their banquet site and force Lu Sheng to step down from his position as head of the family. If he dares not comply, we'll directly blockade their business. At that point, considering their own interests, the other members of the Lu family will also drive him out of his position as head of the family. Then, Xuanhuan looked at Lu Yang and said, At that time, I will support you to become the head of the Lu family. Once you take over, your first task will be to expel Lu Tian from the family and place Lu Wenlei and her son on the Lu family's blacklist. No problem. Lu Yang nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, I'm extremely grateful for Patriarch Gu's support in my taking charge of the Lu family. In the future, if Patriarch Gu needs anything, just command me. Xuanhuan said, There's nothing else. Your father and I still have some things to discuss, so you may go back now. Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong respectfully left the living room and exited the villa. Luo Jintao couldn't wait for Xuanhuan to treat his condition. Xuanhuan used the 7-star meridian acupuncture technique she had just learned to administer treatment to Luo Jintao. After the treatment, there was indeed an effect. Luo Jintao's abilities were restored. Luo Jintao was eager to get intimate with Xuanhuan, who felt the same way, and they both climbed into bed together. Just as they were readying themselves, but before starting, a strange thing happened. Luo Jintao became unable again. No matter what he tried, he could not regain function. What's going on? Xuanhuan was surprised too. She glared at Luo Jintao. I've already cured you. Why are you having issues right when we're about to start? Are you not interested in me? Not at all. Luo Jintao was crestfallen. I really want to, but somehow, it turns into impotence. Xuanhuan examined him again. While he was trying to regain feeling, they discovered something even stranger. It turned out that if Luo Jintao only had slight arousal, his body would respond. However, when that arousal intensified, it stopped working. The key issue was, during the act itself, his arousal was bound to grow uncontrollably intense. And because of this strange phenomenon, he completely lost his ability to continue. Xuanhuan said, I can't figure out what's wrong yet, but it might be related to your mental state. You need to adjust your mindset further. I'll think of more ways to help you. Luo Jintao trusted her medical skills and believed she would eventually cure him, so he wasn't overly worried. But tonight, he wouldn't be able to have relations with her, which made him restless. Xuanhuan felt the same way, tossing and turning on the bed, until after a short while, she took a shower to calm herself down. Speaking of which, not long after Lu Tian returned to the Lu residence, Lu Sheng and Xia Xinlan came to see him. Lu Tian, I've already heard from Xinlan about the conflict between you and Pan Yuansuan. Even though it was Pan Yuansuan intentionally provoking you, we cannot afford to offend him. You really shouldn't have attacked him. Lu Sheng said. He acted arrogantly just because he became a young master of the Lu family, flaunting his power without thinking of the consequences. Xia Xinlan added. Don't worry about it. Not long ago, I went to talk to Qin Xiaofeng, and we've resolved the matter, Lu Tian said. What? Lu Sheng was taken aback immediately. Xia Xinlan laughed angrily. Do you make up stories as you go along? Do you even have the qualifications to enter the Chun household? Chapter 176, Family Banquet. Lu Tian said, This matter has a long story. If you want to listen, I can explain it to you. Ho ho. Xia Xinlan coldly laughed and said, What do you want to explain? Are you boasting? At this moment, Lu Sheng received a phone call from his subordinate. Hey, are you sure? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Sheng looked at Xia Xinlan. To try to calm this matter down, I sent people to find out the movement of the Brothers' Alliance. My subordinate just called me and told me that Qin Xiaofeng posted a message inside the Brothers' Alliance, saying that Pan Jian and his son Pan Yuantong intended to kill him, but instead were killed by him. It said that Pan Jian and Pan Yuantong went with many hitmen to deal with him, but an even more powerful expert helped Qin Xiaofeng get rid of those hitmen. Xia Xinlan said, Pan Jian and Pan Yuantong betrayed Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng shouldn't trouble us for the sake of traitors. She glared at Lu Tian angrily. You're lucky this time. If you cause any more trouble in the future, you'll be on your own. After scolding Lu Tian harshly, Xia Xinlan turned around and walked out of the room. My sister just scolded you, actually for your own good. You should know your limits when doing things in the future. Lu Sheng said to Lu Tian and then also left the room. Time passed into the next day. Lu family was hosting a banquet to welcome Lu Tian's return to the clan at noon, and the preparations had already begun in the morning. Most of the family members had already arrived. Although many people thought Lu Tian was incompetent due to some misunderstandings, as the young master of the Lu family, everyone still acted very politely towards him. Only Lu Yang and his son Lu Qingsong didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Qingsong muttered under his breath, "Humph, seeing this waste being so smug makes me want to go over there and beat him up." Lu Yang smiled and quietly replied, "When I take control of the Lu family and expel him from our family, let's see how he remains smug. Then you can deal with him later." Xuanhuan had already arranged with them that she would come at noon and intervene in Lu family matters, and crown Lu Yang as the head of the household. Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong were both looking forward to that moment. As a matter of fact, not only Xuanhuan wanted to cause trouble, but also another person, xuanhuan, the third leader of the Brothers' Alliance. About 3 days ago, xuanhuan's son Qin Xinghe drugged xuanhuan, trying to have his way with her. Later, xuanhuan was saved by a young man named Lu Qiuyang. Qin Xinghe didn't succeed in taking advantage of her and was disciplined by Lu Tian afterwards. At that time, Lu Tian kicked him between his legs, sending him to the hospital. The medical examination showed that Qin Xinghe's reproductive function was affected after the incident, not only making it harder to treat, but also causing some lasting issues. Once, xuanhuan had led a group to take revenge on Lu Tian but didn't make a move right away after receiving a phone call from Zhao Zhenming, learning about Lu Tian's strength. At that point, xuanhuan realized that he wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Tian in Jiangbei. His attempt to create trouble for Lu Tian ended up embarrassing himself. For the sake of standing up for his son and retrieving his dignity, xuanhuan wasn't ready to quit just yet. After hearing that Lu Tian had returned to the Lu family, xuanhuan decided to take this opportunity to seek retribution. Though xuanhuan was no match for Lu Tian in Jiangbei, he believed that with his position as the third leader of the Brothers' Alliance, he could easily take Lu Tian down in Jiangnan. The main industry of the Brothers' Alliance is a large conglomerate known as the Brothers Group. The largest shareholder is Chen Xiaofeng, who owns more than 50% of the shares. The second largest shareholder is not the second-in-command Pan Jian, but Qin Wanzhua, whose fame is even greater. Chen Xiaofeng's health has been deteriorating recently, reducing his influence within the Brothers' Alliance. Qin Wanzhua has been seeking an opportunity to replace Chen Xiaofeng as the first-in-command. However, he never expected that Pan Jian would be even more ruthless, directly conspiring with the people of Shadowgate to act against Chen Xiaofeng. He also never expected that Chen Xiaofeng would have a mysterious expert by his side, who effortlessly eliminated one of the deputy heads of the Shadowgate's Two Rivers branch, Jiang Baishan. This news spread after Yang Haohui, following Chen Xiaofeng's orders, announced the details internally within the Brothers' Alliance. He heard about it today after further inquiries. Fortunately, we didn't rush to confront Chen Xiaofeng, otherwise, we would have been wiped out. Qin Xinghe said to Qin Wanzhua. Qin Wanzhua nodded. Never expected that such a powerful expert would assist Chen Xiaofeng. Chen Xiaofeng didn't disclose the identity of this expert, likely aiming to maintain an aura of mystery, enhancing his intimidation. It seems I have to abandon my thoughts of challenging the position of first-in-command, otherwise, I might meet the same end as Pan Jian. I disrespected Chen Xiaofeng too often before, because I was at the height of my power. He has a mysterious expert on his side, but didn't bother to deal with me, probably just to lure me into attacking him, so he could wipe me out directly. Fortunately, I didn't rush to make my move, otherwise, I would have died for sure. Qin Wanzhua sighed and continued. It seems that for self-preservation, I can only obediently be his subordinate. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A subordinate came into the office. Mr. Qin, we've already investigated thoroughly. We can confirm that the Lu family will host a banquet today at noon to welcome Lu Tian's return to the family. Good. Qin Wanzhua frowned. Today at noon, I'll bring more of my men and go settle accounts with Lu Tian. Qin Xinghe nodded. The Lu family's strength is no match for the Brothers' Alliance. They will surely fear being implicated by Lu Tian and won't dare to help him oppose us. We'll also have the chance to take more advantages from the Lu family. As noon approached, the large mansion of the Lu family was already filled with guests. Many business partners who had dealings with the Lu family came to support them, celebrating the young master of the Lu family's return. However, that was just the surface appearance. Most of these business partners, under Luo Jintao's coercion and enticement, were already prepared to help Xuanhuan deal with the Lu family. But since Xuanhuan hadn't arrived yet, they were still maintaining polite appearances for now. Before Xuanhuan arrived, another troublemaker showed up first. There appeared Qin Wanzhua and his son Qin Xinghe, leading a group of their subordinates storming into the Lu family courtyard with arrogance. Lu Tian, get out here. Qin Xinghe shouted furiously. We're here to deal with Lu Tian. If you don't want to get implicated, stay out of this. Qin Wanzhua looked around at everyone present and said coldly. Upon seeing members of the Brothers' Alliance show up, the guests were startled and quickly made way for them. What's going on? Pan Jian and Pan Yuantong were already dealt with by Chen Xiaofeng. Why does the third leader of the Brothers' Alliance bring people to stir up trouble? In the dining hall, Lu Sheng exclaimed in shock. Xuanhuan said, could it be that Chen Xiaofeng plans to intervene for the traitors, thus sending Qin Wanzhua to confront Lu Tian? At this point, they heard Qin Xinghe yelling from the courtyard. Lu Tian, you dared to hit me before. This time I'm coming back to pay you back twice as hard. Xuanhuan suddenly gasped, glaring furiously at Lu Tian. You struck Qin Xinghe? Lu Tian said. I also hit his father, Qin Wanzhua. Xuanhuan seethed with anger. The brothers' alliance is not someone our Lu family can provoke. Regardless of why you fought with them before, you must immediately go apologize to them. Chapter 177. In Big Trouble. Lu Tian did not respond, leaving the banquet hall and heading to the courtyard instead. Lu Sheng and Xia Xinlan quickly followed him out. They all thought Lu Tian was going to apologize to xuanhuan and the others. But then they were shocked by what Lu Tian did next. Lu Tian looked at xuanhuan. You dare to come here and make trouble. Are you asking for another beating from me? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts were instantly shaken with astonishment. Even xuanhuan and his group were momentarily stunned, but they quickly smirked in disdain. Your end is coming soon, and you still dare to insult us? xuanhuan said coldly. Qin Xing, he grinned viciously. Lu Tian, do you think because you've become Master Lu of the Lu family, we wouldn't dare retaliate against you? I'm telling you, your family can only grovel before our Brotherhood alliance. Xia Xinlan regained her composure and immediately scolded Lu Tian. Apologize to them right now. Lu Sheng addressed xuanhuan. Boss Qin, we will have him apologize. Please let him off this time. xuanhuan replied. Even if he apologizes, we won't let him off easily. He's your Master Lu, and you owe us an explanation. Lu Sheng understood clearly. They were trying to extort benefits from the Lu family. Qin Xing, he continued. All right, if your family is willing to give us a 20% dry equity stake, we'll only deal with him and let your Lu family off. Xia Xinlan glared angrily at Lu Tian. Look what you've done, overreaching yourself by antagonizing them, thus involving the Lu family. Lu Tian said, I haven't overreached myself, nor will I involve the Lu family. Then he looked at xuanhuan. I don't want to spoil the atmosphere of the banquet, so if you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll let you go for now. Ha ha ha. xuanhuan and his group obviously thought he was bluffing and burst into laughter. Lu Tian, when will you stop bragging? If you had any sense of responsibility and didn't want to drag down the Lu family, apologize to them now. Xia Xinlan shouted furiously. At that moment, Lu Yang spoke to Lu Sheng. Big brother, I think we should just leave him alone, cut ties with him, and let him perish on his own. Qin Xing, he laughed. Do you think cutting ties with him means your Lu family doesn't have to answer to us? He is now Master Lu of your family, so you must compensate us. xuanhuan took over. If there's no compensation, then you'll be enemies of the Brotherhood alliance, and your outcome will be even worse. The members of the Lu family immediately became tense, hearts racing nervously. Only Lu Tian remained calm. The head of the Brotherhood alliance is your boss Chen Xiaofeng, who treats me like a guest of honor. How dare you use the Brotherhood alliance name to threaten us? This statement again drew mocking laughter from xuanhuan and his group. What kind of person are you to have the audacity to call yourself the guest of our boss? You're not even qualified to join the Brotherhood alliance as a low-ranking member. Qin Xing, he sneered in contempt. Lu Tian, stop disgracing yourself and apologize to them quickly. Xia Xinlan barked angrily. Other family members also began criticizing him. The Lu family is about to be dragged down by you, yet you still have the nerve to act superior here? This fool does nothing but bring problems rather than solve them. He hasn't even realized how big a mess he's created. You overestimated your abilities, causing trouble, and yet expect the family to bear the consequences for you. You're unworthy to be Master Lu. Seeing this situation made Lu Sheng feel quite helpless, not knowing what to do. Lu Yang, however, was secretly pleased. It was Lu Sheng who suggested bringing Lu Tian back into the family, and now with Lu Tian causing trouble, it would affect Lu Sheng's standing within the family. This would make it easier for him to seize the position of the family head. As for the Brotherhood alliance's demand for equity, he wasn't worried about it at all. With the medical martial sect supporting him, once they intervened, the Brotherhood alliance definitely wouldn't dare to touch those shares. Dad, let's not waste words with them. We should cripple Lu Tian first, so the Lu family knows how powerful we are. Qin Xing, he said. xuanhuan nodded, just preparing to order his men to attack, when suddenly a guest shouted, Look, someone else is coming. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, and their expressions unconsciously changed with shock. xuanhuan and Qin Xing, he were equally stunned, because it was none other than their big boss of the Brotherhood alliance, Chen Xiaofeng, and his son Chen Jianfei. Members of the Lu family like Lu Sheng became even more nervous. They couldn't figure out why Chen Xiaofeng had come too, but seeing xuanhuan was there to stir up trouble, they guessed Chen Xiaofeng's arrival was likely ill-intended. With Chen Xiaofeng here, things are getting increasingly interesting. Lu Qingsong laughed smugly. Lu Yang nodded. Even before the people of the medical martial sect arrive, the Brotherhood alliance has already indirectly helped suppress Brother Sheng's authority for us. It seems our plan to take control of the Lu family is going smoother than expected. Xia Xinlan glared at Lu Tian again. Did you offend Chen Xiaofeng as well? With all the misinterpretations piling up, Lu Tian didn't bother to respond anymore and simply ignored her. xuanhuan was unsure why Chen Xiaofeng had come. However, after learning that Chen Xiaofeng had a mysterious expert backing him, he had already decided to obediently become the other's underling and hurriedly approached with utmost respect. Brother, why are you here? xuanhuan asked. Mr. Lu returned to the Lu family today, so of course I'm here to support Mr. Lu. Chen Xiaofeng said. He assumed xuanhuan was also here to support Lu Tian, and, without waiting for a response, chuckled as he walked over to Lu Tian. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, on your return to the family. Chen Xiaofeng politely said. What was going on? Why would the head of the Brotherhood alliance come to show support for Lu Tian? Not only xuanhuan and his group, but also everyone in the Lu family, including Xia Xinlan, were questioning this. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for coming to show your support, Lu Tian said. Mr. Lu, there's no need for such formalities. You helped me eliminate my enemies and save my life. My showing up here is nothing compared to what you've done for me. As soon as these words left Chen Xiaofeng's mouth, they sent another shockwave through the crowd. Lu Sheng and Xia Xinlan exchanged glances, then both looked at Lu Tian with disbelief. Mr. Lu's return to the Lu family will surely bring prosperity. In the future, our Brotherhood Alliance will need Mr. Lu's guidance and care. And if there's anything Mr. Lu needs from us, please don't hesitate to ask. These words not only stunned everyone once more, but also made Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xing extremely nervous. From the deferential attitude Chen Xiaofeng displayed toward Lu Tian, they could already guess that Lu Tian was the mysterious expert supporting Chen Xiaofeng. It was precisely because of this mysterious expert that their father-son duo dared not harbor any thoughts of controlling the Brotherhood Alliance anymore. Yet now, they had arrogantly underestimated their situation by confronting the very mysterious expert. This meant they were about to face serious trouble. Chapter 178, I will talk to her. Lu Tian said, Mr. Chun, your subordinates came here to cause trouble. Do you want to deal with them yourself, or let me do it for you? What? Chen Xiaofeng was startled. Then his expression stiffened, and he suddenly looked at Qin Wanzhua and others. Was it you guys? Qin Wanzhua was scared to death, cold sweat streaming down. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu. Immediately after, Qin Wanzhua, Qin Xinghe, and their subordinates all knelt down. Insolence. Chen Xiaofeng was suddenly furious. At the same time, his son, Chen Jinfei, rushed over and slapped Qin Wanzhua across the face. Chen Xiaofeng said, Mr. Lu, I apologize for failing to discipline my subordinates properly. I'll handle them myself. Lu Tian nodded. Let them explain the origin of the conflict first. Chen Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe. What exactly happened? Confess everything truthfully. Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe had dared not conceal anything and recounted in detail how the conflict with Lu Tian had occurred. After understanding the situation, Chen Jinfei glared angrily at Qin Xinghe. This is all because of you. Then again, he swung his hand and slapped Qin Xinghe's face hard. And you, how dare you fail to educate your son, and instead help this beast find trouble for others? Chen Jinfei scolded Qin Wanzhua furiously while also slapping him across the face. We realize our mistake and guarantee we will never bother Mr. Lu or anyone close to him ever again, Qin Xinghe said shakily. Chen Xiaofeng coldly said, You only realize your mistake now? Too late. Then he waved to his subordinates. Seize these father-son duo. Take them back and wait for my punishment. He then turned to Lu Tian and said, Mr. Lu, I don't want to ruin the atmosphere of your banquet, so I plan to temporarily remove them and punish them when I get back. They certainly won't be let off easily. Subsequently, Chen Xiaofeng arranged for some of his subordinates to drag Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe away. As for the subordinates brought by Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe, they were just following orders. Since no severe consequences resulted from their actions, after Chen Xiaofeng reprimanded them harshly and ordered his men to slap them a few times, he dismissed them. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for helping us out of this predicament. Lu Sheng politely thanked. Mr. Lu, there's no need to thank me, Chen Xiaofeng said. Even without my interference, with Mr. Lu around, they wouldn't have been able to harm you. I just felt that cleaning up these fools didn't warrant Mr. Lu taking action personally. Lu Sheng, of course, knew that the Mr. Lu the other party referred to as Lu Tian, but he couldn't figure out what kind of skills Lu Tian possessed to earn such respect and deference from the leader of Brother Alliance. Xia Xinlan also appeared utterly confused. She had previously criticized Lu Tian countless times. Now, learning about his significant standing, she realized that her previous behavior was akin to teaching an expert how to use an axe, making her feel quite ashamed. At that moment, those family members who had criticized Lu Tian immediately changed their attitude, starting to flatter Lu Tian. Now that Lu Tian has returned to the family, our Lu family has indeed become more prestigious. One family member, who had previously questioned whether Lu Tian even had the face to show off his power here, stated this. I knew it all along. A formidable person like Lu Tian wouldn't bother causing trouble to insignificant people. Clearly they underestimated him. A different family member, who had once accused Lu Tian of being incapable and not recognizing the trouble he had caused, made this statement. The return of Lu Tian as the master's son is absolutely an honor for our family. Yet another family member, who earlier claimed that Lu Tian lacked the qualification to be the family's young master, voiced this opinion. Other family members also went all out with flattery. Xia Xinlan wanted to say a few good words too, but upon reflecting on how presumptuously she had criticized him before, she hesitated to speak. Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong father and son secretly harbored resentment. Lu Qingsong clenched his teeth, saying, with everyone rallying around Lu Tian and him being invited back into the family by Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng's influence within the family will increase. This significantly disrupts our plans to control the Lu family. Don't worry. Lu Yang grinned malevolently. We have the support of the medical martial sect. Even Brother Alliance led by Chen Xiaofeng is nothing compared to medical martial sect. Lu Qingsong caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and then joyfully looked towards the door. Patriarch Gu has arrived. Patriarch Gu Wanhong of the medical martial sect entered the courtyard of the Lu residence with a group of her subordinates. The people of the Lu family, except for Lu Tian, were surprised by their arrival. Lu Tian wasn't shocked at all. He had already guessed that Gu Wanhong might come to prevent his return to the family, fearing that his mother, Lu Wenlei, would use the wealth and resources of the Lu family to establish a new sect. Neither Lu Sheng nor others had expected the arrival of the medical martial sect, so they could only guess why xuanhuan and her followers had come. However, their family Lu was in the medical field competing with the medical martial sect. Family Lu had always been suppressed by medical martial sect, so they did not think xuanhuan and her followers were here to support. Do you actually believe that by inviting Lu Tian back into the family, with Lu Wenlei's identity as a successor of the medical martial school, you can oppose us? I won't give you that chance. Xuanhuan looked around at everyone from the Lu family and coldly said. Then she sneered and said, now it's time for all of you guests to take a stand. I will terminate my business cooperation with the Lu family and cooperate with the medical martial sect instead. Me too. The medical martial sect can provide us with better medicinal pill operations, so we no longer wish to collaborate with the Lu family. Most of the guests present made such declarations, then surrounded xuanhuan. They had already chosen to side with the medical martial sect under Luo Juntao's coercion and enticement. Of course, this was xuanhuan instructing Luo Juntao to do so. If they cancel their business cooperation with the Lu family's medicinal pills will experience shortages in production materials and overstocking. Even if they develop new partners, the medical martial sect has the full capability to poach these partners using the same method. At that point, their Lu family's family business might not be safe. Xuanhuan, you're being too much. Lu Xing angrily said. He also shouted at those guests. You are all flocking to them, but they cannot possibly attend to all of you properly. You'll end up suffering. Hearing this, some guests hesitated slightly, but they would rather suffer losses than dare to defy the medical martial sect's instructions. Master Gu, there may be some misunderstandings. I think you don't need to completely break ties. How about sitting down and negotiating peacefully? Qin Xiaofeng said. The overall strength of Brother Alliance is inferior to that of medical martial sect. Therefore, even though Qin Xiaofeng was dissatisfied with xuanhuan's aggressive tactics, he could only appeal for mercy on behalf of the Lu family, who knew xuanhuan wouldn't give him any face. There's no place for you to speak here. You? Qin Xiaofeng felt his face flush red with shame. Xuanhuan continued. Listen up, all of you from the Lu family. If you want me to let this go easily, you need to agree to 2 conditions of mine. Lu Xing asked, what conditions? Lu Tian took over. Uncle, let me negotiate with her. You? Xuanhuan smirked contemptuously. Do you really think that meeting me a few times grants you some sort of prestige in front of me? But indeed, I am curious what you want to talk to me about. Lu Tian nonchalantly said. I'm not going to waste words on you. I'm just giving you a warning. If you don't want trouble to fall upon you, then take your people and leave right now. Chapter 179. The struggle for the head of the family position. How dare you talk to me like that? Xuanhuan was instantly furious. Lu Sheng and others thought Lu Tian would plead for mercy from Xuanhuan, but instead, he directly retorted. Lu Tian, you should stop talking. Lu Sheng hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Then he took a deep breath and politely faced Xuanhuan. Master, Lu Tian is hot-headed and speaks too bluntly. Please don't take it personally. He then turned to Lu Tian and said, you should apologize to Master immediately. Lu Tian laughed. It's her who came looking for trouble with us. She should be the one apologizing. Lu Tian, xuanhuan chimed in. Don't you see that even Mr. Chun can't provoke Yiwu Min? If you don't apologize to Master, the Lu family will really be dragged down by you. Lu Tian replied. Mr. Chen may not be able to handle her, but that doesn't mean I can't. If she goes too far, just watch how I teach her a lesson. You? Xuanhuan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Qin Xiaofeng whispered to Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, behind Yiwu Min stands the support of 4 ancient martial arts sects from Jiangnan. I can't provoke them either. You must act within your capabilities. Lu Tian nodded. I understand. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Tian coldly. So, you have no intention of apologizing to me? Lu Tian smiled. My stance is already crystal clear. Tell your people to get lost. Lu Tian, you'd better be more polite to Master. Lu Yang yelled angrily. At this moment, other members of the Lu family, out of flattery towards Yiwu Min, began criticizing Lu Tian one after another. Lu Tian, how dare you defy Master? Are you asking for death? Quickly apologize to Master, or else get out of the Lu family. If you offend Master, even if you apologize, we will still drive you out of the Lu family. Lu Tian ignored these fickle people and continued to look coldly at Xuanhuan and her Yiwu Min group. It seems you don't respect me much. Xuanhuan said with a chill in her voice. Master, please calm down. Lu Sheng quickly intervened. In the Lu family, I make the decisions. Whatever issues you have, you can discuss them directly with me. There's no need to take offense with him. Xuanhuan said. Given that his mother and I are of the same school, I can let him off, but as for his return to the Lu family, I am fully responsible for it. Lu Sheng sighed. What do you want? Xuanhuan's expression became calm. I've said it before. If you want me to settle peacefully, you must meet my 2 conditions. She glanced around at the crowd of the Lu family, and finally focused on Lu Sheng. The first condition, you step down from your position as head of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members all revealed expressions of surprise. Such interference in their affairs made them feel very humiliated. Only Lu Yang and his father Lu Qingsong were secretly pleased, because this brought them one step closer to controlling the Lu family. Xuanhuan, who had been worried about the escalating situation, could not contain herself anymore. Xuanhuan, you're too much. Who should be the head of the Lu family is our internal matter. You have no right to interfere. Xuanhuan, stop talking. Lu Xing scolded. Then he looked at Xuanhuan. If I give up my position as head of the family, will you leave the Lu family alone? Xuanhuan smiled. That depends on whether the rest of your Lu family will agree to my second condition. If they do, I'll ensure that your business partners continue to cooperate with you, and the competition between us will remain confined to the medicinal pill market. Lu Sheng said, for the sake of preserving the Lu family's heritage, I am willing to step down. Tell me your second condition. Xuanhuan said. The second condition is that everyone in your Lu family must support Lu Yang becoming the new head. Lu Sheng was startled and looked at Lu Yang. Are you colluding with them behind my back? No. Lu Yang definitely wouldn't admit it, as it would affect his reputation. Lu Yang continued. Grandmaster supporting me as the head of the Lu family is probably because she thinks I am more qualified to manage it. At least I won't offend Yiwu Min and bring such big trouble to the Lu family like you do. He then turned to the other family members. Do you think I'm more qualified than Lu Sheng to be the head? Yes. All the family members answered in unison. In their eyes, since Lu Yang had the support of Yiwu Min, his becoming the head was already a foregone conclusion. To protect themselves and consider their own interests, they naturally chose to support Lu Yang. Lu Yang proudly shrugged and looked at Lu Sheng. Do you have anything else to say now? Lu Sheng felt aggrieved but powerless. It seems that to preserve the Lu family's heritage, I can only yield. I am willing to step down from my position as head. Xuanhuan nodded approvingly and looked at Lu Yang. From now on, you are the head of the Lu family. Lu Yang could barely hide his excitement. Thank you for your support, Grandmaster. Although the Lu family and Yiwu Min are competitors, I will do my best to reduce friction between us. Then he looked at the crowd of the Lu family. You all have seen that the conflict between the Lu family and Yiwu Min was caused by Lu Sheng inviting Lu Tian back into the family. In order to calm this conflict, I will revoke Lu Tian's status as the young master of the Lu family and expel him from the family. Furthermore, both he and his mother Lu Wenlei will be placed on the Lu family's blacklist, completely severing ties with them. My decision is to give Yiwu Min an answer and resolve the contradictions between us, while also preserving the family business of the Lu family. I hope everyone will support me. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, many members of the family immediately agreed with him. Lu Tian is simply a calamity to our family. We must drive him away. One of the family members who had previously said, the Lu family's prestige increases with Lu Tian's return, now spoke up. This arrogant fool is just a small fry who dared to provoke someone like Grandmaster, deserving expulsion from the family. Another member who had earlier remarked, Lu Tian doesn't bother with small fries, changed their tune entirely. We shouldn't have let him back in the first place. His return has been a disgrace to the Lu family. Yet another member, who once declared, Lu Tian's return is an honor to the Lu family, now denounced their own previous statements. Other family members, eager to show loyalty to the new head of the family, Lu Yang, quickly disavowed everything they'd ever praised about Lu Tian. As the Lu family berated Lu Tian one after another, Xuanhuan looked at him with a smirk. Lu Tian returned her gaze. You've escalated things so much that it's already out of your control. Xuanhuan replied. Everything is still well within my grasp. Lu Tian responded coldly. I won't let you control me, and you'll soon regret this immensely. Chapter 180, Displaying Strength. Xuanhuang's face turned cold, and she glared angrily at Lu Tian. You still dare to talk big to me. Don't you know your situation? Even your own family, the Lu family, considers you an enemy now. What do you still rely on? Who said that? Lu Sheng cut in. I have never treated him as an enemy. Xuanhuan took 2 steps forward and stood beside Lu Tian. Even though I am not from the Lu family, I will stand by his side. Lu Tian was startled for a moment and looked at Xuanhuan with surprise. Xuanhuan had been blaming him all along, but he did not expect her to stand up for him in this crisis. What are you looking at? It's not like I want to help you. It's just that I don't want to collude with them. Xuanhuan shot him a glare and angrily retorted. Ho ho, Lu Yang smirked. Are you two going to continue helping him? Then don't blame me if I show no mercy. He looked at Lu Sheng first. I have already expelled Lu Tian from the family. If you choose to be on his side, I will also expel you from the family. Then he glanced at Xuanhuan. And you? You are not even from the Lu family, yet you hold an important position in the Lu family company. Starting now, you are fired. Lu Yang then gave Lu Tian another look and continued. Starting from this moment, there is no place for any of you within the Lu family. After that, he signaled his subordinates with a wave of his hand. Drive them out of the Lu family. You dare? Chen Xiaofeng suddenly stepped forward in front of Lu Tian and others, glaring coldly at Lu Yang. Our brothers' alliance will also take Lu Sir's side. Have the guts to drive us out too. You? Lu Yang felt humiliated, but he didn't dare to offend Chen Xiaofeng. Chen Xiaofeng knew well that in a conflict with Yiwu's sect, their brothers' alliance wouldn't stand a chance. His support for Lu Tian stemmed partly from gratitude for saving his life, but it was also a bet, a gamble on whether Lu Tian had enough strength to handle the Yiwu sect. This resolution of his had a deeper reason as well. Their brothers' alliance had already broken ties with the Shadow sect, and they were definitely no match for them, so they hoped Lu Tian could offer them backing. If Lu Tian couldn't defeat the Yiwu sect, then neither would he possess the power to help them fight against the Shadow sect. If that were the case, even if they didn't support Lu Tian and chose to avoid provoking the Yiwu sect, they would eventually be destroyed by the Shadow sect anyway. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he decisively stood firmly by Lu Tian's side. Chen Xiaofeng, are you planning to oppose our Yiwu sect? Xuanhuan asked icily. As long as you remain hostile towards Lu Sir, our brothers' alliance will treat you as enemies. Chen Xiaofeng stated resolutely. Presumptuous. A woman's harsh reprimand echoed through the Yiwu sect's camp. It was Gu Wanhong's disciple, Pei Xueqing, who was speaking. She took 2 steps forward and addressed Gu Wanhong. Master, let me teach them a lesson. Gu Wanhong nodded in agreement. Pei Xueqing pointed her finger at Qin Xiaofeng. Looks like you're their main pillar of support. I'll start by teaching you a lesson first. No sooner had these words left her lips than Pei Xueqing darted towards Qin Xiaofeng. Yang Haohui, Qin Xiaofeng's personal aide, immediately stepped forward to engage Pei Xueqing. The two exchanged blows with neither having a clear advantage over the other for the time being. Most people present knew that Yang Haohui was a martial arts grandmaster, but none of them expected that Pei Xueqing could exchange blows with him evenly. From the looks of it, Pei Xueqing must also be a martial arts grandmaster. Though Yiwu sect's name incorporates both medical and martial aspects, their martial element primarily serves as a complement to their medical arts. So in the Yiwu sect, medical expertise predominates. The fact that this female disciple of the Yiwu sect possessed the strength of a martial arts grandmaster was truly stunning to them. Right at this moment, the battle before everyone changed. Pei Xueqing had taken the upper hand. After a few more moves, Yang Haohui was already being suppressed by Pei Xueqing, forced to retreat repeatedly. Pei Xueqing advanced swiftly and grabbed Yang Haohui's fist. Startled, Yang Haohui exclaimed, "You have practiced ancient martial arts?" Pei Xueqing laughed and nodded. "You recognize that much. That's why you lost to me. I'm going to slap you first, then go on to teach Qin Xiaofeng a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Xueqing suddenly raised her hand, as if to strike Yang Haohui's face. Yang Haohui lifted his other hand to defend himself. With the hand that was holding his fist, Pei Xueqing flung his arm away and broke through the defense of his yet-to-be-arrived other hand. Her other hand swung toward Yang Haohui's face, accompanied by a howling wind sound. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept in. Before Pei Xueqing's hand could touch Yang Haohui, it was seized by a hand gripping her wrist. She was suddenly startled and looked towards Lu Tian, who had just caught her wrist. "Do you also wish to get beaten?" Pei Xueqing growled fiercely and swung the free hand at Lu Tian. Lu Tian dodged with ease, then swung the hand that had grabbed his opponent's fist and threw her to the ground. At the same moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers. Apart from the members of Brothers Alliance like Qin Xiaofeng, everyone else was witnessing Lu Tian displaying his martial prowess for the first time. As for Xia Xinlan, she had seen Lu Tian teach Pan Yuantong a lesson before, but that wasn't much of a showcase. This situation was different. Lu Tian was up against a martial arts grandmaster. Seeing him easily throw a martial arts grandmaster to the ground shocked everyone who just witnessed his strength. Pei Xueqing fell on her backside, glaring at Lu Tian furiously. "Asshole, watch me tear your face apart." Before she could get up, Lu Tian's fist had already crashed into her abdomen. Bang! The internal energy Pei Xueqing had gathered was instantly dissipated, her face contorted in excruciating pain. "Enjoy slapping others around, do you? Let me show you what it feels like." Lu Tian swung his arm, striking Pei Xueqing's face with a dozen resounding slaps. The crowd drew sharp intakes of breath, stunned by someone daring to strike the senior disciple of Yiwu sect. This was courting death. Even Gu Wanhong hadn't anticipated such an outcome. She had no idea Lu Tian possessed such formidable strength. It took her a few seconds to recover her senses after staring blankly at the scene. "Stop." Lu Tian halted and looked at Gu Wanhong. "I've disciplined your disciple. Now it's your turn." Pei Xueqing's face was already swollen red under his barrage, making her look grotesquely deformed. "I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill." Before Pei Xueqing finished her sentence, Lu Tian stomped on her face, knocking her unconscious instantly. "You're asking for death." Gu Wanhong's face twisted viciously. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes, glanced at her once, and then strode straight toward her. Few people knew that Gu Wanhong was also a martial arts grandmaster, slightly more powerful than Pei Xueqing. But judging by how Lu Tian had handled Pei Xueqing, Gu Wanhong was certain she couldn't defeat him either. Seeing Lu Tian approach her, she instinctively stepped back twice, but quickly regained her composure. "Lu Tian, what do you plan to do?" "What else?" "Teach you a lesson, of course." "You dare?" "Do you know that behind Yiwu sect stands the support of the 4 great ancient martial sects of Jiangnan? If you touch me, you'll offend all 4 of them." Lu Tian paused his steps. "Do you think those 4 great ancient martial sects would side with you against me?" Chapter 181. The 4 Grandmasters arrive. Our Medwu sect has always provided auxiliary pills to improve the cultivation for those ancient martial sections. "Do you think they will help me?" As she spoke, Gu Wanhong once again resumed her arrogant demeanor. "Are those pills made from formulas provided by them, while your sect is only responsible for refining according to the formula?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Gu Wanhong was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to be so well informed. Although Medwu sect also had pill formulas for enhancing cultivation, their formulas were far less exquisite than those provided by the 4 ancient martial sects. In fact, Gu Wanhong was also curious as to which great person had provided the formulas for the 4 ancient martial sects. She had also inquired with the grandmasters of the 4 ancient martial sects, but those masters said that without the permission of that great person, they dared not reveal his identity easily. "You are quite well informed. Even if others provided the formulas, it doesn't mean anyone has the ability to refine those pills. Then what do you think, in their eyes? Is your Medwu sect more important, or the person providing the formulas more important?" "Of course, the one who provides the formulas is more important. But this matter has nothing to do with you. Anyway, we have close cooperation with the 4 ancient martial sects, and they are willing to back us up." At this point, a smirk of anger crept across Gu Wanhong's lips, and she continued, "I'm not afraid to tell you. Based on your earlier performance, even if I join forces with these subordinates around me, I am no match for you. But, Xuanhuan changed her tone. Even if you can beat us, what's the use? Now you know we have the support of the 4 ancient martial sects. Do you still dare to lay hands on us? Lu Tian laughed and said, then call the people from the 4 ancient martial sects right now, and see if they will still stand up for you in front of me. Xuanhuan frowned and said, you want to see if the 4 ancient martial sects will help us, huh? Ask Chen Xiaofeng, he knows. Lu Tian said, Chen Xiaofeng told me long ago. Chen Xiaofeng chimed in. Mr. Lu, they indeed have the backing of the 4 ancient martial sects, but despite that, our brothers' alliance will continue to side with you. Xuanhuan glared coldly at Chen Xiaofeng. Then you just wait to meet the same end as him. She then turned to look at Lu Tian. Do you apologize proactively for injuring my disciple and accept our punishment, or should I call the people from the 4 ancient martial sects to deal with you? Lu Tian said. You might as well make the phone call to get them here. Xuanhuang's face darkened again. Though the 4 ancient martial sects were her backers, she wouldn't seek their help lightly, because that would incur an obligation. But Lu Tian wasn't willing to compromise. Without seeking the help of the 4 ancient martial sects, she was simply no match for Lu Tian. Xuanhuang glared fiercely at Lu Tian and then picked up her phone, placing a call to the grandmaster of one of the 4 ancient martial sects, the Free Flow sect. Hey, Master Sun, if you're available, I'd like to ask for your assistance with something. I'm sorry, I don't have time. I'm very busy right now, and I suggest you not contact the other 3 grandmasters either, because they are with me and don't have time to help you. So, when will you have time? We can't confirm that yet. We need to wait for orders. Wait for orders? Whose orders? The orders of the great person who provided us with the pill formulas and helped us improve our heritage of cultivation. He says there's someone going to provoke him, so he asked us to stand by nearby and wait until the time is right to answer his call. Then does that mean you won't have free time until after fulfilling his instructions? Yes, here's an idea. I'll arrange for disciples from my own sect to assist you first. Alright, thank you. I'm currently at the Lu family residence of Ningyun City's medical arts clan, and your sect is also in Ningyun, so it should be convenient to send disciples over. Lu family? What business did you have at the Lu family? I intend to deal with a certain individual from the Lu family. I respectfully request Master Sun to send people over quickly. Xuanhuang, you are truly ungrateful. Xuanhuang froze directly, confused as to why she was being scolded this way, wanting to ask the reason, but finding that the call had already been hung up. What's going on? Could it be that Master Sun has a relationship with someone in the Lu family? If so, with whom? It can't be Lu Sheng. Otherwise, Lu Sheng wouldn't have capitulated to her. It can't be Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong father and son either. Otherwise, they wouldn't follow Medwu sect's commands so strictly. Since it isn't them, it certainly couldn't be those fence-sitting wallflowers either. Then who could it be? Could it be? Realizing this, Xuanhuang felt her heart tremble with fear as she looked incredulously at Lu Tian. Although she didn't turn on speaker mode during the call, Lu Tian's hearing was extremely sharp, catching every word spoken by Master Sun on the other end of the line. When will the people from the 4 ancient martial arts sects arrive? Lu Tian asked with a playful smile. Although Xuanhuang was still uncertain if the person acquainted with sect leader Sun was Lu Tian, she no longer dared to underestimate him. This time you got lucky. We'll see next time. Xuanhuang said. Lu Yang started to feel uneasy. Sect leader Gu, we haven't resolved the issue with Lu Tian yet. You can't leave now. Shut up, Xuanhuang said angrily. Then she instructed her 2 subordinates. Bring Xueqing over. Let's go back. Pei Xueqing was still unconscious on the ground. The 2 disciples of Medwu sect carefully approached, wanting to go around Lu Tian who was standing in their way. Halt, Lu Tian said coldly. The 2 Medwu sect disciples immediately felt as if they had been frozen and didn't dare to take another step forward. Back off, Lu Tian commanded again. Scared, the 2 took a few steps back and looked at Xuanhuang for instructions. Come back, Xuanhuang ordered. The 2 disciples quickly retreated to stand by her side. Lu Tian turned to Xuanhuang. You've caused such a big fuss here, and now you want to just walk away? Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? Xuanhuang's expression grew darker. Are you really going to push this without fearing offending the 4 ancient martial arts sects? Though sect leader Sun had reprimanded her, there were still 3 other sect leaders supporting her. It couldn't be possible that these 3 sect leaders also had connections with some members of the Lu family, could it? Lu Tian laughed. You keep mentioning the 4 ancient martial arts sections. Then let me call them right now and see if they will help you against me. Lu Tian then picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, you guys can come over now. Xuanhuang's face suddenly changed, and she cautiously asked. Whom did you call just now? Lu Tian smiled mischievously. Guess who? Before long, 4 powerful warriors, accompanied by many disciples, entered the Lu family courtyard. These 4 formidable warriors were none other than the grandmasters of the 4 ancient martial sects from Jiangnan. Chapter 182. The matter is far from over. The leaders of the 4 ancient martial arts sects have actually come to the Lu family together. The people present were all shocked by this unexpected development. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Tian had simply made a phone call and summoned the leaders of the 4 ancient martial arts sects. The headquarters of the 4 ancient martial arts sects are located in different cities. It could be guessed that they must have gathered in advance, then were called over by Lu Tian's single phone call. This only served to better demonstrate Lu Tian's formidable ability to rally support. Upon seeing the arrival of members from the 4 ancient martial arts sects, everyone quickly made way for them. The leaders of the 4 ancient martial arts sects are Sun Deidi, the head of Xiaoyao sect; Zhou Qifeng, the leader of Xuanhuan sect. Yuan Erbao, the master of Gangdan sect. Niu San, the head of Manga sect. The four leaders walked directly to Lu Tian, respectfully greeting him. Mr. Lu. Lu Tian nodded, then looked at xuanhuan, saying, the four heads have arrived. Aren't you supposed to let them handle me now? xuanhuan was so nervous she nearly lost her wits and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. When she phoned Sun Head earlier, he had mentioned that they were working for the revered master who had provided the secret formula for their alchemy. At the time, it was also mentioned that someone had gone looking for trouble with this revered master, prompting the master to arrange for them to stay nearby and await orders. At this very moment, she realized that this revered person who had provided the secret formula to the four ancient martial arts sects was none other than Lu Tian. She also realized that the one causing trouble for this high-ranking figure was none other than her. It seemed that Lu Tian had known from the start that her backing came from the four ancient martial arts sects and had foreseen her making trouble here. Thus, Lu Tian contacted the leaders of the four ancient martial arts sects in advance, waiting for her to cause trouble before calling them in to deal with her. From beginning to end, everything had been within Lu Tian's control, as if waiting right here just to embarrass her. Thinking about this, xuanhuan felt like a total buffoon. So, it's you causing trouble here. xuanhuan, you've got some guts to dare disturb Mr. Lu. Sun Deity scolded loudly. I'm sorry. xuanhuan was scared witless and hastily apologized again. Even the head of the Yiwu sect was frightened. With Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong relying on the Yiwu sect as their stronghold, they knew their situation was dire and instantly became as pale as death. This is really what? Why would the leaders of the four ancient martial arts sects support Lu Tian? Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. It's obvious. They're not supporting Lu Tian, but following his orders. It seems that Lu Tian is actually the one providing them with backing. Lu Xing said. This? Incredible. Xuanhuan struggled to hide her surprise, again finding it hard to believe when looking at Lu Tian. Chen Xiaofeng was invigorated. He had chosen to support Lu Tian, betting on Lu Tian having the strength to resolve the impending trouble. Unbelievably, even the representatives of the four ancient martial arts sects had come to celebrate Lu Tian's side. Lu Tian's power far exceeded his imagination, indicating that he was even more capable of standing up against the Shadow sect. Sun Deity, head of Xiaoyao sect, glared at xuanhuan. You disgusting woman, how dare you ask us to help against our own benefactor? Not only have you offended Mr. Lu, but you've also insulted us. xuanhuan bowed her head. I'm sorry, I didn't know that Mr. Lu was your benefactor. Niu San, head of Mangu's sect, remarked, whether you know or not that he's our benefactor, still, you were the first to provoke a conflict. xuanhuan nervously said, I promise not to do it again. Please, all of you, think about the fact that we've always provided medicine for you. Give us a break. Zhou Qifeng, the leader of Xuanhuan sect, replied, we pay you for refining the pills and act as your backers. Do you really think we owe you any favors? Yuan Erbao, head of Gangdan sect, said, do you think that without the Yiwu sect, there's no one else who can refine those pills for us? At least the Lu family, as masters of medicinal arts, has such capability. Then Yuan Erbao turned to Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, we had no idea you were a young master of the Lu family. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cooperated with the Yiwu sect, but would have paid directly for the Lu family to refine these pills for us. Niu San added, Mr. Lu, why don't we just have the Lu family refine the pills for us? Lu Tian nodded. When the time comes, just talk business with my uncle Lu Shang. Understood. The four sect leaders responded. Sun Deity once again addressed xuanhuan. In the future, our four sects will no longer support your Yiwu sect. A large part of xuanhuan's influence and deterrent power in the Jiangnan region came from the support of these four sects. Now that the four ancient martial arts sects were no longer willing to back her, her overall strength would undoubtedly plummet drastically. However, she still couldn't reconcile herself to this outcome inside. Even if the Yiwu sect's overall strength declines, it would only be relative to its previous level. Moreover, even if the four ancient martial sects no longer act as her backing, she still has the ability to invite other Wudao sects to bolster her influence. Although in the Jiangnan area there are no stronger Wudao sects than the four ancient ones, she could still form alliances with ancient martial arts sects from other regions or simply relocate the base of the Yiwu sect. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, xuanhuan said. You can't go yet. We haven't settled things. Lu Tian coldly replied. And neither of you two are allowed to leave. Lu Tian noticed that Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong were quietly hiding behind the crowd, attempting to slip away. Startled by his shout, Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong immediately stopped trying to flee. Several disciples of the ancient martial arts sects directly rushed over, pulling them out from the crowd and pressing them to the ground. I'll teach xuanhuan a lesson first, then deal with you too, Lu Tian said to them. He once again addressed xuanhuan. You caused trouble for me because you're worried that after I return to the family, my mother might use the wealth and power of the Lu family to establish her own sect, affecting the prestige and status of your Yiwu sect, right? xuanhuan carefully responded, yes, that's correct. Lu Tian coldly laughed. Since that's the case, I'll make your fears come true. My mother never intended to establish a sect, but starting now, I will found a medical sect on her behalf. In the future, you're not allowed to consider yourself the legitimate heir of the Yiwu sect. Your Yiwu sect name must be abolished. You're not permitted to call it Yiwu sect anymore. xuanhuan was quite dissatisfied with this demand. Your mother is a descendant of the Yiwu sect. I studied under the same master as her. which makes me a legitimate disciple too. What gives you the right to abolish the name of my Yiwu sect? Lu Tian answered. Because our master specifically appointed her to manage the Yiwu sect. You have no qualifications to claim legitimacy of this sect. Enraged, Xuanhuan laughed. The Yiwu legacy your mother possesses, I know all of it. In fact, she didn't study alchemy much while I did. Compared to her, I am far more qualified to be called the legitimate successor of the Yiwu sect. Lu Tian asked. You should know what the standard is for being considered the true inheritor of the Yiwu sect. Of course I know. Xuanhuan retorted. Only those who learn the 7-star meridian opening needle, the crown jewel of the Yiwu sect, can truly be considered legitimate. So, do you think I don't know this needle technique? Lu Tian countered. Do you actually know it? Xuanhuan coldly laughed. Of course I do. Do you want to know how I learned it? Lu Tian also smiled. I've already guessed. Your purpose in getting close to me before was to try to obtain the technique of the 7-star meridian opening needle from me. Don't you actually believe you've truly mastered it? Chapter 183. The dispute over the title. Xuanhuan remained calm, as ever. Previously, in order to obtain the technique of the 7-star meridian needle, she allowed her subordinate to inflict internal injuries on her so that Lu Tian could heal her. At the time, Lu Tian used 7 silver needles for acupuncture treatment. Coincidentally, the 7-star meridian needle also requires the use of 7 silver needles. This led her to believe that Lu Tian was indeed using the 7-star meridian needle to treat her. Through observation and perception during that treatment, she believed she had mastered this needle technique. After thorough research, combined with her extensive medical experience, she confirmed it was indeed the 7-star meridian needle. Her senior disciple Pei Xueqing even specially helped her verify it. The verification method was simple. She inflicted internal injuries on Pei Xueqing first and then treated her with the technique, which quickly cured her. This further reinforced her belief that the needle technique she had acquired through her charm from Lu Tian was the authentic 7-star meridian needle. Therefore, when Lu Tian mentioned that this technique represented the orthodoxy of the medical martial school, she still maintained her composure. I'm sure I've already learned this technique. Believe it or not. But now I can certainly represent the true heritage of the medical martial sect. Xuanhuan said. Since you claim to have learned it, why don't you prove it right here in front of everyone? As Lu Tian spoke, he walked over to Pei Xueqing, who was still unconscious on the ground, and kicked her sharply. Pei Xueqing groaned as she woke up, rolling to Xuanhuang's feet after being kicked. Xueqing, are you alright? Xuanhuang anxiously squatted down beside her, holding her up. Pei Xueqing coughed out a mouthful of blood, her face contorted with pain. With my kick, she has suffered internal injuries, quite severe ones at that. If you truly know the 7-star meridian needle, you should be able to heal her swiftly, Lu Tian said. With fury in her eyes, Xuanhuang glared at Lu Tian and started treating Pei Xueqing. By now, to prove herself as a legitimate representative of the medical martial school, she had no choice but to use the 7-star meridian needle in front of everyone and heal Pei Xueqing. Thus, she took out the needles from her portable case and began administering what she thought was the 7-star meridian needle on Pei Xueqing. Soon enough, her face showed signs of surprise. Based on her assessment, Pei Xueqing's injuries should have shown remarkable improvement after her previous treatment. But there was no improvement whatsoever. How could this be? Earlier, she had verified the effectiveness of the technique by curing Pei Xueqing's injuries. If it worked then, why wasn't it working now? Could it be? Xuanhuang's heart trembled as she suddenly stared at Lu Tian. There must be some secret in the way you kicked her that not only caused internal injuries, but something else too. Otherwise, my 7-star meridian needle would definitely work. Lu Tian responded. She simply sustained internal injuries. If you truly knew how to use the 7-star meridian needle, you could heal her. Unfortunately, your technique isn't the real 7-star meridian needle. Startled, Xuanhuang exclaimed, You lie? I clearly used this technique before, and it was effective. How could it possibly be fake? Lu Tian explained. Perhaps the person you healed before was lightly injured. The needle technique you stole from me might only work on those with minor injuries if you use it. Another wave of shock swept over Xuanhuang. Indeed, when Pei Xueqing helped her verify the technique earlier, her injuries were rather light. But quickly, she sensed there was more to this matter. This is odd. When you healed me, I was severely injured. Why did your technique cure my serious internal injuries back then? To master this technique, one needs high proficiency. If skilled enough, this technique surpasses the original 7-star meridian needle. My level of mastery suffices for its application, while your skill level evidently does not. Xuanhuang's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Little did she realize, she hadn't just lost to Lu Tian in strength, but also completely failed in strategy. From beginning to end, she had been played like a pawn in his game. Lu Tian stepped in front of Xuanhuang. Move aside. Let me heal her so you can witness the genuine 7-star meridian needle. Xuanhuang trusted Lu Tian less now. However, considering Pei Xueqing's serious condition and the imminent danger to her life if untreated, under these circumstances, Xuanhuang had no choice but to place her trust in Lu Tian once more and let him heal Pei Xueqing. Lu Tian directly used the 7 silver needles Xuanhuang had prepared and applied the true technique of the 7-star meridian needle to treat Pei Xueqing. It quickly took effect, showing clear signs of Pei Xueqing's improved complexion and recuperation. However, Pei Xueqing was feigning weakness on purpose. Even though the treatment was complete and her wounds fully healed, she continued lying motionless on the ground. She wanted to make others mistakenly think that Lu Tian had not healed her properly, thus making everyone doubt Lu Tian's skill with the 7-star meridian needle. Don't fake it. If you keep pretending, I'll hurt you again, Lu Tian said coldly. Pei Xueqing was startled and quickly got up from the ground. Are your injuries healed? Xuanhuan asked. Healed. Pei Xueqing feared that Lu Tian might punish her again, so she dared not lie. Seeing her disciple's injury cured, Xuanhuan sighed in relief. However, everyone already knew she didn't know the 7-star meridian needle, so she couldn't be considered the rightful heir of the medical martial school. Lu Tian, who now mastered the 7-star meridian needle, demanded she remove the medical martial school signboard. Under public pressure, there was nothing she could do but comply. Moreover, without the title as the legitimate inheritor of the medical martial arts lineage, it would be much harder for her to ally with other martial arts sects. This plan she made against the Lu family could only be described as a complete and utter failure. Let's go back. Xuanhuan sighed and spoke to her subordinates with evident weariness. Her followers also hung their heads in defeat, following her as they quietly left the Lu residence. At this moment, Lu Tian looked toward Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong. Already kneeling on the ground, Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong were begging for mercy. Other members of the clan once again shifted their loyalties depending on the situation. You two traitors, colluding with outsiders to scheme against your own kin. You don't deserve to be part of the Lu family. Even worse, they actually dreamed of taking control of the Lu family. They are sinners of the family. I propose that we give them a sound beating, then expel them from the Lu family. Just moments before, these same family members had been flattering Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong, supporting Lu Yang to become the head of the household. With the tide turning, they condemned the pair without hesitation. Following that, they began vying to flatter Lu Tian. Those two bastards even thought about kicking Lu Tian out of the family. I won't agree. First of all, Lu Tian is our family's pride. No one can drive him away. The same family member who previously declared Lu Tian is a disaster to the family. He must be driven out, now stated. Haha, that Xuanhuan. Too arrogant. How ridiculous that she dared provoke someone formidable like Lu Tian. The same family member who earlier said Lu Tian was overconfident daring to provoke Xuanhuan and deserved expulsion, now added. With Lu Tian returning to the family, surely our Lu family will become the first family in Jiangnan. Another member who previously labeled Lu Tian as the disgrace of the family, exclaimed. Other family members also spared no effort in saying flattering words, but constantly changing sides made them feel somewhat embarrassed, and their faces burned hot. Chapter 184. Understanding the Truth. Lu Tian, of course, knew that these family members were all protecting themselves and pursuing their interests, which was why they kept changing sides. This mindset was very common and didn't surprise him. Therefore, even though he felt repulsed by these weather vanes, he didn't pay much attention to them. Lu Tian looked at Sun Tai. You mentioned on the phone before that you found new clues. How's it going? I've already figured it out. I'll show you a video. Sun Tai sent a video file to Lu Tian's phone. After watching the video, Lu Tian walked in front of Lu Sheng and played the video for him to see. Lu Sheng's face immediately turned pale with shock. Never would have thought. Truly never would have thought. He first asked Lu Tian to send him a copy of the video, then had Xia Xinlan take charge of welcoming the guests here. The guests had previously revoked their cooperation with them under the threats and inducements of Xuanhuan. Now, the strength and status of the Lu family in the medical field had surpassed that of Yi Wu Min, a fait accompli. Naturally, these guests also resumed their cooperation with the Lu family. Lu Sheng had his subordinates bring Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong to a large hall. Lu Tian followed Lu Sheng into the hall as well. Lu Sheng first had his subordinates leave, then took out his phone and played the video he had just seen in front of Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong. Upon seeing the contents of the video and hearing the voices inside, Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong instantly changed facial expressions drastically. In the video, Lu Yang and his son Lu Qingsong were conversing with a middle-aged man. Lu Yang said, "We heard that you have a terminal illness, and it's already in its late stages." The middle-aged man said, "Yes, the doctor said I can live about 3 more months." Lu Qingsong said, "Do you want to earn a large sum of money for your family before you die?" The middle-aged man said, "So, can you provide me with a way to make big money?" Lu Yang said, "We want you to help us kill someone, and we'll give you 2 million after the deed is done." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, asking, "Who?" Lu Qingsong said, "Lu Sheng's son, Lu Qingbai. He likes drag racing. We plan to have you stage a car accident and get him killed." The middle-aged man hesitated again, then nodded. "I agree with you, but you have to give me some money up front." Lu Yang said, "We'll give you 20,000 up front, and the remaining 1.8 million will be given after the job is done." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." Next, their conversation focused on how to stage the car accident. Not long after, Lu Qingbai got hit by a fast-moving car during a drag race and died on the spot. The driver who collided with him, the middle-aged man, also died on the spot. Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong were shaken and filled with panic upon realizing that someone had recorded their entire plot to orchestrate this car accident. Judging from the video's shooting angle, it seemed like it was filmed temporarily, likely surreptitiously shot by the middle-aged man himself. After I received the invitation to return to the family, I arranged for people from the 4 ancient martial arts sects to investigate the movements of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, during their investigation, they coincidentally discovered evidence of you killing my cousin Lu Qingbai. According to the investigation, this video was secretly recorded by that middle-aged man and later handed over to his family. His family claims that due to fears that you wouldn't pay up or pose a threat to their safety after completing the task, He left this evidence with his family to use as leverage against you at critical moments. This video was obtained by people from the four sects directly from his family. After listening to Lu Tian's recounting, Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong were overwhelmed with despair. "Hurry, run!" Lu Yang suddenly exclaimed and ran out of the door. Lu Qingsong was startled, hurriedly rushing after him. Their crime of killing Lu Qingbai could no longer remain hidden. Fearing retaliation from Lu Sheng and Lu Tian, they chose to flee directly. "Stand still." Lu Sheng prepared to chase after them, but was stopped by Lu Tian. Lu Tian casually drew 2 array seals in the air, then casually waved his hand, sending the 2 seals flying towards Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong, disappearing into their heads. Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong had just run to the courtyard when they suddenly went berserk, fiercely fighting each other, and their strikes were extremely brutal. They failed in their attempt to seize the family assets, couldn't bear the psychological blow, and their minds snapped. "Don't let them create chaos here. Drive them out." Lu Tian commanded the members of the 4 ancient martial arts sects in the courtyard. Immediately afterward, disciples from the 4 sects expelled Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong from the Lu family estate. Returning to the hall, Lu Tian told Lu Sheng, "These 2 have become idiots, viewing each other as enemies. They will keep fighting until one or both of them die." Lu Sheng asked, "Did you just use mystic arts to turn them into this state?" Lu Tian nodded. Lu Sheng exclaimed in amazement, "Your power has exceeded my understanding. It's incredible. With you here, who would dare to provoke the Lu family? Why don't you become the head of the family?" Lu Tian shook his head. "I'm not interested in the position of the family head. I came back mainly to investigate the disappearance of my father." Lu Sheng sighed. "When you mentioned dispatching the 4 great families to probe the movements of the Lu family, I guess that you suspect some people in the Lu family were involved." Lu Tian replied, "I did indeed think so before, believing that whoever hired the assassins must be either you or Lu Yang. But upon deeper reflection, I don't think Lu Yang had the motivation to do this. In the past, he rallied the side branches of the family to support my father in contesting the family head position with you, likely to weaken both your forces and benefit himself. When my father backed out and didn't compete with you, Lu Yang's plan failed, but he surely wanted my father to continue challenging you. If he wanted my father to keep fighting with you, then he wouldn't actually hire someone to chase my father, at most hiring someone to pretend to do so and frame you. However, given the situation back then, the pursuit wasn't a pretense. Therefore, this matter shouldn't involve Lu Yang. So, the most suspicious person is you. If my father had been harmed, you could more securely hold the family head position. However, you personally invited me back into the family and have been protecting me ever since, so I excluded you as a suspect. But then I couldn't understand who else in the Lu family would have the motive to harm my father." At this moment, Lu Tian noticed that Lu Sheng seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What did you want to say?" Lu Tian asked. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "I can provide you with some clues, but if you follow these leads to investigate, it will bring you enormous trouble." Lu Tian was stunned for a moment. "Enormous trouble?" Then he coldly laughed. "Even if it's enormous trouble, I will still proceed with the investigation." "All right," Lu Sheng said. "Since you're not afraid, I'll tell you what I know. After your father disappeared, I investigated tirelessly, but when I found some leads, I dared not continue. Because I discovered that the mastermind behind hiring Shadow Door's assassins to chase him belonged to the Yanjing Lu family. Even in our entire long country, the Yanjing Lu family's wealth and strength are among the top tier. Our Lu family may be notable in Jiangnan, but our wealth and power don't even reach 1/20th of the Yanjing Lu family." Lu Tian's expression became serious. "Does the Yanjing Lu family have any special connection with our Lu family? Why would they target my father?" Chapter 185, My Strength Doesn't Stop Here. Lu Sheng said, "Our Lu family is a branch of the Yanjing Lu family, but we are already very distant relatives. Your father has exceptional talent in martial arts, medicine, and business. The Yanjing Lu family fears your father's strength, worried that he might bring our Lu family back to prominence, surpassing them and affecting their status. Do you think that years ago, when your grandfather made me the head of the family and asked your father to leave, it was merely favoritism towards me? No, it wasn't. He was concerned that if your father became the head, it would provoke the hostility of the Yanjing Lu family, bringing ruin to our entire family. But none of us expected that even after he left the Lu family, the Yanjing Lu family still didn't intend to let him go." The news provided by Lu Sheng truly shocked Lu Tian. But Lu Tian wasn't scared. He coldly said, "No matter how terrifying the Yanjing Lu family may be, I will hold them accountable." Lu Sheng said, "I saw your strength and believe you have what it takes to stand up against them. Thus, I told you this information. But I must remind you to be extra careful." Lu Tian nodded. "I will. Actually, my strength goes beyond what you've seen." After discussing these matters, the two returned to the banquet hall. Lu Tian became the center of attention. Whether family members or guests, everyone treated him with courtesy. After the banquet ended, the guests gradually left. Lu Sheng informed the family about his findings on how his son was killed by Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong, also showing them video evidence, causing a shock among the clan members. Not long after, Lu Sheng received news that Lu Yang and Lu Qingsong, having suffered mental breakdowns, had fought each other too fiercely during a battle and ended up dying together. Lu Tian went back to his room to rest. Lu Sheng called Xuanhuan into his room for a chat. "Xuanhuan, I had once thought of pairing you with Lu Tian, but at the time, you looked down on him. Now that you've seen his strength, are you satisfied with him?" "I am indeed satisfied, but," Xuanhuan sighed, slightly smiling wryly, I now feel like I'm not good enough for him, and there's no guarantee he would see me either. Lu Xing said. I considered passing the position of the head of the family to Lu Tian, but he refused. It's actually not surprising. With his capabilities, it's impossible for him to be confined within the Lu family. My son is dead, and I don't have any other offspring. Therefore, I will pass the leadership of the family to my disciple, namely, you. I have previously mentioned that you are not originally part of the Lu family, so being the head may not gain universal respect from everyone. So I encouraged you to develop a relationship with Lu Tian. If you're with him, then you'll be considered as one of the Lu family. Since you are satisfied with Lu Tian, I hope you do this not only for yourself, but also for the benefit of the Lu family. Xia Xinlan nodded. I will do my best. After leaving the room, Xia Xinlan returned to her own room and lay heavily on the bed, deep in thought. She was pondering her own future and the future of the Lu family, thinking inwardly. It seems my master has firmly decided to make me the head of the Lu family. I've always wanted greater accomplishments and am willing to take over as the head. My master worries that people in the Lu family wouldn't fully respect me, which is why he hopes I will have a relationship with Lu Tian. If Lu Tian doesn't want to be with me, what should I do about my marriage? If I marry someone outside the Lu family, it could cause even more resentment among the Lu people, posing risks for the inheritance of property to future generations. Considering this, it seems I can only marry someone from their Lu family. I refuse to wed those incompetent ones who just kowtow to power. Now the man I have left to choose is Lu Tian. However, because of past misunderstandings, I have constantly criticized him, and he likely won't accept me. It's not like I can seduce him, right? Wait. Xia Xinlan suddenly sat up in bed. After reflecting carefully, she seemed to have made a decision and walked out of her room toward Lu Tian's door. When she was about to knock, she pulled her hand back. She returned to her room, lying on the bed muttering to herself. This is too embarrassing during daylight hours. I'll visit him tonight. While Lu Tian was resting, his phone rang. It was Xuanhuan calling. Hello, Aunt Su. Lu Tian, when do you plan to return to Jiangzhou? In 3 days. Given that this is my reintegration into the family, I shouldn't leave too early. In 3 days, isn't it also the day when Bai Yun gets treatment from you using that special method? Yes, are you jealous? What do you think? I called because I missed you, but you're thinking about Bai Yun. It's an objective factor. If you blame me for this, I really don't know how to explain. Still, one thing remains. Will you take responsibility for me in the end? Yes. That's exactly what I mean. I'm serious. I trust you, but I'm not sure if you should take responsibility for me. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to leave me? What are you thinking? Although I feel awkward about our relationship, I insist on staying with you. How could I possibly leave you? Then why did you say that? Of course, I was worried about us. You know, your mom definitely won't allow us to be together. We'll deal with this step by step. I hope you can follow my previous suggestion and persuade my mom properly. I tried persuading her yesterday. To avoid her noticing our relationship, I used your situation with Bai Yun as you suggested. How did you persuade her? What was her response? I told her not to mind your relationship with Bai Yun, and she said, Bai Yun is too shameless, seducing a young man like you. Totally without integrity. Oh, it seems I need to keep persuading her then. More persuasion? Do you know, when she talked about Bai Yun being shameless, I almost felt like she was describing me. If I kept persuading her, I would feel like I am the shameless one. Don't overthink it. Ours is mutual affection. How is it being shameless or improper? Don't underestimate yourself. You're right, but still, I just can't get past this hurdle myself. Why do you keep saying that? Since you chose to be with me, don't waver in your belief. Don't worry, whatever you're afraid to face, I will face it with you. Actually, I've already made up my mind to be with you, but sometimes I still feel uneasy. I understand your feelings. Just remember, we have to be together. Good. Talking to you just now has calmed me down a lot. In the future, I'll find more opportunities to talk and persuade my mom properly. Okay, you've worked hard. To be able to be with you, I'll make an effort. That's all, nothing else. Let's stop chatting for now. Wait, let's relax a bit. How about you call me husband? No way. We agreed before. I'll only call you husband at certain times. You pervert, making me say that is so embarrassing. If you call me husband now, it won't be so awkward in the future. You only think of making me embarrassed. Why don't you call me wife? Wife. Oh this. Husband, let's stop chatting now. Lu Tian felt especially relieved. Speaking of Qin Xiaofeng, after returning to his place, he had his men bring Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe to his presence. As soon as Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe were brought there, they knelt down and kept begging for mercy. You have disrespected me so much in the past. I've wanted to punish you for a long time. This time, since you dared to offend Mr. Lu, there's no way I can let you go. Qin Xiaofeng angrily declared. Just as he was about to order his men to teach them a lesson, one of his men rushed in with news. Boss Chun, a young man, broke in. He's extremely skilled. None of our brothers can stop him. He also threatened to flatten brother alliance if Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe get hurt. Chapter 186. Unexpected events. Who is so bold? Qin Xiaofeng furrowed his brows. A voice came from the doorway. A young man threw 2 brother alliance members who tried to stop him to the ground and strode into the hall with great confidence. Several more brother alliance members attacked him, but were easily defeated by him. Brother, save me. Qin Xinghe's face lit up with joy as he shouted to the young man. Don't worry. With me here, I'll ensure they don't hurt you at all. While talking, the young man cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xiaofeng and the others. How dare you come here and make trouble? Let me teach you a lesson. Yang Haohui said fiercely, then rushed to the young man and started fighting. Bang! Their fists collided. Yang Haohui, was shaken back by the strength of the other person. The young man pressed his advantage and swung another punch. Xuanhuan struck back but was blasted away by the other person, colliding with the wall before falling to the ground, unable to stand for a moment. Chen Xiaofeng looked shocked and asked the young man, "Who are you? Have you heard of the Wu Daoyin family?" The other person questioned. "If you're referring to the Wu Daoyin family of Ningyun City, then yes, I've heard of it. But this family's martial talents have dwindled, and they don't have much influence in the martial arts world anymore." Upon saying this, Chen Xiaofeng paused and continued. "Back in the day, the head of the Yin family divorced his wife, who left Ningyun City with their son, Yin Zhaojiang. Are you Yin Zhaojiang?" "Indeed." Yin Zhaojiang nodded. "Later, my mom remarried into a certain powerful family in Yanjing, but I persisted in practicing martial arts and became a disciple of Xuanhu sect. I recently graduated from Xuanhu sect." When Chen Xiaofeng heard the mention of Xuanhu sect, he was instantly shocked. Xuanhu sect is the most top-tier martial arts sect in Long Country, established by the Liu family of Yanjing. Only those with exceptionally high martial talent, and at least reaching the half-step master level, have the qualification to become disciples of Xuanhu sect. Disciples who graduate from Xuanhu sect must have reached at least the level of martial grandmaster. And unlike ordinary martial grandmasters, Xuanhu sect's disciples have all learned far more professional and refined martial skills. Their grandmaster abilities far exceed those of ordinary martial grandmasters. Even ancient martial grandmasters are typically no match for them. In the martial arts world, grandmasters from Xuanhu sect have been given a specific title, Xuanhu Grandmaster. Since Yin Zhaojiang has graduated from Xuanhu sect, that means his strength is at least at the Xuanhu Grandmaster level. From how he effortlessly defeated Yang Haohui, who possesses the strength of a grandmaster just now, Chen Xiaofeng did not dare question Yin Zhaojiang's strength. "Mr. Qin is a good brother I've grown up playing with since I was young. You'd better release their father-son duo, or I might use force against you." Yin Zhaojiang coldly glared at Chen Xiaofeng and threatened him with these words. Chen Xiaofeng felt immense indignation. As the leader of the Brother Alliance, being threatened like this made him feel very humiliated. But he couldn't risk provoking Yin Zhaojiang. "Huh?" Qin Xinghe laughed smugly. He looked provocatively at Chen Xiaofeng. "Didn't you hear what Mr. Yin said? Quickly release us." Chen Xiaofeng had a dark expression on his face and did not respond. "Dad, let them go," Chen Jianfei said. Chen Xiaofeng sighed and nodded. "Let them go." His subordinates untied the ropes binding Xuanhuan and Qin Xinghe. After kneeling earlier, the two immediately stood up and quickly approached Yin Zhaojiang, courteously saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yin. Let's go," Yin Zhaojiang said, then turned to walk toward the door. "Wait," Qin Xinghe called out. "Mr. Yin, if you hadn't saved us in time, Mr. Chun and his son would certainly not have let us off lightly. Can you help us get revenge and give them a good lesson?" Yin Zhaojiang replied. "I already know that you were the ones who started the trouble. If I helped you deal with them, it would harm my reputation. This time, I've returned to restore the prestige of the Wu Daoyin family, so I can't do anything that could tarnish my honor." With the matter spoken to this extent, neither Xuanhuan nor Qin Xinghe felt entitled to raise objections and followed him out. "Dad, should we report this incident to Mr. Liu?" Chen Jinfei asked. "No." Chen Xiaofeng shook his hand dismissively. If Mr. Liu knew, he would surely personally confront Xuanhuan and Qin Xinghe. In doing so, he would definitely incite Yin Zhaojiang's hostility. But based on my observations, Yin Zhaojiang is no match for Mr. Liu. Even if he isn't Mr. Liu's match, as a graduate disciple of Xuanhu sect, he must have strong connections in the martial arts world. If Mr. Liu antagonizes him, it could offend multiple martial factions. However, Yin Zhaojiang might stand up for Qin Xinghe and cause trouble for Mr. Liu. If we don't inform Mr. Liu about this incident, it would leave him unprepared. If he wanted to bother Mr. Liu, he wouldn't have let us go just now. Hence, he won't take the initiative to confront Mr. Liu. Let me dispatch someone secretly to investigate the Yin family's moves first. If they start anything, we can respond promptly. All right, arrange that immediately. As for Xuanhuan and Qin Xinghe, they left Chen Xiaofeng's mansion with Yin Zhaojiang. Qin Xinghe put his arm around Yin Zhaojiang's shoulder. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for 10 years, right? Tonight I'll treat you, and we'll drink until we're wasted." "Sorry," Yin Zhaojiang said. "I don't have time tonight because it's my girlfriend's first visit to my family home, so I must entertain her as well as keep her company." "So that's how it is. The girl who becomes your girlfriend must be a young miss from some prestigious household, isn't she?" "My girlfriend is Lady Wang's daughter from Jiangnan." Yin Zhaojiang said this with considerable pride. This revelation truly shocked Xuanhuan and Qin Xinghe. Being the son-in-law of Lord Wang was sufficient proof of Yin Zhaojiang's current high level of skill and status in the martial arts world. "Mr. Yin, with your strength, combined with your identity as Lord Wang's future son-in-law, your family surpassing the 4 ancient martial arts clans of Jiangnan and becoming the top martial family in Jiangnan is just around the corner. I hope so. I won't disturb you entertaining your girlfriend tonight, but now we brothers can catch up. Mr. Qin, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going back." "What? Okay, Mr. Yin, give me your phone number so I can contact you later. I no longer use my old number and plan to get a new one. I'll let you know once I've changed it." Before Qin Xinghe could reply, Yin Zhaojiang had already gotten into his car and instructed the driver to leave. Qin Xinghe's face grew increasingly gloomy. Hell, he didn't even ask for my phone number. How am I supposed to contact him? Clearly, he looks down on me and doesn't want any further association with me, which is why he's treating me so coldly. Qin Xinghe angrily complained, and selfish as he usually was, he seemed to forget that Yin Zhaojiang had just saved him. Xuanhuan also showed no gratitude. I thought the Yin family would become our support, but I must have been overthinking it. Qin Xinghe added, since Yin Zhaojiang despises being our support, there's nothing we can do to take revenge on Lu Tian and Qin Xiaofeng. It's really damn frustrating. Qin Huanzhua smirked with anger and said, let's join the Shadow Sect. Kicking Qin Xinghe slightly, he asked, Shadow Sect? Can you even reach out to anyone from them? Qin Huanzhua nodded. Actually, someone from the Shadow Sect has approached me before, and I've decided to play it by ear. They gave me a phone number to call if I wanted to join them. Having said that, Qin Huanzhua picked up his phone and made a call. Hello? Do you have time? Let's meet and talk. What? You're coming to find me? Of course, that's fine. I'll head back home and wait for you within half an hour. After hanging up, Qin Huanzhua turned to Qin Xinghe. Let's head back. Someone from the Shadow Sect will come to us. Not long after, the two returned to their villa. As soon as they entered the hall, they heard a voice from behind them. Are you considering joining the Shadow Sect? Qin Huanzhua and Qin Xinghe were startled and quickly turned around, only to see a masked person standing at the doorway. From her figure and tone of voice, they could tell it was a woman deliberately lowering her pitch. The one who had approached Qin Huanzhua earlier to recruit him into the Shadow Sect was none other than her. Yes, we are willing to join the Shadow Sect. Qin Huanzhua replied. When I tried recruiting you before, it was because I wanted to use you to help us control the Brother Alliance. Now that you've been expelled from the Brother Alliance and no longer have the power to compete with Qin Xiaofeng, what value are you to us? My network resources are extensive. Don't those count as something valuable to you? Not necessarily. If your connections mean nothing to us, we won't accept your allegiance. My good friend, Yin Zhaojiang, is a disciple of Xuanhuan sect and the future son-in-law of the Jiangnan king. Is such a connection valuable to you? Qin Huanzhua knew Yin Zhaojiang didn't want any more ties with Qin Xinghe. However, in order to draw the Shadow Sect's attention, he boldly used Yin Zhaojiang's name to boost his own clout. After speaking, he noticed a flicker of surprise in the woman's eyes. Kong Huanzhua inwardly felt smug, believing he had drawn the attention of his target. But something unexpected happened. A flash of murderous intent appeared in the hooded woman's eyes, as she simultaneously drew a short knife from her sleeve. Chapter 187. Making a scene at the door. Qin Huanzhua and Qin Xing, his faces instantly turned pale. Madam, let's talk this through. If we've offended you in any way, please point it out, and we will correct our behavior. Qin Huanzhua said cautiously. We were just about to make a move against Prince Jiangnan, and yet you dare to use Prince Jiangnan to strengthen your own position? It seems like you're asking for death. The masked woman said coldly, then immediately drew her knife and slit their throats. Blood spurted from their necks as they both fell to the ground struggling, passing away soon after. Speaking of Yin Zhaojiang, after creating chaos at the Brother Alliance, he didn't go straight back to the Yin family. Instead, he went to the base of the Carefree sect. After attending Lu family's banquet, the leaders of the 4 major sects had gathered. The leader of the Carefree sect, Sun Datai, invited the other 3 leaders to his place in Ningyun City as guests. Yin Zhaojiang, upon hearing that the 4 leaders were gathered here, specifically came to challenge them. Bang bang bang. Yin Zhaojiang was fighting with Yuan Bao, the leader of the Steel Egg sect. The other 3 onlooker leaders had already engaged him and lost. Yuan Bao was now at a disadvantage, and after a few moves, he was punched hard by Yin Zhaojiang and staggered back. Haha, your skills are just as garbage as theirs, Yin Zhaojiang said with a smirk. Enraged, the 4 leaders were tempted to gang up on him. If all 4 fought together, they would definitely have been able to defeat Yin Zhaojiang. But Yin Zhaojiang was challenging them one-on-one, and for the reputation of the 4 sects, they could not mob him. Yet being humiliated like this by their opponent left them. There was simply no way around it, mainly because they couldn't beat him. After a few more moves, Yuan Bao was knocked down by Yin Zhaojiang. Wiping his hands, Yin Zhaojiang laughed disdainfully. This is what they call an ancient martial arts master? Oof, nothing special. Then he surveyed the 4 leaders. I intend to consolidate the various martial arts sects in Jiangnan, implementing unified management, and I seek your support. Sun Datai of the Carefree sect frowned. So you want to establish a martial arts alliance, with you as its leader in Jiangnan? Exactly, Yin Zhaojiang nodded. From now on, our Yin family will be the headquarters of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance, and I'll take on this position of grandmaster. With your 4 great sects supporting me, the other sects won't dare oppose. You insult us, calling our abilities trash, and still expect us to support you? Asked Inai-san, headmaster of the Fierce Dog sect angrily. Yin Zhaojiang replied with a chilling laugh. You'd better support me. Otherwise, many more martial artists like me will come to challenge you again and again. Eventually, you'll lose so much face that you won't even be able to continue in the martial world. Don't think I'm bluffing. As a master who graduated from True Martial Sect, I know quite a few masters similar to me. They all want to prove themselves by challenging people like you, and if I invite them, they'll rush to compete with you. The 4 leaders immediately became anxious. If Yin Zhaojiang really did this, they wouldn't stand a chance in the martial world anymore. I'll give you 3 days to consider this, and at that time, I hope you give me a satisfactory answer. Yin Zhaojiang said coldly, then glanced at them dismissively before turning and walking off proudly. This despicable man is excessively arrogant. I'll inform Mr. Liu about this immediately. Surely he'll handle things for us. Zhou Qifeng, the leader of the Vast Sea sect, said angrily, then picked up his phone, ready to call Lu Tian. Not possible. Sun Datai stopped him. That will bring trouble to Mr. Liu. If Mr. Liu intervenes against him, Yin Zhaojiang will recruit more disciples from the True Martial Sect to retaliate against Mr. Liu. What should we do then? Are we just going to compromise with him? Zhou Qifeng's expression was full of reluctance. Sun Datai sighed. He gave us 3 days to consider. Let's just observe how things unfold first. Not long after Yin Zhaojiang returned to the Yin family, he received news about the murder of Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe. What? Who's so audacious to dare kill them? Yin Zhaojiang became furiously angry. Even though Qin Xinghe is a despicable character I barely wanted to associate with anymore, he's still a buddy I grew up with. For the sake of myself and the Yin family's honor, I must investigate this matter. He turned and asked his subordinates, who killed them? The subordinate replied, we don't know clearly, but it's heard that they were killed by having their throats slashed. A shudder passed through Yin Zhaojiang's lips. I can guess who did it. It has to be Lu Tian, who recently returned to the Lu family. Chen Xiaofeng was helping Lu Tian deal with Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe earlier. It must be that Lu Tian heard that I rescued them, but decided not to let them off, personally eliminating them. I hear that Lu Tian is quite skilled, but also that he has no real connections, so it's beneath me to challenge him. But now, even if I find challenging him distasteful, I must settle this score with him. Yin Zhaojiang set out with a group of his followers, storming into the Lu family courtyard in full force. Lu Tian, get out here! Yin Zhaojiang shouted angrily. Lu Tian arrived in the courtyard, accompanied by Lu Sheng and Xinhuan. Who are you? What do you want with me? My name is Yin Zhaojiang, and I am the young master of the martial arts Yin family. Were Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe killed by you? What? They're dead. Don't play dumb with me. After I rescued them from Chen Xiaofeng, you obviously harbored resentment and secretly eliminated them. You saved them? When was that? Didn't Chen Xiaofeng tell you? I see you must have known all along, but were pretending ignorance because you feared my retaliation. Retaliation? That would be your own fault. Do you really not know how powerful I am? You probably also don't know that even the leaders of the 4 ancient martial sects who were supporting you have already been defeated by me. They weren't supporting me. If anything, I should be supporting them. But I indeed didn't know they were defeated by you. Haha, supporting them? You really like to boast. I won't waste more words. Tell me, did you or did you not kill Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe? No. Not daring to admit it, huh? Then I'll make you admit it until you do. So you want to fight? I can give you a chance to duel with me. Being able to duel with a true martial master and the son-in-law of the king of Jiangnan is truly an honor for you. True martial master? Son-in-law of the king of Jiangnan? Quite impressive. Don't worry, I'll offer you a fair fight without leaning on these titles to oppress you. To deal with someone as insignificant as you, I'd never stoop so low. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on Yin Zhaojiang's lips. He rushed forward and swung a punch at Lu Tian. Chapter 188. Xia Xinlan's enthusiastic initiative. As a master of Zhenwu, Yin Zhaojiang's punch had the power to split stones and shatter wood. He was very confident in his own strength and was sure that Lu Tian couldn't dodge or withstand this punch. Then he realized he was wrong. A blur passed before his eyes as Lu Tian disappeared right in front of him. His punch missed entirely. In the next moment, Lu Tian reappeared before him. Yin Zhaojiang's face turned pale with shock, unable to react, when Lu Tian's fist slammed into his shoulder. Bang! Yin Zhaojiang fell to the ground, his arm dislocated, eyes wide with astonishment. Is this your so-called strength? Lu Tian's lips curled into a playful smirk as he casually said these words. Though Lu Sheng and Xia Xinlan were not very knowledgeable about martial arts, after witnessing the encounter between Lu Tian and Yin Zhaojiang, they were also deeply impressed by Lu Tian's prowess. Yin Zhaojiang's subordinates were suddenly alarmed. Some rushed over to help him up, while others lunged wildly at Lu Tian. Bang bang bang. Yin Zhaojiang's men didn't even see how Lu Tian attacked, and one by one, they were knocked down. How? How is this possible? An incredulous look appeared on Yin Zhaojiang's face. Before the fight, Yin Zhaojiang had mentioned rescuing Qin Wanzhua and Qin Xinghe from Qin Xiaofeng, along with defeating the 4 ancient kung fu school masters. To better understand the situation, Lu Tian made phone calls separately to Qin Xiaofeng and Sun Deidi among the 4 masters to inquire further. Upon learning the general details, neither Qin Xiaofeng nor Sun Deidi concealed anything, revealing everything Yin Zhaojiang had done. After finishing the call, Lu Tian looked at Yin Zhaojiang. Qin Xiaofeng and the 4 masters are my friends. By causing them trouble, you've effectively provoked me. Yin Zhaojiang had already reconnected his dislocated arm himself and stood back up. If I can't defeat you, it's because I'm not skilled enough. However, as a disciple of the Zhenwu sect and son-in-law of King of Jiangnan, you'd best not cross me too much. Weren't you saying earlier that you wouldn't use those titles to suppress people? I'm just reminding you to be more courteous to me. You used the pretext of avenging Qin Xinghe to confront me, yet now you no longer mention it. Only thinking about suppressing me through force. Why is that? I've already mentioned it. There's no need to keep bringing it up. Isn't it that if his killer remains unknown, and you as his friend do nothing to avenge him, it makes you lose face? So under the guise of seeking vengeance, you came to create problems for me. So what if it's true? Would you dare voice any opposition? I'll show you whether I have any objections. Smiling, Lu Tian continued unhurriedly walked close to the other person. Worried about getting hit again, Yin Zhaojiang immediately tensed up and unconsciously stepped back 2 steps. Lu Tian further added, apologize first, otherwise I will be rough with you. The corner of Yin Zhaojiang's mouth twitched as he coldly replied, don't you realize yet that you can't handle me? Although I'm not able to beat you, the power behind me surpasses your imagination. Lu Tian laughed. That depends on who you're comparing it with. The forces backing you aren't worth my attention. Yin Zhaojiang directly thought he was bragging and angrily said, if I don't apologize, what could you possibly do? This, said Lu Tian. Right after speaking, Lu Tian slapped him across the face. Slap. In Zhaojiang fell over. You dare to hit me? Bang. Without responding, Lu Tian directly stomped on his face. I apologize. In Zhaojiang did not dare to act arrogantly anymore. Even though he was determined to take revenge on Lu Tian, in this setting, he absolutely did not dare to offend Lu Tian. In Zhaojiang came here aggressively making a scene, but ended up being slapped and stomped in front of all his subordinates, feeling immense humiliation. Apologize. Lu Tian stated matter-of-factly. Sorry. Though extremely reluctant, In Zhaojiang dared not refrain from apologizing. Good. Lu Tian nodded, then lifted his foot off his face. In Zhaojiang got up from the ground, filled with hatred in his heart, yet no longer dared to make any threats. You must also apologize to Chen Xiaofeng and the four masters. You don't have to apologize personally. I'll make the call right away, put it on speakerphone, and let you say sorry to them. Lu Tian, apologizing to you earlier has been more than enough courtesy. You'd better not force me to apologize to them. All right, then you don't have to apologize to them. Thank you for knowing your place. If you still want to hold this against me. Thinking Lu Tian wouldn't dare to continue holding a grudge, In Zhaojiang regained some confidence and started to talk tough again. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Tian once again slapped him across the face. Slap. In Zhaojiang hit the ground. Didn't you say that there's no need for me to apologize to them? There is indeed no need. However, if you don't apologize, I'll keep hitting you. You stop. I'll apologize. Will apologizing be enough? In Zhaojiang became a xuanhuan master at a young age, a feat of youthful talent that had made him somewhat arrogant. He thought he would shine here, but instead faced a tremendous downfall, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Lu Tian called both Chen Xiaofeng and the masters of the four ancient martial arts schools, putting the call on speaker so In Zhaojiang could apologize to them. Can I leave now? In Zhaojiang gritted out. Lu Tian coldly warned. I'm also reminding you not to cause any trouble for anyone close to me, or you'll regret it. If you wish to retaliate against me, I'll be ready anytime. Now get out of here. In Zhaojiang dared not argue and left hastily with his subordinates. Lu Tian turned to Lu Sheng and xuanhuan. Don't worry. Even if he comes back for revenge, I can handle it. It won't affect the Lu family. Lu Sheng and xuanhuan exchanged glances before nodding at Lu Tian. They believed Lu Tian had sufficient strength to protect the Lu family. It was time for dinner. Lu Sheng, Lu Tian, and xuanhuan ate together. Xuanhuan raised a glass in apology to Lu Tian for her misunderstanding earlier. Lu Tian didn't hold it against her, though he hadn't expected her to repeatedly offer drinks. He simply continued clinking glasses with her without overthinking. Lu Sheng didn't drink alcohol and left after finishing his meal. When xuanhuan once again proactively proposed a toast, whether accidentally or intentionally, she spilled wine on herself. It was my clumsiness. Let me change clothes. We'll continue drinking shortly. Not long after, xuanhuan returned in fresh clothing. This time, she wore a fiery red, tight-fitting, low-cut, hip-hugging short dress. Her legs were encased in semi-transparent black stockings. This seductive outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure to an eye-catching degree. Lu Tian sensed her actions might be deliberate, though he couldn't quite grasp her intentions. After all, xuanhuan always maintained a cold exterior. Even if she harbored any feelings toward him, she wouldn't likely use this method to tempt him. She swayed her body, seated herself in front of him, and initiated another toast. Though Lu Tian had a good tolerance for alcohol, the numerous drinks left him slightly tipsy as well. Xuanhuan's tolerance was worse than his, making her more intoxicated, which loosened her up. During their conversation, she even put her arm around his shoulder. Being physically close to such a boldly dressed and provocatively figured xuanhuan ignited a fierce reaction within Lu Tian. He fought hard to control his impulses until the end of the dinner. By then, xuanhuan was already drunk and dazed. He helped her into the room to rest. Just as he was about to leave after placing her on the bed, xuanhuan suddenly grabbed his hand. Blushing, xuanhuan breathed softly, "Don't leave tonight." Chapter 189. Understanding her dilemma. Lu Tian was struck dumb, looking at xuanhuan with astonishment. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and then reached out to embrace him. Lu Tian, under the influence of alcohol, had already lost control in this stimulating situation. Xuanhuan had already started undressing him. Unable to resist, Lu Tian gently pushed her onto the bed, responding in the same manner. Wait. As xuanhuan reached for his shirt buttons, Lu Tian managed to calm himself down. I don't want to wait, said xuanhuan as she moved closer to him again. I am an upright person. Lu Tian pushed her away. He could tell that xuanhuan was deliberately seducing him. If he were to engage in a relationship with her under such circumstances, she might become clingy later on. He didn't feel any particular fondness for xuanhuan and certainly didn't want to be entangled by her. To appear more proper, he refused her advances with the phrase, I am an upright person. However, this comment offended xuanhuan's pride. What do you mean? By calling yourself an upright person, are you implying I'm not? That's not what I meant. Is there something troubling you that led you to act like this? After seriously considering my position, I've made this decision. My position? Lu Tian asked, wanting her to elaborate. The master intends for me to take over the role of head of the Lu family in the future, but I'm not part of the Lu family. To stabilize the situation, I need to find a man from the Lu family. After saying this, xuanhuan looked earnestly at Lu Tian. You are the best candidate to become my husband. Lu Tian nodded. If that's the case, you should have explained it clearly to me instead of trying to seduce me. Xuanhuan smiled bitterly. I know that someone like you wouldn't look twice at me, so I resorted to these tactics. Lu Tian sighed. Have you considered that if you succeeded through this approach, I might end up resenting you afterward, and I may not necessarily take responsibility for you? Xuanhuan smiled wryly again. That isn't important to me. I don't plan to make you take responsibility. She drew a deep breath and looked solemnly at Lu Tian again. You should understand what I mean. I just want to formally become a part of the Lu family. As long as I can officially be your woman, that will suffice. Her face turned increasingly red with embarrassment. You should be able to empathize with my plight. Lu Tian nodded. I understand. If you had said this earlier, it would have been easier for me to accept. Hearing this, a flicker of joy passed across Xuanhuan's eyes. So does that mean you're willing to? Lu Tian said. For the stability of the Lu family, it is my duty to accept this. Having said this, Lu Tian approached her reluctantly. No, helplessly toward her territory. Location, the Yin family mansion. It was already late, yet Yin Zhaojiang didn't go to rest in the bedroom. Instead, he sat gloomily on the couch in the living room. Proud of his true martial master capabilities, he believed his strength was enough to command respect among the martial community in Jiangnan. When he set out with a vengeance against Lu Tian, ostensibly to avenge Qin Xing'e, he also wanted to show off his prowess. But, to his dismay, his much-boasted true martial master abilities seemed like child's play in front of Lu Tian. Right from the start of their bout, he fell to the other side and got slapped in the face. This filled him with bitterness. A woman about his age entered the living room. This woman, named Mo Yuning, was his girlfriend and also the daughter of the king of Jiangnan. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? I'm thinking why. Even though I'm so strong, I lost to that bastard. This simply means his strength surpasses yours. Among the strong, there are always stronger ones. Why place so much emphasis on victory or defeat? But he slapped me. My father says it's because I provoked him first, telling me not to pursue this further. But I can't swallow this indignity. Are you also suggesting I let this go? Not at all. If word gets around that the son-in-law of the king of Jiangnan got slapped, it would reflect poorly on me too. Mo Yuning's expression darkened as she continued. Recently, my father met an innate master. I can ask this innate master to help avenge you. Yin Zhaojiang shook his head. If we rely on my father-in-law's connections for this matter, it would make me seem powerless. Let me try to figure it out myself first. My skills, while not yet at the great master level, are sufficient to hold my own against an ordinary junior great master as a true martial master. Lu Tian is young. His cultivation couldn't possibly exceed mine by much. His ability to easily defeat me leads me to estimate his strength as that of a senior great master. Our true martial sect experts generally far surpass peers at the same level unless special circumstances occur. I have a senior fellow apprentice who, though not a disciple of the true martial sect, has received guidance from our mentor. Recently, she has grasped the essence of true martial cultivation, and her strength has made a new breakthrough, reaching the great master level. As a true martial great master, even if only at the Chuji stage, her power is still stronger than that of a senior great master like Lu Tian. She led some followers to execute a mission in North Jiang not long ago, and has recently returned to South Jiang. I'll ask her for help against Lu Tian. Even if she's occupied with a mission, she would help me out for the sake of our mentor. Mo Yuning nodded. The day after tomorrow, my father will host a grand banquet for you as his future son-in-law, and many influential figures will be there to support the event. My father likes making friends with martial arts experts, so you could invite your senior fellow apprentice to attend as well. Yin Zhaojiang said. That's easy to arrange. By the way, who exactly is this innate master your father knows? Could you introduce me to him? Mo Yuning replied. His name is Tang Jin. I don't know him well, but I'll have my father introduce you to later. Good. Yin Zhaojiang nodded. I hope this innate master can guide me. Location, the Lu family mansion. Xia Xinlan collapsed onto the bed, out of breath. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes glowed with resentment as she shot Lu Tian a glance. This jerk was both exhausting and versatile, tormenting her repeatedly in countless ways. Lu Tian looked at the faint red streak left on the bed by her. Although it was her initiative and she didn't expect him to take responsibility, since he had taken her virginity, he couldn't help feeling complicated emotions. You shouldn't feel too much pressure. I've said it. No need for you to take responsibility. Xia Xinlan tried to appear relaxed. Sounds easier said than done. It's not something I can easily brush off. To soothe her, Lu Tian lay down next to her and embraced her. The following morning, Lu Tian received a call from Nielan. Nielan usually contacted him to report on senior sister Ding Baishuang's whereabouts. It was the same this time. Nielan said that Ding Baishuang was going to attend the feast hosted by the king of Jiangnan to honor his future son-in-law. She asked Nielan to purchase some valuable medicinal herbs as gifts and send them to the Jiangnan Wang residence. Ding Baishuang actually had a mission to investigate Shadow Sect's branch in Jiangnan, so she should have been too busy for social engagements like this banquet. In Lu Tian's view, there were two possible reasons for her attendance. Either she wanted the king of Jiangnan's help to investigate the Shadow Sect, or perhaps the king of Jiangnan had some connection with the Shadow Sect, prompting her visit for investigation. If it was the former, Lu Tian could just observe the situation from the sidelines. But if it was the latter, Lu Tian also wanted to investigate. Currently, Lu Tian couldn't determine which was the case. To understand further, he could only tentatively assume it was the latter, and prepared to head over to the Jiangnan Wang residence for an investigation. Chapter 190. Meeting the master of Xianmen's sect again. Nielan would follow Ding Baishuang's instructions to deliver the gifts to Jiangnan Wangfu on the day of the banquet. Lu Tian asked Nielan to send the gifts to him first. He would then bring those gifts, using the excuse of offering congratulations, to Jiangnan Wangfu. He had already learned that Yin Zhaojiang was the son-in-law of the king of Jiangnan. The theme of this banquet at Jiangnan Wangfu was that the king of Jiangnan wanted to entertain his son-in-law Yin Zhaojiang. Lu Tian had disciplined Yin Zhaojiang yesterday. If he went to Jiangnan Wangfu, he might get into trouble. However, with his abilities, he wasn't worried at all. Whoever caused trouble for him would be asking for it. In the northern part of the province, in the provincial capital, near the maple forest in the eastern suburbs, there was a place called Feifeng Pavilion. Master Siku Feng of the Xianmen sect was listening to her disciples' report. Master, we have already found out. Your traitorous uncle has had plastic surgery, changed his appearance, and even changed his name. His current name is Tang Jin. Have you found out where he is? Yes. He went to the provincial capital of Jiangnan and befriended the king of Jiangnan. If the king of Jiangnan supports him, it will be very difficult for us to settle accounts with him. I will go talk to the king of Jiangnan. He should give me, as the master of the Xianmen sect, some respect. Oh, I heard that the king of Jiangnan is going to hold a banquet tomorrow to entertain his son-in-law. There will be many guests attending. Master, you could go in the name of offering congratulations, and then discuss this matter with the king of Jiangnan. Good, prepare the gifts first, and then come with me to Jiangnan Wangfu. After a while, Siku Feng came to the room she used to cultivate her Xian arts. She spent most of her time here in seclusion. There were various magical tools here to assist her in cultivating her Xian arts. With a wave of her hand, she instantly released the power of Xian art, activating the surrounding magical tools. These forces intertwined and formed an array. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the array and began to cultivate. 2 hours later, she ended the cultivation by shutting down the array through her cultivation. Siku Feng mused secretly. Judging by my progress now, within a week, I will completely master the heritage of the Xian Heart Sutra. At that time, I will face the greatest obstacle in my cultivation, emotional tribulations. Only by overcoming the emotional tribulations can I truly complete the cultivation of this skill and advance to the great celestial master realm. But if I fail to overcome the emotional tribulations, I will suffer a backlash from them, causing my cultivation to regress instead of advancing. The previous few masters of the Xian sect cultivated this technique. However, they either failed to pass through the emotional tribulations or feared being counteracted by them and didn't dare to seek further breakthroughs. Precisely because of this, no great celestial master has emerged from the Xian sect in over 100 years. And precisely because no great celestial master has appeared, the Xian sect has always been overshadowed by the Taoist sect. I hope I can pass through the emotional tribulations, reach the great celestial master realm, and prove the worthiness of the Xian sect. The Xian Heart Sutra that she cultivates is the strongest technique of the Xian sect, but also the hardest one to cultivate. To cultivate this technique, the practitioner must control themselves not to develop feelings of romantic love for anyone. Siku Feng has high talent for Xian arts. Even so, starting at 19 years old, after 15 years of cultivation, she was about to finish cultivating. At 34 years old, she looked more weathered than people older than her, mainly due to the immense mental and physical stress brought on by her cultivation of this technique. Moreover, this technique caused the accumulation of more and more mental and physical pressure in this aspect. This pressure was the final emotional tribulation she would face in cultivating this technique. At that time, she would uncontrollably want to be with men. This situation would last for a long time, and only if she could control these desires would she officially complete the cultivation. With that level of cultivation, she could also become a great celestial master. If she couldn't control herself, not only would she fail to achieve the great celestial master realm, but her cultivation would regress. Siku Feng sighed inwardly, muttering to herself. So many masters of the Xian sect haven't been able to pass the emotional tribulations. It seems unlikely that I will succeed easily. Remember what the master once said. If one fails to pass this gate of the emotional tribulations, there is another way to remedy it. That is, finding a person of opposite gender with extremely high talent in Xian arts, becoming cultivation partners together, and facing the emotional tribulations together. Thinking about this, a blush passed across Siku Feng's face. Then she gave a bitter smile, sighed again, and murmured again. There are so few practitioners of Xian arts, and extremely talented ones are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Finding such suitable cultivation partners might be even harder than passing the emotional tribulations alone. Another day passed. Lu Tian, carrying the valuable medicinal herbs prepared by Nyalan, arrived at the Jiangnan Wangfu located in the provincial capital. It was almost noon. He handed over the gifts to the staff specially responsible for receiving gifts, and then headed to the banquet hall. Coincidentally, Siku Feng, the leader of the Xianmen sect, had just brought her gifts and was leading several disciples toward the banquet hall. Siku Master, you're here too. Lu Tian greeted her politely. May I ask who you are? Siku Feng didn't recognize him. My name is Lu Tian. We met before at the Martial Alliance conference in Jiangbei. Oh, I remember now. You're the one who defeated Xuanhuan Feng on the stage, aren't you? Yes, at that time, Xuanhuan, the traitor of the Xianmen sect, allied with Xuanhuan Feng. When you went to deal with the traitor, it indirectly helped us against our enemies. You being able to counter Xuanhuan's Xian arts was somewhat surprising. But in my view, Xuanhuan's Xian arts were nowhere near impressive. Just because you could counter his techniques doesn't mean you're particularly skilled. Siku Feng seemed uninterested in further conversation and quickened her pace as she walked toward the banquet hall. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and the king of Jiangnan hadn't arrived. Yin Zhaojiang and his girlfriend Mo Yuning were greeting the guests who had already arrived. This is the grandmaster I mentioned to you earlier, Sister Ding Baishuang, whose strength has reached the true martial great grandmaster level. Yin Zhaojiang approached the table, nodding slightly to Ding Baishuang before turning to Mo Yuning. And Sister Baishuang, he said to Ding Baishuang, who had just stood up, this is the daughter of the king of Jiangnan, and also my girlfriend, Mo Yuning. Sister Ding, hello? Mo Yuning said. At your age to have such power is truly incredible. Thank you for the compliment. Ding Baishuang replied. Your boyfriend is quite remarkable as well. He's 2 years younger than me, but by the time he reaches my age, I think he will be even more powerful than I am. Yin Zhaojiang sighed. If only I had Sister Baishuang's strength, I wouldn't have been defeated by that bastard a few days ago. He wanted to lead into the topic and asked Ding Baishuang to help him deal with Lu Tian. Ding Baishuang hesitated for a moment. What do you mean? Who beat you? Just then, one of Yin Zhaojiang's subordinates came over and whispered something in his ear. Yin Zhaojiang's face darkened momentarily as he growled angrily. That damn bastard is here. I can't believe he dared to show up at this banquet. Chapter 191. Revenge in the name of a challenge. Yin Zhaojiang looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing and saw Lu Tian, who had just arrived at the banquet hall. Ding Baishuang also looked over and immediately frowned. Is that him? In fact, Ding Baishuang wasn't surprised by Lu Tian's presence because Nialan had already called her and told her that Lu Tian would be helping to bring the gifts. The reason she was astonished was that she couldn't believe Yin Zhaojiang had been defeated by Lu Tian. Yin Zhaojiang's expression paused. Sister, do you know him? Ding Baishuang nodded. His father was my teacher, so technically he could be considered my junior disciple. The gift I sent to King Jiangnan, he brought it for me. You said earlier, didn't you? You were beaten by him? How could a true martial master like yourself possibly lose to him? Yin Zhaojiang sighed. It seems, sister still doesn't fully understand his strength, otherwise you wouldn't think this way. Ding Baishuang smiled. I understand him very well. He is indeed very capable in combat, but compared to our professional martial artists, there's no comparison. Yin Zhaojiang looked puzzled. Yet, I did indeed lose to him. How do you explain that? Ding Baishuang said without hesitation. He must have cheated. I suspect someone used mystic arts in secret to help him. At this, she pointed at Situ Feng, who stood slightly further away in the banquet hall. That woman is the master of the mystic sect, Situ Feng. As far as I know, Lu Tian once defeated several skilled experts on the podium at the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance Conference thanks to that woman helping him behind the scenes. Mistress of the mystic sect? If she helped Lu Tian gain fame on the podium before, and now appears with him at this banquet, their relationship must be pretty good. It's not surprising then that she secretly supported Lu Tian using mystic arts to defeat me. It has to be that way. Otherwise, Lu Tian wouldn't stand a chance to win purely based on his own skills. Humph, since he beat me through despicable means, I won't let this slide. Lu Tian also noticed Ding Baishuang and smiled as he approached. Sister. Ding Baishuang looked at him. You know young Master Yin, right? His mentor provided guidance in martial arts for me, so he could also be considered my junior disciple. Lu Tian was slightly stunned. This I truly hadn't expected. Yin Zhaojiang stared directly at him. Lu Tian, I already know that last time you could defeat me because someone helped you cheat using mystic arts. Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Lu Tian said. Who told you that someone used mystic arts to help me cheat? I did. Ding Baishuang interjected. She looked at Lu Tian almost resentfully. It has to be Situ Feng helping you secretly. The same thing happened when you made a big name for yourself at the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance Conference. Lu Tian said, Situ Feng is here. If you don't believe me, go ask her directly. See if she really helped me then. Ding Baishuang coldly laughed. She's on your side and will definitely support you. There's no way I'll get the truth from her. At that moment, suddenly someone in the hall shouted, King Jiangnan. A middle-aged man with an authoritative demeanor led a group of armed soldiers into the hall. This middle-aged man was none other than King Jiangnan. King Jiangnan has the authority to mobilize soldiers in the Jiangnan region. But bringing armed soldiers to a banquet shocked everyone. Moreover, King Jiangnan's expression was particularly serious. He didn't seem to be attending a party, but more like dealing with an emergency. The scene instantly quieted down as everyone tensely watched what was unfolding. King Jiangnan led the soldiers straight to where Situ Feng and her disciples stood. Arrest them, said King Jiangnan. Situ Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. King Jiangnan, is there any misunderstanding? I already know you came here to deal with my friend. Would arresting you count as a misunderstanding? Your friend? Is it Tang Jin? Yes. He has already told me everything. About how you killed your master to seize control of the mystical sect and framed your uncle. And he, being a friend of your uncle, is obviously someone you wouldn't let off either. He's lying. Actually, he is my uncle who changed his name to Tang Jin after undergoing plastic surgery. My master was killed by him. Oomph, he is my friend and my counselor. Do you think I believe you or him? King Jiangnan waved his hand to his subordinates. Arrest them. If anyone resists, execute them on the spot. Though surrounded by so many armed soldiers, Situ Feng herself possessed the capability to escape via profound mystical arts, but her disciples lacked such abilities. To avoid implicating her disciples, she chose to surrender. Thus, Situ Feng and others from the mystical sect were taken away by the soldiers. As the stern look faded from King Jiangnan's face, he smiled and addressed the guests. Thank you all for coming to support this event. Yin Zhaojiang beckoned Yin Zhaojiang over and said, some of the guests may already know him, but let me introduce again. This is my future son-in-law, Master Yin from Ningyunwu clan, Yin Zhaojiang. Ah, Yin Xiao, I've heard so much about you. Master Yin certainly has an impressive appearance. He's a well-known young talent in Jiangnan. At such a young age, you've become a true martial grandmaster, which will surely bring great achievements in the martial world. To flatter King Jiangnan, the guests spared no effort in praising Yin Zhaojiang. Even so, King Jiangnan was highly pleased because Yin Zhaojiang's status as a true martial grandmaster was genuine and earned. I have a suggestion, said Yin Zhaojiang. Among our guests are also talented individuals from the martial arts world. Why don't we have a friendly match with me to entertain everyone? He then looked at King Jiangnan. What do you think? King Jiangnan nodded, then turned his gaze to the crowd. Who among the martial artists here would like to challenge my son-in-law? Let him come. Yin Zhaojiang directly pointed at Lu Tian. Yin Zhaojiang believed what Ding Baishuang had speculated, that Lu Tian was not his equal and could only win against him last time due to Situ Feng's secret assistance. Now that Situ Feng was captured, Yin Zhaojiang felt confident enough to use this opportunity for a rematch and take revenge on Lu Tian. Lu Tian naturally guessed Yin Zhaojiang's intentions. With his abilities, defeating Yin Zhaojiang would be effortless, but doing so might ruin the banquet entirely. Lu Tian had attended the feast to gather information, and if it ended prematurely, his efforts would be wasted. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he said, I think we should skip this. Humph. Yin Zhaojiang sneered dismissively. Looks like you're scared, but even if you are, I still insist on challenging you. King Jiangnan looked at Lu Tian. My son-in-law respects you enough to challenge you. You'd better not refuse. The guests joined in chorus. Master Yin is King Jiangnan's son-in-law. Refusing his challenge means disrespecting King Jiangnan himself. Although we all know you're no match for Master Yin, losing to such a renowned, true martial grandmaster is still an honor. Accept his challenge. Once again, Lu Tian wanted to avoid complications and glanced at Ding Baishuang, hoping she might dissuade the fight. But Ding Baishuang said, Lu Tian, if you truly have skill, accept my junior disciple's challenge. Inwardly, she thought, that arrogant fool always thinks too highly of himself and loves boasting. Letting him taste defeat might actually teach him some humility. Chapter 192, He's truly angry. Lu Tian sighed. Yin Zhaojiang insisted on fighting him, and the others also helped Yin Zhaojiang provoke him, which had already made him lose his patience. Lu Tian looked at Yin Zhaojiang. If you want to lose again, I don't mind fighting you once more. Upon hearing this, the guests were shocked. What did he mean? Did young Master Yin lose to him? Everyone, let me explain, Yin Zhaojiang said. I did indeed compete with him before, but the reason I lost was because that Xian sect patriarch who was just captured used Xian arts to secretly help him. Ah, I see. He didn't win fairly last time. Young Master Yin is going to teach him a good lesson now. With cold young Master's strength, if it were a fair fight, he could easily knock him down. The guests began flattery towards Yin Zhaojiang, and of course, they also genuinely believed in Yin Zhaojiang's abilities. Yin Zhaojiang looked coldly at Lu Tian. This time, Situ Feng won't be able to help you. Watch how I knock you down. Lu Tian looked at Ding Baishuang. If it weren't for your misunderstanding of me and declaring my victory as unfair, these troubles wouldn't have come my way. Who misunderstood you? Ding Baishuang retorted. Your previous victory was unfair. I couldn't help but expose you. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to prove your strength, accept my junior's challenge. My junior. Lu Tian smiled. You must feel that your junior, rather than my own, makes you proud, right? That's exactly the truth. Ding Baishuang said. She first looked at Yin Zhaojiang with evident admiration. My junior here is the prized disciple of Xuanhuan sect, and has now become the son-in-law of King Jiangnan. His future is limitless. Next, she turned her gaze towards Lu Tian. Your medical skills are decent. Can you focus solely on developing within the field of medicine? What business do you have meddling in martial arts circles? Lu Tian replied. My martial arts are pretty decent too. You, Ding Baishuang's mouth twitched. You damn fool. Always thinking so highly of yourself. Today, I'm also going to give you a lesson. As soon as Ding Baishuang finished speaking, she lunged forward and threw a punch aimed at Lu Tian's shoulder. Lu Tian did not dodge. He simply stood there and let his shoulder bear the full force of her punch. Bang! A burst of internal energy erupted. Ding Baishuang's eyes widened with surprise, and her whole body was thrown backward rapidly, losing balance and landing flat on her back. Meanwhile, Lu Tian remained steadfast in his place. The entire crowd was astonished. Although most of the guests present didn't know who Ding Baishuang was, this woman referred to Yin Zhaojiang as her junior, so one could infer she must also be skilled. Yet, even with her initiated attack, she was no match for Lu Tian's body. Ding Baishuang herself found it hard to believe. She had always thought Lu Tian knew nothing about real combat, only boasting. Without retaliating, he managed to throw her to the ground. This proved that Lu Tian was stronger, but he simply chose not to bother competing with her. And yet, she had repeatedly accused and criticized Lu Tian due to her misunderstandings. In this moment, she felt an unbearable sting on her face, as if invisible slaps were raining upon her. Yin Zhaojiang was equally stunned by the sight. He had been eagerly waiting to fight Lu Tian just moments ago, wanting to publicly seek revenge for his previous defeat. Out of retaliation, he intended to hit hard. However, what he saw was that even Ding Baishuang, who was stronger than him, wasn't Lu Tian's match. Then how could he possibly fight? If he dared to fight, all he'd achieve was getting himself beaten up. Lu Tian looked at Yin Zhaojiang. Don't you want to spar? Let's begin. Hastily, Yin Zhaojiang waved his hands. Forget it. No fight needed. He wouldn't dare fight. In front of everyone. If he lost, it would severely tarnish his image. But then again, he worried that people might think he was scared, so he excused himself saying, Since Mistress Ding is also your senior, I will give her face and won't bother holding grudges against you. Inside, he mused. I am King Jiangnan's son-in-law. With the authority of King Jiangnan, how could Lu Tian dare to press the issue? Not planning to hold a grudge against me? What do you have to hold a grudge over? It's me who plans to settle scores now. Lu Tian coldly stated. Yin Zhaojiang was startled. You're intending to cause trouble here? Immediately, the guests seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with King Jiangnan, criticizing Lu Tian. Yin young master doesn't want to compete with you. Why are you still pushing the matter? That's extremely impolite. This isn't just rude towards Yin young master, but also disrespectful to King Jiangnan. Yin young master has clearly expressed no desire to fight you, so don't push your luck. Bear in mind, not long ago, these very same guests were condemning Lu Tian for refusing to duel Yin Zhaojiang. Now that Yin Zhaojiang was unwilling to fight, these guests conveniently found new reasons to criticize Lu Tian. Lu Tian burst into laughter. Then he looked around at everyone. Interesting, this is really fucking interesting. Yin Zhaojiang wanted to challenge me, and I said I didn't want to fight him, but then you all criticized me harshly, forcing me to accept his challenge. Now that I have accepted the challenge, he doesn't want to fight anymore, so you find new excuses to speak up for him and criticize me at the same time. What? In your eyes, he's always in the right, isn't he? Do you think since he is a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, and also the son-in-law of King Jiangnan, he can just intimidate others with his authority? I'll tell you this. No matter how strong his identity or backing is, don't even think about showing off in front of me. You enjoy bowing down to the powerful, that's your business. But don't make me sick to my stomach, otherwise, I won't be polite to you. At this point, Lu Tian cast a piercing gaze over everyone as if wielding a sword. Those guests who were shouting at him earlier were immediately scared silent. At this moment, King Jiangnan spoke. Master Lu, since my son-in-law has decided not to compete with you, why do you continue to push the matter? Ding Baishuang recovered herself. Lu Tian, let's call it quits. If you keep making a fuss, it will bring you no benefits. Lu Tian first turned to look at King Jiangnan. You previously claimed that when your son-in-law challenged me, it was because he respected me. Now that I am willing to accept the challenge, why do you suddenly think I'm too aggressive? He then looked at Ding Baishuang. Didn't you say before that if I wanted to prove my strength, I should accept his challenge? Now that I am ready to take on the challenge, why do you consider this making a fuss? Before this, King Jiangnan and Ding Baishuang had been changing their perspectives in order to support Yin Zhaojiang. Now Lu Tian countered them with their own words, directly leaving them speechless. Lu Tian then looked at Yin Zhaojiang. When I didn't want to fight, you forced me to fight with you. And now that you don't want to fight, do you think I will let things go just like that? I'm not that easy to deal with. Yin Zhaojiang became nervous immediately and rushed to seek help from King Jiangnan. He is causing trouble here. Quickly order the soldiers to come and arrest this thug. Lu Tian interrupted. This duel was proposed by you and supported by him. Do you think he now finds it embarrassing to intervene? King Jiangnan felt secretly annoyed. Lu Tian's words pinned him into an awkward position. For the sake of his face as King Jiangnan, he found it inappropriate to deploy military force now. Yin Zhaojiang, watch out. As soon as these words left his lips, Lu Tian swiftly executed a cushioned step and delivered a side kick directly at Yin Zhaojiang. Yin Zhaojiang didn't have time to dodge or block, getting kicked away, knocking over 2 tables, and landed on the ground in agony. Lu Tian walked directly towards Yin Zhaojiang, preparing to teach him another lesson. Lu Tian, will you ever stop? Ding Baishuang stood in front of him. Get out of my way. Lu Tian grabbed her shoulder and threw her to the side. Ding Baishuang staggered back and fell unsteadily on the floor. She could sense that Lu Tian was genuinely furious. If she hadn't misjudged and underestimated Lu Tian's capabilities due to misunderstanding, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent. This made her feel quite ashamed. Who dares to cause such disturbance at King Jiangnan's banquet? A sharp voice barked from the entrance. Everyone turned to look and saw a middle-aged man striding arrogantly into the banquet hall. Lu Tian paused his steps and glanced in that direction. Mr. Tang, you came at exactly the right time. Mo Yuning hurried forward to greet him. Someone is creating trouble here and beat my fiancé. Please discipline him. As she spoke, Mo Yuning pointed straight at Lu Tian. Just leave it to me. Tang Jin replied. Then, a flash of cold light appeared in his eyes as he moved grimly towards Lu Tian. Chapter 193, Master of Mystic Arts. Who is this Mr. Tang? A guest asked the person beside him. He's the one mentioned when Jiangnan Wang ordered the arrest of those from the mystical sect. Another guest replied. Another guest added. I've heard that this Mr. Tang is a Xuanhuan grandmaster. Xuanhuan grandmaster? Another guest exclaimed in surprise. I've heard that the Xuanhuan grandmaster is the highest level among martial arts masters. Exactly. A guest who knew something about martial arts chimed in. The same guest continued. Though that young man is decent in strength, he would definitely be no match for even one move from a Xuanhuan grandmaster. Yin Zhaojiang struggled to get up from the ground. Mr. Tang, you must help me confront this humiliation. Previously, Yin Zhaojiang had never met Tang Jing, but after hearing Mo Yuning address the other as Mr. Tang, he deduced that this must be the very Xuanhuan grandmaster Mo had once mentioned. Tang Jing nodded. Jiangnan Wang is my good friend. I certainly need to support his son-in-law. Jiangnan Wang did not elaborate further, indicating an implicit agreement that Tang Jing should deal with Lu Tian. Though it was Yin Zhaojiang who provoked things first, having Lu Tian openly reprimand Yin Zhaojiang also made Jiangnan Wang lose face. He could not conveniently deploy forces against Lu Tian, but if Tang Jing acted under the guise of a martial duel, no one could say anything negative about him. Tang Jing then spoke towards Lu Tian. Since you like dueling so much, would you mind taking on someone like me? Just as Tang Jing was almost before Lu Tian, Ding Baishuang suddenly stepped forward and positioned herself between them. She addressed Lu Tian. This Mr. Tang is a Xiantian grandmaster. You are no match for him. I strongly advise you to quickly apologize to Yin Zhaoyang. Doing so might still leave some room for negotiation. Lu Tian replied. Don't involve yourself in this matter. I can handle it. Enraged, Ding Baishuang responded. You may have beaten me, but your skills are nowhere near comparable to a Xiantian grandmaster. When I tell you to apologize, it's because I'm trying to save you. She then turned to Jiang Nanwang. I hope to plead on his behalf. Could His Highness Jiang Nanwang give me some face and stop this fight? Jiang Nanwang said. When Lu Tian intended to confront my son-in-law, I already tried to stop it. But since he argued that my son-in-law initiated the conflict, he refused to cancel the fight, leaving me without reason to stop him further. Now that Mr. Tang wants to fight him, naturally I have no reason to interfere either. Then, Jiang Nanwang smirked coldly at Lu Tian. You brought this upon yourself. Yin Zhaoyang took over. Even if you beg for mercy now, Lu Tian, I will not ask Mr. Tang to cease. He again directed his words at Ding Baishuang. Sister Bai, please don't bother pleading for him anymore. I assure you I won't let him off today, no matter what. Subsequently, he turned toward Tang Jing. Mr. Tang, teach him a lesson. No mercy, please. Ding Baishuang sighed deeply, gazing at Lu Tian. I warned you to stop this fight, but you didn't listen. Now look at the trouble you've caused. I urged you to apologize, but you wouldn't. As a result, I find it difficult to plead on your behalf. Now all that's left is for you to endure the punishment. But perhaps it's not such a bad thing for you. Learn from this experience, and next time, do not act so arrogantly. After speaking, she glared at Lu Tian one more time, then stepped back, addressing Tang Jing. Mr. Tang, you may discipline him now. The surrounding guests, eager not to pass up another opportunity to curry favor with Jiang Nanwang, began denouncing Lu Tian. This scoundrel relied on his martial skills earlier and disrespected young Master Yin. He must be regretting it now, right? At the time, he probably never imagined there would be an expert like Mr. Tang on Jiang Nanwang's side. He's probably scared out of his wits by now. He dared cause trouble during Jiang Nanwang's banquet. He deserves whatever comes his way. By this point, Tang Jing had reached Lu Tian. Everyone quieted down. Most were seeing a Xiantian grandmaster for the first time and were eager to witness his abilities. A mischievous smile spread across Tang Jing's lips. Without saying another word, he swung a punch directly at Lu Tian. But Lu Tian just let out a cold laugh and delivered a swift kick. Boom. Before Tang Jing's fist could reach Lu Tian, the latter's powerful kick struck Tang Jing squarely in the abdomen. Clang. Tang Jing flew backward after being kicked, crashing into two dining tables before hitting the floor. The scene resembled somewhat how Yin Zhaoyang had been sent flying earlier. A Xiantian grandmaster defeated with just a single kick? The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes at what they'd witnessed. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted with cries of astonishment. This is impossible. Impossible. Jiang Nanwang gasped in disbelief, his expression overwhelmed with shock. Yin Zhaoyang and Mo Yuning both looked dumbfounded. The scenario before them was too difficult to accept and believe. Ding Baishuang felt equally incredulous, staring blankly at Lu Tian as if she had just met him. Using mystic arts to disguise yourself as a Xiantian grandmaster. I can't believe you came up with that. Lu Tian's words caused another round of astonishment. What did he say? Mystic arts? Mr. Tang's identity as a Xiantian grandmaster was actually a disguise created by mystic arts? Ha. Once I unleash my mystic arts, there is no way you can defeat me. A smirk spread across Tang Jing's lips. Leaning on a nearby dining table, he got up from the ground. He glared at Lu Tian. You were able to see through it. My true cultivation level comes from mystic arts. Lu Tian said. If I'm not mistaken, you are the head of the Two Rivers branch of the Shadow Sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanwang and Ding Baishuang couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Jiang Nanwang exclaimed in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Tang is my friend. How could he possibly be a member of the Shadow Sect? It's possible. Ding Baishuang interjected. Based on the information we have gathered, the head of the Shadow Sect's Two Rivers branch is indeed a mystic art expert, and he has been impersonating a martial grandmaster using these arts. What? Jiang Nanwang was shocked again. Then, looking at Tang Jing with disbelief, he asked, Are you really a member of the Shadow Sect? Yes. Tang Jing smirked cruelly. And I am indeed the head of the Shadow Sect's Two Rivers branch. However, you found out too late. Our Shadow Sect aims to control the economic lifeline of the Two Rivers region, and I've been tasked with executing this plan. The underlings I sent to the northern side of the river failed their mission. The agents I have in the south haven't fared much better. I've had no choice but to act personally. Initially, we only intended to control the local business sector, but now it looks like that won't be easy. So I've decided on a different strategy, to directly eliminate the leading figures in the business world and force a reshuffle, after which we'll seize control opportunistically. Your banquet has gathered all the major players in the local business community, presenting an excellent opportunity for me to get rid of them. And naturally, I'll deal with you as well. None of you will leave here alive. After hearing his last sentence, the guests instantly turned pale with terror, scrambling chaotically toward the door in an attempt to escape. But before they could reach the exit, an invisible force suddenly blocked their path. It was as though a wall of air had appeared in front of them, bouncing them right back. Ha! You're trapped inside my closed door array. There's no escape for you. Tang Jing grinned smugly. At the same time, he took out an array disc from his pocket. The seal marks on it flickered with radiant light. The closed-door array had been set up by this very array disc. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, "Somebody!" Tang Jing laughed. "No use. My closed-door array prevents your cries from reaching the outside. Your soldiers won't hear you shouting." In desperation, Xuanhuan grabbed his phone, preparing to call his troops. But he soon realized there was no signal. Xuanhuan was once again shocked. "Could it be? Your so-called closed-door array blocks mobile signals too?" Tang Jing smiled. "That's beyond its capabilities. The reason your phone has no signal is because I carry a device that jams it," Xuanhuan said. "When you wanted me to capture Mystic Sect leader Sidu Feng, was it to prevent her from interfering with your plan?" Tang Jing nodded. "Actually, I'm her uncle. Her master truly died at my hands. She was originally the only one with the strength to stand against me, but now that you've locked her away, she cannot interfere with me anymore. Time for me to go on a killing spree." Chapter 194, The Explosive Punch. As Tang Jin's words faded, a flash of intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. He held up the formation disc with one hand, while the other was shaped into a sword finger, channeling mystical power into the formation disc. Another formation seal suddenly appeared on the formation disc. In an instant, this extra formation seal flew into the air. At the same time, the formation seal expanded in the sky, covering the entire hall above. Lu Tian recognized this formation. It was the same one used before by Xuanhuan, the traitor of the Xian sect, the thousand-gene gate-dropping formation. However, the scale of the formation activated by Tang Jin was larger and its power stronger. Boom! A powerful force descended from the formation seal in the sky. Most people inside the hall were directly crushed to the ground by this force. Only Lu Tian, Ding Baishuang, and Yin Zhaojiang, among others, could still stand. But even Yin Zhaojiang was almost unable to keep his footing. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Tang Jin coldly laughed, further increasing the strength of the formation. His plan was to suppress everyone with the formation and then eliminate them. Boom! Before the previous force dissipated, another wave struck down. Yin Zhaojiang finally couldn't hold on any longer and was also pressed to the ground. Those who had already fallen were now struggling painfully under the double pressure. Ding Baishuang desperately charged at Tang Jin, intending to confront him. But suppressed by the thousand-gene gate-dropping formation, she struggled to lift her legs and only managed to move a few short steps, leaving quite a distance between her and Tang Jin. Lu Tian smiled, appearing completely relaxed as he calmly strolled toward Tang Jin. Tang Jin's face showed signs of shock. He had already pushed the thousand-gene gate-dropping formation to its maximum potential according to his mystic arts. The fact that Lu Tian could remain standing firmly was already beyond his belief. To his astonishment, not only was Lu Tian unaffected, but he even moved with such ease. Tang Jin decided to concentrate all his efforts on combating Lu Tian. With his features tensed, he once again channeled his mystic powers. Suddenly, the thousand-gene gate-dropping formation above and the surrounding ceiling formations converged toward Lu Tian. As such, Lu Tian was enveloped by two formations. Visually speaking, it was as if he were trapped inside a narrow wall of air. Although the formations continued contracting, their force remained undiminished. Tang Jin focused all the mystical energy that he initially used against everyone else onto Lu Tian. Yet, what transpired next left him deeply stunned. According to his judgment, even a grandmaster would find it impossible to survive being struck by those two formations. Lu Tian, however, remained perfectly unscathed, his pace unhindered as he walked closer with ease. Even though Tang Jin had pushed the limits of his formation power, he was powerless against Lu Tian. Realizing he was no match for Lu Tian, he hastily prepared to flee. His only hope now was that these two formations could delay Lu Tian for just a little more time, so he could escape. However, the very next second, his hope shattered. Lu Tian suddenly raised his step slightly, and then forcefully stomped on the ground. With his figure vibrating, an immense, overwhelming force erupted from his body and crashed into the surrounding formation seals. Boom! The seals of the thousand-gene gate-dropping formation and the ceiling formation were instantly shattered, dispersing like smoke. Tang Jin's formation disc in his hand, linked to the formations, was blasted apart by this force, and his hands were injured as well. By the time he regained his senses, Lu Tian had already flashed close and delivered a punch, sending him flying. Such an explosive punch sent Tang Jin's body crashing straight into the wall. Though Tang Jin tried focusing his energy to defend himself, this punch scattered his forces, leaving him without the strength to free himself from the wall. His body was embedded in the wall, making him look like a painting on the wall. Everyone present was completely astonished by Lu Tian's might. They had already gotten up from the ground, dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. Lu Tian approached Tang Jin. "If you don't want to die too painfully, quickly divulge what you know about the Shadow Sect." "Ho ho, expect me to betray the Shadow Sect? Not a chance. No matter what torture you inflict, I won't reveal a single word." Tang Jin's energy was thoroughly scattered. Otherwise, for a swift end, he would have long ruptured his heart meridians through internal energy by now. Now powerless to do that, yet loyal to the Shadow Sect, he resolved to stay tight-lipped. Lu Tian looked at King Jiangnan. "Can we release xuanhuan sect members like Sidu Feng and bring them here?" Of course. King Jiangnan nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly ordered a subordinate beside him. "Relay my command. Immediately release Sidu Feng and her disciples, and invite them over." The subordinate immediately left to deliver the message. Lu Tian looked at Tang Jin. "A while ago, a traitor named Xuanhuan appeared in the Xuanhuan sect. Do you know how Situ Feng dealt with him?" Tang Jin realized that the other party brought up this matter to threaten him into revealing information. He couldn't help but ask, how was he dealt with? Lu Tian said. Situ Feng turned him into a mindless zombie under complete control of her mystic arts. Tang Jin, who had been calm just a moment ago, was now suddenly seized by fear. He would rather die than end up like that. Lu Tian continued. You have only two choices now. Either die or become a zombie. Make your decision quickly, or when Situ Feng arrives, you might not even have time to think about it. Tang Jin gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of that smelly woman. Lu Tian responded. Given your current situation, if you wish to die, there's only one way. Betray the Shadow Sect and trigger the deadly soul curse within you. Tang Jin's face twisted into a bitter smile. It seems I have no other choice. Lu Tian nodded. And you must confess the truth. If you lie, the deadly soul curse won't activate, and you'll simply be left waiting for Situ Feng to capture you. Tang Jin coldly laughed. If I mix the truth with lies, it will still trigger the deadly soul curse, and I can still give you false information. Lu Tian countered. If you're planning to do that, you'll likely provide only one piece of true information, which is enough to cause the deadly soul curse to activate. Previously, when the deputy leader under your command suffered from the deadly soul curse, I carefully observed the process. Based on his reactions, I could judge that the more information he provided, the stronger the activation of the deadly soul curse became. If you lie, the activation of the deadly soul curse should weaken. This allows me to determine whether you are lying based on your reaction. Since I will know if you're lying, and you can only provide one piece of true information, why not simply share that single truth? Tang Jin sighed. Since that's the case, I'll give you one piece of truthful information. Chapter 195. The Luring of the Xian Sect Leader. Tang Jin continued. The main camp of the Dark Shadow Sect has sent a woman to supervise my actions. When I met her, she always wore a veil. I don't know what she looks like, but I have noticed her figure. She's of medium build. But people with such builds are the most common and less likely to attract attention, which also makes it more difficult to investigate her identity. I can confirm that she usually stays in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, but I don't know where exactly she is staying. Her strength isn't anything remarkable, yet she acts arrogantly, directing me with her fingers. I'm quite annoyed with her, but since she was sent by the main camp, I dare not defy her. I told you this information in the hope that you could find out her identity and deal with her, which would also help me vent some frustration. Just as he finished revealing this message, Tang Jin died due to an episode of the deadly soul curse. The reason Tang Jin died so quickly was that his internal forces had been scattered, leaving only the physical foundation of a Xian technique expert, making him powerless against the onset of the deadly soul curse. King of Jiangnan approached Lu Tian. Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Lu. The others, including Yin Zhaojiang, also hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Lu. King of Jiangnan looked at them. Merely thanking isn't enough. We must apologize to Mr. Lu for our previous rudeness. Then, smiling heartily, he faced Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, we sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive us. Yin Zhaojiang and others also apologized. We're sorry. Yin Zhaojiang had already admitted defeat from the heart. Mr. Lu, I've offended you many times before, and I'm deeply sorry about it. Ding Baishuang looked at Lu Tian. I should also thank you and say I'm sorry. I underestimated you before, and now I realize how foolish I've been. At this moment, Sima Feng and her disciples who had been released were brought into the hall by a group of soldiers. Sima Feng noticed Tang Jin, who had been pushed into the wall, and couldn't help but look surprised. Sima Sect Leader, I had much misunderstanding towards you earlier, but now I know I've been manipulated by Tang Jin. I sincerely apologize. King of Jiangnan said towards Sima Feng. King of Jiangnan, you're too polite. Sima Feng glanced again at Tang Jin and realized that he was already dead. King of Jiangnan recounted everything that had just happened to Sima Feng, naturally mentioning Lu Tian's performance at that time as well. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for helping our Xian sect clean up our house. Whenever you're free, I'd like to invite you to dinner. I'm available right now, let's go eat. Sima Feng nodded. Mr. Lu, please proceed. Then Lu Tian followed Sima Feng and those disciples of the Xian sect toward the door. You two can have your meal here. If you'd like a private conversation, I can arrange a private room for you. King of Jiangnan said courteously. He could, of course, guess that because of their previous offense against Lu Tian and Sima Feng, they did not wish to stay. After Lu Tian saved their lives, they were amazed by his capabilities. He also wished to befriend top-level experts like Lu Tian, so asking him to stay and eat was both an expression of apology and flattery. No need, Lu Tian replied. As soon as he said this, he left the banquet hall directly with Sima Feng and other members of the Xian sect. King of Jiangnan and the others exchanged glances awkwardly, all of them having criticized Lu Tian harshly before. Now trying to ingratiate themselves only led to being snubbed, causing them great embarrassment. Ms. Ding, you're Mr. Lu's senior disciple. Would you please put in a good word for us in front of him? We hope he will forgive us. King of Jiangnan spoke to Ding Baishuang. Ding Baishuang gave a bitter smile, thinking about how often she had scolded Lu Tian due to misunderstandings, not sure if she herself could be forgiven by him. Speaking of which, Lu Tian and Sima Feng, along with the disciples of the Xian sect, arrived at a restaurant. Sima Feng invited Lu Tian to a private room while her disciples ate in the hall. As soon as they sat down at the table, Lu Tian handed over something to Sima Feng. It was her patriarch's seal. This seal, a symbol of authority of the patriarch of the Xian sect, contained formidable powers of Xian techniques, and was also the most powerful magical instrument in the entire Xian sect. When King of Jiangnan ordered Sima Feng to be captured, fearing that Tang Jin would seize her patriarch seal, she quietly removed it from her thumb and tossed it to Lu Tian. No one around had noticed her action because she used Xian technique to confuse their vision. Mr. Lu, I only thought you were adept at some Xian techniques, but now I understand you possess an extraordinary talent in them. I remember not long ago you mentioned my Xian techniques aren't worthy in your eyes, so why are you complimenting me now on my Xian technique talents? Your Xian techniques are not up to scratch because they aren't strong enough, but that has nothing to do with your talent. Then what makes you think I have a talent for Xian techniques? Tang Jin's Xian techniques, though not as good as mine, weren't too far behind. You were able to defeat him using the power of my patriarch seal, which clearly shows that you have great talent in Xian techniques. Lu Tian was momentarily speechless. When he had defeated Tang Jin, he hadn't used any Xian techniques, nor that seal. However, he chose not to clarify the matter. Based on past experience with misinterpretations, if he tried explaining now, he would likely be misunderstood again and thought to be boasting. Mr. Lu, since you have such remarkable talent for Xian techniques, would you like to learn them from me? You mean you want to take me on as a disciple? I admire your potential and wish to guide you in Xian techniques, not necessarily as my disciple, but as a friend. All right, then thank you, President Situ. Although Lu Tian's skill in Xian techniques surpassed Situ Feng's, there were still many different methods of Xian techniques he wished to learn more about from her. As they ate, they talked freely, and Situ Feng even exchanged phone numbers with him. After the meal, Situ Feng bade him farewell and left the provincial capital of Jiangnan, returning to northern Jiang. Lu Tian also returned to the Lu family estate located in Ningyun City. Meanwhile, over these last 2 days, xuanhuan had stayed at Luo Zhenhao's villa in Ningyun City. With the 4 ancient martial arts sects no longer backing her, Lu Tian had revoked her medical martial arts sect due to her lack of mastery in the 7-star meridian needle technique. Under the pressure from the 4 sects and public opinion, she had no choice but to comply. Despite the depth of her influence in the Jiangnan region and Luo Zhenhao's reputation as the medicine king adding weight to her status, this wasn't a sustainable situation. It was inevitable that her progress in medicine would decline. She had been pondering countermeasures, but found herself utterly at a loss. I've got an idea, said Luo Zhenhao excitedly. What is it? Tell me quickly. Xuanhuan urged impatiently. You should temporarily give in to Lu Tian. Offer him some benefit in return for peace talks. When he lowers his guard, find an opportunity to subdue him. Then use him as a hostage to force his mother, Lu Wenlei, to teach you the real 7-star meridian needle technique. Sounds easier said than done. He outsmarted me completely this time. Do you think he'd fall into my trap so easily? But you have an advantage. If you use it well, it'll make him vulnerable. My advantage? What is it? Your beauty. What do you mean by that? Surely, you can't expect me to seduce him with charm again. Exactly. Before, I opposed it out of jealousy, but times have changed. To preserve what we currently have, I'll support this even though it irks me. Chapter 196, Negotiating Terms. Xuanhuan seriously considered Luo Zhenhao's proposal. She, who had always been competitive, didn't want to watch her painstakingly built enterprise decline. Seeing that she did not respond and appeared hesitant, Luo Zhenhao felt puzzled. Didn't you previously use your charm to try and extract the technique of the 7-star acupuncture from Lu Tian? At the time, I didn't approve of what you planned to do, yet you still went ahead with it. Now that I support your move, why are you hesitating? I was willing to do it then because I believed he wouldn't get the better of me. However, he managed to touch me under the guise of a massage. Not long ago, we were his enemies. If I use my charms again to target him, it would only make it easier for him to take advantage of me. But in our current situation, if you don't act this way, it will be difficult for us to turn things around. You wouldn't willingly let him win, would you? Of course, I'm not willing to give up. But, are you concerned that if he takes advantage of you, you'll feel guilty towards me? That's one reason. Another is that I'm actually not so loose. I understand that too. I also don't like giving such low tactics, but I'm not willing for us to just lose either. This makes me feel very conflicted inside. Xuanhuan, be honest. We both know that our romantic relationship is merely bound by mutual benefit and each taking what we need. So regarding this matter, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After hearing Luo Zhenhao say this, Xuanhuan paused momentarily, then began to rethink his earlier words. In fact, all that Luo Zhenhao was saying was meant to encourage her to seduce Lu Tian using her feminine allure. After wavering once more, Xuanhuan finally came to some resolution, nodding. All right, then I'll seduce him as per your suggestion. Since it's your idea, don't regret it later. And if I really am taken advantage of, don't blame me. Luo Zhenhao said, after careful deliberation, I proposed this to you. Besides, considering how many lovers I've had, do I have any right to blame you over this? After thoroughly discussing their plan, Xuanhuan decided to meet Lu Tian today under the pretense of negotiation. As dusk approached, Xuanhuan arrived at the Lu family residence. She directly announced her intention to negotiate peace with Lu Tian and indicated that she was willing to offer him certain advantages. What kind of advantage are you willing to give me? Lu Tian led her to the living room of the villa, sat down on the couch, and asked her, if you agree to let me continue using the name of Yiwumeng, medicine martial arts sect, I'm willing to give myself to you and share the management of Yiwumeng together. As she spoke, Xuanhuan twisted her body, walked to the front of the sofa, sat beside him, and edged closer to him, clinging to his side. Actually, from previous encounters, Lu Tian could guess that Xuanhuan wasn't that promiscuous. thus realizing that her flirtatious behavior now must be motivated by ulterior intentions. What her intentions might be could fall into two categories. One was to protect the interests of medicine martial arts, the other was to counter him. Deciding to play along as he had before instead of confronting her directly, Lu Tian wanted to see what trick she'd pull. Haha, the conditions you proposed have successfully piqued my interest. Lu Tian laughed heartily, and then placed an arm around her. Xuanhuan thought silently. This lecher clearly has interest in my body. The movement made her inwardly revolt. This was just the start. Next came something even more objectionable. The hand he had placed on her became restless. Startled, Xuanhuan tried hard to conceal her anger and resentment, deliberately displaying a coquettish expression. Mr. Lu, don't rush. She gently pushed his hand away with a soft voice. But Lu Tian hugged her again. You must truly submit to me for me to believe you. Only then can we negotiate properly. A wave of indignation washed over Xuanhuan, but she feigned shyness, replying, I came here with full sincerity to negotiate. If you're fine with it, I can stay overnight here tonight. Saying these words filled her with embarrassment, yet she maintained an expression brimming with allure. In fact, before coming here, she had already anticipated that her scheme might involve risking her body and had mentally prepared herself for it accordingly. A little while ago, we were enemies. If I let you stay here tonight, others in the Lu family may gossip about us. Hence, so, you're not going to spend the night with me? Not exactly. I intend to change the location where we'll spend the night. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan was again filled with shame and fury, but for the sake of a smooth plan, she dared not display any signs of reluctance. Although Lu Tian knew she harbored malicious intent, he was confident enough to handle any trouble that might arise. Well, why don't we go to a hotel? I want you to show me your personal residence. But I don't have a personal place to live in Ningyun City. According to my investigation, you live in a villa. Even if it's rented, it should still count as your current residence, right? In fact, that villa belongs to Luo Jintao. I remember, you once told me that Luo Jintao is just your boyfriend on the surface. In reality, he's the subordinate who takes care of your private life. He has no right to control who you're with. Even if you break up with him, he wouldn't have any objections. I did say those things. Since you want to be with me, I assume you wouldn't mind breaking up with him then, would you? No objection. Actually, when I decided to be with you, I had already broken up with him, and he agreed. In truth, Xuanhuan had no intention of breaking up with Luo Jintao. Now that her Yiwu Meng was in trouble, she needed to collaborate with Luo Jintao, the pharmaceutical king of Jiangnan. Here's the deal. Give him a call and ask him to vacate the villa tonight, leaving it for us to stay in. Lu Tian made this request as a way to test Xuanhuan. Ordinarily, such a request would be hard to accept. If Xuanhuan agreed, it would more firmly confirm Lu Tian's belief that her show of friendliness was purely an attempt to deceive him. Xuanhuan hadn't considered all these aspects, thinking that his requirement stemmed from wanting something more exciting. To demonstrate her sincerity, she resolved herself and immediately accepted his request. Then Xuanhuan picked up her phone and dialed Luo Jintao's number. Hey, tonight, find another place to stay tonight. What? Mr. Lu wants to spend the night there with me. Your presence there would make things very inconvenient. On the other end of the line, Luo Jintao nearly choked with rage upon hearing this request. Although he was the one who suggested that Xuanhuan use her charms as bait, he had foreseen the possibility of her relations progressing to that point with Lu Tian, but asking him to vacate his home so that Lu Tian and Xuanhuan could stay together utterly shattered him. This was akin to telling him to willingly stretch out his neck to take on the green hat. Chapter 197. Make way. I will go with Mr. Lu later, and I don't want to see you still in the villa when we arrive. Xuanhuan said in a commanding tone, not waiting for Luo Jintao's reply before hanging up the phone. At this point, she was confident that even if Luo Jintao had any objections, he wouldn't dare to argue against this demand. Speaking of which, Luo Jintao on the other end of the phone was so angry that he slapped himself twice hard. The initial plan was his idea, and if he were to change his mind now, not only would the plan fail, but it could also provoke Lu Tian's hostility. At that time, they wouldn't have any room to maneuver. Therefore, Luo Jintao indeed had no objections and could only agree to move out tonight. Before leaving, he couldn't help going to the bedroom door, taking one last look inside the room. He and Xuanhuan had been together for many years. Whenever they came to Ningyun City, they usually spent their nights here. But tonight, he had to vacate this place so that Xuanhuan could spend the night here with another man. Though he was mentally prepared to wear this metaphorical green hat, he didn't expect it to feel this humiliating. Cheating scum. Luo Jintao cursed angrily and punched the wall with his fist. Why are you so angry? A sudden voice from behind startled him. He abruptly turned around and saw a masked woman standing in the living room. For her to appear in the living room without him noticing, she must be an expert. Who are you? Luo Jintao exclaimed in alarm. The masked woman first sat down on the couch and looked at him again. I am from the Dark Shadow sect. I heard that you intended to join us. Luo Jintao was shocked once more. He had indeed wanted to join the Dark Shadow sect earlier and hoped Qing Yaokai, who was affiliated with the sect, would recommend him. His intention was to use the power of the Dark Shadow sect to take control of Xuanhuan's Medwu sect. However, soon after that, Qing Yaokai was killed, cutting off his route to join the Dark Shadow sect, and thus he gave up the idea. He never mentioned his intention to join the Dark Shadow sect to anyone other than Qing Yaokai. So how did this woman know? You must be wondering how I know about this. Qing Yaokai told me, and shortly after, he was killed. Due to other matters, I've only just found time to approach you today. Qing Yaokai worked with the Dark Shadow sect, and he shouldn't and wouldn't disclose such secrets to anyone outside the sect. Since you're aware of this matter, then you must be truly from the Dark Shadow sect. I'm planning to recruit you into the Dark Shadow sect. Do you still wish to join? Yes. Cheng Yaokai should have already explained my purpose for joining your sect. He said you wanted to use the power of the Dark Shadow sect to manipulate xuanhuan and gain control over her Medwu sect. In return, you'd offer benefits, giving us 30% equity. That's correct. If you allow me to join, I will keep my promise. Luo Zhuntao added silently in his mind. I will also use the strength of the Dark Shadow sect to deal with Lu Tian. When he falls into my hands, I'll force him to cure my issues, and then kill him. I need you to agree to one condition first before I can introduce you to the Dark Shadow sect. What is the condition? To my knowledge, your company has a non-selling product called Qishuedan, specially crafted by xuanhuan's Medwu sect. It is given as gifts to win over important figures from various sectors. It's a pill to regulate qi and blood circulation, and it's quite popular among these influential people. Is your condition related to this? The masked woman took out a bottle of liquid from inside her clothes and placed it on the coffee table. I require you to apply this liquid onto those pills, and then gift them to those important people. This liquid has no odor or taste, and it will seep into the pills. They won't notice anything. But, does this liquid contain poison? Do you intend to poison these big shots? My goal isn't to kill them, but to make them fall ill afterward, so I can control them with the antidote. I propose you shift the blame onto her. In that case, wouldn't she be ruined? Don't you want that? Once she's destroyed, with our assistance, you'll find it much easier to control the Medwu sect. But, she is my girlfriend. Although I wish to manage her Medwu sect, I don't want to harm her, nor do I want to hurt those important people. The masked woman didn't respond, picked up the bottle of liquid, stood up from the sofa, and headed towards the door. Wait, we haven't finished talking yet. If you won't agree to my condition, there's nothing left to discuss. I will agree to your terms. Anyway, I have no feelings for that smelly woman or those bigwigs. For the support of the Dark Shadow sect, I'm ready to do anything. The masked woman smiled and nodded, then discussed more plans with him. After exchanging phone numbers, she left. Luo Zhuntao picked up the bottle of liquid medicine she had left and put it in his pocket. Suddenly he was startled and muttered to himself, I forgot to make room for that pair of bastards. As he was about to leave, he hesitated. Thinking that tonight, his girlfriend might be engaging in passionate acts with another man here made him extremely angry. He also worried deeply that such a situation might occur. The more he worried, the more he wanted to know if they would take things that far. In order to confirm this as soon as possible, he did not leave, but returned to the bedroom and hid in the wardrobe just like he did at the hotel before. Not long after, Lu Tian arrived at the villa with xuanhuan. xuanhuan invited Lu Tian to sit on the couch in the living room and went into the bedroom. She didn't see Luo Zhuntao and assumed he had already left. Mr. Lu, I'll take a shower in the bathroom first, and then I'll call you over. xuanhuan shouted from the bedroom. Let's wash together. Lu Tian followed her in. Luo Zhuntao, hiding in the closet, first heard the sound of clothes being removed, then the sound of water from the shower in the bathroom. Of course, he knew that at this very moment, xuanhuan was being frank with another man, and they might even be scrubbing each other's backs. He even seemed to hear 2 slapping sounds. xuanhuan let out a cry of surprise. That feels powerful. Lu Tian laughed. Luo Zhuntao tried hard to imagine the most plausible explanation. Maybe while scrubbing her back, that jerk patted xuanhuan's shoulders twice. Yes, her shoulders indeed felt firm. Chapter 198. Each has their own scheme. Although Luo Zhuntao was trying hard to calm himself down, the anger in his heart just kept surging uncontrollably. However, in order to promptly understand the situation inside the bathroom, he listened intently to the noises from that side. Xuanhuan was talking with Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? I'm giving you a back scrub. Now bend over and place both hands on the wall. This way, it'll be more convenient for me to scrub your back. Is this right? Yes, exactly like that. I'll start scrubbing now. Mr. Lu, having you stand behind me makes me so embarrassed. Can you move to my side? Luo Zhuntao, hiding in the wardrobe, couldn't help but imagine the scene in the bathroom based on their dialogue. What a pair of dogs. A despicable pair. Luo Zhuntao cursed furiously in his heart. Yet no matter how angry he was at this sight, all he could feel was impotent rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his face full of anger, his facial muscles twitching non-stop, as if his nose would be twisted out of shape. Still, those words echoed again. In order to promptly understand the situation there, he continued listening attentively to the sounds coming from that direction. He kept hearing until the noise in the bathroom quieted down, and the two came into the bedroom. Then, he continued to listen attentively. There was nothing he could do. It was him who had suggested that xuanhuan use her charm to lure Lu Tian. If he were to come out, Lu Tian would certainly beat him up badly, and xuanhuan would also scold him. To ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, he had to endure, and it was an unbearable endurance. Not long after, a rubbing sound rose from the bed. Luo Zhuntao could make out that the two had already embraced each other and started the prelude, which also spurred even greater resentment in him. This was only the beginning. Afterward, he heard something even harder to accept. He could tell that the two had begun the main act. Luo Zhuntao instantly felt his anger fluctuating wildly within his chest, almost wishing to rush out, and then flee from the scene. Of course, he wanted very much to deal with Lu Tian physically, but how could he win against someone stronger? Certainly, for the success of the plan, he dared not run away either. What he could do now was merely to hide inside and feel powerless rage, not even daring to fart. He regretted having hidden here. To avoid being further tortured by the outside sounds, he covered his ears with his hands. Yet, he could still hear it, enough proof to show just how vigorous the man playing around with xuanhuan was. This also made him somewhat feel inferior, as xuanhuan never had such strong reactions when she was with him. About an hour later, it became quiet in the room. Xuanhuan lay in bed, too exhausted to move. I agree to have a peace talk with you, but it's rather late today. After tonight, whenever you're free, let me know, and I'll go back now. Lu Tian put on his clothes, spoke to Xuanhuan, and then left the villa. Now, speaking of Luo Jintao, who was hiding in the cabinet, after waiting several minutes and feeling certain that Lu Tian had gone far enough, he abruptly pushed open the cabinet door and angrily glared at Xuanhuan lying in bed. Xuanhuan suddenly jumped in shock and hastily grabbed her robe to wear. How did you get here? Could it be you've been hiding in the cabinet ever since I returned? Exactly. I did support your use of the beauty trap, but I didn't expect you to have so much fun with him. You shut up. Do you think I'd do this for no reason? It's to make the plan go smoother. Even if you don't want to be found out, it doesn't need to be that much fun, right? You've never been this lively when you're with me. I didn't want to, but what? Is it because he's too good, making you lose control and react that way? That's it. Saying this might hurt your pride, but if I don't answer you truthfully, you would assume I prefer the new over the old. Luo Jinkao was furious. Even though the other party hadn't said that he wasn't capable, such a comparison made him feel quite humiliated. At this moment, Xuanhuang's phone rang. It was Lu Tian calling. She tried her best to calm herself down and answered the call, speaking to Lu Tian in a courteous tone. Hello, Mr. Lu. Ms. Gu, I just remembered there was something I forgot to mention to you. What is it? You should know about Luo Jintao's issues in that area, right? I'm not sure if he told you about it or not, but I will inform you. He intended to take advantage of the general manager of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical Company, Xiang Bing, and was punished by me, leading to problems in that aspect. You mentioned that you split up with him. I tell you these things to remind you that that scumbag isn't any good. Don't feel too pressured about breaking up with him. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Lu Tian ended the call. You indulge in keeping so many mistresses. I don't care about this, but you actually resort to force. This I cannot tolerate. Xuanhuan angrily rebuked and slapped Luo Jinkao across the face. Xuanhuan had the strength of a grandmaster, and with her fury, she spared no effort when striking. Even though she held back to avoid killing him, her blow was still powerful, directly knocking him over. On the other end of the phone, Lu Tian had guessed that the two would definitely argue, which was precisely the result he hoped for. At the time, he had already sensed through his divine awareness that Luo Jinkao was hiding in the wardrobe. Both Luo Jintao and Xuanhuan were his enemies, and he could deduce their plan to scheme against him. With his abilities, of course, he wasn't afraid of Luo Jintao's pent-up anger leading him to leap out of the cabinet to confront him. Thus, he decided to seize this opportunity to sow discord. First, he stirred up trouble with Xuanhuan, provoking Luo Jintao's anger. Next, after he left, he called to inform Xuanhuan about Luo Jintao's despicable past actions, sparking her own rage. Speaking of Luo Jintao, immediately after receiving the slap from Xuanhuan, he became meek. To be exact, it was because his unsavory secrets had been discovered by Xuanhuan that he behaved. Though earlier Xuanhuan was irritated at his behavior in the wardrobe, she couldn't help feeling some guilt herself when recalling her acts with other men. He had used her guilt as leverage to unleash his accusations. However, now that Xuanhuan knew his sordid deeds, her sense of resentment outweighed any guilt. So, he could only depend on Xuanhuang's mood. I'm sorry, I lost control in the moment, but nothing major occurred, forgive me. I promise not to act like that again, and I also vow not to seek other mistresses anymore, but stay only with you. Xuanhuang's anger didn't fade easily. She longed to beat him mercilessly and sever all ties with him. But currently, Yiwu's sect faced a crisis, requiring her to cooperate even more closely with Luo Jintao. Prioritizing interests, she hadn't harbored deep feelings for Luo Jintao anyway, so after careful consideration, she ceased further inquiry into the matter. I will let this slide. We shall continue our collaboration henceforth, but our romantic relationship ends here. Xuanhuan said coldly. Chapter 199, another guess. Luo Jintao was about to join the Dark Shadow sect, and wanted to use their power to control the medical Kung Fu sect. However, if he continued his boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Xuanhuan, it would be easier for him to make a move, so he didn't want to separate from her. Xuanhuan, can you give me another chance? No. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs. I'm going to change clothes and don't want you to see me. Get out and close the door behind you. Luo Jintao walked out of the room dejectedly and closed the door outside. Xuanhuan took off her robe, changed into her previous clothes, and packed some luggage. Then she left the bedroom with her luggage without listening to Luo Jintao's persuasion and left this villa. After Luo Jintao returned to the room, he looked at the messy bedsheet and remembered what had happened there not long ago. He hadn't seen it at the time because he was hiding in the wardrobe, but he'd heard it and involuntarily imagined the scene in his mind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, suddenly roaring loudly and crazily grabbing the bedsheet, tearing and flinging it around. The next morning, Lu Tian followed Lu Sheng and Xia Xinlan to visit Lu family's company, namely the Lu Group. Even though he didn't plan to take over the family business, the family had already regarded him as the mainstay, so it was necessary for him to understand the situation of the family company. In the morning, an office clerk reported to Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu, the security guard at the company gate just called and said that people from the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce came to visit and wanted to meet with you. Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Lu Sheng paused in surprise. I see. Let the security guards allow them in and escort them to the guest room. Lu Tian asked, what kind of background does this wind cloud chamber of commerce have? Lu Sheng replied, this is an old established chamber of commerce that once had great influence in the local business community, but these days it doesn't really exist anymore. The reason for this is that the core personnel of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce extorted benefits from its members without hesitation and faced the united resistance of all major members. In the end, the alliance of members won and withdrew from the chamber. After that, the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce still existed, but it had no significant financial or political power. A while later, the office clerk came again to report that the representative of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce had been escorted to the guest room. Lu Tian followed Lu Sheng to the meeting room and met with the representative of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Lu. Hello, my name is Fan Lang. President Fan of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce is my father. A young man greeted Lu Sheng. Mr. Fan, hello. Lu Sheng shook hands with him. I've come to the Lu group this time to invite Mr. Lu to join our Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Sorry, I don't have that intention. Does Mr. Lu think that our chamber has no real strength and cannot offer any benefits to your family? To this, I make no comment. In short, I do not plan to join you. Please understand, Mr. Fan. You might not know, but recently our Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce has found a powerful backer, and we are now even stronger than in our heyday. Mr. Fan, please stop persuading. I am truly not interested in joining your chamber. Just hear me out. Fan Lang gestured to continue. I've heard that recently someone, for reasons unknown, has specifically attacked members of the local wealthy families. Just a little while ago, the heads of the Fong family and the Sun family were attacked by unknown assailants and are currently lying in the hospital. If Mr. Lu joins our chamber, we can ensure the safety of the members of your Lu family. If Mr. Lu refuses to join, then you and your family will very likely also be attacked. Why regret it later when you can join us now and avoid such danger? Lu Sheng was startled. These words from the other party weren't like an invitation. They were more like a threat. From the tone of Fan Lang's speech, Lu Sheng could tell that the attacks on the Fong and Sun family heads were orchestrated by their Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. This statement was implying that if he did not join the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, they would also make moves against the Lu family. What benefits will I get if I join you? The benefit is that your family will receive protection from our chamber. Of course, we charge a fee, 1 million per month. Is this considered a benefit? For 1 million, I could hire more experts to protect us. You can try, but wait and see if those experts can actually protect you. Are you threatening me? You can think of it that way. I'll give you 3 days to consider, and I hope that for the sake of your own safety and that of the Lu family, you can provide me with a satisfactory answer then. I need to recruit other bosses, so I'll take my leave. Having said that, Fan Lang glanced at him with an evil smile and then swaggered away. Lu Tian managed to control his impulse to teach Fan Lang a lesson. He was not yet fully informed about the situation with the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and he feared that taking action at this moment might endanger the Lu family. Nevertheless, the other party had given Lu Sheng 3 days to consider their proposition. Lu Tian was confident that within these 3 days, he could annihilate them. As such, his plan to return to Jiangzhou would have to be postponed. He could only summon Bai Yun here to receive his treatment. What is the base of the Wind Cloud Chamber? Lu Tian asked. The provincial capital, Lu Sheng replied. I know xuanhuan. I'll visit the provincial capital and ask him to intervene. Let's see if the threat from the Wind Cloud Chamber can be resolved. Lu Tian didn't actually intend to seek help from xuanhuan. With his capabilities, there was no need for such actions. He said this merely to assure Lu Sheng. Upon hearing that he knew xuanhuan, Lu Sheng did not question it. The sight of the 4 ancient martial arts sect leaders showing respect to Lu Tian dispelled any doubts about his abilities. Although xuanhuan held a much higher status than the 4 sect leaders, it was understandable that Lu Tian, with his prowess, could connect with xuanhuan. In fact, Lu Tian had another suspicion about the Wind Cloud Chamber. The head of the Dark Shadow Sect's 2 River branch, Tang Jin, mentioned planning to eliminate major figures in the local business community to reshuffle the area. To control the commercial sector, they would surely prop up a new leading figure to represent them in overseeing the commerce here. At the time, Fan Lang claimed the Wind Cloud Chamber had found an influential backer. Taking these 2 events together, the so-called powerful backer of the Wind Cloud Chamber was very likely the Dark Shadow Sect, which intended to use the Wind Cloud Chamber to manage the local commerce on their behalf. Thus, countering the Wind Cloud Chamber could also serve as an entry point for investigating and confronting the Dark Shadow Sect. As a result, just 1 day after returning from the provincial capital, Lu Tian headed there again today. Ningyun City wasn't far from the provincial capital, and by the afternoon, he arrived there. After arriving in the provincial capital, he called Bai Yun, asking her to come directly to the province's capital to receive treatment from him. She readily agreed, saying she'd take the train that same day to find him, estimating to arrive around 7 p.m. With approximately an hour before Bai Yun's arrival, Lu Tian idly strolled around near the station. Xiao Ziming, stop bothering me. I've told you, I already have a boyfriend. Not far away, a woman in a leather jacket addressed a young man in a suit. Then the woman ran to Lu Tian and said to the suited man, "This is my boyfriend." Xiao Ziming paused in surprise. "Mu Shui, you really have a boyfriend?" Zhou Mu Shui nodded. "Of course." She looked at Lu Tian. "You tell him whether you're my boyfriend or not." Zhou Mu Shui assumed that with her looks, this man would certainly have the hero saves beauty mentality and act as her shield. But what she hadn't anticipated, Lu Tian immediately said to Xiao Ziming, "Don't misunderstand. I don't know this lady. nor am I her boyfriend. He clearly saw that this woman was using him as a shield to avoid being pursued by the young man. Such thankless work wasn't something he cared to do. Moreover, without his permission, she had involved him, which annoyed him. Xiao Ziming glared coldly at Lu Tian. I don't care whether you're her boyfriend or not. Get lost. Don't affect my mood here. Lu Tian's expression instantly darkened. He had explained the situation to Xiao Ziming, hoping the latter wouldn't cause trouble for him. Now, the other party spoke rudely to him, and he would not let this pass easily. You will apologize right now for your previous nonsense, Lu Tian coldly commanded. Chapter 200. How about my skills? Expecting an apology from me? You must be dreaming, Xiao Ziming said coldly. Then he waved his hand at his subordinates. Teach him a harsh lesson. The subordinates lunged at Lu Tian with great ferocity. Xiao Ziming's lips curled into a smirk. But then, his smirk quickly vanished. Because all of his men were instantly knocked down to the ground, struggling there. Xiao Ziming's heart trembled. His previously scornful look turned into tension. Now, it's not just about apologizing, Lu Tian said. You? What good is your strength? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. You've angered me, and now I won't let you go. Not letting me go? I'm the young master of the Xiao family. With your skills. Smack. Lu Tian immediately slapped him across the face. Xiao Ziming fell to the ground with a thud. How about my skills? Lu Tian asked. Xiao Ziming's eyes flashed with a look of alarm, glaring furiously at Lu Tian. You can apologize now, Lu Tian said. You? Xiao Ziming wanted to spout threats. However, upon noticing the severe gaze in the other party's eyes, he swallowed back his words. All his followers were already beaten, and his own combat ability was far inferior to them. So he didn't dare to provoke Lu Tian. Apologize, Lu Tian said indifferently. Sorry, Xiao Ziming reluctantly apologized. Though he had resolved to take revenge, for the moment, he dared not to remain arrogant anymore. Get out of here. Lu Tian kicked him aside with a foot. Xiao Ziming tumbled several times before fleeing hastily along with his men. I never expected you could fight so well. Zhou Musno looked curiously at Lu Tian, saying sarcastically. Lu Tian didn't spare her another glance and left directly. Hold it. Zhou Musno shouted angrily. Lu Tian stopped and turned to look at her. Are you calling me? Zhou Musno nodded, shouting. How dare you ignore me? She was the well-known rich and beautiful woman in the provincial capital, and men vying for her affection were countless. But this man standing in front of her didn't even want to spare her a second glance, making her somewhat lose her composure. You just gave me a chance to rescue you as a hero. Besides, pretending to be my boyfriend should be your honor. Don't be unwise. What you did was to give me trouble. Also, I hate being morally coerced most. Just tell me what you want. I want you to apologize to me. You're joking, right? I never joke with others. Let me introduce myself. I am the young lord of the Xuanhuan sect, one of the 4 ancient martial sects in Jiangnan. Dealing with you should be more than enough. So, do you still refuse to apologize? So, if I don't apologize, you'll fight me? That's correct. And I'll hit your face directly. Before you threaten me, I plan to let you go. But now, I'll make you experience exactly what you just said yourself. Smack. Lu Tian appeared in front of her suddenly, slapping her face. You dare to hit me? Thrown off balance by the slap, Zhou Musno grew furious immediately. Considering that although Lu Tian's sudden attack caught her off guard, the speed of his move was also enough to leave her astonished. However, consumed by anger, she didn't think through his capabilities. Instead, after picking herself up off the ground, she rushed toward Lu Tian in a frenzied manner. Just as she raised her hand to slap him, Lu Tian's palm had already landed on her face. Smack. Zhou Musno was slapped onto the ground again. Previously, she had initiated the move, but wasn't fast enough compared to Lu Tian, resulting in her getting thrown down. This awareness made her realize she wasn't a match for Lu Tian. Fearing another slap, she didn't dare make another move. At that time, a luxury car stopped not far away. 2 powerful-looking martial artists got out of the car. Then the rear door opened, and out stepped a middle-aged man, none other than the leader of the Xuanhuan sect, Zhou Qifeng. Seeing his daughter, Zhou Musno lying on the ground, Zhou Qifeng was suddenly shocked and rushed forward quickly. Musno, what happened? This bastard just slapped me. Zhou Musno pointed her finger towards Lu Tian and spat venomously. Who dares to? Zhou Qifeng's sentence was cut short as he stared anxiously and surprisingly at Lu Tian. Earlier, Zhou Musno had already mentioned that she was the young lady of the Xuanhuan sect. Hence, Lu Tian guessed this man must be Zhou Qifeng. You should keep a better eye on your daughter. Lu Tian recounted what had just happened to Zhou Qifeng. After Zhou Qifeng learned the situation, he glared at Zhou Musno. You've gone too far. Zhou Musno was stunned. That bastard hit me? Why are you saying I've gone too far? Who did you call a bastard? Zhou Qifeng angrily reprimanded her. Then he slapped Zhou Musno across the face. Be more polite to Mr. Lu. Zhou Musno was even more confused. What makes him so special? Why are you defending him? Suddenly she realized something. You called him Mr. Lu just now? Could it be that? Zhou Qifeng said. Have you figured it out by now? That's right. It was him who helped improve our family's martial arts secret manual. The pill recipes we and the other 3 ancient martial sects used to enhance our strength came from him. Zhou Musno was shocked beyond measure. Hastily, she respectfully turned to Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry, Zhou Qifeng continued. Even if you had met someone else and not Mr. Lu, your behavior would still have been rude. Yes, I know I was wrong, Zhou Musno cautiously admitted. Zhou Qifeng then politely asked Lu Tian. We sincerely plead for you to let her off this time. Lu Tian said. She has already learned her lesson, so I won't hold it against her. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Zhou Qifeng said with evident relief. He then glanced back at his daughter. Hurry up and thank Mr. Liu for forgiving you. Zhou Mustno quickly said. Thank you, Mr. Liu. During the following conversation, Liu Tian learned that Zhou Mustno had gone out of town to attend a friend's wedding and had just returned by train. Zhou Qifeng, along with 2 bodyguards, was here to pick her up. Prior to that, Zhou Mustno had encountered Master Zhao's son, which led to the conflict earlier. Zhou Qifeng mentioned, Mr. Liu, the Xiao Ziming whom you disciplined earlier is the son of the Xiao family. The Xiao family at best is only a second-rate clan in the provincial capital. Their power doesn't match ours from the Zhanghai sect. The reason Xiao Ziming dared to harass Mustno was because the Xiao family recently gained support from the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce. And this chamber recently found a mysterious patron. I'm still unclear who their backer is, but they're rumored to be highly powerful. Since Mr. Liu taught Xiao Ziming a lesson, there's a possibility you might offend the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce and their enigmatic patron behind Xiao family. I mention this as a precaution for Mr. Liu to stay vigilant. I'll also investigate further into the Chamber of Commerce and their mysterious patron. Liu Tian nodded. When you find anything, inform me immediately. Zhou Qifeng wanted to invite Liu Tian to dinner. Liu Tian said he was here to meet a friend and would eat with them later. Not wanting to disturb Liu Tian further, Zhou Qifeng bid farewell respectfully and left with his daughter and subordinates. Liu Tian went to the exit to wait for Bai Yun. Before long, Bai Yun emerged from the exit and walked over. To Liu Tian's surprise, Bai Yun wasn't alone. Xuanhuan was with her. Chapter 201. The reason for coming here. Xian, why did you follow us here? Liu Tian asked. I'm here to supervise the 2 of you. Xuanhuan teased with a smirk. What? Liu Tian was taken aback for a moment. Bai Yun interjected. It's your mom who doesn't want me spending too much time with you, so she tasked her to supervise us. Oh, Liu Tian nodded. He grinned and looked at Xuanhuan. Xuan surely wouldn't really supervise. Xuanhuan shot him an aggrieved glance. If I really dared to supervise, my sister would definitely tell your mom about what's going on between the 2 of us. Bai Yun said. Don't say that. We're on the same side now. We must stay united. Liu Tian remarked. Xian, you're very busy with work. My mom should feel awkward to ask you specifically to come here to supervise us. Is there another reason you came here? Xuanhuan nodded. You've guessed correctly. Let's go eat first, then I'll tell you. They went to a restaurant, booked a private room, and Xuanhuan disclosed the purpose of her trip. This time, Xuanhuan came back because she was planning to visit her hometown, the Su family. The Su family is located in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, and it is one of the local third-tier wealthy families, having some influence. A few years ago, Xuanhuan divorced Zhao Jinxiang, but at that time, they did not split up their assets as they wanted Zhao Yuxuan to grow up in a complete family. Until recently, Xuanhuan could no longer endure the suppression from the Zhao family and completely broke off ties with them. To avoid worrying her own family, Xuanhuan didn't inform the Su family about the situation. However, not long ago, the Su family learned of the matter through certain channels and began introducing potential marriage prospects to her. In fact, during this period, the Su family frequently called her regarding introducing eligible men, but she always evaded these introductions by claiming that she was not ready for a new relationship yet. During the last phone call from home, Xuanhuan claimed that she already had a boyfriend and asked the family to stop introducing her to men. The family responded by telling her to bring her boyfriend home for a visit and entertain him properly. Xuanhuan tried to decline again, but now she couldn't refuse anymore because the next day was her father's 60th birthday, when the Su family was holding a banquet. She had to return home. If she returned without a boyfriend, her family would definitely think she didn't have one and continue to introduce her to more candidates. Today, she came to the provincial capital of Jiangnan just to make sure that Liu Tian could pretend to be her boyfriend and attend the Su family banquet with her the next day. When did you plan for me to go with you? Liu Tian asked. I'll return tonight. You can join me tomorrow. Xuanhuan replied. All right, Liu Tian nodded. He understood that Xuanhuan wanted him to join the next day, giving him time to treat Bai Yun's cultivation side effects that night. After dinner, they hailed a taxi. First, they reached the Su family residence, where Xuanhuan got out and headed to the Su family estate. After driving a bit further, the taxi stopped in front of a hotel. Liu Tian and Bai Yun got out and walked inside. In the hotel room, Liu Tian and Bai Yun sat on the bed chatting casually. Bai auntie, aren't you quite familiar with Samut Feng, the master of Xin sect? Not especially familiar, but we do know each other well. If you're fairly familiar with her, shouldn't you have her mobile number? But I remember you once told me that you didn't. I asked her for her mobile number, but she said she prefers not to have too much contact with people outside Xin sect, so she didn't provide it to me. Why? I don't know either. Why are you suddenly bringing her up? Liu Tian recounted his encounter with Samut Feng during the banquet he attended yesterday for Xuanhuan. He also mentioned how he dealt with the traitor to the Xin sect, Tang Jin, the branch leader of Dark Shadow sect. Bai Yun listened with wide eyes. She believed that Liu Tian had the strength to oppose the Dark Shadow sect, but she never expected him to also conveniently take out their branch leader during this trip. After that, Samut Feng invited me for dinner. She said I have a talent for Xian techniques and wanted to guide me in them. She also exchanged phone numbers with me. What? She actually gave you her phone number? That's why I find it strange. You're so familiar with her, and she refused to give you her number, yet she willingly shared it with me, a relative stranger. If you think about it, it's not so surprising. She sees your talent in Xian techniques, wants to guide you, and exchanging numbers makes it easier for future communication. But she clearly stated that she's not taking me as a disciple. She will only guide me as a friend since I'm neither her disciple nor part of the Xian sect. Does she really need to care so much about someone like me? Hearing you put it this way, it does seem a little strange. So what do you think? Why did she leave her contact information with you? I just can't figure out why, so I'm asking you. I think you're familiar with her, and maybe you can help me figure out the reason. Could it be she has feelings for you? Aunt Bai, don't joke around. She looks so cold when she faces me. How could she possibly have feelings for me? She's like that with everyone. It seems it's because she is cultivating a technique called xuanhuan, which requires her to behave this way. Xuanhuan? Why does cultivating this technique require her to stay aloof? I don't know that either. As for why she gave you her contact information, it might be that she's been keeping her cool for too long and the passion inside her cannot be suppressed anymore. Maybe she wants you to help her release it. Oh, the more you talk, the more I find your explanation reasonable. You lecture. Don't be so conceited. I was just teasing you casually, and you actually believe it? She is fundamentally aloof. What kind of passion could she have in her heart? That may not necessarily be true. You appear cold most of the time, but when you're with me, it's different. How different exactly? When you face me, even though you're still somewhat reserved, I can tell you want to let loose in front of me, especially when we're in bed. You want to unleash the passion deep in your heart. You nonsense. I'm not like that. So you're saying I misunderstood you? Of course. Humph. Do you think I'd willingly sleep with you? It's only because of the treatment for the cultivation side effects. All right then. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? I've developed a needle therapy that can cure your cultivation side effects through acupuncture. That way, we won't need to use our previous method of treatment anymore. Is that possible? Bai Yun first looked bewildered, and then a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. There should be better ways to treat you, and you just said earlier that if it wasn't for the side effects, you wouldn't sleep with me. Shall I use this new method to treat you now? I still prefer. Bai Yun took a deep breath and said, I still want you to treat me with the old method. Lu Tian paused. Why? Because. Bai Yun hesitated. She clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage to say, I want to release the passion deep in my heart to you. Are you satisfied with this answer? You jerk. Chapter 202. Heading to the Su family. Bai Yun's face turned bright red, and she shyly turned around. If I told you that what I said earlier was just a test for you, would you be mad? Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Bai Yun was taken aback. Then she turned around, looking at him with a sorrowful expression. In reality, you haven't come up with another way to treat the side effects of my cultivation skills, have you? You can only continue using the old method, right? Yes. I wanted to know how you feel about our current relationship, so I couldn't help but give it a try. Then do you know how I see it now? When there was supposedly a new method, I still let you use the old one to treat me. I think, maybe I've developed feelings for you. Do you really think that's the only possibility? Could there be another possibility? Of course, there's another one. It might be that I didn't develop feelings for you. I'm simply enjoying the process of being treated by you. Would you really only be doing it for enjoyment? You guess, she chuckled. With an intriguing smile, Bai Yun looked at him with even more curiosity. Lu Tian felt as if he was being manipulated by her. He thought that if she were only enjoying herself, then he should feel more relaxed. He would have fewer psychological burdens this way. But this also made him somewhat depressed, feeling like he was being used merely as a tool. He began to carefully contemplate his own stance on the matter. Was he just treating her, or had he started to develop feelings for her? However, he quickly stopped pondering. His journey with Bai Yun thus far was solely aimed at helping her deal with the side effects of her cultivation. Even if feelings arose between them, how they managed this relationship wasn't up to him. It depended on whether Bai Yun agreed. If she demanded responsibility from him later, he'd take it. If not, he'd consider it a windfall. If she wanted to continue enjoying his treatment, he'd be duty-bound without hesitation. I'm not guessing anymore. Lu Tian embraced Bai Yun and laid her down on the bed. No way. You have to make a guess first before we continue. Bai Yun grabbed his hand, which was ready to conquer, and said in a sultry voice, I guess you're enjoying it while having some feelings for me. What else? There were only 2 options mentioned earlier. Anything else? One more option. Think harder. I can't think of it. Give me a hint. Fine. I'll just tell you straight out. Bai Yun flipped over and sat on Lu Tian. This is your forgotten option, where I release my passion to you. Bai Yun's subsequent behavior could truly be described as fiery passion, fully embodying both sound and emotion. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the hotel room was decent. Otherwise, the entire floor might have heard their activities. The next morning, Bai Yun woke Lu Tian up and repeated their passionate encounter. They enjoyed breakfast together afterward. Lu Tian escorted Bai Yun to the train station, after which she took the train back to Zhangzhou City. Lu Tian was preparing to visit the Su family. Before setting out, he received a call from Xuanhuan. She told him to wait at the hotel, and she would pick him up later. Not long after returning to the hotel, Xuanhuan arrived. Did you tidy up the bed so meticulously to hide any signs of last night's activities from me? Xuanhuan glanced carefully at the bed when she entered the room. Her tone carried a teasing note laced with slight resentment. That's exactly the reason. If you saw the evidence, you'd get even more upset, Lu Tian responded. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Xuanhuan stayed silent for a moment, appearing slightly moody. Don't be like this. Things have progressed this far between me and Aunt Bai, all because we had our reasons. I can understand that, and I'm not troubled by that particular issue. Then what's wrong? I shouldn't have asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to the Su family. I mean, don't take offense at pretending since we're not officially dating yet. I don't mind that. Tell me what's bothering you. Is it because the Su family doesn't welcome me? Yes. Yesterday I mentioned your situation to my family members, and they all opposed my being with you. Is it because of the age gap? That's part of it, but not the main reason. Mainly, they think you're just my assistant, lacking significant achievements, and hence unworthy of me. They want you to find a rich and influential man. Exactly. For the sake of family interests, they planned it this way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disregarded my opposition years ago and forced me to accept Zhao Jinxiong. What? Your relationship with Zhao Jinxiong back then wasn't voluntary? But my mom told me you started interacting with Zhao Jinxiong early on. Otherwise, how would you have had Zhao Yuxuan so early? Your mom doesn't know the truth either. What is the truth then? 20 years ago, the Zhao family had close business ties with the Su family. Zhao Jinxiong and I gradually got familiar. One day he invited me to dinner. I didn't think much of it and agreed to go. However, he drugged me and violated me. That despicable bastard. What happened after that? Did your family force you to keep company with him? Yes, I did plan to report him. But my family was worried that if news of me being defiled came out, it would damage our family reputation as well as our business cooperation with the Zhao family. They asked me not to press charges and start a relationship with Zhao Jinxiong instead. So you just decided to stay with Zhao Jinxiong? Exactly. I value chastity very much. At that time, I was young and didn't have much opinion of my own. I thought since it already happened and my family didn't want me to pursue legal action against him, I might as well stay with him to maintain integrity throughout. Aunt Sue, if you told me this earlier, I would have made Zhao Jinxiong pay dearly long ago. But better late than never. I'll deal with him again when we get back. Forget about that for now. What I want to say is that the people from the Su family think you lack promise and can't bring any benefits to the Su family. If you come with me to the Su family, they may show disdain towards you. You need to be mentally prepared. If they look down on me, will you feel like I'm embarrassing you? Of course not. If I were so pragmatic, I wouldn't let you come with me to the Su family in the first place. Alright, just because of these words from you, Aunt Sue, I assure you that I'll make you the proudest person of the entire Su family. You're speaking too soon. Nevertheless, I believe you are a promising one who will demonstrate your strength to them in the future. This time, I'll show them. So next time, it won't be them showing disdain towards us but the other way around. Su Yunru found it hard to respond. She thought Lu Tian was only saying these words to comfort her and didn't take them too seriously. After some light chat, Lu Tian checked out of the hotel and went with Su Yunru to the Su family. Chapter 203, Unsurprising Sarcasm. The Su family is a third-tier aristocratic household in the provincial capital of Jiangnan. The head of the family was celebrating his 60th birthday, and many bigwigs were expected to come and offer their congratulations. Lu Tian and Su Yunru arrived relatively early, as most guests hadn't arrived yet. Lu Tian already knew that the Su family didn't think much of him, and they weren't very welcoming towards him. He had also anticipated that someone would definitely mock him. However, he wasn't worried at all. The more someone mocks him, the more embarrassed they will be when they find out about his true abilities. As they just entered the Su family compound, a young man walked up to them. That's my fourth brother, Su Yunshun, Su Yunru said to Lu Tian. Su Yunru had known Lu Tian for quite some time and had already told him all about her family. The head of the Su family, Su Yunru's father, was named Su Haobei. Su Haobei had 4 children. Su Yunru was the eldest, followed by the second sister, the third sister, and the fourth brother. Su Yunshun walked up to them. Sister, this is your boyfriend, Lu Tian? Su Yunru nodded yes. He's younger than you, so it feels weird for him to call you brother. Just call each other by your names. Su Yunshun looked at Lu Tian. Even though my sister wants to date you, if our family isn't satisfied with you, we won't allow you to be together. Su Yunshun glanced at Lu Tian, then turned back to Su Yunru and said, Sister, you're confused. He's only your assistant. How could he possibly deserve you? I think he's just using you as a rich woman to cling to. It's like you're maintaining a sugar daddy sugar baby relationship. Do you know that? If this gets out, not only will people ridicule you, but our entire Su family will lose face. Su Yunru frowned. What nonsense are you talking? My relationship with him is proper. I don't do things like keeping a kept man, and neither is he as bad as you make him out to be. Su Yunshun snickered and said, You say he's not that bad, but does he even have any decent abilities? Oh, I remember now, you mentioned before that he knows martial arts. If his martial arts were really powerful, he would have developed within the martial world long ago. How could he still be your assistant? I guess he's probably just learned some random fighting techniques, which at best can fool amateurs like you. If you don't believe me, let him fight me. I'm an outer disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. Although I'm just an outer disciple, I've still received guidance from their ancient martial arts experts. Dealing with him should be more than enough. Having said that, Su Yunshun looked toward Lu Tian with a provoking expression. Dare you exchange a few moves with me? Lu Tian laughed. Never mind. Su Yunshun sneered condescendingly. What? Are you scared that I'll knock you down and embarrass you in front of my sister? Lu Tian replied. I'm afraid that I'll knock you down with one move and humiliate you here. Su Yunshun's face darkened. What did you say? Say that again. What are you two arguing about? A woman's voice came from the doorway. A woman in her early 30s and a man of about the same age walked into the courtyard of the villa. I'll settle with you later. Su Yunshun glanced at Lu Tian once more, then quickly switched from his previous angry look to smiling warmly as he greeted the newly arrived couple. Su Yunru introduced the two to Lu Tian. Those two are my third sister, Su Yunxian, and my third brother-in-law, He Zhilai. Su Yunshun greeted them. Third sister, brother-in-law. Then he particularly addressed He Zhilai. Brother-in-law, didn't you say earlier that you had to discuss business today and wouldn't have time to come? So, did you finish your business discussion? He Zhilai nodded. I thought it would take a long time, but surprisingly, Yiwu sect readily agreed to cooperate with my company. Previously, the Yiwu sect only cooperated with the Jiangnan Medicine King and showed disdain for us smaller companies, but things are different now. It's rumored that the Yiwu sect offended someone formidable, resulting in their name being cancelled, and their status in the medical field will no longer be what it used to be. In order to maintain their position in the pharmaceutical market as much as possible, the Yiwu sect has lowered their attitude and is willing to cooperate with us smaller companies. Su Yunshan nodded. Even though the Yiwu sect may be declining somewhat, they still rank among the giants in the medical field. Your company has accomplished something remarkable in establishing cooperation with them. Exactly, third sister Su Yunshan chimed in. Then she looked at Su Yunru. Elder sister, you're back. I heard that you've made a boyfriend over a decade younger than you. Is the person standing next to you your younger boyfriend? Su Yunru nodded. Yes, his name is Lu Tian. Su Yunshan asked curiously. Why did Yunshan quarrel with him earlier? Su Yunru explained. It was just some misunderstanding. They both practice martial arts, so there's a bit of competitiveness. He Jilai interjected. Big sister, you should advise your young boyfriend not to fight with Yunshan. Yunshan is a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect. If he fights with Yunshan, it will be nothing more than a disgraceful act. Su Yunshan chuckled. It's laughable that he actually claimed he could knock me down in one move. Since he's boasting so arrogantly, I have to compete with him for sure. Su Yunru said. Yunshan, stop it. Today is Dad's birthday celebration. It would be totally inappropriate if you two were to start fighting. That's true, He Jilai added. Besides, Yunshan, you practice ancient martial arts under the Xuanhuan sect. It'll lower your dignity if you take on someone who's just learned some random street techniques. After saying this, he glanced at Lu Tian with disdain. Indeed. Su Yunshan nodded. He Jilai continued. The 4 great ancient martial arts schools, including the Xuanhuan sect, wield significant influence in commerce. Since you've become a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, you can also enhance the Su family's standing in the business world. I've also heard that the 4 great ancient martial arts schools have a mysterious expert. This expert is not only unfathomably powerful, but also highly influential in the business sector. Even the top-level commercial organization, the Universal Business Alliance, has to kowtow to him. Since you're the Su family's young master, the Xuanhuan sect will undoubtedly value you due to their own commercial interests. You need to perform well and seize the opportunity to make friends with this mysterious expert. When that day comes, your future will be limitless. Exactly, Su Yunshan chimed in. When that happens, our Su family can benefit as well, becoming one of the top-tier aristocratic families in no time. Su Yunshan said. With my current status, I probably don't even have a chance to meet such an esteemed figure, but I'll do my best. Seeing how they all looked down on Lu Tian, while they discussed their grand endeavors, Su Yunru took Lu Tian inside the villa. In the living room of the villa, Su Yunru's parents were chatting casually with some guests who had already arrived. Dad, Mom, Su Yunru greeted them. Her father, the patriarch of the Su family, Su Haobei, looked at her and said, You're back. Su Yunru's mother Meng Chunping introduced her to the guests. Let me introduce everyone. This is my daughter Su Yunru, who does business in Jiangzhou. Then she looked at Lu Tian, guessing that he must be the boyfriend accompanying Su Yunru here. However, she introduced him to the guests by saying, he's Yunru's assistant. Then she turned to Su Yunru and said, Yunru, none of our family members or guests have brought assistants along. Was it really appropriate for you to bring yours? She then leaned closer to Su Yunru's ear and whispered, If you don't want people to gossip about you, don't tell anyone he's your boyfriend. Not only did Su Yunru hear her words, but Lu Tian, standing nearby, heard them clearly as well. Su Yunru took a deep breath and placed her hand on Lu Tian's arm. He's my assistant, but he's also my boyfriend. The guests all paused momentarily, startled. Although Su Yunru looked younger than her actual age, people could still see that she was considerably older than Lu Tian. Given how young and tall and handsome Lu Tian appeared, many of the guests already assumed that he was the young man kept by Su Yunru. Chapter 204, The Achievements of the Sons-in-Law. Meng Chunping immediately became angry. Yunru, why are you so disobedient? Su Yunru said, It was you who asked me to bring my boyfriend home. Now that I've brought him here, why don't you let me acknowledge his identity? Meng Chunping angrily said, We thought at the time that you were just pretending to have a boyfriend to avoid being introduced to someone. Asking you to bring your boyfriend home was to expose your lie. We thought you would come back alone. But who would have thought that you actually brought a man back? You're nearly 30, and you found a boyfriend in his early 20s, which is already absurd. Even more absurd is that while you've been so successful in your career, he is merely your assistant. Do you think it's appropriate for you two to be together? Su Yunru firmly replied, I am deeply in love with him. What's inappropriate about that? Meng Chunping harshly scolded her. Even if you have divorced before, based on your conditions, you could still represent the Su family and form an alliance with a prestigious household. Being with him not only wastes your potential, but also embarrasses our entire family. Ha ha ha. Su Yunru laughed bitterly, increasingly sorrowful. Hearing the word alliance, she recalled the situation years ago when she was forced by family pressure to marry Zhao Jinxiong. Back then, you forced me to marry Zhao Jinxiong. Do you know how much resentment I endured? This time, concerning my lifelong happiness, I will no longer allow you to interfere. Su Yunru suddenly raised her voice and stated resolutely, You're becoming increasingly unruly. Meng Chunping bit her teeth in anger. She then turned to Lu Tian and said, Even if Yunru considers you her boyfriend, you are not qualified to become the son-in-law of the Su family. That's enough. At this moment, the head of the family, Su Haobei, spoke up. Why all this arguing in front of so many guests? Aren't we worried about looking foolish in front of everyone? Since Yunru regards him as her boyfriend, let's temporarily consider him as the Su family's prospective son-in-law. We'll address any issues after the banquet concludes. Meng Chumping snorted coldly and cast a glance towards Lu Tian and Su Yunru, choosing not to say anything further. Su Haobei sighed. He didn't approve of Su Yunru being with Lu Tian either, but he didn't outright obstruct them. At this point, Su Yunqian, his elder sister Su Yunxian, and his brother-in-law He Zhilai entered the hall. Meng Chumping quickly said, "This is my third daughter, Su Yunxian, and the gentleman next to her is her husband, He Zhilai. My son-in-law is involved in pharmaceutical distribution business. If any of you have cooperation intentions, feel free to chat with him. Also, his company has received the recognition from the Medwu sect, meaning they might collaborate with them." Su Yunxian promptly added, "In fact, my brother-in-law has already successfully negotiated a deal with the Medwu sect." "Really?" Meng Chumping praised with satisfaction. "My son-in-law truly has great achievements." He Zhilai modestly responded, "Mother-in-law flatters me too much. My small accomplishments pale in comparison to my second brother-in-law." Meng Chumping remarked, "Your second brother-in-law works as deputy minister in the commercial department of the Jiangnan Royal Palace, though not in the same industry as you. Each excels in their own way." "Reasonable," Su Yunxian agreed. "These two of my brothers-in-law are both extraordinary, much better than certain people." When he mentioned certain people, he glanced lightly and contemptuously at Lu Tian. "Right," Meng Chumping added. "Certain people don't have a single commendable achievement, yet aspire to be the son-in-law of our Su family. It's laughable." Just then, two more individuals arrived at the hall. Su Yun's second daughter Su Yunha and her husband Jiao Rui. From Meng Chumping's perspective, her second son-in-law, Jiao Rui, was the most outstanding. As such, right after they arrived, she proudly introduced them to the other guests out of vanity. Jiao Rui served as the deputy minister of the commerce department in the Jiangbei Royal Palace. Most of these present guests were entrepreneurs or company directors, hence they couldn't help but flatter Jiao Rui without hesitation. Su Yunha looked at Lu Tian. "You must be my older sister's boyfriend, right?" Lu Tian nodded gently, saying politely, "Yes, hello." Su Yunha said expressionlessly, "I heard you're my older sister's assistant. I can't imagine how you've been chosen by her, but I oppose your relationship." Su Yunru frowned. "Yunha, how could you speak to him like this?" Su Yunha replied, "I'm doing this for your good. He is only your assistant and simply doesn't match up to you. Just look, both Jiao Rui and He Zhilai can freely talk with those big bosses and gain their respect. But take a look at your so-called boyfriend. None of these bosses even bother giving him a second glance. Isn't that embarrassing? Even if you don't care about losing face, don't you at least consider the face of our family? It's more than that. He is so much younger than you. People will think you're keeping a sugar baby, and our Su family will be disgraced because of it." Su Yunxian, standing nearby, joined the conversation. "Second sister makes a valid point. Elder sister, you're more mature and steady than us. You should consider things more comprehensively. You must have been feeling lonely, which is why you got together with him. But this is not a long-term solution. Taking him as your boyfriend might mean he only sees himself as relying on a wealthy woman." Su Yunha and Su Yunxian directly confronted Su Yunru like this in front of Lu Tian. Su Yunru said coldly, "If you had said all this to me privately, I wouldn't blame you. But since you two are saying this in front of my boyfriend, you're humiliating him, and I expect you to apologize to him." Su Yunha and Su Yunxian were utterly shocked. Meng Chumping also heard her words and angrily shouted, "Yunru, what nonsense are you talking? Your sisters are trying to help you, and you want them to apologize to such an unaccomplished young man? You have no sense of shame. Stop fighting." Su Haobei spoke again. Then he looked at Su Yunru. "Back then, I forced you to be with Zhao Jinxiu. Later, when I learned how unhappy you were, I felt guilty. So now, whoever you want to be with, I won't block you anymore. However, I truly do not approve of you being with this assistant. Take care of yourself." He then said to Meng Chumping and others, "You should stop meddling in this matter too." He glanced at Su Yunru again. "Yunru, we've prepared rooms for you sisters. You live in the easternmost room on the first floor. Take your boyfriend there to rest." Meng Chumping cut in. "What are you talking about? Do you really regard him as your son-in-law by allowing Yunru to bring him to the room?" Su Haobei replied, "Shouldn't we let him go to the room instead of leaving him here to endure your mockery and sarcasm?" The second son-in-law Jiao Rui said, "Father, please calm down. I've also heard about Lu Tian's situation. Indeed, he lacks accomplishment. But avoiding the issue by letting him hide isn't helpful either. There are still many guests arriving later, and eventually, you'll need to introduce him to everyone. There's no need for him to hide. Moreover, you've already stated that you don't support sister-in-law being with him. If you let him stay here and see the gap between himself and the others, maybe he will feel inferior and give up voluntarily." Jiao Rui's words carried a strong tone of ridicule, but given his status as one of the most accomplished individuals present, Su Haobei didn't criticize him either. The third son-in-law He Zhilai commented, "The second brother-in-law has a valid point. Father, leave him alone. If he has any self-respect, he won't be comfortable staying here either." Su Haobei sighed, deciding not to dwell further on the subject. He chatted with family members and guests about various high-end topics. Su Yunru had no interest in these discussions, and she stood next to Lu Tian, feeling out of place. Lu Tian went out briefly, made some calls, and came back. As lunchtime approached, more guests arrived. Many of these guests were actually attending due to the influence of Jiao Rui and He Zhilai. "Thank you all for coming. Speaking of which, my two sons-in-law are truly accomplished, having befriended so many important figures." Meng Chumping exclaimed admiringly. She then looked at Lu Tian. "Take a look at you. Not a single guest has come to our place for your sake." Lu Tian responded, I was making phone calls earlier to invite some guests. They'll be coming shortly to show their support. Chapter 205. The Joker turned out to be themselves. Really? You actually made a phone call for people to come and support you? Meng Chumping said sarcastically. Judging by his behavior, the people he called probably aren't worth mentioning in polite company. Su Yunshin, the young master of the Su family, picked up where she left off. Then he looked at Lu Tian. Your visit here has already brought shame to our Su family. Are you also inviting more people to embarrass us? Call them now and tell them not to come. Lu Tian chuckled coldly. If you don't welcome them, when they arrive, you can ask them to leave. But I wonder if you have the guts to do so. What did you say? Su Yunshan retorted angrily. Do I lack courage? Do you even know who they are? If they were really important figures, they wouldn't give you such face. You might think they're amazing, but I certainly don't consider them worth my time. At this moment, a man about Su Haobei's age entered the hall. He was the Su family steward, named Wu Qingfa. Whenever there were important guests, he would report to the main house. Wu steward, are guests coming? Su Yunshan asked. Yes. Wu Qingfa nodded. Before he could mention who had arrived, Su Yunshan directly stated, it must be some minor characters that Lu Tian invited. Shoo them away immediately. Wu Qingfa suddenly startled. These aren't minor figures. It's xuanhuan, the head of Yiwu sect. What? Everyone was stunned. The Su family was merely a third-tier influential household in the area, yet the sect leader personally came to support the event. This made both the members of the Su family and their guests find it hard to believe. What's going on? Could Mistress Gu be mistaken in her location? Meng Chumping questioned. It's not a mistake. Her son-in-law He Zhilai took over. My company just finalized a collaboration with Yiwu sect. Mistress Gu must have come because of me. I almost forgot about that. What a great son-in-law, truly full of prestige. Meng Chumping praised. I'll go welcome Mistress Gu right away. He Zhilai declared. For someone so important, out of respect, we should all go greet her. Su Yunshin suggested this, then turned to her father, Su Haobei, with an inquiring look. Su Haobei nodded. Good. Let's go together. They didn't make such grand gestures for other arriving guests. However, as a top figure in the local pharmaceutical industry, Gu Wanhong receiving special treatment, everyone accepted without argument. You'd better not come along, lest you bring shame to our Su family. Meng Chumping said sharply to Lu Tian. She glanced at Su Yunru and added, and if you have objections, you'd better not follow. Su Yunru sighed, looking at Lu Tian. Let's go to the room and stay there. I don't want to watch you being treated like this. Lu Tian smiled. Do you remember what I once said? I mentioned, sooner or later, they will be the ones looking up to us. Speaking of which, Su Haobei's family stepped into the yard to greet Gu Wanhong, who had just arrived. Truly, Mistress Gu visiting our humble home brings great honor to us. Su Haobei remarked. Mr. Su, your kind words are appreciated. Gu Wanhong replied modestly. Mistress Gu, you've honored my father-in-law's birthday celebration based on my face, making me feel highly favored. Many thanks for gracing the occasion. He Zhilai humbly expressed. Gu Wanhong hesitated slightly before responding. Certain statements may sound hurtful, but let me clarify. I am not here due to any favor toward you. This caught He Zhilai completely off guard. So did the rest of the Su clan. In the Su family, the person most likely to receive favor from Gu Wanhong would naturally be He Zhilai, having recently completed a partnership deal with the Yiwu sect. If Gu Wanhong wasn't here for He Zhilai, then for whom? Grandfather Su, is Mr. Lu present? Gu Wanhong inquired. Mr. Lu? Su Haobei was puzzled, pausing briefly. There was only one person surnamed Lu present at the banquet, and it was Lu Tian. Could it be Mistress Gu has come for Lu Tian? Meng Chumping and others began pondering the same question. However, they quickly dismissed the possibility. Lu Tian, a minor figure like him, how could he possibly deserve such attention from Mistress Gu? But if not him, there's no other Lu around. Allow me to ask boldly, Mistress Gu, could it be that you've mistakenly come to the wrong place? He Zhilai cautiously ventured. Indeed, there is a Mr. Lu here, but he's nothing more than a nobody. Surely he cannot merit your esteemed personal presence for his support. And may I ask, what is the surname of this Mr. Lu? Gu Wanhong queried. Su Haobei responded. His name is Lu Tian. He is my eldest son-in-law. Please confirm, is the Mr. Lu you refer to indeed him? Your eldest son-in-law. Meng Chumping chimed in. What qualifications does he have to be our Su family's son-in-law? Even if sect leader Gu is looking for someone named Lu Tian, it definitely couldn't be him. Su Yunshin added, sect leader Gu, you don't know. My older sister's boyfriend has no money, no power, and no talent. There's no way he could be the person you're looking for. Yes. He Zhilai agreed. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Perhaps sect leader Gu received incorrect information. Sect leader Gu Wanhong asked, where is your Lu Tian located? Meng Chumping responded. He's in the living room of the villa. We were welcoming such an important figure as sect leader Gu, and I was concerned that a nobody like him would ruin our appearance, so we didn't bring him along. Gu Wanhong remained silent and immediately bypassed them, quickly walking toward the villa's living room. Su Haobei and the others suddenly grew alarmed and hurriedly followed after her. Mr. Lu, upon reaching the living room, Gu Wanhong respectfully greeted Lu Tian. She then turned to look at Su Haobei and the others who had just arrived and were stunned on the spot. This is the Mr. Lu I mentioned. Not possible. He Zhilai exclaimed in disbelief. Sect leader Gu, surely you can't really think he's some remarkable person? How dare you speak out of turn? Gu Wanhong rebuked angrily. What are you even worth to dare disrespect Mr. Lu? Do you want me to cancel our collaboration with your company? He Zhilai was instantly confused. Wasn't this man just the assistant of his sister-in-law? Why did sect leader Gu show him so much respect? Lu Tian said to Gu Wanhong. Thank you for coming here to honor the occasion, sect leader Gu. I might consider allowing you to retain the name Yiwu sect. The details we can discuss later. Xuanhuan became overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Liu. After hearing their conversation, He Zhilai was utterly shocked. His company managed to collaborate with Yiwu sect because Yiwu sect lost to some formidable individual and had to lower their stance to seek more partnerships. From their exchange, he realized for the first time that the powerful individual who defeated Yiwu sect was none other than Lu Tian. Not long ago, he had mocked and looked down upon Lu Tian. At the same time, Meng Chumping and the others hadn't held back their disdain for Lu Tian either. But now, the very Xuanhuan they tried so hard to flatter was treating Lu Tian with utmost respect. They not only felt embarrassed by the situation but also recognized that they themselves were the jesters all along. Chapter 206, Questioning Again. Su Haobei and others had also heard He Zhilai talk about the situation of the Yiwu sect, understanding the general circumstances. Upon learning that the Yiwu sect was defeated by Lu Tian, they were also astonished. You seem to look down on Mr. Liu. Do you know that it is an honor for you to have Mr. Liu as the Su family's son-in-law? Xuanhuan looked around at everyone from the Su family, finally fixing her gaze on Meng Chumping, who had shown the most disdain for Lu Tian. It's because we didn't fully understand the situation and wronged him, Meng Chumping carefully said. Then she forced a smile, addressing Lu Tian. Dear son-in-law, we misjudged you. Mom, you don't need to be so nice to him. It's too early to consider him a good son-in-law. Su Yinshan suddenly said. Yinshan, how dare you speak like that? He is your elder brother-in-law. You should show some respect. Meng Chumping said. Do you really think he's so capable? As far as I know, it wasn't him but the 4 ancient martial arts sects of Jiangnan who actually made the Yiwu sect lose. At this point, Su Yinshan turned to Xuanhuan and said, You don't need to keep defending him either. I can guess what happened. He Zhilai asked. Yinshan, what exactly happened? Su Yinshan replied. Although I'm not familiar with the specific details, I know that the 4 ancient martial arts sects only moved against the Yiwu sect under the order of their real mastermind behind them. So this matter must have nothing to do with Lu Tian. When sister introduced Lu Tian to us, she mentioned that his mother Lu Wenlei is a successor of the Yiwu sect. As far as I know, Xuanhuan and Lu Wenlei are from the same school, making her Lu Wenlei's junior sister. Therefore, it's no wonder that Xuanhuan came to support Lu Tian. Brother-in-law, you don't need to cater to Xuanhuan. I guarantee she wouldn't dare cancel her cooperation with your company. I am an outer disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, and Patriarch Zhou takes good care of me. Even out of respect for the Xuanhuan sect, Xuanhuan absolutely wouldn't dare to withdraw from cooperation with your company. After hearing Su Yinshan's words, He Zhilai immediately regained confidence, looking down on Lu Tian again. Lu Tian, I thought you were really something, but turns out you're just bluffing. Now that you've been exposed, don't you feel rather embarrassed? He Zhilai mocked sarcastically. Then he looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, being the leader of the Yiwu sect, yet you're here playing up for such an unworthy man. Don't you find it quite embarrassing? Xuanhuan said. He Zhilai, do you think what this young brother-in-law understands is the truth? She then asked Lu Tian. Mr. Liu, should I cancel my cooperation with his company? Lu Tian replied. Don't worry about this matter. Xuanhuan nodded without saying anything more, waiting on the side to see how things would unfold. Su Yinshan said. Xuanhuan, your mediocre act with Lu Tian has been exposed by me, so stop trying to defend him any further. Meng Chumping glared angrily at Lu Tian. You incompetent thing, not only are you incapable, but you're pretending to be important here. Being disdained is well-deserved. She turned to Su Yunru. Yunru, you must break up with him immediately and drive him out of the Su family. That's enough. Su Haobei shouted angrily. I've already said, leave Yunru's lifelong happiness alone. Whether or not to be with Lu Tian is her own decision. Meng Chumping retorted. Even if we don't interfere, we can't let her go wild. Members of our Su family choosing partners must at least choose someone successful. Su Yinshan agreed. Mom is right. Then she turned to Su Yunru and said, Big sister, listen to Mom's advice and break up with this jerk. That's right, big sister. Su Yunha chimed in. Given your conditions, why waste time on such an incompetent man? Jiao Rui, the second son-in-law, added. Big sister, they are advising you for your own good. Think carefully. What qualifications does this Lu Tian guy have to date someone as excellent as you? The third son-in-law, He Zhilai, chimed in. Big sister, everyone in the family is giving you this advice, so don't obstinately insist anymore. This useless man isn't worth your efforts. Su Yunru coldly stated. I will not break up with him. Also, while you can try to advise me, please refrain from mocking him in front of me. Meng Chumping snapped. It's his fault for being lazy and pretending to be somebody. Such behavior earns him ridicule and embarrassment. Just then, the butler Wu Qingfa returned to report, since another guest had arrived. Master of the house, Patriarch Zhou Qifeng of the Xuanhuan sect has come to celebrate your birthday. Upon hearing this, both the Su family members and guests displayed expressions of disbelief. Is this true? To everyone's surprise, Su Yinshan was the first to express doubt. Although he is an outer disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, and Zhou Qifeng has taken care of him, Su Yinshan could not believe that he had any qualifications to make Zhou Qifeng visit just for his father's birthday. Master Zhou has already arrived. He's at the door. Wu Qingfa reported. He Zhilai said. Yinshan, it seems Master Zhou appreciates you greatly, so he came to honor the Su family. That's good news. Su Haobei said. Let's stop talking and hurry to welcome Master Zhou. Su Haobei led the family members to greet Zhou Qifeng, leaving only Lu Tian and Su Yunru in the living room, wishing Mr. Su boundless happiness and longevity. In the courtyard, Zhou Qifeng greeted Su Haobei while asking his disciples to present the gifts. So many gifts. Master Zhou, you are too kind, Su Haobei said. These gifts aren't for me alone. They also include gifts entrusted by the other 3 ancient martial arts sects masters, the Mingdog sect, the Free and Easy sect, and the Steel Egg sect, Zhou Qifeng said. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Su family was shocked. It was already surprising enough that Zhou Qifeng would come here just because Su Yunxian was his outer disciple. But now, even the masters of the other 3 great ancient martial sects had sent their regards with gifts. What was going on? The Su family had no ties with those other 3 ancient sects, yet they were honored like this? Su Haobei hesitated to ask right away, but responded politely. Thank you for the congratulatory messages from all of the masters. Since I don't have direct contact information for the other 3 masters, please thank them on my behalf, through Master Zhou. Zhou Qifeng waved his hand dismissively and smiled. Mr. Su, your words make me feel very uncomfortable. Both me and the other 3 masters wouldn't dare to accept your gratitude considering we're doing this in favor of Mr. Liu. This statement stunned Su Haobei and the others speechless on the spot. Mr. Liu? How did Mr. Liu get involved again? Could the Mr. Liu mentioned by Master Zhou possibly be referring to Liu Tian once more? Chapter 207. A bigger power arrives. Su Yunxian cautiously asked. Master, who is this Mr. Liu you mentioned? Zhou Qifeng was taken aback. Isn't it your brother-in-law, Liu Tian? He is the greatest backing of our 4 ancient martial arts sections. Didn't he tell you that? Buzz buzz buzz. Su Yunxian's head rang continuously in shock. Not long ago, when he thought Liu Tian and xuanhuan were conspiring together for a show, he had acted arrogantly in front of everyone saying the 4 sects' success had nothing to do with Liu Tian. And earlier, He Zhilai had even discussed with him about the mysterious backing of the 4 sects, urging him to try meeting the high-level person. He confidently said he would. Now he finally realized who the high personage was. It was Liu Tian, whom he had looked down upon. It was like slapping his face. It wasn't just him. At that time, those who belittled Liu Tian included Meng Chunping, Su Yunhe, Su Yunxian, and also Jia Rui and He Zhilai, these 2 sons-in-law. They all felt as if they were getting an invisible slap in their faces, extremely uncomfortable. Su Haobei glanced at them, sighed deeply, and then invited Zhou Qifeng to the living room. Meng Chunping and others followed along. Each of them smiled as if it hurt more than crying. Mr. Liu, as they reached the living room, Zhou Qifeng greeted politely. He noticed xuanhuan and immediately appeared puzzled. Xuanhuan, why are you here too? Liu Tian replied. I've already agreed to her peace talk request. She's here on my account, to support the situation. Grandmaster Zhou, you've arrived just in time. Could you help me clarify something? Just now, Su Yunxian claimed that the Yiwu sect wasn't defeated by me, but by your 4 ancient martial sects and their hidden support behind you. And he also said that xuanhuan and I were just conspiring together for show. Could you explain the actual situation to everyone? Su Yunxian, nervous, said, Brother-in-law, I wrongfully accused you before. I have just learned from Grandmaster Zhou that you are the one providing the support to their 4 sects. Upon hearing this, Su Yunru looked at Liu Tian with surprise. She thought she understood Liu Tian quite well, but in fact, she knew very little about him, especially about his true abilities. Learning that Liu Tian was the backing of the 4 ancient martial sects made her feel incredulous too. Liu Tian gazed at Su Yunxian. If it was merely a misunderstanding leading you to accuse me falsely, I wouldn't hold it against you, but you spared no effort in mocking me. How do you intend to explain yourself to me? Liu Tian, surely you're not expecting all of us who mocked you to apologize. Su family's second son-in-law, Jia Rui, suddenly said. Liu Tian responded, Father-in-law didn't mock me. Mother-in-law may have been harsh in words, but as an elder, out of respect, I won't hold it against her. But all the others who mocked me must apologize. The ones who mocked him naturally referred to Su Yunhe, Su Yunxian, Jia Rui, He Zhilai, and Su Yunxian. Humph, Jia Rui angrily retorted. That you have become the backing of the 4 sects certainly makes me view you differently, but don't think I'll be afraid of you. I'm the Deputy Minister of Commerce at the Jiangnan Wang's palace. Do you really think I need to care about your opinion? Then he turned toward the other people Liu Tian demanded apologies from, and said, You don't need to apologize either. With me supporting you, he won't dare do anything. Rubbish. Su Haobei furiously scolded. Liu Tian is reasoning with you, not competing for power with you. Reason and emotion both demand that you should apologize. Jia Rui replied, Dad, I'm sorry, but this time I can't listen to you. We mocked him due to a misunderstanding, thinking he didn't qualify to be Su family's son-in-law, wanting to drive him away. Su Haobei responded, Whether he qualifies to be a Su family son-in-law isn't for you to decide. If Yunru respects him, he has the qualification. You talk too much. Meng Chunping snapped at Su Haobei. Then she looked at Liu Tian and said, Liu Tian, you've proven capable enough to deserve marrying into the Su family. However, I advise you not to keep harping on this matter. Jia Rui is in politics and wields significant power. You'd better treat him with proper respect. Liu Tian said, Even with his high status, he should still act reasonably. Since he is involved in politics, he should be even more cautious with his words and actions. Coldly, he stared at Jia Rui. Are you really refusing to apologize? Jia Rui coldly chuckled. If I refuse to apologize, are you planning to fight me? You're the backing of the 4 sects and must be pretty skilled. But if you dare touch me, I guarantee that the Jiangnan Royal Palace will hold you accountable. Su Yunhe said, Liu Tian, stop pressing the advantage. Let go of this incident. It's better for everyone. Su Yunxian continued. Lu Tian, if you want to make a bigger issue out of this, we won't fear you. In the end, you'll regret it. She then shouted at Su Yunru. Big sister, you should quickly persuade your little boyfriend to stop before he humbles himself. Su Yunru was a bit lost and unsure what to do. Of course, she supported Lu Tian, but she also worried about him getting into trouble. At this moment, the Su family steward, Wu Chengfa, came to the living room to report. Master of the house, another honored guest has arrived. This time, his tone was obviously much more excited than before. It's the King of Jiangnan who's here to wish you happy birthday. The King of Jiangnan came for the birthday celebration. This news shocked Su Haobei and others as well as all the guests, leaving them speechless with astonishment. Jia Rui was the first to regain his senses, saying in excitement, I can't believe that the King of Jiangnan would grace me with such honor by attending my father-in-law's birthday banquet. Just when they had recovered from their shock, the King of Jiangnan had already been led into the hall by other reception staff. King of Jiangnan, Su Haobei, and others hurriedly greeted politely. The King of Jiangnan coming to attend my father-in-law's birthday banquet leaves me deeply honored. Jia Rui said respectfully. Lu Tian, we're all respectfully greeting the King of Jiangnan. Why don't you say anything? Are you looking down on the King of Jiangnan? Su Yunxian suddenly scolded Lu Tian harshly. He was still resentful that Lu Tian had demanded apologies from them, so he used this opportunity to challenge Lu Tian. He thought that in this way, Lu Tian would have no choice but to ask Jia Rui for help to plead with the King of Jiangnan on his behalf. Then, they could use this situation to further make things difficult for Lu Tian. However, events didn't go as he had predicted. How disrespectful. With Mr. Lu's stature, he doesn't need to extend any greeting to me. It should be me greeting him instead. The King of Jiangnan reprimanded angrily. Then, he courteously looked at Lu Tian. For Mr. Lu to invite me to attend the birthday banquet of Senior Su is an extraordinary honor for me. As soon as the King of Jiangnan made this statement, everyone was startled to gasp sharply. Who exactly is this Lu Tian? How could he command such respect from the King of Jiangnan? Jia Rui was completely dumbfounded. The situation was now clear. The King of Jiangnan came to attend the banquet not out of respect for him, but for Lu Tian. Just a few minutes ago, he acted arrogantly because of his job in the Jiangnan royal palace and treated Lu Tian with contempt. Only now did he realize that his earlier behavior was nothing short of grotesque farce. Chapter 208, a surprise for her. I would like to discuss a question with King Jiangnan, Lu Tian said. Mr. Lu, please go ahead. King Jiangnan replied politely. There is someone who, relying on their high position and power, offends others and refuses to apologize. If you had a subordinate like this, what would you do? Lu Tian's words had barely fallen when Jia Rui, standing not far away, was immediately scared out of his wits. Of course, Jia Rui knew that the person Lu Tian was talking about was none other than himself. This also meant that Lu Tian was going to settle accounts with him. At that moment, Su Yunhe, Su Yunxian, Su Yunshin, and He Zhilai, who had refused to apologize along with him earlier, were already quaking in their boots. If I had such a person under my command, I would definitely punish him. As for how, it depends on the specific circumstances. King Jiangnan said. Suddenly he thought of something. Is it that one of my subordinates has offended Mr. Lu? Could it be? He suddenly looked at Jia Rui. Is it that you have offended Mr. Lu? I'm sorry. Jia Rui stammered an apology. Then he looked cautiously at Lu Tian. Mr. No, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Please let me off because we're both sons-in-law of the Su family. Su Yunhe also hurried to apologize. Elder brother-in-law. I'm sorry. We know we were wrong, so don't hold it against us for the sake of our elder sister. Su Yunxian, He Zhilai, and Su Yunshun were also apologizing and begging for mercy as they said, Elder brother-in-law, we are sorry. Meng Chunping, who hadn't been required to apologize earlier, also joined in. Good son-in-law. I also apologize to you, I'm sorry. Lu Tian said, since you've apologized, I will, for Yunru's sake, not hold it against you. Thank you, elder brother-in-law. Jia Rui and others quickly expressed their gratitude. King Jiangnan then looked at Jia Rui, write a self-examination report and submit it to me later. Yes. Jia Rui nodded repeatedly, then lowered his head in shame. Su Haobei then turned to look at the Su family members. Do you now understand what real masters hide in plain sight means? Of course, I just learned it myself. He sighed and said to Lu Tian. In the past, I thought you weren't qualified to be the Su family's son-in-law. I didn't want to stop Yunru's choice, but now I realize that marrying into our family is an honor for us. Lu Tian replied. Yunru and I love each other sincerely. There's no issue of whether or not I am worthy. Right. Su Haobei laughed. But speaking of which, Yunru being able to date you really proves she has excellent taste. He then looked at Su Yunru. Daughter, you have such an outstanding boyfriend. You must cherish him well. Su Yunru was still coming to her senses. Before coming here, she had told Lu Tian that they might receive some cold faces. But Lu Tian had said it would be them looking up to them instead. She didn't expect that it would actually come true. To her, this was absolutely a huge surprise. But it also left her very astonished. King Jiangnan, the medical martial sect's leader, and the master of the Zhanghai sect representing the four ancient martial sects, Zhou Qifeng, were top figures in the political, medical, and martial fields in the Jiangnan area. Yet from the situation currently presented before her eyes, Lu Tian's status and identity must certainly surpass even these leaders. How did he achieve this? After a while, the steward Wu Chengfa came again. This time too, He was reporting news, but not the arrival of any guests. It was to inform everyone that the banquet was ready. Family members of the Su clan invited the guests to proceed to the banquet hall for dining. The guests could also tell that Lu Tian was the most prestigious individual present among them. Such a remarkable person became a son-in-law of the Su family. The guests scrambled to curry favor with Lu Tian and the entire Su family. Although Su Haobei, as the patriarch of the third-tier Su family, usually maintained some airs, this level of enthusiastic support and respect was unprecedented for him. This greatly improved his mood, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "The eldest son-in-law is too awesome." After the banquet ended, the guests gradually dispersed. In the afternoon, Lu Tian chatted idly with people from the Su family and 2 other sons-in-law of the Su family. Those who had previously looked down on him, like Jia Rui et al., now treated him with courtesy. Su Yunru also felt quite proud. By nightfall, Meng Chumping had prepared 3 rooms for her 3 daughters and their respective husbands to stay in. Su Yunha and Su Yinxian had been married for a long time, and it made perfect sense for them to stay with their respective spouses. As for Su Yunru and Lu Tian, since they were not yet married, according to tradition, if they stayed at the bride's home, they wouldn't be arranged to stay together. Meng Chumping didn't initially plan for them to stay in the same room when preparing the accommodations. Her original intention was to directly evict Lu Tian from the Su residence, so she only prepared 1 room for Su Yunru. But things were different now. Meng Chumping was even more satisfied with this eldest son-in-law than the other 2 sons-in-law. Even though Su Yunru felt embarrassed to stay with Lu Tian, she insisted they stay together. That night, Lu Tian and Su Yunru came to the bedroom. "You should know that I have a question for you," Su Yunru said. "You're wondering why King Jiangnan and others are so deferential to me?" Lu Tian asked. "Yeah, no matter how long it takes, you must tell me. It does take some time to explain. Let's lie down in bed and talk about it slowly." "No way. If we lie down in bed, all you'll think about is doing what you want to do." "What do I want to do?" You're deliberately asking when you know full well. Tell me the details first, and then I'll let you do what you want." Lu Tian had nothing to hide. He first talked about providing formulas for auxiliary pills that enhance cultivation, helping the 4 ancient martial sects refine their cultivation methods. Then he explained the ins and outs of xuanhuan causing him trouble, being defeated by him, and subsequently agreeing to negotiate. These were truths. But when it came to King Jiangnan, he didn't mention eliminating the Shadow Sect branchmaster and rescuing King Jiangnan and others. This involved the Shadow Sect. If Su Yunru knew he was opposing the Shadow Sect, she would definitely try her best to dissuade him. If she failed, she would tell her mother to dissuade him. He claimed that he simply attended King Jiangnan's banquet with his elder sister Ding Baishuang, and after Ding Baishuang introduced him, King Jiangnan appreciated his strength. The first 2 events already left Su Yunru feeling shocked by his capabilities, so she didn't question the third point where he glossed over. "When we were in Jiangzhou, you solved many problems and also helped me solve a lot of issues. Was it entirely through your own abilities?" "Of course. I've never concealed my strength from you. It's just that you didn't believe me, assuming Yi Qiansno or Aunt Bai were always supporting me. In the past, I thought I understood you, but now I realize I don't understand you at all." "You can't say not at all. There's one thing you know very well about me." "What is it?" "The next thing we're going to do in the nest of quilts." Lu Tian smiled as he said this, then gently placed her on the bed. Chapter 209, Help sought from a wealthy family. "Tonight, let's not do this," Su Yunru said, her face flushed red. "Why not?" Lu Tian was somewhat displeased. "You said that after I finished talking about my matters, you would do what I want with me. I regret it a little. You're not officially the Su family's son-in-law yet, and if we carry on like this at the Su residence, people will gossip. It's only the 2 of us here. Who would know what we are doing? They might hear us. Yunha and her husband live in the next room. We just need to be careful not to make too much noise." "Sounds easy for you to say, but you always get me so worked up." As she said this, Su Yunru's face turned even redder, and she shyly turned away. Just then, they heard strange sounds coming from the next room that were indescribable. Lu Tian's heart raced upon hearing this, but out of respect for Su Yunru, he did not proceed further. He was about to move away from Su Yunru when she suddenly hugged him. "Miss Su, what are you doing? Don't call me Miss Su. You're now officially part of the Su family. Just call me Yunru." "Yunru, if you feel embarrassed, you don't have to force yourself." "Listen, isn't the sound from the next room a bit exaggerated? It feels like they're deliberately making all this commotion." "That's true. I understand now. It must be because I stole the limelight at today's banquet, embarrassing Jia Rui, so he wants to one-up me in another way." Cloud seems quite compliant, but her acting is over the top. "Forget them. I'm not that competitive. If you're as amazing as I know you are, that's all that matters." "No way. You're the best son-in-law in the Su family. I want you to surpass them in every way." After hearing Su Yunru say this, Lu Tian immediately became energized and launched a passionate assault on her. The noise from their room exceeded that from the neighboring room, with no element of pretense, and lasted longer. The couple in the next room, after perhaps hearing the sounds from their side, felt inferior, and their own performance seemed less spirited. The following morning, when everyone gathered together for breakfast, both Jia Rui and Su Yuna couldn't help but glance at Lu Tian and Su Yunru with envious eyes. Su Yunru felt rather embarrassed, but was in a very good mood. That morning, Lu Tian received a call from Zhou Qifeng. Zhou Qifeng said that one of his friends had suddenly become very weak. Yet, despite multiple hospital checkups, nothing had been diagnosed. His friend was named Lin Dongha, the head of the prestigious Lin family in the provincial capital. Previously, Lin Dongha had been out of town on business and missed Wang Jiangnan's banquet, so Lu Tian hadn't met him. The Lin family publicly announced that anyone who could cure their head would receive a reward of 20 million yuan. Zhou Qifeng knew about Lu Tian's exceptional medical skills and therefore wanted him to come take a look. Lu Tian agreed to help, and Zhou Qifeng promptly arrived to pick him up. Upon arriving at the gates of the Lin residence, Zhou Qifeng led Lu Tian into the estate. Lin family's butler came out to greet them and escorted them to Lin Dongha's room. On the bed in the room lay a middle-aged man looking extremely pale. Upon seeing Zhou Qifeng, he struggled to sit up slightly. "Brother Zhou, sorry for not greeting you properly. I've been unwell recently." Zhou Qifeng said, "There's no need for formalities, Brother Lin. This is the renowned doctor I told you about, Lu Tian." Lin Dongha looked at Lu Tian, startled. He was surprised because Lu Tian looked far too young. This so-called famous doctor appeared so young. How profound could his medical knowledge be? Did he really deserve to be called a renowned doctor? Though Lin Dongha harbored these thoughts and doubted Lu Tian's competence, due to his trust in Zhou Qifeng, he was willing to let Lu Tian give it a try. After diagnosing Lin Dongha's pulse, Lu Tian already figured out the root of his problem. "Mr. Lin, your current condition is due to the consumption of some kind of toxic substance. This can't be. If it was food poisoning, shouldn't the hospital have been able to detect it? The toxins in your body were expelled after they damaged certain functions of your system. If that's the case, shouldn't the hospital still be able to deduce the cause of my discomfort through changes in my bodily functions? Your poisoning was unique. The toxin directly affected your dantian, energy center, causing it to amplify your internal forces which then surged throughout your body, leading to your present condition. If it's an issue with my dantian, wouldn't the hospital also be able to detect it? To reiterate, your situation is special. While it may be difficult to pinpoint the problem with your dantian, it undoubtedly exists. As you mentioned, I do feel a force surging within my body. However, my diet has always been strict, and it doesn't feel like I've consumed any poisonous substance. Has anyone in your family experienced a similar condition to yours? No. Think about it. Is there anything that only you have eaten while your family hasn't? There is actually one thing. The qi and blood pill from the Yi Wu Min sect, which was gifted to me by Wang Luo, the medicine king of Jiangnan. This answer also startled Lu Tian. If Lin Dongha's current symptoms were indeed caused by the qi and blood pill, it could only mean that the pill contained poison. The severity of his condition wasn't something as simple as poor quality control on the pills, but more likely someone deliberately poisoned the pill. While Xuanhuan, the head of Yi Wu Min valued profit, based on Lu Tian's understanding of her, he didn't think she would commit such an act. Lin Dongha had mentioned earlier that it was Luo Zhan who gifted him the pills. The person who laced the pills with poison could be Luo Zhan, or perhaps even a traitor from within Yi Wu Min. "I'll treat you first." Lu Tian asked him to lift his shirt and performed acupuncture on his dantian and several surrounding areas. Just at that moment, footsteps were heard at the door. "Dr. Feng, please come in." Young Master Lin Yao Liang, politely invited an elder into the room. The man called Dr. Feng's name was Feng Dabin, a renowned doctor from Yanjing. "Uncle Zhou, so you're here to visit my father?" Lin Yao Liang addressed Zhou Qifeng. "I've invited a miraculous doctor to treat your father, and this is divine Dr. Lu," Zhou Qifeng said. "What?" Lin Yao Liang was suddenly shocked. He had initially thought Lu Tian was merely Zhou Qifeng's assistant. Only after hearing Zhou Qifeng's words did he notice that Lu Tian was currently performing acupuncture on Lin Dongha. "Uncle Zhou, are you joking? He looks younger than I am. How much medical expertise can he possibly have?" "Young Master Lin, don't underestimate him. The 4 ancient martial sects formulas for auxiliary Dan pills that enhance cultivation are all provided by Mr. Lu. Just because he can provide you with Dan formulas doesn't mean he has superb medical skills. Besides, the Dan formulas he gave you might not even be his creation." After saying this, Lin Yao Liang looked at Lu Tian. "I want Dr. Feng to treat my father. Won't you step aside immediately?" Chapter 210, Watch them regret. "Mr. Lin, be a little more polite when you speak to Mr. Lu." Zhou Qifeng said, "I don't believe he can cure my father. He might even harm him. How can I be polite to him?" Lin Yao Liang then said to Lin Dongha, "Dad, I've invited Dr. Feng to treat you." Lin Dongha looked at Lu Tian. "Mr. Lu, although I don't know how good your medical skills are, his medical skills must not be good." Feng Dabin interrupted before he could finish. Feng Dabin continued, "I can see that his set of acupuncture needles is treating your dantian, but from your complexion, I can determine that your body's problem isn't in the dantian, but in the meridians throughout your body." "What?" Lin Dongha's face showed shock and anger as he looked at Lu Tian. "What I wanted to say is, relatively speaking, I trust Dr. Feng's medical skill more, so I want him to treat me. But I didn't expect you would use a wrong method on me." Lu Tian said, "My method is correct. It's this Dr. Feng whose judgment is wrong." Feng Dabin was instantly enraged. "Who do you think you are? You dare question my judgment?" Lin Yaoliang glared at Lu Tian. "Move aside immediately and let Dr. Feng treat my father." Lu Tian looked at Lin Dongha. "Do you want me to treat you or let Dr. Feng treat you?" Without hesitation, Lin Dongha said, "I already said, I trust Dr. Feng's medical skill more, so of course, I'll let him treat me." Lu Tian stopped saying anything and directly retrieved the silver needles from the other person. Lin Dongha looked at Zhou Qifeng. "Younger brother Zhou, thank you for your kindness, but I really can't trust the so-called divine doctor you invited." Zhou Qifeng sighed and said to Lu Tian, "Mr. Lu, sorry for causing you trouble." Lu Tian said, "I don't care anyway. They will regret it later." "What do you mean by that?" Feng Dabin angrily said. "Was it because my exposure of your less than impressive medical skill that made you break down?" Lin Dongha said, "Dr. Feng, don't bother arguing with him. Zhou Qifeng said to Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, let me take you back. He can't leave yet. Lin Yaoyang said harshly. Zhou Qifeng frowned. Is there still something? Lin Yaoyang said. Dr. Feng mentioned earlier that his treatment method had issues. Let him stay here first. If anything happens to my father, I will hold him responsible. Hearing what Lin Yaoyang said, Zhou Qifeng suddenly became worried. Of course, he wasn't worried about Lu Tian, but rather for Lin Yaoyang, his friend's son. Given Lu Tian's temper, having first been questioned about his medical skills, and now being targeted this way, Lu Tian might very likely just confront Lin Yaoyang outright. Then, the Zhou family might not be able to stop Lu Tian from doing so, nor could the Lin family side possibly stand up against him. Master Lin, I still have to say it, please show more respect towards Mr. Lu. Zhou Qifeng said. Lu Tian looked at Zhou Qifeng. I don't plan on leaving. I'm waiting to see the expressions on their faces when they regret it. What did you say? Lin Yaoyang gritted his teeth in anger. Let me tell you, if I weren't worried about affecting my father's treatment, I would have called my underlings to teach you a lesson long ago. Feng Dabin said. Master Lin, stop for now. After I cure Mr. Lin, you can deal with him then. After diagnosing Lin Dongha's pulse, Feng Dabin said. It's exactly as I suspected, the problem lies in the meridians. Then, Feng Dabin began treating Lin Dongha, also using acupuncture as his method. Following his acupuncture treatment, Lin Dongha appeared visibly better. Dad, how are you feeling now? Lin Yaoyang asked. I feel much better. Lin Dongha said. As expected, only Dr. Feng is reliable. Not like certain people pretending to be miracle doctors. Lin Dongha spoke to Lu Tian. For the sake of younger brother Zhou, I won't hold you accountable. You can go. Lin Yaoyang also turned to Lu Tian. Thankfully, my father is unharmed. Otherwise I wouldn't forgive you. Lu Tian looked at Lin Dongha. You must not think Dr. Feng has already cured you? Lin Yaoyang flew into a rage. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing my father? Lu Tian said. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. From the way your father looks, the symptoms will likely occur again within 5 seconds, and become worse than before. Don't be absurd. Feng Dabin glared at Lu Tian. Your incorrect diagnosis of Mr. Lin's condition makes you no authority to make such bold statements. Lu Tian said. There are 3 seconds left. Lin Dongha was angry. Because of younger brother Zhou's face, I intended to let you go. Don't be insolent. Lin Yaoyang looked at Zhou Qifeng. Uncle Zhou, I'm going to call my men to teach him a lesson. I hope you don't stop me. Lu Tian said. There is 1 second left. Lin Dongha immediately stood up from the bed. 1 second, right? I'll let you see. I'm feeling so energetic now. I can already stand. Clang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dongha's legs gave out, and he collapsed back onto the bed. His face contorted in obvious pain, and his body appeared much weaker. Lin Yaoyang was greatly alarmed. How could this happen? Dr. Feng, what's going on? Feng Dabin was also flustered. I need to recheck his pulse. After checking Lin Dongha's pulse again, Feng Dabin's face grew even more anxious. His symptoms have worsened compared to before. Lin Yaoyang suddenly glared furiously at Lu Tian. It must be because of a mistake when you were treating my father that led to this situation. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he swiftly swung a punch toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian retaliated with a slap that preceded Lin Yaoyang's punch. Lin Yaoyang's fist didn't even reach halfway before Lu Tian's palm struck him hard across the face. Slap. Lin Yaoyang hit the floor with a thud. Help! Somebody! At Lin Yaoyang's call, several bodyguards rushed into the room. Lin Yaoyang pointed at Lu Tian. Teach him a harsh lesson. Hold it! Zhou Qifeng roared loudly, stepping forward to block the bodyguards heading for Lu Tian. Lu Tian simply shoved Zhou Qifeng aside, and after a flurry of punches, the bodyguards ended up rolling on the ground. Lin Yaoyang had already gotten up from the floor, looking at Lu Tian with visible tension. Slap. Lu Tian delivered another resounding slap. Lin Yaoyang once again fell flat on the floor. Master Lin, we've misunderstood him. Feng Dabin suddenly said. Feng Dabin sighed, continuing. I carefully analyzed your father's pulse just now and realized the problem is indeed with the dantian. I didn't detect it earlier because the more apparent signs of damage to the meridians overshadowed the issue in the dantian. The real situation is, due to a problem with the dantian, it caused a loss of control over his inner strength, which damaged the meridians. Though arrogant, Feng Dabin still valued fairness. With an apologetic expression, he looked at Lu Tian. Your treatment method was correct, and I was wrong. Lu Tian ignored him, directly addressing Zhou Qifeng. There's no need for you to see me off. I'll return on my own. Feng Dabin was suddenly startled. Mr. Lu, please treat him. Based on my medical skills, it will be very difficult for me to cure him properly. Lin Dongha said. I've also mistaken Mr. Lu. I apologize. I sincerely ask Mr. Lu to heal me. In a hurry, Lin Yaoyang apologized. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. I beg you. Please treat my father. Lu Tian didn't bother with them and kept walking towards the door. Chapter 211. Shouldn't provoked him. Uncle Zhou, please help us beg Mr. Lu for mercy. Lin Yaoyang said urgently. Lin Dongha followed. Younger brother Zhou, please help. Zhou Qifeng sighed. If only you had known this from the start. He was very disappointed with how Lin family's father and son had angered Lu Tian, but due to their decades-long friendship, he still planned to plead for them. Mr. Lu, Zhou Qifeng called out. If you're here to plead for them, there's no need to say more. I will not forgive them. Lu Tian said coldly. Mr. Lu, this Mr. Lin is a friend of mine for many decades. Please take pity on him for my sake. I've already given you enough face as it is. That's why I haven't continued punishing them. Mr. Lu, How about this? Let me ask them to increase the medical fee. Whatever price you want to set, just name it. As much as I like money, they've offended me. If I can make them regret it, I'd rather not profit off of them. Mr. Liu, with your status and position, there's really no need for you to stoop to their level, right? Ho ho, you don't think I'm extremely generous-hearted, do you? Truth be told, I bear grudges. Once I have a grudge against someone, it's hard for me to forgive them. Stop trying to persuade me. If you keep pleading on their behalf, I might go punish them again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qifeng didn't dare ask any longer and sent his driver to drive Lu Tian back. Speaking of the head of Yiwu's sect, Xuanhuan, she received a call from Lu Tian. Lu Tian talked about going to treat Lin Dongha and finding out that Lin Dongha's poisoning might be related to the qi and blood pills made by Yiwu's sect. After Xuanhuan lost to him, she initiated peace talks with him and gave him benefits by letting him co-manage Yiwu's sect with her. Thus, Lu Tian also cared about the reputation of Yiwu's sect because its standing directly impacted his own interests. By telling Xuanhuan about the situation, Lu Tian wanted her to look into the matter thoroughly. Xuanhuan became extremely furious after learning the situation. The qi and blood pill was specifically made by Yiwu's sect to gain the favor of various major families, gifted as non-selling items to them. These pills were produced according to the recipe provided by Luo Jinsao's company, who also handed them out. Xuanhuan suspected Luo Jinsao was somehow involved in the matter and immediately launched an investigation. Let's return to the Lin family side. Mr. Liu is very angry, and I couldn't persuade him. You shouldn't have provoked him. Zhou Qifeng said. It's all my fault. Feng Dabin said. If it weren't for my misunderstanding of Mr. Liu, this outcome wouldn't have happened. Lin Dongha said. Dr. Feng, stop blaming yourself and treat me instead. Maybe you can cure me too. Actually, Lin Dongha also harbored resentment towards Dr. Feng internally. However, since Lu Tian refused to treat him, and he still needed Feng Dabin to try treating him, he dared not offend Dr. Feng. Through acupuncture, Feng Dabin treated Lin Dongha's Dan Tian. After the session ended, Lin Dongha indicated that he didn't feel any improvement in his condition at all. Feng Dabin took his pulse again, then apologized. Indeed, there has been no improvement. I thought my medical skills were quite decent, yet I am powerless against your condition, sorry. Let me use my connections to contact several famous doctors, see if anyone among them can treat Mr. Lin's condition. Feng Dabin felt uncomfortable staying here anymore and got up to leave after saying these words. Although Lin family's father and son wanted to scold him, upon hearing his promise to help contact renowned doctors, they dared not stop him. Lin Dongha looked at Zhou Qifeng. Even if Feng Dabin finds some famous doctors, those doctors might still fail to treat me. Younger brother Zhou, I still have to bother you to help invite Mr. Liu to treat me. Zhou Qifeng said. You too provoked Mr. Liu. My previous attempts at persuasion failed. Even if I ask again, it won't be easy to bring him back. Lin Dongha responded calmly. I'm willing to pay a higher medical fee. Initially, the offered 20 million yuan could now be increased to 50 million. And if he still refuses, I can offer even more money. I have plenty of money. Surely I can hire him. Lin Yaoyang added. We don't have to keep raising his payment. We should simply approach first with courtesy and then resort to force if necessary. Let's set the price at 50 million. If he still refuses, we'll intimidate him with physical strength. What good is it if he's just good at fighting? We can hire more skilled experts to handle him. I don't believe he can withstand such pressure. Filthy nonsense. Zhou Qifeng suddenly got enraged and slapped Lin Yaoyang across the face. Staggering several steps backward from the slap, Lin Yaoyang asked resentfully. Uncle Zhou, why did you hit me? Zhou Qifeng retorted. I am punishing you on behalf of Mr. Liu. If Mr. Liu hears what you said, I guarantee your end would be tragic. Lin Yaoyang, feeling bu feng, said. So what if he knows a bit of kung fu? What's so great about that? I can hire more experts. Before he could finish, Zhou Qifeng slapped his face again. Brother Zhou, that's enough. Lin Dongha said. Still bu. Lin Yaoyang continued. Uncle Zhou, I just criticized him behind his back, and you hit me for it. Is he really worth your such attention? Huh? Zhou Qifeng was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Lin Yaoyang. It's not that I pay attention to him, but all four of our ancient martial arts sects need his support. I'll tell you, the status of our four sects now is all thanks to his assistance. You may have heard that our four sects once invited a top expert to be our leader, and that expert was Lu Tian. Have you heard of the Seven Killers Gate, the top assassin organization overseas? The master of the Seven Killers Gate regards himself as Mr. Lu's junior. That's just what I know, and what I know is only the tip of the iceberg regarding Mr. Lu's strength and position. You idiot, you actually want to hire experts to deal with him? If you dare to do that, you won't even know how you died. Lin Yaoyang was directly scared to the point where his legs went limp, and in a panic, he sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Lin Dongha was also shocked to his core. It's too terrifying. Zhou Qifeng looked at him. Do you think offering more money will get him to come? Do you think you're richer or the World Business Alliance is richer? Lin Dongha was suddenly startled. The World Business Alliance is a top-tier commercial organization. How can I possibly compare with them? Zhou Qifeng said. Mr. Liu has another identity. He's the patron of the World Business Alliance. With just one word from Mr. Liu, your Lin family could go bankrupt. Listening to his explanation, Lin Dongha's complexion kept changing due to growing fear and anxiety. Chapter 212. Who's behind this? Zhou Qifeng continued. No matter how much you pay, you may not be able to hire Mr. Liu. If you dare to use force, then you're just looking for death. Lin Dongha anxiously said. Young brother Zhou, you must know Mr. Liu better than us. Can you give us some advice? How can we make Mr. Liu forgive us? Zhou Qifeng said. I do have an idea. Perhaps you don't know yet. Su Haobei's eldest daughter, Su Yunru, is Mr. Lu's girlfriend. If you go and please the Su family, such as finding them to sign large orders, it's equivalent to pleasing Mr. Lu. Of course, this isn't enough. Mr. Lu is very interested in precious herbs, because if he gets hold of valuable herbs, he usually uses them to refine elixirs. You should have valuable herbs here, right? If you give them to him, and he is interested in them, he will be happy too. Lin Donghe lit up. Good idea. However, even so, I still need young brother Zhou to help me say a good word to Mr. Lu. Zhou Qifeng said, if I go directly to plead with Mr. Lu, it might irritate him, and if it turns out the opposite, that would be troublesome. I suggest that you find a boss who has close business dealings with the Su family and is on good terms with them. Let him help you introduce the order to the Su family. Lin Yaoyang said, if we are buying products from Su family's company, we can negotiate directly, right? Do we need someone to introduce us? Zhou Qifeng said, under normal circumstances, there would be no problem if you negotiate directly. But now the situation is special. If you go directly to negotiate with the Su family, it will appear that your purpose is too obvious, which might irritate Mr. Lu. Lin Donghe nodded. Young brother Zhou makes sense. Zhou Qifeng said, so I still suggest that you find people who have close business dealings with the Su family to help you introduce the negotiations with the Su family. When signing the order, you request help from people in the Su family to put in a good word for you to Mr. Lu. This way the effect should be better. Lin Donghe nodded. Thanks for the guidance, young brother Zhou. I'll do as you suggested. Lin Yaoyang took over. The Wang family is an important customer of the Su family, and the relationship between the two families is good. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Hatian, is quite close with me. Later, I will invite him for dinner and discuss this matter with him. Great, Lin Donghe said. The Wang family has close ties with the Su family. Perhaps they can gain Mr. Lu's favor as well. So, even if the Wang family's wealth and influence is less than ours, you still need to be polite to them. I understand, Lin Yaoyang said. Not long after Zhou Qifeng left, Lin Donghe received a phone call. The caller claimed to know about his health issues and could provide treatment medication. And the person who called him was Fan Yufei, the president of the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. Fan Yufei told him that if he wanted the treatment drug, all he had to do was meet him at noon. Lin Donghe readily agreed. If Fan Yufei's treatment drug could cure him, he wouldn't have to rely on Lu Tian anymore. At noon, Lin Donghe arrived at a private room in a restaurant. This was the meeting place designated by Fan Yufei. Lin Donghe didn't expect that, apart from him, more than 10 other prominent tycoons from the Jiangnan region were also present. All these bosses were respectfully facing Fan Yufei. Fan Lang, the son of Fan Yufei, was also there. Dad, everyone is here, Fan Lang said. Fan Yufei nodded and looked towards Lin Donghe and the other bosses. Firstly, let me clarify, the treatment drug I provide cannot completely cure you, but it can alleviate your symptoms. Saying this, he placed a bottle of pills on the table. If you take one of these pills every week, your symptoms will remain under control. As long as you are willing to join the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce and follow my orders, I guarantee to provide you with pills every week. Lin Donghe was both shocked and angry. You're clearly trying to control us with antidotes. Fan Yufei smiled. So what if I am? We didn't force you into compromise. If you're not afraid of dying, then ignore us. Fan Lang said. They all live in luxury. They'd be scared to death. Then he smirked at Lin Donghe and the others. I advise you, just obediently accept our control, because you don't have any other choices. Who says? Came the voice of a woman from the doorway. Everyone in the private room froze and turned to see xuanhuan entering with her followers. What brings you here, Gu sect leader? Fan Yufei asked, frowning. To ruin your plan. Xuanhuan coldly laughed. Then she looked around at those bosses. I can treat you, and I can make you fully recover. Is that true? Several bosses asked anxiously. Of course, Xuanhuan said. In fact, a few of you have already been cured by me. Indeed, a boss added. I've already been cured, but to help sect leader Gu disrupt the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce's plan, I pretended to be sick and came here. I am too. Two more bosses said. Not long ago, Lu Tian called Xuanhuan, asking her to investigate matters related to the xuanhuan. Xuanhuan anticipated that this matter might involve Luo Jintao. She had sent her top disciple, Tan Xueqing, with some people to find Luo Jintao and bring him back to Yiwu Min for questioning. At that time, Lu Tian also mentioned Lin Donghe's specific condition to her. Though Xuanhuan focused primarily on alchemy and practiced medicine less often, her medical skills were still quite remarkable, and she was fully capable of treating illnesses caused by poisoning such as this one. Xuanhuan was a pill produced by Yiwu Min, which was distributed externally by Luo Jintao, but Xuanhuan had dispatched people to keep records of its distribution. Therefore, Xuanhuan could know which bosses had received the xuanhuan during this period. She contacted 3 bosses who were currently in the provincial capital and learned from them that Fan Yufei of the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce claimed he could provide antidotes and had invited them to this banquet. Xuanhuan therefore suspected that this conspiracy might involve the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. It was highly likely that someone from the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce had colluded with Luo Jintao, causing him to poison the xuanhuan pills, then used the antidote later to gain benefits from these bosses. She first cured the 3 bosses who were located in the provincial capital and instructed them to continue pretending to be sick so they could meet with representatives from the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, thereby uncovering their intentions. Afterwards, she personally intervened to settle accounts with the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. You teamed up to scheme against me? Fan Yufei exclaimed in shock. Xuanhuan looked at Fan Yufei. Who instructed you to do this? Chapter 213, Cooperation with the Medwu sect. Fan Yufei answered off topic. I'll tell you, we have a master backing us up. You'd better not provoke us, or else. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Xuanhuan directly rushed over and kicked him to the ground. Xuanhuan stepped forward again, stepping on his face, and looked at Fan Lang. You tell me who's behind this, otherwise I'll crush your father's head. Fan Lang was utterly panicked. I'll talk. Please be lenient with my father. I'm willing to confess everything. He knew that Xuanhuan had high martial skills and also knew her merciless methods. To save his father, he dared not hide the truth anymore. The entire event from start to finish was orchestrated by just one person, a masked woman. Masked woman? Do you know who she is? No, she always kept her face covered, and we don't know what she looks like. All we know is that she has an average build. The pills on the table, were they provided by that woman? Yes, she said they were drugs to alleviate the symptoms of these bosses, but she didn't tell us where their symptoms came from. Was it her who ordered you to control these bosses using those pills? Yes. We wanted to seize the opportunity to expand our Yunfeng chamber while making profits. So, we cooperated with her. You call her right now and make some excuse to get her here. We don't have her phone number. Usually, she would come find us directly. I'm telling the absolute truth. I order you both to immediately disband the Yunfeng chamber. Any objections? No objections. No objections. Xuanhuan then looked down at Fan Yufei under her foot. What about you? Fan Yufei hurriedly responded. I have no objections either. Xuanhuan removed her foot. You two have 1 day to disband the Yunfeng chamber. Otherwise, I'll settle accounts with you later. Now get out. She kicked Fan Yufei several times as he rolled away. Fan Lang helped Fan Yufei up, and the two fled for their lives. I will treat you all, Xuanhuan said to the bosses. Thank you, Master Gu. The bosses expressed their gratitude. Out of politeness, they let Lin Donghe, who was wealthier than them, receive treatment first. Lin Donghe didn't decline. Trouble you, Master Gu. At the same time, Lin Donghe thought smugly to himself. I originally thought Xuanhuan could only refine elixirs and lacked medical skill, but it turns out she can also treat me. This way, I won't have to ask Lu Tian for help anymore. Xuanhuan coldly said. I already know that you've offended Mr. Lu. I still need to please Mr. Lu, and since he refuses to treat you, I won't either. Lin Donghe was dumbfounded. The more than 10 bosses, after being treated by Xuanhuan, fully recovered. Lin Donghe had already slipped away quietly. He initially thought that the members of the Yunfeng chamber could cure him with antidotes, so he didn't urge his son, Lin Yaoyang, to seek help from the Wang family's young master to facilitate business talks with the Su family. Now he had no choice but to follow the original plan and have Lin Yaoyang ask the Wang family's young master for assistance. Not long after Xuanhuan returned to the Medwu sect, she received a call from Pei Xueqing. Master, we just arrived at Luo Zhentao's villa and found. He's dead. What? How did he die? It seems like he was killed with a single slash to the throat. I understand. Xuanhuan hung up the phone and sighed softly. In fact, even now, she didn't know why Luo Zhentao turned against her. However, having known each other for over a decade, receiving the news of his death inevitably made her feel melancholic. On the other end of the call, Pei Xueqing glanced at Luo Zhentao's corpse and then looked at the disciples who accompanied her there. My master just entrusted me with some other matters, which I will handle alone. You guys go back first. Afterward, Pei Xueqing left the group, while the other disciples directly returned to the provincial city and went back to the base of the Medwu sect. Where is your elder sister? Pei Xueqing asked the disciples who had just returned. The disciples froze in shock. One disciple replied, Elder sister said master dispatched her for another task, so she parted ways with us. Xuanhuan suddenly became alarmed. She's lying. I never gave her any other tasks. She picked up her phone and called Pei Xueqing, only to hear a message saying the other party had switched off the device. Pei Xueqing used an excuse to leave and turned off her phone. Naturally, Xuanhuan felt something wasn't quite right. The most likely explanation was that this case she was investigating involved Pei Xueqing. Afraid of getting caught, Pei Xueqing ran away ahead of time. Did Pei Xueqing go with you to look for Luo Zhentao? Yes. Before you saw Luo Zhentao's body, did she separate from you for a period of time? Yes. When we were about to arrive at the villa where Luo Zhentao stayed, she said she wanted to go to the restroom and let us go find Luo Zhentao first. She would join us shortly. Not long after we found Luo Zhentao's body, she also arrived at Luo Zhentao's villa. I know what happened. Luo Zhentao was killed by her. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, the disciples were all shocked. Xuanhuan continued. After separating from you guys, she quietly went to Luo Zhentao's villa and killed him before you arrived there. If I had known she left alone, I would have suspected her involvement in Luo Zhentao's death. She couldn't have gotten away with it, so she fled. She has been following me for years, and I've taken good care of her, yet she betrayed me. Enraged beyond control, Xuanhuan immediately mobilized a large number of subordinates to investigate Pei Xueqing's whereabouts. Lu Tian had already agreed to Xuanhuan's peace negotiation request, but hadn't discussed details thoroughly yet. That afternoon, he came to the Medwu sect and discussed the terms of the negotiations with Xuanhuan. At first, Xuanhuan sought peace talks with Lu Tian in order to seize the opportunity to overpower him and threaten his mother Lu Wenlei into handing over the secret manual of the 7 stars vein through needle. However, as Xuanhuan grew more familiar with Lu Tian, she increasingly believed that Lu Tian was difficult to deal with, so she discarded this plan. Now, she genuinely wished to negotiate peacefully with Lu Tian. Since there had been a verbal agreement beforehand, this discussion proceeded smoothly, and they reached some agreements. Lu Tian provided several pill formulas to the Medwu sect as a form of technical equity, while Gu Wanxia gave him 20% of the shares. The Medwu sect had special gardens for growing precious herbs, and Gu Wanxiao agreed to sell them to the Lu family at a lower price. In the future, Lu Tian would refine miraculous elixirs using these herbs and not only operate through the Lu family, but also allow the Medwu sect to act as agents for part of the operation. Gu Wanxiao also informed him about the matter concerning the blood chi pills being poisoned. Lu Tian didn't expect that this incident involved the Yunfeng chamber. He had long suspected that the Yunfeng chamber colluded with the Shadow sect, and guessed that this matter might involve the Shadow sect as well. Gu Wanxiao also mentioned that Pei Xueqing had killed Luo Jun Tao to silence him before fleeing. She also suspected that the masked woman Fan Yufei had referred to as ordering their actions might very well be Pei Xueqing. This made Lu Tian realize something. Tang Jin, the Two River branch chief of the Shadow sect, had once confessed that the main temple of the Shadow sect had dispatched a medium-built masked woman to supervise his actions. The suspected collaborator with the Yunfeng chamber, Pei Xueqing, was medium-built. Pei Xueqing instructed the Yunfeng chamber, which was in collusion with the Shadow sect. Based on these clues, one could deduce that Pei Xueqing might be the woman sent by the Shadow sect headquarters. Lu Tian shared his speculation with Gu Wanxia. Upon realizing that this matter might involve the Shadow sect, Gu Wanxia felt somewhat surprised. But given her knowledge of Lu Tian's strength and her certainty that Lu Tian would collaborate with her, she wasn't overly nervous. After Lu Tian finished talking with Gu Wanxia, it was already dinner time. Lu Tian did not eat with Gu Wanxia because Xuanhuan had told him earlier that she wanted to share dinner with him tonight. Xuanhuan arranged the dining location at a restaurant near the Su family home, instructing Lu Tian to go directly there and meet up with her. When Lu Tian arrived at the restaurant, Xuanhuan hadn't yet shown up, so he sat down at an empty seat. Just then, a man who had just entered the restaurant looked at him angrily. This man was Xiao Ziming, whom Lu Tian had slapped in the face during a conflict near the train station when he had just arrived in the provincial city a few days ago. Xiao Ziming made a phone call. Hey, bring more of your buddies to the Wanxiang restaurant to help me teach someone a lesson. Chapter 214, The Arrogant Rogue. Xiao Ziming had come to meet friends for dinner. He was preparing to meet his friends first and then deal with Lu Tian after the henchman he called over the phone arrived. Xiao Ziming went to a private room on the second floor. There were already several rich young men gathered around the dining table in the room. Wang Xiao, I apologize for being late. Xiao Ziming said politely to the young man sitting inside the table, facing the door. This young man addressed as Wang Xiao was none other than Wang Haoyan, the young master of the Wang family. The Wang family associated closely with the Su family, and when it was known among the local noble circles that the Su family had an influential son-in-law, the Wang family also became highly sought after by major families. These rich young men, including Xiao Ziming, hosted this dinner gathering to please Wang Haoyan and invited him for dinner. Everyone's here, let's start eating, one rich young man said. Wait a moment, Wang Haoyan said. I just received a call from Lin Xiao who wanted to invite me to dinner. So I simply asked him to join this dinner party. Lin Xiao? Is he Lin Yaoyang, the young master of the top-tier, noble Lin family? Another rich young man asked in surprise. Yes. Wang Haoyan nodded. The Lin family is the #1 clan in the provincial capital. For the Lin family's young master to personally invite you for dinner, Wang Xiao, you must be truly honored. Xiao Ziming said with some envy. Wang Haoyan said. Our Wang family is merely benefiting from the Su family's reputation. Speaking of which, the Su family's great son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Xiao Ziming said. I heard that even Jiangnan Wang treated him like a mere attendant during that banquet. Is that true? Of course it's true, Wang Haoyan replied. I was there at the scene. The Su family's great son-in-law was so majestic and commanding. I was incredibly honored to have been able to offer him a toast. By the way, I've heard that the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce has dissolved. Is this true? Wang Haoyan asked Xiao Ziming. Xiao Ziming sighed and then nodded. I heard that the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce found a very powerful mysterious backer, so our Xiao family joined them. I didn't expect that not even a week after we joined, they would dissolve. To this day, I still don't know who their mysterious backer is. Saying this, Xiao Ziming looked flatteringly towards Wang Haoyan. Wang Xiao, even though we weren't that familiar before, I sincerely want to rely on you. Please take care of me, Wang Haoyan said. We from the Wang family are merely benefiting from the Su family's reputation. Everyone should try to ingratiate themselves with the Su family instead, Xiao Ziming said. Even if we try to connect with the Su family, it will need the help of the Wang family to establish connections, so we still have to rely on your help, Wang Xiao. Yes, please take good care of us, Wang Xiao. The other rich young men followed suit. In the hall downstairs, Su Yunru had just arrived, sitting opposite Lu Tian. Su Aunt, why do you keep calling me Aunt Su? Just call my name. Yunru, when do you plan to return to Jiangzhou? After going back, we won't be able to interact as boyfriend and girlfriend conveniently anymore, so I want to stay here with you a few more days. You didn't bring Xuanhuan to her grandma's house. Was it because you feared she might disturb us? If that's the case, would you think I'm selfish? Haha, if you're being selfish only to spend more time with me, then I feel deeply moved. To tell you the truth, I did intend to bring her along, but when she heard that I would introduce you as my boyfriend to her grandma's family, she refused to come, saying she was too lazy to see us together all the time. It seems she still refuses to acknowledge me as her godfather. At least Xuanhuan no longer opposes our relationship. Now, the biggest challenge we face is your mother's difficulty in accepting us. That's right. Moreover, since I'm posing as your boyfriend, the situation might reach my mother's ears. You don't have to worry about that. When the time comes, we'll just claim that I'm just pretending to be your boyfriend. But she already misunderstood that you have a boyfriend. She might ask why I am pretending if you already have one. I'll say I broke up with him. Do you think that could easily fool her? She might guess that your so-called boyfriend is me. No, she won't. Your mom trusts me a lot. As long as I don't admit it, she won't question it. In that case, I'm relieved. Upstairs in the private room, the rich young men were still talking in various ways to please xuanhuan. At this moment, Xiao Ziming's mobile phone rang. He picked up the call. Hello? Are you here already? Good. Wait for me downstairs. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ziming said to Wang Haoyan, Wang Xiao. Excuse me. I'll go out for a moment. I'll be back soon. Is there anything? Wang Haoyan asked. Someone offended me before. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Do you need my help? No. He is just an unknown pawn. Very easy to deal with. I'll be back soon. Xiao Ziming left the private room and went downstairs to join the more than 10 henchmen he called over. Then he led the henchmen to the table where Lu Tian and Su Yunru were seated. Do you remember me? Xiao Ziming looked coldly at Lu Tian. I remember, Lu Tian smiled. When I just came here, I noticed you were making a phone call. Didn't you call those people to deal with me then? Xiao Ziming was taken aback for a moment. Since you guessed I would deal with you, how dare you stay here? Lu Tian replied. Even if you bring more people, you are no match for me. Why should I leave? You have big words. Xiao Ziming said coldly, and then slapped the table. Xiao Ziming's notorious reputation in the area was well known, and seeing it was his fault that trouble had arisen, the restaurant staff dared not come forward to mediate. Nearby customers, fearing they might get involved, some avoided from afar, while others directly left. What happened? Su Yunru, who didn't understand the situation, asked. Xiao Ziming looked at Su Yunru. Who are you? Although the Su family had some prestige in Jiangnan capital city, during these past dozen years or so, Su Yunru spent most of her time in Jiangzhou. Not many people in Jiangnan capital city knew her, let alone someone as young as Xiao Ziming. I am his girlfriend. My boyfriend never deliberately provokes trouble. It must be you starting this first. Su Yunru said coldly. Haha. Xiao Ziming gave a disdainful laugh. You just said you are his girlfriend? Looks like he is much younger than you. Isn't he relying on a rich woman? Then Xiao Ziming looked mockingly at Lu Tian. What skills can you have being a man relying on a rich woman? Don't think she will always support you. Chapter 215. There's no way I'll let him go. Lu Tian coldly said. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and don't want anything else to affect my mood. If you say sorry now and take these goons away, I will let you off the hook. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ziming and the goons around him burst out laughing loudly. Xiao Ziming said, I came here to deal with you. You actually asked me to apologize? Are you bluffing, thinking that would scare me away? Lu Tian replied indifferently. I wasn't joking with you. Xiao Ziming thought he was exaggerating the threat. I assumed this rich woman would back you up. Since you're just pretending to be strong, it means this rich woman isn't very powerful either. Then he cast an evil glance at Su Yunru, saying, although I'm not interested in older women, this rich woman is too alluring. I'd like to experience her. Afterward, he gave Lu Tian a threatening look. If you're willing to give her to me, I may treat you lightly and just slap you 100 times. Lu Tian's gaze turned instantly severe. Because of these words by Xiao Ziming, there was no way Lu Tian would let him go. Xiao Ziming told his henchmen, anyway, we are going to beat him up. You guys strike first. After it's done, I'll talk to him about the conditions I proposed earlier. As soon as he commanded, those henchmen rushed at Lu Tian wildly. Lu Tian stood up and slapped them repeatedly for more than a dozen times. The henchmen didn't have time to dodge or defend themselves and were directly slapped, their faces becoming red and swollen, dazed. Then they fell to the ground. Xiao Ziming was startled. The over 10 henchmen he called couldn't be so easily beaten to the ground. They were all trained fighters. Lu Tian's gaze became cold and sharp like a blade, looking coldly at Xiao Ziming. Xiao Ziming shivered nervously, but he quickly calmed down. I didn't expect you to be so capable. However, do you think defeating these henchmen will make me apologize to you? You don't need to apologize because even if you did, I wouldn't let you off easily. Humph. Our Xiao family is one of the second-tier tycoon families in the provincial capital. You only know some kung fu. Do you think you have the strength to fight me? That's ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Smack. Just as Xiao Ziming laughed maniacally, Lu Tian slapped him across the face. Xiao Ziming tumbled, his face getting both red and swollen, and his laughter abruptly ceased. Do you still find it funny now? Lu Tian chuckled coldly. You're asking for death. Xiao Ziming gritted his teeth and said, our Xiao family absolutely won't let you off. Even with your brute force alone, you can never defeat our secondary tycoon family. Will you assume I only rely on brute force? Isn't it? Aren't you implying that the rich woman has power to help you? Even if her wealth and influence could rival mine, she could never compete with me because my backing surpasses your imagination. Your backing? Who? Have you heard of the eldest son-in-law of the Su family? He's a person of great power and wide connections. Even King of Jiang and has to respect him. Su Yunru suddenly couldn't help but laugh once. What's so funny? Xiao Ziming asked harshly. He again turned to Lu Tian and said, the Wang family is an important business partner of the Su family, and I've already joined the younger master of the Wang family, Wang Hadian. You've offended me now, which is equivalent to offending young Master Wang. If things get bigger, the Su family might even come after you. If things get even bigger, the eldest son-in-law of the Su family might personally intervene to punish you. At this point, Xiao Ziming's mouth curled into a vicious grin. So, do you still dare to challenge me? Smack. Lu Tian slapped him across the face again. Xiao Ziming was thrown onto the ground once more. You! How dare you lay a hand on me? Just wait. Wait. Xiao Ziming struggled to get up from the ground, growling furiously with bared teeth. The young masters in the private room upstairs, including Wang Hatian, hearing his shouts, quickly came to investigate the situation. Seeing Xiao Ziming's swollen face and the similarly beaten-up faces of the other goons, they realized Xiao Ziming's group had encountered a tough opponent. Soon, Wang Hatian also noticed Lu Tian sitting back in his chair, and Su Yunru who had remained seated opposite Lu Tian the whole time. Wang Hatian had attended the banquet held by the Su family before and recognized Lu Tian and Su Yunru. Could it be that Xiao Xiao intended to target them? Wang Hatian was immediately so nervous that his heart began to race frantically. Junior Wang, you arrived at just the right time. Xiao Ziming approached Wang Hatian. Then, he pointed his finger at Lu Tian and said, this bastard actually dared to hit me. I guess he's relying on this rich woman beside him, which made him act so arrogantly. There's no way I'll let him go. If that rich woman dares to help him, I will use the power of the Xiao family to fight against her. When the time comes, young Master Wang, you must help me keep the situation under control. If there's a need, I also earnestly request your help in asking the Su family, or even Su family's eldest son-in-law, to back me up. After listening to Xiao Ziming's words, Wang Hatian immediately broke into a cold sweat. Xiao Ziming still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and with a sinister smile, looked at Lu Tian. You don't want to escalate this matter, right? The more it escalates, the worse your fate will be. I'm still saying the same thing. If you want me to go easy on you, then hand over this rich woman to me. However, since you dared to hit me just now, even if I decide to go easier on you, I won't just settle for slapping your face as I mentioned earlier. Not only will I slap your face, but I will break your legs too. Xiao Ziming laughed more ferociously. How about it? Scared already? If you're scared, kneel down and beg for mercy first, then do as I say. Go to hell. Finally regaining his senses, Wang Hatian angrily cursed and slapped Xiao Ziming across the face. Slap. Xiao Ziming was stunned. Young Master Wang, what are you doing? Slap. Wang Hatian slapped him again. You piece of crap. How dare you cause trouble for Mr. Lu? And also have designs on Miss Su? If you're looking for death, don't drag me down with you. After saying that, Wang Hatian raised his arm again and started slapping Xiao Ziming's face one after another. This Mr. Lu here is Su family's eldest son-in-law, Lu Tian. Slap. The lady by his side is his girlfriend, Su Yunru. Slap. How dare you provoke Mr. Lu and have designs on Miss Su? You are practically courting death. Slap. What's even more ridiculous is that you actually dare to use their names to threaten them. Slap. You wanted to join me this time because you were seeking care from the Su family or Mr. Lu, right? And instead you end up provoking them. Slap. You deserve a beating. Deserve a beating. Deserve a beating. Slap. 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 Chapter 216. Predicting events like a god. Wang Haoyan slapped Xiao Ziming's face over a dozen times. Only then did Xiao Ziming realize that the man married into the Su family with unparalleled influence was Lu Tian. Thinking about how he had gloated earlier, even going so far as to use Lu Tian's name to threaten him, it was utterly absurd. However, for him, more than anything, there was tension, even fear. He had dared to provoke Mr. Lu and even tried to flirt with his girlfriend. Mr. Lu would surely not let him off easily. Wang Haoyan cautiously glanced at Lu Tian. Mr. Lu, I am truly sorry. I didn't expect that the person he intended to deal with would be you. Otherwise, I would have handled him myself and wouldn't have caused you any trouble. Lu Tian said. I recognize you. You attended my father-in-law's birthday banquet before. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Haoyan nodded continuously. At that time, I was honored to toast a cup of wine with Mr. Lu. To be remembered by Mr. Lu is truly a great honor for me. Xiao Ziming was already terrified out of his wits, trembling and collapsing onto the ground on weak knees. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. If I had known who you were, I would never dare to offend you or entertain thoughts about Miss Su. Please show me mercy. Xiao Ziming begged with tears in his voice, his whole body trembling in panic. Then he turned towards Wang Haoyan and said, Young Master Wang, please help plead my case with Mr. Lu. I beg of you. Wang Haoyan kicked him. I almost got dragged down by you, and I'm worried Mr. Lu will punish me too. And yet you still have the nerve to ask me to intercede for you. At this moment, another rich young man arrived, Lin Yaoyang, the young master of the Lin family. Lin Yaoyang's intentions were similar to those other wealthy young men, coming here to flatter Wang Haoyan. What he didn't expect was that Lu Tian was also present. He hurriedly greeted respectfully, Mr. Lu. If Lu Tian hadn't guessed wrong, Lin Yaoyang was there to join Wang Haoyan's dinner gathering. Wang Haoyan nodded. Mr. Lu, you're truly good at predicting events. Lu Tian then looked at Lin Yaoyang. Isn't your family planning to ingratiate itself with the Su family through the Wang family? Then ask the Su family to help intercede, asking me to treat your father? Lin Yaoyang was greatly startled. How easily had Lu Tian guessed right? Not daring to conceal the truth, Lin Yaoyang admitted. As Mr. Lu anticipated, our family indeed plans to request, via this route, that Mr. Lu cure my father. If Mr. Lu agrees to treat my father, we're willing to sign a significant order with the Su family, guaranteeing them at least 200 million yuan in pure profit. Furthermore, we're willing to present Mr. Lu an extremely rare and precious herb, a diabeidin, earth treasure pill. Upon hearing him mention the diabeidin, a glimmer of interest flashed across Lu Tian's eyes. Are you sure you can give me the diabeidin? Lu Tian asked. Yes. Lin Yaoyang responded. That diabeidin cost my father 50 million. It's said that this is a miraculous pill formed from the essence of various noble herbs gathered together. Such a magical herb is a once-in-a-century occurrence, something exceedingly difficult to obtain. At first, we intended to sell it at auction for a higher price, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a situation where it has a price, but no buyers. I heard that the diabetin needs to be combined with other herbs to achieve its real value. For those who don't know how to refine medicine with the diabetin, it has no value. But we've never heard of anyone knowing how to refine medicine using the diabetin. So nobody was willing to pay a high price for this pill, and we were reluctant to sell it cheaply. Thus, we kept it. Mr. Liu is skilled in medicine and capable of providing the 4 ancient martial arts sects with extraordinary elixir formulas. Perhaps you understand how to refine medicine using the diabetin. Liu Tian said, Indeed, I do know how. If you really can give me the diabetin, and fulfill all the conditions you mentioned earlier, and meet one more demand I'll propose, I can treat your father. Lin Yaoliang quickly asked, What are Mr. Liu's requirements? Liu Tian pointed at Xiao Ziming. He maliciously provoked me and dared to have designs on my girlfriend, even saying he'd break my legs. I won't let him go unpunished. I plan to make the Xiao family bankrupt and break his legs, and I'll entrust these tasks to your Lin family. Xiao Ziming was horrified. Mr. Liu, I know I was wrong. Don't take revenge on someone smaller. Please forgive me. Liu Tian ignored him and directly addressed Lin Yaoliang. Well, can you handle it? No problem. Lin Yaoliang nodded seriously. He looked at the thug Xiao Ziming had called and said, I know you're Xiao Ziming's men. If you want me to spare you, break both of his legs. The thugs immediately carried out the command, and Xiao Ziming's legs were quickly broken, causing him to scream in pain. Lin Yaoliang again instructed the thugs, Throw him out, and you can leave too. The goons did as he said again, and carried Xiao Ziming away from the restaurant. Next, our Lin family will spare no effort in attacking the Xiao family's business. Within a week, we'll make them bankrupt. Lin Yaoliang declared. Good, Liu Tian said. I can treat your father first. Later, you and your father can bring the diabetin and the order prepared for Su family to sign, and go to the Su family to find me. Lin Yaoliang was overjoyed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, we won't disturb your dinner with Miss Su anymore. Wang Haoyan respectfully said. Liu Tian nodded. Wang Haoyan and the other young masters went upstairs for their gathering. Lin Yaoliang didn't follow. He returned to his family to get the diabetin and prepare the contract with the Su family. After finishing dinner, Liu Tian and Su Yunru returned to the Su family residence. Not long after, Lin Donghe and Lin Yaoliang arrived at the Su residence. Lin Yaoliang negotiated the order with the Su family. Lin Donghe received treatment from Liu Tian. Liu Tian examined the diabetin they brought, confirmed it was genuine, and then proceeded with the treatment. After Liu Tian's acupuncture therapy, Lin Donghe's health recovered. Lin Donghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Here are 5 million yuan, just as my gratitude to you. Please accept it. He handed a check worth 50 million yuan to Liu Tian. Liu Tian didn't hesitate and directly took the check. Lin Yaoliang had already completed the negotiations of the order with the Su family. After expressing their thanks to Liu Tian, he and his father left the Su family residence. This deal would at least bring 200 million yuan in profit to the Su family. Meng Chumping was in high spirits and said to Su Haobei, Our son-in-law is truly remarkable. Su Haobei nodded yes. Yunru has great insight in choosing such an excellent boyfriend. Meng Chumping added, I hope Yunru can cherish such an outstanding boyfriend well. This way, our family can always benefit from him. Su Haobei sighed. Don't think too far ahead. Yunru isn't our biological daughter, and our family may not necessarily receive constant care from her boyfriend. Chapter 217. The Mystery of Her Origins. Be quieter. If Yunru hears this, how will we explain it to her? Her biological mother specifically said that we must not tell her the truth. Meng Chumping spoke sharply to Su Haobei. Years ago, when Su Yunru was born, her mother gave her to Mr. and Mrs. Su Haobei and Meng Chumping for adoption. The reason given by Su Yunru's mother was that she had important matters to attend to and could not raise her daughter. Back then, the Su family was not a wealthy or influential household. It was Su Yunru's biological mother who gave them a large sum of money as compensation for raising her daughter. The Su family grew prosperous thanks to that sum of money and achieved its current wealth and status. Su Haobei and Meng Chumping also followed the request of Su Yunru's mother, never mentioning her true origins to her. 36 years have passed now, and Su Yunru still does not know that she is not their biological daughter. Inside Su Yunru's room, Liu Tian was chatting with Su Yunru. Yunru, are your parents your biological parents? At Liu Tian's question, Su Yunru froze, her face flashing a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I'm not their biological child? If you say so, then they are your biological parents? Of course. Why would you doubt this fact? Is it because none of us in my family look alike? One reason. One reason? What are the other reasons? Constitution. You possess the Xuanhuan constitution, which usually means that only if a mother has this constitution can her daughter inherit it. But based on my observations, your mother does not possess this kind of constitution. Previously, Su Yunru would have dismissed Liu Tian's statement as nonsense. But now, having learned that Liu Tian possessed profound and mysterious abilities, she no longer doubted his judgment lightly. What is Xuanhuan constitution? It's an extremely rare and special type of constitution that is generally limited to women. Women with this constitution tend to have exceptional talent for cultivation. If I have such cultivation talent, can you help me enhance my abilities? I've been helping you all along. Due to my level of cultivation, my yang force fuses quite easily with your Xuanhuan constitution, and each time we combine, it enhances your strength. Is that true? To put it simply, do you feel stronger than before? Now that you mention it, yes. Lately, when I do housework or exercise, I feel much stronger than before. This is also one manifestation of increased cultivation skills. I remember something else. Once, some people from the Zhao family were troubling me. I kicked Zhao Jinxiang down, and you mentioned at the time that it was due to being with you and enhancing my physique. At the time you argued back, saying it was my potential triggered under anger. There might be some truth to the idea of potential being triggered too. Let's talk about your origins instead. There's nothing to discuss. As you've said, normally this kind of constitution is inherited from the mother, but I am certain that they are my biological parents. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me continue to help enhance your strength. Not today. Doing this every night like this will wear you out. With my cultivation in this area, I won't get tired, and through my abilities, I can make sure you can handle it too. Moreover, I don't do this every night. For example, a few days ago, I didn't do it. You bastard. Location, an old house on the outskirts. Fan Yufei and his son Fan Lang arrived here. This mansion was their family's former residence. Today, however, there were many experts gathered in the old house. A rough count showed more than 20 people. Fan Yufei looked at these experts. Ever since I got into the assassin business, the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce has lost its value to me. I thought that woman's plan was feasible, believing it would allow us to control those bosses, so I did not disband the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that not only did we fail to control them, but I ended up losing face to xuanhuan. This time, even if xuanhuan doesn't ask me to disband the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, I'll dissolve it myself. Of course, I definitely won't let xuanhuan go unpunished. My next target is to kill her and seize her medial way sect. Today, I've called all of you assassins working for me here to accomplish this task. I've also heard that Ningyun City's Liu family has struck a partnership with the medial way sect after xuanhuan lost to Master Liu Tian and initiated peace talks. I heard that Liu Tian is quite powerful. Since he's collaborating with the medial way sect, if I want to take down the sect, he'll be a threat to me. So, I also need you to take him out. And the masked woman who deceived me earlier indirectly caused my downfall. I won't let her go unpunished either. You immediately investigate her whereabouts, and once you find her, kill her. Just as Fan Yufei finished speaking, laughter from a woman suddenly came from one direction. Ha! You want to kill me? Do you really think they have the ability to do so? Fan Yufei and his son Fan Lang were startled and, along with those assassins, looked toward that direction. A woman appeared by leaping over the wall and walked toward them. Pei Shueqing. It's you, Fan Yufei exclaimed in shock. As the senior disciple of the medial way sect, Pei Shueqing had a certain amount of fame in this part of the province. Could it be? The masked woman who gave us advice before, suggesting we control those bosses through antidotes, was you? Fan Yufei asked. Yes, it was me. Pei Shueqing nodded. I told you that if your plan failed, I'd eliminate you. Your plan not only flopped, but also got me humiliated. And yet, you dare to appear in front of me. Fan Yufei stared at her menacingly and said cruelly, I dare come because I know you can't do anything to me. Pei Shueqing replied. Nonsense. We can't deal with you. Fan Lang cut in. All 20+ people around us are highly skilled assassins. At our command, they'll instantly kill you. Don't waste words on her. Fan Yufei interrupted. Then he waved his hand. Kill her. In his mind, all the assassins would scramble to show off their skills to impress him and attack Pei Shueqing immediately. But the reality turned out much different from what he expected. Not a single one of the men standing behind him moved to attack or even made a sound. What's going on? Didn't you hear me tell you to kill her? Fan Yufei shouted loudly, turning to glare at his subordinates. Fan Lang also turned around. What they saw made them shudder with astonishment. The more than 20 assassins who had been standing behind them just moments ago now lay motionless on the ground. Standing amidst the fallen bodies was a man dressed in a black robe, and this man was not one of their underlings. So these are the killers under your command? They're way too easy to kill, the man in black robe sneered. With their level of strength, you still expect them to help you kill xuanhuan and Liu Tian? Haha, they're just fodder for death. Pei Shueqing commented. Chapter 218. The benefit the senior sister wants to give. You are absolutely not just a disciple of the medical martial arts sect. Fan Lang exclaimed in shock. Things have come to this, and I am not afraid to tell you. I am working for the Shadow Sect. Pei Shueqing walked up to him and Fan Yufei and said, The Shadow Sect? Fan Yufei and Fan Lang both exclaimed in shock simultaneously, their faces becoming even more tense. Judging by your frightened expressions, you must know how terrifying the Shadow Sect is. Pei Shueqing laughed. Fan Yufei immediately knelt down, and seeing this, Fan Lang hurriedly followed suit and knelt down as well. Spare our lives. We are willing to join the Shadow Sect. Fan Yufei hoped to secure a chance for survival for himself and Fan Lang by joining them. You have no use to us at the Shadow Sect, and my purpose here is to silence you both. Upon hearing her words, Fan Yufei and Fan Lang were instantly terrified and broke out in cold sweat, continuing to beg for mercy. 2 flashes of cold light appeared. Pei Shueqing had just put away the short knife she had swung moments ago. Blood gushed from Fan Yufei's and Fan Lang's necks as they writhed on the ground for a moment before passing away. You previously promised that you could control the trade routes here, but you went back on your word. A black-robed man said to Pei Shueqing. I'm sorry. It was due to my ineffectiveness. I never expected someone could cure those bosses' ailments. Haven't we heard it's xuanhuan who cured those bosses? Before you joined the Shadow Sect, you were already her chief disciple. After following her for so many years, didn't you know she has such medical skills? She has always been focused on alchemy and rarely showed her medical skills, which indeed made me underestimate her level of medical skill. No matter what, your operation failed. However, you have an opportunity to make up for it. An opportunity to make up for it? Please, elder officer, give me your guidance. This black-robed man was the former officer among the 4 elders of the Shadow Sect. According to our intelligence, it's almost certain that the head and vice-head of the 2 river branches fell into Lu Tian's hands. Our sect leader is extremely upset, and this time he directly dispatched all 4 of us elders to deal with Lu Tian. All 4 of us elders have discussed the plan. According to the plan, the 3 of them will temporarily hide, only showing up at critical moments. Next, as long as you follow our plan, we'll be foolproof. The former officer then explained the specific plan to her. The next morning, Lu Tian received a phone call from his senior sister, Ding Baishuang. She invited him to have breakfast together. Although Tang Jin, the leader of the Xuanhuan branch of the Shadow Sect, was already dead, his underlings had not yet surfaced. According to what Tang Jin had divulged, a masked woman had been sent from the headquarters to supervise them. Ding Baishuang hadn't been able to ascertain the identity of this woman yet. Therefore, her investigation task wasn't finished. Wang Jiangnan, who had almost fallen into Tang Jin's hands, loathed the Shadow Sect, and was fully assisting Ding Baishuang's investigation. Ding Baishuang usually resided in the VIP reception area arranged by King Wang. Lu Tian came here and had breakfast with her. Are there any new developments in the investigation? Lu Tian asked. After guessing that the masked woman sent by the Shadow Sect headquarters was Pei Xueqing, Lu Tian informed Ding Baishuang about this information. Ding Baishuang had already dispatched people to investigate further based on this clue. Not yet, Ding Baishuang replied. So, you invited me here just to have breakfast together? I need your help, pretending to be my boyfriend. Before Lu Tian could respond, Ding Baishuang explained why she needed his help. In the Zhulang department where Ding Baishuang worked, there was a commander-in-chief and 2 deputy commanders. The commander managed the entire Zhulang department. The 2 deputy commanders each managed different departments. One department dealt with intelligence, and the other handled combat operations. Ding Baishuang was the deputy commander of the intelligence department. The other deputy commander was named Ren Guanghui, responsible for managing the combat department. Ren Guanghui was pursuing Ding Baishuang romantically. These 2 departments cooperated closely. Typically, Ding Baishuang's intelligence department would first gather information on enemy movements. Then Ren Guanghui would lead members of the combat department to deal with enemies. During the last mission in northern Jiangsu where Ding Baishuang was involved, Ren Guanghui didn't participate because he was executing another mission. Therefore, Qinglong warrior from headquarters helped. Ren Guanghui pursued Ding Baishuang romantically, but Ding Baishuang did not like him. Ding Baishuang worried that outright rejecting Ren Guanghui might affect their collaboration and the upcoming task to counteract the Shadow Sect. Thus, she lied, claiming she was in a relationship with her junior disciple, to reject Ren Guanghui. This was the reason she sought Lu Tian's assistance to pretend to be her boyfriend. I also need to clarify that I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't take it seriously, and don't pursue me. Sorry, I don't intend to help you with this. Why won't you help me? I understand now, you're deliberately holding a grudge because you know I don't plan to have a real relationship with you. I've never had the intention to start a relationship with you, and as for pretending to be your boyfriend, it's not worth the effort for me, so I will decline. You say you refuse because it's not worth it for you. Are you asking for benefits from me? If the benefits you offer interest me, I might consider helping you. I am your senior sister. How dare you ask me for benefits? Previously, you either misunderstood me or looked down on me, so naturally, I don't have a good impression of you. If you don't want to give me any benefit, do you still expect me to help? How can you be so petty? Can't you be more magnanimous? I've never been a magnanimous person. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Wait, what kind of benefit do you want? Let's hear it. I haven't thought about it yet. You tell me first, what kind of benefit can you offer me? I don't need you to pretend to be my boyfriend anymore. I want you to be my real boyfriend. How does that sound? After saying these words, Ding Baishuang thought inwardly. He must be taking this opportunity to get me to date him. I'll pretend to agree for now, then later find an excuse to break up with him. My current response will surely surprise this guy. He definitely won't refuse me. For the success of the mission, I can only temporarily compromise by being his girlfriend for a while. Lu Tian burst out laughing directly. What you said isn't really a benefit to me. Ding Baishuang was suddenly shocked. What do you mean? I've said I'm willing to be your girlfriend, and you think that doesn't count as giving you any benefit? Lu Tian said, I don't like you, but you want to be my girlfriend. How can that be called a benefit to me? Chapter 219, Broken by Anger. Ding Baishuang was very confident in her appearance, figure, and strength. This confidence made her believe that Lu Tian had feelings for her, thinking that as long as she took the initiative, he would come crawling to her. This time, she had already gone so far as to propose being his girlfriend. But to her utter disbelief, Lu Tian's response was simply, I don't like you. She found it hard to believe while also feeling a strong sense of defeat. At this moment, a male youth with great presence entered the gate and walked toward them. Ren Guanghui has arrived. Lu Tian, could you do me this favor and pretend to be my boyfriend? Ding Baishuang pleaded urgently. Sorry, I decline. Lu Tian replied without hesitation. Ding Baishuang glared at him with resentment before politely greeting Ren Guanghui, who had just arrived. Guanghui, you're here. Baishuang, who is this? Oh, he's my junior, Lu Tian. Your junior? You mentioned earlier that you're dating your junior. Is this him? Ding Baishuang was momentarily speechless. She had told him that her junior was her boyfriend. But Lu Tian refused to play along as her fake boyfriend. If she now said she wasn't dating her junior, it would mean admitting she had lied to Ren Guanghui before. Ren Guanghui might infer that she had lied to avoid his advances. likely leading to dissatisfaction and affecting their departmental cooperation. However, after a short pause, an idea struck her. That's right. He's my boyfriend, Ding Baishuang proclaimed. Lu Tian immediately felt irritated. He had clearly expressed his refusal to pretend to be her boyfriend. And yet she pulled this stunt. It was utterly unreasonable. Ding Baishuang privately gloated, thinking, if he denies it now, it would be humiliating me in front of everyone. Anyway, I'm still his senior. I don't think he'd dare embarrass me like that. Even if it's just for my dignity, he'll have no choice but to help me carry on this act. Though he rejected her, he ended up having to cooperate anyway, didn't he? Ding Baishuang thought that with this countermeasure, she had fully cornered Lu Tian. Senior, we've already broken up. Please don't consider me as your boyfriend anymore. Upon hearing this from Lu Tian, Ding Baishuang nearly lost it. By not outright denying her claim, Lu Tian technically spared her some face, but his statement about their supposed breakup put her further in the awkward position. Now the pressure was back on Ding Baishuang. Lu Tian said they'd already split up, even though she had previously claimed him as her boyfriend to Ren Guanghui. She would have to find a reasonable explanation for Ren Guanghui. In a rush, another idea came to mind. Yet this new plan left her rather embarrassed. Junior, the reason I'm still considering you my boyfriend is because I can't let go of our relationship. If there's anything I did that displeased you, I will change. Just give me a chance to continue our relationship. While saying these words, Ding Baishuang had turned completely red with embarrassment. She spoke not only to provide Ren Guanghui with a reasonable explanation, but also to hope that Lu Tian would seize the opportunity and play along with her little drama. Lu Tian couldn't help feeling speechless. He never expected his usually haughty senior to resort to such blatant tactics just to cover herself. Ding Baishuang believed that by lowering herself this much, Lu Tian would feel too awkward to reject her any longer and would at least cooperate this once. What she failed to foresee, however, was how her moral coercion further repelled Lu Tian, making him less inclined to help her than ever. You have no qualities that appeal to me, and even if you were willing to change, I wouldn't have the patience to wait for your improvement. No matter what you ask or plead, I will break up with you. After hearing this, Ding Baishuang was fuming with anger. She had always thought of herself as highly accomplished, yet the other party pointed out that she lacked any qualities he liked. This made her extremely upset. Given what had been said, Ding Baishuang decided to abandon her plans of having Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend. If she continued down this path, it would only make her look even more foolish. How dare you? What kind of person do you think you are to criticize her like that? Seizing the opportunity to show off before her, Ren Guanghui immediately scolded Lu Tian. Turning back to Ding Baishuang, he added, Baishuang, you are such an outstanding woman, yet he says he's dissatisfied with you, openly shaming you. You shouldn't waste your time on such a rude idiot. Then, Ren Guanghui fixed his eyes again on Lu Tian. If you don't want me to punish you, apologize to Baishuang right now. Lu Tian nonchalantly replied, you can grovel to her all you want. That's your choice. My dissatisfaction with her is none of your business, and you have no authority over me. You, who do you think is groveling? Ren Guanghui clenched his fists, ready to fight Lu Tian. Stop arguing. Ding Baishuang stepped between the two to mediate. Ren Guanghui was so angry that his fists made a sound as they clenched. Baishuang, don't stop me. Let me teach him a lesson. Lu Tian laughed. Teach me a lesson? With your level of strength, you're the one who's going to get taught a lesson. What did you say? Ren Guanghui grew even angrier. Ding Baishuang blocked him again and looked at Lu Tian. Lu Tian, that's enough. I know you're strong, but he's in Xian level grandmaster. You're no match for him. The Xian level grandmaster represents the second tier of innate grandmasters, surpassing the Huang level grandmasters. Ren Guanghui's strength had even reached the advanced Xian level, making him quite powerful among Xian level grandmasters. Although Lu Tian had shown his strength to Ding Baishuang before, she believed his power couldn't possibly reach the Xian level. In her understanding, there couldn't be a Xian level grandmaster this young. Ren Guanghui looked at Lu Tian with a cold smile. Now that you know I'm a Xian level grandmaster, you probably won't dare to fight me, right? As long as you apologize to both me and Baishuang, I'll let it go. Lu Tian laughed. A Xian level grandmaster is all you are, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Overestimating yourself. Ren Guanghui burst out in anger. He said to Ding Baishuang, Baishuang, don't stop me. Let me show him what a Xian level grandmaster can do. Ding Baishuang said, Guanghui, my junior here always talks tough, so don't take it personally. Then she turned to Lu Tian. Lu Tian, this has nothing to do with you. Go back. Ren Guanghui glared at Lu Tian. If it weren't for Baishuang's sake, I wouldn't let you off. Go now. Lu Tian responded coolly. I was about to leave, but now I've changed my mind. Then he looked at Ding Baishuang. Senior, I'd like to continue our relationship. Ding Baishuang was completely stunned. You? Are you sure? She naturally hoped Lu Tian would pretend to be her boyfriend to decline Ren Guanghui's advances politely. I'm sure. Lu Tian nodded. Then, he gave a sarcastic look at Ren Guanghui, who was pursuing Ding Baishuang. Ren Guanghui was fuming. Baishuang, don't believe him. This bastard agreed, just to piss me off. No, you've got it wrong. Lu Tian looked at Ren Guanghui. My relationship with her has nothing to do with the conflict between us, but making you lose your temper feels absolutely great, huh? Chapter 220. Worrying about being affected in the mission. Lu Tian, have you had enough yet? Ding Baishuang angrily rebuked. She was worried that Lu Tian would irritate Ren Guanghui and provoke him into a fight, one she might not be able to stop. Guanghui, don't take him seriously. Ding Baishuang then said to Ren Guanghui. Baishuang, don't try to dissuade me. I must give him a lesson. Ren Guanghui said. Then he looked at Lu Tian. Do you dare to fight me? Lu Tian laughed. Why wouldn't I? Anyway, the one who ends up on the ground will be you, not me. Lu Tian, Ding Baishuang said. I've already told you, he is in Xian stage master. So how can you still act like this without assessing your strength? Lu Tian said. The one overestimating his ability is him. You. Ding Baishuang was nearly driven crazy with anger. She managed to stay calm and said, Now, we have a common enemy, the Shadow Sect. Can both of you stop fighting among yourselves? At this moment, Ding Baishuang's mobile phone rang. It was a call from one of her subordinates. Hello? Alright, I understand. You continue watching. Wait for my news. After hanging up, she said to Ren Guanghui, My subordinate has found out the whereabouts of Pei Xueqing, the woman sent by the Shadow Sect's headquarters. Her phone then received a photo sent by her subordinate, which she showed to Ren Guanghui. My subordinate also found out that this person is together with Pei Xueqing. They are hiding in an old house outside the provincial capital. Ren Guanghui carefully examined the photo and said, This person looks familiar. Is that so? Ding Baishuang paused momentarily, then also scrutinized the photo carefully. Soon, she realized. I remember now, previously in the encrypted intelligence that Liang Tong uncovered, there was this person's photo. The intelligence showed that this person is one of the 4 protectors of the Shadow Sect and Xian stage master. Ren Guanghui continued. The intelligence also mentioned that his power is at the Chuji level of the Xian stage. That's 3-year-old intelligence. In these 3 years, his strength might have improved to the intermediate level of the Xian stage, but absolutely won't reach the advanced level. So he definitely isn't a match for me, an advanced Xian stage master. Ding Baishuang nodded. To prevent delays, let's go deal with them right away. Ren Guanghui said. With my abilities, handling them will be more than sufficient. When the time comes, I'll deal with them while you and the others guard outside to ensure they don't escape. Ding Baishuang nodded in response. Alright. Ren Guanghui looked at Lu Tian. After I complete this mission, I'll compete with you, and you'll see how I will teach you a lesson. Lu Tian said, The Shadow Sect is also my enemy. Can I join you too in completing this task? Ren Guanghui scoffed. What qualifications do you have to come along with us from our Xuanhuan force? If you tag along and slow us down, leading to our failure, who will be responsible? He then said to Ding Baishuang, Baishuang, you mustn't tell him the location of the enemy's base, otherwise he might act on his own and ruin our mission. Ding Baishuang nodded, looking at Lu Tian. I know you are good at fighting, but indeed, our operation doesn't require your help. Your involvement would only add variables, so you shouldn't come. Fine. Lu Tian nodded and turned to leave. His plan was to pretend to leave first, then secretly track them to the enemy's hideout. As he went out, Ren Guanghui intentionally said loudly to Ding Baishuang, After completing this task, I will surely discipline your junior. Ding Baishuang sighed, not wanting to interrupt their cooperation. We'll discuss it after completing the mission. Lu Tian intended to first find a place to hide, and once they set off, he would track them secretly. Before he could find a suitable spot, xuanhuan called him. Xuanhuan informed him that she had discovered the location of Pei Xueqing. Xuanhuan had already started investigating Pei Xueqing's location some time ago. On Ding Baishuang's side, the investigation began only after Lu Tian informed her that the woman dispatched by the Shadow Sect was indeed Pei Xueqing. Medical Wu School's intelligence work wasn't as professional as that of the Xuanhuan force, thus even starting earlier, their findings were delayed. Xuanhuan shared the information she found with Lu Tian. Once Lu Tian learned the location of the enemy base, there was no longer any need to follow them to discover the enemy's lair. Xuanhuan wanted to personally clean up her sect and deal with the traitor Pei Xueqing, planning to act alongside Lu Tian. Lu Tian agreed with her, first meeting up with her, then moving towards the enemy's hideout together. They arrived near the enemy's hideout earlier than Ding Baishuang and Ren Guanghui. Still, Lu Tian didn't want to interfere with Ding Baishuang's actions. He first led Xuanhuan to find a place to hide and prepare to observe the actions of Ding Baishuang and Ren Guanghui before making any move. Ren Guanghui and Ding Baishuang, following their agreed-upon plan, had Ding Baishuang and her subordinate stationed outside the enemy's base, while Ren Guanghui directly stormed into the hideout. Pei Xueqing, and you, the guardian of the Shadow Sect, there's no way out for you. Surrender immediately. Ren Guanghui shouted loudly in the courtyard. 2 figures emerged from one of the rooms ahead. It was Pei Xueqing and the former guardian among the 4 great guardians of the Shadow Sect. Are you Lu Tian's subordinate? The former guardian asked Ren Guanghui. Ren Guanghui became instantly irritated. What? I'm his subordinate? Humph. He has no qualifications to make me his subordinate. So who are you? As you cannot escape anyway, I will tell you. I am the deputy commander of the Xuanhuan Combat Department, Ren Guanghui. Ho ho. We intentionally left traces so that Lu Tian could follow them to us, and we'd have an opportunity to counter him. It seems the deputy commander of Xuanhuan came earlier than Lu Tian. You mean you let people discover your location on purpose? Exactly. But since you've come, we'll deal with you first. As soon as the words left the former guardian's lips, he rushed forward, fists generating fierce wind, striking towards Ren Guanghui. Ren Guanghui directly retaliated with a punch. Boom. Their fists collided, generating an intense force that radiated outward in all directions. The former guardian's eyes flickered momentarily with surprise, simultaneously pushed back several steps by the other's strength. Ren Guanghui retreated only 5 steps, thereby gaining the upper hand. Attack together, the former guardian said to Pei Xueqing. Pei Xueqing nodded, joining forces with him against Ren Guanghui. However, Pei Xueqing's power paled greatly in comparison to Ren Guanghui's. Her attacks were ineffective and she and the former guardian were quickly beaten back by Ren Guanghui. Is this it? This is how you want to deal with me? Ren Guanghui smirked arrogantly. He glanced at Pei Xueqing first. I never put your skills in my mind. Then he looked at the former guardian. Your skills are decent, but far behind mine. It would take 2 experts of your caliber to defeat me. If 2 can barely beat you, what if 4 came? Wouldn't you be completely overwhelmed? The former guardian smiled as he spoke, and at that very moment, 3 figures burst through the window behind him. They were the other 3 guardians of the Shadow Sect. Chapter 221. Not on the same level of strength. Ren Guanghui's face showed surprise. He did not recognize the other 3 envoys of the Dark Shadow Sect, but judging by their demeanor, he could tell they were all skilled fighters. Combined with the previous envoy's words from earlier, he deduced that these 3 individuals must be the other 3 protectors of the Dark Shadow Sect. The 4 protectors of the Dark Shadow Sect are respectively Left Protector, Right Protector, Front Protector, and Rear Protector. Without wasting a single word, they charged directly towards Ren Guanghui. Ren Guanghui didn't have time to think too much. He braced himself and prepared to fight. Against the combined force of the 4 protectors of the Dark Shadow Sect, Ren Guanghui was no match at all. Within just a few rounds, he was knocked down, thrown far away, and tumbled several times due to the momentum. He then noticed that he had rolled to someone's feet. Lu Tian, who had just arrived, looked down at Ren Guanghui lying beneath his feet. Why did you fall? Is it too slippery here? Ren Guanghui twitched the corner of his mouth, struggling to get up. Although we don't see eye to eye, your timing is quite right. If we join forces, we should be able to escape. Lu Tian said. You want to run away? Ren Guanghui's face turned extremely awkward. They are the 4 protectors of the Dark Shadow Sect. Even 1-on-2, I can't do anything. Your strength is weaker than mine. So how are we supposed to defeat them? Are we going to sit here and wait for death without trying to escape? Lu Tian did not respond, merely giving out a cold laugh before heading straight in the direction of the 4 protectors. Ren Guanghui suddenly exclaimed, Do you want to die? Come back. Pei Xueqing shouted towards the 4 protectors. That's Lu Tian. The 4 protectors nodded and immediately rushed towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian avoided their encirclement, then swiftly delivered 3 consecutive kicks followed by a powerful punch. All 4 protectors of the Dark Shadow Sect were sent flying. 3 protectors were kicked more than 10 meters away. Another protector was punched with such force that their body crashed through the courtyard wall, landing outside the yard. Ren Guanghui was shocked by what he saw. How could this be possible? Faced with the 4 protectors, he couldn't even manage 1 against 2. Yet, Lu Tian could handle 4-on-1, and the entire battle process took less than 2 seconds. Even if these 4 protectors joined forces, their abilities still weren't on the same level as Lu Tian. Pei Xueqing also wore an expression of disbelief. Pei Xueqing, traitor, now it's time for me to purge the sect. Xuanhuan, who had come over with Lu Tian, yelled angrily, then rapidly moved toward Pei Xueqing. Pei Xueqing pulled out a short knife from her sleeve and gave her all in fighting Xuanhuan. But she was still no match for Xuanhuan, quickly losing her weapon and having Xuanhuan point the knife at her throat. Ple. Swish. Before Pei Xueqing could finish her plea for mercy, she was beheaded by Xuanhuan, thrashing for a moment before finally dying. Bang! While the rear protector struggled to get up, Lu Tian appeared close and struck a devastating punch to his head. Clang! The rear protector fell to the ground, dead instantly. Lu Tian glanced at the front protector lying not too far away. Startled, the front protector scrambled to retreat. Bang! Lu Tian sprang forward and stepped heavily on his chest. His body trembled, spewing blood profusely, and soon after died. At about the same time, the right protector, who had fallen in the yard earlier, managed to get up. Exerting every ounce of effort, he ran towards the gate. Ren Guanghui stood in his way, thinking, I at least need to take down one of them, or I'll be utterly humiliated. Bang! Just as Ren Guanghui was about to move, Lu Tian had already dashed behind the right protector and kicked him hard in the back. The back of the right protector caved inward, causing him to crash heavily forward, toppling Ren Guanghui along the way. Ren Guanghui stood up and looked at the right protector, discovering that he was already dead. He naturally understood that Lu Tian was deliberately making him look incompetent, but since his skills were inferior, there wasn't much he could do. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. There was still one protector left, the one Lu Tian had hit with a punch, causing the courtyard wall to collapse and fall outside. The left protector. To earn some credit for himself, he urgently rushed over the collapsed part of the wall, intending to confront the left protector. However, upon reaching the outside, he found that the left protector had already fled. There's only one enemy who escaped. He fled to the west side of the courtyard wall. Baishuang, quickly gather your men to surround him. Ren Guanghui shouted loudly. Ting Baishuang heard him and led her team to intercept the left protector. Lu Tian looked at Ren Guanghui. Do you remember what you said? You wanted to spar with me once the mission was completed. Shall we have our match now? Ren Guanghui felt embarrassed again. He had challenged Lu Tian out of jealousy before, aiming to show off in front of Ding Baishuang. Even though they didn't fight under Ding Baishuang's persuasion, he had said more than enough tough words. Now that he had witnessed Lu Tian's strength, he was utterly astonished. In front of Lu Tian, his skills were practically worthless. The idea of wanting to discipline someone earlier now seemed completely ridiculous to him in retrospect. A trace of embarrassed smile appeared on Ren Guanghui's face as he cautiously said, Mr. Lu, don't make fun of me anymore. How dare I cross blades with someone of your caliber? Not only did you save me, but also helped us complete a significant portion of this mission. I had a lot of misunderstandings about you before, and for that, I sincerely apologize and thank you. I can see now why Bai Shuang has been so keen to reconcile with you. With such an unfathomable level of power, it's no wonder she would come back willingly. With my abilities, I have no chance against you. I won't and am too ashamed to pursue her any longer. In fact, the reason Lu Tian agreed to pretend to be Ding Bai Shuang's boyfriend was because he wanted to deliberately annoy Ren Guanghui. Though Ren Guanghui had become genuinely convinced, Lu Tian needed to continue playing this role temporarily to avoid revealing the truth. At this moment, xuanhuan arrived here with her subordinates. Did you catch the enemy? Asked Ren Guanghui. xuanhuan shook her head. He escaped too fast. We let him get away. She then looked at Lu Tian curiously. How did you end up here? Ren Guanghui quickly interrupted. Bai Shuang, all 4 protectors of the Dark Shadow sect were deployed this time, clearly outsmarting us. At that moment, when the 4 protectors joined forces, I couldn't withstand them at all. Luckily, Brother Lu arrived just in time, or else I might have died right there. The 4 protectors from the Dark Shadow sect, Brother Lu killed 3 of them and drove the 4th one away. Brother Lu's prowess truly leaves me awestruck. Bai Shuang, starting today, I won't trouble you anymore. Go ahead and focus on cultivating your relationship with Brother Lu. Chapter 222, Plan in Advance. Ding Bai Shuang was stunned. Although she knew Lu Tian was very powerful, she never expected him to be so overwhelmingly strong. She couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Lu Tian's strength might not be much inferior to that of the Azure Dragon War God. Ding Bai Shuang had a secret crush on the Azure Dragon War God, and always believed he was the strongest person she knew. If she found out that Lu Tian was the Azure Dragon War God's master, she would definitely find it even harder to believe. However, Lu Tian didn't bother to boast about this matter, nor did he see the need to mention it to her. Sister, I will have King Jiangnan come here to help you handle the aftermath. Master Gu and I still have things to do, so we'll go back first. Lu Tian called King Jiangnan, explained the situation, and then left with Master Gu Wanrong. Bai Shuang, you're junior. No, your boyfriend has such incredible strength. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ren Guanghui asked. I didn't know his strength was this powerful either. Ding Bai Shuang said. Lu Tian and Gu Wanrong arrived at the medical martial sect. One enemy escaped. Did you deliberately let him get away? Gu Wanrong asked. Yes. Lu Tian replied. He should be one of the 4 grand protectors of the Shadow sect. After his escape, he will surely return to their main headquarters. I deliberately let him run so we could follow his trail to locate the Shadow sect's main headquarters. So, does that mean you've sent someone to track him? Exactly. I have 4 trusted subordinates, and one of them is especially skilled at tracking. I dispatched him to track the Grand Protector. Is this something you planned in advance? I intentionally punched him out through the wall, giving him an opportunity to flee. But isn't your plan too reliant on luck? If the Grand Protector had been captured by your elder sister during his escape, wouldn't your plan fail completely? Did you ever think about why they didn't catch that Grand Protector? Could it be that you helped him escape? How did you do it? I made my subordinate deliberately attract my sister's attention. My sister and her group mistook him for the Grand Protector and went to capture him, which gave the real Grand Protector the chance to escape. I see. Your sister said she didn't catch anyone. It seems your subordinate successfully slipped away. Not only can he slip away smoothly, but he also has enough time to trace the Grand Protector. From now on, I just need to wait for his report. Mr. Lu, there's another favor I'd like to ask of you. Don't say it yet. Let me guess. Are you asking me to teach you the techniques of the 7-star Meridian Needle? Wow, I can't believe you guessed it. Since we've turned from enemies to friends and already reached a business partnership, if I learn the 7-star Meridian Needle technique, my identity as the successor of the medical martial sect will become more legitimate. It would benefit you as well. You're the successor of the medical martial sect. You should know that the technique of this needle method isn't easily passed down. If I taught it to you, my mother would surely blame me. That's true. If I asked your mother to teach me, do you think she would agree? I don't know. But if you want to ask her, I won't stop you. When are you going back to Jiangzhou? I'll go back with you. Better you go alone. Otherwise, she might think it was my idea to send you to trouble her. Alright, I'll go ask her a few days after you return. This time Lu Tian came to the medical martial sect, with Gu Wanrong mainly to refine medicines. The medical martial sect had quite a few rare herbs. Using those herbs, Lu Tian refined many miraculous drugs. These medicinal pills were all of extremely high value, and could fetch a very high price. He planned for the Lu family to collaborate with the medical martial sect to operate the business around these medicines. Of these medicines, the most valuable one was a pill called the Reverse Destiny Pill. It was a medicine that could extend life. Consuming one pill could extend life by 3 years. However, the cost of manufacturing this pill was extremely high. Despite using a great deal of precious herbs, Lu Tian only managed to refine 3 Reverse Destiny pills. This type of pill only worked to extend the lives of people over 70 years old. There was no one of that age in Lu Tian's circle. He intended to sell these pills to the wealthy elite families. And even if he announced a price in the billions, there would certainly be buyers eager to snatch them up. Over the next 2 days, Lu Tian facilitated a business cooperation between the Lu family and the medical martial sect. He was also paying close attention to the updates transmitted by the subordinate sent to track Left Guardian. During these 2 days, the Left Guardian took refuge in 2 places, both of which were prestigious families. These families were probably colluding with the Shadow sect. The Left Guardian was recuperating while escaping towards the general direction of the Shadow sect's main base. Lu Tian's plan was to Once the exact location of the Shadow Sect's main headquarters was confirmed, immediately launch an assault to eliminate the Shadow Sect. Now, he was uncertain when the Left Guardian would escape to the Shadow Sect's headquarters. All he could do was continue waiting for news. After facilitating the cooperation between the Liu family and the medical martial sect, Liu Tian's trip to Jiangnan was also considered over. He planned to return to Jiangzhou with Su Yunru the next day. That night, he continued staying in the same room as Su Yunru. At this moment, the two were embraced under the covers, having just thrown their clothes aside. Liu Tian, I have something to tell you. After a series of passionate kisses, Su Yunru panted and said, we agreed that while in bed, you must call me darling. Understood, darling. As she spoke, Su Yunru cast him a sidelong glance full of tender resentment. What do you want to say? Do you remember that young man who saved Xuanhuan before? I remember. His name is Liu Qiuyang. What about him? Xuanhuan called me, saying that Liu Qiuyang is courting her. Really? I thought Xuanhuan avoided being pursued by him on purpose, so she acted impolitely toward him. If he's courting her, isn't he inviting trouble? But Xuanhuan now has the intention of accepting him. She called me to ask for advice. Xuanhuan loves luxury. When she saw his ordinary clothing, she looked down on him. If she's willing to accept him now, could it mean that he's from a wealthy elite family? Yes. Xuanhuan said Liu Qiuyang was adopted by an affluent family and is the only junior member of the family. He will inherit the family business sooner or later. No wonder Xuanhuan wants to accept him. So what are you planning to do? Do you approve of her accepting him? I think the young man is pretty good and should be able to take good care of Xuanhuan. But what? Liu Qiuyang is 1 year older than you. So what? What does this have to do with me? How do you feel about this? You're my man. My man is younger than my daughter's suitor. Doesn't this sound absurd to you? Chapter 223. Help her relieve stress. Liu Tian said, you're just adding unnecessary fanac to yourself. Su Yunru sighed. I shouldn't have mentioned this to you. You're so young, you definitely wouldn't be as conflicted as I am. Liu Tian said, Yunru, I understand how you feel. I know, considering Xuanhuan, you would certainly not refuse LV Qiuyang because of this. I also know that you couldn't separate from me just because of this. So in terms of this matter, it's already decided. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to dwell on it. Su Yunru nodded. That's true. But I still feel a lot of pressure. I'll help you relieve the pressure. After saying this, Liu Tian began to passionately pursue her. Husband, you're so annoying. Su Yunru complained cutely, and then enthusiastically responded. The next morning, Su Yunru received a call from xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was still asking Su Yunru for advice on whether she should accept LV Qiuyang or not. Su Yunru thought LV Qiuyang was very reliable, so she suggested Xuanhuan try dating him for a bit to see how it goes. Out of caution, Su Yunru proposed that Xuanhuan bring LV Qiuyang along to meet her and discuss things. In the afternoon, Liu Tian and Su Yunru returned to Jiangzhou. During dinner time, the two went into a private room at a restaurant. Inside the private room, a man and a woman were already sitting there. It was LV Qiuyang and Xuanhuan. It was LV Qiuyang who proposed to treat them. Previously, when Xuanhuan was drugged, LV Qiuyang saved her and took her to the hospital. At that time, Liu Tian and Su Yunru had already met LV Qiuyang at the hospital while visiting Xuanhuan. Therefore, their meeting again wasn't unfamiliar. Mom, how did you bring him along? Xuanhuan said, glancing at Liu Tian with some displeasure. Future son-in-law is treating his future mother-in-law to dinner, and I, as the father-in-law, coming along seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Liu Tian smiled. You? Xuanhuan looked at him angrily. Liu Tian, stop making such jokes. Su Yunru said with a touch of resentment. This isn't a joke, it's exactly how things are, Liu Tian said. Liu Tian looked at LV Qiuyang. I'm Xuanhuan's godfather, so you should address me as uncle first. Good. LV Qiuyang replied awkwardly with a smile. Xuanhuan was extremely upset, but she no longer dared to provoke Liu Tian. LV Qiuyang spoke to Su Yunru. Auntie, please sit down. He then said to Liu Tian, Uncle, please take a seat. Su Yunru and Liu Tian sat before the table, and LV Qiuyang and Xuanhuan sat opposite them. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yunru asked, I've heard Xuanhuan say that you were adopted. Could you tell us about your family background? LV Qiuyang nodded. Ever since I can remember, I've been living in an orphanage. I heard that not long after I was born, someone left me at the doorstep of the orphanage. When I was 10 years old, someone who frequently visited the orphanage, my adoptive father, the head of Yanhai City's Mei family, Mei Wanjin, adopted me. Su Yunru asked, You said he often visited you at the orphanage. When did he start doing that? About when I was around 5 years old, he started visiting me specifically. At the time, he already had the intention of adopting me. And after you were adopted by him, did you always live in the Mei household? Yes. Since you were an orphan and were adopted by the Mei family, why didn't you take your adoptive father's surname Mei? People at the orphanage told me that when they found me, there was a note in my clothing stating that my surname was LV. Out of respect for my background, my adoptive father didn't make me take his surname. Did you hear that your adoptive father didn't have any children? Do you know the reason? My adoptive father sustained severe injuries in one area, which made him unable to continue his lineage. How old is your adoptive father this year? 62 years old. At what age was he injured? Heard it happened when he was in his 20s. Before adopting you, did he ever adopt anyone else? No. That's strange. He adopted you 10 years ago, so at the time he was 52. If he lost that ability in his 20s, why did he only think of adopting a child when he was over 50? I asked him this question before, and he said it was because when he was younger, his business hadn't yet taken off, and he lacked the energy. You really are quite articulate. Did you prepare a script beforehand? The reason I'm so articulate is because everything I said is the truth. Truth? To me, it sounds like you prepared excuses ahead of time. Xuanhuan was becoming somewhat unhappy. Mom, you've asked him so many questions. Turns out you were doubting him. LV Choyang took over the conversation. Xuanhuan, don't be upset. Andy doesn't know me well and has some doubts for your future consideration, which is not unusual. Then he looked at Su Yunru. Auntie, I wasn't lying earlier. Su Yunru said. Your answers already revealed inconsistencies. Did you not notice? LV Choyang suddenly became nervous. What? What inconsistency? Su Yunru gave a cold laugh and said, judging by how nervous you are now, even if I hadn't found the inconsistencies, I can tell you're lying. LV Choyang quickly calmed down. I really didn't lie. I was just worried about being misunderstood by you, which made me nervous. Su Yunru said, you don't think I actually missed those inconsistencies, do you? LV Choyang got nervous again. Auntie, you really misunderstood me. I didn't lie. Xuanhuan looked at Su Yunru. Mom, I believe him. It must be a misunderstanding on your part. Auntie hasn't misunderstood him, Lu Tian interjected. Then he looked at LV Choyang. I'm not sure if you're unaware of your own situation or lying, but there was an obvious inconsistency when you mentioned one event. LV Choyang looked puzzled. Brother. No, uncle. You must have misunderstood me as well. If you feel there's a problem with my words, please point it out so I can clarify. Lu Tian said. You mentioned that at 10 years old, you were adopted by your adoptive father, but from the age of 5, he visited the orphanage to specifically see you and intended to adopt you, right? LV Choyang nodded. That's correct. I'm telling the truth. Lu Tian continued. You also said that shortly before adopting you, his business had just taken off, right? LV Choyang nodded again. That's also true. Su Yunru took over the conversation. That's strange then. You said that before adopting you, his business had just started taking off. That means, 5 years before he formed the intention to adopt you, his business wasn't yet successful. You've also said that before his business flourished, he lacked the energy to adopt a child. In that case, why did he intend to adopt you 5 years ago? Could he foresee that he'd succeed in business 5 years later? And could he anticipate that during this time, no one else would adopt you? All the things you mentioned regarding your adoption are completely contradictory. LV Choyang showed surprise. This. Lu Tian looked at LV Choyang. Speak. Why are you lying? LV Choyang sighed. Didn't expect that you wouldn't trust me. Then he looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I assure you I didn't lie earlier. Do you believe me, or not? Xuanhuan seemed unsure what to do. After hearing the flaws pointed out by Lu Tian and Su Yunru, she also began to doubt LV Choyang. At this moment, LV Choyang's phone rang. He glanced at the number and said, Sorry, I need to take this call. It's my dad calling. He answered the call. Hello, Dad. Did you go out for dinner with your girlfriend? Yes, her mother and her stepfather are there too. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan first shot a glare at Lu Tian, then angrily stepped on LV Choyang's foot. Are you at a restaurant, or at your girlfriend's house? The restaurant, why? I just received news that someone's coming after you. They might find you soon. End the dinner quickly, and hide at your girlfriend's house first. What exactly is going on? It's urgent. I don't have time to explain more. Follow my advice quickly. Okay, I understand. Although he didn't use speakerphone, since he was close to Lu Tian and others, his father's remarks were still heard by them. Xuanhuan looked at Su Yunru. Shall we let him hide at our place? Su Yunru replied. No. He told so many lies just now, I can't trust him. If we bring him home, we might get involved because of him. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Several stern-looking men in suits burst into the room. The lead man in a suit spoke directly to LV Choyang. Mr. Lu, please come with us. LV Choyang anticipated these suited men were precisely the ones his father mentioned on the call. Why are you taking me away? LV Choyang asked. I won't answer your question. In short, if you refuse to come with us, I won't hesitate to act against you. The suited man spoke coldly, then immediately raised his hand and slapped it on the dining table. This wooden table cracked under 2 deep splits from the impact. LV Choyang was startled. I'll go with you, but please don't trouble them. In order to keep them from talking about this matter, I have to take them along as well, said the man in a suit. Chapter 224, No explanation found. The suited man glanced around at Lu Tian and the others, then spoke in a threatening tone. You'd better not waste my time. If you don't want me to take action, just quietly come with us. Lu Tian replied. I also don't want to waste time. If you don't want to get hurt, leave right now. What did you say? The suited man's expression turned dark as he slammed his palm on the dining table again. After this strike, 2 more cracks appeared on the tabletop. Do you even dare to show off your weak strength in front of me? As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, he too slapped the dining table. There was no visible change to the table itself. However, all porcelain utensils such as plates and bowls on the table shattered into pieces. Even crazier, these fragments didn't scatter everywhere. Seeing this, the suited man felt instantly terrified, shaking with fear. Being a trained fighter, he could understand the sophistication involved here. Lu Tian had transmitted his force through the table surface, sending it to every item of cutlery's position while containing the force around each piece to suppress the flying debris. Just from this point alone, the young man had already proven himself to be an extraordinary master among masters. And given him and his men around, there was absolutely no chance they could win against him. LV Chodong was also shocked by Lu Tian's power, momentarily unable to recover. Tensed up, the suited man started stepping back, looking for a chance to escape. Bang! A loud slap resounded, leaving the suited man flipped onto the ground. Lu Tian shook his hand, saying, "Who sent you?" Nervously, the suited man answered, It was Mr. Fong giving us 200,000 yuan, hiring us." Mr. Fong. LV Chiodong took over the question. "Is he the young master of the Fong family from Yanjing, Fong Yuhai?" The suited man nodded. "Yes. He has come to Jiangzhou and ordered us to bring you before one of his underlings." LV Chiodong looked puzzled. "Why would he do this?" The suited man responded, "I only take his money and follow his orders. I know nothing about the specifics." LV Chiodong said, "Go tell him. If he has any grievances with me, we can have a face-to-face talk. But I must determine the meeting location." Yes. The suited man nodded rapidly. LV Chiodong gazed at the cracked dining table and broken dishes upon it, and continued, "Compensate for the damage here." Not daring to delay, the suited man summoned the waiter for billing. Once settled, LV Chiodong let him and his henchmen go. Lu Tian didn't trust LV Chiodong, nor could he decide who was right or wrong, so he did not stop those suited men from leaving. The Fong family has support from the Lu family behind them. This Lu family I mentioned has little relation to me, but in short, they're more powerful than my own family, and I dare not fight them. That's why I let those people go. LV Chiodong explained. "You share the same surname, Lu. Perhaps this incident is related to your origins," Lu Tian stated. LV Chiodong paused for a moment. "Indeed, that's quite possible. However, it's likely that someone else may come bothering us. Let's quickly leave here." Lu Tian responded. "If anyone comes, I can handle it. You first call your father and ask about the situation in front of us." LV Chiodong nodded. He too wanted to uncover the truth and didn't wish to keep secrets from them. Back when he discussed his family situation, he indeed wasn't lying. What made it seem suspicious were things he simply didn't know. Given that the dining table and its utensils were already damaged but had been compensated, the waiters swiftly replaced the private room for them. Seated again, LV Chiodong called his father, Mei Wanjin, turning on the speakerphone. After Mei Wanjin received the call, he urged LV Chiodong repeatedly to hide immediately. Under repeated questioning from LV Chiodong, the other party eventually revealed the details. Lu Tian's speculation proved correct. This matter indeed pertained to LV Chiodong's origin story. Turned out, LV Chiodong was the illegitimate son of a prominent aristocratic family, the Lu clan from Yanjing. His father was shamelessly promiscuous and utterly irresponsible, abandoning both him and his mother. Unable to endure the pressure, his mother left him at the doorstep of an orphanage and committed suicide by jumping from a building. 5 years later, after learning the full truth, his grandfather assigned his manager, now LV Chiodong's adoptive father Mei Wanjin, to take care of him. Mei Wanjin established his own career with the help of LV Chiodong's grandfather. Actually, Mei Wanjin wasn't incapable as a man, nor did he lack a wife or children. In order for LV Chiodong to inherit the family business, Mei Wanjin deliberately concealed all these truths from him. A few years ago, his biological father passed away due to sudden death from excessive sexual activity. This father had seduced many women but never formally married, resulting in only one offspring, LV Chiodong. After the passing of his father, his grandfather reclaimed control of the family business. His grandfather adopted a godson, none other than the head of the Fong family, Fong Quan, the father of Fong Yuhai. The Fong family had developed under the support of the Lu family. 2 months ago, his grandfather passed away. According to his grandfather's will, he was supposed to inherit the family business. However, Fong Quan and his son, Fong Yuhai, disregarding the favors from the Lu family, intended to take over their estate. This time, Fong Yuhai sent people to abduct LV Chiodong in order to force him to transfer the Lu family business that he was about to inherit to the Fong family. After hearing the entire story from his adoptive father, LV Chiodong felt both melancholic and enraged. LV Chiodong had come to Jiangzhou from Yunhai City as a guest. Xuanhuan, worried that he might run into trouble with enemies, invited him to hide at her place. Lu Tian and Su Yunru had no objections. After finishing dinner, they all went to Su Yunru's villa together. "Xiaoyang, you can stay on the first floor," Su Yunru said. "Why don't you let him stay with me on the 3rd floor?" Zhao Yuxuan interjected. "What kind of joke are you playing? You've just started dating. How could you possibly live together? I didn't say we would share a room. I just want us to chat more. It would be more convenient if he stays on the 3rd floor so we can talk." "That's not acceptable. Young people tend to act impulsively. What starts as chatting may turn into something else. You have no right to judge me. You lived together with Lu Tian shortly after meeting. Our relationship progressed this far due to a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? If I'm not mistaken, it was your impulse." "You shut up. Stop nagging. Anyway, I won't allow you and Xiaoyang to stay on the same floor." At this point, LV Chiodong spoke up. "Yuxuan, Anne is right. We're not at the stage yet where we should live on the same floor." Zhao Yuxuan sighed. "Then I'll keep you company on the 1st floor for a while." Then she looked at Su Yunru. "Is that okay?" "Sure." Su Yunru nodded. "You two chat then. Lu Tian and I will go upstairs to the 2nd floor and not disturb you." Zhao Yuxuan pouted. "It's obvious you just want to enjoy your private moments with Lu Tian upstairs. Go bother someone else." Su Yunru glared at her and then went upstairs with Lu Tian. Not long after reaching the 2nd floor, Lu Tian received a call from his mother, Lu Wenlei. Lu Wenlei mainly wanted to ask about the situation when he recently returned to the Lu family as their young master. He briefly explained, concealing some things that might cause concern. Hearing that his visit to the Lu family went smoothly, Lu Wenlei felt reassured. "All right, I'd also like to chat with Yunru a bit. Hand the phone over to her." "Okay, wait a moment." Lu Tian shouted towards Su Yunru, who had just entered the bedroom. Yunru, what's up? Su Yunru asked absent-mindedly. My mom wants to talk to you. Lu Tian handed the phone over to Su Yunru. Su Yunru took the phone. Hello, Sister Lu. Lu Wenlei chuckled. Interesting, truly interesting. Su Yunru paused. Sister Lu, what do you find so amusing? Lu Wenlei replied. Lu Tian has always called you Aunt Su, but just now he directly called your name, and you naturally responded to him. Isn't that funny? Su Yunru was startled. When she brought Lu Tian along as her boyfriend to meet her family, she had allowed Lu Tian to address her by her given name. In the days since, Lu Tian had gotten used to calling her by her name, and she too was accustomed to hearing it. So much so that when Lu Tian called her by her name just now, she hadn't thought twice about it. Now that Sister Lu heard it, there wasn't an explanation she could think of. Chapter 225. This reason is not sufficient. Lu Jia, let me explain. Su Yunru hurriedly said. Explain? How to explain? The first thing Su Yunru thought of was to use the fact that she had asked Lu Tian to pretend to be her boyfriend and go with her to the Su family as an explanation. She could say that in order not to arouse the suspicion of the Su family, she asked Lu Tian not to call her Aunt Su, but to call her by her name directly. Since they got used to addressing each other this way over the past few days, it just hadn't changed yet. But this reason was not sufficient. Su Yunru knew that Lu Jia always regarded her as Lu Tian's elder. Even if Su Yunru reluctantly let Lu Tian pretend to be her boyfriend out of necessity, due to his respect for her, Lu Tian would never habitually address her by her name. In such a case, if Lu Tian still calls her by her name, it's very easy for others to guess that Lu Tian has some romantic relationship with her. However, Su Yunru could not come up with any other reason to explain. She could only take the risk to explain using this reason, hoping to pass through without any trouble. Thus, Su Yunru used this reason to explain the matter, naturally also mentioning that she asked Lu Tian to pretend to be her boyfriend and go with her to the Su family. Lu Wenlei exclaimed, I remember you told me before that you had a boyfriend. Why do you need Lu Tian to pretend? When Su Yunru used to have video calls with Lu Wenlei on her phone, Lu Tian was often beside her, but he never appeared in the camera lens. However, Lu Wenlei guessed that there was a man around her at that time based on the situation then. Since she was lying in bed at the time, she could only claim that the man was her boyfriend. So Lu Wenlei thus believed that Su Yunru had a boyfriend, but never expected that man to be Lu Tian. Su Yunru said, I broke up with my boyfriend long ago. Lu Wenlei responded, so you and Lu Tian are just acting to deceive the family. I wouldn't mind that, and you don't have to feel guilty about it either. Su Yunru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Lu Jia. Just when she thought she could escape smoothly, Lu Wenlei's next words made her nervous again. Yunru, in your view, don't you consider yourself an elder compared to Lu Tian? Yes. I think that, after he finished pretending to be your boyfriend, out of respect for you as his elder, he should continue calling you Aunt Su, rather than calling you by your name. Perhaps because he pretended to be my boyfriend for several days, he got used to calling me by my name. That, when he called my name, I responded out of habit. I believe you responded out of habit, but I don't trust him. If he regarded you as his elder, out of respect, he couldn't possibly form such a habit. So, I think, he's developed feelings for you. It won't happen. Definitely not. I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect there might be a possibility. Pay attention. If you find out he's making advances on you, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Alright. Okay. On the other end of the phone, after Lu Wenlei hung up, she looked at Bai Yun sitting beside her with a mischievous grin. During this period, both she and Bai Yun lived in another villa owned by Su Yunru. This place. Although Lu Wenlei didn't use speakerphone during her phone call, Bai Yun could deduce the specific content of her conversation with Su Yunru from her statements. Lu Jia, do you really think Lu Tian has feelings for Yunru? I think, most likely, it is indeed the case. What do you think? I also agree with that. By the way, hypothetically speaking, if Yunru also has feelings for him, would you allow them to be together? You're talking nonsense. How could Yunru possibly have feelings for him? Why can't it happen? Because Yunru is my friend, and Lu Tian is my son. If there were a woman roughly the same age as Yunru who wasn't your friend, and she and Lu Tian genuinely loved each other, wouldn't you let them be together? Probably not. Well, Lu Jia, let's stop being friends then. Get lost. Even if you cut off ties with me, we were friends in the past. After you've completed treatment from Lu Tian, I definitely will not allow you to stay with him. Bai Yun sighed secretly. It seemed changing Lu Jia's mind wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, after Su Yunru finished her call with Lu Wenlei, she immediately recounted the conversation to Lu Tian. Your mom thinks you have feelings for me, but she believes I wouldn't accept you. At least now she knows I have feelings for you. If one day she finds out about our relationship, she wouldn't be too surprised. You're quite optimistic. By the way, did you remind Yuxian to tell Lu Qiuyang not to spread the word about us being together? What? Are you afraid people will know and your mom won't be able to explain it? Yes. You can rest assured, I've reminded Yuxian long ago. According to my observation, Lu Qiuyang seems pretty honest. He probably wouldn't spread the word. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss Yuxian and Lu Qiuyang's situation instead. Do you think? Is what Lu Qiuyang said trustworthy? I believe it is credible, but I'm not completely sure. I'll arrange an investigation right away. Are you going to send someone to investigate the Mei family where Lu Qiuyang hails from? No. I will send people to investigate the Lu family as well as the Fong family who has been causing trouble for Lu Qiuyang. If we figure out the situation, we'll not only understand the movements of the Fong family, but also confirm issues related to Lu Qiuyang. Alright, who are you planning to send for the investigation? Have you heard of the Tianxia Business Alliance? Yes, I have. Could it be? No way. I already knew you were not just anyone. But if you're saying you can command the Tianxia Business Alliance to do your bidding, that still makes it hard for me to believe. Haha. There are many things about me that would make you incredulous, and this is nothing special. The headquarters of the Tianxia Business Alliance was in Yanjing. Lu Tian directly called the leader of the Tianxia Business Alliance and had them conduct an investigation according to his request. The next morning, Lu Tian went to work with Su Yunru. Out of consideration for Zhao Yuxian's and Lu Qiuyang's safety, Lu Tian summoned several martial experts from the Wuming prior to departure to guard outside the villa. Zhao Yuxian's summer vacation wasn't over yet. As she walked out of her bedroom, intending to find Lu Qiuyang downstairs, her phone rang. It was a call from her father, Zhao Jinxiu. Yuxian, you haven't returned to the Zhao family in several days. You don't plan to break off ties with us like your mother did, do you? I don't want to sever ties with you, but you've let me down too much. That time when you tricked me into meeting Qin Xinghe, I nearly got taken advantage of by him. We trusted him too much back then. We never expected he'd be so despicable. I heard that someone saved you at that moment. Since you're safe, can you forgive us? All right, I forgive you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, Yuxian, I've heard that Lu Qiuyang, the person who saved you, has now become your boyfriend. Is that true? Yes, so what? We are also very grateful to him. Of course, we won't stop you from seeing him. This noon, we plan to host a banquet to receive him. Why don't you bring him to visit our Zhao family? I'm not in the mood today. We'll talk about it later. Yuxian, we've learned that young Master Lu comes from a wealthy family. Bring him to our home as a guest, and display your status as the daughter of the Zhao household. That way, he might feel that you two are more equally matched. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? It's definitely necessary. Those wealthy families all value business alliances through marriage. If you don't prove your identity as the daughter of the Zhao family, they may think you're not good enough for him. Well, alright, I'll take him to Zhao family this noon. Actually, Zhao Yuxian cared deeply about her status as the daughter of the Zhao family, and she indeed wanted to show it to Lu Qiuyang. Oh, by the way, don't tell my mom or Lu Tian about us inviting you. They have some misunderstandings about us and might stop you from returning to the Zhao family. I know. They went to the company and won't be back until after work. I'll take Lu Qiuyang to the Zhao family this noon without letting them know. Good. We'll prepare a sumptuous feast and give you more face. Zhao Yuxian went downstairs and told Lu Qiuyang about her plans to bring him as a guest to the Zhao family. Lu Qiuyang had no objections and readily agreed. Speaking of which, after Zhao Jinxiu finished the phone call, he looked toward a young man standing nearby. Fang Xiao. If there are no special circumstances, my daughter will bring Lu Qiuyang to the Zhao family this noon, and that's when you can deal with Lu Qiuyang. Chapter 226, Trap. The young man addressed as Young Master Fang by Zhao Jinxiang was none other than Master Fang's son, Fang Yuhai. Yesterday, Fang Yuhai arranged for the suit-wearing men to create trouble for Lu Qiudong, but they were intimidated by Lu Tian's prowess and fled in disarray. After listening to the report from those suit-clad men, he realized that there was a master-level expert guarding Lu Qiudong. If brute force was used directly, it wouldn't be easy to resolve matters swiftly. Upon investigation, he learned that Lu Qiudong was dating Zhao Jia's daughter, Zhao Yuxuan. Hence, he went straight to the Zhao family to discuss cooperation. The terms of their cooperation included providing commercial benefits to the Zhao family while they helped him lure Lu Qiudong so that Fang could have an opportunity to deal with him. After careful deliberation, the Zhao family believed Lu Qiudong wouldn't stand a chance against the Fang family. Driven by self-interest, they chose to side with the seemingly sure-to-win Fang family and agreed to Fang Yuhai's proposal. Fang Yuhai bought 10% of Zhao Company's shares at 3 times the price. Since Zhao Company suffered heavily from the commercial attacks of Tianda Commercial Alliance, its business had significantly deteriorated, particularly under financial strain. Fang Yuhai's offer was sufficient to solve their company's cash shortage problem. Thus, they promptly sold 10% of the shares to Fang Yuhai. Furthermore, Fang Yuhai promised to introduce more business opportunities to the Zhao family. By becoming one of the shareholders of Zhao Company, his interests would be intertwined with theirs. Therefore, the Zhao family trusted that he could honor his promises. The Zhao family arranged a room for Fang Yuhai to rest. In the room, apart from Fang Yuhai, there was also an elderly man with gray hair and beard. This elder was one of the Fang family's retainers named Pang Xian, who was not only a grandmaster but also the strongest among the experts in the Fang family's forces. Young Master Fang, since you found out where Lu Qiudong is staying, why don't you just send me over to take care of him? No, he has a powerful expert nearby, so it won't be that easy to handle, replied Fang Yuhai. That so-called expert is quite young, about the same age as him. Even if his cultivation is advanced, I highly doubt he has reached the grandmaster level. As a grandmaster myself, dealing with him should be more than sufficient. That still doesn't work. I've already checked. There are many experts patrolling around that villa. You may not be able to fight all of them at once. Even if they can't defeat you, they might have the strength to cover for Lu Qiudong's escape. After hearing Fang Yuhai's reasoning, Pang Xian nodded approvingly. Makes sense. Young Master Fang thinks this through carefully. Suddenly, Pang Xian grinned mischievously and said, Young Master Fang, I heard that Zhao Jia's daughter, Zhao Yuxuan, is exceptionally beautiful. Fang Yuhai shot him a disdainful glance. You old lecher, your lust never changes. Pang Xian's expression turned lewd. This is what you call being youthful in spirit despite old age. Fang Yuhai, serious-faced, declared, even if you have designs on her, we must first settle this matter. I understand. Pang Xian, wiping saliva from the corner of his mouth, nodded. Time passed until noon. Zhao Yuxuan led Lu Qiudong to the grand mansion of the Zhao family. Upon arriving here, they were startled. A banquet was supposed to be held in Lu Qiudong's honor, wasn't it? Why did it look so quiet here, unlike the scene of a festive feast? Yuxuan, you're back. It was Zhao Zhenming, Zhao Yuxuan's grandfather. Her father, Zhao Jinxiang, uncle Zhao Jinxiao, and cousin Zhao Yusong had also accompanied him. Zhao Yuxuan greeted her grandfather with a nod, and then turned to her father Zhao Jinxiang. Dad, didn't you say there would be a banquet to welcome Qiudong? Zhao Jinxiang responded. We didn't plan any banquet. Saying that we'd host one was merely to get you to bring him to the Zhao family. Shocked and angry, Zhao Yuxuan cried out. You tricked me again. Zhao Zhenming interjected. This is for your own good. Someone plans to confront Lu Qiudong, and he surely won't withstand the challenge. If you don't want to get involved and suffer the consequences, you should break up with him right now. Lu Qiudong, you've fallen into my trap. A young man came out laughing, addressing Lu Qiudong. Fang Yuhai, it's you, Lu Qiudong exclaimed in shock. Then he looked at Zhao Zhenming and others. So, you colluded with him to scheme against me? Zhao Yuxuan anxiously urged. Qiudong, leave quickly. There's no way for him to escape. Another voice came from the courtyard gate. An elderly man stepped into the yard. It was Pang Xian, one of the Fang family's retainers. Filled with resentment, Zhao Yuxuan looked at her relatives who had deceived her with deep disappointment. No wonder my mom decided to cut ties with all of you. I deeply regret not following her path to sever connections with you. Crying, Zhao Yuxuan angrily berated them. As a daughter of the Zhao family, speak politely to your elders. Zhao Yusong shouted angrily, then took a quick step forward, pulling Zhao Yuxuan to join their side. Let me go. I want to be with Qiudong. Zhao Yuxuan screamed in anger. You insolent girl. Zhao Jinxiang slapped her across the face. Calm down and behave yourself. Right now, young Master Fang is about to deal with Lu Qiudong. If you keep causing trouble, you'll bring disaster upon our Zhao family. Zhao Yuxuan yelled. I want to break ties with all of you. What happens to your schemes has nothing to do with me. Zhao Jinxiang slapped her again. You ungrateful daughter. What are you saying? I'm telling you, as a daughter of the Zhao family, you should prioritize the family's interests. Stop it. Lu Qiudong said. Your target is me. Don't make things difficult for Yuxuan. Lu Qiudong sighed. Yuxuan, don't worry about this matter. Although I came here with you, it's their plan to harm me. I won't blame you. Wah! Zhao Yuxuan burst into tears. Fang Yuhai looked at Lu Qiudong. You should already know that you're from the main branch of the Yanjing Lu family, right? Lu Qiudong nodded. I found out yesterday. Fang Yuhai handed over a document. As long as you sign this asset transfer agreement and hand over the inheritance your grandfather left you to our Fang family, I'll let you off. If you refuse, I will kill you. Pang Xin chimed in. Then he crushed a piece of flooring beneath his foot with ease. Do you think your life is tougher than this floor? Despite his anger, Lu Qiudong remained relatively calm. He could tell Fang Yuhai was serious about taking his life. I'll agree then. Although those assets were worth a lot, he didn't want to lose his life over them, so he decided to comply and sign the agreement. Fang Yuhai pocketed the agreement, his face lighting up with triumph. Young Master Fang, are you done with your business? Pang Xian suddenly asked. It's done. Fang Yuhai nodded. Pang Xian acknowledged him with a nod. Then a wicked grin spread across his face as he walked straight toward Zhao Yuxuan. Now it's my turn to take care of some business. Chapter 227. How to choose. Zhao Yuxuan was greatly shocked and anxiously stepped back. Lu Qiudong glared angrily at Pang Xian. What do you want to do? Pang Xian smiled. Hee, no matter what I do, you can't stop me. While speaking, one hand of Pang Xian grabbed Zhao Yuxuan's arm. The other hand pinched her face. Frightened, Zhao Yuxuan tried to break free but couldn't. You let her go. Lu Qiudong roared in anger. In a rage, he charged toward Pang Xian and swung a punch. But he was no match for Pang Xian, the grandmaster, who easily caught his fist. I am a grandmaster and you still dare to fight me? Pang Xian smirked with disdain, then shoved him away and slapped him down to the ground. Helplessly, Lu Qiudong pleaded with Fang Yuhai. Consider this as my begging you. Beg you to make him leave Yuxuan alone. Zhao Zhenming and others became nervous. Zhao Jinxiang urged earnestly. Young Master Fang, I plead with you to not let him torment my daughter. Fang Yuhai chuckled. Firstly, Senior Pang here is not exactly my subordinate. Secondly, it's not that I'm cooperating with your business, but rather, I'm taking this opportunity to control your Zhao family's business. Zhao Zhenming exclaimed in surprise. You said control our business? Fang Yuhai laughed smugly. I found out long ago that after your Zhao family suffered a commercial blow, your business plummeted drastically, and your capital chain had serious issues. You back then invited many bosses to invest and become shareholders to raise funds, also diluting your own shares in the company. Afterward, the shares you occupied in the company didn't even reach half. In fact, before I came to talk about cooperation with you, I had quietly acquired those shareholders' shares. Add to that the 10% share I bought from you. Now I possess more than 50% of the company's shares. The Zhao family's company is under my command. Do you think I have taken control of your business or not? Zhao Zhenming and others were so astonished their heads buzzed. They had agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuhai, thinking there was profit to be made. It turned out they wouldn't only gain no benefit, but even lost their fundamental foundation. Directly, Zhao Zhenming knelt down. Young Master Fang, we are willing to pay to buy back the shares. Please agree to our request. What mattered most to him was the Zhao family's interests, already ignoring the matter of letting them forgive Zhao Yuxuan. Zhao Jinxiang and others were the same, similarly kneeling and asking Fang Yuhai to agree to let them buy back the shares. Fang Yuhai laughed. After I've gone through so much trouble acquiring these many shares of your company, do you think I would return them to you? Ha ha. Just as he was laughing smugly, Lu Qiudong suddenly took advantage of his inattention, swiftly moved to his side, and snatched the agreement transferring the property of the Lu family into Fang Yuhai's hands. Fang Yuhai was startled and angrily said, "Return the agreement to me. When I rip this agreement, I will never re-sign it with you. If you don't want me to rip it, immediately let that beast release Xuanhuan." While saying this, Lu Qiudong held the agreement with both hands, making gestures as if ready to tear it. Fang Yuhai was so angry that his lips twitched twice, looking towards Pang Xian. "Release her." Pang Xian nodded, releasing Zhao Yuxuan. "Yuxuan, leave quickly." Fang Yuhai shouted at Zhao Yuxuan. "What about you?" Zhao Yuxuan asked tensely. "What he wants is this agreement, and he won't harm me. Once you leave, I'll give him back the agreement, and he'll release me. Take extra care." Zhao Yuxuan hurriedly ran towards the door. Lu Qiudong, fearing that Fang Yuhai or Pang Xian might suddenly grab the agreement in his hand, tensely kept an eye on both of them. But what he didn't expect was that someone else wanted to snatch his agreement. After Zhao Jinming gave Zhao Yusong a subtle hint, Zhao Yusong suddenly dashed next to Lu Qiudong. Hardly could Zhao Yusong be called a martial arts expert, but his actions were quick. Lu Qiudong was caught off guard, and by the time he realized it, the agreement was already in Zhao Yusong's hands. Seeing this, Zhao Jinming and the others who were just kneeling immediately got up from the ground. "Haha, thank you." Pang Xian chuckled and chased after Zhao Yuxuan, who hadn't yet run out of the yard. Although Pang Xian was advanced in years as a grandmaster, he was quite agile and soon caught up to Zhao Yuxuan, dragging her back. Lu Qiuyang glared angrily at Zhao Yusu. "What do you mean? Have you forgotten about Yuxuan's safety?" Zhao Yusu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "You're only thinking about her safety, but what about using this agreement to help us regain our family's shares?" Lu Qiuyang replied, "Even if we need to reclaim the shares, Yuxuan's safety must be secured first." "Yusu, don't waste your breath on him." Zhao Jinhao interjected. Then he turned to Fang Yuhai. "If you want this agreement back, return the shares to us." Lu Qiuyang quickly added, "And release Yuxuan too." Fang Yuhai cast a malevolent look at them all. "Do you think it's that easy to pressure me? You have made 2 demands, but I will only agree to one of them. If you insist on asking for both, I won't mind you tearing up the agreement. Anyway, I'll still find ways to force Lu Qiuyang to sign it later. And as for you guys, haha, you'd better prepare for my retaliation." Then, he looked at Zhao Jinming and others. "Since the agreement is in your hands now, you decide. Should I release Zhao Yuxuan or return the shares? Choose one." Zhao Jinming and others showed hesitation on their faces. "Don't hesitate. Let them release Yuxuan quickly." Lu Qiuyang urged anxiously. "You shut up. It's our turn to make the decision." Zhao Jinhao snapped angrily. Lu Qiuyang then shouted toward Zhao Jinxiang. "As her father, how can you even hesitate about saving her? Are you human?" Zhao Jinming turned to Zhao Jinxiang. "Jinxiang, think this through carefully. If Yuxuan suffers some harm, with her identity as an Zhao family princess, she could still marry a good man. But if Zhao family doesn't recover its shares, most of our family businesses will fall into other people's hands, possibly leading to our downfall forever. So my suggestion is to ensure our shares first." Zhao Jinhao immediately followed suit. "Jinxiang, we're not neglecting Yuxuan. Dad is giving you advice from the family standpoint. Please listen to him." Zhao Yusu jumped in next. "Uncle Jinxiang, both grandfather and dad are urging you to consider the overall situation. Please heed their advice." "What kind of overall situation is this?" Lu Qiuyang shouted angrily. He continued addressing Zhao Jinxiang. "Uncle, don't listen to their nonsense. As her father, you should protect her properly." Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhao Jinxiang, awaiting his response. Chapter 228, Burning Anger. Zhao Jinxiang hesitated for a moment and then said to Zhao Yuxuan, "Yuxuan, you have always valued your identity as the daughter of the Zhao family, and you have always prioritized the interests of the family. This time, I chose to preserve the family's shares. I hope you can understand my plight. If that old man takes advantage of you, it will be equivalent to contributing to the Zhao family. This perfectly aligns with your idea of prioritizing the family's interests." Tears streamed down Zhao Yuxuan's face as she broke down. She had never imagined that her own relatives would all disregard her safety for wealth. Zhao Jinming glanced at Zhao Jinxiang and nodded approvingly. Lu Qiuyang was so furious his eyes turned bloodshot. "You bastards. Rude." Zhao Jinming snapped. "We are thinking about the family's interests. You have no right to criticize us." Zhao Jinming looked at Fang Yuhai. "If you return the shares to us, we'll give this agreement to you." Fang Yuhai nodded. "Deal." Pang Xian grinned smugly. "You guys discuss the shares. I've got my own things to deal with." With that, he grabbed Zhao Yuxuan and dragged her toward the room. Heart pounding in terror, Zhao Yuxuan cried out, "Save me! Save me!" She was shouting at Zhao Jinming and others, hoping they could rescue her through the agreement. However, Zhao Jinming and the others all turned their heads away with blank expressions, ignoring her plea for help. "I'll save you." Lu Qiuyang suddenly shouted and rushed towards Zhao Yusong, attempting to snatch the agreement from his hands. He planned to seize the agreement back and use it again to force Fang Yuhai to release Zhao Yuxuan. However, Lu Qiuyang was no match for Zhao Yusong. He was directly kicked down by Zhao Yusong. "Are you actually trying to fight me over the agreement? Do you think my skills are useless?" As Zhao Yusong spoke, he looked down on Lu Qiuyang with disdain. Realizing soon that his cousin was just taken by someone else, he hastily reined in his smug expression not to appear too satisfied. Fang Yuhai watched the whole situation unfold indifferently. "Lu Qiuyang, You're really persistent. Looks like you really love this woman. Without replying, Lu Qiuyang suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch straight to Fang Yuhai's stomach. Fang Yuhai hadn't expected such an aggressive action against him, and was caught completely off guard. The heavy blow left him breathless. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qiuyang pressed Fang Yuhai to the ground, choking his neck. This also came as a shock to Pang Xian. Release Master Fang immediately. Lu Qiuyang replied coldly. Let go of xuanhuan first, or I'll strangle this bastard to death. Damn you. You dare defy me. The muscles in Pang Xian's face twitched in rage. Then he released xuanhuan, striking her across the face in anger. Get out of here. Yuxuan, leave quickly. Lu Qiuyang called out. Zhao Yuxuan gazed at him with gratitude, but her expression suddenly changed. Watch out. Suddenly, Zhao Yusong appeared behind Lu Qiuyang, grabbing him and throwing him to the ground. Fang Yuhai managed to escape as well, standing up, glaring furiously at Lu Qiuyang. Seeing that Fang Yuhai was free, Pang Xian smirked again and pulled Zhao Yuxuan back. Master Fang, I saved you before. Let's continue our negotiation regarding the shares, Zhao Yusong said. Are you an idiot? Didn't you get it? Lu Qiuyang yelled. I controlled Fang Yuhai just now, forcing him to release Yuxuan, allowing you to negotiate share matters. What do you know? Zhao Yusong responded. If we overly threaten Master Fang, even if we successfully negotiate, we'll only bring more trouble to ourselves later. Zhao Jinming addressed Fang Yuhai. Master Fang, considering that my grandson saved you, after you returned the shares to us, could you please not retaliate against us? We'll talk about that later. Fang Yuhai gritted his teeth. He turned to Pang Xian. Lu Qiuyang dared to hit me, dared to threaten you with my life. You need to take him out. Pang Xian nodded, then glanced at Zhao Yuxuan. After I'm done with him, I'll come play with you. Don't run away, okay? Then, Pang Xian marched directly towards Lu Qiuyang. F***ck your mother. I'll die fighting you. Lu Qiuyang swore loudly, dashing madly at Pang Xian. You're looking for death. Pang Xian spoke grimly, clenching his fists tightly and punching towards Lu Qiuyang. No. Zhao Yuxuan closed her eyes in fright. Bang! A punch struck Pang Xian's fist. Pang Xian screamed in pain and fell flat on his back. His arm that had thrown the punch was broken, with the bones fractured. When Zhao Yuxuan heard Pang Xian scream, she cautiously opened her eyes and saw Lu Tian, who had just arrived at the scene. Lu, Godfather, please save us. Zhao Yuxuan exclaimed excitedly and hurried to Lu Tian's side. Lu Qiuyang sighed with relief and embraced Zhao Yuxuan. Fang Yuhai, Pang Xian, and Zhao Jinming, among others, were all shocked speechless. They hadn't expected Lu Tian to appear at this moment, nor did they expect that Pang Xian, a grandmaster, would be no match for Lu Tian. As for Zhao Jinming and the others, upon hearing Zhao Yuxuan address Lu Tian as Godfather, their faces were filled with disbelief. Of course, Zhao Jinxiong was an exception. He already knew about the relationship between Lu Tian and Su Yunru. Thus, Zhao Yuxuan calling Lu Tian Godfather didn't seem strange to him. Yuxuan, Qiuyang, are you both alright? Su Yunru shouted after arriving in the courtyard and rushing here quickly. Zhao Yuxuan ran to Su Yunru, sobbing and throwing herself into Su Yunru's arms. Uncle, did you and Aunt guess that we would come here? Lu Qiuyang asked. I'll explain later. Tell me what happened first, Lu Tian said. Lu Qiuyang immediately recounted how he and Zhao Yuxuan had been lured here by Zhao Jinxiong's call, how Fang Yuhai caused them trouble, Pang Xian plotted against Zhao Yuxuan, and how the Zhao family disregarded Zhao Yuxuan's safety for selfish gain. Learning that the Zhao family members ignored Zhao Yuxuan's safety, Su Yunru became furious, glaring hatefully at Zhao Jinxiong and the others. Lu Tian also couldn't control his anger, rushing forward and grabbing Pang Xian by the neck. As a grandmaster, Pang Xian wanted to resist, but the internal energy he just summoned was immediately disrupted by the force emanating from Lu Tian's hand. His eyes brimmed with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat was squeezed so tightly that he couldn't utter a word. Snap! Lu Tian increased the strength of his hand, snapping Pang Xian's neck directly. Then Lu Tian unleashed a powerful yang force from his hand, burning Pang Xian to ashes. This scene left everyone trembling with shock. Even Su Yunru saw Lu Tian display such bizarre strength for the first time. Fang Yuhai, along with Zhao Jinming and the others, were directly frightened out of their wits. Chapter 229, Taking Control of Their Industry. Spare my life. Fang Yuhai dropped to his knees in supplication. Despite the great wealth and power of the Fang family, seeing Lu Tian's immense anger and his decisive nature, he dared not intimidate him with the family name. Our family is willing to invite you to become our highest-ranked retainer. Please spare me. Do you think your family can still afford to hire retainers? Of course we can. The Fang family is one of the third-tier wealthy families in Yanjing, where a third-tier family's financial might rivals that of the top-tier families here. Your family's industry will soon be taken over, and it won't remain a prestigious household for long. Hearing this, Fang Yuhai trembled in his heart. It's impossible. At this moment, his phone rang. It was a call from one of his father's attendants. Hey, Fang Xiao, bad news. Your father. What happened to my father? Your father has passed away. You're bullshitting me. If I wanted, I could kill you for telling such jokes. Master, even if I die 1,000 deaths, I wouldn't dare joke about something like this. What I said is true. Then what really happened? Your family's businesses have been acquired by others, and some underhanded dealings your father did years ago have been uncovered. Unable to endure the shock, he took a fatal leap from the building. Underhanded dealings? What does that refer to? I don't know the specifics either, but I do know that people from the Tianxia Business Alliance were targeting him, and the leader of the alliance personally intervened. Tianxia Business Alliance. Upon hearing the name, Tianxia Business Alliance, Fang Yuhai was instantly startled. Our Fang family has no grudge or enmity with the Tianxia Business Alliance. Why would they come after us? They say it's because you guys offended two individuals, one you shouldn't have provoked, and another that you couldn't handle even if you tried. Who are these two people? I don't know either. Young master, let me cut this short. I need to take care of your father's aftermath first, and you should come back quickly as well. The other party hung up, leaving Fang Yuhai dumbstruck in place. After pondering carefully, Fang Yuhai had guessed who the person he shouldn't have offended and who the person he couldn't possibly deal with was. The person he shouldn't have offended was Lu Qiuyang, and the person they couldn't possibly handle? That was none other than Lu Tian, who just arrived on the scene. So here's the question. How did he recognize that this young man who just arrived on the scene was Lu Tian when he'd never seen him before? It was an educated guess. Someone from the Zhao family had mentioned to him before about a capable young man named Lu Tian, who might lend support to Lu Qiuyang. Therefore, based on that hint, he had guessed that the young man who just showed up, saved Lu Qiuyang, and eliminated Pang Xian, must be Lu Tian. Lu Tian said, I'll tell you what's going on. Yesterday, I arranged for the Tianxia Business Alliance to investigate your movements. Not long ago, I received a message informing me that you bought quite a number of shares from the Zhao family. I also guessed that you would collude with members of the Zhao family against Lu Qiuyang, so I rushed over here. As for the matter of acquiring your businesses, that was something I asked the Tianxia Business Alliance to do. They further discovered that during the period of illness for Elder Lu of the Lu family, both you and your father poisoned his treatment drugs. This was the main reason why his condition worsened and wasn't treated successfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuyang suddenly gasped and glared furiously at Fang Yuhai. It was you all who killed my grandfather. Misunderstanding. Fang Yuhai tremulously said, there should still be plenty of unused medicine left from the treatment of your grandfather. You could ask someone from the Lu family to conduct tests to see if any poison was present. Lu Qiuyang looked towards Lu Tian. Uncle, did they find any evidence? Of course they did, Lu Tian replied. He then glanced at Fang Yuhai. Fang Yuhai, stop making excuses. The investigation conducted by the Tianxia Business Alliance revealed that all of Mr. Lu's remaining medicine had been replaced. It was surely you and your father who covered up your crime by replacing the poison medicine. You thought you had everything planned perfectly, but there was a big flaw in your scheme. All the medicines Mr. Lu used came from the same hospital, which purchased those medicines simultaneously from one manufacturer, even having the same production date. But now, the production dates on the remaining medicines have changed, being later than the original ones. Clear proof that they were swapped. The batch numbers on the packaging can trace where these medicines were purchased. If you follow up with investigations from the sellers, you can identify the buyer. Even if neither you nor your father purchased the medicine yourselves, tracking the person sent by you would still lead directly to you. Realizing there was no way to conceal their actions, Fang Yuhai broke out into nervous sweat. He continued begging for mercy. This was done according to my father's orders. I'm merely an accomplice. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly darted toward xuanhuan. He was planning to hold xuanhuan hostage, buying himself an opportunity to escape. If he couldn't escape, he at least wanted someone to go down with him. Of course, Lu Tian wouldn't give him that chance. He stepped forward like an arrow and delivered a devastating punch straight to Fang Yuhai's body. In the instant Fang Yuhai was struck by the fist, sheer terror filled his eyes. Then, before he could react further, he was engulfed by the Xuanyang flames, turning into ashes. Lu Tian then turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhenming and the others. Knowing Lu Tian was about to settle accounts with them, Zhao Zhenming and his family immediately fell to their knees out of sheer fright. Lu Tian, for Yuxuan's sake, please spare us. Zhao Jinxiong pleaded. You despicable bastard. You almost ruined Yuxuan completely, and now you even want to use her to beg for mercy? How shameless can you be? Su Yunru, unable to control her rage, unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks, then stormed over and slapped Zhao Jinxiong repeatedly across the face. She had already heard the full details of the situation from Lu Qiuyang and was both deeply disappointed and infuriated by the Zhao family's conduct during those events. After slapping Zhao Jinxiong over a dozen times, she proceeded to deliver a similar number of smacks to Zhao Zhenming, Zhao Jinhua, and Zhao Yusong each. Su Yunru turned to Zhao Yuxuan. What are your plans moving forward? Zhao Yuxuan replied without hesitation. I intend to sever ties with them too. Lu Tian looked at Zhao Zhenming and the others. The Fang family's industries are about to be swallowed up by the Tianxia Business Alliance. The shares stolen from your family will also end up in the hands of the Tianxia Business Alliance. I will instruct the Tianxia Business Alliance to hand over those shares to me. Of course, I won't be returning them to you. At that point, I'll become the largest shareholder in your Zhao family company, and it will be under my control. You can continue working in the company, but rest assured, I won't treat you kindly. If you don't want me ordering you around all the time, sell me your remaining shares and leave the company. I'll buy your shares back at the original price. Make your decision now. Chapter 230, Discovering the Enemy's Base Location. Without any deliberation, Zhao Zhenming and others unanimously agreed to sell their shares. After all, they had long known that Lu Tian held grudges, and if they stayed in the company, Lu Tian would definitely not let them have an easy time. Lu Tian bought their shares. Once the Tianxia Business Alliance swallowed up the Fang family's enterprises, obtained the remaining shares of the Zhao family, and then handed over the shares to him, the entire Zhao group would be under his control. After completing the share transfer procedures, Lu Tian and his group left the Zhao residence. That afternoon, Lu Qiuyang bid them farewell and prepared to visit his adoptive father first, then head to Yanjing to take over the Lu family's businesses. Lu Tian contacted Du Lang, the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance, and asked him to send a few experts to accompany them on the trip, ensuring Lu Qiuyang's safety. Dinner time came, and Lu Tian, Su Yunru, and Zhao Yuxuan sat around the dining table for their meal. Zhao Yuxuan no longer felt repulsed by Lu Tian and didn't object to Su Yunru's current relationship with Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you must treat my mom well, Zhao Yuxuan said. That's absolutely certain. By the way, why are you calling me by name again? Don't you remember when I went to rescue you? You called me Dry Dad. Lu Tian laughed. It was a special situation. If I wasn't polite to you, how would you save me? Zhao Yuxuan replied. Lu Tian felt speechless. All right, Su Yunru looked at Lu Tian. Even if she calls you Dry Dad, it makes me uncomfortable. Oh, Aunt Su, Lu Tian continued. I'm not good at business. I want to hand over the Zhao family business I just took over to you for management. No, Su Yunru refused. Zhao Jinxiong was my ex-husband. Now that they've exited the company, if I take over the company, there will be gossip. People might think I stole their company. What about handing the company to me? Zhao Yuxuan interjected. Although I am part of the Zhao family, I don't fear gossip. And I have a natural talent for business, so I am confident I can manage the company well. Little brat, what are you thinking about? Su Yunru reprimanded her. Even if we hand the company to you, it shouldn't happen now. At least wait until after you finish university. Also, Su Yunru added, even though I've already agreed to your relationship with Lu Qiuyang, you two can't get too intimate, or it will affect your studies. Understood, Zhao Yuxuan mumbled. Su Yunru turned to Lu Tian. The Zhao Group belongs to you now. It definitely cannot be called Zhao Group anymore. You need to come up with a new name for the company. Do you have any ideas yet? I've thought about it, Lu Tian said. I plan to merge Tianyun Pharmaceuticals into the Zhao Group and rename the entire group as the Tianyun Group. Su Yunru and Zhao Yuxuan already knew that Tianyun Pharmaceuticals was Lu Tian's company. Aunt Su, what do you think of the name Tianyun Group? Lu Tian asked. It sounds pretty good. By the way, did the name Tianyun have any special meaning when you first named the company? Yes, the Tian comes from the Tian character in my name. And the Yun? What do you think? Could it also be taken from someone else's name? Whose name? When she reached this point, Su Yunru suddenly froze, looking suspiciously at him. It couldn't be. Have you guessed? Lu Tian smiled. You used the Yun from my name? Su Yunru exclaimed. Lu Tian nodded. Correct answer. Su Yunru was deeply moved and delighted. She couldn't help but lean forward and give Lu Tian a kiss on the cheek. Really nauseating, Zhao Yuxuan commented. Shut up, Su Yunru scolded her. At this moment, she didn't care that her daughter saw. She only wanted to express her gratitude and affection for Lu Tian. 2 days passed. Lu Tian received a message. Lu Qiuyang had successfully taken over the Yijing Lu family's businesses and become the new family head. If anyone were to be the happiest, it would be Zhao Yuxuan. The Lu family was one of the second-tier powerful families in Yanjing. But even being a second-tier family in Yanjing meant more wealth and influence than any top-tier family in the Two Rivers region. Given Zhao Yuxuan's strong sense of vanity, she already began fantasizing about herself becoming the future madam of the Lu family. One night, Lu Tian received a phone call. It was from one of his subordinates he'd sent to tail Shadow Sect's left guardian. Hello, Ghost. Ghost was the code name for that subordinate. Boss, this tailing operation has finally borne fruit. After going to a place, the left guardian never came out again. It could be their headquarters. What place is it? A villa located in Yunhai City, called Feiyun Villa. Feiyun Villa? Who owns the place? A martial arts expert who has withdrawn from the martial world many years ago. His name is Lu Tai. He enjoys extremely high prestige in Yunhai City, and people from the 4 major families of Yunhai often visit him. Which are the 4 major families in Yunhai? The Duan family, the Bi family, the Nia family, and the Hong family. These were not the original 4 families there. They rose to prominence in recent years, and their wealth and power surpassed the former ones. There's a strong possibility that the Shadow Sect has been secretly supporting them. I think so too. Chief, what should we do next? Should we have our people wipe out the Shadow Sect directly? We don't fully understand their movements yet. A direct attack might not completely eliminate them. You're right. I'll continue investigating secretly and inform you if there's any news. All right, I'll come to your aid as soon as possible. Lu Tian called Nielan, saying he wanted to meet her and talk. He had thought that at this hour, Nielan would still be at her bar, but she said she was back at her place. Nielan's residence was close to her bar. It was a 2-story villa. Lu Tian arrived at the villa and met with Nielan. Mr. Lu, you've come? Please come in quickly. It seemed like Nielan had just returned to the villa, as her makeup and clothing still resembled nightclub attire. She must have just gotten back from the bar and hadn't had time to remove her makeup or change her clothes yet. She had blushed cheeks and eyeliner on. Her slightly wavy hair added a mature charm. She wore a one-shoulder black tight-fitting dress, paired with long boots. On one of her legs, she wore a leg ring. This outfit, combined with her voluptuous figure, radiated alluring sensuality. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Tian asked, "Did you just get back from the bar?" Nielan nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lu contacting me late at night must mean something important." Lu Tian said, "I want to ask you something first. Please answer truthfully. Do you belong to one of the 4 major families in Yunhai City, the Nia family?" Nielan looked startled. "I never told you about this. How did you find out?" Chapter 231. The condition Nielan proposed. Lu Tian said, "When you first asked me to be your backer, I sent people to investigate you and learned about some of your circumstances. You came to Jiangzhou 3 years ago, In the few years before that, you've been living in many different places, but initially, you left from Yunhai City. Ordinarily, it takes quite a bit of time to establish oneself in one place, unless one's power is out of this world. If despite moving around so often, you have managed to amass such wealth and influence, it must either be because your power is out of this world, or you had a very substantial fortune from the start. You are capable, but not yet to the point of being otherworldly. So, I think your situation falls into the latter category. If you have a substantial fortune, that means you come from a family with great wealth. You are surnamed Nye and come from Yunhai City. Thus, I speculate that you hail from the prestigious Nye family of Yunhai City. Since there hasn't been an especially thorough investigation, I'm not certain if you truly come from the Nye family. Nyelan said. If you already had such suspicions, why have you only come now to confirm it with me? Lu Tian said. Half an hour ago, I received word that the 4 major families of Yunhai City, including the Nye family, may all have ties with the Dark Shadow sect. This is merely speculation based on intelligence we've gathered, and cannot be entirely confirmed. I came to discuss with you. If you indeed come from that Nye family, then cooperate with me through the Nye family to investigate the Dark Shadow sect. Nyelan said. I do indeed come from the Nye family among the 4 major families of Yunhai City. These past years, I've been constantly changing my base precisely to evade the Nye family. Lu Tian said. You mentioned that someone is chasing you. Is it the Nye family chasing you? Nyelan nodded. Yes. Then, Nyelan recounted the ins and outs of the matter. The Nye family's business was built by Nyelan's grandfather, and after he passed away, her father took over as head of the family. 12 years ago, Nyelan's parents were murdered. At the time, 20-year-old Nyelan took over the family business. Because she had unstable footing within the clan, her paternal uncle wielded more influence than her and had always wanted to seize her position as head. Later, Nyelan discovered that her parents were killed at the hands of her paternal uncle, but she could produce no evidence. Her authority within the family had long been usurped by her uncle, making it impossible for her to fight back. Worried that her uncle would harm her, she sold off much of the family's assets early and fled with the money. These past years, she kept changing her place of residence to evade her uncle's pursuit. Recently, in order to assist Ding Baishuang's investigation, she intentionally provoked the Lung family, who had ties with the Dark Shadow sect. Members of the Lung family mentioned that her enemy had offered them 50 million for taking her life. Had Lu Tian not agreed to protect her in exchange for her providing investigative leads, she might have already moved away from Jiangzhou. Nyelan also brought up another point. When she was still part of the Nye family, while the Nye family could be considered prominent, they were far from achieving their current level of wealth. Back then, the Nye family's wealth didn't even compare to what she currently possessed. The Nye family's rapid development occurred only after her uncle took over, giving them their present status. Mr. Liu, if it's true as you suspect, that the Nye family has ties with the Dark Shadow sect, then it's likely the Dark Shadow sect lifted the Nye family up. There is such a possibility. The Nye family and the other 3 families have all risen dramatically these past years, surpassing the original 4 major families of Yunhai City. They could very well all have been propped up by the Dark Shadow sect. You said you want me to cooperate with you in investigating the Dark Shadow sect. How exactly do you expect me to help? Simple and straightforward cooperation. I'll accompany you to the Nye family to avenge your parents and expose the Dark Shadow sect. Then I will go and eliminate them. The Nye family has immense wealth and great power, and the Dark Shadow sect is mysterious and strong. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to confront them in this manner? Even if they possess great power, they cannot defeat me. Don't worry, I can ensure your safety with my capabilities. Alright, I agree to cooperate with you. But, I have a condition. While it's me seeking your help, don't you think it's inappropriate to talk terms when I'm relying on you as my backer? Mr. Liu, hear me out first. You might be very willing to accept the condition I propose. What kind of condition is this? Let's hear it. My condition is for you to. For me to what? For me to. Just spit it out. Go ahead. Lu Tian grew increasingly curious and couldn't help urging her on. After hesitating for a moment, Nyelan said, I want you to. She paused briefly, took a deep breath, and continued. I want you to be my man. After speaking, Nyelan turned away, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Lu Tian was completely stunned, thinking he must have heard wrong. This wasn't about setting a condition. It was as if the other party was simply offering him an advantage. This made him puzzled. He had come to ask for her help, yet she required him to accept her gift in return for her assistance? What kind of logic was this? It didn't take long for him to realize things were not as simple as they seemed. He thought he understood Nyelan fairly well. Given her personality, it didn't seem possible that she would so easily offer herself to him. Why do you propose this condition? Lu Tian asked. Nyelan replied. I lack the strength to oppose the Nye family, let alone challenge the Dark Shadow sect. I can't be certain you will completely destroy the Dark Shadow sect either. If you fail, I'll run into trouble and need your protection even more. In fact, I've investigated you too. I know how responsible you are towards the women in your life. If I also become your woman, I believe you'll be just as responsible toward me. The reason I want you to be my man is to secure your protection more firmly. Lu Tian said. You don't need to go this far. We're partners now, and I will certainly look out for you. Nyelan said. Even if you genuinely do care for me, I won't feel fully at ease. In any case, you must agree to this condition before I'll assist you. Lu Tian sighed in sheer helplessness. This was his chance to investigate the Dark Shadow sect further, and he did not want to miss it. According to his plans, if Nyelan didn't cooperate with him, it would be difficult to complete this mission. But if he didn't accept Nyelan's condition, there was no way she'd collaborate with him either. Although the condition Nialan proposed seemed like a benefit, according to his nature, if he accepted such an advantage, then he'd have to take on the responsibility for her for life. That was quite a heavy burden indeed. Should he accept or not? Such a tough choice. However, Lu Tian desperately wanted to wipe out the Dark Shadow sect. With an opportunity so rare, he didn't want to pass it up. Without hesitation, he responded, I accept your condition. Chapter 232. Taking her to seek revenge. After receiving Lu Tian's affirmative response, Nialan let out a sigh of relief. Nialan hoped deep in her heart that Lu Tian would agree to this condition. She desired a man who could take care of her in every way. Lu Tian was handsome, powerful, and responsible, making him simply the best choice in her mind. If it weren't for the fact that she herself had proposed the condition, she would almost have said thank you without hesitation. Mr. Lu, since you've agreed to my condition, and I am also willing to cooperate with your work, when do you plan to take me to the Nye family? Tomorrow. Are we going tomorrow? Is there something tomorrow that makes you unavailable? Not unavailable, but if I go with you tomorrow, then tonight, you must become mine. That's understandable. In that case, I'll take a shower first, and then we can go to bed. Nialan didn't dare to say more and got up from the sofa, preparing to take a shower. Don't bother showering. I want to enjoy looking at this sexy club outfit on you. While speaking, Lu Tian placed his hand where the thigh-high ring was located, slowly moving upwards. Nialan held his hand, blushing and said, let's go to the bedroom. Lu Tian nodded, picked her up around the waist, and went into the bedroom. On the bed in the bedroom, Nialan shyly avoided Lu Tian's gaze. Mr. Lu, I lack experience. You'll have to take the lead. Is this your first time? It might not count. Not count. Then why do you say you lack experience? I don't have the kind of experience being with men. I understand now. Your experience has been with yourself, right? Yes. I'm over 30 and haven't had a boyfriend. Sometimes I just can't resist myself. I understand. From now on, you won't need to do that anymore. Haha. Not long after, embarrassing sounds emanated from the bedroom, continuing for a long time. The location, Feiyun Villa in Yunhai City. Here, the heads of 4 prominent families in the area were gathered for a meeting. The 4 heads were Duan Ling, head of the Duan family, Bai Yan, head of the Bi family, Ne Yaolong, head of the Nye family, and Hong Dasheng, head of the Hong family. The one holding the meeting with them was none other than the left guardian of the Shadow sect. The left guardian said, our sect master is currently in closed-door meditation, so I am here to hold this meeting for him. This time our Shadow sect was unable to control the business route of the 2 rivers. As a result, we cannot force the companies over there to launder money for us. So the matter of laundering money will continue to be your responsibility. The faces of the 4 family heads turned somewhat grim. If the Shadow sect could gain control of the Jiangnan business route, it would not only reduce their pressure of money laundering, but also provide them with many commercial resources. The Shadow sect's failure to gain control of that business route made them quite dissatisfied as well. Duan Ling asked, with the strength of your Shadow sect, how could you fail to control that business route? The left guardian responded, it was unexpected even for us. The main reason is that there's someone whose power far surpasses mine, continuously disrupting our plans. Nie Yaolong inquired, who is this person? The left guardian replied, it's not convenient to disclose at the moment. Hong Dasheng countered, what isn't convenient to disclose? If we know who he is, we might help you deal with him. Bai Yan snorted, I think they simply don't trust us. They're worried that, for the sake of interest, we may cozy up to the enemy. The left guardian stated, indeed, I don't mind telling you, this is required by our sect master, and you'd better not raise any objections. I'm warning you all, our Shadow sect can make or break you. We can elevate you to great heights, or crush you down to the lowest depths. Seeing the left guardian getting angry, the 4 family heads dared not to contradict further. The left guardian continued, the method of our cooperation hasn't changed. We help you get rid of rivals, and offer you more opportunities to earn money. In return, you help us launder money. To put it bluntly, we are all tied together like cicadas on the same thread. Even if we can't completely trust each other, we shouldn't cause internal strife. Recently, we have earned an illegal sum of money that needs to be laundered. We give you 1 month to handle it. Nie Yaolong said, I have no objection, but I also have a matter that requires assistance from the Shadow sect. Previously, when the Wu Daolong family in Jiangzhou initially pledged allegiance to the Shadow sect, I happened to discover that Nialan, whom I have always wanted to eliminate, was hiding in Jiangzhou. So I gave the Lung family 500 million to kill Nialan. But not only did they fail to harm Nialan, they lost their own lives. Afterward, I wanted your Shadow sect to deal with her directly. But you mentioned that because Jiangzhou, where she is in Jiangbei, eliminating her first might disrupt your plans to control the commerce of the 2 rivers. Now that your plan has failed, can you arrange an expert to help me deal with Nialan? The left guardian replied, of course. To guard against your people coming after her, she probably has experts around her as well. In order to ensure everything goes smoothly, I will personally help you kill her. Nie Yaolong could guess that the left guardian intended to use dealing with Nialan as a way to find another opportunity to take control of that business route. However, he still put on an expression of gratitude. Thank you, left guardian. The left guardian said, I was injured by someone a few days ago and have been recuperating ever since. I'll probably be fully recovered tomorrow. I'll come find you tomorrow to discuss this matter. Nie Yaolong nodded. All right. Thank you for your efforts, left guardian. The next day, Lu Tian and Nialan arrived at Yunhai City. After getting here, they headed straight for the Nye family. The first step in Lu Tian's plan was to help Nialan seek revenge from the Nye family. What? Nialan is here? This is her walking into a trap. Mr. Nia, the son of Nia Yaolong and master of the Nia household, coldly chuckled after receiving a report from his underlings. The man beside her looks younger than her. One of the underlings added. Probably her bodyguard. Bring them inside. In order to prevent Nia Lan from escaping, Nia Kaisong immediately gave the order to invite Nia Lan into the compound. After being invited, Lu Tian and Nia Lan entered the compound. As soon as they came in, numerous guards of the Nia family surrounded them. Nia Kaisong entered the courtyard, accompanied by 2 scholars. Just by observing their demeanor, Lu Tian could tell that both men were martial grandmasters. Many wealthy families enjoy hiring martial grandmasters to serve as retainers mainly, so they can offer protection and handle issues through force when needed. Nia Kaisong looked at Nia Lan. Although we are both members of the Nia family, our branches are very distant. Speaking of seniority, should I call you older sister? Nia Lan replied coldly. That's correct. Back then, you and your father were responsible for my parents' death. I will not let you go unpunished simply because we belong to the same family. Chapter 233, Master Assembly. Nia Kaisong scoffed. Not letting me go? Where do you get the guts to say that to me? He glanced at Lu Tian beside Nia Lan and added. Is he the expert you've specially invited to help you take revenge? Nia Lan nodded expressionlessly. You guessed right. This time I've come to the Nia family to seek vengeance from all of you. Nia Kaipeng laughed even more disdainfully. Do you think he has the strength for it? He's so young. Even with exceptional martial arts talent, he could only be at the strength level of a martial arts grandmaster, and just a beginner one at that. The 2 beside me are also martial arts grandmasters, and both are intermediate level grandmasters. His helping you against us means either he overestimates himself or underestimates our power. Your inviting him to fight against us shows how much you know nothing about the martial arts field. But, even if you regret now, it's already too late. We have always wanted your life, and this time since you're delivering yourself to death, I won't let you leave alive. With that said, Nia Kaipeng turned to the 2 grandmasters beside him and said, The 2 of you. Who wants to kill her psychic first? I'll do it. One grandmaster couldn't wait to reply. The other grandmaster chimed in. I'm getting itchy fingers too. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors? The winner goes against him. Good. Rock, paper, scissors it is. The first grandmaster threw scissors, beating the second grandmaster's cloth. Then his lips curled into a sneer as he stared murderously at Lu Tian. Standing up for her will turn out to be the biggest mistake of your life, because you're going to die here for it. No sooner had the words left the grandmaster's mouth than he rushed towards Lu Tian and aimed a punch straight for his chest. This punch was delivered with full force, and if an ordinary person got hit by this, they would surely die. But Lu Tian was not an ordinary person. Instead, he also swung a punch toward the opponent's chest. Bang! Lu Tian's punch struck later, but hit the mark first. The opponent's fist hadn't even touched him when he got blown back. That grandmaster spat blood, falling more than 10 meters away, looking on with terror as he saw the indentation in his chest where he'd been struck, then drew his last breath. Both Nia Kaipeng and the other grandmaster were shocked beyond measure. They originally thought Lu Tian might either not be a martial arts grandmaster or only possess beginner-level grandmaster skills. Yet, just now Lu Tian killed an intermediate grandmaster in one move. This should require at least mid-level great grandmaster strength to achieve. You, both go together. Nia Kaipeng yelled at the other grandmaster and the rest of his subordinates. Though shaken by Lu Tian's demonstrated strength, the followers' hearts trembled with apprehension, and none dared to step forward. Go! That grandmaster shouted. Help me surround him. I'll deal with him, or else I'll kill all of you. Hearing these words, the followers reluctantly gathered around Lu Tian. That grandmaster quickly followed suit, preparing to find an opportunity to kill Lu Tian while he fought off the others. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled through in an instant. By the time the followers realized what was happening, Lu Tian had already teleported behind them, standing before the other grandmaster. That grandmaster stopped in his tracks first, then nervously retreated backward. Myself and the previous grandmaster killed by you are both members of the Master Assembly. Have you heard of the Master Assembly? It's a union consisting of over 100 grandmasters. Beating 2 grandmasters doesn't mean you can handle over 100 grandmasters, right? Besides, our Master Assembly even boasts several great grandmasters. Having killed people of the Master Assembly, they'll surely demand your accountability. If you let me go and agree to join the Master Assembly, I can plead on your behalf. They may forgive you out of respect for your abilities. Should you kill me, there'll be no one pleading on your behalf, and sooner or later, the people of the Master Assembly will eliminate you. So if you know what's good for you. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Lu Tian kicked him away. That grandmaster rolled to land next to the body of the former, struggling feebly for a few seconds before dying. Nia Kaipeng broke out in cold sweat, retreating nervously. Even his subordinates, frightened by this spectacle, kept backing away. Nia Kaipeng dared not order his subordinates against Lu Tian anymore. After the 2 grandmasters beside him had been defeated, these subordinates certainly wouldn't match the young man beside Nia Lan. If he continued to command his subordinates, it would only provoke the other party further, resulting in a worse outcome for himself. Where's your father, Nia Yaolong? Nia Lan suddenly asked. Nia Lan had come seeking retribution against Nia Yaolong and Nia Kaipeng. Nia Yaolong wasn't present, presumably absent from home. Cousin, let's talk nicely, shall we? There's nothing to talk about. If you don't want me to kill you right now, call your father and tell him that I've come to settle accounts with you. Yes. I'll make the call right away. Nia Kaisong picked up his phone, at the same time contemplating in his heart. My dad said yesterday that the left defender of Dark Shadow sect would help him deal with Nia Lan. At this time, he should be in the company talking with the left defender about this matter. If I call now saying that Xuanhuan has come to settle accounts with us, my father will definitely bring the left defender directly to handle her. The left defender is an innate grandmaster and possesses Xian-level strength. The young man beside Xuanhuan probably has great grandmaster-level strength. The left defender should have more than enough power to handle him. Humph. When the left defender comes, we'll see how smug you two still are. Nie Kaisong made a call to his father, Nie Yaolong. Just as Nie Kaisong had anticipated, his father was discussing how to deal with Xuanhuan with the left defender. When they mentioned that Xuanhuan had broken into the Nie family, Nie Yaolong guessed that Xuanhuan had come for revenge. After hearing what Nie Kaisong said, Nie Yaolong also guessed that there must be a powerful expert with Xuanhuan who already had control over Nie Kaisong. Nie Yaolong immediately informed the left defender of the situation. After understanding the situation, the left defender was eager to challenge the strength of the master accompanying Xuanhuan. Not long after, the two arrived at the Nie family estate. Nie Kaisong rushed to Nie Yaolong's and the left defender's side. Xuanhuan, all these years you've been dodging us. Never expected you to dare seek vengeance now. Nie Yaolong said coldly. It's because he has an expert on his side. That damn one over there took out our two grandmasters. Nie Kaisong said, pointing toward Lu Tian at the same time. Nie Kaisong then looked at the left defender. I humbly ask left defender to help us take them down. The left defender looked in the direction pointed by Nie Kaisong's finger, then was shocked to his core. Before coming here, the left defender still wanted to challenge the prowess of the master beside Xuanhuan. But unexpectedly, that master turned out to be Lu Tian who had injured him several days ago. What a joke it is to even think about challenging now. Probably even the chance to escape won't exist for him anymore. Chapter 234, New Investigation Progress. Nie Kaisong, who was unaware of the situation, continued. Left elder, with your abilities, it would be effortless for you to kill him. Then he looked at Lu Tian smugly and said, even if you beg for mercy now, I won't let you go. Slap. A loud slap echoed as his face was struck hard. Confused, Nie Kaisong turned to look at left elder, who had just slapped him. Left elder, why? Slap. An equally confused Nie Yaolong tried to inquire about the situation, but didn't finish before left elder slapped him across the face too. Never expected I'd be outwitted by you two. Left elder gritted his teeth. It must be that you've betrayed us and colluded with Lu Tian. You lured me here according to his orders. Lu Tian. Nie Yaolong and Nie Kaisong were even more bewildered and asked simultaneously. Who is Lu Tian? You're still pretending ignorance? Left elder glared at them fiercely. Following this, he slapped both of their faces again. Left elder, we meet again, Lu Tian smiled. Lu Tian, so you already knew about the collaboration between Shadow Sect and Nie family and planned everything through Nie family, isn't it? Left elder gritted his teeth. Left elder, this guy is the Lu Tian you mentioned. You've misunderstood us. We haven't conspired with him. Nie Yaolong said in urgency. Yeah, Nie Kaisong added. If we conspired with him, how could we stand beside you? Left elder, eliminate him first, and then let us explain, alright? Eliminate him? You conspired with him and should know I'm no match for him. Are you mocking me? Go to hell. Enraged, left elder's eyes bulged in anger as he slapped Nie Kaisong once more. Nie Yaolong and Nie Kaisong were completely dumbfounded, because they had just heard left elder admit that he was no match for the young man. Now there was little hope left for them. Neither Lu Tian nor Xuanhuan would show them mercy. Left elder, due to his misunderstanding, thought they colluded with Lu Tian and wouldn't possibly let them off either. Left elder, we truly haven't betrayed you. Please take us away from here first, and later we will fully explain to you. We have always been loyal to the Shadow Sect. This is purely a misunderstanding. Please believe us. Nie Yaolong realized that even if they pleaded, neither Lu Tian nor Xuanhuan would spare them. Their best bet now was to gain left elder's trust and ask him to help them escape. I'll never flee with you. Left elder angrily responded. Although I'm not entirely certain whether you've betrayed the Shadow Sect, you might sell out our sect to save yourselves. I won't give you that chance. Upon hearing this, Nie Yaolong and Nie Kaisong were terrified. As they were about to plead for mercy, left elder had already moved and snapped their necks. Subsequently, left elder hurled their bodies towards Lu Tian and fled. Lu Tian effortlessly caught both corpses by the collar with one hand each and hurled them back at left elder. While fleeing, left elder was directly slammed into the ground by the impact. As he attempted to get up, Lu Tian had already appeared nearby, pressing his foot onto his back. Bang! With a spurt of blood from his mouth, left elder's face pressed against the ground, and he died. The Nie family's guards were terrified, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly for mercy. Take these corpses and throw them outside the gates of Feiyun Manor. Daring not to disobey, the guards immediately carried out Lu Tian's orders. Xuanhuan directly declared herself as the head of the Nie family. Previously, after causing the death of the previous family head and the head's wife, Nie Yaolong and his son seized control of the estate. At the time, other family members, either out of self-preservation or greed, did not oppose them. Moreover, those family members went out of their way to flatter them, and even slandered Nie Lan's parents. Later, worried that other family members might try to seize control like they did, Nie Yaolong forced those members to leave the Nie family. Now that Nie Lan was the head, she didn't bring back the fickle weaklings. This also ensured there was no power balancing from other family members, making her transition into the position very smooth. Nie Lan's role as the head was actually to help Lu Tian further investigate the Shadow Sect. Lu Tian already knew that the Shadow Sect might have ties with the four major families in Yunhai City. Therefore, it was likely there was some illegal cooperation between the shadow sect and these families. Even if Nialan took over the businesses for self-preservation, she wouldn't really want to manage them. Her position as the head was mainly to assist in investigating the nature of the collaboration between Nie Yaolong and his son through the Nie family with the shadow sect. If he could really uncover some clues, perhaps it might also allow him to deduce the nature of the collaboration between the other three major families and the shadow sect. On that very day, Lu Tian received a call from his subordinate codenamed Ghost. Ghost was still investigating the shadow sect's base, Feiyun Manor, in secret and had made new progress in his investigation. Ghost had just discovered that Lu Tai, the suspected leader of the shadow sect and the master of Feiyun Manor, had gone into seclusion for cultivation in a hidden place. He would return only 2 days later. Lu Tian didn't know where Lu Tai was now, so he decided to wait until Lu Tai returned to Feiyun Manor before confronting him. When Lu Tian dealt with the two masters, one of them claimed to be from the Master Association and attempted to intimidate him by invoking its name. Lu Tian inquired about the situation of the Master Association from the servants of the Nie family. According to these servants, the Master Association branched off from the previous Xuanhuan Martial Arts General Association. The Master Association specifically recruited martial arts masters, and all its members were martial grandmasters. The number of masters in the Master Association had exceeded 100, among which there were 5 great masters. Lu Tian came to Yunhai City, mainly to annihilate the shadow sect. If anyone from the Master Association were to cause him trouble, he wouldn't hesitate either. The next morning, Nialan asked Lu Tian to accompany her on an outing to relax. There was a scenic hill on the outskirts of Yunhai City. Nialan used to enjoy coming here to unwind before she was forced to leave the Nie family. Interestingly enough, it had been 12 years since she last came here. They reached a relatively gentle slope and saw an elder instructing a young man in martial arts practice. Seeing them, the young man paused his practice and walked straight toward them. "Go away, both of you. Don't interrupt my training," the young man said in a scolding tone. "Did you buy this land?" Lu Tian asked. "No, I didn't buy this land. Does that mean you don't plan to leave? This place doesn't belong to you, so you have no right to drive us away." "Haha, it's true that I have no right, but I have the strength to chase you away. If you don't take this woman and go now, I won't be nice to you." Chapter 235, A Lesson Delivered. "What's going on?" The elder walked over and asked. "I was practicing martial arts here, but I didn't want to be disturbed by them, so I asked them to leave, but they refused," said the young man. Then he glared at Lu Tian and Nialan. "Are you going to leave or not?" Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. "If you had been more polite, we might have left. But since you're being so unreasonable, I won't be courteous either." "What did you say?" the young man shouted angrily. "Forget it." The elder waved his hand. "As long as they don't make a big fuss, they won't disturb you." The elder then politely turned to Lu Tian and Nialan. "My grandson was a bit impolite just now. Please forgive him," Nialan replied. "Elder Ren, you're too kind." The elder hesitated for a moment. "Do you know who I am?" Nialan nodded. "Your family, the Ren clan, is one of the 5th great wealthy families in Yunhai City. Elder Ren is also a well-known martial arts expert with a reputation far and wide. The Ren family used to be the top of the 4 major families in Yunhai. Later, their status was replaced by the current 4 great families. As the original head family among the 4, the Ren family could only be ranked 5th now. This elder is the patriarch of the Ren family, named Ren Lin. The young man is called Ren Haoran, who is his grandson." Lu Tian said, "Your Ren family, as the 5th great wealthy family in Yunhai City, must have a lot of money, right?" Ren Haoyuan frowned. "What does our wealth have to do with you?" Lu Tian directly looked at Ren Lin. "You should be able to afford 1 billion yuan, right? If you give me 1 billion, I will cure your long-standing internal injury that has never fully healed." After hearing this, Ren Lin and Ren Haoyuan both showed signs of shock on their faces. "Did you investigate us?" Ren Haoyuan angrily asked. "No," Lu Tian said. "I simply deduced from Elder Ren's complexion that there were old internal injuries within him. With the wealth and power of your Ren family, it would be impossible for there to be no funds to treat them. Yet Elder Ren still carries these old wounds, meaning they couldn't have been healed. Interestingly, when I mentioned earlier that Elder Ren had old wounds, you reacted strongly, almost worrying about having been investigated by me. Could it be that your Ren family has been keeping secret the fact about Elder Ren's injury, not wanting the outside world to know? Is it because you fear that if enemies discover Elder Ren's injury, they may lose respect for you and start troubling your family?" Ren Haoyuan stared tensely at him. "Let me tell you, even though my grandfather has an injury, his strength hasn't decreased much from before. And currently my strength." "That's enough." Ren Lin stopped him. "A few words from him already made you lose your cool. Your words and expressions have already exposed your nervousness in front of him." Then Ren Lin asked Lu Tian, "Do you really have a way to cure my injuries?" Lu Tian nodded. "If you give me 1 billion, I can cure you right now." Ren Haoyuan looked at Ren Lin. "Grandfather, don't trust him easily. We've invited countless renowned doctors who couldn't heal you. How skilled could he be in medicine at such a young age? He might take advantage of the situation to harm you." Hearing this, Ren Lin hesitated. After all, he wasn't familiar with Lu Tian, nor dared to easily trust him. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'm not making money from this deal anyway," said Lu Tian. Then he pointed in a direction and said to Nialan, "Shall we take a walk over there?" "All right." Nialan nodded and followed him towards another place. "Hold it," Ren Haoyuan coldly said. "You know about my grandfather's injury, yet you appeared here coincidentally. You might be sent by some hostile forces against us. I can't let you go." Lu Tian stopped, turned around and looked at him. "You annoyed me earlier. I refrained from retaliating because your grandfather was relatively polite to us. If you continue to act arrogantly, I'll teach you a lesson. Ren Haoyuan sneered. And you still dare talk back to me? Let me show you how I'll deal with you. Ren Lin said. Haoyuan, calm down. There might be some misunderstanding. Ren Haoyuan responded. He dared to speak to me like that. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I still need to punish him first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Haoyuan rushed toward Lu Tian and threw a punch. Lu Tian casually swatted away his punch and slapped him across the face with the back of his hand. Slap. Ren Haoyuan was knocked to the ground, his face full of surprise. He was a trained martial artist and a martial arts master, but he was so easily floored with just one slap. Ren Lin also wore a shocked expression. He anticipated that the young man might not be simple, but didn't expect him to have such strength. He wasn't sure if he himself, uninjured, could stand up to the young man, but he was certain that currently, he definitely couldn't fight against this young man. Mister, please calm down. Ren Lin hurried forward to mediate. I am willing to pay 100 million yuan so that you can treat me. Let's be friends. How about that? Ren Haoyuan got up from the ground. Grandpa, we can't trust him. Now I believe him, Ren Lin said. With his strength, if he wanted to deal with us, it would be effortless. But he didn't. Apologize for your rudeness to this gentleman first. Ren Haoyuan didn't dare to disobey his grandfather's order. Sorry. Lu Tian looked at Ren Lin. After I cure you, you must transfer the money immediately, 100 million yuan, not a single cent less. Can you do that? Absolutely no problem. Ren Lin nodded. Lu Tian was happy to earn this money. Since he had already taught Ren Haoyuan a lesson and received an apology, he agreed to heal Ren Lin. Before the treatment, they introduced themselves, learning each other's names. Ren Lin had internal injuries, so Lu Tian used the 7 stars pulse-through needles to heal him. After the treatment, Ren Lin could already clearly feel that his internal injuries were gone. It's incredible. Mr. Lu is truly a miraculous doctor, Ren Lin said excitedly. Ren Haoyuan hesitated for a moment, then asked, Grandpa, are you sure your injury is completely healed? Of course, Ren Lin said. Quickly transfer the money to Mr. Lu. All right, Ren Haoyuan nodded repeatedly. Ren Haoyuan was also somewhat excited. He asked for Lu Tian's bank account number and transferred 100 million yuan over. At this moment, from a nearby gentle slope, 4 masked individuals suddenly appeared. Ren Lin, so you really are here, one of the masked men said. Are you people from the Master Society? Ren Lin asked. That's right, the masked man said coldly. You should know by now that we've come to take both your lives. A masked man nearby looked at Lu Tian and Yelan. Who are you two? It doesn't matter who they are. The leading masked man said. Since they're here, consider them unlucky. Don't leave any survivors. Eliminate them together. Chapter 236. Rivals meeting again unexpectedly. Mr. Lu, let me and Haoyuan deal with them while you protect Miss Nya. Ren Lin said to Lu Tian, then fought together with Ren Haoyuan against the masked men. The 4 masked men were all martial arts masters from the Grandmaster Society. Ren Haoyuan was able to hold his own in a fight against one of them. If it were the previously injured Ren Lin, he could also only take on one master. That's how the Grandmaster Society judged it. Thus only sent 4 masters, confident that it would be enough to take them out. But now the situation has changed. Ren Lin's internal injuries have been healed, and his abilities are back to normal. As a great master, dealing with these few masters is no problem for him. Before long, the 4 masked masters were all defeated by Ren Lin. It's thanks to Mr. Lu coming here and healing my internal injuries, allowing me the strength to eliminate these enemies. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have survived facing these assassins, said Ren Lin. Yes. Ren Haoyuan had already accepted it willingly. Thank you, Mr. Lu. What enmity do you have with the Grandmaster Society? Lu Tian asked. Ren Lin replied. Generally speaking, our Ren family is leading some wealthy families, working alongside the Yunhai Martial Arts General Association to counteract the oppression from the Grandmaster Society. Previously, the collaboration between wealthy families and martial arts forces in Yunhai City usually followed this model. The wealthy provided funds while the martial artists offered protection as well as help fighting their enemies. The mentioned fighting enemies adhered to local martial arts world rules, meaning the martial arts side would act only when the enemy acted first in an incorrect or dishonorable manner. These rules were set by the Yunhai Martial Arts General Association, and everyone abided by them, which kept conflicts among different wealthy families or martial arts groups at a minimum. Later, 5 great masters of considerable status in the Martial Arts General Association suddenly branched out and created the Grandmaster Society. With the financial backing of the current 4 great wealthy families, they recruited many martial arts masters and soon reached a force powerful enough to rival the Martial Arts General Association. They also completely broke the rules set by the Martial Arts General Association, unreasonably helping the 4 wealthy families seize other people's commercial resources. Many wealthy families, either for self-preservation or profit consideration, joined them, causing more chaos in both business and martial arts circles in Yunhai City. I am leading some relatively rule-abiding wealthy families supporting the Martial Arts General Association in resisting them. There's been open and covert conflict going on between us, frequently escalating into violent confrontations. It was during one such violent confrontation that I was surrounded and attacked by more than 20 masters, suffering internal injuries, until just recently, when Mr. Lu cured me. Listening to the recount of the misdeeds of the Grandmaster Society, Lu Tian's expression became serious. Senior Ren, do you know who the leader of the Grandmaster Society is? It's those 5 great masters who left the Martial Arts General Association and started their own organization. Among them, surely there must be one who holds final say? As far as I know, those 5 are equals among themselves. Impossible. If they were all equal, there would always be disagreements. In such a case, they would restrict each other, making it hard for the Grandmaster Society to rise so quickly. Could one of the great masters be their leader? Not necessarily. Maybe there's someone else. Someone else? If that's true, the Grandmaster Society might be even more formidable. Looking at the current situation, which side has stronger power, the Grandmaster Society or the Martial Arts General Association? Power should be about the same. But because the Grandmaster Society doesn't follow the rules and always starts trouble, we've always been on the defensive. Who on the Martial Arts General Association side is the strongest, and what level of strength? The strongest on the Martial Arts General Association side is its president Yang Dagong. He's an innate yellow rank master, however. However what? A few days ago, the 5 great masters of the Grandmaster Society led their group of masters to attack Yang Dagong when he was alone, inflicting severe injuries on him. Even if he fully recovers, it will take a long time. Were you thinking of asking me to heal him? Yes. I didn't directly ask you since I thought not to disturb your walk with Miss Nya. I plan to bring it up tomorrow over the phone. If I treat him, he can recover within 3 days. Fantastic. Since it's come to this, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Please kindly assist, Mr. Liu. Isn't he not as rich as you? Ren Lin almost fainted. Clearly the other party was referring to the consultation fee. He is quite affluent too, but much less than me. If asked to pay 100 million consultation fee, it might be difficult for him. But I'm willing to cover this cost. Yang Dagong is his important ally. Only with the recovery of the latter's body and restored strength can they barely keep up with the Grandmaster Society. If Yang Dagong could recover as soon as possible, Ren Lin was willing to pay for the treatment himself. Good. Since you are so loyal and emotional, I can't charge you 1 billion yuan anymore. Let's reduce it a bit. I'll only charge you 990 million. How does that sound? Ren Lin was left speechless. He thought the other party would reduce the fee significantly, but it turned out they only cut off 10 million. Under this circumstance, even though he had deep pockets, if the other side reduced the fee, he felt embarrassed to ask for further reduction. Let me joke around a little. You don't have to pay. Let him cover 5 million. Should be fine, right? No problem. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I will call him right now. Ren Lin called the president of the Yunhai Martial Arts General Association, Yang Dagong, telling him about the miraculous doctor who was willing to treat his injuries for a diagnostic fee of 5 million yuan. Lu Tian knew that the Grandmaster Society would undoubtedly do their utmost to deal with him. Thus, before eliminating the Shadow Sect, he decided to first wipe out the Grandmaster Society. Then those currently opposing the Grandmaster Society, Yang Dagong and Ren Lin, could become his allies. With his strength, going against the Grandmaster Society didn't require help from either of them. The reason he wanted to collaborate was mainly to build connections in Yunhai City that might prove useful later on. That morning, Lu Tian and Nielan arrived at the base of the Yunhai Martial Arts General Association. After explaining their purpose, the guards at the entrance led them into the main hall. Since President Yang Dagong was recuperating, any visitors were greeted by the vice president. A man in his early 30s walked into the hall, the vice president of the Martial Arts General Association. Hello, both of you, the vice president said politely. Then he looked at Lu Tian. Mister, could you be the miraculous doctor mentioned by Senior Ren, Mr. Lu Tian? Lu Tian nodded. Yes. The vice president then turned to Nielan. This young lady. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock. Nielan, it's you. Nielan glared at him angrily. What a small world it is. I never expected that a person like you, a disgrace, would become the vice president of the Martial Arts General Association.